On the dueling platform, I thrust my longsword deep into the abdomen of the only son of the Chun Group's chairman, pinning him to the ground as blood gushed out. He glared at me viciously, threatening me with the power of the Chun Group. The platform was surrounded by a crowd, countless eyes fixed on me. Everyone thought I was doomed, but so what? With a cold laugh, I pulled out the sword, and under his disbelieving gaze. On June 10, atop the dueling platform of Lingyang City's second high school, the burly Chen Wenbin, the only son of the Chun Group's chairman, lay sprawled on the ground, my longsword piercing his abdomen as blood poured out. The sky was overcast, a light drizzle falling, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating my expressionless face. You dare kill me? Chen Wenbin clutched the sword tightly, glaring at me with venom. I raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, if I didn't dare kill you, why would I sign a death pact with you? Just to enjoy your pleas for mercy? As I spoke, I couldn't help but smirk under the flickering lightning. My grin must have looked downright demonic. I do enjoy it, but I don't just want your pleas. I want the whole process of taking your life. Isn't that what you plan to? The rain poured down as if cheering for this duel. I stared at Chen Wenbin, my voice icy. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. If you wanted to kill me, you should have been prepared to be killed yourself. Chen Wenbin still refused to yield. Do you know how many people are watching? If you kill me, the Chen Group will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. They'll grind your bones to dust. You talk too much. I pulled the sword from his body and, as he smirked arrogantly, drove the gleaming blade straight into his heart. You overestimate the Chun Group. And you overestimate yourself. Chen Wenbin stared in disbelief at the sword embedded in his chest, his lips trembling as he looked at me. You good night, sweet prince. I crouched down, gripped the hilt, and twisted my wrist, shredding his heart. The torrential rain washed the blood from the platform, and under the horrified gazes of thousands of students, I released the hilt and slowly stood up. The crowd erupted in chaos. He actually killed someone. That was his classmate. The only son of the Chun Group's chairman is dead. How could he dare? Then, someone roared, do you know who you just killed? Chen Wenbin, the only son of the Chun Group's chairman, I replied calmly. Are you ready for the consequences? Bring it on if you think you can. My sapphire blue eyes glinted with amusement as I spread my arms and turned to leave. I'm just a nobody. If you want revenge, my door is always open. The night before, on June 9 at 9 p.m., I was still working at the ticket counter of Wanda Cinema. Welcome to Wanda Cinema. I took the tickets from a lavishly dressed couple. Your movie is in Theater 7, down the hallway to your right. Enjoy the show. The man took the torn ticket stub from me and, without a glance, tossed it into the trash bin behind me. I scoffed quietly, muttering, what else with the act? Watching a horror movie and only showing up for the last half hour. As the crowd from Theater 2 dispersed, I busily called out, please remember your belongings. We hope to see you again. Once the crowd thinned, the salesgirl at the counter struck up a conversation. Hey, kid, only 20 minutes till closing, right? Day in, day out exhausting. The manager won't even give us chairs, I grumbled. The salesgirl laughed. Haha, you're lucky the manager even lets a high schooler like you work here. I shrugged, she continued, in a few days, it'll be the day of divine descent awakening. If you, little brother, can awaken a good divine descent and talent, you might even land a government job. At least you won't be this exhausted then. Divine descent awakening. A glint flashed through my dark eyes before I tucked the clean glasses into their case. I'd rather go home after work and dream that's more realistic. Come on. No one your age should be so gloomy all the time. Cheer up a little. How about grumbling up instead? The salesgirl checked the time. There's no movie before 9:30. You can head back early today, might even grab something tasty from the snack street. Then I won't hold back. I stuck out my tongue at her and skipped toward the changing room. After changing into casual clothes, I waved goodbye to the salesgirl and headed into the emergency stairwell. Pushing open the ground floor exit, I stepped into the bustling snack street. The savory aroma of scallions hit me as I approached a stir-fried noodle stall, making my mouth water. After hesitating, I finally joined the queue. But when it was my turn and I saw the price list, my fingers trembled. I gave up. Neon lights flickered, the city's light pollution drowning out the stars. Rubbing my hands together, I ducked into a narrow alley, wondering, it's summer, so why does it feel so cold? I trudged down the dim alleyway, turning several corners until the neon glow faded behind me. The soft luminescence of solar-powered streetlights gave way to the dim yellow glow of incandescent bulbs. Stepping forward felt like crossing into another world. Glancing back, the city center blazed bright as day even at night, while the working-class district at my feet lay like a forsaken ghost town. Meow, the faint cry told me I was almost home. The convenience store owner downstairs kept a big orange cat. Passing the store, my stomach growled loudly. After a moment's hesitation, I gritted my teeth and walked in, slapping a single bill on the glass counter. Boss, 10 zai bangs. With the cat's meows in the background, I defiantly stuffed one of the candy sticks into my mouth, ignoring the store owner's disdainful look, and strode home. Sugar in my pocket, instant confidence boost. Back home, I flung the door open, tossed my bag onto the coffee table, and plopped onto the worn-out couch. Old man. No response. I raised my voice, old man. Old man, old man. Enough, shut it. Grandpa Lin Linyu emerged from the bedroom. Despite his wrinkled face, he moved without the frailty of old age. I'm neither deaf nor dead. No need to wail like you're at a funeral. You didn't answer when I called. I pouted wearily and stretched out my hands. Food. Grandpa shot me a look and brought out a bowl of millet porridge from the kitchen. Here. Food. The sight of it turned my stomach. I set the bowl down and doubled over, gagging. What's that supposed to mean? Grandpa asked. Grandpa, can we please eat something else? It's millet porridge 3 meals a day. I was on the verge of tears. 18 years alive, and I'd barely tasted anything else. Occasional sweet potato congee counted as a luxury. Millet porridge is good. Nutritious and healthy. Grandpa shrugged. I took a sip and set it back down. Grandpa lifted the bowl and savored a sip. Who says this tastes bad? It's fantastic. Fantastic for you. I stood up, resigned. My stomach protested fiercely, but I grabbed the bowl and downed it in one go. That's more like it. I'm going to the rooftop for some air. Tearing open another zai bang, I walked off without looking back. Sitting on the rooftop's edge, savoring the candy, I didn't notice Grandpa until he bent down and settled beside me. What brings you up here, old man? Did you lock the door? Locked. Your grandpa's not senile yet. Grandpa saw the lollipop in my mouth, fished out a crumpled cigarette box from his pocket, shook out a cigarette, and clamped it between his lips. A flickering flame mixed with smoke illuminated the dark rooftop. Brat, if you quit candy, our family could save some money. I stared at Grandpa in shock, pointing a finger at myself. What? I'm already eating 1-cent lollipops, and you're still coming after me? Not backing down, I retorted. If you quit smoking, old man, our family could save a considerable sum. Well, don't count on that money, Grandpa chuckled. I sighed and looked toward the city center. Grandpa, how did my parents really die? Fell in battle at the abyss. You've asked this countless times. Also, your dad was Lin Zian, your mom was Chen Yao, and your grandpa here is Lin Linyu. Just wanted to ask again. I know you miss them. The departed are sacred, grieve and accept. I barely even knew them, I muttered, sucking on the lollipop. Honestly, all they left me was a grandpa who smokes and drinks like there's no tomorrow and a head of white hair I keep dyeing black. Grandpa gave a dry laugh but didn't respond. Suddenly, he asked, heard you got into a fight with that kid from the Chen Corporation? Yeah, he came looking for trouble. Couldn't avoid it. A deathmatch contract? I paused. Relax, old man. If I can't win, I'll run. Pride's optional, but my life isn't. Those contracts are legally binding. Run, and your life's over anyway. Still better than dying, no? I asked again, Grandpa, do you think this world is really fair? I lifted my right leg and kicked vaguely toward the city center. See that? It's always people like us who struggle, while the ones who don't lift a finger reap the rewards. Grandpa followed my gaze and finally said, we can't choose our birth. But if you want to change your fate, tomorrow's Divine Descent awakening ceremony is your best shot. If you awaken a decent Divine Descent and talent, maybe those unreachable things will be within grasp. I'd rather just sleep it off. I shot Grandpa a glance. Your Divine Descent is really just that broken radio? What else? With a wave, Grandpa summoned his Divine Descent, an ancient radio. He fiddled with the antenna, twisting the dial. Static, crackle. Ah. Got it. Proudly, he placed the radio between us as smooth music played. Enjoy music, enjoy life, music 880 My eye twitched as I swatted the radio off the rooftop. Spare me the torture. I'm going to bed. Grandpa watched me head for the door and said calmly, kid, what you're talking about, those problems exist in every era. Fairness is relative. So is wealth. Where there are people, these issues persist. It's humanity's tragedy, not the era's. We can't fix everything. The only thing we can do is make ourselves better. That's all. After showering, I lay quietly in bed. The curtains were open, letting in the city's neon glow. The room was dark. I reached into the shadows, my thoughts drifting. It's been 18 years in this world. My last life was poor, working part-time at a cinema before college entrance exams. Died from smoke inhalation when the place caught fire on my way out. That's why I refuse to take elevators now. At least last life, I had parents. This time, the moment I opened my eyes, that so-called Grandpa Lin Linyu grinned and said, kid, your mom and dad are dead. And so, my miserable new life began. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and clung to the blanket, unwilling to get up. The alarm clock blared incessantly by my ear, but I had no desire to turn it off. The cheerful tune of Good Luck Comes lulled me back toward sleep. Shaoluzi, if you don't get up now, you'll be late, came Lin Linyo's voice. Leave me alone. Let me sleep a little longer. I roared hoarsely, sitting up angrily in bed. Lin Linyu, long accustomed to this, placed 2 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge on the nightstand. Eat up and hurry to school. Day after day, the only time you show any energy is when you're waking up, he said. I sat dazedly on the bed for another 10 minutes before skillfully slapping the alarm clock silent, swallowing the eggs, and carrying the millet porridge to the window only to be distracted by a whistle. Lin Linyu stood at the door, leaning against the frame, eyeing the porridge in my hand. Drink it. I wanted to cry but had no tears. This was the price of my morning grumpiness, a penance for cursing at my grandpa every dawn. I pinched my nose, tilted my head back, and downed it all, fighting the urge to vomit as I changed clothes and bolted out the door. Lin Linyu sighed, picked up my backpack from the couch, strolled to the window, timed it perfectly, and tossed it down. Sprinting all the way to school, I saw the security guard, Uncle Ghana, lowering the barrier. Without hesitation, I flung my backpack ahead, vaulted over the railing with one hand, and landed smoothly. This can't go on. Uncle Gunna fumed, his mustache bristling as he watched me scoop up my bag and dash toward the building. Come on, Uncle. Today's my awakening day. I probably won't be back after this. Last time, promise. Ghana. The old man chuckled helplessly. You little rascal. Good luck. Arriving at class 3-3, teacher Tamura Kokoro stood at the podium, lecturing emphatically about the importance of today's awakening ceremony. I hope everyone awakens something remarkable today. We likely won't see each other again after this, he said, unscrewing his thermos for a sip of tea. And on this final day, I hope you can all get along. After all, we've been classmates. Nothing compares to friendship, right? His gaze drifted toward Chen Wenbin's direction. Thud. I burst through the classroom door, panting, and scrambled to my seat in 3 strides. Grinning at teacher Tamura, I flashed a row of white teeth. Morning, Mr. Tamura. Tamura massaged his temples in exasperation. Today's awakening day, and you're still late? That's pushing it. I curled up pitifully, my white hair flopping. Gotta maintain my 3-year streak of perfect tardiness, right? Tamura waved a hand. Whatever. Line up and follow me to the field for the awakening. Chapter 3. World View. Lin Green lay quietly on the bed after taking a shower. The curtains in the room were not drawn, and the colorful lights outside could be clearly seen through the glass. There were no lights on in the room, and Lin Lu stretched out a hand to grab at the dull darkness as her thoughts began to drift off into the distance. It had been 18 years since he had come to this world. Fragmented memories began to flash in his mind, and after 18 years in this world, those memories that were once there slowly blurred. In his last life, Lin Green lived in poverty, and on the eve of the college entrance exam, he still chose to work part-time in a theater, and as a result, when he got off work and rode the elevator, the theater caught fire for an unknown reason, and he died of smoke in this way. This is why in this life he always refused to take the elevator. But in his last life he had a father and a mother. In this life, he had just opened his eyes, and this old man who called himself his grandfather told him with a smile on his face, "Doll, your dead father and mother." And so a new life of poverty and misery begins. God's Advent Awakening Ceremony. Having been here for so long, Lin Green had also figured out the nature of this world. 400 years ago, the foreign races invaded the present world, and the realm belonging to them overlapped with the realm where Earth was, and the abyss descended. In the face of the alien invasion, in the beginning, mankind can still rely on thermal weapons to resist, until the emergence of high-level alien. Mankind's dream of protecting their homeland has been completely shattered. Many small countries have been destroyed one after another, and only the big countries with nuclear weapons can barely survive. Perhaps the gods did not have a good time watching this racial duel. In the time of racial crisis, a group of capable people awakened a special ability. They can summon their own props, either strong or weak, and even more powerful talent in just a decade or so to grow to match the realm of the high-level alien. The counterattack of the human race has completely kicked off. Since the person who awakened and got the prop was like a god descending from the sky, the later generations called this prop the God's Advent. After groping around, mankind summarized a set of methods that could stabilize the awakening of Divine Prodigy, and divided Divine Prodigy according to its strength. Due to the addition of a large number of Chinese elements, the final strength of the Divine Progenitor was divided into 5 grades, from weak to strong as Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, and God. Regarding the division of the realms, the human side, after discussion, believed that the divine provisionals were subjected to danger, and that it was the great task of heaven that descended upon the world, in line with the way of survival since ancient times. The first realm is the Tao's mission. To obtain the divine provisionality is to accept the mission of the heavenly Tao, which is regarded as the awakening of the self, and requires 9 destiny souls to be forged before it is complete. The second realm, Tao Dan. After casting the 9 souls, the ability of God's provisionality is initially awakened, and the 9 souls are fused into one to create the Tao Dan. Third realm, Tao Si. In this realm, the divine progenitor's ability does not increase significantly, but the strength of the body and the quality of one's spiritual energy are increased after transforming the Tao Dan into the Tao Si. Fourth realm, Tao King. This realm already possessed the ability to fly through the air without regard to gravity. Fifth realm, Tao Emperor. Breaking the king into the emperor, for all people below their own realm can achieve absolute suppression. At the same time, the god progenitor once again awakened. Sixth realm, Tao Lord. The realization and experience of the first 5 realms are merged into one, forming the realm of the monarch. Seventh realm, Tao Saint. The divine progenitor ability receives its third awakening. The physical body transforms from a mortal body to a saintly body, and instead of using spiritual energy, the spiritual energy is transformed into higher quality divine energy. Eighth realm, Tao Emperor. The emperor is also the Shime. It is said that heaven swings without mind, forgets about things and self, is fair and far-reaching, and lifts things to examine the truth, so it is called emperor. The 9th realm is the ultimate Tao. As the final realm, this realm has far exceeded the previous 8 realms, the ability to integrate all their own, in a certain realm to reach the extreme, the ability of the god provisional completely liberated. So far, there were 3 Tao poles in the Fey race, while in the human race, no Tao poles had ever appeared. Lin Green finished his thoughts and closed his eyes peacefully. There were no words for the rest of the night. Ha! Lin Lu opened sleepy eyes, holding the quilt is not willing to get up. Cell phone alarm clock is still set in the ear, but Lin Lu did not have the slightest intention to turn it off, accompanied by good luck ringtone once again into the dreamland. Roku-chan, if you don't get up, you'll be late. Leave me alone. Let me sleep a little longer. Lin Lu hissed and growled, angrily sitting up from the bed, while Lin Linyu had long since seen it coming and placed 2 eggs and a bowl of millet congee on Lin Lu's bedside table. Eat and hurry to go to school, day after day, only a little vigor when you get up. Lin Green sat dumbfounded on his bed. After 10 minutes of downtime, skillfully turning off his alarm clock with a slap, 2 eggs swallowed into his stomach, he picked up his millet porridge and walked over to the window, only to have his attention drawn by a frivolous whistling sound. Lin Linyu stood at the door of Lin Lu's room, one hand propped on the threshold looking at the millet porridge in Lin Lu's hand. Drink it. Lin Green was in tears. This was the price of waking up. In order to compensate for his grandfather who was abused by him every morning, the millet porridge in the morning had to go into his stomach. Lin Lu pinched her nose, tilted her head back and drank all the millet porridge, changed her clothes against the feeling of vomiting and ran out the door. Lin sighed, walked to the living room sofa and picked up Lin Green's school bag, skillfully paced to Lin Green's window, counted the time and threw the bag down. One day at a time, brat. Lin Green ran all the way to the school, saw the security uncle is putting the railing, heart will be a cross will be thrown out of the book bag, at the same time one of their own hands propped up on the railing to leap up. Lin Green. Can't do this anymore. The security uncle was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes, and watched as Linlu picked up her book bag and ran towards the school building. Aya uncle, I'm going to awaken today, I probably won't come back later, last time la, gonna. The security uncle smiled helplessly, brat, I wish you success. Senior Class 3. Tamura Hart stood at the podium and spoke at great length, incessantly enjoining the importance of today's awakening ceremony. I hope everyone has a good awakening today, we probably won't see each other again. Tamura Hart unscrewed her thermos and took a sip of tea. I also hope that on this last day we can all be friendly, after all, we're all classmates, and there's no such thing as friendship, is there? He looked in Chen Wenbin's direction. Snap! The door to the classroom was pushed open and a panting Lin Green pushed his way in. He ran to his seat in 3 steps and flashed a mouthful of large white teeth at Tamura Hart on the podium. Good morning, Mr. Tamura. Tamura Xin helplessly held her forehead. It's awakening day and you have to be late, you're going a bit overboard, Lin Green. Lin Green shrunk into a ball in aggravation, a head of white hair shaking around in a manner. This is not to keep my world record of being late for all 3 years of high school. Goddamn world record. Tamura Hart waved his hand. Forget it, line up and follow me to the playground to awaken. Chapter 4, Earth-Level Divine Prodigy, Delusion Destroying Sword. The students in the classroom rose in turn and followed Tamura Xion's footsteps towards the outside of the classroom. Lin Green yawned and plopped down on her desk, intending to be the last to leave. Lin Green, don't go to sleep, after all, you'll be able to sleep all the way through after today. The burly teenager didn't follow Tamura Hart, but instead walked right up to Lin Green's table and stretched out 2 fingers to tap on his desk. Lin Green slumped sleepily on the table and waved his hand absent-mindedly. I didn't mess with you, why do you keep targeting me? Chen Wenbin grabbed Lin Lu's collar and yanked him up. Didn't mess with me? If it wasn't for you, would Zhang Xiaoqing have broken up with me? Being tugged by Chen Wenbin like this, Lin LV's sleepiness was gone, and he slapped on the hand that was tugging on his collar. You still have to care about who people like, it's worthy of being a child of a rich family, you just like to be a bully. Chen Wenbin raised his fist and was about to hit. Chen Wenbin. Lin LV. Tamura Xian appeared at the door of the classroom at an unknown time and called out to the 2 who were ready to fight. I don't care what grudge you 2 have, now, go to the playground and receive your awakening. Chen Wenbin's fist hung in mid-air. Even after hearing Tamura Xian's words he didn't want to let Lin Lu off so easily. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Lu, that fist not lowering for a long time. Chen Wenbin. Chen Wenbin took a deep breath and unclenched his fists as he walked towards the outside of the classroom, not forgetting to use his shoulder to push him out of the way as he passed by Tamura Xian. This kid. Tiansuan Xian understood that Chen Wenbin's family was distinguished, and he was accustomed to rampaging, and he was also unwilling to cause a fuss for himself again, and he looked to the side of Lin LV, who was full of indifference, and persuaded in a serious tone of voice. Lin Lu, you say what are you fighting with him for? It's not good for you at all to fight against him, quickly go and awaken. Aha! Lin Green coldly crossed over to Tamura Xian and walked towards the outside of the classroom. By the way, Tamura Hart suddenly called out to Lin Green, who turned around in confusion. Leave the school as soon as you've finished awakening, there's a real possibility that this Chen Wenbin kid could kill you. Lin Green smiled, only that smile was cold and abnormal. Thank you, teacher. Playground. June 10th, overcast. 400 years ago there was this joke that college entrance exams are never accompanied by rain, talking about how the days of college entrance exams always coincide with rainy days. And this has always been the case for the Day of Awakening, which was chosen on the same day as the college entrance examination 400 years ago. There were gray clouds surging in the sky, and the sun's rays could only barely break through the churning clouds, dropping a weak sliver to shine on the earth. The wind gently rolled up and blew the clothes of thousands of students, offering some coolness to this summer. So nervous, I'm going to awaken the divine progenitor today. Nervous about what? I'm not nervous at all. Then why are you shaking? I'm vain, the dears. The large playground was filled with thousands of schoolchildren, the gates were open, and the sound of chattering discussions traveled through the crowd. Did you hear? 2 people in Class 3 signed a life and death contract the other day to fight to the death on the dueling stage after awakening. I know, I heard that it was one of them whose girlfriend fell in love with the other. Shoo! Don't you want to die if you're so loud? The one whose girlfriend ran away is the crown prince of the Chun group, Chen Wenbin. I'll go, who's that other guy that dares to bet his life with him? A person with a bad name, that white hair, seems to be called Lin Green. As all of the senior students arrived, the chatter slowly increased, and even the principal and others sitting on the podium heard the conversation. Class 3, it's that class of Tamura Xian's, right? The principal asked the head teacher beside him. That's right, this can only be blamed on old Tian's bad luck, having gotten himself into a student like Chen Wenbin. Principal Jiang, a man in a black trench coat uniform on the podium, lethargically leaned over the table and knocked his head. Can we begin? Yes, yes. The principal, realizing who this was and not daring to be offended, blew on the microphone. Good morning, students. Today is the annual Awakening Day, and it is also the most important day for our second middle school in Lingyang City. Enough. The trenchcoat man impatiently slapped the table. I'm in a hurry. The principal, who was in the middle of a long speech, hurriedly put the brakes on the car, and his words took a steep turn. Understanding that everyone is looking forward to this day, I announce that the awakening ceremony will now begin. As the words fell, 11 men and women dressed in black standardized trench coats, with imposing appearance, walked out from the side door of the podium stage, and divided into 4 groups of 3 each, and stood in front of the stage. The man in the trench coat who had just prodded the principal was dead calm as he walked over to stand in the group with fewer people. They are the professionals sent by the state to be in charge of the awakening ceremony. There is no intentional sabotage, there is no interference from the big clans, there is only fairness, justice, and openness, also known as the awakening officers. Third class people, follow me. Tamura Xin greeted his class and walked to a group of awakening officers as prescribed, and when he came to the main awakening officer, he held out a hand. Greetings, this group of children is in your hands. Coincidentally, the main awakening officer of their group was none other than that trench coat man. The man reached out his hand to shake Tamura Xion's, his tone rigid. Don't worry about it, it should be. After saying that, he made a seal with both hands, then a drop of blood was forced out from his fingertips, and the man maneuvered the blood mixed with spiritual energy to draw an obscure symbol in the air. The symbol lit up steeply and imprinted into the ground, blossoming with a brilliant light. Then the 2 awakening officers behind the man also drew the same symbol. The 3 symbols connected together to form a circle, imprinted on the ground to form an inscrutable formation. Tired me out. The man's gaze deepened, and after scanning the surrounding area to find no suspicious people, he nodded at Tamura Hart. Who's first? Tamura Hart stepped back and turned to scan the group of nervous students. I'll go first. Chen Wenbin took the lead and walked to the center of the formation in a dignified manner. Hold your breath, empty your mind, and try to resonate with the formations. Chen Wenbin closed his eyes and emptied his mind according to the awakening officer's guidance. The energy of the formation suddenly increased, and the eye-catching light wrapped Chen Wenbin within. He stretched out both of his hands and clasped them hard in the void. A drop of blood flew out from his palm and suddenly burrowed into his brow. A flash of red light passed by. Red. Earth level. It's an Earth level divine progenitor. Someone in the crowd shouted out in excitement. The red light was fleeting, and in the next moment, a long sword hovered in front of Chen Wenbin, emitting an oozing black light. This is... Tamura's heart was excited. He didn't expect it to be an open door. The first person in the class to awaken was an Earth-level divine progenitor, or a powerful divine progenitor that ranked high in the Earth level. Earth-level divine prodigy, delusion-destroying sword. The main awakening officer reported the result of the decision in a flat tone. Chen Wenbin opened his eyes. He naturally heard the awakening officer's words and excitedly gripped his god pro. The long sword exuded a strange fluctuation that seemed to be responding to Chen Wenbin's excitement. Alright, next. Chapter 5, Where's Lao Tzu's God Pro? With Chen Wenbin taking the lead in awakening the Earth-level divine progenitor, the other students in Class 3 also let go of their nervousness and actively walked into the formation to receive the awakening. Yellow-level divine progenitor, mouse. Yellow-level God Advent, Walmart shopping bag. Yellow-level God Advent, crispy shark. Yellow-ranked God Pro, water warmer. Xian-level God Pro, meteor hammer. Obviously, good fortune does not come to everyone, except for one Xian-level God Pro. All the others were clear yellow-level God Pros. Such God Pros were only able to provide a little bit of convenience in their lives. Zhang Xiaoqing, you're up next. Tamura Xian looked helplessly at the young girl who was cowering in the back with a forlorn expression. Good. Good teacher. As the pronouncement of the last classmate awakening a yellow-level divine progenitor fell, the young girl trembled as she walked to the center of the formation. Greetings. The main awakening officer nodded indifferently. Empty your mind, carefully resonate with the energy of the formation, and don't stress. Good. Zhang Xiaoqing slowly closed her eyes as the energy of the spell formation began to soothe her mind. The raging factor in it somehow disappeared, and in a peaceful glow, the thin body of the young girl was like a goddess. Kind of interesting, is the fit so high? The main awakening officer looked towards Zhang Xiaoqing in the center of the spell formation, a hint of interest showing in his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of white light suddenly erupted, instantly shattering the peaceful glow that encased the young girl. At the same time, a drop of blood flew out from Zhang Xiaoqing's fingertips and circled around her before drilling into her brow. White! Someone shouted out, eyebrows filled with surprise. Buzz! The light dispersed, and the young girl stood peacefully in the center of the spell formation, holding an ancient round mirror in her hand. The main awakening officer revealed a look of determination, but there was still a slight surprise. He had guessed that Zhang Xiaoqing would awaken an Earth-level or even Heaven-level divine progenitor, but he had not expected it to be this. Celestial Grade Divine Provisional, Replicating Mirror, Unique Effect, can replicate the Divine Provisional that exists in the breath of the mirror or also the martial technique. As the main awakening officer's words fell, a huge uproar erupted outside the arena. Ilua Bean. Heavenly level god progenitor. Did Zhang Xiaoqing save the galaxy in her previous life? Just said Zhang Xiaoqing offended the ground level. Chen Wenbin did not have a good end, so it seems, not to mention Chen Wenbin is the chairman of the Chun group. Chen Wenbin, his father, came also not good off. I'm going to go, the pheasant has turned into a phoenix, it's soaring to the sky. Hearing the praises from outside the arena, the young girl hugged her god pro, and the nervous expression on her face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. She bowed to the main awakening officer. Thank you. No need to thank me, you deserve it. Zhang Xiaoqing put away her divine progenitor and confidently walked towards the field, not forgetting to hum as she passed by Chen Wenbin. If she was an ugly duckling with low self-esteem when she had just gone on stage, then she was a proud white swan now. However, Zhang Xiaoqing, who had awakened the heavenly grade divine progenitor, did have such capital. Holy, now Chen Wenbin, don't die of anger. Keep your voice down, no matter if he's pissed off or not. If this is heard, he'll definitely be able to beat you to death. Wow, if I were Lin Green, I would definitely go and hug Zhang Xiaoqing's thighs right now, so that I might even be able to escape the life and death fight with Chen Wenbin later on. Lin Green, who had been staying at the very back of the group, sighed with a polite smile as the corners of her mouth twitched. Thank you. No thank you brother, go hug your thigh ah. Lin Green's smile froze on his face. Hugging the thigh? Hug the hell out of me. Is this woman a good person and I'm hugging her? Lin LV turned around leisurely, his gaze right into Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes. He frowned unhappily, not understanding why Zhang Xiaoqing was staring at him. Last one, Lin Green. Hearing Tamura Hart's words of urgency, he shrugged and headed towards the awakening officer. As she arrived in front of Zhang Xiaoqing, the young girl suddenly opened her mouth. Ah Lu, I wish you a good awakening. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect, I will protect you for the rest of your life. As soon as the words fell, all the seats were shocked. The originally sleepy main awakening officer also looked over with interest, licking his lips in anticipation of the shocking melon. No one commented on Zhang Xiaoqing's words, they were just curious about how Lin Green would answer. The white-haired teenager stopped and stood face to face with Zhang Xiaoqing. The wind blew the teenager's white hair, sending the fragrance of the young girl's hair into the teenager's nostrils. Lin Green smiled slightly. I don't need it. Saying that, he moved his legs to brush past Zhang Xiaoqing. I'll go. Is Lin Green out of his mind? Talking this hard. Not buddy, what right does he have? Such an opportunity, you don't let me have it. It's over, shocking big melon. This Zhang Xiaoqing is the true love for Lin Lu, right? Chen Wenbin, who heard the crowd's discussion, was enraged as he summoned his divine progenitor. The delusion-destroying sword swung from top to bottom, the sound of the sword breaking through the air interrupting the crowd's chattering. All of you shut your mouths. Chen Wenbin gave Zhang Xiaoqing a spiteful glance, then stared dead at Lin LV's back, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, unable to stop trembling. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoqing revealed a smile and looked at Chen Wenbin and Lin Green playfully. Lin Green walked to the center of the spell formation and cocked her head to look at the main awakening officer. Close your eyes, relax, and communicate the energy around you to resonate with it. Lin Green obediently did as he was told, and the spell formation began to run on its own, but there wasn't the slightest amount of energy surging for it. Why does this white hair look so familiar? The main awakening officer squinted his eyes and retrieved it in his brain. Seemingly thinking of something, his face suddenly changed. No way, it can't be. Her son. Right? Last name is Lin, 18, white hair, male. Strung up. The main awakening officer's face became ugly, and he subconsciously swung his head to look at the sky, only to find a pale figure looking intently at Lin Green. Perhaps sensing the main awakening officer's gaze, the old man turned back to look at the main awakening officer and smiled faintly at him. It's not. Brother and sister. Is it appropriate for your old man to appear here? You're a peaked out who's making a fortune in a small town like this? Is that appropriate? Lin Yu extended his finger up to his mouth, signaling the main awakening officer to act as if nothing had happened. The main awakening officer was as if he had lost his mind. He knew that if he didn't shut up, he was afraid that this old master would help him physically shut up afterwards. As he was frustrated and shocked, an even greater shock came as a strong wave of spiritual energy rushed towards him. The main awakening officer subconsciously unleashed his own pressure, the aura of a Tao King erupting steeply, but when he saw the source of the spiritual power fluctuation, his own ability braked violently. A flash of golden light from the awakening spell formation, the white-haired teenager closed his eyes, the vast spiritual impact spread outward layer by layer, the entire large playground was filled with this golden ocean, the sound was extremely compelling. The students who had never seen such a shocking scene froze in place, and some of them reacted by retreating backward with shocked expressions on their faces. Above the sky, the dense overcast clouds cracked open a gap, a golden sunlight pierced through the crack and landed on Lin Green, the golden ocean dispersed, leaving only the young man alone in the light. He opened his eyes, and his azure-colored pupils were like the most brilliant sapphires in this world, glittering. Gold. 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 Golden legend. The principal on the podium had completely abandoned his face and dignity, and he rushed down to the stage at the fastest speed in his life, coming outside of Lin Green's awakening spell, and his knees, which had been hard for more than 50 years, just went limp. It wasn't just him, the other students and teachers were also stunned. Even the awakening officers who had experienced countless great storms were shocked as they looked at the white-haired teenager. Golden vision. God-tier God advent. Zhang Xiaoqing, who had just awakened the heavenly grade divine progenitor, covered her mouth and was slow to speak as she watched the shocking scene. Chen Wenbin, who had made a life and death pact with Lin Lu, stared stonily at Lin Lu's back that was glittered by the sunlight, and as he twisted his head to look at his proud divine prodigy, he suddenly felt that this earth-rank delusion-destroying sword was such garbage. At this time, as the person in question, Lin Green slowly came back to his senses, his eyes like autumn water ripple. He raised his hands palm upwards, while both hands were empty. He has not yet understood what happened. After seeing his hands empty, a trace of bad premonition rose in his heart. Lin Green looked at the air in his hands and raised both of them high. There's nothing on the back of his hands either. It's not right, is it? Lao Tzu. Lousy. In the next moment, in front of thousands of schoolchildren, Lin Green let out a sharp burst. Where is lousy God prosperity? Chapter 6, The Wind, Coming from Afar. The sky was overcast with clouds, the cold wind swept up the sand and gravel on the ground, while the only teenager standing in the sunlight was in the same place breaking his defense alone. Student Lin, the main awakening officer's heart felt a little more respect for Lin Green after he understood his identity. He bowed slightly. Congratulations. Lin Lu? I've lost my God Pro, and you're telling me congratulations? It's like this, Lin student, your divine prosperity hasn't disappeared. It's a special type of divine prosperity. The main awakening officer rubbed his hands together. If I remember correctly, your eyes should be black, right? Of course, I am of pure Chinese blood, of course. Lin Green paused in mid-sentence and rushed to the principal kneeling outside the awakening array at an eerie speed. Not bothering to wonder why the principal was kneeling, Lin Green held out his hand to the principal. Brother, cell phone. Although he was unsure, the principal obediently handed his cell phone to the teenager in front of him who had awakened the divine progenitor of the divine class. Lin Green took the cell phone and opened the front camera, and the camera was still so handsome, white hair, angular features, and blue eyes. The teenager raised his head in panic, grabbed the principal's shoulders with both hands, and began to shake frantically. What color are my eyes? Don't shake, you're my brother. How could the over 100-year-old principal withstand this kind of tossing and turning? He managed to break free from Lin Green's restraints and looked at him dizzily. Blue. Hiss. If I guess correctly, your God Pro should be a rare native God Pro, the eye. The main awakening officer walked quickly towards Lin Green and extended a hand to him. Honorable God-level God Progenitor Awakening, my name is Chen Xingyuan. From now on, your safety will be guaranteed by me, and you can trust me completely. What level? God level. Lin Green clammed up as he stretched out his finger to point at himself. Me, God level? That's right, Chen Xingyuan stood bolt upright. At the moment Lin Green's appearance and his mother's constantly overlapping in his mind, you have awakened the divine rank God Progenitor, and from now on, I'm a guardian you can absolutely trust. His gaze was grim. If there exists any factor that threatens your life and safety, please promptly relay it to me, and I will eliminate it at the first opportunity. Wait a minute, Lin Green waved his hand. If I remember correctly, the divine progenitor of the celestial level and above will have its unique effect, right? That's right. And what effect do I have? The corners of Chen Xingyuan's mouth twitched. Your God Pro, you're asking me? Living Father. The principal divine progenitor is different from other divine progenitors. Even the same level of divine progenitor appearing in the same part of the body, the effects are not the same. This is still something you have to ask yourself. How would I know? Lin Green suddenly froze. I seem to know. He closed his eyes, his conscious body floating in the golden space of consciousness, and in front of the teenager, a pair of azure eyes opened quietly with endless pressure. Is this? Lin Green touched the corner of his eyes, my divine presence? Lines of text coalesced in front of Lin Green, indicating that his body had adapted to the power brought by God's progeny, parsing out the effects of God's progeny. Effect 1, comprehensively and without dead angles you can see everything around you, everything you are your eyes. Effect 2, activating the divine proximity effect with the exception of simple spiritual power, the spiritual power consumption of any martial art is nearly zero. Effect 3 is self-contained martial arts, no downside jutsu plus reversal jutsu plus boundary jutsu. Effect 4, you can manipulate the time around you, the exact length of time varies with cultivation. Lin Green froze dumbfounded. These 4 lines of text were clearly all Chinese characters, how could they be unreadable when linked together? Isn't this the 6 eyes? Lin Green double-checked and determined that this was the ability of the 5 Gokus in Spell Return Battle. In particular, Effect 3, which came with a few major spells, was what made his heart flutter. I fight Juku Nua? Chen Xingyuan drew 3 characters in the air. The characters were in a triangular encircling situation printed under Lin Green's feet. The blue light curtain rose, covering Lin Green within it. From now on, if anyone approaches the light screen before Lin Green awakens, Chen Xingyuan narrowed his eyes, his face as cold as frost, they will be considered an enemy of this country. Gulp! A sound of gulping resounded in Chen Xingyuan's ears. He turned a deaf ear. A black trench coat moved with the wind and stood motionless next to the light screen, protecting Lin Green. He looked to the sky. Lin Yu's figure had long since disappeared. Within the light curtain, a pair of azure eyes quietly opened. Lin Lu looked at the light curtain that wrapped around him, and reached out his hand to touch it. No! Chen Xingyuan reminded in alarm. In order to protect Lin Green, he had specially used the military martial law. This was the cage that trapped the prisoners. Both inside and outside were made up of extremely unstable energies. If an enemy attacked from the outside, they would be bounced off, ditto for the inside. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Lin Green's long, slender finger touched the light screen. Artistic shun turn, sung. In the next moment, sky-high flames erupted from within the light curtain, as if offering a salute to the birth of the strongest. The white-haired teenager appeared outside the light curtain, and green energy surrounded his body as if it was alive, turning into ribbons that coalesced from all directions at the teenager's outstretched fingertips, and a lime green ball of light appeared. At this moment, no matter what their status was, no matter what their cultivation level was, everyone felt an extreme sense of oppression. At this moment, Lin Green was like an elegant dancer, dancing in the world sphere with the most oppressive posture. Is this the infinity technique? Is this infinity? Lin Green looked at the ball of light at his fingertips, his azure-colored eyes flickering with cyan light, the corner of his mouth curling up. It feels not bad. Wind, coming from afar. The concentration of aura in the air suddenly increased by a few degrees. Yanjing, Zhongnanhai. The white-haired old man was concentrating on correcting documents, and as a gust of wind blew, he put down the pen in his hand and got up to look in the direction of Lingyang City. The old man narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure flashed across 10,000 miles to Lingyang City. Outside the earth, the abyss. A wind blew by, and all the powerful people at the Tao Emperor Tao Lord level put down their hands at this moment no matter what happened, and their gazes looked in unison in the direction of the earth. This is Chapter 7, The King's Marquis and the King's Prince. The crowd came back to their senses from their dumbfounded state and looked at Lin Green in the center of the formation in shock, with mixed feelings. Do I still need to make my abilities public? Chen Xingyuan's expression tightened and he shook his head. No need. Good. Chen Wenbin watched this scene, biting his lips tightly. He didn't understand why a commoner, a poor man, could awaken a divine-level divine prodigy, while he, the crown prince who was born on the pyramid and grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth from a young age, was actually only a ground-level divine prodigy. God level. God level ah. What makes him? Chen Wenbin's face twisted up, the arrogance he had developed since childhood preventing him from accepting this fact. You too, go to the military of Lingyang City to request for support. The divine-grade God Pro can't afford to lose. Chen Xingyuan gave orders to the 2 awakening officers who were in the same group as him. The 2 of them were also well aware of the importance of the divine-grade divine progenitor. Yes. Wait. Chen Wenbin made up his mind. He knew that if he missed this opportunity there would be no turning back. I remember that the legal benefits of the life and death contract override most laws, right? He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Green. The battle between us hasn't even started yet. Are you going to run away from the battle? Lin Lu's footsteps of leaving lurched as he turned his head to look at Chen Wenbin. What do you want? Dare to go to the dueling stage with me and fight to the death. Chen Xingyuan looked towards Chen Wenbin, a murderous aura that had almost condensed into substance pouring out. You should understand that there are countless earth levels in this world, while there are not many god levels. The sky began to darken. It was obviously morning, but the cloudy weather made this time as gloomy as the night. Lin Green raised her chin. I clearly did nothing, and I didn't even actively provoke you. Cut the crap, don't you dare. A misty rain drifted up in the sky. The slender raindrops sprinkled on one's face could not feel the temperature. The teenager's white hair moved with the wind, and his face could not be seen as an expression. Let's go. Summer is always like this, hot with bone-chilling cold, boiling hot like boiled water, but also with melting snow like cold. Hot weather, cold is the heart. The sky is still drizzling, the streets are crowded with cars, the sound of horns and shouting chaos. The neon lights in the center of the city are only in such darkness will not light up. At this moment, the downtown and the civilian areas are not far from each other. Lin Green stood on the dueling stage, pulling a pineapple-flavored boy's eye bar out of his pocket and placing it in his mouth. Ugh, it's raining. Buzz. The roar of a car's engine resonates through the streets, followed by the sound of a horn that seems to not be honked enough, as raindrops sprinkle the ground, nourishing the earth beneath their feet, nourishing the new life that is to come in this season of vitality. Lin Green stretched out a hand. Feel the force of the raindrops smashed in the palm. A thought. The surrounding rain seems to be pressed the pause button. The speed gradually slowed down and eventually transformed into rounded raindrops suspended in the Lin Green surroundings. Chen Xingyuan saw this scene, pupils contracted. Other people may not be able to see, but he can. The raindrops are not staying at Lin Green's side, but are approaching at an extremely slow speed. The closer it gets to Lin Green, the slower the speed becomes, and even then, it will never be able to touch Lin Green. But perhaps Lin Lu's mastery of the undershot jutsu was still unskilled, and occasionally a few raindrops broke through his blockade and landed on Lin Lu's body. It's like this world, the poor, no matter how hard he tries, even if he spends his whole life struggling, he can't climb to the peak to change his fate against the heavens, but the only thing that can help him is the fate he wants to rebel against, the only thing that he doesn't know when he will be able to be happy with the good fortune that will come down from the heavens. God-level divine progenitor is rare. Most people can't see the elegance of God-level divine progenitor in their whole life, not to mention these ordinary students who have awakened the yellow level and Xian level divine progenitor. In their eyes, God level was out of reach. Therefore, almost the entire school had come to observe this battle, wanting to catch a glimpse of the valor of a God-level God progenitor. Chen Wenbin slowly walked onto the stage and flung a piece of white paper in front of Lin Green. "Do you dare to sign it?" Lin Green hooked her finger, and under the control of infinity, the piece of paper stopped steadily in front of her, no longer wet by any drop of rain. He took the pen thrown over by Chen Wenbin, wrist flipped in the corresponding place to sign his name, and bit his finger with blood on the note, printed his fingerprints. "Is that enough? Count on a man." Under Infinite's control, this contract of life and death, which had already taken effect, was handed over to Chen Xingyuan, who sighed, feeling sorry for the teenager's bloodlust. "I declare that the battle begins. I Lua Soibina. This is signed? This is a life and death contract. Hesitation does not bring hesitation. I'm really brown. I ignore the risk of installing the first look at the name of the virus." Zhang Xiaoqing stood in the middle of the crowd. The rain hit her face and burrowed into her hair, but she seemed to be oblivious to it, only staring dead on at the two figures standing opposite each other on the stage, not knowing what she was thinking. River Principal simply moved to a chair to sit down, crossed his legs and looked at the cell phone screen constantly flashing City Secretary of Education 5 words. "Principal, are you really not going to stop it?" The Vice Principal asked tentatively. "Stop what? Stopping a God-level God Pro from establishing his authority? Even though I don't think that kid from the Chun clan can win against Lin Green either, but he's from the Chun clan after all. In case something happens, the Chun clan doesn't dare to retaliate against Lin Green, they could dare to retaliate against us. So what?" Principal Jiang looked at the vice principal playfully. "Don't forget where Lin Lu's alma mater is. Do you think the Chen clan's group can really move us? What you mean is, you were expecting this godly performance too, weren't you?" On the dueling stage, the two stood opposite each other, and Lin Green cocked his head. "How do we fight, turn-based or?" Chen Wenbin summoned the Divine Pro and sped towards Lin Green. The aura on his body was no longer concealed, and the pressure of the fifth turn of the Tao life was unmistakable. Fifth turn. The students under the stage let out a gasp as they saw Chen Wenbin's cultivation level. How many heavenly treasures did the Chun clan feed Chen Wenbin to make him reach the fifth turn after his awakening? Holy, I had thought that there was no suspense in this fight, now it looks like Lin Green is in danger. I had thought of this, Chen Wenbin isn't a little cutie, the equivalent realm surely wouldn't dare to get tough with a god-level God Pro. A crisp sword chime sounded, and Lin Green stood lazily in place, his azure-colored eyes revealing his indifference to everything. "You rich people, you always can't stand to see us stepping on your heads." Lin Green sidestepped to dodge the first sword, reaching out his right hand to pull Chen Wenbin's sword-wielding hand, while bending his left arm to deliver an elbow strike against Chen Wenbin's heart. "What about when we try to climb up? You guys don't give a damn. What about when we get lucky? You guys call us thugs again. It's normal for you to look down on me because I'm poor, and I understand this vile heart of yours, but you're messing with the wrong person." Chen Wenbin took a few steps back in pain, while Lin Green took the sunny stick out of his mouth and stepped towards the former. "Actually, if I had awakened to just a yellow or Shin level, I was planning to take a dentist exam because I love candy, but barring that, I would have had an imperial dentist by now." "Shut up. You're just a little bit lucky." "By what right?" Chen Wenbin once again rushed forward and stabbed his sword at Lin Green, who merely snapped his fingers and his figure flashed behind Chen Wenbin. "On what basis?" "On the basis that I've been unlucky for 36 years, is that enough?" Lin Green turned around and kicked his leg, kicking Chen Wenbin in the leg and punching him in the back. "Isn't your luck good enough? After enjoying it for 18 years, aren't you going to allow others to enjoy it?" Lin LV stepped forward to pick up Chen Wenbin, a pair of eyes hiding the anger buried in his heart for 18 years. "Kings and lords, would you rather have a breed?" He punched Chen Wenbin in the face, mixed with the traction of song, knocking out a few of Chen Wenbin's teeth, and punched Chen Wenbin's abdomen. The intense pain made Chen Wenbin unable to resist falling to his knees. The plastic candy stick of the boy's stick fell in front of Chen Wenbin. He raised his head, and he was greeted by the black soles of his shoes. Lin LV stepped on Chen Wenbin's face, crushing his lofty dignity along with his teeth. "Answer me, rather have balls." Chapter 8, Chen Wenbin's defeat. The sky was still overcast, black clouds accumulated in the sky above, the rain was still pattering down, the thin rain splattered on the face without a trace of feeling, the occasional wind blew the rain diagonally, allowing people to meet the baptism of the thin rain. On the dueling stage, Lin Green stepped on Chen Wenbin's face with one foot and loudly questioned him. Answer me, rather have balls. Chen Wenbin couldn't speak the words, he could only grip his delusion-destroying sword tightly, tears of pain welling up in his eyes, and he didn't even go to look at Lin Green, as if he was a clown whose dignity had been completely trampled on. However, dignity is never earned, is it? After an unknown amount of time, Lin LV lifted her foot from Chen Wenbin's face and turned away without looking back. Chen Wenbin slumped to the ground lost in thought, his eyes filled with despair as he looked up dully at Lin Lu's fading back, the white-haired figure about to leave the dueling stage. Ah! Chen Wenbin climbed up from the ground and threw the delusion-destroying sword towards Lin Green with all the strength of the fifth turn of the Dao life. Dignity was all earned, and only by killing Lin Green could he reclaim the dignity that had been trampled to pieces. The sound of breaking air sounded behind him. With 6 eyes, Lin Lu could clearly perceive everything around him. He turned around and launched the unlimited technique. Under the shelter of infinity, the flying sword that was speeding was slapped into the sky by Lin Lu, spinning like a thunderbolt, blowing up, penetrating through Chen Wenbin's abdomen, pinning him to the ground with a deathly grip. Bubbling blood gushed out from the created opening. The teenager's blood flowed like a stream. There was still drizzle in the air, and the long, thin raindrops sprinkled on his face, bringing a slight itching sensation. The sky was overcast, with black clouds rolling in overhead, which didn't match the drizzle. On the dueling stage, Chen Wenbin collapsed to the ground, his abdomen was penetrated by a long sword, and he was viciously nailed to the ground, his blood flowing like a stream. Lin LV stood expressionlessly across from him, a pair of azure-colored eyes ancient, as if the tragic state of the teenager in front of him had nothing to do with him. Rumble! Rumble! You dare to kill me? Chen Wenbin's hand gripped the longsword that ran through his abdomen in a death grip as he looked at Lin Green sinisterly. Why would I sign a life and death contract with you if I don't dare to kill you? Lin Lu raised an eyebrow. Is it to enjoy the sound of your pleas for mercy? I do enjoy it quite a bit, but I don't just have to enjoy the sound of your pleas for mercy, I also have to enjoy the process of taking away your life. Don't you intend to do the same? Lin Green added as if nothing had happened. I've given you many chances, but you didn't want them. You're the one who sought death. Heavy rain poured down, sending out a roar in the sky, seemingly venting in shouting. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me in advance. You're being a bit ridiculous, Chen Wenbin. Chen Wenbin was still talking tough, as if the one nailed to the ground by the longsword wasn't him. But Lin LV, the Qin clan won't let you go. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will be thwarted. Your words are a bit dense, buddy. Lin Green pulled out the longsword that Chen Wenbin had been running through and sent Chen Wenbin's own divine pro into his chest. You're too high on the Qin clan, and likewise, you're too high on yourself. Warm blood erupted onto Lin Lu's face, thunderous light appeared. The teenager's pale face looked like a demon from hell under the flash of white light. Chen Wenbin looked unbelievably at the long sword that had been inserted into his heart, and looked at Lin Green in stupefaction. You. Good night. Lin Green crouched down to grip the hilt of her sword, turning her wrist to stir Chen Wenbin's heart. Good boy. Lin Green let go of the hilt, and with the death of its possessor, the delusion-exterminating sword slowly dissipated with the blood of its owner as well as the sweat of its enemy. The rain was still pouring down, as if it was playing a sad piece of music. A sea of people in front of the dueling stage, shoulder to shoulder with the students with trembling eyes horrified at the dueling stage, one by one as if the face of the earth to look at the stage of the unwilling body. Some people cannot withstand the impact of blood, cannot help but vomit in place. He really killed someone. The only son of the chairman of the Chun group died just like this. Despite all the talk on stage, none of it had anything to do with Lin LV, who looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and rubbed his face with rainwater. A sliver of the black sky was broken open, and the ensuing radiant haze shone down on Lin Green, accompanied by a manly roar. Do you know who you killed? The only son of the chairman of the Chun group, Chen Wenbin. Lin LV's face was as normal. Are you ready to be retaliated against? Feel free to come, if you think you can do it. Lin Green opened his arms, his azure eyes flashing with a fearless brightness, mixed with a bit of playfulness. My name is Lin Green, a grassroots, and if you want to retaliate, I'm always at your disposal. Mad. It's crazy. Lin Green walked off the dueling stage without any haste, not bothering to look at Chen Wenbin for a second time since the beginning, as he walked straight to Chen Xingyuan's side. What should I do? They said they want to take revenge on me. Chen Xingyuan looked grimly at the family members of the deceased who had gone up to the stage to pack up the remains and took a step forward. Any factor that threatens the divine progenitor must be completely erased. My lord, a vicissitude voice resounded through the crowd as a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Chen Wenbin stepped out amongst the crowd. We do not have the mentality to retaliate, and we ask that your lordship please be magnanimous. I killed your son, you don't want to avenge him? Lin LV looked at the man playfully, his blue eyes flashing with a strange light. I want to, but I can't do it. Besides, he is to blame for all of this. If the god-level lord hasn't rested his anger yet, then this life of mine will be given to the lord. I hope that the lord won't hurt anyone else. He paused, his face struggling a bit. Woe is not as good as family. Chen Xingyuan looked towards Lin Green, as if seeking his opinion. Lin Green walked towards the man, each of his steps seemed to step on the man's heart, but he didn't retreat, he just stood groveling in place. A gust of wind brushed against the man, and when he looked back, the white-haired teenager had already appeared beyond the grand crowd, turning half his head, a cold light flashing in his blue eyes. When you have the next one, watch out for the tutelage. Chen Xingyuan followed behind Lin Green. He looked back at the man who had aged an unknown number of years in an instant. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes, only sadness. The dark clouds did not know when to disperse, belonging to the summer sunshine sprinkled in the city of Lingyang, hanging on the neon lights of the water droplets refracted colorful light. Even though the night has not yet arrived, at this moment, the neon still shines. Chapter 9, Zhang Xiaoqing's Death. Lin Green walked straight to Zhang Xiaoqing, a pair of blue eyes filled with laughter. You? Zhang Xiaoqing bit her lower lip and was about to say something. Lin Green interrupted with a wave of his hand. Big brother Chen, I'm a god-level god progenitor. Would there be any repercussions if I killed a heaven-level god progenitor? There are no repercussions under the premise of determining that the other party has malicious intent towards you. Good, Lin Green smiled and cocked her head. Then let's settle our scores, for example, the matter of you using me as a shield. I can't help it. I'm not a little cutie. If you asked me to block the knife for you before you awaken to the heavenly rank, I'll admit it, but why would you continue to make Qin Wenbin resent me even more after you awaken to the heavenly rank? Zhang Xiaoqing's face turned pale as she didn't know what to do for a moment. I feel guilty about you, that's why I want to protect you. Wow, Lin Green did a double take. That's so great, I'm going to do the same for you. Zhang Xiaoqing was overwhelmed by Lin Green's change in attitude. She opened her mouth and looked at Lin Green's harmless face, remembering how he had just brutally murdered Qin Wenbin. Her pupils contracted. If your eyes were a bit more sincere at that time, maybe I would have believed it. Lin Lu put away her smile and became cold once again. It's true that you were trying to save yourself earlier and pushed me out to block the knife, but then, after awakening to the heavenly level, you weren't of that mind. As the top group of geniuses in this world, however, you suddenly wanted to try and play with people's hearts. You wanted to watch the enraged Qin Wenbin brutally murder me on the dueling stage, or to watch me scurry away under Qin Wenbin's pursuit, leaving my dignity behind and fleeing. He paused. Beautiful lady, I didn't provoke you, did I? Zhang Xiaoqing's face no longer had a trace of blood on it, and she shook her head in panic, wanting to deny it. No, I really didn't. I really just wanted to protect you. Silence is the best response. Lin Green didn't say anything as he remained expressionless as he looked at Zhang Xiaoqing, at this talented young girl. Ha 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 ha. The teenager suddenly laughed, a tear of laughter drilling out of the corner of his eye as he walked up and patted the dumbfounded Zhang Xiaoqing. Scared silly? Don't be like that, I haven't had enough fun yet. He put his mouth to Zhang Xiaoqing's ear and whispered softly, if you want to be a hunter, you need to have that skill too, missy. No, it's not like that, it's not. Zhang Xiaoqing stepped back in panic, the scent of blood from Lin Lu's body burrowed into the tip of her nose, furiously brightening her taste buds as the young girl failed to take a single step and fell steadily to the ground as the demonic white-haired teenager lowered his head to look at her, tilting his head. Don't you come over. Zhang Xiaoqing used all her strength to get up from the ground. She turned to look at the crowd. Save me, I was framed by Lin Lu, I didn't think that. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end it was as thin as a mosquito's voice. Everyone was looking at her calmly, the contempt in their eyes unmistakable. Justice is in the hearts of men. Such a serpentine heart can actually awaken a heavenly grade divine progenitor. The heavens are not open to us? Ha ha ha, when could a heaven rank be insulted by such a person? Thanks to that, I thought this woman was kind at first, but I didn't expect it to be so insidious. I saw it long ago. If she really harbored a sense of guilt towards Lin LV, why didn't she stop his duel with Qin Wenbin? Why didn't she go to help when Qin Wenbin displayed his Dao Life 5th turn cultivation? I clearly saw that the principal and the others moved at that time. You've seen it again, brother understanding. Hearing everyone hurling abuse at her, Zhang Xiaoqing couldn't stand it any longer and summoned the divine pro to hurl herself towards the crowd. She's crazy. The ancient replica mirror drew a graceful arc in the air, wrapped in spiritual energy and flew towards the section of the crowd with the loudest cries, causing a gasp of shock. Nonsense! Principal Jiang stood up with a swish, the aura of the Dao Sea realm exploding as he instantly moved in front of the replica mirror to carry that heavy force. Zhang Xiaoqing, do you know what you're doing? Off! At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqing had gone completely insane, fuming like a madman, urging her spiritual energy to hit those around her. Although most of them were senior students who had just succeeded in their awakening, and were generally at the realm of the first turn of the Dao life with Zhang Xiaoqing, the gap between their talents made Zhang Xiaoqing's strength far exceed theirs. With one hand on top of Zhang Xiaoqing's maddened fist, the white-haired, blue-eyed teenager looked at her expressionlessly. Are you looking for death? Get lost! Terrifying spiritual energy erupted out, and Zhang Xiaoqing stepped into the second turn of the Dao destiny with the remaining aura after the awakening of the heavenly grade divine progenitor in a situation of extreme fear. In front of the gusts of wind that were capable of blowing ordinary people over at will, Lin Green's figure loomed large, his right hand that held Zhang Xiaoqing's fist slightly exerted force, and the crisp sound of cracking bones overshadowed the screams and cacophony of voices that were heard by the crowd. Zhang Xiaoqing's face twisted as she slowly fell to her knees, her other hand grasping the wrist of her crushed fist, extreme pain coming from the incision, her mouth opening to let out an agonizing wail, crystal saliva flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Calm down? At this moment, the cloaked Zhang Xiaoqing sat disheveledly on her knees, ignoring Lin Green. Lin Green sighed and crossed over to her to walk towards Chen Xingyuan. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqing raised her head and an ancient mirror appeared in her hand, and in the next instant, the pitch-black delusion extinguishing sword drilled out of the mirror and flew towards Lin Green's back. Ugh, why bother? Lin Green, who possessed 6 eyes, clearly saw this scene and turned around and slapped his palm on the sword. I gave you a chance. In the next moment, Lin Green wielding the delusion-destroying sword brushed against Zhang Xiaoqing, drops of blood hanging from the sword, dripping downwards, while Zhang Xiaoqing fell to the ground covering her neck in agony, a thin line of blood slowly cracking at that snow-white neck. And thanks to you too, I've basically mastered the no-downside jutsu, although I wasted some time, it's not bad. The delusion-destroying sword in Lin Green's hand dissipated with Zhang Xiaoqing's death, and he clapped his hands as if he wanted to remove the dirty blood, but his hands were clearly dripping with blood. Brother Chen, what's the next step? Chen Xingyuan looked back. Going to the military region or the city government is up to you, both places are strong enough to shelter you. I want to go home first, Lin Lu shrugged. My grandfather is still waiting for me at home. It's not good to leave without saying a word, and I also hope that the official people can protect my grandfather by the way. Your grandfather? Chen Xingyuan's mouth twitched as he thought of the pale figure hanging in the air. Protecting your grandfather? The peak of Dao Emperor needs someone. To protect him? Despite this thought, he still agreed. Let's go, we'll go to your house first, and then go to the military or the city government later. Chapter 10, Child, you actually have a father and a mother. After the rain, the air was fresh, the streets were still full of cars, the glass planes of the buildings were glittering with colored light, and the warm sunlight shone across the humid air on people, scattering in the soil and urging new life. Chen Xingyuan drove Lin Green as he sped through the streets, the latter sitting on the co-pilot with a pair of bright blue eyes, a sunny stick in his mouth, and a small lime green ball slowly rotating on his fingertips. Chen Xingyuan glanced at it. Is this your divine prosperity effect? I have no desire to pry into your secrets, I'm just curious. Lin Green smiled faintly. It's fine brother Chen, technically it's sort of, my divine prodigy comes with a martial art, is that normal? It's not bad. Chen Xingyuan eyed ahead and stepped on the gas pedal. The car roared as it rounded the vehicle in front of him. Although god pros that come with their own martial arts are rare, it's not unheard of either. Generally this kind of martial arts can only be used in conjunction with a god pro. That's so, then how much effect does a normal god pro have? There's usually only one at the heavenly level, and at the divine level, it's random. Lin Green was silent for a while. My martial arts are somewhat special. Do you know that there exists a substance in space called infinity? Martial arts characteristics? Think of it this way. Does it do anything? Lin Green thought for a moment. My martial arts can manipulate the infinity in the air and do traction through jutsu shunsu, while increasing myself for high-speed movement or instantaneous movement. That doesn't sound bad, but such a strong martial art must consume a lot of spiritual energy. Is there no other effect? There's a more counterintuitive one. Tell me. To summarize, it is probably, the consumption of spiritual energy when using martial arts is almost zero. Zero. The car's tires hugged the ground, pulling a trail of flickering fire across the asphalt highway, and the whole thing came to a stop after pulling a trajectory across the highway in a circle. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the horn behind the car was incessant. Chen Xingyuan's car straddled the center of the road, turning a deaf ear to the tirades of the driver behind him and the sound of the horn. What did you say? Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Green with wide eyes, his hot eyes as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Lin Green repeated it word for word. No. Not a brother. Chen Xingyuan grabbed Lin Green's shoulders and began to shake them frantically. You are a human being. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Lin LV was shaken by Chen Xingyuan, and he struggled to extend a hand backward. We're in the way. Only then did Chen Xingyuan come back to his senses from the shock, turning the car around and driving onward towards the civilian area with a kick of the gas. This ability of yours is a bit perverted. I think so too, or else with the high consumption of the no downside technique, I'd have to be sucked dry before I could use it. Any other effects? Yes. My field of vision was opened up, and even with my eyes closed, I could observe my surroundings 360. Okay, you can shut up now. Chen Xingyuan had clearly broken his defenses, and didn't initiate a single word with Lin Ro for the rest of the way. Lin Green was holding a sunny stick in her mouth and looked sideways at Chen Xingyuan. Big brother Chen, what is your divine prosperity? Hearing Lin Green's address, Chen Xingyuan almost slammed on the brakes again. My divine prospect is a heavenly level, returning ruins remnant. The only effect is to change the surroundings into my domain. What's that? Take the time to give you a demonstration, and also, don't call me brother Chen. According to the generation, I am your uncle. You wait a moment. Lin LV fiercely brought her face to Chen Xingyuan's face, the two faces pressed tightly together. Uncle. Yes, kissing uncle. No. How old are you? 25. How old am I? 18.
You're a 25, that's my uncle who's an 18. Also, you know my mom? That's nonsense, the old man wanted me too late, old enough to understand, right? How can I be your uncle and not know your mom? Didn't my mom and my dad die? Who said that? Chen Xingyuan looked at Lin Green in horror. Someone had actually started a rumor that Lin Zian and Chen Ya were dead. My master. Chen Xingyuan turned his head back breathlessly. You believe whatever your grandfather says. Your grandfather said what you do not believe what and I have not seen my parents from birth to now. Don't bull me, your mom even held you when she gave birth to you. Is now the time to dwell on this? Lin LV looked at Chen Xingyuan eagerly. Uncle, what's going on? Chen Xingyuan said while driving, your father and your mother are in the abyss at this time. As for cultivation, they should all be Dao Emperors at this time. Dao Emperor. He brought his face next to Chen Xingyuan's and pointed one finger at himself. Am I that easy to fool? I have a brain please. Don't be surprised, Chen Xingyuan found something to talk about that would shock Lin Lu and decided to get his revenge. Your grandfather is still a peak Dao Emperor. Lin Lu froze for a moment, and the zai zai stick in her mouth dropped. The figure of the old man who smoked and drank heavily and was unkempt appeared in her mind. Peak Dao Emperor, him? The old man is at the peak of the Dao Emperor? Peak millet porridge is more like it. It's better to wait until we reach your home to ask Lord Lin Emperor yourself about the specifics. Carry the ground? Lin as in unicorn, Emperor as in emperor. The car crossed over the Chanda Mall and drove into the civilian area, and Lin Lu looked back with mixed feelings in her heart. Perhaps the next time she went to Cheetah Cinema again, it would be to watch a movie. In this place where she had worked for 3 years, she would finally one day be able to enjoy the general treatment of the rich. Meow. With a familiar cat's purr, the car came to a steady stop in front of the unit building. Lin Green got out of the car and led Chen Xingyuan back to his home, taking out the key to open the door to his room. Inside the living room, 2 old men were sitting on the sofa talking to each other, and there were 2 cups of steaming tea on the coffee table, filling the room with the aroma of poor quality tea. Buyo, the children are back. Lin, you noticed the 2 men. The other old man also looked at the 2 with a smile, Green, and the Chen family boy. At this moment, Chen Xingyuan was already scared silly, while Lin LV had yet to realize the seriousness of the matter. Old master, I heard that you're at the peak of the Dao Emperor, let's compare? Lin Yu smiled faintly and extended a finger to his unruly grandson. Fly. As the words fell, Lin Green only felt a sense of weightlessness hit him, and his entire body flew toward the window. Then, Lin Yu looked at Chen Xingyuan with a smile. How did he know that I'm a Dao Emperor? Didn't I tell you to shut up? Chen Xingyuan only felt chills all over his body as he smiled awkwardly. That, old master when you said shut up, I didn't seek to be shutting this mouth. Fly. Chen Xingyuan's figure followed Lin Green, and outside the building, Lin Green had just gotten up from the ground when he was crushed by Chen Xingyuan. It doesn't hurt. You're on top of me, uncle. A soft force lifted both of them up, how they flew out and back. Lin Green slowed down and saw the 2 old men looking at themselves kindly. Grandpa, this is. Oh, you mean him, Huaxia's current chief. Chief. Hey, the chief waved his hand in greeting at Lin Green. My last name is Shou, just call me Chief Shou. Chief Shou. Lin Lu hurriedly nodded her head. Old Lin some things have been hidden from the child for 18 years, it's time for the truth to come out. Lin Yu sighed, his old eyes were devoid of their usual cloudiness. Actually, I originally wanted to wait for this child to cultivate a Dao Emperor before telling him, but I didn't expect Kid Chen to shake it all out for me. Chen Xingyuan cowered to the side, no longer having the arrogance that he had just faced Principal Jiang at Lingyang City's 2nd middle school. Son thief. Hey! Lin Green responded, looking at his grandfather with eyes full of anticipation. Lin Yu grinned, revealing the same smile as when he told Lin Lu that you have no father and no mother. Child, you actually have a father and a mother. Chapter 11, An Explosion from the Dao Day. Child, you actually have a father and a mother. Hearing these words, Lin Lu's heart was full of mixed feelings, not knowing whether to be happy or touched, and a tear rolled in her eye. When Chen Xingyuan elaborated on this matter to him, Lin Lu's heart was only excited. So I have parents, so they are so strong. But when Lin Yu personally admitted to him, all the dust settled, and the pent-up aggression in his heart suddenly exploded. If they really exist, then why haven't they come to see me for so many years to let me know that I am a child with parents? Even though his soul age was 36, after all, Lin Green had only spent 2 teenage years, and even if he was mentally mature, he was still just a child at heart. In this world, he has lived too aggrieved, doing everything on his own, never felt the care of a father's love and a mother's love, obviously already adapted to such a solitary life, but when the moment he knew the truth, there was still a great sense of discrepancy in his heart. The so-called parents really loved me? Agreeing, Lin Yu rear serious once, he looked at Lin Lu, his eyes full of heartache. Grandpa knows how hard you have lived these 18 years, but your mom and dad set up too many strong enemies in the abyss. Before you have the power of self-preservation, they don't dare to let you expose your identity. Grandpa is not intentionally letting you live a bitter life, just that Grandpa does not know when he will have to suddenly return to the abyss. At that time, you can only rely on yourself. You can't be pampered, you only have to forge ahead.
Lin Green nodded his head, although he recognized Lin Yu's words, his heart was always overjoyed. In fact, your mother secretly returned to Earth to see you a few times over the past 18 years, and each time she left a letter. Lin Yu pulled open the drawer under the coffee table, and at the bottom of a pile of miscellaneous items, there was a thick stack of envelopes pressed. These were written by your parents, they wrote them together, but I never showed them to you. If you want to hate Grandpa. Lin Lu walked to Lin Yu's side, took the stack of envelopes. The light as a feather paper was heavy in his hand, his heart could not be calmed for a long time. I don't hate you, I just a little too much. Well, old Lin, the Hall of Dao Emperor actually let the child live so aggrieved. Zhou Lao sighed, stood up and touched Lin Green's head. Child, I have a deep friendship with your grandfather. Since he does not love you, then I love, except a dry grandson. Lin Lu, who was originally in frustration, raised her head in surprise, looked at Zhou Lao's kind smile, and froze in place for a moment.
Brat, what's the hesitation? Quickly call your god-grandfather.
Lin Yu laughed and scolded.
God-grandfather. Hey! Chen Xingyuan on the other side had already looked dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the inappropriate scene, he really wanted to give himself 2 slaps first to see if this was a dream or not.
He had awakened the heavenly god-level god progenitor. His father and mother were the most ferocious existences in the abyss, his grandfather was the most ferocious existence in the last abyss, and he had recognized the strongest person in China as his god-grandfather.
What, you want to take off?
Forget it, let's just be quiet and be an NPC, or else the old man will make him fly again. The brat has awakened a god-level god progenitor, right? Lin Yu looked at Lin Green's pair of eyes. I didn't expect it to be an insta-god progenitor. Elder Zhou also looked into Lin Green's eyes, pondering.
I just received a report that there are a total of 4 divine-level divine progenitor awakening successes in Huaxia this year. One is Green, one is the genius kid from Jiangxi, and the other 2, well, the Yanjing Chen family and the Bai family each have one. Chen family, it's Chen Dao Moist, right? Chen Xingyuan didn't hold back from interjecting.
That's right, it's Chen Daoyu. Zhou Lao looked at Chen Xingyuan cheerfully, counting up. You should be his cousin uncle.
Pretty much. What divine-level divine progenitor has this kid awakened? Chen Xingyuan asked without caring.
Which has so much etiquette, in their own home as their own family is not good. The old man waved his hand. Obviously for these things do not care. It is the green dragon crescent blade, the only effect of the power of the martial saints, to be able to instantly understand the weakness of the other side's moves. The longer the fight, the higher the damage received, the higher the increase of their own various abilities, the higher the increase. Perverted ability, are all the god levels of this term so perverted? Chen Xingyuan held his tongue for a long time before spitting out this sentence. Is the Bai family the youngest daughter of Bai Zhengfeng? Counting her age she should have awakened. Yeah, this little girl's awakened god pro is quite interesting. Zhou Lao casually waved his hand. The space around him was rendered a golden color, in which a tang sword quietly hovered in front of a few people, the same as my god pro, the legend of China. The golden glow flashed before their eyes, and when Lin Lu came back to her senses, she found herself back in the house. A sliver of sunlight drilled into the house through the window, rendering the living room and bedroom golden, and a long golden sword hovered in front of the old man's chest, swirling with unspeakable might. It can't be? Chen Xingyuan's eyes widened. Chinese legend, the expressionless old man opened his mouth salaciously. 3 effects. First, you can forcefully create a weak point of the enemy unit. Hitting the weak point causes damage roughly 3 times as much as sending an attack. Second, no matter how far away you are from God Pro, you can ignore the distance and instantly move to God Pros nearby. The third, well. The old man blinked. Confidential. Brat, where's your God Advent effect? Let the 2 grandfathers see it. Lin Green summarized in his mind and decided to conceal the 4th effect. The first effect, the self-contained martial art infinity technique, can simulate a substance called infinity in space, and by manipulating infinity to perform traction, high-speed movement, and instantaneous movement. The second effect, I can observe everything around me at the same time in 360 without any dead angle, even with my eyes closed. The third effect, when using martial arts, the consumption of spiritual energy is near zero. After Lin Green finished speaking, an air of silence permeated the entire living room. Chen Xingyuan, who already knew about this, no longer felt much of anything. Instead, he was enjoying the shock of the 2 Dao emperors with great interest. As for the 2 seniors, good grandson, the old man surnamed Zhou's fingers trembled, and the trembling wrinkles on his face spoke of the shock of this old man who had seen great storms. You didn't lie, did you? No. Lin Green harmlessly scratched his white hair. Lin Yu and Elder Zhou looked at each other and smiled, and in the next moment, the 2 Dao Emperor powerhouses that were put out enough to make the earth or the abyss shake 3 times let out sharp bursts of sound. Chapter 12, Lin Yu running to the abyss. After the explosion, everything returned to calm, leaving only 2 pairs of pale eyes full of expectation, the kind of eyes that looked like they were looking at a supreme beauty, causing chills to run through Lin Green's body. The 2 old men, the halas are flowing on the ground. Lin Yu wiped his mouth and excitedly stood up and spun around Lin Green. I'm so brown, big grandson, what kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Chief Zhou couldn't contain his excitement either, and couldn't help but pull on Lin Green's hand. The color of appreciation in his eyes was self-evident. With one effect like this alone, one can be completely invincible at the same level. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu raised his voice to the sky and his pale hair trembled. I knew that my old Lin family had many talents, and that there are strong and weak god-level god prodigies, and with a god prodigy like this I can say that it nearly surpasses all of the god-level god prodigies that have already appeared. No, this time the spot at Yenjing University must be given to you. What words, shouldn't it be given? Lin Yu was a bit dissatisfied. It's not like that, Chief Zhou spread his hands helplessly. Those two little kids from the Chen and Bai families are definitely going to Yenjing University, so that there are many other first-class universities that don't have a divine quota. Originally, I wanted to arrange a Louis to Fudan University, but now it seems that it's not necessary. My god-grandchildren I have to personally watch over.
By the way, Elder Zhou, what is the fourth divine progenitor of the divine rank?
Chief Zhou took out his cell phone and handed it to Qin Xingyuan. See for yourselves.
Lin LV also came over to the cell phone and a picture of a teenager came into view.
The teenager's eyebrows are clear, but from the photo you can see the high and cold temperament that no one should get close to. His name is labeled at the bottom of the photo, Qin Mai. Chen Xingyuan slid the screen, and information about Qin Mai began to unfold. Male, 18 years old, from Ganzhou, Jiangxi.
Divine Pro, Tian Songyun Sword.
Unique effect, nothing can be cut, the absolutely sharp blade can cut through any substance. This is the last Japanese Prime Minister's God Pro. Chief Zhou pulled out a cigarette and compared it to Lin Green, lighting it and placing it in his mouth. With such a powerful effect, this God Pro is known as the strongest single-attack God-ranked God Pro, and this year is really full of talent.
Nothing can be chopped. Absolute sharpness.
These 8 words were reflected in Lin Green's eyes as he nodded slightly, his heart vaguely looking forward to meeting this Qin Mai.
I wonder if your Tian Songyun Sword can cut through my infinity?
Well, it's time for me to leave after all this time of nagging. Chief Zhou took away his own cell phone and stroked Lin Green's head. If you encounter anything you can't solve on your own, feel free to come and find me. He turned his head to look at Chen Xingyuan. Chen boy, it's time to walk out. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to bid him farewell, Chief Zhou's figure turned into a streak of light and went far away. Since Lord Lin Emperor is here, I won't be a class act about protecting you. Chen Xingyuan nodded at Lin Green and smiled mysteriously. I'm going to turn in, great nephew. With Chen Xingyuan's departure, this warm little home was once again left with only Lin Green and Lin Yu, one old and one young. Ah Green, Lin Yu took out a ring from his pocket and handed it to Lin Green. Inside here are some cultivation resources. These days you can stay at home without worrying. Don't go out. These resources can also provide your body with energy, so you don't have to worry about the problem of eating.
Then what are you doing to go, old master?
Lin Lu was a little puzzled. Lin Yu smiled and touched his grandson's head. Grandpa is going to the abyss.
Abyss?
But that old man Lao Zhou didn't just come here for you, but also partly to deliver news to me that the 100 refined red gold has been found.
100 refinement red gold, Lin Lu muttered twice. What is this thing? What cultivation level is Grandpa? Peak Dao Emperor. What is the next realm? Dao.
Pole, Lin LV looked at her grandfather in shock. You can't be.
Is this 100 refined red gold the key to your advancement to Dao Extreme?
Well, the so-called Dao Extreme is to reach the extreme in a certain aspect. The path I chose is the extreme of my energy attribute. The sugar of gold, old Zhou is the same as me as a peak Dao Emperor. His path is the same as mine. As long as I take the 100 refinements of red gold I will have the hope to advance to the Dao Extreme within my lifetime. This old man has given the opportunity to me.
You?
Lin Green looked at his grandfather's aged face. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. I'm sorry Green, humans have never had a Dao pole in 400 years, although there is a slight advantage in the abyssal battlefield. As long as any one of those 3 Dao poles of the foreign races makes a move, the situation will be instantly reversed, so humans must have a Dao pole, even if it's just one. You go Grandpa, Lin Green made up her mind, you're just feeding me millet porridge every day here anyway.
Brat.
Lin Yu stroked Lin Green's head, his dim eyes full of kindness. Next I will set up a ban in my home to prevent anyone from approaching you. After arriving at the abyss I will arrange for a strong person under your parents' command to protect you. Before he arrives, you can cultivate in peace. In addition, the old man paused, there are still sunny bars inside this ring, save some to eat, be careful of your teeth, remember to cultivate in peace when you arrive at Yenjing University later on, get on good terms with those god-level god pros, your partners who will fight side by side in the future, don't save face if you're very underpunched, directly beat, remember, your background is no worse than anyone else,
both us and yourself have given you the capital to be arrogant.
Listening to Lin Yu's gushing words, Lin Lu ignored the spittle that crumbled onto his body and laughed from the bottom of his heart.
Are you kid listening carefully?
Very seriously. Lin Yu also smiled as he pinched his grandson's face. Even though it's millet porridge, it's full of heavenly treasures, so you'll be able to feel the benefits when you cultivate.
Grandpa, when will you be back after this trip?
Lin Yu fell silent, and the hand on Lin Green's face froze in the air for a long time, and he rubbed Lin Green's white hair, messing up the already messy chicken nest of hair even more.
It won't take long.
10 years at most. Lin Green's tone was unusually firm, a light called confidence shining in his eyes. I will go to the abyss to find you, to find Mom and Dad, I will. Lin froze, he looked at his grandson, then slapped his hand heavily on Lin Green's shoulder. Good boy, I'll wait for you. At noon, obviously the most lively time of the day, the originally cozy little home was left with only the white-haired teenager, who gently rubbed the ring on his left hand and looked towards the thick stack of envelopes on the coffee table. I'll be there. Lin Green picked up the stack of envelopes and pulled out the one labeled 1. The brown envelope could be seen to be slightly yellowed. Lin took out a stick from her pocket and put it in her mouth, took a deep breath and opened the heavy letter. Compared to the age of the envelope, the white paper was more like it had just been purchased, the clear ink seemed to be undried, and the beautiful and dynamic font was interspersed with the big grinning font, as if a man and a woman could be seen through the letter. Mom and Dad. Lin Green steadied herself, biting the candy bar in her mouth, and began to skim the text. A green pro-enlightenment. Midori, it's been a long time, I'm Mom. And Dad. Chapter 13, wishing you a sky full of stars. A green pro-opening. Midori, it's been a long time, I'm Mom. And Dad. The white paper trembled, no, the hand. Lin Green sat on the couch, her eyes red, trying to calm down but realizing she couldn't. Obviously, I have already adapted to a life without you guys, why do you guys have to barge into my life again? The hand gripping the paper was still trembling, leaving yellow fingerprints on the white paper. The appearance of his parents in his past life surfaced in his mind, and with it their voices and smiles. The memory that had been blurred for 18 years suddenly became clear, and every moment spent with his parents since he could remember was replayed in his mind, frame by frame, on a walkie-talkie. Pain is like this, when you care about it never bring you any feeling, and when you think you have been able to fight it, can laugh at it, it will be like a tidal wave washing your mind, watering your soul. Just wait, I'll go back, I will. A crystal tear slid across Lin Green's cheek while he wasn't looking and dripped onto the dark ink. It blurred the handwriting and also blurred his eyes. Today's Green is already 7 years old. In a flash it's time to go to elementary school. The last time I saw you was when you were naked and wailing in your mother's arms. Mother almost didn't recognize you. There were traces on the paper that had been wetted by a small piece of water. If it wasn't Linlu's tears, whose were they? Linlu wiped her tears, her fingers gently rubbed at the place where the water stain was, and muttered, what to do? Suddenly I want to forgive you guys. But then again, Mom still recognized you. Who let you be born by Mom? When I saw you go to elementary school by yourself, Mom was really heartbroken. Other children have Mommy and Daddy holding hands, but Alu only had a canvas school bag. How much Mom wanted to appear in front of you at that time, pulling your little hand. Your hand must be very soft, but Mom couldn't. No matter whether it's in the abyss or on Earth, there are too many bad people who are against Mom. Mom can't let you appear in their field of vision. Sorry. Green. The beautiful, soulful script came to an abrupt end on a large water stain, and the next paragraph was in a large, grinning font. Oh yo, this is not Daddy's little man. Your mom ran to the side and cried. It's true that it's still a woman. Look at Daddy, not a single tear can flow out. This is strong. Didn't I say not a single tear can flow out? Why is there still a small water stain? Pops, you're too dishonest. Secretly tell you a secret. Oh, your mother actually did not recognize you. Just see that head of white hair to determine that it is you. Scratch that. Although Dad didn't go, he heard Mom say that you look handsome. Isn't that nonsense? Your old man, I have this face value. When I was young there were countless girls who were crazy about me, although you were affected by your mom's face value for a bit, but the good thing is that your dad, my genes are still relatively strong. The sentence came to an abrupt end, obviously interrupted. The big grin was replaced by a beautiful font, and the warmth belonging to a mother once again jumped off the page. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. He has a way of deceiving people. A Green, you have not thought of Mama? I guess not, because Mom in your eyes may be just a code name, no specific meaning in it. Another large water stain, only this time the words did not cross the water stain, the ink was haloed by the tears, the original good-looking words became swollen at this moment, full of a mother's thoughts and guilt, and love. Dad is right, Mom shouldn't have gone to see you, and I shouldn't have gone to see you even if I missed you, because I missed you even more after seeing you, but Mom can't help it. You might think that Mom is so bad. She didn't come to see you for so many years, but Mom really misses you. How many times did Mom want to give up the war in the abyss and come back to Earth to take care of you, and in a bright afternoon take a marshmallow and suddenly jump to you and twist your face, but Mommy can't. If Mommy leaves here, it would mean that so many innocent people would have to be sacrificed. Mommy can only give up thinking about you. It's Mommy who's bad. I'm sorry, Green. Large water stains separated parts of the letter. Thoughts across time materialized at this moment. Linlu's hand that was pinching the letter paper trembled violently. For a long time, he sighed, put down the white paper and took a deep breath. Below the water stains, the large grinning font returned, this time much more scribbled. A man's back who gritted his teeth and struggled to write appeared in front of Linlu's eyes. He looked back. He couldn't see the face, but he could clearly see the tears in the corner of the man's eyes. Forget it, Dad lied to you. In fact, Dad also cried. A Green, if you are careful enough you can see a little bit of tear stains in the last paragraph. Ha 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 ha, but cannot learn from Dad. Oh, all your mom, she cried to make me want to cry as well. In fact, Dad also misses you. Also want to give you a complete childhood, but Mom and Dad cannot do. This is the price of good talent. Really troublesome. So annoying. Obviously have a belly full of words want to write to you, but pick up the pen, do not know what to write. The handwriting became more and more scribbled, as if the hand holding the pen was writing faster and faster. The war drums are sounding, the war has started again, it seems that I can only write here the big grinning font squeezed together like a helpless little person. I'll go first. La Green, let your mom write you 2 more sentences. Green, you must be strong, mom and dad don't love you, they just can't help it. When mom and dad can return to Earth, we'll get you whatever you want, even if you want the stars in the sky, we'll pick them for you, okay? Mommy doesn't know what to write anymore, just miss you so much, these hateful foreigners, interrupting my thoughts, so let's write it here, let's see mommy and daddy go and teach them a lesson. The letter came to an end, and in the end, the graceful, soulful script was crossed with a large grin, as if the man had written one word and the woman the next. Take care of yourself, oh Green, you have to be strong, mom and dad love you. We promise, when the family reunion, we promise you a sky full of stars, how about it? That's something other kids don't get. At the end of the last, a little bloodstain dotted the end of the paper, where the bottom right corner of the paper was. Love. Mom and Dad. Lin Green didn't know how many times he read it, until the paper was almost crushed, until the tears were almost soaking the paper with thoughts. He took the letter away from his eyes and gently folded it up and put it back into the envelope. He forced himself to read the remaining letters, finally putting them all back in place, stacking the stack of envelopes on top of each other and storing them away in the bottom layer of the coffee table drawer, using a pile of clutter to deaden them underneath. The white-haired teenager slumped on the edge of his bed, the long chewed-up plastic candy bar of a Boy Scout stick in his mouth, the thick plastic flavor filling his mouth so thick he couldn't tell if it was bitter or sweet. The sun was sinking in the west, and the red haze poured over the teenager, stretching his lonely shadow so long. Finally, the teenager lifted his head, his long eyelashes shining orange-red in the setting sun as he spat out the candy stick and smiled weakly in the direction his grandfather had left. You're all forgiven. Chapter 14. The Protector's Path ends. 2 days later. The first rays of the morning sunlight spilled through the bedroom window onto Lin Green's white hair, and the teenager sat cross-legged on his bed, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air against the early morning light. That was fast, 2 days to raise from Dao Life first turn to Dao Life fourth turn. The teenager jumped down from the bed and took out a sunny stick and stuffed it in his mouth. Since Lin wandered away, Lin Green followed his grandfather's words and kept himself locked up in his home to cultivate. Due to the ample resources and strong talent, Lin Green only spent 2 days to raise his third turn cultivation. Ha! The teenager yawned cozily and waddled out of his bedroom, taking out Lin Yu's collection of low-quality tea leaves to make a cup of clear tea before turning on the TV and watching it aimlessly. Tasting the sweetness in his mouth, a point of happiness at least surfaced on Lin Lu's expressionless face. These days his mouth was about to fade out of the bird. The resources provided by Lin Yu were able to provide energy to the body to a certain extent while increasing his cultivation, which could ensure that Lin Lu would not starve to death, but not eating every day made the mouth of the gluttonous Lin Lu's mouth empty, so he could only rely on the sunny stick to satisfy his oral cavity. Ding bell. The caller tone of his cell phone rang, and Lin Green was a bit curious as to who in the world could call him as of right now. The cell phone screen showed unfamiliar number. Lin Lu put the cell phone to his ear, smoothly lying on the sofa, pressed the answer button. Crooked? Lin Green. You don't want to work anymore, do you? What, you're not coming to work after your awakening? Lin Green heard the voice of the theater store manager and replied lazily. Store manager, I'm planning to leave my job, I have some things going on at home. The store manager on the other end of the phone was silent for a while and spoke in a deep voice. Something happened to your grandfather? How much money do you need? I'll call your pay card. Ha! Lin Green froze, and when she didn't hold it steady, her cell phone snapped to the ground. Hello? Are you listening, Lin Green? Life has difficulties as normal, but we cannot therefore decadence. How much money do you need I lend you, these days? As you work all day plus paid vacation. Store manager. What's wrong? Thank you. It's not a big deal. We can't be poor, understand? Not so, shopkeeper. Lin Lu picked up the phone. Awakening results are not bad, has been absorbed to go to the big city to go to college, and some people funded me. That's good. The store manager on the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Then in that case I'll do your separation. That paid vacation. Off. Toodle oh. Lin Green moved the phone away from her ear and shrugged. This store manager isn't bad. Of course, the knife mouth and tofu heart old man. A man wearing a black standardized trench coat appeared on the sofa at an unknown time, drinking the tea that Lin Green had brewed. You? Who are you? The no lower limit jutsu was instantly activated, wrapped in gravitational force, pale, attacked towards the man in black, while the man in black just glanced at the ball of ever-expanding cyan-colored energy, lightly catching it with a palm, and pinched, pale, into the palm of his hand and annihilated it in the gaze of Lin Green's astonishment. The force and perception are good, it's the reaction that's too poor. He put down his teacup and looked at Lin Green. I didn't deliberately astringent my aura, but you found me but failed to counteract accordingly in the first place. The man stood up from the couch and dropped to one knee as Lin Green looked even more surprised. My humble servant, Road End, meet the young lord. From today onwards, my humble servant is your Taoist protector and instructor. Young lord? Lin Ro stretched her neck to get closer to Lu Ju, stretching out her finger to point at herself. Me? Lu Ju stood up sharply, his expression unassuming. I came here on the orders of the Lin Emperor. There is a restriction set by Lord Lin Emperor here. If not for Lord Lin Emperor's permission, I can't undo it. Although he already believed it, Lin Green still sensed the prohibition left behind by his grandfather and realized that the strong aura had dispersed at some point. Then, Brother Lu, what is your strength? 6th realm, Dao Lord. Ilu Abin, Dao Monarch Ah. Lin Green is excited abnormally, although parents and grandparents and god-grandparents are all Dao Emperors, but that is all very far away from him, and can even be said to be senseless, does not prevent him from yearning for the Dao Monarch.
With young Lord's talent, the Dao Monarch realm is only a matter of time, and it won't take long. Good. Lu Du nodded. Then from today onwards, I'll be the one to teach you your cultivation, is that okay? It's fine. Lin Green agreed. It wasn't that he was too casual himself, but that he didn't have much of a goal himself. His knowledge of the road ahead wasn't clear. A 1,000-mile horse still needed a bull, and the same was true of a god-level god pro. It was naturally the best to have such a super powerhouse as a guide for himself. Moreover, Lin Green believed in his grandfather's choice. Since his grandfather was able to specially select Lu Di as his protector and instructor, it meant that Lu Di was bound to have his own strengths. Just now I observed you for a moment. Whether it's the majestic degree of spiritual power in your body or the total amount can be said to be the best batch in the same realm. Moreover, your reflexes and martial arts mastery are also still okay. It's just that your observation power is too weak, but it doesn't matter. This can be improved with the cultivation enhancement, and I need to test your physical arts now. Physical art, how to test it? Simple. With a wave of his hand, the scene around him began to blur, and Lin Lu whirled around in place in shock, although he understood that Lu Mei wouldn't harm him, but suddenly shifting the scene like this still startled the child. 3 seconds or so, the two figures appeared in a deserted open space. Lin Lu roughly surveyed. This place looks like the outskirts of Lingyang City area. The sluggish morning wind blew by, overwhelming the weeds on the roadside, as well as Lin Lu's white hair. What are you beating up? The road to the end of the stand in the opposite side of the forest green not far away rushed to him hooked fingers. Don't use martial arts or divine progenitor effects, use your physical skills to attack me with all your might. Really Lu? Lin Green tilted her head, revealing a wicked smile. I'm afraid of hitting and crying you, Lu. Hearing this, the expressionless Lu Ju also laughed, mentally deciding that this time he would definitely beat Lin Lu to tears. I'm coming. Lin Green growled and ran against the wind towards road end, shouting something about friendship and bonding as he ran. Noticing Lin Green's speed, a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of Rodan's eyes. He was certain that Lin Green hadn't used any martial arts, but his speed was clearly not something an ordinary Dao Fate 4th turn could compare to. Interesting. In the morning light, the white-haired boy ran towards the black-clad youth, and the sunlight that crossed the horizon shone into his pupils, spilling out to frame the first sight of the two of them. Snap. Ah. Chapter 15, The Unreliable Protector of the Way. Woo woo. Boing boing. Lin Green lay howling on the ground with a swollen red handprint on her face. Rodan was a little embarrassed, rubbing his hands together, and walked over with a smile on his face. Sorry, hit a little hard. Well, it did hit a little hard, and my hand still hurts after the last 2 minutes. Lin Lu struggled to get up from the ground, only feeling dizzy. He looked viciously at Lu Duan. Brother Lu, are you here to protect me or to murder me? Ahem, Lu exhausts a cough to hide his embarrassment. This is to test your resistance to blows first, and it seems to be pretty good now. Thanks, Ao. Little Green, your physical art aspect I thought for a while, do not need to practice with, a little dangerous. I first test your martial arts ability. Lin Lu rubbed the swollen half of his face and looked at Lu Jin, who was full of seriousness. Good. The two once again pulled away, 100 meters apart. I've heard Lord Lin Emperor speak about the effects of your divine progenitor. Just go all out, let me see your limits. Good. Lin Green took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the pair of blue eyes blossomed with a brilliant light. The blazing sun was high in the sky, dispersing the last bit of coolness in the morning, and the warm sunlight shone on the earth, mapping out the trajectory of the wind. Lin Green stretched out his two hands opposite each other in the air, and then with a forceful tug, a fierce wind suddenly descended, blowing the teenager's white hair and sucking and tearing the youth's black clothes. Jutsu Shun turned pale. The ball of cyan energy grew larger and larger, and the teenager had to shift from the beginning with his palms facing each other to now unfolding his arms, and the Yi Pale, with an arm's length radius, appeared in front of Lin Green, shifting from the beginning's stabilized state to a berserk state. Lin Green knew he had reached his limit, no longer storing power, shouted Asen just, and threw the sun at the end of the road. Good timing. Lu Di started with Taiji Cloud hands, horse stance, abandoning rigidity and softness. The green-colored energy ball thus became a plaything in his palm. As he played more and more, Lu Di's brain was hot and threw the sun back directly at Lin Green. At this time, a white-haired teenager with his back to the road and drinking water felt his buttocks cool. He scratched his buttocks. There's always an ominous feeling. The teenager ghostly looked back as a green-colored ball of energy was hurtling towards him. The terrifying suction force sucked at Lin Green's body, making him unable to run even if he wanted to. Boom! Cyan-colored strong winds radiated in all directions with the explosion point as the center, and Lu Yuan froze in place. I'm not. Doing something wrong again, am I?
At the edge of the 3-meter deep giant pit, a gray hand snapped and peeled on the dirt above it, and the gray-faced Lin Green gritted his teeth and climbed up, his face full of rawness.
Are you okay? Road exhausted asked. Amore rice, 3 grams by. Civilian area, cozy little home of Lin Green.
Lin Lu sat in front of his own dining table. His face was not only red and swollen, there was also a piece of blue and purple metal of manhood. A head of soft white hair is also messy at the moment. He angrily looked at the bowl of yellow millet porridge on the dining table.
What is this?
Breakfast. Lu Ju looked suspiciously at the fried Lin Green, a bowl of the same millet porridge with 2 eggs in it in front of himself. It's not good for your body to skip breakfast.
The corners of Lin Lu's mouth twitched, wanting to cry without tears.
Originally, after Grandpa left, he thought he could taste something delicious other than millet porridge, but he didn't realize that the first meal he ate after the old man left was still millet porridge.
Wasn't this a betrayal of Mr. Lin? Don't you love it? Hate millet porridge. It's okay then. Rodzin scooped a mouthful into his mouth with a spoon, squinting happily. It's millet porridge.
After all, it was made for him by Lu Ju. Not eating it for the first time is a little bit not giving face. Besides, after eating millet porridge for 18 years, it's not bad for this meal. Lin Green, with the courage of death, picked up the bowl of millet porridge, gulping into the mouth. By the way, we'll soak in the porridge of the 2 white eggs chewed. Lu Ji nodded with satisfaction. Would hate millet porridge, but still eat a big mouthful. The child is hard to talk. Tomorrow we still eat this.
Brother Lu, do you have any plans for later? How many % of force did you use on that, son, just now? Full strength.
Lu Duan shook his head. Although this one has already reached the destructive power of a high turn of the Dao Fate, I can clearly sense that this isn't your full strength, and that you're being limited. Lin Lu put down the bowl and swallowed the last bit of egg in her mouth.
What? He pointed to his head. Here, it's the core of the operation of the no lower limit technique.
The core of unusual martial arts are all meridians. It's the first time I've seen a martial art that uses the brain as its core.
Lu Ju shrugged his shoulders, signaling Lin Green to continue.
Every time I run the no lower limit technique, it will burden my brain. The power is not too high, it will only consume a large amount of sugar, which can be made up by eating sweet bites, but if it runs at too high a power, it will cause some damage to the brain. That hit just now is considered to have reached the critical value of the brain, right?
So it's not your cultivation that limits you, it's your brain. Rodan put away the 2 bowls and walked to the kitchen sink, saying indifferently, right.
The sound of water clattered, accompanied by the sound of the end of the road.
There are 2 solutions. The first and most direct, find a way to increase the strength of your brain, and the second, which is a bit crazy, is to find a way to be able to heal the damage done to your brain at any time, to do it while you're injured, and you can't die under the dynamic balance. I Lu a while injured while healing, No.
Lin Green suddenly remembered that in the manga he read in his previous life, Gojo appeared to be the one who turned on the no downside jutsu and reversal jutsu all day long to make sure his brain didn't burn out.
Coming to the conclusion that Gojo is M. Which one do you want to choose?
Rodan's voice disturbed Lin Green's thoughts.
Which one can I choose? As of right now, you can't choose anything. Fair enough. But don't be discouraged. Although you can't reach your own limit, what you have shown now can already boast the same realm. I personally recommend you to choose the first one. This kind of heavenly material is rare but not unavailable. Based on the value of your god-level divine progenitor, the country will definitely get it for you. I'm not discouraged. Lin Lu pulled out a chaiji stick and put it in her mouth to console her mouth that had been ravaged by the millet porridge. Although I think you're right in recommending it, Brother Lu, I've got a bit of a head start on the second method. It's just a bit difficult. Tell me about it.
There's a second half to my no downside jutsu. Lin Green thought for a moment. The first half is the power of stopping as well as the gravitational force of Pale, and the second half is a repulsive force called Her, which calls for the reversal of Pale's power.
Reverse? How do I reverse it? Rodzan took the bowl back into the cupboard, untied his apron and hung it up and walked to the living room.
It's a secret technique in the no lower limit technique that allows you to reverse your own spiritual energy as a way to break pure energy attacks as well as heal injuries, and with the ability to heal injuries I might be able to destroy the brain while healing it at the same time.
Then why don't you use it?
It's simple. Lin Green spread her hands with a slightly helpless expression. I can't learn.
Chapter 16, Lin Green's Battle Power. June 20th, clear. Lungru Mountains.
After close to 10 days of cultivation and guidance, Lin Green's cultivation level rose, and in just a few days, he once again broke through to the realm of the 6th turn of the Dao life. According to what Lu Ju means, his cultivation talent is very high, so he doesn't need to care too much about the realm. If he falls behind and violently cultivates for a few days, he'll be fine, and with such an advantage, he should do something a little more meaningful. These 18 years, although Lord Lin D has been feeding you with millet porridge, but the millet porridge is mixed with countless heavenly treasures that are relatively rare even in the abyss. Most of their effects are to enhance the body and improve spiritual power, but since you have not awakened previously, these benefits do not manifest, and have been dormant in the depths of your body,
and now you need to rely on hammering to stimulate them. This is what Lu Do said.
So, you just sealed my cultivation and threw myself into this Linglu mountain range full of spirit beasts, right? At this moment, Lin Green was desperately running wildly, with a large yellow tiger in hot pursuit behind him. Grandma Lee's, people tang san pick a soul ring well at least have a master to follow. I exercise but also to my few cultivations sealed, sitting Lin Green ran faster and faster, 2 legs are about to whip out smoke, but unfortunately he only has 2 legs, simply cannot run 4-legged tiger, although the distance between them is far, but the distance between the two is still shrinking. At this moment, lying on the trunk of the tree leisurely watching the novel of the rodent and did not pay attention to the wailing of the forest green, he took a bite on the juicy red apple, with the rustling sound of the book, the howling of the forest green gradually far away. On the branch at his side, there was still a wig of white hair hanging. Ha! Hu! Ya! Ha! Ah! Lin Green gradually physical exhaustion, the speed slowed down, let out a broken bellows-like sound, he stumbled and fell sitting on the stone, smooth lying down to avoid the vicious tiger's pounce. Tiger brother. I also did not mess with you, right? How I just swayed a little. You caught me chasing. Lin Green painfully rubbed his waist, his throat almost on fire, sweating profusely and stretching out a hand to indicate stop. The yellow tiger stared malevolently at Lin Green's head of white hair, and yes, it was him. Originally people were sleeping this morning, immediately dreaming of breaking into the boudoir of the little tigress. Suddenly a melon crashed to it up, in a daze to see a white hair rushing at him giggling, not yet reacted to the king of the jungle received a melon crash again. Then, the white hair in front of his face to his hard work to build the cave demolished after the hasty escape. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. It's okay that I let you run away when I was in a daze, but how dare you jump in front of me when I'm in a rage? You're looking for. The tiger let out a roar and saved its hind feet to lunge at Lin Green. Lin Green's violent temper also came up, and he rolled up his sleeves and paddled a half-assed cloud hand. When I'm afraid of you? Little than cubs you are really have never seen the black Shiba Ao. Rough. A man and a tiger ran in both directions. Ah! Roar! Z! Lin Green landed on his heels and braked urgently, plowing a long furrow in the ground. Ah! Under the tiger's dumbfounded eyes, Lin Green once again turned around and fled in haste. Ah! Ah! Don't you come over here! A new round of the human-tiger chase begins. In the sky, Rodin's figure was perfectly obscured by the shade of the trees, and he helplessly closed the novel, holding his forehead. This kid, obviously able to fight, has to practice physical fitness for himself. The white-haired teenager scattered and ran wildly, with the tiger in hot pursuit behind him. He fled, it chased him, he could not fly. Brat, when will this tiger be killed and when will this training be considered over? Rodin's voice swept through Lin Green's mind, and the corner of the teenager's eye twitched. He cool chi a run just do not want to fight, have to force him to kill why? Lin Green once again a sharp break to stop, turned around to show a kind smile. Little brain axe if you want to blame it on that Dowlord. Seeing Lin Green turn around, the tiger disdain, running so long or afraid to fight, must be at this moment the mountain is exhausted want to fight with the back of the water. Like this kind of dull and stupid children, just thud. What the hell? In a moment of cerebral blankness, the large yellow body flew off to the rear. Like to chase? Come on, let's see how it goes. Lin Green leaped high into the air, catching up with the yellow tiger with his physical speed and punching it in the head again. After the previous pressing of his body, the heavenly materials and treasures latent within his body began to take effect, and a stream of warmth nourished Lin Green's body, filling the emptiness in his torso. Cool. Lin Green long whistled to the sky. This exhausted and gradually warmed up the feeling is like holding a few hours of urine, such as through the painstaking to reach the toilet to take off the pants a flood of pleasure, that kind of sphincter muscle to get fully relaxed. The feeling of pleasure is simply unparalleled. The tiger came back to his senses from the daze, felt the sharp pain on his brain, and after a second of silence, he became furious. It is you. Brain busting. It went mad and charged toward Lin Green, while Lin Green stood still and pulled back, quietly waiting for the tiger to throw itself into the net. Roar. Accompanied by a roar of a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests, Lin Green resisted the tiger's 2 front paws, and one person and one tiger began to wrestle. Although Lin Green was very energetic at this time, his cultivation was sealed, so he naturally couldn't compete with the tiger by relying on physical strength alone. The tiger is a spirit beast, just a moment of stalemate was slapped away by the tiger's claws. Now that I've unlocked your cultivation, try again with your spiritual power, no martial arts or divine proclivities. Lin Green's figure flew off into the distance, rolling to unload his strength as he landed, the corner of his mouth curled up in an arc after feeling the surging power within his body. Boom! As if the sound of air exploding echoed in its ears, the tiger looked behind it in shock. The white-haired teenager came behind it at some point and grabbed both of its back feet. Go you! Instantly, it lost its balance, subconsciously thrusting its 2 front paws into the ground to resist the feeling of weightlessness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Green dropped the tiger's hind legs and stepped forward to deliver a punch against its abdomen. The terrifyingly huge force stirred up a sharp pain in his abdomen, and the tiger growled, only to be punched in the mouth with a heavy punch that helped him physically shut up. What are you screaming for? Just now you were the one who screamed the most and chased the tightest. Come on, why don't you keep chasing? The unbeatable Tiger King's eyes are now blazing, and the abominable white hairs are also blurred into three, appearing in his field of vision. The huge fist smashed down hard against the tiger's head. Pang! The dull ringing sound was like a hammer swinging on top of an impenetrable shield. A circle of strong wind was then derived and spread outwards. Lin Green only felt a tingling sensation spreading from his fist to his entire body, and dizzily retreated backward. I forgot to tell you, this is the unique aptitude of the tigers of the Lingslu mountain range. They can form a close spiritual barrier with their spiritual power. It is impenetrable, and an ordinary same realm can barely break through it, and this tiger has the strength of Daodan level.
What? What should we do then? Now you can use martial arts, slaughter him.
After receiving Rodan's permission, Lin Green flexed his fingers at the tiger as if flicking his brain to crash.
Jutsu Shun turned pale.
The cyan-colored ball of energy sucked and pulled at the surrounding matter and attacked the tiger, the powerful gusts of wind whipping the leaves of the trees. The tiger that was about to pursue the attack sensed that something was wrong, and his hairs exploded the moment he saw Sung.
Not right. The tiger turned around and ran wildly at breakneck speed. But the speed and attractiveness of Sung could not be compared to it, a tiger of a low-grade Daodan?
It didn't take long before it was swallowed up by the lime green Sung, and the violent explosion stirred up layers of waves.
Sure enough, Liu was able to see everything clearly from the sky, and even though he expected it, he couldn't help but be shocked. Being in the realm of the sixth turn of the Dao Fate is enough to take out the average Daodan first rank in seconds with a single shot of pale from a normal output. His gaze was cast towards Lin Green, who was gasping for air below. Sure is perverted enough. Chapter 17, The Shining. August 20th. The sky is clear and the sun is high. Deep in the Langlu mountain range, the water flowed down as if it were a rushing Milky Way in the nine heavens. The waterfall seemed to connect to the sky, falling down from the Milky Way. The azure-flowing water slammed heavily on Lin Green, shocking the teenager's steady body to the point of shaking. The splashing water refracted the sunlight into colorful, seven-colored rays of light mapped onto the teenager's body, embellishing his full but not bulky muscles, no longer weak as in the past. The golden light hit into his eyebrows, his face was like a crown of jade, his nose was high and straight, revealing a hint of nobility, when it was like a stranger's youth. Sure enough, the teenage years should be as bright as a summer flower. Lu Ju lazily lay on his side on a rock by the waterfall. A novel with automatic page turning lay beside him. The splashing water bizarrely avoided him, and the paperback did not suffer a bit of damage. Phew! The white-haired teenager exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His naked upper body shook violently, and with only an ethereal crunching sound, it was as if Lin Green's body had broken through some kind of obstruction, and his spiritual energy was running unimpeded. Dao Life 9 Revolutions, Become. A strong wind blew the surrounding weeds low, making rustling noises and rippling the still waters. How does it feel? Road's End raised an eyebrow. Great. Lin Green broke through the water barrier and walked out of the waterfall, plunging into the flowing water underneath the waterfall with a jolt and suddenly burrowing out. If I let the current me go back to the fourth turn of the Dao life, I'm afraid that the one who was once me wouldn't be able to catch a few punches from me. During these 2 months of special training, even though you weren't specifically allowed to cultivate, all those medicinal powers in your body were working, constantly nourishing your body and invariably increasing your spiritual power. Plus this progress was gradual, so there was no bottleneck, and your cultivation naturally increased. In that case, Lin Lu clenched her fists, feeling herself filled with strength. Brother Lu, do you think I can race to Daodan before school starts? Hey, what date does school start? Rodand blinked his eyes. I think it's August 20th. What's today's date? Road's End had a foreboding feeling. Lin Green and Rodan looked at each other face to face, the two of them staring at each other wide-eyed, then simultaneously holding their heads and shouting. Today is August 20th. It's too late to do anything but rough it. Lu Ju put a top over Lin Green and picked her up like a chicken. Ready, maybe a little too rough. Gulp. Lin Green gulped. Is it too late to not be rough? What do you think? Boom. The sound of breaking through the sound barrier rang out, and the figures of Rodan and Lin Green disappeared, leaving only a haloed white aperture on the spot. Yenjing University. As the highest academic institution in the whole of China, the environment of Yenjing University can be considered as the topmost existence in the whole of China, and it is also an existence that the students in the whole of China would like to enter even if they squeeze their heads out of their pockets. Generally speaking, even local students in Yenjing will book their rooms around the school as early as possible on the day of registration, and since its establishment, Yenjing University has never had a zero tardiness rate. Today it was broken by a white-haired boy. At the new students' ceremony, the principal and vice principal were sitting on a high podium, with two teenagers, a boy and a girl, standing beside them. Has the last one not come yet? The principal asked the vice principal in a low voice. I don't know, it's clear that they are to arrive at the school by 10 in the morning, it's already 2 in the afternoon, and that Lin Green hasn't come yet. Egu, this is not easy to do. He is the chief personally stuffed in.
Listening to the quiet conversation between the principal and the vice principal, the boys on the sidelines disdainfully skimmed their mouths. Ha, a bumpkin from the countryside who doesn't know his own last name after awakening a god-level divine progenitor, wouldn't you say that's right, Yushi? The young girl lightly glanced at the boy. Mr. Chen, please don't address me so intimately, we're not that familiar. The young girl's head of white hair glistened in the sunlight, and her expressionless face coupled with those just right features made the young girl just like the center of attention in the room, as if it was a stunningly beautiful oil painting. Okay. The teenager smiled sarcastically. Obviously, the teenage girl on the stage was the son of the family who had awakened his divine level this year. By family, by Yushi. Chen family, Shen Daoyu. Boom! A thunderous explosion came from the sky as the white-haired teenager descended from the sky with his teeth and claws open. Ah! Boom! The teenager's landing stirred up bits of dust on the stage, turning into earth-colored smoke that wrapped around him. When the smoke cleared, a white-haired man who looked just like a douchebag slumped into the spot reserved for him. The thousands of freshmen who were originally making noise quieted down and stared curiously at the uninvited guest who fell from the sky. Lin Green was thrown to the ground as he staggered up from the stage, taking in the curious gazes of the thousands of students. Lu, you compensate me for 4 years of choosing a spouse. Despite the hysterical ranting inside, the surface work had to be done. Just now on the road Rodan had already given him enough homework. Lin Green stumbled to the principal. Snap! The forest green boy stood upright as he stomped his right foot and raised his right hand with 5 fingers together by his temple. Reporting to the principal, student Lin Green is late for some special reasons, please punish the principal. Even the principal, who had retreated from the abyss and had seen great storms, was dumbfounded at the moment. A white-haired snapper from the sky came up to your face and stuck it to your face looking for a chastisement. The principal smiles peevishly. It's all right, Al, return to your place, see that crater you smashed out, there it is. Lin Green turned back to look at being smashed out of his own human-shaped deep pit, the corner of his eye twitching. Snap! Forest green guy stood at attention again, roger that. Snap! Ringling Green kicks the right way back to the pit. Ha! As she passed by Yushi, Lin Green froze. How come this woman has the same hair color as me, dyed? It doesn't look like it. Yushi was also surprised by Lin Green's hair color at the moment, and looking at the head full of white hair, she denied the possibility of dyeing her hair. Only Chen Daomu was disdainful and grunted after seeing Lin Green's white hair. Markedly new. With all the people present, the opening ceremony officially began. The 3 god levels stood upright on the stage, and the principal spoke with spittle and passion on the stage. People should be born like the splendor of summer flowers. The teenage era is the era we should cherish the most. At this age we dare to love, dare to hate, dare to act. I hope that you will refrain from arrogance and guard against impatience, and work hard to improve yourselves in these 4 years at Yen University. You are all top geniuses, can you do it? Yes. The stage stirred up a wave of sound. Good. I declare that the opening ceremony ends here. In addition, there is one more thing. In order to stir up the enthusiasm of the students to progress, 3 days later we will hold a new student competition. The top 10 students under the divine level divine progenitor can be rewarded handsomely. If someone can achieve first place without counting the divine level divine progenitor, I will personally reward an earth grade low grade martial technique. And if someone is able to eliminate any of the 3 of the divine level divine progenitor, I will reward the qualification for the Tower of the Heavens once already for an earth rank low grade martial art. Dismissed. Chapter 18 Divine Gambling Battle. The principal flew away after announcing the dismissal, leaving behind the teachers and students who looked at each other with blank faces. Just now, the principal said that as long as we can defeat the 3 of him, we'll be able to gain access to the Tower of Heaven and a copy of the Earth grade low grade martial arts, right? It seemed so. In the next moment, the gazes of the thousands of scholars looking at the 3 people on the stage no longer carried fear and awe, but instead gradually sizzled. At this moment, they weren't the mysterious and powerful god-level divine progenitor, they were the easily obtainable qualifications for the heavenly tower and the earth-level low-grade martial arts. Gulp! Whether it was Lin Green or Yushi or Chen Daoju, they all gulped at this moment. The thousands of students under the stage were like hungry wolves in the night, their eyes emitting a ghostly light in the darkness. The new student conference ended, leaving only 3 god-level god pros to communicate with each other on the same stage. Both of you, first time meeting, huh? Lin Green didn't know what to say and extended his hand to the 2. Yushi looked expressionlessly at the dirty hand and didn't move a muscle. Chen Daomoist, on the other hand, didn't give a damn as he walked closer to Lin LV with a serious face. Fight me. Is this some kind of little relationship building ritual between god levels? It's just a simple matter of looking at you. The smile on Lin Green's face gradually stiffened. The other party had put harsh words on his face, so it wouldn't be good to give a smile again. Give too much smiley face? Chen Daomoist, on the other hand, once again came forward, and the 2 of them could even feel each other's blazing nostrils. I don't seem to have messed with you. No, but it doesn't sit well with you. Got a problem with that? You 2 can wait until the freshman competition if you want to fight.
Bai Yushi said. What if he gets killed by you?
Lin Green and Chen Daomu spoke in unison.
Then you two fight. Dueling stage, dare you? Let's fight, I'm afraid of you.
And so, after a half day of exhaustion, Master Lin fought another dueling arena challenge. The freshmen who had just dispersed gathered once again, and many old students came to hear about it, not for any other reason. The battle between the new generation of god-level god proximity could be encountered but not sought. The freshmen wanted to see the gap between themselves and the god level, and the old students wanted to see how many pounds of the new generation of god levels actually had. On the ancient and atmospheric dueling stage, Lin Green and Chen Daoyu stood face to face, one in the far north and one in the far south. Did you hear about it? This white hair is a ruthless person. On the day of his awakening, he went on the dueling stage with his nemesis and even killed the other.
Really? This kid looks quite harmless.
More than that, I've heard that after he killed his nemesis, he killed the young lover who betrayed him, and that young lover had awakened a heavenly grade divine progenitor.
I go, shocking big melon. Really look at the not dangerous talent is the most dangerous, because of this matter to kill, not to be messed with, not to be messed with. Hearing the murmurs from the stage, the corners of Lin Green's mouth twitched. How is this all dressed up? Goddamn lover, goddamn rival, obviously he is the victim, okay?
Opposite, Chen Daomoist raised his eyebrows. You're still quite ruthless.
Lin Green.
I have a question for you before we start the fight. Lin Green ignored the wind in his ears. Have we met before and why does this feel familiar? Chen Daomu did not answer. He looked at Lin Green's eyes, his fists clenched. In fact, looking at Lin Lu upset was just an excuse. His real purpose was to get back face for the Chun family, because Lin Lu's mother, Chen Yao, was from the Yinjing Chen family. As a woman from a family, Chen Yao's life was almost doomed, and she had always been groomed as an object for marriage with other families or foreign powers.
However, she rebelled against the arrangement of the lineage family. The appearance of a man tore apart the Chen family's shibboleth, and in that era, no matter who the genius of the family was, or a heavenly pride a few years older, none of them were a match for that man. The man fell in love with Chen Yao, and took Chen Yao away from the Chun family, and in the end, the two of them gave birth to a son and went to the abyss together. That man was Lin Zian, and that child was none other than Lin Lu. After Lin Green awakened to the divine-level divine progenitor, everything about him was investigated clearly by the world family, simply because Lin Yu didn't bother to cover it up. In his opinion, since Lin Green knew about his birth, he deserved to become the brightest genius of the era, just like his father. Looking at Lin Green's head of white hair, Chen Daomu remembered Chen Yao in the photo, that also had a head of white hair. His fists clenched and his murderous aura spread out. He would like to see what was so extraordinary about the offspring of someone who could defy the arrangements of the lineage. Noticing the change in Chen Daomoist's aura, Lin Green narrowed his eyes. Killing aura? Interesting.
Fists and feet have no eyes, and swords contain blades, so if I hurt you, I hope you won't run off to the side and cry. Outside the dueling stage, Bai Yushi's long hair fluttered in the wind. She naturally knew Lin LV's identity and understood what exactly Chen Daoyu wanted to do, but she didn't stop it because she was shouldering the same fate as Chen Yao. Let me see your strength, Lin Green. The green dragon crescent moon blade appeared in Chen Daomoist's hand, accompanied by a sharp blade astral, red spiritual energy wrapped around the broad blade, and a blazing aura radiated out in all directions from the blade.
I will not show any mercy.
Is this the green dragon crescent moon blade? Such might is worthy of being a divine grade divine prodigy. Lin Green rubbed his chin, thinking in between thoughts of Chief Zhou's introduction to the green dragon crescent moon blade 2 months ago.
Cannot fight a protracted war?
Let's put it this way, how meaningless it is to just fight. Add a color, how about a bet? Lin Green spread out his hands.
What do you want to bet?
I want to bet on something big, on my life. Do you dare? Hiss. Everyone under the stage sucked in a breath of cool air, staring in shock at the white-haired teenager who was calm and relaxed on the stage. Ilua Bean, this kid is really a god of killing it, once on stage to bet on life.
This is a bet on life between god level the impact is too big. Do you guys think Chen Daoyu dares to bet with him?
This challenge was initiated by Chen Daoyu after all. On the dueling stage, Chen Daomu, who was holding the green dragon crescent blade, did not understand what exactly Lin Green meant.
Is there any meaning?
The life of a god level shouldn't be decided here. Even if you die, you should bury your bones in the abyss and wrap your body in horse leather.
You're afraid?
Lin Green's eyes were filled with playfulness, and the corners of his mouth sketched out a teasing smile.
Your request is just too unreasonable.
In that case, how about I lower my demands? Lin Green stretched out a finger and wiggled it. If I win, you recognize me as your big brother. You can't go west if I tell you to go east. Of course, what I let you do is above the moral bottom line, and vice versa. How about it?
Bet on it, little brother.
Chen Daomu's eyes showed an excited light. Originally he only wanted to fold the face of Chen Yao and Lin Ziyan, but he didn't expect that Lin LV actually gave him a big gift on his own. How could this not be taken? A gust of wind gently blew by, lifting up Lin Green's head of white hair, and the teenager revealed a wry smile.
Don't be in a hurry. A pair of azure-colored eyes opened silently. Want to know how much you really weigh?
Look me straight in the eye and the no downside jutsu will tell you.
Chapter 19, Fighting the First Battle for Fame. Bet.
Receiving Chen Dao Moist's reply, Lin Green revealed a meaningful smile. During the 2 months of special training, Lu Duodu popularized some knowledge with him, just like his mother Chen Yao's feud with the Yanjing Chen family.
Now that the Chen family's junior was jumping on his face, could Lin LV still not understand what it meant?
Since you want to humiliate Chen Yao and Lin Zian, then be prepared to be humiliated yourself. After all, you pinch is not a soft persimmon. The sunlight spread out on the floor of the dueling arena, shining on the two spirited teenagers. A light wind whipped by, blowing a ball of scrap paper on the dueling stage between the two of them, and snapped to the ground with a bang.
Snapping.
As if it was a signal for the battle to begin, a brilliant aura exploded from Lin Green's eyes, and at the same time, Chen Daomu lunged towards Lin Green with his green dragon crescent blade in hand. Flashing cold light of the blade of the tiger wind, Chen Daoyu hand is full strength, wide blade wrapped with hot spiritual power smash to Lin Lu face door. How much does this Chen Daoyu want to win, coming up and using martial arts? In the crowd, a bubblegum blowing youth watched the battle on the stage with interest, poking Bai Yushi beside him with his elbow. After all, it involves a grudge from the previous generation, and this Chen Dao moist person is born to be strong. Bai Yushi replied coldly. The bubble BIA in the youth's mouth burst with a bang, and he looked helplessly at Bai Yushi. I'm your own brother, alright, be cold to others, be warm to me, okay? Bai Yushi automatically ignored the youth's words and watched the battle between the two teenagers on the stage with full attention. Broken blade! Chen Daomu shouted, and his green dragon crescent moon blade smashed into Lin Green with a cracking sound. Boom! The blazing blade smashed into the ground, stirring up dust. Lin Green's figure appeared behind Chen Dao Moist at an unknown time, raising his right hand to grab at the back of his neck. Oomph! Chen Dao Moist turned his waist and sent his strength, stabilizing his lower body to turn the blade of the green dragon crescent moon blade around, and slashed at Lin Green behind him. Pretty fast reaction. Lin Green's figure disappeared once again, appearing at the place where Chen Daomu stood before the battle started. Is that all you can do is hide? I'm afraid of hitting your ego if I do. Lin Green and Chen Daomu began to circle around the center of the dueling stage, the blade of the green dragon crescent moon blade plowing a thin trail on the ground. This guy is a little cutie. The young man blowing bubblegum under the stage looked at the battle on the stage with his hands clasped over his chest. With Chen Daoyu's divine progenitus effect, the longer the battle goes on, the more unfavorable it will be for him. Lin Green's footsteps lurched. Your current combat power should be a little stronger than when you first started. That's right, Chen Daomu's footsteps came to a halt, so you know about my divine prodigy effect. Dragging time is just not wanting to bully you. Lin Green spread his hands, the aura of Dao Life 9 revolutions exploded like a hurricane sweeping across the entire field. Suddenly remembered something, it's better to bully you. Do you think you're the only one who's at the 9th turn of the Dao Life? Chen Dao Moist snorted coldly, the aura of the 9th turn of the Dao Life pouring out in the same way, fighting against Lin Green's aura. You will pay for your arrogance. Now that it's all said and done, I won't let you. Lin Green came close to Chen Daoyu with a weird speed and raised his right fist to slam at the latter, while Chen Daoyu put his green dragon crescent moon blade across his body to block Lin Green's powerful punch. Drink! Chen Dao Moist suddenly exerted his strength, shaking Lin Green away and dancing his green dragon crescent moon blade to chop at Lin Green. Oh! Lin Green reacted quickly, sidestepping the blade while taking a step to send his body forward, matching the inertia with a knee strike. Boom! Chen Dao Moist's body flew out like a missile, if not for the fact that he had inserted his green dragon crescent blade into the ground, otherwise this strike alone would have been enough to knock him off the stage. Still want to continue? Why not? Chen Dao Moist leapt into the air and raised his green dragon crescent blade to slash at Lin Green. In a split second, the terrifying aura locked Lin Green firmly, as if no matter where he dodged, he could not avoid this amazingly powerful blade. It's a bit troublesome. Lin Green didn't intend to utilize the no downside jutsu, after all, it wouldn't be good to be studied in advance, and he drew a circle in front of his chest. Thud! Chen Daomoist slashed at Lin Green with his full strength, an invisible wave of air radiated out in all directions centered on the two, stirring up dust that caused the spectators under the stage to squint their eyes. He lost? Bai Yushi looked at his own brother beside him. The youth just narrowed his eyes slightly, his face solemn as he stared at the two dust-covered figures on the stage. No, the dust dispersed, the bubble that the youth had blown burst once again, and his face revealed an excited expression for the first time. Chen Daomoist has lost. The dust dispersed, and the figures of Lin LV and Chen Daoyu were revealed. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the two teenagers on the stage, curious about the outcome of this slash. The black-haired teenager held the hilt of the green dragon crescent moon blade with both hands and slashed downward with great force, while the white-haired teenager slapped both hands on the wide blade, showing a mouthful of large white teeth. The force is not bad, but of course, it's limited to not bad. Lin Green looked at the constipated Chen Daoyu with a smile on her face. Do you still want to continue? Get lost. Chen Daomoist's face was red as he used his milky strength to snatch back the green dragon crescent blade after he angrily shouted. Still refusing to admit defeat? Lin Green sighed helplessly. I didn't want to use that move, but I'm suddenly a bit tired, so let's end it like this. The white-haired teenager raised one hand, his azure-colored eyes flickering with a strange light. Phew.
The wind rises, the clouds surge. Oh. The youth watched the scene with interest. Tisk, interesting, really interesting, worthy of being the offspring of those two. Stop dreaming. Chen Dao moistened his reaction, seizing the gap between Lin Green's power buildup to suddenly launch his power, lifting the green dragon crescent blade to flash in front of Lin Green, and heavily slashing down. There was no expected scene of Lin Lu's skin splitting open, nor was there any reversal of Lin Lu's sudden avoidance of the knife. An incredible scene was staged in front of everyone's eyes. Chen Daomu held up his green dragon crescent moonblade and made a chopping gesture on top of Lin Green's head, but the blade was always hanging above Lin Green's head and was slow to chop down. What is he doing, showing mercy? Bai Yushi frowned. Not like that. The youth narrowed his eyes again. Interesting, is this the no lower limit technique that Big Brother Joe was talking about? Above the sky, Yen University's principal was hidden in the void, seeing through the substance of the scene. The green dragon crescent blade did not stop, but continued to slash down at a slower and slower speed. Only in this way, even if Chen Daomu exhausted his life, he would not be able to slash this blade to Lin Green's head. The majestic suction force sucked and tore Chen Daoyu's clothes. When he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late to escape. Having such a sweet little brother, my heart is very comforting, Lin Green revealed at expression, fearing that I can't hit you. You even took the initiative to come in front of me. Not bad, there's awareness. Jutsu Shun turned song. The cyan-colored ball of energy erupted with a roar, carrying Chen Daomoist's thin body towards the other side of the dueling stage, and the strong energy fluctuations caused the audience under the stage to suck in a breath of cool air. Solve. On the eve of the pale explosion, Lin Green unlocked his own technique, sparing Chen Daomoist's life. At this moment, Chen Daoyu had already lost his previous arrogance, his clothes were broken and he collapsed helplessly on the edge of the dueling stage, coughing up blood as he looked at the white-haired teenager who was slowly walking towards him. Lin Green came to Chen Daoyu's side in a dangling manner, slowly squatted down, a pair of blue-colored eyes flashed with a strange light. Kid, call Big Brother. Chapter 20, Words That Amaze the Four. Dust billowed from the tattered dueling stage, and as the smoke cleared, the dark-haired teenager collapsed helplessly to the ground, while the white-haired teenager was full of bad jokes. Scream, what? The Chen family's young master wants to break the contract. Chen Daomoist looked at Lin Green viciously. If eyes could hurt people, then Lin Green was at least gouged off a piece of flesh. Chen Daozhu, you're the one who came to provoke me first. Lin Green's eyes narrowed slightly, killing aura overflowing. It's a bit too late to back out now. Junior, you should not fail to understand the reasoning of leaving a thread of truth behind, and seeing each other in the future, right? The void trembled, and a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes appeared between the two. Then don't come to mess with me. Lin LV was about to be laughed at by the Chen family's stupidity. If it was me lying here, would you come out to stop your young master's aggressiveness? Naturally I wouldn't, this is all about background and power, you don't understand. Hee, you Chen family members are too many inbred marriages, and the people born are all cuties. Is that so? Seek death. The man became furious and slapped his palm out. Terrifying spiritual energy poured out towards Lin Green. If this palm landed on Lin Green, he would have to shed his skin without dying. This was the man's punishment for speaking out against Lin Green. So what if it was a god level? The Chen family had produced countless god levels. Before growing up, talent would always be talent. Boom! Without the expected scene of Lin Green flying out backwards, a black-clothed youth blocked in front of Lin Green and grabbed the Chen family man's wrist. A mere Dao Emperor dares to speak out of turn? Lu Yuan let go of his own aura. The Dao Lord realm was unobstructed, and his powerful might focused on the Chen family man, causing him to spit out blood from his mouth with just a single sentence. Dao Lord. The man looked at Lu Di in horror. Lin Green clapped his hands and looked at the Chen family man playfully. What do you say about these guys challenging my bottom line over and over again? Lu Ju gave Lin Lu a faint look. I'm just the Taoist protector, the decision still needs to be made by you, young lord. Young lord. Lin Green looked to the sky. If I kill this male here, what are the repercussions? The principal helplessly appeared. Lin Lu, be a man and leave a thread. You're tantamount to angering the Chen family, they won't let you off the hook. But they've already angered me. You're nothing. The Chen family man shouted maniacally. When had a tiny Dao life been able to determine the life and death of a Dao emperor like him? Brother Lu, slap him, don't kill him with one slap. Slap. Several white teeth accompanied by crystallized saliva flew out of the Chen family man's mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground, half of his face swollen into a pig's head. The principal sighed helplessly. Lin Green, your power is not on earth after all, temper yourself. Lin Green looked at the principal suspiciously, acting harmlessly. Convergence? Why should I converge? People are about to ride over me and on my head, do I have to greet him with my mouth open and my head raised? Big brother. Chen Daomoist's light voice broke the clamor of the room, and everything around him became silent due to him. Young master, you can't do this. The Chen family men looked at Chen Daoyu in shock, unable to believe their ears. Willing to gamble, Chen Daoyu got up from the ground. I just don't want to admit it. It doesn't mean I won't admit it. The teenager's voice was pale but strong, and he seriously raised his head to look at Lin Green.
I initiated this duel, no matter what kind of ending I should accept it, willing to bet, you are my big brother.
The entire room was silent, no one spoke.
Bayushi's eyes were filled with surprise. In her impression, the arrogant and domineering young master of the Chen family should not be like this. Lin LV looked at Chen Daozui expressionlessly, an ancient well in his eyes.
Do you need me to compliment you?
Ha! Bayushi under the stage froze, as she looked at the teenager on the stage whose hair color was the same as hers, and whose stern aura was simply different from when she first saw him.
Are you explaining this to the world?
Chen Daomoist froze as he stared blankly at Lin Green, not understanding what he meant.
Do so many crowning words serve any purpose? It only comforts your fragile heart. Are you really convinced?
Lin Lu's words were word for word, not leaving the slightest bit of emotion. You're not convinced.
Of course, I don't need you to serve either.
Lin Lu didn't give Chen Daoyu a chance to speak, coming to his ear, whispering softly, the reckoning is very loud. You guys want to humiliate me, then I'll humiliate you guys. It's very fair, very reasonable. Chen Daomoist's face turned white. Lin Green was right, he couldn't refute it. These crowning words were an excuse to absolve himself, giving Lin Green a step down, and also harvesting a wave of goodwill for himself. This is what the lineage does. It was a pity that Lin Green couldn't see it. Lin Green patted Chen Daomoist's face and yawned. Not bad, practice again, your strength is persistence, so don't throw that away, little brother. Lin Green nodded at Road End, who snapped his fingers, and a spatial rift split open from the side of the two.
Ghana.
The spatial rift closed, and Lin Green's figure disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only the bewildered thousands of scholars. So crazy, so personalized, the youth beside Bayushi licked his lips. I like it. Bayushi revealed a look of disgust. Bayushing, no wonder you still don't have a date even though you're 20.
What's going on in your head?
Bayushing sighed, listen to my brother, a word of advice. Our father and mother are now in successive generations of families as bewitched. You awaken the god level god pro not properly put you up, but also take out as a marriage propaganda. I look at that Lin Green is good, and his mother used to be a rebel. Why don't you go to seduce Lin Green? That boy is also quite good looking, white hair, like you. Bayushing blah 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 a whole lot. Bayushi directly ignored away, while his own brother was talking at length secretly slipped away, leaving only his own brother to talk on and on with his eyes closed.
Did you hear me?
Bayushing looked at Bayushi beside him.
Where is the person? Ran off again. Bayushing shook his head, your son is unteachable.
He looked towards where Lin Green had disappeared, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Should I set it up? If I draw such a bomb to the Bai family, I guess old mom and dad will be so happy that they'll blow up.
Divine Dormitory District.
Lin Green lay on his large bed, feeling the softness that he had never touched before, blissfully crawling in the gloom of his bed. As the top group of geniuses in the world, the treatment of a god-level god pro must also be the best. Yenjing University's welfare was simple and rough, which included the huge amount of resources given in January as well as the exclusive villa dormitory. Lu Yuan quietly sat on the chair next to the bed, a paper novel on his lap.
Acting so wild today, aren't you afraid of the trouble that will follow?
That has what? This is called a punch open, lest 100 fists to, all people are staring at me, not to give them a little shock off the jaw shock how to set up prestige, was still worried about it, did not think Chen Daomoisen this two goods themselves to the muzzle of the gun up, and again, even if what happened in an emergency, this does not still have a brother Lu Yuan well. Rodan slightly smile, the idea is good, but still too extreme, however, I like.
That's right, what novel are you reading, Lu?
You mean this one? Rodan lifted the book on his lap and flashed the cover to Lin Green, crossing the otherworldly continent and being retired. Ring old grandpa helps me infinitely pretend. You'd better not let go of the freshman competition in a few days. The reward for first place is important to you. Earth grade martial arts? That's right, your divine prodigy effect is too heaven-defying. The more martial arts you learn, the better, especially output-type martial arts like San, compressing the time of storing power and directly blasting the opposite side to death with the martial arts.
Coincidentally, brother Lu, I think so too. Well, quickly rest. Lu closed the book and pulled the curtains for Lin Green. Chief Joe contacted me and asked me to take you to certify God Pro as soon as possible. After all, it's a new emergence. The state wants to have a line of intelligence to help you better organize your cultivation trajectory.
Chief Joe, Lin Green's mind flashed through the figure of that kindly old man.
I know. Chapter 21 God's Advent Hall.
The soft light of the morning accompanied by the noisy chirping of birds bore through the curtains into Lin Green's bedroom, and the white-haired teenager frowned in his sleep, scratching his buttocks as he rolled over with all his might and then clutched the covers. Jab. The curtains were pulled open by Road's End, and a blinding light illuminated every corner of the room. Lin LV sat up from the bed with a loud bang, her face twisted, which Yakuza pulled the curtains open. I'll just take that stick and I'll. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Lu expressionlessly, his eyes seemed to be saying, try cursing again. Eiko, brother Lu pulled Lin Lu immediately quit the state of getting up, a fawning smile, who said this curtains pulled bad this curtains pulled fantastic. Change your clothes, get ready to leave for the State Affairs Club.
Okay.
At this moment, Lin Green no longer had any semblance of untameness, simply because during the 2 months of special training, he tried to fight against Rodin by virtue of getting out of bed in his chi form, and the result was obviously that there was no reward other than reaping slaps. Ever since then, Lin Green's wake-up call had morphed into selective wake-up call. Ha! As the car sped along the viaduct, Lin Green sat on the passenger side with a sunny bar in her mouth, opening the window and letting the morning breeze blow her upper gray hair.
Lu, can't we fly in?
If you want to be blasted into crumbs by a Dao Saint or even a Dao Emperor level superpower without a second thought, I can take you for a try.
Forget it then.
With a roar of the engine, the car stopped in front of a stop bar. Please inform us that we have come at the request of Chief Zhou to log in the new God-tier divine progenitor.
Road's end turned slightly sideways, revealing Lin Green on the passenger side.
Okay, please wait. Almost simultaneously, the stop bar lifted upward.
Come in.
Thanks. Lu Duan slammed his foot on the gas, and the engine let out a guttural roar, taking him and Lin LV into the confines of Zhongnanhai. The car stopped in the parking lot, and Lu Di and Lin LV pulled open the door and stomped out of the car. Oh, this is the State Affairs Club, it's not quite as expected. Lin Green looked around at the dense shade of the trees and let out a sigh of relief.
Where is it different?
Rodin hooked his finger, signaling Lin Green to follow, and walked forward on his own. I originally thought it was one of those tall buildings or a White Palace type, but I didn't realize that this is like a park. The State Society gives everyone who visits for the first time enough surprise.
Road's end shrugged. It's not your first time here, Lu, is it?
Well, my first time here was to run the same errand as you.
Running the same errand as me?
Lin Green scratched his head, then his pupils contracted. Brother Lu, you're also a god-level god pro.
What else? I'm only 29 this year. Other than a god-level divine progenitor, what could allow me to reach the realm of a Dao Lord at this age?
Although he felt that Lu Ju was pretending, Lin Green knew that Lu Ju was right.
Damn it, really letting him pretend. So what's your god pro, Lu?
A flash of cold light shone in the void, the sharpness of it causing Lin Green to subconsciously unleash his infinity technique, controlling infinity to converge around him. Look how scared you are. Rodin held a sword hilt in his hand. This is it.
A sword hilt? Road's end hemmed and hawed. Yes.
Lin Lu rubbed her chin. It can't be Sung Shadow, right? You actually know, this is a legend beyond 400 years ago, counting over about 2,400 years.
I'm just well read.
Lin Green waved his hand, a trace of doubt flashing in his heart.
2,400 years ago?
The legends of the previous life of Sung Shim coincided with that time, and even saw too many things from the previous life at this time which were known as ancient artifacts.
Is it a coincidence?
Rodin led Lin Green around the many forks in the road, and in Lin Green's dizzy gaze, he waved his hand. Here we are, up ahead is the God Advent Hall. Lin Green rubbed his eyes and looked ahead as the building resembling an ancient Greek temple broke into his vision. The ancient and simple atmosphere of the temple stands at the end of the field of vision. Lush trees surround each side of the temple, adding a little mystery to it. Walk forward. What comes into view is similar to the temple of Bathanon stone pillars. The temple's door will be propped up, the shadow of the stone pillars printed on the ground, for the entire temple to add a little rustic beauty.
So high-end.
Lin Green held her tongue for half a day before stifling such a sentence. Good description. Next time you don't need to describe it. Lu Ju kick Lin Lu's ass. Go. I'll wait for you outside.
You're not going in? You think you can get in here just because you want to?
Oh, okay. Lin Green scratched his white hair and walked towards the God Advent Hall with his hands in his pockets. Arriving outside the hall's main door, Lin Green pressed both of his hands on the stone door and pushed. A white light flashed, and Lin Green closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she found herself in a pale space.
Where is this?
A curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Green.
Hello, Lin student.
Hello. I am the built-in intelligence system of the God's Advent Temple, and it will be up to me to guide you through this God's Advent login.
Name, Lin Green. Sex, male. Nationality, Chinese. God's presence, unnamed. Prodigy effect? Please name your God pro. Hout Yan Hammer.
Lin Green said.
Intelligence system? This nickname has offending content, please re-enter.
Lin Green scratches his head. Blue silver grass.
This nickname has offending content, please re-enter. Blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. There is offending content in this nickname, please re-enter. Six-winged angel. There is offending content in this nickname. Please re-enter.
Okay, crossing the otherworldly continent, I prove my father wasn't wrong with a concealed weapon has been made into illegal content in this world.
Tori Kitsune? This nickname has offending content. Please re-enter.
Lin Green bristled, only feeling bored, and could only enter honestly.
Six eyes.
Login authentication successful. Please summarize and elaborate on the effects of God's presence. Effect 1. Even blindfolded, I can simultaneously observe everything around me as clearly as I want. Effect 2 comes with the martial art infinity technique, which allows me to simulate a substance called infinity and manipulate infinity to do attraction, repulsion, stopping, extreme speed and instantaneous movement.
Effect 3. When using any martial arts, my spiritual energy consumption is approximately equal to 0. Done and gone.
The light screen popped up again, and the words that Lin Green had just spoken were recorded to the best of his ability.
Please check again.
Lin Green nodded. Checking is complete, no problems. Tough job, Lin Green-san. A white light flashed again, and when Lin Green returned to her senses, she found herself standing at the entrance to the shrine, her hands still pressed against the gate. He took a few steps backward and surveyed the shrine with his 6 eyes, letting the shadows of the stone pillars hit him. After a long time, Lin Green pulled a pair of small round sunglasses out of his arms and put them on, covering those blue eyes.
Interesting, I'll look forward to coming back next time then. Chapter 22. The damn neon sign is flashing again. 3 days later. On a bright afternoon, Lin Green, Bayushi, and Chen Daoyu, 3 divine-level god prospects, were suddenly notified to gather at the principal's office. Yo, little brother, you're here too. Lin Green warmly greeted Chen Daoyu. Big brother. Chen Daoyu didn't know what to say and could only nod coyly.
You don't have to participate in tomorrow's freshman competition. The principal couldn't look away and interrupted the strange play.
Hey.
Lin Green sat down on the couch in the principal's office like a self-satisfied person with a sunny stick in her mouth. What do you mean? There's a mission from the South China Sea side that needs to be accomplished by all 4 of you god levels together. The principal pushed his glasses.
What mission needs the 4 of us together? Chen Daomoist frowned.
I don't know, top secret. The principal spread his hands. I don't have the authority to know anyway, and it's mandatory. You guys don't have the right to refuse, pack up, and leave for Magic City in 2 hours.
What about the rewards you arranged for those freshmen to beat us? Lin Green asked. Flatten it out to the top 10 rewards.
Well, Lin Green held out her hand to the principal. Bring it on.
What?
The first place in the freshman competition's Earth grade low grade martial technique. A strong person like me who was the first in iron can't participate in the competition for some reason. Don't you want to compensate me for it? The principal laughed in anger, his beard shaking. You haven't even fought Bayushi yet. What's the point of talking about being number 1?
She can't beat me. Bayushi?
Give it to me. I'll never forget your great kindness. The principal smiled helplessly and pulled out a crystal from his storage ring and tossed it to Lin Green. Here you go, but you have to promise me one thing as well.
What thing?
Lin Green took the crystal and carefully examined it.
It was irregularly shaped, crystal clear, and a little warm and cool to the touch?
Yes, that feel is warm and cool. Take this mission seriously. In previous years, every class of god level had such a mission, although I don't have the authority to know about this mission, but the past missions were all related to fighting against the black and evil forces and saving the civilians. Similarly, the students of the past classes were arrogant and felt that their god level god proximity was unparalleled in the world, and often, this kind of mentality is what will lead to bad things. The most serious one was the class of 10 years ago. 5 god levels went on a mission together, and in the end, 3 were seriously injured, 2 died on the spot, and along with them, a village was reduced to ashes. Lin Green played with the crystal and nodded. I see. Since it's a mission like this, I'll definitely give it my all regardless of the past. The 2 of you as well. The principal looked towards Bayushi and Chen Daoyu, his scrutinizing gaze lingering on Chen Daoyu for a few more seconds. Especially you, Chen clan brat. You mustn't be reckless. One of those 2 people who died 10 years ago was from your Chen clan.
Chen Daoyu nodded his head obediently. I will.
He had heard about this matter. 10 years ago the god-level god pro who died was the hope of the Chun family, but perished in a novice village quest. Since then the Chun family had not seen any more god-level god pros. It was not until his awakening that this dilemma was broken.
Alright, go back and pack up. Meet at the school's tarmac in an hour and a half.
Walking out of the principal's office, Lin Green scrutinized the crystal.
Lin Green, talk?
A clear and cold female voice sounded behind him, and Lin Lu turned around to look, and a white-haired Bayushi was looking at him with a crooked head.
What's wrong, classmate Bai?
I want to exchange martial arts with you.
What do you mean?
Bayushi looked at the crystal in Lin Green's hand. This is a martial arts crystal. Martial arts are not passed down by word of mouth, rather, they need to infuse their contents and feelings into specific crystals in order for those who come after them to learn them, wherein the martial arts are divided into attributes just as spiritual energy is, and the one you have in your hand, which is an ice-based martial arts, fits with me,
and I would like to exchange it with you.
Chen Daomoist glanced back at the 2, not leaving at the first opportunity, but leaning against the wall staring up at the ceiling.
What are you taking in exchange?
Lin Green looked at Bayushi playfully, the crystal clear martial law crystal spinning in his palm. I don't have a suitable martial art for you right now, so I'll ask you not to use this crystal until I find a suitable martial art for you and then I'll exchange it with you.
Does the Bai family not have a suitable martial art for you? Bayushi didn't reply, only clenching her teeth.
The Bai family, like the Chen family, is a family idea. Chen Daomoist, who had been staying quiet, spoke up. Even if Bayushi had awakened a god-level divine progenitor, then she's nothing more than a commodity for the marriage that sells a little better. Everything has to be accepted by the family. In the eyes of the outsiders, she's the unattainable white family's eldest young lady, and to a certain extent, she's not even that different from a servant housekeeper. Forget it, it's your thing, I shouldn't force it. Bayushi lowered her eyes forlornly. She didn't want it to be Lin LV who was willing to exchange with her only after she pitied her after hearing Chen Daoju's words. Catch it, it's a gift. The teenager's voice sounded behind him, and with it came an irregular transparent crystal. Snap! The crystal was caught, but not in Bayushi's hand. A calloused hand grabbed that martial law crystal while the owner of the hand looked at Bayushi, his voice indifferent. Eldest miss, your behavior is not permitted by the family head. Chen Daomoist covered his face. He knew that someone was going to replicate a certain episode from the other day. This is my own business, you guys stay out of it. Missy, you were born in the Bai family and have enjoyed so many years of glory and wealth, you should make your own contribution to the Bai family instead of being rude and unreasonable here. I said, a frivolous voice interrupted the Bai family, give me back the crystal if you don't want it. The white family powerhouse looked towards Lin Green, but his grip on the martial law crystal did not loosen. Lin Green gasped and laughed. The state of wakefulness that had been interrupted by Lu Duan the other day returned once again, and he pointed at the man's nose, his small mouth as sweet as smeared with honey. You pretend to be you it, my old Lin, this is brown. Mom-centered filthy words popped out from inside Lin Green's unqualified mouth, giving the white family powerhouse a furious face that changed from rosy to stiff green as he angrily pointed at Lin Green. You. How can a little kid like you talk like that? I ate your family's rice? What do you care how I talk? Let alone scolding you today, so what if I beat you up today? Don't you world family members ever forget anything? The other day you just smacked one, today another one pops up, are you M? If you can't beat me, you still have to talk tough. Lu Jian appeared behind Lin Green at an unknown time, and the pressure of a downlord level filled the entire corridor if nothing else. I'll give you two choices. First, return the crystal to me. Second, give the crystal to Bayushi. This isn't a request, it's a stepping stone order. See my brother's raised palm. 3 seconds. If the crystal doesn't show up in either of my hands or Bayushi's hands within 3 seconds, my brother's palm will land on your face. 3, 2, 1. The Bai clan powerhouse stepped forward to return the crystal to Lin Green. Brother Lu. Lu Duyun understood and slapped up, slapping the Bai clan powerhouse from this end of the corridor to that end of the corridor. Are you deaf or are you stupid? I've said that this thing was given to Bayushi, can't you hear me? If your brain doesn't work, go cure your brain. There are still after effects of cultivating your brain to this realm. It looks like you're also completely stupid. With a beautiful arc, the martial law crystal finally landed in Bayushi's hands. Don't think too much, I'm not pitying you, I just think that you're similar to the me from before my awakening in some angles. The spatial rift opened up behind Lin Green, and he took a step to enter it. Helping you is also helping the me from before. Look, the damn neon lights are flashing again. Chapter 23 The Four Gods Assemble. An hour and a half later, the trio of gods stood in various forms in front of Yenjing University's parking lot. That's right, different forms. Bayushi clutched the precious martial law crystal in her hand, feeling the warmth and coolness in her palm, not knowing what she was thinking. Chen Daomu stood quietly, his fingers constantly sliding on the cell phone screen. Lin Green was lying on the ground on all fours, with a pair of small round sunglasses hanging from the bridge of his nose, and still holding a stick in his mouth. Buzz. A luxurious private jet whistled down from the sky, driving a fierce wind that blew the clothes of the 3 people to a hunting sound, and after taxiing and decelerating, it steadily stopped next to the 3 people. The door to the cabin slowly opened and a safety ladder was lowered. Young master, please board the plane. The elderly butler stood upright at the door of the cabin, wearing an elegant suit and giving the 3 of them the please come in gesture. Your family's airplane? Lin Green sat up from the ground and looked at Chen Daomoist. Well, there are 2 major families in Yenjing, the Chen family and the Bai family. The Chen family is in charge of the business and diplomatic side, while the Bai family is in charge of the science and technology education side. Can't see it, so pedantic to still be in charge of these. Lin Green patted his butt and stood up from the ground, walking towards the cabin while talking. His voice was loud enough that the old butler could naturally hear him, but he just smiled and bowed slightly. What young Master Lin said is very true. Lin Green ignored him and walked himself towards a comfortable seat to sit down. The old butler smiled. He recognized Lin Lu's approach from the bottom of his heart. Although the current lineage was growing, their thoughts were becoming more and more pedantic. Bayushi and Chen Daoju also walked onto the airplane successively to find a suitable place to sit down. Accompanied by a sense of weightlessness, the airplane took off, its silver-white body cutting through the sky, whistling with the sound of the wind as it swept off in the direction of the Magic City. Inside the cabin, Chen Daomoist took out a bottle of ice cola from the ice chest and opened it, looking at the old housekeeper. Uncle Zhong, what is the mission this time? Young master, I don't know, I'm only responsible for receiving you to the magic capital, I don't know anything else. Magic capital, Bayushi pondered. Whatever, we'll know everything when we get to the place. Lin Green pushed the small round glasses on the bridge of her nose and lowered the seat backrest in preparation for a nap. 3 hours later, Magic City International Airport. The black-clothed teenager was sitting on a lounge chair in the terminal, his legs crossed, expressionless as he looked up at the ceiling. After a long time, he got up and walked towards the boarding gate. Coming. The comet-like silver-white fuselage broke through the sky and descended, making a smooth forced landing against the azure blue and landing lightly on the runway. The airplane hatch slowly opened, and 3 teenage figures stepped on the safety ladder and walked off the plane one by one.
This is the Magic City, haven't been here since I was a kid.
Chen Daomoy stretched his back and looked back at Lin Green. He was about to say something, but he closed his mouth when he saw his face full of resentment. This dude appeared to have a wake-up call.
Hello there.
The black-clad teenager strides through the boarding gate.
You're... Chen Daomu connected the visitor to the photo in the profile, Shin Mai?
That's right, it's exactly me.
Shin Mai?
The resentful Lin Green instantly stopped being sleepy after hearing this name. He looked towards the high and cold face that wore a polite smile. Come and cut me.
Shin Mai?
By the looks of it, your brother Lin Greenwood. I've heard a lot about you.
Shin Mai cast his gaze on Bayushi. Bayushi, that's right, isn't it? Bayushi nodded. Young masters, the old butler stood at the cabin door and waved at the 4 god levels, an urgent telegram from the State Council.
The 4 returned to the cabin. The old butler opened the electronic screen inside the cabin. An image appeared in front of the 4. The old man in the image was amiable. It was none other than the current top pillar of China, Zhou Lao.
Good day, god grandfather. Chen Daozhu? Bayushi, Omega. Shin Mai, Omicron. Nobody, what popped out of the inside of your mouth?
The old man smiled from ear to ear. Good boy, god grandson.
Not buddy, huh? Is that right?
The 3 of them, Chen Daomoy, only felt that their worldview was about to collapse. Children, I'm sure your principal has told you about the purpose of this mission with some speculations.
The 4 of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice.
They're right, every session of God levels performs a mission like this, with the help of the mission for bonding, and you guys can't avoid it. However, this year's mission needs to be changed a bit. The old man revealed a bad smile, like a child who was setting up a neat task. Your mission this time is divided into 2 parts, break through the Dao Dan and run to Kimchi Country for a special mission.
Pickle Country?
Shen Daomoy scratched the back of his head with a puzzled expression. That's right, the specific content of the mission needs to be told to you after you break through the Dao Dan realm. Old brother Zhong, give them the stuff. Uncle Zhong took out an encrypted box from the built-in freezer in the cabin, entered the password and opened it. 4 glass test tubes storing blue liquid appeared in front of the 4. Inside these 4 test tubes is the barrier-breaking liquid, which consists of a high concentration of aura concentrate, with some heavenly treasure extracts from the abyss. The energy in it is enough for you guys to break through to the Dao Dan realm. Lin Green took the lead and walked forward, picking up a test tube and placing it in front of his eyes to examine it.
God grandfather, I'm afraid there's more than just this effect, right?
That's right, it can also polish your body and God Pro to a great extent, and enhance your body's affinity for aura. Of course, this thing can only be used once in one person's lifetime, and after this time it will be resistant, and after researching it, using it in the process of breaking through the Dao Dan by the Dao Fate will be able to more fully utilize the effects of the medicine. Elder Zhou smiled kindly, looking at the several children with eyes full of care. The army of the Magic Capital guards one of the current national treasures of China, the Tianyan Pool. Next, you will be heading to the Heavenly Diffusion Pool to absorb the barrier-breaking liquid, and then immediately head to the Pickle Country once you've elevated to the Dao Dan realm.
Bayushi raised her hand. Elder Zhou, is the mission in Kimchi Country that thing?
The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, his thumb tapping next to the belly of his index finger, adding a bit of mystery to him, and he smiled slightly under the crowd's expectant gazes. You guys guess. The screen plummeted to black and the communication ended. That thing in Kimchi Country. Shin Mai took out his cell phone and scratched the screen a few times, and a news item appeared on the otherwise blacked out electronic screen. Is this the thing? A black and white photo was projected onto the electronic screen. Within the photo was a man whose face had been mosaicked, both his hands and feet had been chopped off and he was lying in a pool of blood, helplessly wailing, and behind him, vaguely visible, were 2 people wearing white coats and protective glasses. Half a month ago, the peace ambassador sent by the Chinese government to the rice country disappeared strangely in the process of returning to the country. Within this half a month, China has pressured the rice side countless times to demand an explanation, while the rice side has been greasy, only explaining that our ambassador had already left the airspace of the rice country when he disappeared, and that it had nothing to do with them,
until 3 days ago when this photo was circulated in the network, and the IP address showed the Kimchi Country, and after our personnel's data analysis, the man in the picture is the ambassador who disappeared half a month ago, He Yaoxing. Chen Daomoy looked at this photo with a grave expression and continued to speak. Could it be that this mission is for us to investigate this matter?
Lin Green's azure-colored eyes stared at the black and white photo with a deadpan expression as he reached out and pointed to a certain blurry corner within the photo.
Zoom in there, there's something.
Shin Mai pressed 2 fingers on the cell phone screen and flicked them to the sides, and the area Lin Green pointed to filled the entire electronic screen, but because the pixels of the photo were too low, all the people could see was a blurry black mosaic.
Brother Lin, what's going on here?
Do you guys trust me? Lin Green took off the small round sunglasses hanging on the bridge of his nose, exposing those blue eyes to the trio.
Did you find something, big brother? Chen Daomoy looked at Lin Green and then at the blurry lump on the electronic screen. Ha!
Xin Mai looked at Chen Daoyu in surprise, then tilted his body to look at Lin Lu, so the rumors are true.
Chen Daoyu blushed, but still admitted it graciously.
Aha! Lin Green wasn't in the mood to break up these things as he pointed to his eyes. My divine progenitor is called Six Eyes, and one of its effects is that even with my eyes closed, I can see everything around me in 360 without any dead angles, and the principle of this effect is the information analyzing ability that Six Eyes brings to me, and countless pieces of garbage information are drilled into my brain through the amplification of Six Eyes every now and then. So, in my vision, this photo is changing.
Changed?
Bayushi looked at Lin Green in puzzlement. Changed means it's blurry, but the information from it keeps being processed by my brain through the magnification of the Six Eyes, and in a sense, it's getting clearer and clearer in my eyes. Lin Green pointed to the center of the electronic screen was the piece that was the blurriest part of the entire area. There are two bottles of reagents here, one is called Amtrue bacteria and the other is called conjugate bacteria.
Chapter 24 The Celestial Diffusion Pool. Amtrue fungus, conjugate group special fungus?
Bayushi looked at Lin Green suspiciously, with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
You know about this? Chen Daoyu looked at Bayushi.
The Bai family is in charge of the science and technology field in Yanjing, which includes biological science, and I have heard a little bit about these two things. Bayushi's face was ugly and gloomy, almost dripping with water. These two things are all from the abyss, and they are the things that the United Nations explicitly banned from appearing on the earth. These two things only need a little bit to make people below the Dao Sea turn into pus, even if they are strong Dao monarchs. Their bodies will mutate if they come into contact with too much of it, and the infected of this thing will emit radiation from their bodies, and its power is comparable to that of a dirty bomb. Why would the Kinshi countrymen concoct something like this? Is the danger level of this mission really something that a few of us can meddle with? Xin Mai frowned, staring dead on at the black and white snowflakes on the electronic screen, as if trying to see through something.
You just seemed surprised that you knew about these two things?
Bayushi once again turned her gaze to Lin Green. Lin Green pointed to the top of her head. My Dao protector comes from the abyss. Young masters, Zhongbo's pale voice inserted, the top has its own considerations for doing so, and may not leave this matter to you. The priority now is to raise your cultivation to the Dao Dan. I will be the protector for the young masters in the meantime. Lin Lu grasped the test tube of the barrier breaking liquid in the safe in her hand. The cold temperature pierced through her skin straight to the bone marrow. Brother Lu, if I completely absorb this bottle of reagent, what realm can I reach? He transmitted his voice to Lu End. First heaven of Dao Dan, Lu Ju's voice echoed in Lin Lu's mind. The barrier-breaking liquid only serves to break down the barriers of cultivation. It can only be used once in a lifetime and is only useful under a Dao King. Its massive energy is mainly used to improve the organism. That's so, then can I break through the Dao Dan at the heavenly diffusion pool without relying on this barrier-breaking liquid? After half a month of accumulation, the aura in your body is almost saturated and you can break through at any time. Lin Green put his bottle of test tubes back into the safe and locked it together with the other 3 bottles.
I think I can do without it for now, then.
That's right, those heavenly treasures that Lord Lin Di had infused within your body earlier in the year had long since reached this type of efficacy, and those energies are still accumulating in your body without being consumed, and although the barrier-breaking liquid has the best effect when the Dao Fate breaks through the Dao Dan, there are exceptions to every rule. Lu Jian had the same idea as Lin Green, to keep the barrier-breaking liquid and wait until the time of need to use it. Young masters, the next step is to take a car to military base number 3. Uncle Zhong took the lead out of the cabin with the safe in his hand and waved his hand. Please follow me.
Brother Lu, this old man doesn't look bad, not like a worldly person at all.
Just now, God-grandfather called him old brother. What cultivation level is he? I can't see through, at least Dao Saint.
Lu Ji replied lightly.
Lin Lv's body stiffened, almost staggering to the ground as he looked stiffly at the pale figure walking at the very front.
A figure of a Dao Saint or even a Dao Emperor, and he himself had just thrown a face at someone? Young Master Lu, young Master Lin, secretly discussing an old man is a bad behavior.
Lin Lu froze again, the voice was clearly Uncle Zhong's. He looked towards Uncle Zhong. The old man didn't turn around, he just carried his suitcase and walked by himself.
When did your old man find out?
When you first whispered. With a suspected Dao Saint powerhouse by his side, it always felt strange, even though the sense of security was drawn out. Uncle Zhong drove and led the 4 of them to the number 3 military base, and after going through layers of identification, they arrived at the heavenly diffusion pool. A ghostly spring was situated in the depths of the military base, and through the path that led to the Tianyin Pond, it was as if they had crossed time to another world. The beauty that belongs to ancient times lingers in everyone's heart. A ladder extends from the foot to the spring, and a faint mist spreads by the cap, as if entering a fairyland.
This is the heavenly diffusion pool. It looks like a cultivation sanctuary inside a metaphysical novel.
Lin Green let out a sigh of emotion. Here, all modern technology fails, and only things that are naturally formed or created by relying on spiritual power are allowed to appear in the vicinity of the heavenly diffusion pool. Uncle Zhong smiled as he looked at the 4 God-level children. Every session of God levels will come here to make a breakthrough. This is your privilege. He opened the suitcase and took out the 4 test tubes. Go ahead, soak them in the celestial diffusion pool and just take the barrier-breaking liquid orally.
Uncle Zhang, Bayushi was the last one to take the test tube, her expression not very natural. Do men and women mix in the bath?
After Bayushi reminded them of this, the three men also realized this problem. Don't worry, you'll know when you go in. Uncle Zhang remained in that smiling manner. The pool water of the heavenly diffusion pool isn't that simple. Why don't you go in first? Lin Lu shrugged her shoulders, her face full of indifference. Whether we go together or subsequently is up to you. Good. Bayushi held the test tube in one hand and clutched the martial law crystal Lin Green had given her in the other, walking down the steps with a light step. Glancing back at a few people, Bayushi still decided not to take off her clothes and jumped straight down into the Tianyan pool. The moment she entered the heavenly diffusion pool, Bayushi's eyes widened as she felt the incredible scene. How is this possible? What's wrong? Lin Green looked towards the heavenly diffusion pool and tried to parse it with his 6 eyes, but he found nothing.
You guys come in. May I? Shin Mai confirmed.
Well, Uncle Zhang is right, you'll see when you come in. The three of them looked at each other and walked towards the heavenly diffusion pool with the same steps, then jumped down into the spring. Holy, how is this possible? Lin Green was surprised as he cupped a puddle of spring water while it transformed into a cloud and slipped away from his fingertips. This is the magic of the heavenly diffusion pool. Uncle Zhang slowly walked to the edge of the spring, spreading a bit of the spring water with his fingertips and watched as it transformed into clouds and mist and slipped away. The spring water has no phase, it looks like water, but it's actually a kind of energy polymerization called soul. It can only be used to wash the physical body and the soul,
and there's only one of its kind in the entire planet.
Alright young masters, start practicing. I hope you can break through to Daodan soon. Good luck. The light that enveloped the heavenly diffusion pool dimmed at some point, and Zhang Bo disappeared. Although it wasn't completely dark, the sudden change in light was still too much for people to adjust to.
Lin Green was the exception.
Holy, how come it's suddenly dark? Chen Daomoist's voice rang out inappropriately with a hint of horror. No, what are those two glowing blue things? Ghost fire.
Lin Lu breathlessly swam over and kicked Chen Daoyu. That's the old man's eyes. Chapter 25 Full Daodan, Collapsing Chen Daomoisen.
The small fight ended, and the four of them sank down to prepare for their cultivation, leaving only 4 steady breathing sounds in the large heavenly diffusion pool. Lin Green received the barrier-breaking liquid into his storage ring and subconsciously communicated with Rodend.
Brother Lu, is Brother Lu their Brother Lu? No response.
Lin Green thought about it. Also, Tianyan Pond, such an important place, must have strong guards, not so much that even a Dao Lord can casually enter and exit, otherwise this Tianyan Pond would have long been divided up.
Outside the heavenly diffraction pool,
4 black-clothed men stood in a row, the leader of which was wearing a standardized trench coat and had a cigarette in his mouth. Now there's no need to secretly observe them every day, being a Taoist protector is still quite tiring. An old man with a long beard cheerfully looked at the other 3.
Elder Meng, I didn't expect to actually have the chance to see you again.
Lu Duyun was a bit excited, the cigarette in his mouth shaking. Yes, little End, I also didn't expect to see you again. Your cultivation has already far surpassed me. It seems that letting you follow Lin Zian after traveling to the abyss was the right decision. The old man known as Elder Meng looked at Lu Ju with delight, as if he was looking at a child he had raised.
Lord Lu, you know Elder Meng? The strong man from the Bai clan looked at Lu Di suspiciously. My former Dao protector was Elder Meng.
Lu Du explained lightly. It was all 10 years ago. Elder Meng waved his hand. This brat named Shin Mai is not bad. Among the several great divine ranks I've followed, he's the only one who can be compared to you, little End. You flatter me. Lu Ju was not humble, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Lord Lin Emperor hadn't arranged for me to come and guard the path for the young lord, I'm afraid that the young lord's guardian would be you, and I'm sure that the young lord would have given you an even greater shock. You have quite a high opinion of him. I heard that this kid has a lot of personality, and after a hurried glance today, I do feel that he is not small in his abilities, and despite his young age he does have arrogant capital. Then, Elder Meng, the Dao protector from the Chun clan, came over. How is my young master? Elder Meng gave him a faint look, then his eyes drifted in the direction of the heavenly diffusion pool.
Still have to practice. The Chun clan powerhouse could only heave a smile.
The higher-ups really wouldn't be planning on letting the children go on such a dangerous mission. Compared to the optimism of the others, the Bai clan powerhouse was a bit worried. Even if they break through to Daodan, that thing isn't something they can handle.
The top has its own considerations, and besides, they may not be unsuitable for this mission.
A cigarette burned out, and with a gentle pinch from Lu Duan, the cigarette butt turned into flying ash and annihilated.
How? Meng Lao looked toward Lu Di.
If someone else goes, maybe Bubble Fong and Mi Fong won't do anything, but it's not necessarily the case if they go. Lu Du looked in the direction of the Tianyan Pond. As a new generation of god levels, they don't say they represent the entire country. At least the Yin Jingchen family and the Abyssal Upper Yuan Divine Palace are still representable. If they encounter any danger,
I'm afraid that the Chen family and the Upper Yuan Divine Palace will come out of their nests. What the top wants
is not for them to solve it, but to give themselves an excuse to be able to use forceful means. Rodan glanced at the Bai clan's strongest members. The only thing he didn't mention was the Bai clan. The Bai family strongman spread his hands helplessly. After yin and yang, the Bai family is not allowed to yin and yang me. Oh, my thoughts are still not that pedantic, or else I wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for help to come and be the lady's Taoist protector. The 50-year-old man lowered his head and smiled. I have no wife and no children in my life. It was me who watched Miss grow up. In my eyes, Miss is the general of my own daughter. Previously wanted to be the Tao protector by me, but was rejected by the family head. The purpose of the last Tao protector was mainly to monitor and prevent accidents like those towards the Chun family, and as a result, it was disabled by the Road brothers. Hearing the name of the Chun clan's strongest man smiled sarcastically. Don't say that. My relationship with Chen Yao is still good. Back then, Lin Xian's marriage robbery still had a part of me. The lineage really needs a good change of blood. Elder Meng sighed. Lord Lin Emperor letting Lin Green spend 18 years in mediocrity should also be an attempt to cultivate a class-hating heart in him. I hope Lin Green can do it.
The Bai clan powerhouse raised an eyebrow. Achieve what?
Nang Lao, this is not a good thing to say. Lin Ziyin was the one who made a mess of the Chun family for Chen Yao back then. What right does Lin Lu have to do that? Don't put labels on my young lady indiscriminately, huh? Lu Duyi revealed an imperceptible smile. His gaze seemed to travel through space to see Lin Green in the heavenly diffusion pool, muttering, not necessarily.
1 month later. Phew. Chen Daomoist opened his eyes comfortably, feeling the full Daodan deep in the space of consciousness. The corners of his mouth rose happily. It seems that it's still this young master. What are you excited about? A cool voice came from beside him. Bai Yushi and Qin Mai looked at Chen Daoyu breathlessly. The bottom one still has the face to scream. Chen Daoyu pointed at himself. What do you mean by having the face to call? And what does penultimate first mean? He pointed to Lin LV, who was still practicing at the side. Isn't there another one here?
He's the first amongst us. Bai Yushi blankly glanced at Chen Daomu. He broke through the Daodan half a month ago, and is now at the third sky of Daodan.
What the hell?
Chen Daoyu suspected that his ears were broken. He croaked and swam to Lin Lu's side.
Pointing his finger at Lin Lu's face, Daodan third sky, him?
Although unconvincing, but it's true, brother Chen. Qin Mai leaned against the edge of the pool and moved his neck. I have to admit, brother Lin's cultivation talent is just strong. You're not ashamed to recognize Lin Green as your big brother.
Then when did you two wake up?
Qin Mai pointed to himself. I was 3 days ago. Miss Bai was earlier than me. I saw her practicing martial arts when I woke up. Bai Yushi nodded. She looked at the warm crystal in her hand. Although it was no longer of any use, for some reason, she had no thoughts of throwing it away and silently put it away in her storage ring. Chen Daomoist's brain went down for a while before he was able to accept the fact that he was the end of the old age, and he drilled into the heavenly diffusion pool lifelessly, not wanting to face the reality. Alright, brother Chen, while brother Lin hasn't woken up, hurry up and cultivate for a while longer. According to reason, the four of us are going to leave the heavenly diffusion pool if we all break through. There aren't many chances to enter the heavenly diffusion pool. Chen Daomoist dejectedly drilled out of the pool water and swam to the edge of the spring, wanting to enter the cultivation state again.
Ka-ching.
A crunching sound attracted Chen Daomoist's attention, and he looked in the direction of Lin Green, sure and convinced that the sound was coming from there. Lin Green opened those azure-colored eyes, bursting out a brilliant aura, and in the eyes of the three people with different minds, he uttered the words that made Chen Daoyu completely collapse. That was fast. The fourth heaven of Daodan, no difficulty at all.
Chapter 26 Hongmen Banquet. Kimchi Country, Seoul, Chiana Junyue Court.
Lin Green stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, her azure eyes looking down through black ink lenses, the goblet in her hand shaking the fuchsia-colored agar. Crackling raindrops fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground below, bursting onto the pant legs of hurried pedestrians and wetting the well-made suit pants.
It's been 2 days, and those people at the top of Pickle Country still arranged for us to stay here?
Chen Daomu sat on the sofa and swiped his cell phone in boredom. No, to be precise, it's the Chen family that arranged for us to be here. Although the Tanu Grand Hyatt Court is a first-class hotel in Seoul, it's invested by the Chen family. Bai Yushi was wearing a long black dress that matched her hair color, and was holding the same type of wine glass as Lin Green's, but it was filled with soda. She silently walked over to Lin Green and joined him in looking down at the scenery below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the window there were no pleasing landscapes or picturesque courtyards, only the suits that walked by from time to time under the high-rise buildings. They carry heavy briefcases, frequently checking their watches, all kinds of umbrellas cover their heads, and a glance is a colorful torrent. I can't appreciate the view from here somewhat. How do you manage to look at this place for hours every day? Bai Yushi looked at the leisurely Lin Green and followed his example of shaking up the soda in his glass.
Lin Green picked up his goblet and took a symbolic sip of red wine. Thought awareness needs to be improved. Ms. Bai, do you really think I'm enjoying the scenery?
He nuzzled his chin and pointed towards the steel forest in this city. What's there to see? The sinking of the upper class versus the eternity of the lower class. Bai Yushi squeezed the stem of her tall glass, not knowing what she was thinking.
Observe for 10 minutes and see what you can find out?
Bai Yushi looked downwards. The room they were in had a high floor and a wide view, which was perfect for observing the situation below.
There are a few people who have been hovering around.
That's right. Lin Green pushed up the small round sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. They've been here since we checked in, and have added at least 3 more in the past 2 days.
Surveillance? Surveillance, by the way, protection.
They're afraid we'll make some kind of mess and something will go wrong, so they're using this method to hang us out to dry, hoping we'll go back on our own.
Brilliant.
Lin Green turned away from the floor to ceiling windows, set her glass down on the table, and turned to pick up another bottle of sparkling water. Still, this is good. 3 days ago, the entire 4-member squad broke through the Daodan and arrived in Kimchi country on a special airplane, and instead of keeping a low profile, they went to the Kimchi country's government to inquire about the situation in a high-profile manner. In the words of Chen Daomoist, there is no need to have a status to be a cutie. As a result, the Kimchi country's government excused themselves for various reasons and finally arranged for the 4 to stay at the Chen family's investment in the Tiannu Grand Hyatt. Duck duck duck. The knock on the door sounded. Xin Mai, who was sitting on the sofa eating and drinking, wiped his mouth and went over to open the door. Ka-ching. The door opened and a dead body-like figure stumbled in. Great nephew, did you bring a sunny stick? The kimchi from Kimchi Nation is just too much torture for the taste buds. Chen Xingyuan saw Lin Green as if he had seen a savior, and grabbed his pant leg with a snap. Lin Lu's mouth twitched, although he couldn't bear to see his pro-uncle being tortured by kimchi into this grippy state, but he couldn't bear to part with his own sunny stick. After thinking for a long time, in Chen Xingyuan's miserable and expectant gaze, Lin Lu took out the half-melted stick in her mouth. Here. Chen Xingyuan's teeth were on the verge of crunching as he tried to maintain the last vestige of a smile as best he could. Could it be that the kinship between us is really no better than a complete sunny stick? I've answered you politely, and you still have to make me break your heart bluntly. It was impossible for Huaxia to rest assured that the 4 divine-level god pros would run out and scurry around alone, so he arranged for Chen Xingyuan to follow them and deal with all sorts of trouble for them. Chen Xingyuan did indeed do that. The difficulties that the 4 could not suffer all fell on him. The pickles that the 4 could not eat were all served to his face. After being tortured by the pickles and local officials for 3 days, Chen Xingyuan resolutely returned to the Tiannu Junyue Pavilion. Can't eat the Similac kimchi anymore, we'll die. Lin Lu touched 2 sunny sticks from the ring and threw them to her pro-uncle. Pickle country here obviously has a ghost in its heart, but we can't do anything yet. It's a bit hard to get it right. Chen Xingyuan held the 2 rods as if they were a treasure. His eyes seemed to be looking at the most beautiful girl in the world, and he was about to tear off its coat and taste it, when the urgent ringing of his cell phone interrupted his movements. He only saw Chen Xingyuan expressionlessly holding his cell phone bearing unintelligible bird language. 5 minutes later he hung up the phone, but his face didn't bring any joy. There is a good news, want to hear it? Tell me about it. The government of Pickle Country has agreed to meet us face to face. Chen Xingyuan tore open the outer skin of the sunny bar and put the tantalizingly scented candy into his mouth. Now. Bai Yushi looked at Chen Xingyuan. Now, the president's full-time driver is already waiting downstairs. First things first. Not exactly good news. Chen Daomoist put down his cell phone and lay on the backrest of the sofa staring at the ceiling out of his mind. After hanging us out to dry for so long, Uncle Yuan, you just came back and agreed to communicate with us. Is this considered a hongmen banquet? We'll know when we go, Lin Lu shrugged. So what if the reckoning is loud? Without explaining the photo thing clearly, this matter can never be settled. Xin Mai, who was eating and drinking on the other side, put down the snacks in his hand. Will they choose to create a little obstacle for us on the road? Possibly. Chen Xingyuan tapped his forehead. It's not too late, let's go now. Nothing can go wrong with a few Dao protectors secretly protecting us. Several people finished dressing and prepared to go downstairs together. Great nephew, the elevator is here. Lin Green turned back to the 4 men inside the elevator and waved her hand to pull open the safe passage door on the side. I work out. The iron doors of the safe passage slowly closed, hollow footsteps could be faintly heard, and the few people inside the elevator looked at each other in disbelief, only to close the elevator doors. Is he always like this? Chen Xingyuan asked. Bai Yushi nodded. When he first came here he just climbed up the stairs. But this is the 34th floor. He likes to work out. The elevator slowly descended and upon arriving at the first floor, Chen Xingyuan looked around. This kid hasn't come down yet? He's walking down, not flying down, Uncle Jen. Boom! The iron door of the safe passage was slammed open, and a white-haired Erpin panted and covered his waist as he climbed out of the stairwell, panting heavily. Noticing the stupefied gazes of the 4 people looking at him, Lin Green calmly pulled out his cell phone and opened a certain letter. First in the steps list of a certain letter, yay! Chapter 27 Car Accident in the Rain. Outside the Tiannu Grand Hyatt Pavilion, a stretch Lincoln quietly straddled the door, and several black-clad bodyguards stood upright in front of the hotel's main door, waiting for the arrival of the 5 people from Huaxia. Raindrops scattered on the ground, tapping on the Lincoln's expensive windows. The rain got heavier and heavier, the crackling sound formed a rhythmic rhyme. The rain curtain gradually became so large that the road ahead was difficult to recognize, and the sporadic vehicles had to turn on their headlights and drive slowly. Electronic sensor door opened. Chen Xingyuan took the lead and walked out. He ruffled his hair flirtatiously. Boys, follow me. Mr. Chen, please get in the car. A bodyguard spoke a mouthful of raw Chinese to pull open the car door for Chen Xingyuan. Lin LV walked out of the hotel with Chen Xingyuan and looked up at the gray sky. It's really good to ride in a car with such heavy rain? Can't just walk there.
Chen Xingyuan shrugged. Rumble.
A shocking thunderbolt traveled through the clouds in the distance, and then the sound of rolling thunder reached his ears. You go up first. Good. Lin Green responded, sidestepping the bodyguard to sit in the luxury car that symbolized his status.
Good lord, did these guys fall into the toilet? They haven't come out after so long?
Chen Xingyuan did not follow Lin Green to the car, but tore open another Sunny bar and put it in his mouth, standing under the awning at the entrance, his eyes glancing at the lobby from time to time.
The pedestrians were in a hurry, holding up umbrellas of various colors to form a visual torrent.
Lin Green shivered as he sat in the Lincoln. He raised his hand to close one of the air conditioning vents above his head. A burst of warmth came from behind himself. Lin Green sensed it with his 6 eyes and realized that it was the driver who had the good sense to turn on the seat's heating system for him. Buzz! The sudden roar of the tank exploded down the long street. The change came out of nowhere, frying people's eardrums stinging. A pitch-black behemoth barreled through, flashing headlights illuminating the blackness and tearing the rain curtain to shreds. The headlights lit up as if they were the pupils of 2 hideous beasts, locking onto the small car that was worthless in comparison. Without the slightest deceleration, it collided head-on. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, so fast that Chen Xingyuan and the bodyguards guarding the Lincoln did not react. In the crowd's gasps of surprise, the vehicle that seemed like a prehistoric beast did not slow down at all. The gas pedal was stepped on, and it crashed heavily into the side of the black Lincoln. Boom! The bright and dazzling headlights of the car stuck to the skeleton of Lin Green's car, and in this instant, the whole street seemed to lose its light. The black Lincoln was lifted up unsurprisingly, flipping through the air before breaking through the glass doors under the behemoth's front roof and sliding toward the front desk of the hotel lobby. Chen Xingyuan could barely react as he rolled sideways on the ground to avoid the crushing of the Lincoln's body.
Lin Green.
At this moment, the trio that had just come out of the bathroom were completely shocked by the scene before them. Their specialized car was torn apart by the steel beast without resistance, dead against the wall covered with cracks. The cockpit of the car had been severely deformed, the driver had no chance of survival, and the rear compartment was nearly twisted into a twist.
Lin Green.
The three heard Chen Xingyuan's heartbreaking shout and realized that Lin LV was in the car at the moment. Save her. Chen Daomois took the lead and rushed towards the already deformed luxury car. Snap. The door of the black truck was opened, and a group of masked hulks got out of the vehicle menacingly, exuding an oozingly terrifying aura, and if one perceived carefully, one found that the entire crew did not have the presence of a Dao life, and 2 of them even exuded the strong fluctuations of the Dao King realm. With a clear division of labor, 10 Daodan realm powerhouses rushed head-on towards Chen Daomu, their hands flashing with divine prosperity. Roll! The green dragon crescent moon blade with a cold aura tore through space and appeared in Chen Daomoist's hand, blocking the first wave of attack. 2 rays of light swept by, the Chinese legendary blade that emitted a frosty aura shook, forcing away the 4 big men, the biting sword light cleaved through the splattered debris, and the heavenly cloud sword that carried the characteristic of nothing can be chopped off drew away the 3 assassins. The 2 Dao King powerhouses killed Chen Xingyuan, their terrifying might crushing towards him. Seek death. A star exploded with a loud bang, and Chen Xingyuan, who was flickering with purple starlight, slammed his fist into the 2, and the 3 of them were evenly matched under one blow.
Celestial God Progenitor, return to the ruins of the ruins.
One of the 2 remaining Dalhai realms walked over to the twisted Lincoln, a hint of mockery showing at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, there was absolutely no chance of Lin Green surviving. What a pitiful thing, just awakened the divine level divine progenitor. You could obviously enjoy an invincible life, but you died here midway. What's this? A little greenish glow loomed inside the Lincoln, and the big man stepped forward to get a glimpse. Boom! The black steel truck was overturned, stirring up flying dust, interrupting the 4 groups of people who were fighting, and they looked at the center of the explosion at the same time. The door of the black Lincoln snapped to the ground, and the next thing you know, there were crumpled body parts. A head, with horrified eyes, snapped to the ground as if it had seen something extremely horrible. The dust was getting thinner and thinner, the rain was still pouring down, and the gusts of wind that blew into the crumbling hotel lobby shook the thin dust. In the wavering smoke, 2 points of blue light flashed continuously. A white-haired teenager with his hands in his pockets stepped out from the smoke and dust. His sinister gaze swept through the crowd before stopping on the body of the Dalhai realm big man. Seeking death? Ha! The man understood Lin Green's words and responded in broken Chinese, "Are you talking about me? Why can't I understand?" "Go to hell if you can't understand." Lin Green's figure flickered and moved, appearing in front of the big man in an instant. Seeking death? The big man's gaze flinched as he raised his palm to grab Lin Green. Buzz. That broad palm stopped in front of Lin Green, not allowed to move an inch in the eyes of outsiders. What kind of bizarre ability is this? The ability to kill you. Lin Green's tone was grim, and his no lower limit jutsu was activated as his entire body appeared behind the big man, holding a long object in his hand and tossing it at the big man without looking back. Give it back. The big man looked at his empty right arm in horror, the neat cuts taking him a moment to react as a heavy object struck him in the back of the head. Looking back, it was his already missing right arm. It wasn't just the sudden spurt of blood that accompanied the wound, but also the pain that tore at his heart.
Ah!
The big man fell to his knees. Even with the adrenaline pumping at breakneck speed, he couldn't stop the bone-chilling pain, and he looked at the arm on the ground tearfully, drool running down his chin along with his tears. He jerked his head up. An ordinary scythe appeared in his left hand, whistling with a cracking sound as it chopped at Lin Green. The teenager stretched out a finger, and the tip of that scythe stopped steadily an inch from his fingertip. Swish!
Ah! The left arm flew away in response.
Lin Green took off his small round sunglasses, which had long since shattered into crumbs, and reached out with one hand to grab the big man's hair and yank it backward with force.
Who ordered you to come?
The teenager's blue eyes stared into those fear-stained eyes and suddenly smiled. Forget it, it doesn't matter who.
I'll find out myself.
A head was thrown up high, warm blood spraying all over Lin Green as he caught the head and threw it towards the two Dao Kings.
I guess, you guys should know more, right?
Chapter 28 Terrifying Forest Green, Attack and Kill Wrap Up. The rain was still falling, and the entire lobby was plunged into deathly silence, with only the sound of the wind and the rain echoing in everyone's ears. The big man's head snapped and fell at the feet of the two Daowangs, and a wicked chill rose in the bottom of their hearts. No one would have expected that this yawning and seemingly harmless white-haired man would be so cruel as to harden a man's head and pull it off alive, while the person was still conscious. You demon! A Dao King's voice trembled as he pointed at Lin Green in a half-assed Chinese language. Lin Green laughed as he looked at the little cutie with an gaze at the two Dao Kings. Demon? Hey, you guys just used that heavy truck to hard smash my car into a twist. If it wasn't for me having a bit of tact, I'm afraid that I would already be a mess of mush right now. The two Dao Kings looked at each other and swept towards the outside of the hotel at the same time. A purple star fell from the sky, cutting through the heavy rain and landing in front of the two Dao Kings, blasting their retreating bodies back. To come and go as you please, what do you take this place for? The three who were surrounding Bayushi saw that the situation wasn't good, and their hearts crossed. Holding the three of them hostage is the only way we have a chance of surviving. Then you are also underestimating us. Chen Daomoy snorted coldly and raised the green dragon crescent moon blade in his hand to slash downwards. The strong force caused the one who did not react in time to be chopped in half on the spot. Retreat! Retreat where? The Tang sword in Bayushi's hand emitted an icy blue light, and as the blade flipped, a heaven-ripping sword dagger chopped toward the four people who surrounded her. Reverse Dragon Ice Repulsion. The icy blue blade deity transformed into a tumbling ice dragon, opening its mouth to bite the two. Ka Chow. The two Daodan powerhouses did not have any resistance and were bitten in half by the ice dragon. The remaining two were incapable of resisting the icy dragon's breath and were frozen hard into ice sculptures. I'll go, it feels like I'm losing out on giving this to Bayushi. Lin Green's eyes were about to glaze over, an emotion called regret spreading within his chest as he imagined the image of himself creating hundreds of ice dragons to kill his enemies with his divine progenitor trait, ignoring the occasion and slapping himself in front of everyone. An emotion named regret spread in his chest. Had he known better, he had thrown away an even bigger pussy for the sake of pretending to be a pussy. Sinza! Someone tries to grab Lin Green's frozen timing to put him under control, but is stopped by the infinite that covers the perimeter. Those blue eyes looked back at the visitor and carelessly slapped out a palm, blasting him into the wall. Messing with the wrong classmate. A harsh light flashed, as if a silver arc of light had blasted through the rain, cutting one man at the waist. Shimai let out a breath and nodded at Lin LV. At the same time, Bayushi and Chen Daoyu also drove several other people into the encirclement. Lin Green understood and raised her hand to compare the Yi Tsang, starting stance. The gusty wind swept up the teenager's long, plain white hair, and in the center of his blue eyes, a flash of cyan slowly took shape. Wow! The wind grew louder and the rain became heavier, and the lobby, which had been ravaged by the battle and was in a state of disrepair, could no longer withstand the wind and rain, and let the heavy curtain of rain crackle down on the faces of the people. Jutsu Shunzho turned pale. Chen Daomoist's thighs softened and he shivered. Is it that scary? Bayushi lightly glanced at Lin Green. You try? The ever-expanding infinity turned into a cyan-colored ball of energy and flew out, its strong suction engulfing the drifting rain and plowing a deep furrow in the ground. In the pouring rain, a flash of green color tore through the heavy rain curtain. Chen Daoju didn't dare to be careless, understanding how strong the suction power of this thing was, and avoided it early. Bayushi and Chinmai looked at each other when they saw Chen Daoju's fearful appearance, and followed his lead. Boom! It was as if the world had lost its voice for a moment, and not a single thing existed within the reach of the pale. In the center of the explosion, only a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters was left behind. As for the Daodan powerhouse who attacked them, were blasted to the point where not even crumbs remained. Holy! Chinmai's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Daoju, with a look that clearly said, "You're telling me you took a shot of this hard?" Gulp! Chen Daomoist swallowed his saliva, his jaw dropping. This power can catch up with Dao Hai's full force strike, right, so I'm this powerful. Rain is still falling. In the pouring rain of the white-haired boy quietly stay in place, let the rain gradually rise, but no drop of water can be close to his god, the accumulation of rain to form a thick film of water wrapped in the forest green.
The teenager lifted his eyelids to look at the two lifeless Dao Kings and hooked his finger. Die or live, choose for yourself.
The two Dao Kings glanced at each other, seeing the helplessness and determination in each other's eyes. The duo suddenly burst forth, tearing through Chen Xingyuan's blockade and running towards Lin Green.
Big brother. Chen Dao Moist couldn't help but remind them.
Chen Xingyuan did not stop him as he put away his divine progenitor, leaned against the crumbling wall and yawned, biting into the almost melted Zai Zai stick in his mouth. The two Dao Kings ran faster and faster, crimson cracks appearing on their bodies, and rushing flames crisscrossed the sky, completely collapsing the already shaky building. Chen Xingyuan turned around and walked into the curtain of rain. With a gentle hook of his finger, a spatial rift cracked under the feet of the three Chen Dao Moist, transferring the three to his side. Lin Green, who was in the center of the explosion, looked at the tongues of fire that were gulping light and closed those azure-colored eyes without slowing down. Lu. A black-clothed figure appeared in front of Lin Green, and with a wave of one hand, majestic energy poured out from his body. The rain stopped, the wind rose, and the clouds surged.
40-story building just like this blew up big brother he's okay?
Chen Daomoist looked at this scene in a daze, not expecting that the special effects of the level of a blockbuster movie in the United States of America could be created by his own hands.
A big brother in one bite at this time? Chen Xingyuan had a smile in his eyes.
Convinced, completely convinced, no matter if it's battle power or cultivation speed, losing to Big Brother is not a disgrace. Bai Yushi stared deathly at the 100-meter-high building that collapsed with a loud bang. Her grip on the legend of Huaxia's hand was getting tighter and tighter, and although she understood that Lin LV would be fine, she couldn't help but still be worried in her heart.
So strange, why would I worry about him? Dull engine sounds rang out as several police cars and military trucks drove into this street, surrounding Chen Xingyuan's few people. Hello Mr. Chen, you're not injured, are you?
An officer-looking man came down from the truck, pulling open the door and jogging all the way to Chen Xingyuan, giving a military salute with a straight face.
I'm injured, can you guys reimburse me for treatment?
Of course.
Then what if I die? Chen Xingyuan's voice grew colder.
This was no other place, it was Seoul, a place where the strongest people of the Kimchi Kingdom gathered, and they had made such a big commotion in the busiest shopping street, and the military people were only arriving now, the implications of which were intriguing. I'm sorry Mr. Chen, our military people have just been intercepted by unknown terrorists, and we couldn't get support in place in time. The military officer explained without being condescending, word for word.
Chen Xingyuan sneered and did not answer. I say, is that all the military people can do?
A cocky and domineering voice came out from the ruins, and the white-haired teenager stood in the broken wall with his hands in his pockets.
Without a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid that China won't let Kimchi country go so peacefully.
Rodan stood behind Lin Green, a black trench coat with no wind. The aura of a Downlord was Lin Green's biggest dependence.
For some reason, it was clearly daytime, but there were hidden stars flickering in the sky. Chapter 29, The Overbearing Huaxia. Kimchi Country, Seoul. High-rise Myeongdong Street.
Myeongdong Street has been the busiest shopping street in the Kimchi Kingdom since the last epoch, and despite the foreign wars and centuries of time, it is still the most luxurious and extravagant place in Seoul. The rain had stopped at some point, and the puddles of water that had accumulated on the ground reflected the light of bright fires and gravel everywhere. The original iconic Tiannu Junhua Pavilion was reduced to countless pieces of rubble, and it was only because the hotel staff was evacuated in time at the same time as the battle started and the surrounding crowd was evacuated by the bodyguards who followed them that there were no serious casualties. In the center of a piece of rubble, a white-clothed teenager and a black-clothed youth stood one behind the other. The teenager's face was as warm as jade, his azure-colored eyes blossomed with an oozing radiance. The youth's face was expressionless, his hands were negatively backed up, and his body exuded a monstrous might. I need an explanation, Lin Green spoke again. The president said he wanted to meet us face to face, but as a result, he was attacked before he even set off, and your military people didn't rush over until the battle was over. This can't be a coincidence, can it? Our military was obstructed by mysterious forces, so we did not arrive in time.
The military officer repeated what he had said to Chen Xingyuan.
Oh, Lin Green pretended to be enlightened as he stepped forward, Rodan following closely behind. This is Seoul, the capital of the Kimchi Kingdom. The military station in Seoul can actually be stopped by the so-called mysterious organization. Is the other side too strong or are you guys too weak?
No, it's neither. It's us who are too unimportant. You guys can't wait for our 4 god levels to die here, then turn around and push out this group of people who attacked us to take the blame for you guys. It's just that you guys didn't expect us to actually kill these attackers back. That's not true, please don't talk nonsense. There was always a hint of panic on the officer's expressionless face. And what is that? It's... The officer couldn't speak.
Chen Xingyuan waved his hand. Well, great nephew, don't make it difficult for people, after all, they are also following orders. Said, he walked behind the officer, stretched out his left arm and wrapped it around the officer, like two good brothers who hook shoulders. Wouldn't it be better if we just go and ask the president? I'm sure the president will give us a satisfactory explanation, right?
Then it's not too late, let's go now.
Lin LV looked towards Rodan, who understood. A spatial crack tore open, and Lin Green turned around and walked in, while Chen Xingyuan waved his hand, signaling Bai Yushi and the three of them to follow closely behind. At the same time, Changhua Day. A spatial rift appeared out of thin air in the office of the president of the Qinshi Kingdom, who couldn't help but tremble at the sight of the ethereal rift, even though he had already received the news. 5 silhouettes walked out of the rift one after another, with Chen Xingyuan at the forefront. He sat on his but on the leather sofa in the office and winked at the president.
Greetings, Mr. President. Mr. Chen, this matter is a misunderstanding. And then? The president froze. What then? It's a misunderstanding. Chen Xingyuan sat upright and looked at the president, and then what? Just leave it at that. Then next time when you visit China, we'll send someone to assassinate you and then notify the world that it's a misunderstanding. What do you think? The president's face was ugly as he sat up from his chair and pointed at Chen Xingyuan. Mr. Chen, please don't be so unreasonable. This is a kimchi country. It can also be a Chinese sub-nation. Chen Xingyuan snorted. Do you want to try? A threat? In this day and age, other than the 2 countries of rice and the Russian Federation, no other country has any ability to threaten Huaxia. UN condemnation and sanctions? That. Call back all those Taoist emperors and saints guarding the abyss and put them in the face of the Secretary General of the United Nations. Condemnation? Sanctions? Condemn your big daddy. Sanction your big mom. The president of the pickle country trembled as he looked at Chen Xingyuan, unable to say a single word. He believed that Huaxia could do such a thing. Back then, after China was strong, it defied the requirements and agreements of the United Nations and gathered its army to beat up all the countries that had bullied China from the beginning of the Opium War to the modern times, and if it wasn't for the rice and mist countries stopping it, Tokyo, Japan would have turned into a Yenjing sub-capital by now. Mr. Chen, what do you need to do to calm your anger? The president forced himself to calm down. Me? I'm not angry. Chen Xingyuan spread his hands. The ones who almost died were the children. That's something you should ask them. The president looked towards the 4 Lin Green people, squeezing a fawning smile on his face. Gentlemen, young sirs, you see. How about you thank me with your death? The corner of Chen Daomoist's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. This. The president's face changed dramatically. He waved his hand repeatedly. This joke can't be opened. Then let's open the windows of the sky. Chen Daomoist waved his hand impatiently, flexing his fingers. A black and white photo flew onto the table in front of the president. Explain, explain, explain. The president looked at the photo on the table, his face still pale. This matter, we really don't know. Where is the evidence? Chen Daomu stretched out a hand over the evidence that can prove that it has nothing to do with you. How is this giving evidence? The president forced his heart to suppress his anger. Are you stupid? Lin Green's small mouth and smeared with honey like, open that is the king of bomb. Suspects to get rid of suspicion have to have an alibi. You kimchi country want to clear the suspicion, do not want to come up with something that can prove their own things? Or is it that you simply can't come out? What exactly do you want to do? It's very simple. Chen Xingyuan crossed his legs, his mouth hanging if a smile. Aren't you guys innocent? Then let us search. In a week's time, the Chinese army will be stationed in kimchi country until it is searched to the bottom. This is absolutely impossible. The president could no longer suppress his anger and clapped his hands. You are breaking the law by doing this, violating the United Nations International Peace Convention. Don't even think about it. Then there's no way to talk about it. Chen Xingyuan showed regret, but it doesn't matter. There was no intention to talk to you. We're just giving you a notice. You guys? Then let's talk about another thing that you said doesn't count. Lin Lu sat next to Chen Xingyuan with a chaiji stick in her mouth. Aren't you going to explain about attacking and killing us? I was almost in the same situation as your driver. You're really willing to abandon the driver who has been with you for so long. That matter has nothing to do with my kimchi country. It is unknown. Lin Green pulled out several letters and gagged the president. Really, but I see you talking back and forth with them. The teenager's blue eyes condensed slightly with a playful smirk, which includes, among other things, the entire process of you colluding with the Mifong to deliberately murder the 4 of us. Chapter 30, The Real Assault. What does it mean to not see a coffin? This is called not seeing a coffin. When a thick stack of envelopes was thrown in the face of the president of the kimchi country, the strong man of almost 50 years of age could no longer hold on, and the whole person, as if all his strength had been drained, fell helplessly into his own flimsy leather office chair, losing the power to fight back. He sat in his seat, from the beginning to the end of the representative of the whole country, deciding the survival of the whole country. I was also forced to do nothing. I cannot say, you kill me, please do not implicate my country. Do you think you have the ability to bargain? Chen Xingyuan looked at Lord President playfully. Murdering 4 god levels, it was exciting to think about it. In fact, things fell apart all the president's own fault. If the letter was disposed of in advance, there would not be such a thing, but unfortunately, the president was too confident. Kimchi country, such a small country, has been almost 100 years have not been out of the god level god pro. Even the president is only the Dao Emperor realm, not to mention the Dao Emperor Dao Saint, the huge country, even a Dao King not a few. Ask such a country and how would want to be in the peak of the Dao King in the front of the road exhaust to hide the secret it.
In the dark, two mysterious people with Western faces clearly saw everything that was happening in the president's office through the spirit device.
This punk, he can't even get this little thing done by asking him to do it. Connor Diverse's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. It's so hard to find an opportunity to lure the 4 god levels that have yet to grow up out of China, but it turns out that Kimchi Country can't even handle this small matter. Did eating kimchi eat your brains out? Peter Garcia put away his spirit weapon. We can't wait any longer. Inform those people to take action, and try to keep all 5 of them in Korea. The only obstacle is that Dao Gun. If he's there, no matter how many people come, it's all for nothing. There's no need to worry about that. We've sent 2 Dao Saints on our side who have just retreated from the abyss. Peter's eyes were firm. All for the sake of freedom. All for freedom. September 28, 6 p.m.
Lu, help lock his spiritual power. Go back to Huaxia first before making a decision. Lin Green smiled and walked to the president. In fact, we know that the Kimchi Kingdom is just a shield. This time we came here is just a trick. After all, it's still quite tiring to pull out this dog of yours, the Mi Kingdom.
Rodan drew a charm with his spiritual power at the president, blocking him spiritually.
That'll do it. Lin Green stretched and walked over to Bayushi, curiously following her gaze out the window.
What are you looking at? Why is there starlight in the afternoon? Bayushi frowned. Starlight?
Lin Green urged his 6 eyes to look, and a stream of light fell from the sky, crushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. As soon as Lu Duan dodged to block in front of Lin Green, a spatial crack suddenly appeared under his feet, sucking and tearing his entire body into it.
Boom!
Pounds of energy suddenly erupted at Chonghua Day, and the brilliant white light crushed through the afterglow of the setting sun, illuminating half of the sky.
Ahem!
A huge slab of stone was blasted apart by brute force. A hazy purple light emanated from Chen Xingyuan's body, and Chen Daoyu and Qin Mai were protected by him and the divine progenitor. The incident was sudden, and his ability was only enough for him to protect the 2 who were closer to him.
Lin Green!
Bayushi! He shouted hoarsely, letting go of his senses to sense the breath of the 2.
Found them!
Chen Xingyuan stumbled towards the direction he sensed, but was stopped by 2 figures.
Hee, big enough gestures, 2 Dao Emperors. Chen Xingyuan looked towards the 2.
It can't be helped, you were once a Dao Lord powerhouse. Even if your realm has fallen to a Dao Lord king now, then we must still fight to deal with you. Peter Garcia said as such. You 2, run. This group of yonkers are crazy. Chen Xingyuan's footsteps lurched, turning into purple streams of light to hug Chen Daoyu and Qin Mai as they swept off into the distance. Tick-tock. Under the collapsed Chonghua Day, 2 white-haired figures crossed paths one above the other. It couldn't be said that way. There was still a lot of space between Lin Green and Bayushi. Why did you save me? Bayushi was shocked as she looked at Lin Green, who had shielded himself underneath him. In Lin Green's abdomen, a sharp piece of broken stone ran his torso through. Warm blood flowed over the tip of the stone and dripped onto Bayushi's long black dress. Having the ability to be able to save a life, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life if I watched you die in front of me because of my inaction. Lin Green's face was pale, and blood continued to seep out of his eyes and nose, dripping onto Bayushi's face. At the moment when the road's end disappeared, he turned up the output of his unlimited technique to beyond the maximum power he could withstand, wrapping all the infinity he could manipulate around him and Bayushi, which was how he managed to survive the explosion, except that it wasn't very lucky, and after the unlimited technique was deactivated, the erupting rocks pierced through his body. A bout of dizziness hit him, and exhaustion followed. Lin Green's arm that was supporting his body went limp, and his entire body fell headfirst into Bayushi's arms, losing consciousness. Hey! Bayushi was startled by this sudden change, although she was in danger, but Lin Green's sudden hug really scared her, as after all, she had lived for 18 years and had not even interacted with boys normally. She blushed for a moment. She gently lifted Lin Lu, put him on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Lu with unlimited magic-style open space is big enough. This stone. Bayushi thought about it and shook her head without pulling the stone away. Joking, this is all open. Hastily pull this stone away. Lin Green is afraid that due to secondary injuries will die violently on the spot. What to do? What to do? What to do? Bayushi clenched her fists eagerly. After awakening the god progenitor, she clearly felt that there was nothing she couldn't do, but she was still at a loss for words when something imminent happened to her. Lin Green tiredly opened her eyes, waking up from her brief stupor. Lin Green, don't move, you're in a bad situation. I know, I have a way. Lin Lu forced herself to endure the pain. Bayushi, can I trust you? Bayushi froze for a split second, then nodded, yes. Can you hold my hand? I'll be in pain later. No pulling the stone out. Without a moment's hesitation, Bayushi grabbed Lin Green's right hand. Bayushi's instant decision made Lin Lu lose his concentration for a moment, and he looked at the hand he was holding by Bayushi, his face slightly red. After living for 18 years, this was the first time he had ever touched a girl's hand. Without further hesitation, Lin Green gritted his teeth and unleashed the fourth effect of 6 eyes. Time manipulation. In an instant, time began to flow backwards. Ah! Lin Green cried out in pain, although he had manipulated time to rewind himself back to the state he was in before launching his no-limit jutsu. After all, it was like rewinding, and the pain he had just experienced from being penetrated by the rubble was experienced once again, causing him to subconsciously tighten his grip on Bayushi's hand. Bayushi similarly gripped Lin Lu's hand tightly. From his strength she could feel what kind of pain this guy was currently enduring. She looked at the glowing Lin Lu, and was surprised to find that the wounds on his body were constantly healing as if it was a miracle of God. Above the sky, Roden's figure flew out backwards before stabilizing itself. Dao Saints, or too high on me. A Dao Saint swung out a palm, and the majestic divine power slapped at Roden, sending him flying out once again. After all, it's someone who was touted as having the ability to take over Lin Xian's position as a leader. Even if he's only a Dao Lord right now, he has to be taken seriously. Besides, doesn't someone with a title at the Dao Lord realm say it all? With a wipe of the blood at the corner of his mouth, Lu Yuan quietly crushed the jade hidden in his palm. Chapter 31: Three Parties in Peril. Under the ruins of Chonghua Day, the white-haired girl held the white-haired teenager's hand tightly, and after a moan of pain, the teenager was sweating profusely and laying helplessly on the ground gasping for air. Bayushi looked at Lin Green's body in surprise, and involuntarily reached out a hand to touch the already healed wound. "What did you do?" Lin Green squeezed out a small smile. Secrets. He had thought that urging the fourth effect would drain him, but he hadn't thought that it could give him a death wish. If it had been half a second longer, I'm afraid that he would have died from the healing injuries. Well, strange analogy, but it fits. Your spirit power depleted now? Bayushi looked at Lin Green, who was so weak that she was out of shape. Drained, but it's good that it worked. Lin Green forced himself to sit up, and wearily surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, the last shiver at least opened up a space. Do you have something to restore your spiritual energy? Lend me some. Bayushi rummaged through her ring and took out 3 spirit stones and placed them on Lin Lv's lap. No need to return it, just take it as your payment for saving me. Of course, it's definitely more than that. Lin Lu picked up one of the spirit stones and held it in her hand, urging her god Pro to absorb the spirit energy within it. It shouldn't be Chindaomoist guy's spirit stone is sprinkled as water. You, Miss White family, shouldn't be on this point. My situation is rather special, the Bai family won't cultivate me vigorously. How pedantic. Lin Green leaned her head against the stone wall and closed her eyes to absorb the spiritual energy, but well, this is barely enough. Time passed by, and the teenage girl stayed in this small space like this. Gulp. The sound of a hungry stomach came from Bayushi's side, and her pretty face slightly reddened as she lightly coughed twice in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. Snap. 5 sunny bars landed in front of Bayushi, and she looked up at Lin Green, who looked at her with a smile. This is all I have. I used to dislike the millet porridge made by Grandpa, and occasionally I'd get hungry after pouring it. At that time I'd just eat 2 sunny bars to replenish my energy, and even though it's cheap stuff, it tastes pretty good. Bayushi was not polite, picked up the 5 chai zai bars on the ground, tore open one package and put it in her mouth. The aroma of bad candy rushed across her mouth, but it was sweet. Does Lord Rinty only feed you millet porridge? Yes, the old man had to feed me poorly. Besides, millet porridge is groundnut thin rice. After 18 years of eating it I've almost vomited. Lin Green recovered well. He rolled his eyes and spat out his tongue and made a face. Actually, I'm kind of quite envious of you. Bayushi ate the candy, but she couldn't experience a bit of sweetness in her heart. That's a full man who doesn't know how hungry he is. In the lineage, girls don't have the right to decide. They've been instilled with the idea of obeying orders since they were young. They can't decide for themselves what to eat at every meal, and they don't even have the right to choose not to eat it. Bayushi smiled bitterly. I had thought that I would be able to take control of my own life after awakening to the divine level divine progenitor, but I didn't realize that in their eyes I'm just a commodity that sells better. You haven't resisted? Lin Green's eyes were calm. Resisted? Of course I resisted, but every time I would be greeted with a severe beating from my father, and every time it was my brother who protected me, and then, I disguised myself as a stranger, determined to get rid of such a fate by my own efforts. Lin Green sighed and looked towards the crumbling rocks shaking above her head. Family has it difficult to read. Think on the bright side, your father at least played you. I grew so big even my own father and mother look like do not know. Bayushi didn't answer, just chewed the sugar cube in her mouth and put the other 4 away in her ring. Lin Green threw away the spirit stone in her hand that had lost its spiritual power and returned the other 2 pieces to Bayushi. You. Hold this for me, I can mess up anything but a sunny bar. Lin Green shrugged and looked up at the pile of rocks that buried the 2. The only way to get out is to blow them away. But once we blast them away, we'll be discovered. Bayushi picked up on his words. Clever. Lin Green looked at Bayushi, but even if we don't blast away, they'll find us sooner or later. Do you have a clue? Bayushi shook her head. Both of them were not cuties. Even if they weren't clear about what was happening in the outside world, they could still understand that the real assault had arrived, and they had no time to care about other people's well-being, so they could only think of a way to get themselves out of harm's way first. To be able to transfer Brother Lu away without resistance, the other party is at least a Dao Saint. The handwriting is big enough. Lin Green didn't know how many times he had sighed today as he bit his finger and squeezed out blood to construct runes around Bayushi.
What are you doing?
Bayushi didn't stop him, she knew Lin Green wouldn't do anything against himself. A branch of the no lower limit technique, able to teleport us both 100 miles away if I can do it, GG if I can't. In the middle of the conversation, Lin Green constructed a circle around Bayushi with a spell that was spacious enough to accommodate the two of them standing together. To get on, Lin Green stepped into the circle and crossed her fingers, palms facing each other, placing her palms together, though leaving some space between them. Accompany me in a bet? Bayushi looked into Lin Green's eyes and suddenly smiled.
Good. Hold on to me.
The slender fingers tightly hooked onto the hem of Lin Green's coat, and the latter smiled at Bayushi as his two hands suddenly fired, their palms blasting together opposite each other.
Boom!
The spell constructed from blood radiated a blue light as the ground began to sink and collapse, and the moment the debris was about to overwhelm the duo, the two white-haired figures disappeared into thin air. On the ground, a purple silhouette carried a small chicken cub in one hand, running wildly in a desperate manner, and behind them, the two Migs followed closely behind. Damn, Xinxing looked back at the moon, realizing that he hadn't yet shaken off the two Yanks. The Migs are still chasing me.
Uncle Yuan, what now?
Chen Daomoist was lifeless, he was obviously going back to his country right away. Suddenly he was told that there were Dao Emperor level people coming after him. He wanted to call out his Dao Protector, but he didn't expect that the Dao Protector didn't even have a response. Can only rely on yourself. Xinxing took a deep breath and accelerated again. The fact that they dared to make a move means that at the very least all of your Dao Protectors have been held back. Use your brain to think about what you should do. I don't have the strength for this anymore. Being able to take you to and live up to this point is already a miracle. Elder Chen, go to Qingxi River. I thought of a way. Qingxi River was found to possess the efficacy of masking the breath after the foreigners descended. It's pointless to run down the river without any sense of purpose. Take a gamble.
Good.
Chen Xingyuan let go of his senses and sensed the direction of Qingxi River before turning a corner and continuing to run for his life.
Above the sky,
Rodan forced back one person with his sword, turned around to resist the sneak attack from the Dao Saint behind him, and utilized his strength to sweep away into the distance.
Are you guys crazy, chasing after the god-level god pros of Huaxia without a care in the world, trying to start a world war are you?
We did all of this on our own accord, it has nothing to do with our country.
Nothing to do with you Malgabi.
Road. You'd better pray that the young lord isn't seriously hurt, otherwise Elder Lin and the others won't care if it has anything to do with your pussy country, Brown.
Chapter 32 Highly Qualified Language Arts. United Nations General Assembly Hall. Snap.
The Xiaofang representative slapped his hand on the conference table, his strong spiritual force stirring up a wave of sound as he pointed at the noses of the Mi-Fang representative and the Bubble Fang representative and cursed.
What do you mean? Murdering our 4 god levels and wanting to fight?
The Bubble Fang representative didn't dare to speak, and coyly lowered his head not to look the Xiaofang representative in the eye, his eyes flickering to the Mi-Fang representative every now and then. The Mi-Fang representative snorted. Xiaofang representative, please don't get excited first. After this incident happened, we immediately conducted an investigation and found out that this was a conspiracy of murder by an individual and has nothing to do with our entire country. We have already basically controlled these people, and now only the remnants left in the pickle country are left. Whether there is a relationship or not you guys know in your own hearts. The Xiaofang representative's teeth were about to be clenched. He looked indignantly at the Mi-Fang representative who was full of indifference, and flipped over the information that was placed in front of him. Our side has already dispatched the army to support our geniuses in the Kimchi country. I hope that the Kimchi Fang won't block them at the border. I'm afraid that's out of order. The UN Secretary General put the information in front of him away and took off his old glasses. This is a violation of Convention 7, which requires that no country send troops to another country for any reason or in any form unless substantial casualties are caused. The representative of the Xia side smiled coldly. That means that 1 or 2 of our 4 god levels must die in order to send troops.
I didn't say that. Off nigga. Kimchi country, Seoul. An unknown alley. Boom.
A depression appeared in the ground, and 2 white-haired silhouettes appeared in the dimly lit alleyway holding each other.
I'm kind of glad I haven't eaten for a day.
Bayushi was dazed and confused, holding onto the wall to stand still, forcing herself not to vomit. Lin Green was also dazed, and he leaned against the wall and took a big gulp of fresh air for a while before he could get his strength back.
Can succeed you burn high incense. I also was the first time to do so. According to the reason to say said Dan high level can only succeed. This time we are purely dog luck. How to describe the feeling of this spatial transfer? 30 minutes of free fall in a vacuum. It's holding and crashing again. What now?
Bayushi stroked her head of white hair. I don't know what's going on in the outside world, and it's risky for 2 people with distinctive features like us to waltz out like this. Lin Lu stroked her chin. Don't worry, I have countermeasures, as long as the speed is so fast that they can't see it, isn't it?
What do you mean? Hold on to me, firmly this time.
Bayushi had a death grip on Lin Green's shirt, and in the next moment, Lin Green shared the no downside technique to Bayushi. In an instant, a gust of wind blew up from the alley.
Myeongdong New World, 2nd floor. Is it really okay for us to make $0 purchases like this?
Bayushi had already taken off that long black skirt and replaced it with a black top with a short white skirt, and that white high ponytail was also covered by a black wig. We can now be considered in the state of being hunted. Let the pickle country to pay a little state, so what? Besides, we do not take them, are not necessarily sold out. Lin Green, wearing a pair of small round sunglasses to cover his blue eyes, a white blouse with black slacks, a beige baseball cap to suppress that recognizable super high white hair.
Makes sense.
Lin Green looked at the sky through the window. The sun was sinking, the light was about to fade, and the suffocating darkness was about to take over the entire sky. Let's go, get out of here first.
Good. Boom.
A huge shockwave shattered all the glass, and 3 wretched silhouettes rolled into the mall right along with the shattered glass. Behind them, 2 Dao Emperors and 3 Dao Kings looked at the 3 fallen silhouettes with disdainful gazes.
Ah!
The sudden turn of events scared the ordinary people in the mall. They screamed and scurried around, and in just a minute, the area around Lin Green and Bayushi was cleared out. Peter saw the sneaky man and woman and revealed a smile. Good luck, chasing 3 fish to actually need 2 others.
Lin Green gritted her teeth and looked at Chen Xingyuan. What did you lead these few here for? Chen Xingyuan pointed at himself in shock. Running wildly for an hour, his brain was somewhat lacking in oxygen. He was nearly down. Not brothers. How do I know that you two are here? A family has to die neatly together, doesn't it? Connor revealed a cruel smile.
I should have known better than to listen to Qin Mai.
Qin Mai? You gave me the idea, all living father.
Speaking of 3 people is also unlucky. Chen Xingyuan listened to Qin Mai's advice to take Qindaomu, and Qin Mai ran to the Qingxi River. The result is that people have 5 Taoist kings ambushed in there. After receiving a beating, the bruised and swollen Chen master once again to the Qin military division to seek advice. Qin military division for the current situation to make important instructions to the place where there are more people. So, Master Chen followed the instructions to walk the dog in general, walking the 2 royal 5 kings to the new world of Myeongdong. As a result, the enemy did not get rid of, but their own people came together. You are afraid that your own nephew will die slowly, aren't you?
I really went over. Chen Xingyuan was also anxious. I did it on purpose, so what? Beat me to death, come on. Fighting is useless, die in unity. Connor gave advice. Can you keep your mouth shut? Chen Xingyuan looked back to Connor. Anyway, all to be whacked to death. Might as well have a couple of mouths. This way on you a couple of words. Let's say 2 words can die. In your mom's funeral, why do not see you small mouth barat? Connor was confused, not yet slowed down. Lin Green's attack followed by insulting his ears.
Why are your words so dense, buddy? Come here for a minute, you baldly 2 words. There is not a word as good. What? Put aside the whole to eat lunch We'll speak on more than 2 sentences. We'll not speak on your bare mouth to me to shut up. Day by day on the presentation if you can. You so powerful, why not go to be the president of the United States? You said here. Lin Green hands middle finger high cocked up to the Connor than the international friendly gestures.
How can you be so rude? Rude? I have more rude ones.
Qindaomoist couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't fight, but he couldn't curse twice. FK you mother on the tree, every morning every day. You. Guys, Connor still wanted to say something, but only felt that his throat was blocked, his ears were strong, and he was trembling but couldn't say a word.
You what you?
Shimai also joined the battle of words. Just you Dao Emperor to put it bluntly buddy, you only cultivated to Dao Emperor at this age, why don't you go to hell? A Taoist Emperor is here to show off. I'll take chopsticks and I'll brown to your horse. Bayushi also silently raised his middle finger.
Connor just felt like he was going to shatter, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, nearly fainting. Chapter 32, When the Ferris Wheel Rises to Its Highest Height.
My name is Connor Doversis, 47 years old, top assassin in Rice. I had thought that this assault on the Chinese god-level god pro possessor would be very easy, and if it weren't for the 5 of them strengthening my ears, I would have almost believed it. Connor's face turned from white to red. No one had dared to insult him like this when he grew up. He was so angry that he was trembling all over, stretching out a finger to point at the group of unqualified Chinese in front of him.
My mom didn't even say that about me. Your mom is already in the ground. Where can she talk about you? Chen Daomoist is not afraid of boiling water. My mother has not passed away.
Soon, when you die, mom will go with you.
My mom must live a long and healthy life. Connor was about to go crazy. Yes, you're right about everything.
Connor, Peter pulled Connor, who was breaking defense alone, with a sinister gaze. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with a bunch of people who are going to die? Do it sooner rather than later.
Chendamu raised his eyebrows. Your mom is dead too? Peter Garcia?
What words? Eloquent. When I kill you, I'll make sure you watch how your mouth is torn open first.
Peter bullied his way up and grabbed at Chen Daomoist. Boom!
Purple stars descended from the sky, steadily blocking in front of Chen Daomoist. Chen Xingyuan's clothes were windless as he took a step forward, a might that surpassed that of a Dao King bursting forth.
Run! Uncle Jen! Tight snappy run! So much nonsense! Chen Xingyuan kicked Chen Daomoist's ass, sending him flying, then looked at Lin Green's 3, said he didn't say anything about you guys?
Uncle, you have to look at the time to play handsome. Lin Green spread his hands and pointed to the direction where Chen Daoyu flew out. Not long after, a tall blonde man carried Chen Daoyu back like a chicken cub, completely surrounded by the Dao Emperor. How can we go? Chen Xingyuan had just flared up when he was doused by the 3 Dao Emperors who came to support him.
Dying here is where you belong.
The blonde man raised his chin and threw Chen Dao moist on the ground, looking at them arrogantly.
Alas, Chen Xingyuan ruffled his hair. Sure enough, it's still up to me in the end.
Extreme violet intent burst out from Chen Xingyuan's body, and as he gently raised his hand, the blonde man only felt that he was being strangled by someone's throat, grabbing his neck and suspending it in the air.
Ka-ching!
Only a crunching sound was heard as the big man fell to the ground lifeless.
Chen Xingyuan expressionlessly wiped his hands on his clothes. Next.
Lin Green looked at Chen Xingyuan in surprise. Not old uncle, you were so powerful you said it earlier. Chen Xingyuan was not in the mood to joke with the others at the moment. He raised his hand and tore open a spatial rift.
Run, leave this place to me. Creating spatial rifts. The Taoist monarch.
Lin Green's jaw dropped as he didn't hesitate, kicking the pouting Chen Dao moist inside, then pulling the nearest Bai Yushi and running inside, with Qin Mai following close behind.
Jab la.
The spatial rift closed. Chen Xingyuan calmly clapped his hands, his gaze resting on the inconspicuous shadows.
Still looking? Is a hallowed Dao Lord only capable of peeping?
Not so much, not so much. The ugly-faced old man stepped out of the shadows. He was short and stooped with an irritating smile on his lips. After all, it's a former star sovereign. It's still not good to not pay attention to it.
Park Jae-chang, I didn't expect that you would actually collude with this group of rice guys. Isn't this afraid that China will wipe out your kimchi country?
It can't be helped, the give is just too much. Seoul Playground. A deep crack in space was torn open and a figure rolled out of it pouting, followed by 3 figures. Where is this place? Chen Dao moist rubbed his butt and climbed up from the ground. Seoul Amusement Park. Lin Green looked to the map sign on the side. The biggest theme amusement park in the Kimchi Kingdom. Looks like Uncle still has some brains, teleporting us to a crowded place.
That's not right. How long has passed? Why hasn't China sent troops to support us?
It's not that we don't send them, it's out of order. Bai Yushi's pretty face was as cold as frost. Before substantial casualties occur, Huaxia has no qualifications to bypass the United Nations to send troops to Pickle Fang, and even strong people at the Dao Saint level can't appear in Pickle Country.
On what grounds? UN Convention 7.
This isn't the time to dwell on that. Lin Green scanned the room. Since those people are chasing us to kill us, let's head into the crowd. If we don't want significant civilian casualties, the Pickle Country government will have to find a way to stop rice.
They can stop it? Lin Green glanced at Chen Daoyu. It's better than sitting on the sidelines.
The 4 of them ran towards the lights, and by the Ferris wheel, Bai Yushi couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She looked up at the towering Ferris wheel, her mouth slightly open.
Bai Yushi, what are you doing?
Chen Daomu waved his hand. Come with us. You guys go first. Bai Yushi shook her head and took off her black wig. Don't mind me.
You.
Lin Green looked back at Bai Yushi, who happened to look at him at that moment as well.
Thank you.
The young girl's lips parted lightly. You guys go ahead and remember to head towards the crowded area.
Lin Green walked towards Bai Yushi. Hey. What are you doing going again? Never mind.
Big brother. Lin Green stopped and looked back at Chen Daomu and Qin Mai. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I have the bottom card. Come one burst one.
Said Lin Lu walked to Bai Yuxi's side, took off the small round sunglasses and baseball cap. Want to sit on this? You don't have to.
You still owe me spirit stones, I don't do losing deals. Lin Green shrugged and walked up. Follow. The 2 of them walked into the Ferris wheel's box. Lin Lu sat down on her seat with her but fished out a sunny bar from her ring and tore it open and put it in her mouth. As the staff locked the door from the outside and the box slowly rose into the air, Bai Yushi let out a long breath.
She looked at the expressionless Lin Green. You didn't have to.
I also want to sit. Lin Lu changed to a comfortable position and half lay down. I haven't sat down in my 2 lifetimes of living. I might die today. It's good to sit down.
2 lifetimes? Yeah, I'm a reborn.
Lin Green blinked.
Bai Yushi didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Don't believe me? Believe it.
Lin Lu gave Bai Yushi a glance. Che, see you don't believe it again, but to be honest, the smile is quite nice. Why should it be cold all the time?
I only smile at people I trust. And do you trust me?
Trust. So, the box rises higher and higher. The sun has long since disappeared, leaving only the bright moonlight to illuminate the entire amusement park along with the street lamps. Lin Green looks down. Those 2 size cute.
I can't believe they didn't leave. Ah.
Bai Yushi followed Lin Green's gaze and looked over. Chen Daoyu and Qin Muyi were standing together, boredly bouncing stones.
Look, they haven't even given up on you. What's the point of giving up on yourself?
Lin Lu looked out the glass window at Qingxi Mountain. Although the sky was dark, she could still vaguely appreciate the wonderful scenery. I know how you think. You haven't experienced a father's and mother's love. You even feel that you are a commodity in this life, and the chances of successfully rebelling are slim. So you want to find a chance to expose yourself after separating from us. And as long as you are dead, Huaxia will have a good reason to send troops to save us, right?
Bai Yushi couldn't speak. The mind of an 18-year-old schoolgirl like you, I can tell at a glance. Lin Green pointed to her temple. Am I awesome?
Bayushi loosened her high ponytail, letting her silky white hair fall behind her head.
Awesome.
The tin box was about to rise to the highest point, where it was possible to see all of Seoul Amusement Park and observe a little bit of the place. Don't give up on yourself. After all, no matter what, as long as you don't give up on yourself, the world won't give up on you. Bayushi looked downwards, tears faintly flashing in her eyes. It was still the first time then, being firmly saved by someone.
Aren't you curious as to why I'm riding the Ferris wheel?
Bayushi wiped her eyes and cocked her head at Lin Green.
Because it's never been ridden?
Not really. I've heard people say that if you make a wish when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, the wish will definitely come true.
Crunch. The box rises to the highest altitude, above the entire amusement park. Make a wish.
Bayushi clasped her 10 fingers together and closed her eyes to look at the moon. Under the moonlight, the young girl's 3,000 white silks emitted a soft glow, and her exquisite pretty face was illuminated by the moonlight, just like a stunningly beautiful oil painting. Lin Green looked at Bayushi's face and smiled with relief.
Saved her all over again. I'm awesome.
After a long time, Bayushi opened her eyes and happened to meet Lin Green, who was observing her at eye level.
What did you wish for? I wish I could be happy forever. It doesn't work when you say it. I don't care.
Lin Green smiled and closed her eyes to enjoy this last moment of silence as the Ferris wheel descended. Bayushi quietly moved forward and scrutinized the teenager's eyelashes.
Thank you,
she murmured softly in a voice only she could hear.
Chapter 34, Abuse.
The door of the tin box was opened, and Lin Green and Bayushi walked out of the Ferris wheel one after the other, heading in the direction of Qindaomu and Qin Mai. You two are really willing to play. Qindaoyu saw the two white hairs walking leisurely from the Ferris wheel area and threw the stone in his hand towards Lin Lu with force. Lin Green stretched out her hand and caught it with a snap, then threw it to the side of the bushes without even looking at it.
Playing around isn't good enough, La. Maybe it'll die in a while. You're quite optimistic. What about you two? Why don't you leave?
Qindaomu shivered. I broke my foot, so I'm taking this opportunity to let Qin Mai straighten my bones. Qin Mai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, that's right, that's right. In that case, let's go then. The great escape has officially begun.
Lin Green stretched her back and looked at the sky. Don't you guys think that the stars are extra dense tonight? Stars have been rare since 400 years ago.
Bayushi looked to the sky. Alas, how nice it would be to enjoy stargazing.
Lin Green looked into the crowd. What are you hiding here? How did you find me? A dark-haired man in the crowd bucked the current, his classic Western face indicating his identity.
Didn't actually spot you, just figured someone would have caught up with us after all this time and swindled you. Eloquent, the man exuded the aura of the Tao Emperor, startling the surrounding crowd into scurrying away. So how are you going to run? As for that, we're a bunch of Daedans, sending a Tao Emperor after us. Don't you Chinese like to say that being careful is the best thing to do? You're all first-class geniuses, you can't be underestimated in the slightest. The 5 people were talking happily with each other, and if it wasn't for the surging murderous aura emanating from the men, those who didn't know about it might really misunderstand that they were longtime friends.
Can you let us off the hook?
Lin Green shrugged.
That's not up for discussion.
As the words fell, a frost dragon roared from the light of the blade and killed the man, while at the same time, Lin Green's 4 men turned into a hole, scattering in all directions. The man slapped the ice dragon, which was strong enough to kill any low-ranked Dao Dan in seconds, to smithereens with one palm, and his gaze lingered on Bayushi as his figure flashed to appear behind her. Let's take you first. Bayushi clenched her teeth and summoned the legend of Huaxia to block behind her, and in the next moment, a monstrous palm imprint slapped her back. Boom! Bayushi's figure flew out like a kite with broken strings, and the man followed her like a shadow, instantly moving to Bayushi's landing point and tackling her neck. Die! The man's fingers gradually exerted force. What did you wish for?
That I'll always be happy. It doesn't work if you say it out loud. I don't care.
It turns out that saying it really doesn't work.
Jutsu Shunzo turned song.
The green-colored ball of energy blasted at the man with a strong wind, and without looking he lifted his hand and clutched it in the palm of his hand, and with the force of his fingers he crushed it. I do not go to look for you, but you find your own door. There's no way, help people to the end, who let me be a hot-blooded social good young man? Lin Green's face did not turn red, quietly standing there to confront the man. You should know that my father, my mother, and my grandfather are all Dao emperors, right?
Anan.
As a descendant of the Dao Day Emperor, do you think that I would not have any cards that are specifically designed to deal with you? Pull it out and see. The man clearly didn't fall for it, sneering as he sized up Lin Lu. 5 seconds, if I can't use it, I'll strangle her.
Don't be in a hurry, talk.
4.
You're no fun.
3. Look, it had to be me. 2. Swish. A smooth cut appeared on the arm where the man had grabbed Bayushi, and Lin Green stood still, holding Bayushi in his arms.
Ghana.
Pale, activated, and Lin Green and Bayushi's figures disappeared into thin air. The man looked at where Lin Green had disappeared, not caring about his right arm that was spurting blood.
That's interesting.
A pocket watch appeared in front of the man, emitting a hazy white light.
Celestial level god progenitor, against the clock.
The pocket watch cover popped open and the man's fingertips fluctuated on the hands, backward for 3 seconds.
Look at you see, it had to be me. Lin Green? Not Buddy. You open hanging. A time-based ability? I have that too.
The man's right hand strangled by Yushi's neck, looking playfully at Lin Green, who had a false look on her face. The effect of using the divine progenitor that manipulated time twice a day was too much for even Lin Lu to bear, as Six Eyes had no spiritual power discount for this effect.
Dude, you.
Lin Green thought for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "You're so damn shady. Is this girl important to you?" The man tilted his head with mockery in his eyes, his fingers continued to push harder, causing Bayushi to let out a pained moan. "Giving up your own chances of staying alive to come and save her as well. Unfortunately, you're all going to die." Phew, Lin Lu was sweating. The after effects brought to him by Effect 4 were too strong. He simply sat on his butt on the ground, love it or hate it, kill kill kill. This is the ruling power of the Tao Emperor, so what if it's a god-level god pro? In front of absolute strength, talent can only be talent. Miss. A meteor fell from the sky, transforming into a middle-aged man in black who was missing an arm, holding a sword as he fought his way to the man. Noisy. The man flicked a point, and the middle-aged man instantly flew out.
Xiang. Uncle.
Being strangled, Bayushi could do nothing but press his voice to let out a feeble hiss.
Ah!
A light blossomed from Uncle Xiang's body as he rushed towards the man, but was once again sent flying by his palm.
Same Tao Emperor, this is the difference between the first rank and the 9th rank, see?
The man smiled playfully. Lin Green looked towards the pocket watch suspended in the air, and a flash of essence flickered in his azure-colored eyes. If he could defeat his divine progenitor, there might still be a chance.
But how was it to be done?
Uncle Xiang stood up again, his right leg twisted in a bizarre gesture, but he didn't seem to be able to feel the pain. He just looked at Bayushi kindly.
"It doesn't hurt, miss, it doesn't hurt, don't worry." Boom! Uncle Xiang flew again and fell heavily to the ground. "Doesn't it hurt? Then I'll make you hurt again."
Uncle Xiang struggled to get up, coughing up blood in large gulps. "Don't worry, Yushi, I'll immediately get you out."
Ha 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 ha.
The man let out a loud laugh, his white clothes dancing in the wind, seemingly in disdain, almost in defiance. At this moment, the black angels were crying, and the white demons were laughing wildly. "Is that all you've got? This Taoist protector is really no good. Stand up again. Maybe if you stand up again I'll be merciful and let her go." The man walked over and crushed Uncle Xiang's left knee with one foot.
"You can't stand up anymore, ha 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 ha."
"Hey!" An icy voice sounded behind the man, and Lin Green stood up.
The man turned back and stomped on Uncle Xiang's left arm again, crushing the bone raw. "Is the hot-blooded youth going to knock me down with a big show of power?" "Not so much, just wanted to ask you a question." "Ask it, and I'll answer it at my discretion, seeing as you're going to die too."
Lin Green revealed a smile and formed the Emperor's hand seal with one hand.
The domain unfolds infinite empty place. Chapter 35, A Late Awakening. United Nations General Assembly Hall.
At the solemn table, the representative of the right side leaned back in his chair and trimmed his nails, humming a little song from his homeland with gusto. "It's been a long day without you, my friend.
And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again. Are you happy?"
The representative of the summer party gave a cold stare. "Oh my friend, I don't think so, and I am deeply sorry for what happened to the Chinese godly newcomer."
"You biatch.
How to curse, my friend."
Ding dong.
A beeping sound broke the quarrel between the representatives of the Xia side and the Mi side. The Secretary General of the United Nations tapped on the virtual screen and scanned the message before his face changed dramatically. "What do you
Chinese want?"
"What?" The Mi Fong representative tapped the virtual screen in front of himself with interest. "Is the Xia Fong ready to forcefully land on Kimchi country despite Treaty 7? This is not acceptable." The next moment, his lazy smile froze on his face.
"What do you mean?"
The Xiaofeng representative's face was full of questions, and he sucked in a breath of cold air the moment he tapped on the virtual screen.
The offense and defense switched. The Emperor of Words is mighty. Does your Chinese side want to tear up Treaty Number 3?
The leisurely state of the Mi Fong's representative disappeared as he gritted his teeth and looked at the Xiaofeng's representative with a gaze as if he could eat people. "The military power of the Abyss is no longer under domestic control. You can't ask us, you can't ask us."
Is this the reason why Lin Xian and Chen Yao disregarded the war on the front line of the Abyss and led 70% of the Daode Dao Lords back to Earth? Do you know what effect this will have on the war in the Abyss? Ask them if you have the ability, why ask me? The Chinese representative spread out one hand and took a sip of the hot tea he had brewed. Besides, if someone's son is being hunted down and killed, can a father or mother act? To give you a piece of advice, whether it's Lin Xian or Chen Yao are both crazy, why don't you fortify the border defenses of your country? Be careful to come to a Daode to your country exploded, ha 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 ha. Kimchi Country, Seoul Playground.
The white-haired boy made a seal with one hand, his blue eyes blossoming brightly as his words fell, and in an instant the wind rose.
The man took an involuntary step backward as if he was facing an enemy.
In the next moment, Lin Green appeared behind him, and the hand covered in pale did not grab at the man's back, but rather at the pocket watch hovering at the man's side. Using pale's instantaneous movement to come behind the man, and with the inertia of coming behind him to necessarily sneak attack his back, he took advantage of the gap between the man's defense of his back to sneak attack God Pro. This was Lin Green's plan. But he miscalculated one point: he was too weak. The absolute strength gap was enough to tear apart all schemes. Boom! Lin Green's figure once again flew backwards, drawing a bright arc in the air, spewing out a mouthful of blood and falling heavily to the ground.
Do you think you're smart?
Generally, Lin Green rose dizzily from the ground, smiling with 8 bloody teeth and shaking the prop in his hand. Look, what's this in your dad's hand? A brightly shining pocket watch was clutched in Lin Green's palm. He bared his big teeth and giggled, before suddenly lashing out and utilizing the maximum output of pale to crush the pocket watch to smithereens. At the last moment, Lin Green gave up the defense of his no-limit technique and unleashed his ability to manipulate time once again. Although it was only for half a second, it was enough for him to take away the watch. You! The man only felt a heavy blow, puffed out a mouthful of blood, fell back a few steps, and the hand clamping down on Bayushi's unconsciously loosened.
Lin LV looked at Uncle Xiang.
Uncle Xiang, who had fallen to the ground, radiated light and rose from the ground, screaming and hugging the man. Yushi, you'll make it. There will definitely be someone in this world who will truly love you and bring you the happiness you want. Lin boy, please, take care of this little girl for me, please. Boom! Golden shockwaves radiated out in all directions as Lin Green pounced forward to crush Bayushi. Whoosh! The sounds around him were getting smaller and smaller, and Lin Green only felt a huge force crashing into his back, but he still held Bayushi in a death grip, letting the skin on his back split open, and swept off into the distance with the help of the shockwave of Uncle Xiang's self-detonation. A drop of crystal tears fell on Lin Green's neck, then, the second drop, the third drop. Bayushi looked in the direction of the explosion, choking back sobs and opening her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. I don't know how long it took, I don't know where I ran to, but Lin Green's feet stumbled to a stop. Rough! Lin Green found a tree root to place Bayushi and collapsed helplessly on the ground. I can only rely on you, I don't have any spiritual energy left, not even a little bit. Lin Green could no longer restrain his injuries, unleashing the maximum power, song, twice a day as well as the fourth effect of 6 eyes. Technically speaking, the current him and paralyzed is no different. If not for a breath of air to hold on to, perhaps the child is going to be finished before he can be invincible. Bayushi didn't say anything, just leaned expressionlessly against a tree root and stared blankly at the sky. Bayushi? Lin Lu, am I particularly useless? Bayushi's pale face didn't see a trace of blood. She smiled, so bleak and helpless. If I had gone to my death from the very beginning, Uncle Xiang wouldn't have died, and you wouldn't be like this. Lin LV lay on the ground, tilted her head to look at Bayushi, didn't say anything. Since I was born, because I am a girl, not many people in my family treat me well. In their opinion, a girl is a commodity to be married off when she grows up, not a family member. Only Uncle Xiang and my brother are good to me. I want to prove myself, I want to get rid of the prejudice of the world's family, so I studied hard since I was a child, and I wanted to compete for the first place in everything, and I was even lucky enough to have awakened a god-level divine progenitor. But what's the use of this? But what's the use of that? In the end, I'm still useless. I even killed Uncle Xiang. If I die, Huaxia can send the army to save you guys. It's the best outcome. The world simply disappears a person it doesn't treat well. Well, then what? Lin Green was calm. He couldn't even think of not being calm. A little bit of emotion might have to cross his body on the spot. Who are you? White Whispering Brook. Who is White Whispering Creek again? It's me. Lin Green kept her head tilted and looked at Bayushi quietly. So what, you are Bayushi, whether you are dead or alive is none of this ed-up world set trait thing. Will you really be done with it once and for all if you die? Come on, Bayushi, you're not young, open your eyes and look at the world. Even if it wasn't for you, we'd be hunted down and killed. What's wrong is human nature, not the people. There's time to be disheveled here rather than seeking a silver lining for yourself. Go back to China and try to cultivate hard to avenge Uncle Xiang. Instead of crying here about how useless you are, do you understand? Lin Lu took a deep breath, pulling at the wound. If you were Chen Dao Yu, you would have been beaten up by now. Unfortunately I don't beat up women, but don't force me to be gender neutral. Do you know why I started to help you? Because I saw in you one side, like a show-off dirty puppy. To help you is also to help me, not to pity you, to sympathize with you, so that dirty puppy can stand up to wash himself to see the world. You think the world does not treat you. In fact, it is just what you think. Everyone are entitled to be loved, are entitled to happiness. A blind spot in place can never recognize the true self. Since hate the shiny neon lights, then go and break it is not good. Lin Green stopped talking and just slowly breathed in heaven and earth aura to nourish himself, even though he understood that he would definitely not be able to recover to his peak when the next crisis came. But so what? Giving up on oneself is never a right choice. A spirit stone rolled into Lin Green's hand. Bayushi was silent as she took out a sunny stick and held it in her mouth. It was a bit sweet.
Chapter 36, Promising You a Sky Full of Stars. Poof. Chen Xingyuan flew backwards and coughed out a mouthful of blood before stabilizing himself. Shameless enough, bullying the young with the old. Park Jae-chang shook his head. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. No morality exists in war. Chen Xingyuan gritted his teeth, his face was gloomy. Even if he recovered to his peak by relying on the secret method, it wouldn't be of much use. This old guy was a 7th rank Dao monarch while he was only 4th rank. There were still countless Dao Huang Dao kings around him watching intently, but whenever there was a deficiency in his realm, I'm afraid that they would swarm to him and eat him up. Star Monarch, I have a question I want to ask you. Park Jae-chang had his hands behind his back, looking like a high-ranking person, but he couldn't suppress the greedy gaze in his eyes. You're only a heavily ranked divine progenitor, and you're only 25 years old, and even the current Chen family head is only at the Dao Emperor realm, while you're actually a Dao monarch. How did you do it? Guess, I'll tell you if you guess correctly. A hand seal descended from the sky and slapped on Chen Xingyuan's body, sending him from high up into the ground. I hope that Mr. Chen can answer me truthfully, in which case I will be the one to let Mr. Chen live. Let me live? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xingyuan looked like he had heard some joke, lying on the ground and laughing with his belly. After he had laughed enough, he staggered up from the ground and looked at Park Jae-chang with a cold gaze. You're in charge? Park Jae-chang, don't tease, you're nothing but a dog, a traitor to the rice country, and an old dog at that. What's the point of barking louder? Would you give your own dog extra food just because he barked twice more today? The wrinkles on Park Jae-chang's face couldn't stop trembling as he tremblingly reached out and pointed at Chen Xingyuan, his originally dim eyes also bursting with sparks of anger at this moment. Chen Xingyuan, China is a country of etiquette. Did no one teach you to honor the elderly? Ta-da, I know old people need to be respected. No one told me old dogs need to be respected too. Ah ha 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 ha. Another palm imprint slapped down, but this time it was easily dodged by Chen Xingyuan, his gaze glancing up to the sky every now and then. Above Park Jae-chang, starlight flickered. Look, another rush. Road end, it's useless to suffer any longer. Then why don't you kill me instead? You still like to amplify your words when you can't kill me. Rodan dodged a dazzlingly colorful martial art and swung a sword chi at the two Dao Saints with Chang'ing in his palm. Huaxia is limited by the UN treaty and won't send anyone to save you. Why bother going through all this effort? The other Dao Saint released his own divine progenitor. The steel cage emanating white light enveloped Rodan and began to slowly shrink. Besides, you don't have a chance. Lu Jian raised his head to look at the sky. There were hidden starlight flickering in the pitch-black sky. Soon. Lin Green, Lin Green, Lin Green. The voice's urgent call did not receive a response from the teenager. Bayushi half kneeled on the ground, supporting Lin Green's heavy body with her arms. Wake up, can't sleep. Wake up. Neither of them had spoken since Lin Green had finished lecturing Bayushi, one relying on a spirit stone to restore his spiritual energy, the other relying on a sunny stick to soothe his mind. 3 minutes ago, Bayushi suddenly realized that Lin Green hadn't moved, and she eagerly swooped over to pick up the teenager, realizing that his breathing was getting weaker and weaker. It's hot. Bayushi and Lin Green were separated by just 2 thin layers of fabric, and could clearly feel each other's temperature, as Lin Green lay in Bayushi's arms, her heavy body constantly burning. The injuries he sustained are too heavy. Bayushi frowned, knowing that she couldn't leave Lin Lu unattended, or else it wouldn't be long before this guy's absolute life would return to the heavens. Thinking for a long time, Bayushi clenched her fists. She carried Lin Lu on her back and moved her legs in the direction of the hospital. I didn't sleep. I was awake. Perhaps it was the effect of the bumps on the way. The originally fuzzy conscious Lin Green opened her mouth and muttered. It's getting hotter. Where are you taking me? The hospital. No way. Lin Green opened her eyes like a flashback. There's bound to be someone. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed on Bayushi's slender neck, staining her white hair red. You just need to keep yourself conscious now. I'm not going to die, and I won't let you die either. Sensing that Lin Green's condition was slipping again, Bayushi's speed accelerated once more, almost running towards the Seoul Central Hospital to the extent that she was squeezing herself, vaguely approaching Dao Hai. Lin Green, you're right, there's really something about the two of us that's similar. Bayushi spoke softly, attracting Lin Lu's attention by talking, trying not to let him fall asleep. Do you know, the wife of the current head of the Bai family is not the original wife. My brother and I's mother died a long time ago due to illness. Before my mother passed away, she could love me so much, even though the head of the family was strict with me. Because of my mother, I was still very happy, until I was 7 years old when my mother couldn't suppress her illness before she left me. I'm a little envious of you, living the lie of not having a mom and dad for 18 years. But a lie is a lie after all. You have a mom and dad who love you, but I don't. Every time I was bullied, it was Uncle Xiang and my brother who helped me fight back, and then I would shrink into my mom's arms and cry, and at this time, my mom would sing me a song to listen to. Don't go to sleep, I'll sing to you. The young girl's speed did not decrease at all, a drop of sweat dripping down, mixed with bloodstains sticking to the snow-white neck. She shook the forest green on her back and cleared her throat. The dark sky hangs low. And the bright stars follow. Bugs fly. Bugs fly. Who are you thinking of? The stars in the sky weep. The roses on earth wither. Worms fly. Bugs fly. As long as you're with me.
The cool voice line paired with the childish song was like a pair of big hands in the darkness, grabbing Lin Green's collar with a death grip and not letting him fall downward half an inch further. The figure of the young girl stopped at the entrance of Seoul Central Hospital. The melodious song came to an abrupt end, and she once again shook Lim behind her.
Lin Green, wake up, we're here.
The black night sky was suddenly lit up by a matchless light, and golden energy fluctuations converged together to fall down from the night sky, like a holy light smashing towards Bayushi and Lin Green. The glass around them crumbled by inches, and the car issued a feeble alarm and thick white smoke under the pressure. The fire started and lit up the sky. I still bet wrong. At the end of the day, Bayushi didn't get frustrated anymore and turned around to hug Lin Lu, protecting him firmly, just as Lin Lu had protected her when Uncle Xiang blew himself up. The imagined severe pain did not come, only the rolling hotness of the teenager's body in his arms. Bayushi opened his tightly closed eyes. It turns out that dying doesn't hurt at all. I'm sorry, Lin Green, for harming you.
Little girl, dying can be very painful. Who's talking?
Bayushi turned around violently. A cool and bright white-haired woman was looking at them with a smile on her face, and the terrifying energy that was enough to vaporize an entire street was being grabbed by a large hand in the sky, as if it were a snake that was being pinched by its 7 inches. In the sky, countless stars flashed. The white-haired woman took a step towards Bayushi, who nervously hugged Lin Green tightly, and the woman was dumbfounded.
Alright, Auntie isn't a bad person. Auntie is Lin Lu's mom. Mom? Bayushi didn't react for a moment. Good boy.
Shen Yao rubbed Bayushi's head, then a finger pointed at Lin Green's brow, and in the next moment, the originally shriveled Lin Green got better with the naked eye, and the big and small wounds on her body also healed rapidly. The teenager slowly opened his eyes and saw Shen Yao in a daze.
Mom?
Yes. Shen Yao wrapped her arms around Lin Green and pressed his head into her embrace.
Don't be afraid, Mommy's here and all of them will pay.
Lin Green looked overhead. The night was no longer suffocatingly dark, and above the glittering neon lights was a sky full of stars.
Greetings, young lord.
I don't know which Dao De Emperor was the first to open his mouth, and the other Dao De Emperors and Dao Saints guarding the skies opened their mouths one after another.
Greetings, young lord. September 27, 452, 2047 of the new calendar. The moment.
The sky was full of stars that only twinkled for Lin Green.
Chapter 37, Reasoning. Kimchi Country, Seoul.
At night, blazing light shines on the pale steel forest.
Was it starlight? Moonlight? No. It's the firelight.
The originally watertight Central Hospital Plaza was now empty except for cars with frantic alarms, and in this large area, fires rose in all directions. Hot tongues of fire licked the broken glass like drops of water, and gulped down the reflective golden color. A touch of golden energy hangs in the sky like a ribbon. The destructive atmosphere is suppressed by a big hand, reflecting the fire on the ground, illuminating the world. The white-haired woman cradled her child in her arms, and a tear called longing spanned several years, soaking through the dimly colored paper and dripping down onto Lin Green's face.
Mom!
Hey! Shen Yao rubbed Lin Green's head of white hair and cupped his face to examine his eyes. What beautiful eyes, just like Mom's.
Mom!
Hey! Lin LV flung herself into the woman's arms. The aggression that had been accumulated for 18 years could no longer be suppressed, turning into tears that came out of her eyes and stained Shen Yao's clothes. Mom, they all say that I don't have a mom and dad, that I'm a child that no one wants. I read your letters, I don't blame you. The teenager choked up, unable to speak. Shen Yao hugged Lin Green and gently patted his back. It's okay, Mom's here, Dad's here. This time, no one in this world can bully you anymore, no one. Above the sky, a star quietly fell, and when no one noticed, the starlight didn't enter Bayushi's body. Bayushi stared blankly at all this. Her brain suddenly felt a stabbing pain. Countless images began to be projected in front of her eyes, just like a movie that had been turned on at multiple speeds, and the huge amount of information almost made her faint.
This is Pickle Country. 10 years ago?
Shen Yao looked towards Bayushi and waved at the young girl. Come here, child. Bayushi took a step forward in a daze, but suddenly realized that he had exhausted his strength at some point and lost his balance and fell toward the ground. Shen Yao caught Bayushi and rubbed her head, pure divine power washing away the bloodstains from the young girl's white hair and neck, a drop of water drilling down the woman's fingertips into the young girl's brow. This is... Bayushi only felt a sense of coolness fill her entire body. Her exhaustion and pain were swept away. She lifted her arms and realized that all her injuries had magically disappeared. This is the Amo Shang pond water that originates from the abyss. With just a single drop, anyone under a Dao Saint who still has a breath can be saved. This is too precious. Precious for what? Shen Yao smiled faintly. Auntie, take this as tap water for washing. Shen Yao glanced at Lin Green, her eyes full of satisfaction. Not bad, not only is she pretty, she's also a god level.
Good eye, really good at finding a girlfriend.
A streak of light fell from the sky, and Rodin, whose clothes were broken and unbearable, knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Lord Yao Emperor, my subordinate's protection of the Dao is unfavorable, please punish me. You've done a good job. Chen Yao took out a drop of emoshang pond water and tapped it on Lu Ju's brow. Go and rest. Yes. Sis. A heart-rending howl came from the blue-nosed and swollen Chen Xingyuan, who came running at breakneck speed from afar, flopping down on the ground and grabbing Chen Yao's pants leg with a death grip.
That old man bullied me. Chen Yao smiled helplessly. Little Yuanzi, it's been almost half a year and you still haven't gotten over it. Point me in the right direction. Chen Xingyuan pointed to the south.
Monstrous sword might erupted from Chen Yao's body. 3,000 white silks flew up in the air with teeth and claws. The whole person was like a sheathed overwhelming sword. She looked in the direction Chen Xingyuan was pointing, and a star fell from the sky. The next moment, Park Jae-chang appeared out of thin air. A sword wound that ran through his torso crawled hideously on his abdomen.
Take him and play.
Alright. Chen Xingyuan kicked at Park Jae-chang's old face. See, old dog, be arrogant again. Mom, Lin Lu looked at Chen Yao's face, as if she wanted to imprint this face deeply in her mind. Where's my dad? Chen Yao looked in the direction of Rice. A pair of black pupils seemed to pierce through space. Went to reason.
Rice Country, Washington.
As the night deepens, the lights of street lamps replace the blazing sun, emitting a soft glow that illuminates this bustling city, where the streets are filled with traffic and the buildings are brightly lit. Above the White House, a huge crack in space was torn open, and an elegant man dressed in black stepped out from it, pushing up the square glasses hanging on the bridge of his nose.
You like to cause trouble for the children, don't you? Then I'll come and find trouble for you as well. Dowdy Eye's aura exploded over all of Washington, D.C., and a suffocating pressure enveloped the sinful city known for its heroes. Lin Zian.
Almost simultaneously, the auras of several Dao emperors and Dao saints rose, and several streams of light drilled out of the White Palace, alongside Lin Zian in the air. Do you want to start a war between Huaxia and Rice? You guess. Lin Zian didn't speak nonsense as the profound seal quietly floated into the sky above.
Lin Zian. I'm not deaf.
Lin Zian looked at the White House that symbolized dominance and ambition with a cold face.
An extremely destructive aura fell downwards from the sky.
Heavenly rank advanced martial technique, dance of extinction.
How dare you?
The old man with white hair was the first to react, rushing to the expanding seal and trying his best to stop it from falling. The rest of the Dao emperors and Dao saints followed closely behind. You guys should be glad that my son is still alive. If my son died or had other irreversible injuries, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a matter of a slap. Lin Zian's glasses flashed with a strange cold light, his gloomy face filled with a murderous aura.
This matter has nothing to do with us. What do I care? Lin Zian turned around and stepped into the spatial crack, disappearing. Wrap it up. We're not done with you, Lin Zian.
The old man exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and once again exerted his power against the world-destroying dance.
Lord President, can't it be thrown into a spatial rift and banished beyond the stars?
This is your code's dance of extinction. It will burst at the slightest mistake. It's extremely unstable, and you're banishing it. I think you should be banished. The white-haired president gave the man an exasperated look, looking viciously in the direction Lin Zian had disappeared, but there was nothing he could do about it.
Insidious young conspiracy.
If it was left alone, then Washington would fall into ruin, and if it was left alone, then only they, the Dao emperors and Dao saints, would suffer.
Kimchi country, Seoul. Be reasonable. Lin Green froze.
Right, which is so much fighting and killing. To our realm, a random shot may be a city or even a small country destroyed. Are human beings, we cannot be like this.
Then how does Dad reason?
This he's rather rough. He should have thrown a ranged heavenly rank martial arts in Washington.
Lin Green's mouth opened into an O. Heavenly ranked martial arts plus Dao Day. Was this something a human could do?
A spatial crack ripped open beside Lin Green, and Lin Zian stepped out with great strides, then pouted as he looked at Lin Green.
Lin Green? Dad? Hey!
Lin Zian only felt his heart melting when he heard this. Dad. He lifted Lin Lu up and looked left and right.
Looks like your mom fixed you up. He unintentionally glanced at Bayushi.
Huh, white girl? Bayushi bowed handily. Uncle.
Good day.
Lin Zian's eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Chen Yao, who nodded at him, and the old couple simultaneously twisted their heads to look at Lin Green, two fingers pointing at Bayushi.
Daughter-in-law? Chapter 38. Leave it to you billion ... things. What? Children. Daughter-in-law? This is the Chinese language, right? I can understand every word, but why can't I understand all the words together?
Lin Green waved her hands. No. Oh. Chen Yao and Lin Zian laughed without saying anything, and Bayushi, who was standing by the side, was even more flushed and hot.
Ah yes, Mom and Dad, Chen Daomo and Qin Mai, are the two of them alright?
You mean those two god level? They are fine. Chen Yao spread her hands. I saved them both by the way when I came here. They are now in the back to suppress the shock.
That's good.
Son, time is rather tight. This time, Pops and Mom returned to Earth not only to save you, but also to do some things for you, so that once and for all.
Lin Zian was serious for once. Do some things? Do you know when you'll be eligible to enter the abyss? The Dao Emperor, I guess. That's right, this is a hard requirement. Chenya pulled over by Yushi, who was cowering and hiding at the side, one hand resting on her face. The reason is very simple: the quality of spiritual energy in the abyss is too high and too high. Under the Dao Huang Emperor, anyone who inhales a mouthful of it will be propped up by this horrifying energy, and accordingly, when one goes to the abyss, one's cultivation will also have skyrocketing progress. Lin Green nodded, indicating that he understood. You want me to go to the abyss next after Dao Emperor?
There's that idea, but it's not the main one. Lin Xian pushed his glasses up. The 10th day of the 6th month of the Earth's new calendar is the globally unified day of awakening, correct?
Aha!
On that day, the quality of spiritual energy in the abyss had already concentration progressed by another step, and there was a risk of bursting into flames at any time below the 5th rank of Dao Emperor, especially over in the alien territory. It was like, Lin Xian squinted his eyes, as if he wanted to see through his own sun.
Some sort of balance has been broken.
The last time the balance was broken was 400 years ago, and the price of the balance being broken was that humans possessed the ability to awaken the god progenitor's already cultivated abilities, whereas this time, it's on the side of the Fae. Lin Green smiled sarcastically and scratched the back of his head. Pops, you don't mean to say that the balance was broken because of my awakening, do you?
Lin Xian. Chen Yao. Bai Yushi. Thinking about what?
Lin Xian scolded with a smile. If that's really the case, it would be great. We thought about it, discussed it, and felt that affecting the balance due to someone's awakening was a bit heavenly, and tentatively came to the conclusion that it was some kind of treasure that happened to be born that day.
Treasure?
Lin Green tilted his head, and Bai Yushi followed his example and tilted her head as well.
Not sure, just a guess. If our guess is correct, this treasure must be taken no matter what, understand? I understand. Okay, next thing.
Lin Xian pressed one hand on Lin Green's head, and in the next moment, the amount of information that was majestic enough to burst a normal person's brain surged into Lin Green's mind. Your grandfather told me about your divine prosperity effect. These martial arts are all Earth-ranked base. They were carefully selected by your mom and I with our commentary, to ensure that you can learn them in the shortest possible time. Other mom and dad can't give them to you, at least these things can. Lin Xian removed his hand and patted Lin Lu's hard head, nodding in satisfaction.
Good head.
Lin Green didn't answer. Despite having the help of 6 eyes, the amount of information that Lin Xian had transmitted to him was simply too much, and the entire person dangled in place to receive the information.
Wait a minute, huge amount of information. Downtime. An aura flashed through Lin Green's mind. Domain.
I didn't expect that this time when he came little Greenie even prepared a surprise for me and his father. Chen Yao curiously surveyed Bai Yushi, her gaze lingering on the same white hair for 2 seconds, worthy of being his father's son, just as classy as his father. Although Auntie didn't prepare anything for you in advance, it's still okay to give you some now. The ring on Chen Yao's finger flashed with a flash of light, and 3 stones that emitted an oozing cold aura appeared in her hand. You should be of the ice attribute. Coincidentally, Auntie just found this in the abyss yesterday, cold star chalcedony. Bai Yushi looked at the 3 small stones in Chen Yao's hand. Her breathing was unconsciously heavy. She subconsciously raised her hand, then looked back and put her hand down.
Thank you, Auntie, this is too valuable, I can't take it.
Cold star chalcedony. It was no exaggeration to say that this thing would not be able to go anywhere even if an ice attribute Dao De saw it, quenching spiritual power and divine power, sublimating one's own divine prosperity, and it was even speculated to be a crucial thing for an ice attribute Dao De to impact Dao poles. Take it, there are no ice attribute Dao emperors in China anyway. This thing in our hands will have to be shared with those abroad one day. Seeing Bai Yushi still hesitating, Chen Yao fainted. If you don't take it again, I'll kick your ass. Bai Yushi took the cold star chalcedony and bowed repeatedly to thank her. What's this? Isn't it just this bit of stuff? Auntie isn't on Earth, just help Auntie take care of Green.
Aha!
Chen Yao looked at Bai Yushi with more and more satisfaction, staring at the young girl's face reddening and shrinking her neck at her wit's end.
Yushi. Hey, Auntie.
Chen Yao grabbed one of Bai Yushi's hands and drew on her palm. You're a member of the lineage like me, you understand the pedantic system of the lineage, so you see more thoroughly than normal people in some areas. At the same time, you're a bit more fragile than other people in other areas. You can't do it if you want to rebel against them by yourself alone. Do you think the lineage will give you enough resources to grow up enough to be able to fight against them? Chen Yao blinked her eyes, and Bai Yushi nodded with seeming understanding.
Bai Yushi. Alright, that's all that's been instructed.
Chen Yao rubbed Bai Yushi's and Lin Green's heads, and at the same time, Lin Green came to her senses from the massive onslaught of information.
Time to go, old Lin. Aha! Mom and Dad, are you guys leaving?
Lin LV looked at Chen Yao and Lin Xian with some regret. We came here this time to be out of order. Some rules can be broken, but some can't. Lin Xian looked at Lin Green kindly. Our last purpose of coming here this time has been accomplished. It's to tell the world that you, Lin Green, aren't something that any cats or dogs can mess with. Work hard on your cultivation, do you understand?
Good. Strive to come to the abyss earlier to inherit the family business. Chen Yao pinched Lin Green's face. Let's go, old Lin. Aha!
Lin Xian looked to the sky, and the Dao Emperor Dao Saints who had set up their formations in the air proceeded to fly out of the sky and towards the outside of the planet. When things come up, look for Ludo and Chen Xingyuan. If they can't solve it, don't be polite, go and look for Elder Zhou. The old master and Elder Zhou have a much harder relationship than you think. Chen Yao's eyes didn't move away from Lin Lu from start to finish. She smiled slightly and waved goodbye.
I know.
After making their final instructions, Lin Xian and Chen Yao reluctantly looked at Lin Green until a bell rang above the sky, seemingly urging, "Take care of yourself, Green." The stars in the sky stopped shining and everything returned to darkness. Chen Yao and Lin Xian's figures also disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 39, He Called Me Sister AI. China, Yinjing University. Divine Dormitory Area. Yesterday, Xiaofeng made a speech at the United Nations, condemning the Mi Fang's joint Bubble Fang's attack on 4 newly promoted god-level geniuses in the Kimchi Kingdom 3 days ago, while apologizing for the unauthorized return of the Shangyuan Divine Palace's military forces to Earth. Lin Green in the bathroom looking in the mirror to brush his teeth, a pair of dead fish eyes hanging listlessly on his face. Listening to the news broadcast on his cell phone, he skimmed his mouth disdainfully and yawned lazily.
A cough cough cough. Vomit.
The teenager slumped over the sink and frantically dry-heaved, and Road's End manifested from the void, standing behind Lin Green and gently patting his back.
Brushing your teeth and yawning? Didn't hold back. Is it okay?
It's okay, thanks Lou.
Aha!
Road End gently tapped a few more times and disappeared. Lin Green rinsed her mouth and unscrewed the faucet to wash her face. The Bubble Party apologized for this matter, and the Rice Party jointly came up with compensation.
Ding dong.
A beep interrupted the newscast, and Lin Green dried her face with a towel and picked up her cell phone beside the basin to tap that message. By Yushi, arrogant smelly kid, if you don't come, you'll be late, the strongest adult.
Lin Green? By Yushi, arrogant and stinky child?
By Yushi, you didn't forget that there's an early 8 today, did you? By Yushi, arrogant and stinky child, this class is the class of the exterminator. Even if it's a god tardy, you have to send it.
Shendao Moist is here, you still don't come?
The exterminator. Someone's dead eyes disappeared instantly as he glanced at the clock. 7:54. Done and done late. Lin Green got dressed as fast as she could and walked out into the yard biting her finger and started drawing a talisman on the ground, forming a circle. There. Lin Green stood in the center of the circle and interlocked her 10 fingers, then pressed her palm hard. Boom! A puff of smoke rose, the dust settled, and the white-haired teenager had already disappeared, leaving a deep pit in vain. Road End appeared in the small courtyard, scanning the circle before helplessly closing the book in his hand. At a glance, the entire small courtyard was filled with deep pits.
Number 5 Teaching Building, Classroom 207. Gong Rangyu stood on the podium and looked down at the whimpering crowd below.
The classroom was terribly quiet. There were a lot of people, but they were all looking down at the textbooks on their desks.
Gong Rangyu looked up at the empty seat beside Bai Yushi.
3, 2, 1. Boom! There was a loud bang in the void, and white hair shone.
Next time you get stuck coming in at the right time, you don't have to come. Roger that.
Gong Rangyu, Yin University's famous exterminator, famous for her strictness and fairness, in her eyes, as long as they were her students, there was no difference between a god level and a yellow level. With her, no one had any privileges, no matter what your status was. A man surnamed Shen god level had questioned. Teacher, can I listen to this class standing up? Shen Daomoist only felt his brain filling with blood and his face turning red. I've been listening to the lesson upside down for 3 days.
You can get lost in thought even if you listen to the lesson upside down. How can you get more comfortable? Go upside down.
Shen Daozhu, TT. Alright, let's start the lesson. Today we will divide the forbidden land of the abyss.
Okay, let's start with this planar coordinate system, known.
That's right, come on Sleepy. Lin Green was sitting at the table, with a stick in his mouth, and his upper and lower eyelids were starting to fight. No, I can't sleep. If I sleep, I will become Shendao Moist. Lin Green quietly looked around the students in much the same state, almost all half-dead look. Strict professors plus early 8s plus boring liberal arts. This life has it. Lin Green saw around, his head like a rattle, and finally, his eyes rested on Bai Yushi beside him. The young girl was sitting by the window, the early morning sunlight spilling through the glass onto a head of fluffy white hair, some light falling through the gap in her hair onto her slender neck, illuminating half of her face. On a hot summer day, the young girl just wore a light-colored short sleeve, her blue root-like arm pinned to her chin, just faintly looking up to listen to the class and looking down to take notes. Unlike the other students, Bai Yushi had one hand resting on her chin and the other holding a pen as she followed Gong Rangyu to write and draw on the textbook, jotting down dense notes. 2 green, rounded fingers pushed a note into Lin Green's hand. Lin Green moved closer to take a look.
Listen carefully in class.
The strokes are outlined powerfully, and the high and cold atmosphere that is unapproachable is transmitted through the paper.
Not.
Lin Lu's head was full of black lines, averting her gaze and concentrating on the mouthy exterminator on the podium as her upper and lower eyelids continued to fight.
Nope, there's a problem.
Lin Green had a jolt, feeling that someone was looking at him. He swung his head from side to side to look around and realized that the people around him were either sleeping or getting ready to sleep, except for Bayushi, who sat there with a cool face and listened carefully.
Feeling wrong?
Yanjing University had a rule that in order to prevent students from disrupting the classroom order, the teaching building would activate a forbidden spell formation during the class period, which would be used to suppress the student's divine prodigy as a way of preventing people from using the divine prodigy to do something that was not in line with the rules. As a result, Lin, who had lost his 6 eyes and was slow to react, was no different from being blind. Why does it feel cold?
It's not right, is it?
Lin Green didn't swing her head, her eyes turning to glance at Bayushi. At this moment, the young girl wasn't listening to the lesson and was looking at him with a crooked head, that gaze full of recklessness and curiosity. Bayushi's face was facing Lin Green sideways, the sunlight from the window fell on the back of the young girl's head, and on that cool face, those beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Green, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a nice arc. Even without the sun shining positively, the young girl was still beautiful. Lin Green's eyes moved downward and realized that Bayushi was taking notes while looking at him, and the words she wrote were beautiful and agile, matching what Master Extinction was talking about.
No, dude's 6 eyes ran away on you? No, what's going on here? Lin LV turned her head violently to look at Bayushi, but she turned around and turned back even faster at an astonishing speed, changing back to a seated, cool and proud appearance. When he retracted his gaze, he immediately felt the other party's line of sight quietly fall back onto himself in the next second. Turning his head again,
what I saw was still the white-haired girl sitting upright, as if she was motionless and focused on listening to the lecture, flawless and impeccable.
And so on and so forth.
A clean white slip of paper was pushed over by familiar green fingers, and on the back of the slip of paper was written a sentence.
What are you looking at me for?
Lin Green couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching as he picked up a pen and swiped a few strokes on the note and pushed it to Bayushi.
What the hell do you want, sister?
Bayushi glanced at the note, her gaze cold, her expression still cool and unchanged, and took the note, pushing it back a moment later. The white-haired teenager stretched his neck to look at the note, squinting his eyes and straining to read the small line of words on the note.
Don't pass notes in class. Lin Green. Convinced. Awesome.
Bayushi took it all in, the corner of her mouth lifting into a playful smile.
Poof. Let's let you off the hook for now. Who asked you to call me sister?
Chapter 40, A Failed Deal, A Determined Bayushin. The warm sun at 10 o'clock in the morning crossed the sky, spreading its light and shining on the face of Lin Green, who was already sleepy as a dog. Alright, that's all for this class. Next time don't be late and don't get stuck arriving at the right time. Gong rang. His gaze coldly rested on the frozen white hair. Do you hear me? As if a thunderclap exploded in her ears, Lin Lu's hands and feet were in a mess as she sat upright. I hear you. Gong rang. You finally looked at the corner of the classroom upside down for 2 hours of the young master, put away the lesson plan to leave the classroom. In the moment she stepped out of the door, the entire classroom's serious and tense atmosphere was instantly broken, leaving behind the sound of yawns for days. Lin LV could no longer stand it and fell headfirst into the crook of her arm, her eyes mesmerized, as if she could fall asleep just by closing her eyes. Bayushi glanced at Lin Lu, put the book away in her bag, and stood up, ready to leave. Master Lin, who had just closed his eyes, snapped open his Quran's large eyes. He stood up with a swish and came face to face with Bayushi.
Explain? Explain what? Bayushi looked innocent. Why are you looking at me in class? Lin Green's face was expressionless.
Oh, you're blocking my view of the blackboard.
The blackboard is directly in front of you, I'm to your right, and you're saying that I'm blocking your view of the blackboard.
Lin Green shot up. I will give you another chance, woman, if not apologize for.
Homework finished shooting to you. Word, I'll sit back next time.
The young girl gave an O, put on her backpack and crossed over to the corridor, suddenly looking back at Lin Green, her long ponytail sweeping over the teenager's face, the fresh scent of her hair drilling into the tip of Lin Green's nose in wisps. Then next time if you're late, you'll have to share a table with me. Reflecting on the ethereal fragrance at the tip of his nose, the white-haired teenager froze in place, staring blankly at Bayushi's back as she moved away.
Mom, there are foxes.
No, big brother, I want to consider transferring to another school. This exterminator is inhumane. Upside-down classes, who can stand it? At this time, a certain Shen surnamed young man walked over.
Big brother, what are you looking at? Little Moo, do you think this Bayushi is sick? Chan Dao moist?
Big brother, why are you scolding others for a good reason? It's not that I'm scolding her. Lin Green covered his head with his hand. I'm at the same table with her in every class, and this is staring at my balls every class.
No, such a superb beauty keeps looking at you and you still don't want to? Lin Green lightly glanced at Chen Dao moist.
Chen Dao Yu immediately changed his words. It's definitely her who has the problem. Saying that, he came to Lin Lu's front again. It can't be that you're handsome to her in pickle country. Honestly, just you pretending to be a few waves. If I'm a female I'd want to marry you.
Be normal.
Okay.
Lin Lu turned around and walked to the window, looking down, just in time to watch Bayushi walk out of the school building.
It's not much to look at, it's mainly that look. Lin Lu shuddered, that look that wants to eat you dry. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Bayushi, white skin, beautiful, and the school bully, god level god pro, good voice, moderate height, just cold, and this guy is the most satisfied goods of the Bai family. Take down absolutely no loss.
Commodity.
The young girl's back gradually faded away, and the young girl's desperate and petite appearance that day appeared before Lin Green's eyes. No one in this world is a commodity, nor should they be.
That's true, but it's a worldly family. So what if it's a lineage? As long as we kill them all, won't we be able to keep our mouths shut?
Chen Daomoist froze. He stretched out his 5 fingers and waved them in front of Lin Lu's eyes. Are you crazy?
Just kidding. But I don't think there's any possibility of you and Bayushi. Oh? Lin Lu became interested. Why do you say that?
Not to mention what you two think of each other, the Bai family alone is a difficult hurdle. Chen Daomoist broke his fingers and gave Lin Lu a breakdown. Think about it. Whose child are you? Emperor Yan's and also Emperor Yao's. The two of them have already been on the family's blacklist, and 20 years ago, Emperor Yan gave the Chen family a resounding slap on the face. The Bai family is a good friend to the Chen family, and it's impossible for them to join forces with their friends. The Bai family is friendly with the Chen family, so naturally it's impossible to join forces with a friend's enemy. In addition, in-laws are arranged. Once the Bai family has booked Bayushi in marriage, then you'll need to fight against more than just one Bai family. There's also the opposing family, so it's not possible at all.
How did my father get rid of my mom back then?
You ask me, I wasn't even born then. Chen Daomoist spread out his palms. But one thing is for sure, the words emperor hijacked the marriage.
Nonsense, my father and my mother don't get married, how come I? Chen Daozhu, oh.
I'm afraid to speak up for fear of special populations. What he means is that Emperor Yan robbed Emperor Yao's marriage back then, and in front of the whole world, he killed his way through the siege to take Emperor Yao away. An unfamiliar male voice interrupted the two of them, and Lin Lu turned her head back. A man who looked a bit similar to Bayushi stood at the entrance of the classroom, bathed in sunlight. You're. The man smiled slightly. I believe that with Lin's student's eyesight, you can tell who I am just by looking at my appearance, right? A sunny appearance, dark hair, a faint smile if anything, a hint of a cool aura similar to Bayushi's.
You're Bayushi's father? Bayushing, Omega. I'm his brother. Do I look that old? The sassy someone instantly broke his defense. Just kidding, just kidding.
Bayushing angrily straightened his collar and looked at Lin Green with indignation in his eyes.
I'm here to make a deal with you. A deal?
Lin Green came to be interested. Absolutely no loss. Bayushing excitedly pale fly rubbed his hands, both eyes glowing. You help my sister get out of the Bai family, I'll betroth my sister to you.
Lin Lu?
Wait a moment, Lin Green pulled Bayushing back. I'll break it up for you.
Aang.
I helped your sister get out of the Seiya's grasp.
Right.
And then, you betroth your sister to me.
That's right, that's right. Why are you being gracious?
Lin Green and Bayushing began to stare wide-eyed.
What do you mean?
Bayushing was instantly reluctant. How could his own sister who he had spoiled for 18 years be disliked when it came to others? You can say that I'm old, but you can't say that my sister is bad.
You're old. White Whisperer. You're sick. To be honest, I don't trust any of you lineage people except Xinxing Yuan and Bayushi.
Lin LV stared straight at Bayushing with a glaring gaze.
What about me, big brother? You forgot about me. Get lost.
Don't be so malicious, Bayushing waved his hand. I know what you're guarding against. You can trust me, and believe that Yushi can naturally trust me.
Bayushi has saved my life, have you?
Bayushing fell into silence. He had come to Lin LV with full confidence, but he hadn't expected this kid to be so malicious towards the Shihua family.
Then say back, this is a deal, what do you want?
What can you give for your sister? Bayushing raised his head, and the cynical expression on that clear face was no longer there, replaced by a coldness towards everything in the world. All of me, he paused, his eyes firm, even my dignity.
Chapter 42 Brother and sister on opposite sides of the fence. Duck, duck, duck.
Bayushi opened the door while wiping her head and looked up to find Bayushing looking at her with a smile on his face.
Dang.
The door closed. Bayushing's smile froze on his face.
Duck, duck, duck. What are you doing?
Bayushi helplessly opened the door and angled her head to look at Bayushing.
I haven't seen you for a few days, don't you miss me? No.
Seeing Bayushi trying to close the door again, Bayushing hurriedly stopped it, one hand picking at the doorway.
I've come to find you today on a serious matter.
Only after hearing business did Bayushi reluctantly let Bayushing in. Oh my goodness, the god-level dormitory is actually similar to the one the family prepared for me. Yen University is really generous.
This is the main event?
Of course not. Bayushing sat on his butt on the sofa and casually picked up the yogurt on the coffee table and took a sip. Without further ado, I have an opportunity for you. Do you want it?
What opportunity?
Bayushi was wearing a plain white long dress, a pair of snow-white slender jade legs exposed in the air, standing cross-legged in front of the TV cabinet, her cool temperament paired with her expressionless and pretty face, giving off a high and cold temperament that rejected others. Bayushing swept a glance at Bayushi, secretly wondering in his heart, his sister in the end were as poor. Lin Green this kid actually cannot see.
Any plans after graduation? There are plans, but are they any good? Bayushi raised an eyebrow.
That's what we're going to talk about today. If I can say that I can give you a chance to leave China after your graduation and head to the abyss once you've cultivated to Tao Emperor, do you want such a chance?
And the price? There is no price.
Bai Yuxi looked at Bai Yuxing coldly, without a trace of emotion in her cool eyes. Bai Yuxing took a sip of yogurt and unintentionally sighed as he met Bai Yuxi's eyes. The price doesn't need to be paid by you. What I need to pay is very simple. It's just the loss of the chance to run for the next generation of family head. Bai Yuxi froze for a moment, becoming the next head of the Bai family and reforming away these stereotypes. Isn't that your dream? If I let my sister become a victim of these stereotypes, then what's the point of me becoming this family head? Bai Yuxi fell silent. She lowered her head to look at her toes, and after a long time, she raised her head. I refuse. Hey, I'll take a chance like that on my own. I don't need someone else to pay the price for me. Bai Yu laughed angrily as he crushed the yogurt in his hand. Don't you understand? It's impossible to try to rebel against the world family with your ability, even if you work hard and excel. Do you understand? I have my own rules. I don't need others to overpay for me. Bai Yuxi. Bai Yuxing stood up, his clear face already distorted with anger. I'm not discussing with you. I'm not discussing with you either. Bai Yuxi didn't let up in the slightest. Do you have to wait until you marry someone you don't like and have children for him before you're willing to regret it? Not for you to care. Bai Yuxi looked into Bai Yuxing's eyes. You're too ignorant. Bai Yuxing brushed past Bai Yuxi and slammed the door. Walking out of the doorway of the villa's small courtyard, Bai Yuxing forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and continued to put on that professional-like fake smile. Young master, your behavior is out of order. I'm afraid it's not your turn to care what I do, is it? Bai Yuxing looked behind him. A man in black stood there silently, the very same Taoist protector that the Bai family had sent to replace him after Uncle Xiang's sacrifice. I can't control it, but I can report it truthfully. If you don't want to die, then rot in your stomach what you heard today. Snap. A slap on Bai Yuxing's face jerked him out. What do you want? Young master, the man in black said coldly, the order of the family head, to keep an eye on you while monitoring the young lady, and if there are any ideas that jeopardize the family, they must be nipped in the bud in time. Pedantic. Splat. The door to the small courtyard was opened, and Bai Yuxi stood in the doorway coolly, glancing at Bai Yuxing and the man in black. You go back, I won't promise you, I have my own way of doing things, I don't need you to care. Even though he understood that Bai Yuxi was protecting him, Bai Yuxing clenched his teeth, unwilling to give in. Brother, please. The pitiful begging voice drilled into Bai Yuxing's ears. He looked incredulously at his sister. At this time the young girl no longer had half a bit of a stranger, there was only pity. Bai Yuxing coldly looked at the man in black, turned away. Bai Yuxi closed the door and leaned against the wall to look up at the sky. Soft white hair was draped over the back of her head, a few strands of unruly hair staining her face and blocking her eyes. The sky, it's beautiful. Yes, the sky was beautiful, but Bai Yuxi couldn't see the sky. As far as the eye can see, it is a cage. Quickly, she ruffled the hair in her way and took the cord from her wrist and bit it. The soft white silk was gathered behind her head by two slender hands and tied into a high ponytail. Go do your homework. Duck duck duck. Lin Green opened the door while wiping his head and looked up to find Bai Yuxing looking at him with a grave expression. You lost your love? Bai Yuxing? Oh, White Whisperer shook his head and laughed, patting his face to restore a gentle fake smile. Won't you invite me in for a seat? If you're trying to set me up with Bai Yuxi, then I'll just close the door. No, I have a few questions for you. Lin Green turned around and walked into the house, followed closely by Bai Yuxing. He received a cup of water and placed it on the coffee table, signaling Bai Yuxing to sit. Bai Yuxing was not polite and sat on his but on the sofa, holding up the glass of water and drinking it. What's the problem, tell me. Lin Green walked to the bathroom to hang up the wet towel. You here, can you insulate yourself from the outside world? Lu. An invisible fluctuation swept across the entire villa, and Rodan's voice rang in the ears of the two. No one is watching, I set up a ban, don't worry and speak boldly. Lin Green walked out of the bathroom and shrugged, signaling Bai Yuxing to begin. What do you think of my sister? I think I need to ask you out. It's not that, I'm asking seriously. Lin Green lay on the couch, her azure eyes looking up at the ceiling. How can I put it, there are parts that are overly strong and parts that are overly fragile, and the combination is bravado. This is a character that was raised in an environment like the Bai family. Bai Yuxing held the glass, his eyes a little misty. I wanted to save her, and the best way I could think of was to have the two of you combine. That way, with her back against the upper elemental divine palace, the Bai family naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Lin Lu tore open a sunny bar and put it in her mouth, tilting her head to look at Bai Yuxing. Do you really understand what your sister is really trying to rebel against? Chapter 42 How You Feel. What do you mean? Lin Green leisurely withdrew her gaze and continued to look at the ceiling. The so-called control of the lineage is nothing more than an arrangement of destiny, right? Aha! So, what's the difference between trying to force your sister on me and the Seiya? Bai Yuxing froze as he stared blankly at Lin LV, who just looked at the ceiling and yawned. What she wants is the freedom to be able to be subject to her own arrangements, a smoldering happiness, not the constraints of being regulated. Perhaps in her mind success or failure doesn't matter, as long as one has worked hard. Baiyuxing squeezed the glass in his hand and looked at his fingers through the clear glass. He was silent for a long time, and Lin Green didn't bother to call him, just laying on the sofa leisurely savoring a sunny bar. Thanks. Another friendly reminder. Lin Green sat up from the sofa and stretched hideously. When I was in Pickle Country, Baiyuxi told me that you and Uncle Xiang are the only people she trusts, and now that Uncle Xiang is gone, you are the only family she has left. Baiyuxing figured out something, got up and bowed to Lin Lu. Thank you.
How do you want to thank?
Hey. Lin Green spread her palms. I'm busy alright, spending time alone to educate children costs me a lot.
What do you want? How about promising me a deal? What condition?
The door to the living room opened automatically, and the bright sunlight from the courtyard broke into the living room, shining on Lin Green and Baiyuxing.
Haven't thought about it yet, let's wait until I do.
Good. Baiyuxing placed the glass in his hand back on the coffee table and headed outside. The light could not be seen outside the door, and there was light as far as the eye could see. As Baiyuxing stepped out of the threshold, the door closed automatically with a snap.
Do you think highly of him?
Lu Ju sat with his legs crossed where Baiyuxing had sat earlier, a nearly finished manga lying on his folded knees. At least he's much better than the Shurhans I've seen. Lin Green pulled out a bottle of soda like a juggler and took a swig while half lying on the couch.
About Baiyuxi, how do you feel?
Put. Someone choked on their soda and spewed out a mouthful, slumping to the ground and starting to cough.
No, Lu, let's joke around, don't start like that, okay? I think you two are a good match.
Good match my ass. Lin Green wiped her mouth and walked to the bathroom to get a mop. I'm not taking care of a brat.
You two are half-assed. Do you know an urban legend? Road's End closed the comic. Split woman or something? Ferris wheel.
Lin Green's hand that was mopping the floor trembled slightly. Legend has it that men and women who have ridden the Ferris wheel alone will go to the end. Oh. Haha, Lin Green sardonically laughed twice. The reason why the legend is a legend is not its impracticality, and besides, the men and women who have ridden the Ferris wheel together are many. The Rodan shrugged. You yourself have to be stiff upper lip, just let you go.
No, what do you mean by stiff upper lip?
Lin Green put down the mop and lunged at Road's end with her teeth and claws open, while Road expected it as early as possible and disappeared into a shadow. The white-haired teenager helplessly threw himself headfirst onto the couch and buried his face in the soft cushions. After a long time, he slowly lifted his head up, supporting his entire head with his chin.
White Whispering Creek.
The passages of their experiences together in the land of kimchi were projected in their minds, finally settling on the Ferris wheel's tin compartment. A dirty little dog with long white hair.
Boring.
Lin Green once again buried her head in the couch cushions. Lu Yuan silently appeared behind Lin Lu, picked up the mop that had been thrown aside, and continued mopping the floor.
Ding dong. Lu, cell phone. Snap.
The cell phone flew into Lin Green's head.
Ah.
Lin Green rubbed her head and clicked on the chat box.
Baiyuxi arrogant smelly kid, pictures.
Pictures. Pictures.
White Whispering Creek arrogant stinky kid, homework and textbook knowledge points.
Lin Lu slightly inclined his head and saw that Lu Du was staring at his cell phone screen with an anti-smile on her face. Noticing that Lin Lu was looking at him, Lu Duan maintained his lewd smile and turned his head to meet Lin Lu's blue eyes.
Oh you, arrogant stinky kid.
Annoyed, Lin Lu pounced over and hugged Lu Duan, wrestling with him. Having had enough, Lin Lu and Lu Duan lay down on the wooden floor, looking up at the ceiling together.
Green, tell brother the truth, what do you really think of Baiyuxi? Why did you all try to set the two of us up after coming back from Pickle Country?
I think the two of you are quite compatible. Lu Ju yanked Lin Green's arm under his head and scratched his chin at Lin Green's twitching gaze. Besides, it's Lord Yaodi's order.
My mom?
Lord Yaodi thinks Baiyuxi is better as a daughter-in-law.
Then don't you two feel that yet? Don't you think she's kind of interested in you too?
Rodan lay on Lin Green's arm and looked over at Lin Green.
Do I?
Road end. Although someone has lived for 36 years, but it is true that the two real bachelor, this life is not bad, the last life. Forget it, let alone the last life. So unless a female comes along and kisses him on the face, a certain person could possibly think that the other person is into him. Lin Green thought for a moment. I saved her this many times in the Pickle Country, it makes sense that she would want to repay me a bit. Then why can't it be that she wants to return the favor in kind? But don't, I'm still thinking of cultivating to Tao Emperor to head to the abyss as soon as possible, leaving a drag on earth for me. I'm not comfortable in the abyss.
Just keep your mouth shut.
Rodan patted his butt and sat up from the ground, turning into a shadow and disappearing. Lin Green lay on the cold floor, still looking up at the ceiling, not knowing what she was thinking. Inside the study room, Lu Duji appeared in front of Lin Green's desk and pulled open the inner drawer. Inside the drawer, a stack of thick yellowed envelopes were pressed at the bottom, and Lu Mei reached out and twisted his hand, pulling out a piece of paper at the bottom. The white paper was densely written with words, but only with the same 3 words covering the paper. Baiyuxi, 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 Baiyuxi. Similar experiences will resonate, and sympathy for each other will pull each other closer. In fact, you already had a crush on her after discovering her inner world, right? Wrote and put the paper back to its original position, gently pushed the drawer back, murmuring alone in his mind. He looked towards Lin LV, who was still lying on the floor, and stroked his chin.
Bastard, just being tough talking.
Lin Green sneezed and cocked his head in a certain direction. At that exact moment, Bayushi put down the pen in her hand and unconsciously looked in a certain direction. The two gazes met across time and space. Lin Green dormitory couch, cell phone lit screen lying peacefully on the soft cushion. The last photo is Bayushi's homework. The photo of the piece of paper missing a small corner did not shoot on. Bayushi's study, the desk is peacefully placed on the paper, in the place where Lin Green cannot see, in the missing corner, two small beautiful words quietly lying there.
There it was written. Forest Green. Chapter 43, Lin Green lured by Bayushi to the diary.
In the calm classroom, Gong Rengyu leisurely sat on the podium and cut her nails, her eyes glancing at the students in the classroom from time to time, before nodding in satisfaction and continuing to trim her nails. A small note scraping the desktop pushed towards the white-haired girl.
Copy that.
Bayushi glanced at the small slip of paper, the corner of her mouth drifted up in an arc, and after those two words, she swished and wrote 3 words to push them back. Lin LV glanced at Gong Rengyu, realizing that Master Extinction's attention wasn't on their side, and snapped one finger to press down on the small note, yanking it in front of her. Call sister. The white-haired teenager looked viciously at the white-haired girl, who glanced at Gong Rengyu to make sure it was safe and then turned her head to look at the teenager, spitting her tongue out after 2 dimples tickled her cheeks. Change it, I'll wash your socks for a week.
The note was pushed over.
Why do you get all the good stuff?
The note was pushed back. Lin Green?
Another small note was pushed over.
Time is running out.
Lin Ro gritted her teeth and glared at Bayushi, writing the word sister underneath the line and pushing it over.
Not long after, the note was pushed back.
Lin Green pulled the note suspiciously. Although they were all multiple choice questions, it wasn't that fast, was it? Voice version. Short and sweet. Lin Lu bared her teeth and looked at Bayushi. The young girl had one hand pinned to her face, the other hand was holding a pen and writing and drawing on the test paper. After noticing Lin Lu's gaze, Shirshir used her arm to block the test paper.
No? Convinced.
No, a man's knee is gold.
Forget it, CC Matter is a handsome man.
After observing for a while, Lin Green made sure it was safe and rubbed his butt to the left, closing the distance between himself and Bayushi, lowering his voice. Sister.
Can't hear you.
Bayushi didn't have any expression on her face and just continued to write and draw on the test paper. Sister. Bayushi couldn't hold it back any longer and snorted out a laugh, covering her mouth with the crook of her arm as she pushed over a note with her other hand. Lin LV viciously snatched the note and clutched it tightly in her hand after she was sure it was the answer without a doubt. Bayushi slowed down for a while, ruffled the broken hair in front of her forehead, picked up the test paper on the table and walked towards Gong Rengyu.
Finished so quickly? Gong Rengyu glanced at Bayushi. Aha!
Bayushi nodded expressionlessly. Put it here. The sound of papers being handed in attracted the attention of the rest of the classroom, and the boys gave strange looks when they saw the white-haired figure on the podium. It's not bad, she's a god-level god pro, good-looking, comes from a distinguished background, her studies are okay, it would be nice if she could talk to me for a week. What do you want to fart eat? You can dream of anything, kid. It's good, but it's just so cold, I haven't seen her smile since school started. Bayushi placed the test paper on the podium and looked back at Lin LV, the snow melted on her cold as frost pretty face, revealing a bright smile. Hiss. Everyone in the classroom sucked in a breath of cool air.
I'm in love. I'm whispering Brooke's dog. Snap. Gong Rengyu slapped the podium. What's all the noise about? Are you all done? Finish it and I'll collect the papers now.
The classroom was instantly silent. Gong Rengyu placed her eyes on the paper and nodded with satisfaction after a general sweep, looking at Bayushi with admiration and some regret in her eyes. Go back. Thank you, teacher. Bayushi owed a slight bow, picked up her book bag and turned to leave the classroom. Lin LV glanced at the watch on top of the head of Master Extinction and realized that there was still half an hour left before the time to hand in the papers, so she hurriedly copied it. Originally, it was still early from the end of this semester, but as a result, Gong Rengyu's own teaching progress was too fast, and it took 2/3 of a semester to finish a semester's worth of content, so the extinct master decided to take the exam early. It didn't have much of an effect on the high achievers like Bayushi, but swingers like Lin Green were miserable. Lin Green had just made a plan to prep for the final weekly online class 3 days ago, and it was broken alive by Gong Rengyu. But fortunately, he had Bayushi. No, I can't say that, I should say that he had Bayushi sitting beside him. Reasonable. Lin Green struggled to write, memorizing 5 options to fill in 5 options. Wrist's sake, there are still the last 15 left. Finish these 15 before you dump your hands. AABCC. AABCC. Dakba. Dakba. CCBBC. CCBBC. Perfect, wrap it up.
No, why is there a little line underneath?
Linlu came closer to the small note and read after that last line of small words. Answer, case, is, counter, of, oh.
Oh.
Lin Green let out a sharp pop.
Lin Green.
Gong Rangyu snapped on the table, looking furious at the defense-breaking white hair.
Teacher, my hand is stuck in a tendon. Gong Rangyu suspiciously glanced at Lin Green and slowly walked to Lin Green's side. Really?
Lin Green's face was full of pain. Really, it hurts like hell.
Looking at Lin Lu, who didn't look like she was faking, Gong Rangyu swept Lin Lu once again before returning to the podium.
The words were fake, the pain was real. It took me 10 minutes to finish copying, and then you told me the answers were all backwards. I curse you for marrying a douchebag in your life. It was good that Lin Green used a pencil, and after a rubbing by Cuckoo, Lin Green once again painfully put up her pen. Collect the papers 10 minutes early.
Gong Rangyu glanced at her watch. No can do.
There's 1 minute left, and Lin Green has 20 questions left.
Copy.
Finally, at the last second, Lin Green completed this difficult task. Gong Rangyu walked in front of Lin Green and collected his test paper. Lin Green, who was originally lying on the table, immediately straightened his waist. Under his expectant eyes, Gong Rangyu flipped through his paper. That's right, that's it, use that kind of appreciative and shocked eyes to ruthlessly humiliate me. Gong Rangyu placed the test papers in the pile back in her hand and pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose.
Is this a human font?
Lin Green, Delta. Ignoring the shattered Lin Green, Gong Rangyu walked towards the back and continued to collect the rolls.
Students who have handed in their papers can leave.
Lin Green dejectedly picked up her book bag and headed out of the classroom.
Big brother, want to go eat together? Chen Daomu patted Lin Green's shoulder behind him.
Lin Green looked back at him, remembered that this class is early 12 o'clock after class, but the exterminator 10 minutes early after class.
Can I go to the cafeteria or where?
Go to the cafeteria. I haven't been to the cafeteria once since I came to Yen University for so long.
Good.
The two walked out of the classroom side by side when a bag of candy stopped Lin Green in her tracks. Bayushi stood in front of the classroom door and handed Lin Green a bag of Zai Zai bars.
You won't be mad if I pitted you a little, will you?
Lin Green took the large bag of boysenberry bars and arrogantly averted her head to the side.
Don't think I'll forgive you just because of that. How about buying you lunch at noon?
Ahem, a certain young masterchin spoke out to stop it. I'm sorry, Ms. Bai, big brother and I have an appointment. As the words fell, Shin Daoyu only felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the sky. He couldn't help but shiver. He looked at Bayushi. The young girl's cool face didn't have a trace of expression. She just looked at him coldly.
Like this? Have you misremembered? Laughing, how do I?
Bayushi showed a rare hint of a smile. The smile, however, made Shin Daomu chilled all over his body. His pupils contracted, feeling the true killing intent in the young girl's eyes.
Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. How could it be possible to remember it well?
It's tomorrow, big brother, I'll buy you dinner tomorrow. Shen Daomoist forcefully patted Lin Green's shoulder, his eyes full of shock and pity, and then flew away. Moma, Bayushi won't really be in love with Lin Green, I'd better run away first. Lin Green scratched his head in confusion. This guy.
Didn't he remember it wrong?
He just remembered it wrong. Well, hurry up. Looking at Chen Daomoist's escape-like figure, Bayushi revealed a victor's smile. Lin Green turned his head and happened to catch the young girl's victorious little expression in his eyes, and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. This still has a few poise, ha.
What's wrong with you?
Bayushi waved her hand in front of Lin Green. Let's go eat at my house, I'll make it for you. Without waiting for Lin Green to react, Bayushi grabbed Lin Green's sleeve and dragged him towards the divine dormitory area. This scene, however, happened to be seen by countless people, and the hearts of the boys who were so pleased with Bayushi were broken.
Put Lin Green on the Yen University assassination list for me.
The figures of the teenager and the young girl faded away, and Rodin slowly appeared at the door of the classroom, holding a notebook in his hand, the ink on the paper of the notebook not yet dry. New calendar 452, October 22nd, Lin Green and Bayushi shared a room. Rhodes End closed his notes, and the cover was even more original. Diary of Lin Green seduced by Bayushi.
Chapter 44, Lin LD's miserable defeat.
The door to the small courtyard was pushed open, and Bayushi stepped across the threshold with her legs and made a gesture of invitation to Lin Green. Lin Lu stepped forward and walked into the small courtyard, carefully sizing it up and smacking her lips.
Much the same.
Godly dormitories are like this, there's no need to set a style for individuals.
Indeed.
Bayushi pushed the door into the living room and poured a glass of water for Lin Green on the coffee table.
Why don't you sit here for a while? It's okay to look around, I'll go cook for you la.
Okay. Lin Green sat on the couch and took a sip of the glass of water after checking to find no aphrodisiacs in it. Bayushi walked out of the room and changed into a pink nightgown with a needle-embroidered piglet embellishment at the collar.
New skin. You just haven't seen it.
The sliding door to the kitchen slammed shut, and with a poof the stovetop opened, bright firelight warmed through the glass onto Lin Green, who absently looked back. The glass door of the kitchen was frosted special, unable to clearly see through the glass to the opposite side of the scene. At this time the young girl rolled up her sleeves, revealing half of the blue lotus root like Snow White's small arm, busy in the kitchen. Lin Green got up and wandered around, realizing that the furnishings in the villa were similar to his own side, but with some girlish style added. Lin Green, can you bring me that bag of groceries by the door? I forgot to take it. Lin Green tilted her head to look at Bayushi and lifted the bag of vegetables at the doorway and walked to the kitchen.
It's pretty hot in here.
Yeah, well, just go outside and wait a while.
How much are you planning to make here?
Lin Green looked at the mountain of ingredients piled up in the kitchen.
What do you want to eat?
Bayushi put the frying spoon against her mouth and covered half of her face. Lin Green shrugged and smiled, just not millet porridge.
He stepped out of the kitchen and then suddenly turned back. Do you need help?
Hey!
Bayushi tilted her head, the frying spoon in her hand shaking.
No, you go rest. Forget it, how can we just let girls work? Lin Lu picked up the spare apron hanging on the wall and tied it around her waist. How about a competition, see who makes good food? You can't beat me then. The young girl turned around and picked up one of the tomatoes in the bag. I was raised to be strict.
Compare?
Lin Green similarly picked up a tomato, tossing it upwards and reaching out to catch it, back and forth. Originally a joke, but seeing Bayushi's serious look, Lin Green's sense of victory and defeat came up, and thought of Bayushi's persecution of him in the past few days, and his gaze couldn't help but become a bit more severe. Bayushi turned around and met Lin Green's provocative gaze, and the strength engraved in her bones aroused her inner desire to win.
She raised her chin. How do you want to compare?
Let's do it this way, one for each of the two stoves. We'll make the same dishes, and we'll taste and critique each other after all the dishes are done. How about it? Plus one more thing, Bayushi followed Lin Green's example of tossing tomatoes up and down. The loser has to promise the other 3 conditions. The conditions can't be too much. How about it?
Deal. The two men hit it off and after some discussion set the dishes at 3. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
Stir-fried pork with green peppers.
Cola Kuan wings.
The kitchen door was slowly pulled shut, the frosted glass mapping the blurred firelight, and 2 aprons stood side by side, one high and one low looking at each other, deciphering the passion hidden in each other's pupils.
Begin.
The sound of flipping books rang out quietly in the living room, and Rozen sat on the couch with his legs crossed, a manga in his hands and a notebook lying by his legs. New calendar 452, October 22nd. Targets have nothing better to do than compete in a cooking competition. The crisp sound of stirring reached the living room through the glass, and Rozen put down the manga and glanced in the direction of the kitchen. I thought you said you were invited. Why are you moving yourself? Also, none of the two turned on the hood. In the kitchen, Lin Green started a pot of oil, adjusted the heat to boil, and then poured the shredded meat cut on the chopping board into the frying pan. Crackling and snapping, the frying spoon tossed in the oil and meat, frying the slender shredded meat just right. Lin Green wrist flicked the shredded meat out of the pan, then into the pre-cut green pepper, stir-fry evenly and then into the shredded meat, soy sauce, salt, soy sauce and other seasonings followed. One hand grabbed the grip of the frying ladle, appending the ingredients in the pot. The cycle repeats itself. With a busy dish of Master Lin will be Pepper's shredded meat poured into the dinner plate, he realized that the entire kitchen is like a wonderland. At that exact moment, Bayushi had also finished her first dish, and in hindsight, she also noticed something strange in the kitchen, and the young girl looked at Lin Green and realized that the other party was looking at her.
You didn't turn on the hood? You didn't turn on the hood?
The two were wide-eyed, a pair of black pupils locked with a pair of blue pupils across the milky smoke. Both of them laughed at their own stupidity. Lin Green rolled up her sleeves and clicked on the range hood. The sound of the fan spinning rang out and the curls of smoke swirling around were sucked away.
Convinced, I had a vegetable smell.
Lin Green stroked his white hair. Bayushi also scratched her ponytail and nodded.
I blame you. Blame you.
Okay.
Blame me. Fine. Blame me.
The two were once again wide-eyed.
Cook.
Lin Green walked over to the chopping board and picked up the tomato that she had pampered herself with. +1, Bayushi cracked the egg into a bowl. After another busy day, the two finally put together the remaining 2 dishes. At the table, Rozen mortared at the 6 courses in front of him, giving his first critique to the expectant eyes of the 2 white hairs.
Good selling.
Taste how it tastes.
Lin Green raised an eyebrow. Lu Ju picked up his chopsticks, picked up a chicken wing, and savored it. After the 2 chicken wings were tasted, Lu Di tasted the tomato, scrambled egg and green pepper shredded pork one after another. How is it? Lin LV came close to Lu Ju, expecting him to give a pertinent critique. Lu Jian wiped his mouth. You lost. Lin Green? How do you know which dish I made?
You're about to write the words I made this on your face when you eat your cooking. Rodan got up and patted Lin Green's shoulder, speaking in a serious tone.
Kid, it won't work if you don't obey.
Laughing, Lord Yaodi's order was for me to help Bayushi get you. Can I turn towards you?
In fact, Lu Jian didn't even eat which is which. Anyway, as long as he reviews, Lin LV will definitely lose.
You two eat slowly, I'm going out for about a meal. Saying that, Lu Duan used his spiritual power to isolate Lin Green's 6 eyes from probing and compared it to Bayushi. Bayushi understood and blinked.
I'm not convinced.
Lin Green leaned over the table and tasted all 6 dishes, realizing that they didn't taste much different, and looked at Bayushi in anger.
You two are working together.
That's your Dao protector, why are you in cahoots with me?
Bayushi blinked innocently.
Lin Green clammed up, he scratched his head, it seemed like there really wasn't a need for this. 3 conditions, Bayushi made a 3 with her hand and waved it in front of Lin Lu. The fragrant aroma of rice mixed with the unique scent of a young girl's body drilled into the tip of Lin Lu's nose, causing him to shiver.
Demon Girl. Chapter 45 October Encounter.
After Road's End left, the 2 men took turns making 2 more dishes and setting them on the table to eat while they watched.
So much, can we both eat? Lin Green asked a soul-torturing question.
Bayushi looked at the table full of food and similarly fell into deep thought.
I was so focused on making it, I didn't realize that I had made so much at once. Should we move it to the coffee table and eat it while playing? Bayushi asked. How do you play and eat?
Singing, the corners of Bayushi's mouth rose in a victorious smile. TV is something that can be turned into a mode screen like KTV. Lin Green froze for a moment, looking at the young girl's victorious smile. She couldn't help but agree.
Let's go.
It took the 2 men several trips back and forth to get all the meals to the coffee table. Lin Green brought the last 2 plates of cola chicken wings to the coffee table. Bayushi stood aside and turned the TV on, and after the teenage girl had a go at it, a TV similar to a KTV big screen was pounded out. Who's first? Lin Green picked up a chopstick of shredded green pepper meat and put it in her mouth.
Me first.
Bayushi took her cell phone and pressed a few buttons here and there, and soon, a music video appeared on the TV.
April Encounter.
Lin Green couldn't help but get lost in thought as she looked at the familiar title, and as the intro unfolded with the familiar music video, Lin Green realized that this was the same song from her last life.
It's a very hot song from 400 years ago.
Bayushi picked up the prepared microphone and passed it over her mouth.
The first time I saw you I was so flustered. I can't find anything to say. You come to me, you hold out your hand. Hold on tight. I'm not letting go of my hand. Getting used to having you every day. Beside me.
Taking care of my delicate form.
This movie has a romantic opening. I want to. I'd like to stay with you till morning.
Lin Green looked at the white-haired girl slightly lost in thought. The song was one of his favorites in his last life, and he didn't expect to be able to hear it again in this life. The young girl's melodious singing voice and cool voice did not add some discomfort to the song, but instead more aptly expressed the emotion of the song, so that his thoughts could not help but drift to the previous life.
Bayushi didn't notice Lin Green's difference and continued to sing. Thinking of a good night. To write this song for you to sing. I want to tell you. Every way you love me. Melts into the sweetest sugar.
Bayushi ruffled the broken hair on her forehead and did not sing the latter half of the song, looking back at Lin Green ready to take credit, but saw the teenager's frustrated look.
What's wrong with you?
Lin Green came back to her senses and smiled faintly at Bayushi.
It's fine, just remembering something.
Bayushi blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Green with a sudden bad feeling in her heart.
Little Lindsay wouldn't have had a painful love experience, right?
Thinking of this, Bayushi narrowed her eyes as a murderous aura filled her. No wonder she pretended to be so old-fashioned sometimes, so she had been hurt.
Don't let my mom catch you. Little vixen.
Lin Green, who was on the side, only felt the chilly air and couldn't help but sneeze.
Why did the temperature suddenly drop? You're not going to sing? Lin Green looked at Bayushi.
Bayushi shook her head. I listened to half of almost all the songs.
Then I'll sing one too.
Lin Green took Bayushi's phone and tapped on the search bar.
Raining Love.
As the lilting accompaniment unfolded, Lin Green held the microphone and gently passed it over her mouth. Eugene Yang on the screen opened her arms, and Lin Green's lips gently opened.
The weather outside the window is like your changing face. It's raining, it's crying with me. I can't see, and I don't want to. I'm leaving you, I'm withdrawing in peace. A plot I can't bear to reveal. My tears flow in my heart, learning to give up. Bayushi looked at Lin Green's side face and froze slightly as she listened to him sing this song. Singing well, hey. Is it because of that vixen?
Thinking of this, Bayushi narrowed her eyes once again. White Hair, who sang lovingly on the side, only felt a wave of coolness rising from the root of her tail to her heavenly lingai. He stiffened and turned his head back, right into Bayushi's eyes that were filled with murderous intent.
Are you okay? Lin Green inquired tentatively. It's fine, just remembering something. Ha!
What familiar words.
Ahem, Bayushi waved her hand to change the topic. No more singing, it's no fun. Do you want something to drink? Give me a random bottle of soda. Good.
Bayushi shuffled her slippers over to the refrigerator and pulled open the door. Lin Green waited for 5 minutes and still didn't see Bayushi come back. Swallowing the bit of cola chicken wings in her mouth, she slowly walked to the kitchen and found the young girl standing by the refrigerator, staring blankly.
What's wrong with you? Lin Green walked over to Bayushi and glanced into the refrigerator. At a glance, it was full of wine. You wine monger. Well, like to drink a little bit when I'm not doing anything. So, no drinks? Seems like it. The two were wide-eyed. How about a whole 2 sips?
Lin Green picked up a bottle of original syrup.
You can't beat me.
Bayushi picked up a mention.
Ouch.
The little ninja then addicted, honestly tell you, although the old man too lives not much dipping wine, but the old man in his last life is Shandong big man, the talent is here, drink do not die you.
Come on. A new round of struggle began.
The TV plays a song, and the two white hairs take a sip of wine and a bite of food, blue eyes glaring at each other. In the background of the music, the two drink more and more passionate. Between the drinks, the yellow liquor burst into the coffee table, and even do not eat the food, hard to drink. After more than a few rounds of wine, Bayushi's pretty face was slightly red. She looked at Lin LV, the teenager's face was as usual, looking at her as if she was provocative.
Can't do it? No forcing alcohol with spiritual energy.
Bayushi puckered her mouth. I don't care to use such underhanded methods to deal with you. Lin LV raised her eyebrows and raised the wineglass in her hand. Call out to your brother when you can't and I'll let you go. If I don't drink you until you call me sister, I won't be surnamed by. Lin Green, completely aroused by Yushi's desire to win, filled himself with a large cup to Lin Green, then tilted his head and drank it all in one go, wiped his mouth and then turned the glass upside down to signal that not a drop was left. Lin Green laughed, also filled a cup for himself, a drink, also put the glass upside down to show that no drop of wine left. The more the two drank, the more vigorously, the faster they drank. The song on the TV automatically played to attention, led by the fast tempo. The bottles of wine were emptied one by one, poured on the floor and rolled under the sofa. Bayushi shook her head, puffed out her mouth and exhaled, looking at Lin Green with a pair of eyes full of provocation. Lin Green put down her wineglass and let out a long burp. Bayushi was fine, after all, she drank often, while Lin Green was different. The first time she drank so much, not only was she in place, she simply took off.
Convinced? The young girl raised her chin, revealing her snow-white neck.
You still have to practice. Lin Green's mouth was hard. Dry drinking is no fun, play some games.
What do you want to play? Solitaire or something? Wait. Not long after, a deck of cards with a few dice was slapped in front of Lin Green with a snap. Bayushi's eyes were slightly mesmerized as she boldly moved forward to pinch Lin Green's face. As you wish. Chapter 46, A Kiss in Destiny, Romantic and Grand. Gurgle gurgle. The two six-sided dice stopped flipping in the shaker, a 6 and a 5 lying comfortably on the front. Drink! Bayushi pointed at Lin Green. You're overthinking it, little friend. Lin Lu covered the lid of the shaker cup in a daze and held it in her hand and shook it. It looks like it's already a dead end, but in reality there's still a silver lining. Bayushi took off her slippers and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Her pajama pants were slightly lifted up, revealing her smooth and slender ankles. She looked at Lin Lu, who was shaking the dice with disdain, her eyes full of mockery. Like to talk tough? Drink if you're tough. Snap. Lin Green slapped the shaker on the coffee table and removed the lid. Two of them a set on the front. Ha 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 ha. Bayushi couldn't help but laugh out loud and fell back on the sofa cushions without sitting still. Drink. Just drink, little master, I'm thirsty, deliberately letting you. Lin Green defiantly picked up his own wine cup and filled it with a large mouthful. There's still a little bit left, where are you keeping your fish? Bayushi crossed her willow eyebrows and pointed at the little bit of bottom in Lin Green's wineglass. I can't split it into 2 sips. Che, you just can't. Bull. Come again, I won't let you this time. Another round of rotating dice, 2 dice flopped out at 10 points under Bayushi's shaking, while Lin LV got lucky for once, 2 sixes lying in the shaker cup. Drink! Lin Lu curled up the corners of her mouth. Bayushi blankly glanced at Lin Green, and under the stimulation of alcohol, the young girl's cheeks were slightly red, adding a few points of flirtation and flavor. She picked up her wineglass and drank the beer in one go, and provocatively turned the glass upside down. You can't do it either, sister only uses 1 sip. Love a few mouthfuls, a few mouthfuls. Lin Lu poured Bayushi a full glass. Change the game, dice are no fun. Bayushi looked at Lin Green's vindictive pouring of wine and smiled slightly, unable to resist grabbing a head of his messy hair and rubbing it. What are you doing? Taking a shot to see if the watermelon is ripe. Boring. Bayushi broke open the few decks of cards she had brought, the corners of her mouth rising as she looked at Lin Green. Dice, you can't play with me, play cards, you are not bad. Lin Green, also wariness is thick, the heart vowed to be lost in the dice, face all back. Let's do it this way, I'm not going to bully you, the dice drinking game doesn't count, we start counting from the cards, whoever loses not only has to drink, but also has to put notes on his face, in the end whoever has more notes on his face is counted as a loser, how about that? Then you don't have no way back at all? Lin Green was furious. Bayushi took out a stack of striped sticky notes like a trick and slapped them on the table. Don't cry if you lose. At this moment, in Lin Green's space of consciousness, the miniature villain revealed a disdainful expression. Submit at the feet of the strongest, woman. In Bayushi's space of consciousness, the miniature villain narrowed his eyes. The loser is going to be the one under the skirt, oh man. Off to war.
A game for two that tests not only luck, but also brainpower. The game requires the use of playing cards, usually 9 each of Q, K, and A from a deck of playing cards, and ghost cards totaling 3, for a total of 30 cards for the game. At the beginning of the game, 5 cards are randomly distributed to the players, and 1 card is recognized as the main card for the round, e.g. Joker is the wild card. Players have the option to lie when they play a card, and other players can question and expose the liar. If revealed and confirmed to have lied, the player is required to play a drinking game. If challenged for not lying after the flop, the other player is required to play a drinking game. If no challenge is made, the first player to have no cards in their hand at the end wins.
Liar's Tavern.
Lin Green is full of disdain. This game began to play in his last life. He can be said to be an old player of the opening service. How do you play with me, little ninny? By Yushi clip a card, the corner of the mouth rose, brat you drunk look, how to use your brain with me. The main card in the first round is K. Lin Green plays first, and he looks at his hand. Quack. He pulls out 2 Qs and slaps them on the couch cushions. 2. Bayushi glanced at her hand. QKKK Joker. She lazily taps out a question follow 1. Lin Green taps out an A1. Bayushi glanced at Lin Green's 2 remaining hands and provocatively tapped out 2 kings, call 2. Lin Green tapped out a king. Question. Bayushi shook his head, young man, I have 3 kings in my hand, I don't believe that this one of yours is a king. Lin Green turned that card over. K. Drink. Bayushi slapped her own forehead with a wave. Just drink. She picked up her own glass of wine and drank it all in one go, and just as she put it down she realized that Lin Green had suddenly come closer. A white sticky note was smeared across her face. But that's just it. Lin Green raised an eyebrow. Agu, letting you go, and you're still floating. I won't let you go. The miniature villain in Bayushi's space of consciousness was armored and valiant, the lance in her hand pointing forward. Going out to battle. Little by little the time passed and the hour hand pointed from 2 to 5. On the floor, all kinds of wine bottles were everywhere, bottles and cans of all kinds, and it was hard to find a place to stand by the coffee table for a while. On the sofa, Lin Green's face is plastered with a few green sticky notes, a victorious posture. Bayushi's face is covered with white sticky notes, leaning on the backrest, eyes lost. Heh, woman, know my terror. No more solitaire. Bayushi eased herself from the backrest and waved her hand, play dice. Make way. Cut. Bayushi abruptly got up, letting her drunkenness take control of her staggering body, took the dice cup and walked over to Lin Green, speaking loudly. Play a game. Lin Green was giddy at the moment. Play what? Comparing sizes. Come on. I lose, make as many demands as you want. Lin Green was getting giddy and subconsciously asked, what if I lose? Bayushi shook her head, trying to press down the dizziness brought on by her drunkenness, her gaze fixed on Lin Lu's eyes. You have to give me a kiss. If it was a normal Lin Lu, he would definitely scatter his legs and run away when he heard this, but he was drunk. Lin Green slapped his thighs and looked at Bayushi's eyes. Bet. The dice cup shook up. Lin Green moves first and opens the lid. A dice was lying quietly, the number was 5. Then it was Bayushi's turn. The white-haired girl dizzily picked up the shaking cup and shook and flung it vigorously, but as a result, when she opened the lid, the dice accidentally fell out and rolled to the ground. I'll get it. Lin Green leapt up and staggered in the direction where the dice had rolled, getting down in front of the coffee table and trying to keep her eyes open to look for it, but suddenly letting out a cry of surprise. Bayushi immediately looked over. What's wrong? Lin LV beckoned with force, look for yourself. The dice belonging to Bayushi was stuck standing up on the foot of the coffee table pillar. Bayushi dizzily walked over the bottles of wine that were all over the floor and stared wide-eyed like Lin Green. This. On one side is 6. On one side, 4. How do you count? Lin Green looked at Bayushi. If you were to make demands, what would you demand? How can you follow the answer to a question? On the TV, at some point, the song April Encounter returned. I've had so many fantasies. Of all the times I've had you. Wait till the day the fireworks start to bloom. You're here beside me. Thinking of a nice evening. To write this song for you to sing. To tell you. You love me in every shape and form. Melts into the sweetest candy. You're the sweetest candy. The white-haired girl suddenly stretched out her hand, and her slender green fingers did not hesitate to rattle the dice, steadily flipping them over to one of the sides to press the set. It's my win. Bayushi seemed to have found that coolness again, expressionlessly grabbing Lin Green's collar. Consciousness space intersected, and the miniature version of Lin Green stared blankly at the armored and handsome Q version of Bayushi. A resolute and unquestionable proclamation rang in Lin Green's ears. The next moment. Reality. The scent is overwhelming. The stunningly beautiful face that was so cool and bright that it was unrecognizable suddenly drew closer in front of her eyes. Lin LV was pulled off balance by Bayushi, and with the help of inertia, she pounced in front of Bayushi and kissed her lips hard. At this instant, the world seemed to quiet down. The spam that was zooming through the 6 eyes all the time also stopped rushing around, leaving Lin Green's brain completely clear.
Inside the room, the black pupil was opposite the blue pupil.
Outside the house, the sun is setting in the west, rippling down the afterglow of the setting sun. What did you wish for?
I wish I could be happy forever. It doesn't work if you say it out loud. I don't care.
The wish I made at the Soul Flyer transcended time and space and exploded into a brilliant firework in silence.
Romantic and grand. Chapter 47 Important episodes forgotten.
Early in the morning, Lin Green lay on the big soft bed and opened her eyes in a daze.
Well, headache, thirst, stomach ache. It hurts so much that I can't even get out of bed. Lou.
A voice that sounded like a cockatoo came out of Lin Green's mouth, and Lu Du appeared by Lin Green's bedside with a cup of water.
Here. Lin Green's eyes glowed as he took the glass of water and gurgled and drank it painfully. Ah.
After drinking her fill, Lin Lu wiped her mouth with her sleeve and lay back on the bed comfortably, cool. The problem of thirst was solved, the headache and stomachache remained. Lu, get me another drink and an ibuprofen capsule while you're at it.
Good. Lu Duyun took the glass of water and walked out of the room.
Lin Green covered her aching forehead.
What happened yesterday afternoon? Oh yeah, drank and played a game, and after playing the game? What about after playing the game?
Lin Green sat up with a swish. What did she do after playing the game?
Drinking. Drink broken? No, I wouldn't have done something I shouldn't have done while I was drunk, would I? No. Bar. Lu. Coming.
The sound of hurried footsteps came from far and near. Lu Ju held a capsule in one hand and a glass of water in the other, gently placing it on Lin Green's bedside table. What's wrong?
What did I do yesterday afternoon?
Lin Lu picked up the capsule and stuffed it into her mouth, picking up the glass of water and pouring a big gulp.
I don't know, I went out, I don't know what you two did. How did I get back? I got you back, of course. What happened while you were here?
Lin Green put down her glass of water.
Lu Du's eyelids fluttered. You two were drunk, there were beer bottles all over the floor, one was lying on the couch, the other on the floor. I got you back after I got Bayushi into bed. Oh, it's okay if nothing happened.
Lin Green palpitated and patted her chest. It's fine, you ease yourself, you don't have class today.
Okay, thanks Lu.
Roden turned around, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. That image from last night, he didn't dare to think about it. Originally thinking that it would be a simple meal, he simply made an excuse to leave the villa and hide in the void outside the villa to read a novel.
It wasn't until 7 o'clock that the inside of the house quieted down.
At that time, Roden pulled open the door of the room while lamenting the young people's vigor, only to see a scene that made his 3 views explode into pieces. The floor was full of bottles, Lin LV was lying on the sofa on all fours, and Bayushi was hugging Lin LV tightly, rubbing around intimately like a kitten. In fact, this is nothing. What really shocked Lu was that at that time, Lin Green buried his entire head into Bayushi's softness.
Can't say anymore, can't pass the trial anymore.
The Roden was dumbfounded for 5 minutes, and only came back to his senses after slapping himself.
The White family's eldest young lady and the young lord of the Shangyuan Divine Palace.
Although most people were pleased with this development, it was progressing a bit too quickly. It took a lot of effort for Lu Duan to separate the two people who were like glue at that time, and after placing Bayushi on the bed, the diligent Master Lu cleaned the entire living room before leaving with Lin Green. Originally, I wanted to praise this little ancestor today, but I did not expect the little ancestor to drink off the tablets. After Lin Green took the medicine, she lay down peacefully on the bed, carefully recalling what happened yesterday. His intuition told him that something absolutely tremendous had happened, but he had forgotten.
Should he ask Bayushi? Ask.
Lin Green habitually touched the bedside, the cold touch passed from his fingertips to his brain. He looked back, a cell phone was placed on the bedside.
Sure enough, Lu, you know me.
Lin Lu picked up her cell phone and tapped on a certain letter to find a bunch of unread messages. First and foremost was Bayushi's message.
Bayushi, arrogant and stinky child, you're not still awake, are you? You're really bad at drinking. Disdainful, JPG. Lin Green? Gave you face? Lin Green's fingers danced rapidly on the screen. Lin Green, didn't I get you drunk yesterday? Like to scream. Bayushi dormitory.
Bayushi was half lying on the bed, a cup of ginger water was placed on the nightstand, and her 2 long and round jade legs were propped up to support a flat plate.
A message popped up. Son, didn't I get you drunk yesterday? Like to scream.
The corners of Bayushi's mouth hooked up into a smile, a hint of temperature on her cool face. She took a sip of ginger water and clicked on the chat message. Bayushi, oh, but I woke up early this morning, hey. Lin Lu looked at the time, 12 o'clock only.
Wait a while. A few moments. 12 o'clock. The sky is falling. He coolly snorted coolly and typed a line in the chat box to send it out. Son, I woke up a long time ago, I just didn't want to get back to you.
Bayushi snorted out a laugh and wanted to flirt a little when Lin Green's second message was sent over.
Son, what did we do yesterday afternoon? I only remember playing the game, after that.
Bayushi froze for a moment, and the ginger tea that reached her mouth stopped.
What did you do yesterday afternoon?
She had a vague bad feeling in her mind, like something important had happened, but barring that, she forgot. Bayushi turned her hand and sent a message.
White Whispering Creek arrogant smelly kid, you forgot?
Lin Green glanced at the message and instantly replied.
Son, you remember? Bayushi was defeated, it's not really easy to make this up. Bayushi arrogant smelly kid, forget it.
Linlu looked at the message sent by Bayushi, thought carefully about it, and felt that it shouldn't be much of a big deal. Hey, you can't drink too much and hug and kiss each other.
Bayushi prideful stinky kids, by the way, did you see the principal's information notice?
Lin Green froze for a moment and exited the chat box to find a certain message from the principal.
Principal, come to my office at 3:30 p.m. I have an assignment for you.
Lin Green rejoined Bayushi's chat box. There is another task served, did not have a good rest. Bayushi arrogant stinky child, this is the treatment of the god level, growing up in the busyness, while not chatting, see you in the afternoon. Bayushi put down the tablet, rubbed her aching forehead, picked up the ginger water and took a sip.
Ding dong. Son, see you this afternoon. Yanjing, by family.
Patriarch's office. Bai Zhengfeng was sitting in front of his desk, holding a pen and correcting documents. Family Master, Bayushi's Taoist protector silently appeared in front of Bai Zhengfeng's desk and slightly owed his body. This has recently gotten very close to Lin LV, you see. Bai Zhengfeng didn't look up as he drew a line on the document. Don't worry about it, a Lin Lu can't make any waves. But Lin Green has the backing of the Upper Elemental Divine Palace. If the Upper Elemental Divine Palace makes a move, I'm afraid that the marriage with the Akatsuki family will be difficult to get into. Bai Zhengfeng's handwriting paused for a moment. The Upper Elemental Divine Palace, but the Upper Elemental Divine Palace is not the Upper Elemental Divine Palace of his Lin family alone. Even if Lin Green he has more energy, he can't possibly command the entire Divine Palace. There's no need to pay attention to it. Yes, the Tao Protector owed his body once again. There's one more thing, there's quite a few more small moves against the young miss from the eldest young master's side. Don't worry, Yushi won't be able to escape the White family's arrangements. What she thinks she can resist is merely what the family wants her to see.
I understand, subordinate will leave.
The Tao Protector dissipated into a flash of black smoke. Bai Zhengfeng put down his pen and rubbed his temples. Lin Green, Lin Zian and Shen Yao's son, interesting, the first 18 years he was unknown, but this year he suddenly popped up again. If you want to help Yushi, then let me see how far you can go.
Chapter 48, Weather on Fire. Yanjing University, President's Office.
The principal looked at the two white hairs in his office and helplessly held his forehead. Why don't we just forget about it? It's a bit dangerous to give this task to you two alone. Lin Green shrugged, doesn't matter, I'm fine with it. Compared to Lin Green's indifference, Bayushi was a little stronger. No, there's always a need to try. After all, Chen Dao Moist, a Daodan first heavenly body, can't help much.
Yanjing, Chen Family Ancestral Hall. Chen Dao Moist sneezed. Who misses me? It must be Big Brother, but it's a pity that I won't be able to fight side by side with you. I'll have surpassed you by the next time I see you, ha 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 ha.
After saying that, Chen Dao Moist looked towards the space door in front of him and stepped into it with confidence.
Yanjing University, President's Office.
The principal thought about it, felt that Bayushi had a point, and nodded his head.
Remember your last mission to Pickle Country?
Under the pretense of investigating the photo incident, it was actually to fish out the potential relationship between Kimchi Country and Rice Country, so as to facilitate the entry of Chinese military power into Kimchi Country. Lin Green leaned against the wall and yawned. That's right, in fact, the photo matter has always been investigated. The principal pushed the dossier bag on the table. It was a joint mission led by the senior gods of Yen University and Fudan, as well as Bayushi. Bayushi took the dossier bag, and froze a little at the sound of his oldest brother's name. Although Bayushi is a heaven-ranked God Pro, he's the same as Chen Xingyuan from 8 years ago. His talent is no less than God rank, and his God Pro even surpasses most God-ranked God Pros as far as utility and other aspects are concerned, so don't underestimate him. Bayushi unwrapped the dossier bag and took out the documents inside to read them, and Lin LV curiously came forward as well, their nostrils inadvertently intersecting. In a flash, as if they had opened up the two veins, the things that they had forgotten yesterday afternoon flooded into their minds in an instant, and even became clearer and clearer, and the picture was fixed on that kiss. No! Lin Lakuka stepped back, he patted his head, wanting to drive out whatever filth was there. Bayushi was even more flushed with shame, the documents in her hand didn't hold steady and scattered all over the place.
What's wrong with you two? The principal looked at the two white hairs suspiciously. No. Nothing.
Lin Green coughed. Bayushi nodded heartily. Let me talk about this mission then. The principal's fingers tapped on the desk with a thumping sound, in relation to what I just said. The investigation team has discovered a suspicious warehouse in Hainan province, suspected to be a stronghold of the mysterious organization, Tartarus, presumably a place to transit small amounts of Amtru bacteria, and needs you to investigate.
Another document was pushed forward. The strongest person in this warehouse has already been investigated, Daohai 5th rank. With your combat power you can still maneuver around a bit, do you want to go? Go, why not? Bayushi was decisive. Lin LV was a little afraid to look directly at Bayushi, and greatly walked to the window. I don't have a problem with it. The principal gave the two a deep look. Good, depart immediately. Hainan, best known for its sunny beaches as well as its warm and humid climate in all seasons, before the invasion of the foreigners 400 years ago, this tourist destination attracted tens of thousands of tourists from both home and abroad to land and play, and the delicious tropical fruits were likewise the best thing about Hainan. After the darkest times, the global economy has pulled back, and Hainan has continued its glory of 400 years ago. Century Beach. A white-haired Lin Green wore large pants and a yellow beach tunic over his top, half covering his ample muscles. Bayushi was still in a dry high ponytail, with the same blue beach tunic as Lin Green's, paired with a light blue skirt. Her cool face quickly attracted the attention of many people on the beach. Since the principal opened the spatial rift to send them over, the two had not exchanged more than 5 sentences since the beginning, and every time they wanted to break the awkwardness to strike up a conversation, they remembered what happened yesterday afternoon. It seemed like talking had gotten even more awkward. But you can't just not talk. That. Lin Green took the lead to break the dull atmosphere. What happened yesterday afternoon you forgot, right? Bayushi's pretty face was slightly red, and she turned her head slightly to one side, tilting it to one side. I drank too much, and I broke my movie. He. It turns out that Miss Bai's good drinking capacity can also drink and break the movie. Unlike. Lin Green mocking to half bung stopped. Not right, the skillful mockery and without thinking to bear out the fart is what the hell? Bayushi coldly glanced at a certain person. Oh, you remember. I also drank myself out of it. I don't remember either. The atmosphere sank once again, and even the warm, moist air of Hainan instantly chilled. The two walked side by side on the beach, but none of them spoke. Mommy, a soft and cuddly little girl came over playfully, pulling her mom and pointing at Lin Green and Bayushi. That big brother and big sister are so pretty. Really, they're probably boyfriend and girlfriend. Does boyfriend and girlfriend mean husband and wife? Pretty much. Mom stroked the little girl's head. Lin Lu and Bayushi looked at the little girl, both with a blush on their faces, and a certain white-haired teenager was just about to step forward to clarify something, only to hear the little girl pointing at Lin Lu, her face full of disdain. Dad and mom are husband and wife, brother and sister are also. Mom and dad talk when they are together. Every time dad takes the initiative to find mom to talk, brother and sister don't talk, brother is too wimpy. A big question mark rose on Lin Green's brain. Question mark. No, you kid, who taught you to talk like that? Bayushi, who had a taut face on the side, snorted out a laugh as she reached out to touch the little girl's head. The little one has such a sweet mouth. Lin Green was indignant as he took out 5 sunny bars from his spatial ring and handed them to the little girl. Come on, kid sis, I'll bribe you. All you have to do is say that brother doesn't wimp out, sister wimp out, and all these candies will be yours. The little girl looked at the candies in Lin Green's hand, her disdain intensified. Brother is not only a wimp but also stingy. Lin Green? No. The little girl's mom smiled awkwardly and explained to Lin Lu with a childish remark before pulling the little girl away. Lin Lu looked at the baby stick in her hand, her face full of grief and indignation. What happened to the sunny stick? What's wrong with you, sunny stick? This is the baby I grew up eating. I think you just owe it to 5:30. She doesn't eat, I eat. Bayushi's cool voice came in his ears, his delicate and slender fingers grabbed the 5 sunny sticks in Lin Green's hand, 4 of them were collected into the ring, and he tore one open and put it in his mouth. Sweet. The atmosphere seemed to have eased quite a bit because of the little girl's teasing. Lin Green looked at Bayushi, who was eating candy, and sighed, sticking her hands in her pockets as she continued to walk forward. Do you have any clue about this mission? Bayushi followed Lin Green's footsteps. The information the principal gave us says that the person in charge of that warehouse on the surface is a mayor in Hainan province, so we can work on him. Then why come to the beach now? Bayushi surveyed herself and Lin Green, and dressed so youthful. Ahem, Lin Green's face is not red, her heart is not jumping, to confuse the other party. If he really has a problem, then he will definitely have first-hand information about us, so let him not be able to figure out what we want to do. Really? Bayushi came closer to Lin Lu, a pair of big bright eyes came to Lin Lu's eyes, or do you want to see? Lin Lu's face exploded red, and he waved his hand repeatedly. This weather, it's really catching fire. Thanks to all the popos for their support and urges to go a little bit for the love of power. Chapter 49 Bayushi's Rebirth, The Strongest Destiny. Hainan, Fuji Hotel. Top floor VIP suite. Lin Green stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, lamenting a similar feeling to the one he felt some days ago at the Tunu Grand Hyatt Pavilion in the Kimchi Kingdom. Don't lament, how are we going to split it? Bayushi sat cross-legged on the only large bed in the room. The corners of Lin Green's mouth twitched. Originally, the two had wanted to buy 2 general single rooms, but as a result, due to the fact that it was the peak tourist season, they had searched for several hotels before they got the news that there were still empty rooms in this 5-star hotel.
Originally, the two had taken out the money, but the front desk told them that there was only one VIP room left on the top floor. Adhering to the idea that there would be no such store after this village, Master Lin paid a rated 10 times the price to get the right to use the suite. Just two people in the upstairs, the receptionist lady kindly reminded of friendship vibration equipment where.
No, is this something that can be said? Back to the VIP suite.
Lin Green leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window like a deflated leather ball, looking at Bayushi, who was sitting on the bed and swaying from side to side. The bed is polluted by you, I definitely can't sleep.
Bayushi? What do you mean contaminated by me?
The white-haired girl leapt up from the bed and stood with her arms crossed, one finger pointing at Lin Green. Lin Green looked up at Bayushi and turned her head to face the floor-to-ceiling window.
It's fine, good leg.
Bayushi cut in and sat back on the big bed, looking at Lin Green playfully with her arms across her chest.
Do you want your sister to sleep with you?
Although Lin Green's back was to her, she knew that Lin Green could see. Wait a minute, Lin Lu couldn't take it anymore and turned around to approach Bayushi. Aren't you a high-cooled goddess? How come you've changed like this since you came back from kimchi? Bayushi, on the other hand, was full of indifference. So what, can't I like you?
Lin LV pointed her finger at herself. How am I good?
Middle two, a bit old, handsome, talented, good family, and a bit of Nanliang temperament. Bayushi broke his fingers and blah 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 a whole lot.
Lin Green's eyelids fluttered. You're flattering me, but what do you mean by that last point? Bayushi tilted her head. Am I wrong? Right, You're Nanliang, your whole family is Nanliang. No, there's also Bayushin. Nanliang.
Okay, not to tease you, Bayushi made a face. Guess why I like you? Looking at the young girl's dead pig's face, Lin LV simply didn't bother with her.
You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa.
And so the question of where the two people's nest belonged was settled.
Are you hungry? I'll go order some food.
Lin Green put on her own shoes.
Get some, I'll eat what you eat.
Lin Green opened the door to the room and walked out, closing it with a snap, light and shadow alternating on Bayushi's face. The young girl stared at the door for a long time and sighed.
Is this one of your few happy moments? It must be exhausting?
Bayushi looked toward the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, her eyes focused, the glass reflecting a mirror image of the young girl. Bayushi in the mirror image had matured a lot, wearing a black trench coat standing on the vaporous balcony. Her high ponytail had turned into long hair draped over her shoulders, the hem of her coat and her white hair moving with the wind. She just stood there looking at Bayushi sitting on the bed. After a long time, she revealed a contemptuous smile. Lin Green closed the door of the house and heartily patted his chest.
Why was this suddenly so interested in him? The look in her eyes that wanted to eat him up was chilling just thinking about it. By dinner.
Not long, no, it was after a while. Mr. Lin, who only climbed stairs and not elevators, returned panting to the VIP suite on the top floor.
Tired me out, next time. Don't live this high up.
Lin Green put the fried chicken burger in her hand on the table and fell headfirst onto the sofa. Looking at Lin Green's pouting ass, Bayushi had a bold idea and sat on his ass, centering a hard downward pressure.
3 minutes later.
Bayushi had a smile in her eyes as she ate her fried chicken while watching Lin Green cover her ass and wail.
Snake woman.
Bayushi froze for a moment when she heard this epithet, then smiled.
Right.
You. Lin Green covered her ass and limped into the bathroom. Bayushi looked at Lin Green's back and put down the fries she had just picked up. She already had a general idea about this mission, except that there was one thing she needed to pay attention to, and that was the strong people from the Abyssal Fae.
Li Chang's smoke.
A superpower from the Abyssal Soul Clan, who had lowered his cultivation to peak Downlord in order to prevent being discovered by the Earth's Downlord-ranked powerhouses, and whom he would surely meet if all went well. The Soul Spirit race does not have a fixed form, and mainly relies on taking over foreign races or human races as a form, and Li Changyan is the one who was taken over, and this body inherits Li Changyan's god progenitor and the cultivation of the one from the Soul Spirit race. Thinking about this, Bayushi couldn't help but frown. Li Changyan's god pro was very odd.
Heaven-level divine prodigy, devouring vortex.
Unique effect, the ability to devour the undispersed souls of dead creatures which are able to retain their cultivation and abilities from before they were born, with no limit on the number. In his last life, Lu Di and Li Changyan failed to catch him even after fighting from the Earth to the Moon. Technically speaking, Bayushi had also been reborn, but unlike Lin Lu's rebirth, she was similarly back in gear. The third effect of the legend of Huaxia, the holder has 3 chances to be resurrected, and the third time has a certain probability of being able to return the soul to a certain node in the past. Bayushi pinched up the fries that she had just not eaten and looked at the floor-to-ceiling window once again. At this time, it was getting dark outside, some places had already turned on the lights, and so did their room, and under the reflection of the lights, the cloaked Bayushi was getting clearer and clearer. In her last life, Bayushi didn't get rid of her fate as a family commodity, and interestingly enough, the Bai family's marriage partner was the Shangyuan Divine Palace. In other words, in her last life, she was married to Lin Green. But the two had hardly crossed paths much in their last life, just a few missions together as fellow god levels. Then later on, because the cultivation speed was so fast, Lin Green took only 4 years to cultivate to the 5th stage of the Dao Emperor, reaching the standard for entering the Abyss. The marriage was also carried out after Lin Green entered the Abyss, after the nominal marriage, not to mention sharing a room. The two of them hardly ever saw each other until Lin Green spent another 3 years achieving Dao Emperor, when the foreign races began to go to full-scale war with the human races, and only then did Bai Yushi have the qualifications to fight side by side with Lin Green. It was also at that time that Lin Linyu broke through the metallic Dao extremity. Thinking back now, she still couldn't forget that earth-shattering battle. With the body of a Dao Emperor, he fought against a Dao pole, and the gap like a rift in the sky was like a joke in the blue pupils of those eyes, and the alien Dao pole who had certified his Dao with the power of killing couldn't even break through his defenses. In that battle, Bai Yushi was only a Dao Lord, not qualified to participate in the frontline battle between Dao Lord Emperors, but she was able to go in the name of her wife, and that was when she saw the scene that she would never forget. The vast expanse of the earth, the rugged ground was dyed black and purple with blood. The faltering red sun hung at the end of the sky, breathlessly emitting a bizarre daylight. A small mountain made up of the corpses of the foreign races rose up out of the ground. The blue-pupiled man stood at the very top of the corpses mountain and the sea of blood. His white hair and black trenchcoat swayed with the wind. In front of the man were tens of thousands of foreign races armies. His head turned slightly sideways, and his pair of eye-catching blue pupils blossomed out of a brilliant cold aura. In her last life, the last battle she participated in was the most tragic. Describing it as a meat grinder would not be an exaggeration. No matter if it was a foreign race or a human race, cultivation levels lower than a Daelords almost instantly died while participating in the battle, and the brightest star also came to an end in that battle. Just to save her. When the spatial chopping attack that was enough to cut through the void arrived, Lin Green could have avoided it with his speed, but when he was about to leave, he realized that Bai Yushi was right behind him. Just like that proud infinity was completely penetrated, and the rising star of the human race died in the arms of his nominal wife. Ridiculously, and Bai Yushi was also killed by the other Dao poles that arrived. In reality, Bai Yushi looked back at the restroom with a complicated expression. No one had expected that the man who was crowned as the strongest would give his curtain call like this. The bathroom door was opened, and Lin Green stumbled out covering his ass, turning his head to find Bai Yushi looking at him. Lin Lu. Sister, what the hell do you want? Thank you. Hey. Lin Lu first didn't react, and then abruptly woke up thinking that this was a brand new play set up by Bai Yushi. Boom! Someone slammed the bathroom door again and fell away. Bai Yushi put away the flirtation in her eyes and looked at her palms. In her last life, too many people had died. Chen Daomoist, White Whisperer, Road End. And even Elder Zhou. In this life, could he or she come back and reverse the fate of these people? Maybe he didn't have the power to do so, but he had to try, and if it was him, surely he would be able to do it, right? Thinking of this, Bai Yushi's figure of Bai Yuxing and Lin Green flashed through her mind. I won't let you guys fool around this time. If you can, switch to me to protect you. If there was that chance, Bai Yushi wanted to ask the strongest. Obviously, why did you save me when you met me almost in passing? Add one more chapter. This chapter's setting is a bit abrupt, but not temporarily added. Is Kitsune very early in the outline set up? Abrupt words can only say that Kitsune's personal writing ability is insufficient. The next words, Kitsune will try to eliminate this kind of abrupt setting, to ensure the consistency of the article. In fact, about Bai Yushi reborn, this point in front of also buried a little bit of small ambush, is to prevent the writing out of the time is not very good, but feel did not play a role. Next time pay attention, next time pay attention. Ask for hypes and power generation. Chapter 50 The Open ended by Yushi. Hainan Province, Ye City. Mayor's Office. Bai Yushi and Lin Green sat on the sofa, the former taking out a long list detailing the mayor's crimes, while the latter stared intently at the mayor to prevent him from any excesses. Article 7. During your term of office you privately misappropriated more than $37 million of public funds to satisfy your own selfish desires, and even the collapse of the Hongguang bathhouse the other day that buried more than 100 people in the underground baths was also due to your misappropriation of funds that led to cutting corners. Bai Yushi cocked his legs and gently placed the paper in his hand on the table. Anything to add? The mayor smiled. Ms. Bai, it's not good for you to slander people like this. Everything has to speak of a proof. You're such a bloodthirsty person, will only let me such a loyal official who was dedicated to the country chill. Do you think that I would come to slander you without evidence? Bai Yushi looked at the little cutie with a gaze at the mayor. Do you want to see how much is contained in the safe in the dark compartment of your office? A fine layer of cold sweat seeped out from the mayor's forehead, and he wiped his forehead in embarrassment. Ms. Bai, even if you have extraordinary privileges as a god level, that can't be such a slur against a clean and honest person. Lin Green, Bai Yushi waved her hand impatiently. That wall on your left hand, smash it. Lin Green glanced at Bai Yushi. I let you pretend to be a bully enough to give you face. You also commanded me. Today, little master, I will be biased. Bai Yushi met Lin Green's gaze and narrowed his eyes. Today, little master, I'll favor to give you more face. Lin Green stood up from the sofa and slowly walked over to the wall Bai Yushi was talking about, urging the 6 eyes. Oh? He crouched down in front of a stone tile and reached out to tap it. Hollow. The mayor watched Lin Green's movements, and with a heartbeat, he unleashed his cultivation of the Sea of Doubt to kill Lin Green. So what if it's God level? In less than half a year you can. An ice dragon roared and galloped out from between Lin Green's palms, opening its mouth and biting half of the mayor's shoulder, and the huge inertia carried him to fall against the other wall, toppling him there. Doubt and seventh heaven. The mayor couldn't believe his eyes. Correct answer, but no reward, be honest. Lin Green broke through the dark compartment and found that safe, and just wanted to break it open by brute force, but was interrupted by Bayushi. This thing is best opened with a password. Lin Green gave Bayushi a suspicious look, and asked the mayor for the password just to be safe. Where's the password? Not telling. The mayor sneered. If you won't say the password, then say the password. Mayor? Bayushi walked over and squatted down to look at the small box cast from black gold in Lin Green's hand and reached out to knock on it. This black gold is very special, it comes from the abyss, it must not come into contact with a large amount of spiritual energy, otherwise it will explode destroying what's inside. Lin Green also knocked on the safe. How do you know so much? Don't you understand? In your last life, you were blown up by this thing. Password. Bayushi looked to the mayor. Don't say. Positive cooperation can reduce the sentence. 53760. Lin Green? You're really eating softly, but not hard. With the password correctly entered, the door of the safe was popped open and a bank card was placed securely on the top layer, with various bags of paperwork underneath. Lin LV casually picked out two and opened them, all of which were evidence of the mayor's collection of stolen money in the past few years, originally intended to be used as a card to blow up with the other side, but it turned out that he himself blew up first. Confiscated. Lin Green took out two bank cards and shook them. Bayushi sat back on the sofa, pondering. After the two of them booked the hotel yesterday and fooled around a bit, they started thinking about how to get into this mission. As a person who had been there before, Bayushi naturally knew the whole picture of what happened, and she took out a piece of paper and listed out the mayor's general crimes with her memories from her previous life. In her previous life, just investigating these things had taken more than a month. But this time, someone was open to it. Originally, Shaolin students also disdainfully said that Bayushi these two times cannot bluff the mayor, and set a condition of the bet with Bayushi. Lin Green owes Bayushi a condition X4. Bayushi looked at the frustrated mayor. In her last life, this guy had been so mouthy as well. Although things generally followed the original trajectory, there were still some places that had changed. For example, in their last life it was the two of them and Chen Daomu who came together, while this time it was just the two of them. Was it because returning from rebirth had affected the world? This mission is by no means simple, and it can even be said that in the warehouse at the end, if not for Ludo's hand, they would have definitely been instantly seconded by Li Chang's smoke, and even so, Bayushi still asked for this mission without any hesitation. There is only one reason. In his last life, Lin Green got a good thing from Li Changyan, a thing that is enough to save his life. Thinking of this, Bayushi let out a breath. Let's hope that the situation afterward won't be too sinister. But it wasn't too much of a problem. There was a path to the end, and according to normal development, it wouldn't take long for him to become a saint. Ask you a question and answer honestly. Lin Lu stares viciously into the mayor's eyes, taking out from his pocket the small slip of paper Bayushi had prepared for him in advance. No voyou? The mayor's pupils contracted, then returned to normal. Recognize the main person responsible for the 9 Stars Group's Asian City branch. 3 years ago, he secretly and illegally constructed a warehouse in Asia City. Do you remember? The mayor thoughtfully. I know. Do you know what he built this warehouse for? The mayor shook his head. I'm really not sure about that, it's just that he donated a lot of money to the government, so I didn't pursue it. Lin Green walked over to the mayor's office chair and sat down. The leather swivel chair spun in place before slowly coming to a stop. The white-haired teen sat on it, one hand on top of the armrest pestling his cheek with a playful gleam in his eyes. Did it go to the government or to you? The mayor smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. The white-haired teenager looked to the white-haired girl sitting on the couch, who nodded slightly, and the teenager understood. We've just informed the officials, the rest is up to you. The door of the office was opened, and the teenage girls left one after the other, leaving the middle-aged man who was paralyzed on the floor panting heavily. After about 10 minutes, a man with dreadlocks appeared in the mayor's office, listening to the footsteps outside. He was in no hurry. Don't blame me for not saving you, you're too backed up this time. The mayor gritted his teeth. There's no way, I didn't expect them to find out so much. Find out so much? Oh. The man paced back and forth in his office. From the time the two just arrived in Hainan, he noticed the movement over here. Due to the presence of the Rodan, he did not dare to indulge in probing, but the only thing he could be sure of was that the two had not left the hotel since yesterday, and naturally, they did not have the time to investigate this mayor. The answer is crying out. It must have been investigated beforehand by the top brass in China. Is the top brass so concerned about this? The man stopped and looked at the mayor who was leaning against the wall, a murderous intent spilling out of the corner of his eye. His own identity is not yet time to be exposed, since so much importance is attached to this matter. This guy in front of him probably can't pocket any bottom, and he has lost his utilization value now.
How about?
Boo! The door to the mayor's office was broken open, and heavily armed law enforcers barged in, a clear sea of Dao, even with a Dao King leading the way behind them.
Captain, Gong Changcheng he.
One of the enforcers pointed at the corpse in the corner that had lost its breath. The captain of the enforcers walked forward with an ugly face and looked at the corpse.
How can it be dead? Chapter 51 Gong Changcheng's death. Dao Saintly Chang smoke? How did you know about that Gong Changcheng's sins?
On the streets of the traffic, Lin LV, who was dressed in casual clothes, and Bayushi, who was dressed in the same casual clothes, were walking side by side on the sidewalk, the former with a sunny stick in her mouth and both hands clasped behind her head. My brother is investigating this matter after all. It's normal to have a bit of information, right?
The candy stick in Lin Green's mouth puckered upwards. Normal. How did you break through to the seventh heaven of Daodan without saying a word?
Bayushi asked rhetorically. Wasn't I at the fourth heaven of Daodan when I was in the pickle country? Lin Green couldn't care less. Besides, is this kind of progression difficult? Bayushi really wanted to give Lin Lu a few punches, the same god-level god pro. Why is this guy's advancement as simple as drinking water, while she cultivated every day and night, and it took her a month to advance 2 steps? By the way, there's something I want you to help with.
What kind of favor?
Back when I was in pickle country, Auntie gave me 3 cold star chalcedony, and I was hoping you could help me absorb them.
Bayushi looked at Lin Green, wanting to see what his reaction was. Cold star chalcedony, what is that? Lin Green looked at Bayushi. You don't know? Where would I know?
Bayushi tapped her head. Forgetting that the first 18 years of this cargo was purely free range, there was no transcendental knowledge at all. A treasure that only exists in the abyss, something that every ice attribute transcendentalist dreams of, and legend has it that it is a must for ice attribute Dao emperors to advance to the Dao pole. Bayushi said as she walked, not noticing in the slightest that someone had been petrified in place. If I absorbed it, it would take a lot of time, not to mention that it would be easy to be noticed by the Bai family, in which case, not to mention the cold star chalcedony, nothing would fall into my hands, so I want to let Elder Lu help me cover my breath.
Are you listening?
The white-haired girl came back to her senses and realized that there was no one beside her, and turned around to look at a certain white-haired stiff in the place where she had just been. Hey! Lin Green came back to his senses and looked at Bayushi with eyes full of greed. What are those eyes of yours?
Why would my mom give you something so precious, or all 3 at once?
The corners of Bayushi's mouth rose, hooking up an arc, her cool temperament melting away like a winter's day glistening with warm sunshine. It's probably because Auntie is satisfied with me as her daughter-in-law.
Shut up!
Bayushi covered her mouth and laughed softly, nodding in satisfaction as she watched Lin Ro's face turn red.
The molestation was complete.
I can share 2 of them with you if you want. After all, 1 would be enough to benefit me for the rest of my life, but there's not much use in giving them to you. After all, you're not of the ice attribute, and with a different attribute, there's not much difference between the cold star chalcedony and an ordinary spirit stone. Lin Green rubbed his eyes and suppressed the flesh pain in his heart, pretending to be generous and waving his hand. Gave you away, I don't care about it. Cut. First I gave you an earth rank advanced martial arts, then I saved several of your lives, then my mom gave you the cold star chalcedony. Say, how can you repay me? Bayushi froze for a moment. In her impression, in her last life's trip to the pickle country, Lin Green didn't save her, and she didn't have to do with protecting Lin Green, so she also staggered with Chen Yao, while this life was very different. Intriguingly, the beginning of the rebirth back into the file was the same time Chen Yao saved the 2. In other words, the change in the direction of things wasn't too connected to Bayushi's rebirth.
Ha! How do you compensate me?
Lin LV thought Bayushi was going to renege on her debt and crossed her arms in displeasure.
Bayushi looked back and guffawed. I'll be your wife, is that enough? Lin Lu? Why are you even eating?
Bayushi's face instantly darkened, stepping forward to get in front of Lin Green and standing on her tiptoes.
Where exactly am I worse?
Lin Green looked into Bayushi's eyes, her entire face about to cook, white gas rising vaguely from the top of her head.
Ahem. Lin Lu turned her head away. Still, it's not like I'm very that way. Why do you have to hold on to me? Bayushi's complexion was slightly bleak, and after glancing at Lin Green, she didn't answer. Because we were husband and wife in our last life. Because I have so many things I want to ask you. Because I like you.
With the added power of the 6 eyes, even with his back to Bayushi, Lin Green could clearly observe the changes in the young girl's demeanor.
Forget it, go back to the hotel. Looks like your cell phone is ringing.
Lin Lu touched his pocket. It was indeed his cell phone that was vibrating. He pulled it out to see the caller ID and found that it was an official number.
Hello. Are you Lin Green from Yen University? A dull voice rang out on the other end of the phone. It's me, may I ask what's wrong?
It was you and your classmate Bayushi who informed the official people that Gong Changqing, the mayor of your city, was corrupt and taking bribes, wasn't it? Lin Green suspiciously moved her cell phone away from her ear and placed it between herself and Bayushi, tapping on the speakerphone.
Yes. Just now, Gong Changqing died. Time seemed to freeze for half a second. Are you joking?
Lin Green couldn't believe her ears. Clearly she and Bayushi had only been out of the city hall for about 5 minutes, and the official enforcers had only entered the city hall 2 minutes after the two had left, so how could?
Student Lin Green, it seems like we have no reason to joke with you, right?
The voice on the other end was somewhat helpless. Lin Green and Bayushi looked at each other.
Okay, we'll go over right away. Putting down the phone, Lin LV looked at Bayushi. How come?
Bayushi didn't answer, just frowned. If things were really going in the same general direction as the previous life, then there was only one person who had the ability to silently kill Gong Changqing off.
Li Chang Smoke.
And a 2-minute time lag to do that means that Li Changyan has been watching the mayor's office. No, to put it in a bad light, he's been watching them. Bayushi's body was chilled, and a fine cold sweat oozed from her back.
What's wrong with you?
Lin Green reached out and waved her hand in Bayushi's face.
Lin Green, what is Elder Lu's limit perception distance?
Lu. Seeing Bayushi's face look this ugly, Lin LV didn't snicker at her.
A black-clothed Lu Duan appeared beside the two of them. The entire sub-city is still fine if you don't deliberately try to perceive it. Then Elder Lu, if there's a Downlord Realm person who's been watching us, will you sense it?
That's not possible, Lu Yuan shook his head. I am, namely, the apex of the Dao monarchs. Lu Ju said this without any bragging rights at all. When he first encountered Li Changyan in his last life, although Lu Ju didn't catch him, he didn't hurt himself at all, just because the other party's ability was too bizarre. Lin Green seemed to sense something, turning his head violently to look towards the rooftop of the tall building at the back, a pair of azure eyes bursting out with eye-catching light. Almost at the same time, Lu Yuan's figure appeared on the rooftop of that building, his majestic spiritual energy scanning the surrounding area with a radius of 1,000 meters in a split second, but he found nothing.
Brother Lu, did you find anything? Lin Green asked. Did you just find anything? Rodan asked back.
Lin Green nodded. There's no mistaking it, even though that sense of voyeurism was only for such a short moment, it was still captured by the 6 eyes. Rodan didn't say anything, just raised his head to look up at the sky.
Listening to the conversation between the two, Bayushi's heart sank to the bottom.
Although Lin Green's cultivation was still low, 6 Eyes' ability was indeed real, and to be able to dodge 6 Eyes probes that were already at the peak of Dao Lord, the answer was already calling out.
Dao Saint. Rodan said. Chapter 52, Solving the Case, Lin Green's Choice.
The two returned to the city hall building after 10 minutes to the familiar office of the mayor. Gong Changqing's body had not yet had time to be disposed of, the whole person leaning helplessly against the corner, a black-purple suit dyed purple by blood, his head tilted to the side of the artery grimly out of a huge wound.
Are you kidding?
Lin Green stepped into the room at the same time that 6 Eyes had collected all the surface information. He walked over to Gong Changqing's corpse and squatted down.
Do you guys have any guesses?
The enforcer captain stood behind Lin Green. Just call me Old Gao. Lin Green reached out to touch Gong Changqing, but was stopped by Old Gao. That is not allowed to touch the dead body, otherwise it will be judged as tampering with the crime scene.
Sorry.
Lin Green withdrew her hand that was hanging in mid-air.
A wound like this, it shouldn't be a sharp cut, right? Bayushi walked over to take a look at the laceration on Gong Changqing's neck. Yes, such a wound seems to be more like a...
Old Gao paused and continued uncertainly, tearing. Lin Green looked to Bayushi and made eye contact.
Was it that Dao Saint?
Bayushi swept Lin Green's eyes. If it was a Dao Saint, I'm afraid that he could kill this guy countless times within 2 minutes using any method. Lin Green was enlightened as he observed the dead body once more and found the end.
Bayushi, the location isn't right, is it?
Lin Green pointed to the cracks that spread throughout the entire wall. These are the ones I made, as well as the wounds on his shoulders, but his location. He should have been over here when we left. A finger pointed to a position at the base of the wall about half a meter from the body.
Lin Green nodded.
Lao Gao scratched the back of his head. Oops, tearing wounds, the location has also changed, difficult to get.
Lin Lu frowned.
If it was a struggle before death, it makes no sense that such a serious injury wouldn't leave blood marks on the wall, and it would certainly create a commotion. Even though Lin Green knew that it was most likely the work of that Dao Saint, his instincts made him deny it, wanting to determine the real murderer through reasoning. Bayushi looked at the corpse in a daze, not having the slightest clue. In a trance, she substituted herself into that Dao Saint and pondered the other party's intentions. Appearing in the room to kill Gong Changqing after she left with Lin Green, this was a proper act of extermination. Was Gong Changqing in possession of any information about him? Why would he change the position of the body after killing the person? With his ability it was enough to make Gong Changqing die before he could react, right? Why? Bayushi had a flash of light. Almost at the same time, she and Lin LV coincidentally plopped down to where Gong Changqing was lying before they left.
Did you find it?
Lin Green stared at the bit of scarlet in the thin crack. Well, even though it's an ice attribute, it's connected to the water attribute, so I can still more or less sense it. Convinced, can't get a few of the same rank to come and play with the brain and get beat up. Lin Green stood up and skimmed his lips.
You two students, what did you think of? Old Gao came over.
Bayushi glanced at him. Old Gao, in a moment you guys will just collect the body as a normal homicide.
What do you mean?
Literally, said Lin Green, patting old Gao on the shoulder in a serious tone. For your own good, ask fewer questions. Lao Gao pointed to himself, opened his mouth to say something, but in the end did not say anything.
You're a brat with no hair to teach me a lesson?
Forget it, you're god level. Bayushi and Lin Green left the city hall building once again.
This change of location doesn't make any sense at all, it's simply to confuse us.
The corners of Lin Green's mouth twitched as she took out her cell phone and prepared to contact the principal.
Joking aside, the Dao Saints had intervened, letting them two Daedans handle it?
He wanted to keep our minds there, but being smart is not enough. Has the principal replied yet? Lin Green put away his cell phone. No contact.
Bayushi? Are you kidding me? That's the Taoist saint. Do you really think your parents and your mom can make another trip?
Bayushi now felt that Lin Lu was stupid. Before she knew that Li Chang Smoke was there and still insisted on going because he was a Dao Saint in the original timeline, and their side had a peak Dao Saint road end. But now it was different. Li Changyan was a Dao Saint. Saint and Jun, although there was a difference between the words, the essence was vastly different. A Jun was the apex of spiritual power, while a saint was the metamorphosis of one's spiritual power into divine power. It was no exaggeration to say that the strongest Dao monarch was definitely not a match for the weakest Dao saint, and the last time that Road End was surrounded by two Dao saints and didn't die was because he didn't have the thought to fight them both on, running and fighting as he went. But this time was different. When he was the same Dao monarch, Li Changyan had escaped from underneath Lu Di's hands with the weirdness of his ability, and now Li Changyan was a Dao saint.
Calm down, Bayushi. Lin Lu glanced in a certain direction as if she were pointing. What is his purpose in confusing us like this? Not letting us know of his existence, Bayushi rounded the corner.
Right now he's definitely continuing to keep an eye on us. If we act rashly, we're going to be exposed anyway, so why don't we bring along two god levels? Lin Green narrowed his eyes. Playing dumb is our only option. Even if he knows that we know about him, so what? As long as we don't report it, he won't jump over the wall. Do you believe it or not? If I make a call and dial over, we definitely won't see tomorrow's sun.
It's me who owes it to myself to think. Bayushi slapped her forehead. Then continue investigating the warehouse thing?
Of course. Lin Green reached out and stopped a cab, pulled open the door and got in.
Don't you, a boy, know to let the girls in first?
You. Lin Green glanced at Bayushi, her eyes lingering on those big white legs for half a second, not continuing to speak, just moving her but to one side.
You're a chimera at best.
Bayushi didn't give Lin Green any face and got in the car and came up to Lin Green.
If you want to see it, just give it to your sister. It's not like I won't show it to you. Lin Green people. Cab driver, a burst of sweat. Now the children are playing so flower? He glanced into the rearview mirror and spotted the two recognizable white hairs. Are you guys?
Copy. The driver was a little excited, crashing through the secrets between the god levels, not to mention actually being able to be a driver for a trip to them. This life has it.
Where are we going?
Lin Green glanced at Bayushi, purposely raising her vision upwards.
Back to the hotel?
Bayushi nodded. Good. Go to the Fuji Hotel and just drop us off. Lin Lu closed her eyes and handed the driver a large banknote, avoiding the view from below. Don't look for it.
Roger. Brother driver. Plus more.
The 01 drive I bought today arrived, and I feel like I'm going to be a Yuba man, but Bandai's belt is so short, I have to buy more extensions. Thank you all for the rushes and gifts, begging for rushes and free power generation.
Lambda. Chapter 53, Dancing Under the Stars. Come after me. Don't you run, watch my invincible water gun. It's nice to stay here for a night. No diving, in case your feet slip and you fall. Night, starry sky.
Lin Green sat cross-legged on the rooftop of the hotel, looking up at the starry sky and letting the noisy people's voices disturb his thoughts. The rooftop of the Fuji Hotel was a unique open-air swimming pool, leaving only 1/10 of the area for standing on feet, and every evening there would be tourists staying here who would come to relax, and even though the peak of summer was over, the remnants of the scorching heat were still enjoyable.
A bit noisy.
Lin Green rubbed his aching temples. The Six Eyes' powerful information processing ability allowed him to instantly gain insight into the changes around him, but inevitably, he would pick up a large amount of garbage information. This was where the difference between the principal divine progenitor and ordinary divine progenitor lay. Ordinary divine progenitor could be withdrawn at any time when it wasn't needed, but the principal divine progenitor was different. It was namely a part of the body. Soon, he thought of something that gave him an even bigger headache. Bayushi. Thinking of this woman sent chills all over Lin Green's body. In his previous life, it was said that men are the most charming in middle age. Full of a certain white hair's mental age is also 36, which happens to be the most attractive age for women. It feels like other women don't have any feelings for him, but Bayushi is not. After coming back from the kimchi country, she has been sticking to him like a vixen, and she can't shake it off. If you ask Lin Green how he feels about Bayushi, he still has a good feeling. After all, who would reject a beautiful woman? In his last life, Lin Green dreamed of a rich girl with white skin and a beautiful face to adopt him, and in this life, he realized half of it. That is, he didn't dare to think about the other half.
How did you run here?
A clear, cold voice sounded behind her, and Lin LV's body froze, awkwardly looking back at Bayushi.
Hello? What are you doing here?
Bayushi walked over to Lin Green and sat down.
Trying to relax. Linlu took out her small round sunglasses and put them on. What kind of sunglasses are you wearing on a big night?
I don't want to. 6i's information processing is too strong. It's causing me to be filled with spam right now, and this will block it a little. You seem to like rooftops. Yeah, Lin Green fell down with her hands on the back of her head. I'm used to it. There's a rooftop on the small upstairs of my house. I like to go up there and blow on the wind every time I'm upset, and then when I went to work on the night shift, every time I got off work I'd go to the rooftop for a bit of quiet time as well.
Don't you have any other friends you hang out with?
Which have I'm very busy, Lin Green shrugged. Usually have to study. After studying to go to subsidize the family, elementary school when relying on grandpa that the so-called martyr's pension, to junior high school, I took the time to go to those after school hours to those commissariat convenience store what to go to child laborers to carry things. High school when I stood at the ticket gate of the cinema for 3 years, just lived down all my strength, which have the energy to
make friends.
In high school, I stood at the ticket gate of the movie theater for 3 years, and just surviving took all my strength, so I didn't have the energy to make friends. Bayushi quietly listened to Lin Green speak, not answering. Although the two were husband and wife in their last life, the two white hairs had met no more than 10 times after they got married, and most of them were still on full-scale battlefields, so it was fair to say that Bayushi's understanding of Linlu was practically nil. Linlu yawned, shook her hand and continued, and people don't want to make friends with me. They all hate me for not having a mom and dad. They make fun of me, and every time I complain to the teacher will always say, why are they only bullying you and no one else? You need to find your own problems until I get annoyed and can't stand it and beat them all up, until I get annoyed and can't stand it and beat them up. I couldn't take it anymore and beat them all up, and only then would those little kids be honest. And because of that, people didn't want to play with me even more, and I was happy with that. I don't have any friends either. Bayushi didn't learn from Lin Green to lie down, but raised her head to look at the starry sky. After mom left, the head of the family was even stricter with me. Every exam had to be the first in the class before I could do it, or else I wouldn't be given any food, and every time I didn't have any food to eat, my brother was the one who secretly sent me over his share.
Bayushi is really good to you.
He's a qualified brother, but I'm not a qualified sister. He's been very independent and self-reliant since mom left, and he's been getting better and better to me, probably because he wants to make up for his sister's mother's love and father's love that was missing too soon. But this little cutie, he makes up for me, and who will make up for him? Hey! There are stars today. The little white student who had been talking had an afterthought. Linlu was a bit speechless. You've been looking at it for half a day before you realized it. The attention hasn't been there. Bayushi propped both hands on the ground and tilted her head up to look at the starry sky. Today is Starry Sky Day. Starry Sky Day, Linlu muttered looking up at the stars in the sky. From 400 years ago, the development of human technology has caused a lot of light pollution. The noisy neon light at night hides the original light that belongs solely to the stars. Perhaps in some places away from the hustle and bustle can still experience a bit of starlight, but the class all over the city is impossible. The stars are like the bottom people who are struggling to make the best of their lives, and in the neon light, it's almost impossible to get over the big mountain. Ever since Aura appeared on Earth and the transcendental system came into existence, for some unexplainable reason, 2 nights a year the sky full of stars would break through the neon blockade and recreate the bright starlight from tens of thousands of light years away. Mom told me, if one day she is no longer around, then go count the stars on Star Day, and there will always be one of the sea of stars that shines on me that is her silhouette. Bayushi stood up and stretched out a hand to point, but I have never had such an opportunity, and under the family's control, Star Day to see the stars is also a kind of luxury. Linlu sat up from the ground and tilted her neck to follow Bayuxi's gaze to the stars. Every year on Star Day I go to the rooftop to count the stars. For me, every day on the rooftop blowing the evening breeze and lays around is a happy thing. If I can count the stars then that's the happiest thing. Bayushi looked down at Lin Green and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. This idiot came all this way in front of. Lin Green turned his head to meet Bayushi's eyes and touched them. Obviously, he is the one who is aggrieved like a puppy that is wet by heavy rain and nobody wants, but he will empathize with me in such a situation.
Idiot. Lin Green, which of these stars do you think is most likely to be my mom?
Lin Green froze for a moment and shook her head. There's no your mom in here. Ha! As a mother, she wouldn't even appear as that ethereal star. She lied to you. In fact, she's always accompanied you in the form of the sun, and even on cold nights, she would shower the light of her motherly love on you through the moon. Lin Green stood side by side with Bayushi. Isn't that right? Bayushi's eyes faintly glistened with tears. Yes, you're right.
Ever heard of Little Star? Lin Green looked at Bayushi.
Bayushi gathered a head of loose hair behind her head and shook her head.
Twinkle, twinkle, shiny.
The sky is full of little stars,
hanging bright in the night sky, like so many little eyes. Twinkle, twinkle, bright.
Lin Green tilted her head and sang. Bayushi tilted her head and listened. The light male voice resounded in the latter's ears with an inexplicable peace of mind, and when the song ended, she burst out laughing.
Not good?
Lin Green glanced at Bayushi as if provoking. Bayushi read Lin Green's meaning and returned the same gaze.
Are you coaxing a child? Arrogant stinky kids. Looking for a fight.
After some playfulness, Lin Green rubbed her temples. I'll go down first, the information here is a bit mixed.
Wait a minute. What's wrong? Do you remember the 4 conditions you owe me?
The young girl moved half a step in Lin Green's direction.
Aha! Now I'm going to use up the first one and let me hold you. Ha!
Teenage girl at the moment is only half a step away, but as if separated by an endless sea of stars, the teenager slightly froze, the girl but at this moment, bullying up, embracing the teenager into his arms.
Suddenly, there is a fragrance on the face.
Without warning, the white-haired girl in front of him took a step forward, her open arms passing under his armpits.
Then, tightened. Hold on. You can't say no without violating moral boundaries.
The distant stars from hundreds of thousands of light-years away shed endless clear light at this moment, reflecting on the bodies of such a pair of teenagers and young girls through the barriers of the sky. It was as if they were coated with a light layer of soft, divine light.
Quiet but magnificent. Romantic yet magnificent.
Lin Green was just about to say something, but he only felt the sound of the world slowly becoming smaller until it disappeared. There was no full range of deathless light, there was no information that was so noisy that it gave people a headache, there was only the white-haired girl who hugged herself, and the only thing that was left was the little bit of fragrance that emanated from her body. The 6 eyes that plagued Lin Green quietly closed at this moment, and underneath the lonely blue pupils, the pair of confused and strong black pupils were revealed. Even after a number of years, someone who had experienced countless great storms would not forget such a moment, could not forget this embrace under the starry sky. At this moment, the world was quiet.
Chapter 54 2-bit Lin Green. Have you hugged enough?
Bayushi's cool face had a slight blush. Said that let her hug a little bit, originally thought that it would be a touch, did not think that this guy hugged up, although it is a good thing, but after all, it is the first time to be like this, more or less will be a little shy. Lin Green did not respond, just quietly put his body against Bayushi's body, serenely breathing in the faint fragrance of the young girl's body.
Hello?
Bayushi realized something and came over to Lin Green's ear to whisper softly. There was no response, only the sound of steady breathing.
No way, asleep?
Bayushi propped up Lin Green's body and moved her head to look at Lin Green's face.
A small round sunglass hung on the bridge of his nose, the teenager's eyes were closed, his mouth slightly open, breathing rhythmically.
Bayushi turned around and carried Lin Lu on his back, and Lu Duan appeared behind the two of them, holding Lin Lu up with one hand.
I'll do it.
No need, elder. Bayushi gave an upward lurch, letting Lin Green press against her, it's just these 2 steps away. Bayushi, Lu Du waved his hand and used his spiritual power to isolate the space around him, preventing anyone from probing. Why are you deliberately trying to get closer to him? The black-clothed figure stood in the darkness of the night, her clothes hunting with the wind, her eyes full of diffidence, but if Bayushi didn't give a reasonable explanation, she was sure that she would be splattered with blood in the next second. I like him. Bayushi's eyes were full of sincerity. I also have a very important thing I want to ask him, but not in the way of an ordinary friend. Lu Ju loosened his hand on Lin Green and looked at Bayushi's face with one pair of eyes.
Not specific enough. Anticipating this, Bayushi laughed. If I say that I've been reborn, that the 2 of us were husband and wife in our last life, and that he died because he saved me, do you believe it, Elder Lu? Lu Do raised an eyebrow. Writing a novel?
Don't pounce on death if you write like this. Although the reason given by Bayushi didn't have a rational head, Lu Yu still chose to believe her. The words were false, but sincerity couldn't be faked.
Go on. Aha!
The young girl carried the teenager towards the stairway, leaving the black-clothed youth alone under the starry sky. He stretched out a hand, a sword mark was clearly imprinted on the back of his hand, rushing and hideous.
Let's hope the luck won't be that bad.
Back in their cozy VIP suite, Bayushi dumped Lin Green on the bed and shook her shoulders.
Looks pretty skinny, why is it so heavy?
Bayushi looked at Lin Green's sleeping face, her mischievous heart mischievous. She reached out a finger to hook away Lin Lu's glasses and put them on herself, looking up at the large chandelier on the roof of the suite.
Dark enough.
Taking off her glasses, Bayushi walked over to the table and rummaged around, finding a black water-based pen.
Ha.
The young girl came up to Lin Green and looked at the teenager's quiet sleeping face, pulling off the cap of her pen and scribbling on his face. Draw a pig's head here, a little mouse here, and here. What would be good to draw?
Draw a puppy. Wrap up. Bayushi nodded proudly as she looked at the densely packed zodiac on someone's face with satisfaction. Not ashamed of me. Ha! Bayushi yawned and looked up at the time. 10:45. I'll let you have the bed today.
Covering Lin Green with the quilt, Bayushi sat down on the sofa with her knees crossed and prepared to cultivate.
Well, not so good.
A certain belly girl tiptoed over to the bed and sat down on her butt. Lin Green student needs to rest well, this young lady is close to protect.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm so smart.
Bayushi pulled out spirit stones from her ring and prepared to cultivate when a hand wrapped around her waist and held her in a death grip.
Bayushi.
The young girl turned back violently, that cool and bright face filled with fear. only to see the white-haired teenager's face covered in paint marks plastered on Bayushi's thighs, his two arms wrapped around her slender waist in a death grip, his head still rubbing against his legs from time to time, and his mouth chanting words.
Mom! White whispering creak. Looks like we won't be able to practice tonight then. Little pervert. Outside the window.
Wrote exhausted, suspended in the air, expressionless face watching the room of young boys and girls, thinking for a long time and then a big brush on the notebook, a few thick ink and colorful.
New calendar 452, October 24th. Lin Green. Looking for Mom. Mommy answered. The next day. Ah.
Lin Green, who had woken up from a nap, let out a mutant warning-like moan as she wriggled gloomily in her bed, trying to move her whole body. It was so nice to sleep, even the wake-up call was gone. Cool. Cuddling the quilt, Lin Green rubbed her face full of happiness. It's not right, how come this quilt is soft in some places and hard in others? It still smells good. Lin Green opened his eyes and saw a set of soft waist was surrounded by his arms, while his face rubbed against the soft flesh of the waist owner's stomach. The touch was smooth and soft and delicate. Lou, aren't you abs? Lin Green poked the tickling flesh on the side. Bayushi smiled and leaned down, cupping Lin Green's ear with one hand and twisting it.
Have you rubbed it enough?
5 minutes later, Bayushi was sitting cross-legged on the soft big bed, her cool and bright face full of shame and indignation, while a certain pretty boy was squatting at the base of the wall with his head down, like a rookie hunk who was arrested on the spot halfway through the ticket. Bayushi did not expect someone to hug so tightly, or a hug a night.
Saying on your lips that you don't like me, your body is quite honest. I didn't say I don't like you, ah. No, I mean to say. Ah. What? Bayushi's eyes narrowed to a slit. Lin student was in a hurry. No, I remember, didn't the two of us hug on the rooftop last night, and then what happened? You still know, ah, you sleep in my arms.
Bayushi's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and the words that came to her mouth were swallowed back hard.
What did I do?
Lin Green scratched the back of his head.
You forgot?
Bayushi thought of an excellent remedial measure, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. Young Master Lin really is a nobleman who forgets a lot, forgetting cleanly.
Wait, that's not right. What did I do to me?
Bayushi was unforgiving. We went back to the suite together after hugging young Master Lin last night, and as a result, a certain person snuck into my bed in the middle of the night, right?
Lin Green. Big sock, you wait a minute. Soon, Lin Green found a loophole. No, you'll just let me get into your bed and cuddle? What's the point of me disagreeing? Bayushi's face didn't turn red. Lin LV only felt like her brain was going to go down. Lou.
Lin Green shouted at the top of her voice, and Rhoda appeared in the room with the sound.
Lou, do something for me, Lou. What happened last night? My beloved general will definitely have snowy eyes. Lu Du glanced at Bayushi. If this girl didn't have any other purpose, then she would probably be the future young palace master's wife of the upper elemental divine palace, in which case, the status of the entire Lin family would be led by Lin Linyu, with Chen Yao, Bayushi, Lin Zian, and Lin LV pushing down. And now it seems that Bayushi is sincere. Elder Lu, you have to do it for me. Bayushi was pathetic. Lu Du's brain exploded. Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. He gave Lin Green an exasperated look and whisked his sleeve into a shadow and disappeared into thin air. Lin Green, Sigma. Am I really? Please hyped up power generation. Thanks to the rotten winter boss for the 3 power generation. Thanks to the owner of Sky Downstream TC for sending 1 power generation. I was going to add more, but after some calculations, the school will start next week to practical training during the final review, in order to ensure that the update before the vacation coherent first do not add more. Hope to understand. The actual training is going to be 2 weeks, too harsh, the New Year's Day are included. Chapter 55, Am I that scary? This is it. Lin Green pulled open the door of the cab and made a please motion to Bayushi. Bayushi stepped out of the car and couldn't help but smile a little after glancing at Lin Green. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. Bayushi resumed that cool look and glanced at Lin Green. Seeing you smile. Bayushi raised her willow eyebrows. Young Lin is right. Didn't laugh. Lin Green turned her back and sighed helplessly. How could I be so confused, not stabilizing my doubt of this vixen? Is it really 2 lifetimes of bachelor sex? Watching Lin Green turn around, Bayushi closed the car door, a smirk flashing under her eyes. Idiot. Right, master, how much do I owe you? Lin Green went around to the driver's side window. Little brother, you and that little girl are a couple, right? The driver's uncle glanced at Lin Green, his face full of gravity. No. Alas, this is not a place for you kids to come. Listen to uncle's advice, go back, I'll drag you back to the hotel. How about charging only for this trip? This is the most chaotic place in the entire city of Asia, all the scum and bullies go here. The driver uncle looked through the rearview mirror at Bayushi who was waiting on the side. Especially such a pretty little girl, there are a lot of people who have been victimized by the people here, even if the official people come, it's useless, let's go.
Lin Lu looked up in the direction that the front of the car was pointing to. A huge black iron gate stood there. If you looked closer, you could faintly smell the pungent rusty odor and see the pitch-black crows devouring the broken limbs and flesh on it. Don't worry, uncle, with our background, the people here won't do anything. Alas, the driver sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade solely no longer persuade. Just give me $40. Lin Lu handed out a $50 ticket. Don't look for it, uncle, thank you. Alas. The driver uncle sighed, accepted this extra $10, and reversed to the rear. Uncle is not bad. Bayushi looked at the long tailpipe. Indeed. Lin Green shrugged and walked towards that iron door. Stop! A burly man at the door stopped Lin Lu and sneered after sizing him up. New face, get lost if you're fine, this isn't a place for a little kid like you. I understand the rules. Lin Lu smiled faintly. Another newcomer? The bone-thin man on the side looked this way and noticed Bayushi behind Lin Green. I'll go, the very best. His eyes were glowing, rubbing his hands together as he walked over, getting close to Bayushi, looking at that unbelievably beautiful face. His mouth was about to water. Stay with me for a night, I'll tell you the rules here, how about it? A flash of disgust flashed under Bayushi's eyes, and this fell in the thin man's eyes was a different kind of scenery. Extremely good, absolutely excellent, must be taken. Hey! A hand clapped on his shoulder and the man shook his shoulders impatiently. Leave me alone, we'll talk about this later. The hand continued to clap. I said, do you have? The last word didn't make it out. The man only felt like he had taken a big truck to the face, and his whole body flew backwards, a few teeth mixed with saliva and blood flying into the air. Looking for death? Lin Green put away her punching fist, her pair of blue pupils looking at the man who fell to the ground with a disdainful gaze. White hair, you want to die on your feet. The man summoned his divine progenitor, two sides appeared in his hands, and the Daodan second heavenly realm poured out with it. Lin Green stood loftily in place, receiving the man's onslaught head-on. Apologize. Apologize your ass. The scythe turned into a silver line that cut through the void and disappeared, and when it reappeared it was less than 2 centimeters away from Lin Green's neck, and it was these 2 centimeters that the icy, bone-piercing coldness couldn't advance half a step further. You! A flash of cold light quietly cut across the man's throat. The white-haired girl stood behind the huge iron gate with a tang knife in her hand, her cold eyes mixed with killing intent destroying the man's lingering will. You guys? The thin-boned man covered his neck, gurgling blood flowing out from his fingers as he stared incredulously, completely lifeless. The brawny man stared at his companion's agonizing death, not daring to say a word. Doubt and two heavens, this is dead. I understand the rules, Lin Green smiled faintly. Either you have momentum or you create momentum. Is this momentum enough? Enough. Enough. The big man nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Jokingly, he is not much more than this level. People wink and kill. What does he dare to say? With a final pitying glance at his companion's corpse, the big man averted his gaze and devoted himself to Lin Green. If you want to blame it on your bad luck, you can mess with such a talented youngster. Spermatozoa. Is it convenient to know who you two are? The big man smiled fawningly and bent down to try to get himself below Lin Green. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Bayushi said coldly. Yes. She's a little resistant to her background. Lin Green took out a pair of small round sunglasses and hung them on the bridge of her nose. My last name is Lin, the Lin of the Upper Elemental Divine Palace. The pugilist's brain exploded. White hair. Surnamed Lin. Shan Yuan Divine Palace. Isn't this the young master of the Lin family who caused a furor in the Kimchi Kingdom this year when he first awakened? Young Master Lin, I have eyes that don't recognize him. The tie, please don't blame me, and Miss Bai. White hair. Girls. Together with Lin Green. Any fool could have thought that this cool beauty was a divine genius from the same period as Lin Lu, the White family's eldest young lady, Bayushi. Bayushi still gave him a cold look and didn't say anything. Lin LV patted the big man's shoulder. Don't be so formal, I'm not going to eat you, come on, smile. The big man squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Of course you won't eat me, you'll kill me. Lin Green looked at Bayushi, am I that scary? Bayushi raised her eyelids, her complicated gaze lingering on Lin Green for a moment. Timing. Lin Green? Having touched a snub at Bayushi, Lin Green was unconvinced and turned his head to the pugilist. Am I that scary? The big man squeezed out that smile again. Not scary. You have the nerve to ask? You've been awakened for less than half a year, don't you know how many lives you've taken in your hands? I told you, I'm such an easygoing person, how could I possibly scare others? It's true that he can't scare people, but he can scare them to death. Ask about something. Go ahead. Know a man named Spider Towers in this area? The big man's brain spun. I know, he's one of the shareholders of our Wind and Moon restaurant here. Call him over to me. Don't, living father, the big man said bitterly, with my rank, not to mention calling him over, it's hard as hell to see him, and it's fatal if I make him unhappy. Oh, Lin Green smirked, mess with me, don't want to die, right? Pugilist. Looking at the dull gaze of the man in front of her, Lin Green couldn't help but be amused. So it turns out that teasing the little cutie.
So much fun. Just kidding, let's go Oz. Chapter 56 Heresy. The big man pointed in a direction, and Lin LV and Bayushi sought the direction toward the Wind and Moon restaurant. Wind and Moon Tavern, TSK, it can't be some kind of shady place, right? The white-haired teenager stroked his chin, his eyes vaguely glowing. Are you excited? Bayushi glanced at Lin Green indifferently. A certain pretty boy who was thinking about getting into trouble only felt a deep cold murderous aura coming from the side and changed his words in a panic. I'm here today to dispose of this gutter yellow industry and return a clear and bright sky to everyone. Ha, Bayushi didn't believe Lin Green's bull, none of you boys are any good. Huh, 2 steps away? An antique-style plaque hung on the path the two must take, and tall buildings reflecting the sunlight rose up, realizing the perfect combination of antique style and modernity. Miss Gongzi should be Mr. Lin and Miss Bai. The electric sensor door opened automatically. A delicate woman in ancient style tool stepped out slowly, holding a palace fan and bowing to the two. Please follow me, my master has been waiting for a long time. Lin LV and Bayushi exchanged glances and followed the woman's steps. Mr. Lin Green, what do you think of our restaurant? Well, it's really poor, even the signboard isn't new. If it doesn't work I can ask the Upper Yuan Divine Palace to allocate some funds to you. Your Excellency is joking. The woman covered her mouth with a smile and led the 2 white hairs to stop in front of an elevator. Please also wait for a moment. Wait. Lin Green called an urgent halt. What's wrong, Gongzi? Who am I? Young master of the Upper Elemental Divine Palace, Lin Green. Does sitting in this thing fit my class? Old-fashioned woman? Lin Green waved his big hand and shook his finger at the safe passage in the distance. Go there, only the safe passage is safe enough. How many floors are we going to? Bayushi pulled Lin Green from continuing his demonic behavior. Back to Miss, it's the top floor. Take the elevator. It's not safe. Lin Green sternly refused. If you want to climb the stairs you roll your own. Bayushi smiled as she looked at Lin Lu. Her murderous aura paired with that cool face made Lin Lu feel like falling into a cold cave. Lin Lu smiled contemptuously. Do you know what the most important thing for a man is? It's backbone, it's bottom line, it's saying no to things that aren't right. Pretty boy held his head high. No one can beat me in my field. Ding dong. The elevator came to the 27th floor. Bayushi walked out of the elevator expressionlessly, and the woman in ancient clothes took a step to follow Bayushi. Miss Bai, Mr. Lin he? A difficult look appeared on the woman's face. Don't mind him. Bayushi took a deep breath, not understanding why she was dead set on liking such a douchebag. I'm enough on my own. Okay. On the other hand, Lin Green, who climbed the stairs, didn't climb to the 27th floor in one breath, but stopped at each floor for a while. The first floor was an ordinary hospitality lobby, the 2nd to 5th floors were similar to a restaurant, the 6th to 7th floors were a tea house, while the 8th floor upwards were various office areas. As for the 8th floor, the security access door on the 8th floor can't be opened. What a Wind and Moon restaurant. Lin Green stood on the 8th floor, a pair of blue pupils staring with interest at the electronic lock that restricted him. A slender finger gently tapped on the iron door, and Lin Green's figure illusorily opened up. Jutsu Shun turned pale. The white-haired figure appeared behind the door, a pitch blackness enveloping his body, while he simply raised one finger gently, a ball of fire lighting up at his fingertips, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Let me see your secret. Lin Green flexed his fingers and the fire slowly grew larger, flying to his body to provide him with the warmth of light. Is this a cold storage facility? The massive light hovered in front of him, and Lin Green walked down the empty, huge 8th floor with his hands in his pockets, stopping in front of a glass. Single-sided? Lin Green raised an eyebrow and reached out to tap on the glass. Boom! The fragile glass began to shake violently, and Lin Green got a full view of that side of the glass. The alien-like creature pounced on the spot where Lin Green had knocked, frantically hitting there with its huge head, occasionally letting out bursts of low hissing sounds. It's a bit ugly. Among those knowledge that Lin Xian transmitted to him, apart from the martial arts laws at the bottom of the Earth rank, there was also knowledge about the cultivation system as well as the environment of the Abyss, which included some of the information about the foreign races. Abyssal low-ranked races, shaped foreign races. Talon Cap Lockout, King of the Road. There would actually be a foreign race on Earth, or this almost extinct race. This Wind and Moon shouldn't be referring to this, right? Lin Green continued to walk forward aimlessly, more and more glass intricately lined both sides of the way forward, and as he went deeper, the cultivation of the imprisoned foreign races became higher and higher. Dao Life Dao Dan Dao Si Dao King. Lin Green stopped at the end of the 8th floor, and behind the one-sided glass in front of him, it wasn't a hideous alien in form, but a naked woman, curled up and quietly suspended in a highly concentrated nutrient solution, her long eyelashes bobbing with the bubbles. Human? Lin Green stepped forward, using his 6 eyes to pick up information about his surroundings. Soon, his attention rested on an inconspicuous corner where a large number of empty bottles were piled up, with a line of labels printed boldly on the bottles. Antru fungus. Just then, the woman in the nutrient solution slowly opened her eyes and saw the dazed Lin Green in front of her.
Lin Green, who possessed 6 eyes, noticed the woman's movement, and his blue eyes met those mesmerized eyes. The woman swam to the glass and tapped gently. Lin Green just felt something that couldn't pass judgment break into her head and hurriedly closed her eyes. What's the use, you have 6 eyes, a child. Indecent exposure, indecent exposure, indecent exposure. Despite the one-way glass, the woman seemed to be able to sense Lin Green's presence and stared at him dead in the face. After a long time, she opened her mouth and allowed the nutrient solution to pour into her mouth. ISO. End. A bright ethereal green light lit up behind one side of the glass, and uncountable shaped aliens opened their ethereal glowing eyes, moving that green toward the only light in the dimness. The alien. End. 27th floor. The man in suit sat on the sofa and negotiated with Bayushi, discussing together about the mysterious warehouse. In other words, that warehouse is unknown to you at all? In all honesty, Spider stretched out a finger and pointed it to the top of his head. That warehouse you're talking about has nothing to do with me at all, Ms. White. Bayushi frowned, pondering the truthfulness of Spider 2's words. In her last life, in order to uncover Li Chang's smoke, she had incidentally uncovered Spider 2, a major player, on the way to her investigation, and in this life, it seemed to be a little different. So do you have any ideas about the Amtrue fungus? Amtrue fungus? Arachnida let out a bitter laugh, her ringed hand picking up the cup on the table. I wouldn't dare have any thoughts about that. Bayushi noticed the ring on Spidirua's middle finger and froze slightly. Your ring? You mean this one? Arachnida's eyes filled with tenderness as she rubbed the ring that hung on her finger. It was given to me by someone I love. Bayushi smiled slightly. Wearing it on your middle finger is being passionately in love, isn't it? Yeah, who would have thought that an almost 40-year-old man could still be in hot love? Looking at the ring that Arachnida wore on her middle finger, a flash of obscurity flashed under Bayushi's eyes. If nothing had changed, Spidirua's lover should be the real talker of this Wind and Moon restaurant, a ruthless person of the Tao Emperor realm. Zhang Xiaoqing drifted off. Zhang Xiaoqing is also the main person in charge of the Beta program at the Moonlight Restaurant in cooperation with Li Changyin. Project Beta is an evil program that breaks through ethics and morality, aiming to make humans and foreigners combine together, similar to skin-changing, human body, foreigners inner. If everything goes on as usual, then the 8th floor of the Wind and Moon restaurant will be filled with experimental stages for the initial union of alien and human beings. One of them was manned by a mature bond from the Tao King realm. It seemed that this time, the Spider Towers were still enemies. Hasn't Lin Green-san come up yet? With a transcendence physique, even if he's climbing the stairs, it shouldn't be. Bayushi froze for a moment. After not coming up for so long, that idiot shouldn't have gone to touch the 8th floor. A violent shaking caused Bayushi to lose her balance for a moment, and when she leaned forward, she was held up by Spider 2's hand. Are you alright, Ms. Bai? I'm fine, thanks. What's going on here? The ominous foreboding in Bayushi's heart grew heavier and heavier. Such an explosion. It can't be, can it? Spider Torn narrowed his eyes. Looks like a little mouse has slipped into our solidly built tavern. Please, 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 please. Give the kid some good reviews. Scratch your ears, shady crawl crazy twist. The validation period is about to expire. The data isn't very good. Kitsune doesn't want to pounce. All the bosses pull Kitsune a hand. People. Thank you to the owner of Fade to Ink Rhyme for powering up. Thanks to the owner of Rotten Winter for the power generation. My little brother worships you. Great. Today is the winter solstice. Remember to eat dumplings though. Do not eat dumplings, will be frozen off the ears. Chapter 57, Combination of Human and Alien, forming the king of the alien race. A suffocating blackness filled the dimly lit space. Dots of green light lit up in the depths, surrounding the only warm glow in the darkness. Click. Click, click, click. The darkness, ignoring 6 eyes, clearly observed the shattering of the one-sided glass around them. Bubbling nutrient solution flowed out of the petri dish along the cracks, and the crisp shattering sound grew louder and louder, accompanied by a hissing sound hidden in the darkness burrowing into Lin Green's ears. Boom! The one-sided glass of the first petri dish shattered completely. Ah! Black lightning ran towards the only pale color in the darkness. Lin Green swung out the fire suspended in front of him without looking back, and the original starfire roared and raged with the momentum of a prairie fire, turning into heavy waves of fire that buried the Daodan realm-shaped alien race. Earth rank advanced martial arts, starfire prairie fire. The shape alien who was only at the Daodan realm was instantly engulfed by the sea of fire. However, what Lin Green didn't expect was that the moment the flames came into contact with the nutrient solution, it instantly ignited, intensifying the fire and exploding along with the waves of air. No, who's nutrient solution with flammable and explosive products? Lin Green whirled around and unleashed the infinity technique, an invisible infinity that wrapped him securely against the damage from the explosion. The explosion of the nutrient solution seemed to become a signal to claim the enemy, and a crisp shattering sound pierced through the curtain of fire into Lin Green's ears, followed by the excited roar of the alien. Ah! Hissing roars rose and fell around Lin Green, more and more nutrient liquid exploded on contact with the flames, and many of the lesser cultivated shape aliens were blown to pieces by the flames before they could experience the thrill of liberation. A strong wind blew from the back of his head. Lin Green ducked his head to avoid it. A black claw poked out from the darkness and pushed straight into the back of Lin Green's head. Boom! Lin Green raised his right foot and kicked the sneak-attacking Shape Fae away, then ran wildly in the opposite direction, and behind him were countless Dao Sea Realm Shape Fae. Even though the low-ranking Dao Hai could no longer pose a threat to Lin Green, but they couldn't help but be numerous, and Lin Green observed that the defenses controlling the higher-ranking Dao Hai as well as the bizarre Dao King were relatively strong, and they couldn't break free for a moment, so it wasn't a little cute not to take advantage of this moment to escape. Is it? Sun was unleashed multiple times. Lin Green's figure flickered through the flames and darkness, instantly moving to new locations. Arrived! Finally, Lin Green ran to the side of the security door and was about to cast Sun to instantly move to the other side, but a familiar woman's face suddenly appeared in front of her. Lin Green's pupils contracted. Wasn't this woman inside the petri dish? The woman stretched out a hand, and the furious spiritual energy stripped away as much of the infinity around Lin Green as possible, leaving him completely exposed to the air. Dao Emperor. There could be no mistake, this kind of pressure could only come from a Dao Emperor. How could it be a Dao Emperor? Brother Lu. The black-clothed rodent appeared in the darkness and grabbed Lin Green's collar and disappeared into place. The woman stood in place, slowly withdrawing her own hand. A Dao Lord Realm Protector, is this your capital, little one? A single-shaped alien roared as it approached the woman, only to be suppressed in place by the Imperial might if nothing else. The woman let out a light hum, and the sea of extinguishing fire that swept across the entire floor suddenly went out. What's going on? A little kid actually managed to completely awaken these shape aliens. She walked in style to the deepest petri dish, where a woman with the same face as her was suspended naked in the culture fluid, looking at the woman approaching her with a thoughtful look. The woman outside the glass stretched out one finger and tapped it on the glass, a smile if anything at the corner of her mouth, and on that hand, there was a ring that looked exactly like the spider towers. Zhang Xiaoqing, you say, if you let the spider Tua who loves you dearly know that that ugly and unpleasant shape alien has occupied this skin of yours, will he go crazy ha 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 ha? The woman inside the glass didn't understand what the woman outside was doing and cocked her head expressionlessly. No, the woman put away that finger, I'm the one who's Zhang Xiaoqing. Different. And Zhang Xiaoqing inside the glass spoke slowly. What? Zhang Xiaoqing inside the glass looked in the direction Lin Green had fled, his mouth opening and closing. Heretic. And ran away. Dao great man. Forgive. Outside the glass, Zhang Xiaoqing stepped forward and pressed himself against the glass. What did you say? That person is a heretic? Zhang Xiaoqing inside the glass didn't say anything else, and seemed to have exhausted all his breath as he sank his eyes shut. Zhang Xiaoqing outside the glass smiled and clapped his hands. Someone come. 3 eunuch-like people appeared from the void, each with the terrifying strength of a low-level Dao Emperor. You guys go and block the sword monarch, just block him. If you were to fight him, the 3 of you combined wouldn't be a match for him. Understood. The silhouettes of the 3 of them were hidden in the void. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaoqing bit his finger and squeezed out blood, drawing an elaborate formation on the ground. As the formation was formed, the blood emitted a strange red light, and a man's silhouette hovered above the formation. What is it? Master, Zhang Xiaoqing knelt down on one knee, his head hanging down, not daring to look the man in the eyes. The secret of the Wind and Moon Tavern was just crashed by Lin Green. Then you will take all the blame. The man's icy cold words carried no emotion. My subordinate understands, it's just that my subordinate has a discovery that needs to be reported to my master. Speak. The king of the Shape Fae clan has discovered the heresy. Zhang Xiaoqing raised his head at this moment, his eyes gleaming. The man froze. What did you say? Zhang Xiaoqing could no longer hide his excitement. It's Lin LV, the son of Lin Xian and Chen Yao. He's the heretic that Dao Guadaoren predicted. The man took a step forward, ignoring the illusion of his figure after stepping out of the spell. Where is he? Just taken away by the sword monarch. I don't know where he went. I'll go after them. Heretics must be eradicated. With a click, the spell formation reached its limit and shattered into flying dust and scattered in all directions. Zhang Xiaoqing stood up from the ground and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. There's no need to go and block it. My master has already gone. You guys go back to the restaurant. There's a girl in my perception that's with Lin Lu. Get her under control. Yes. No. Oh. The cell phone was abruptly snatched away, the white-haired teenager with a smile in his eyes, holding the cell phone belonging to Zhang Xiaoqing. How did you? Lu Duyun swiftly struck out, his monstrous palm imprint slapping at Zhang Xiaoqing. Damn it! A mist of blood rose, and Zhang Xiaoqing disappeared in place before the palm imprint slapped her. Lin Green played with the cell phone in her hand, and a flash of fire lit up, crushing the phone. Not keeping it in case it's useful? Road End gave him a look. Keeping it might be useful, but then the other side can get a hold of our position, and it's not worth it. Lin Green casually tossed the remains of the phone aside, her azure eyes looking towards the huge petri dish. What a dare, researching the combination of alien races with human races, TSK. If we really let them succeed in their research, it will be devastating for the human race. The reason why the Amtru bacteria is fatal to humans is that it alters the activity of the cells, transforming the human cells into a more active state, active enough for the cells to absorb the cells of other races, and in such a state, humans cannot survive. Rodin opened his mouth to explain. Lin Green looked at the small bottle next to the petri dish and thought. Is it really okay? Rodin asked. I'll go and wipe out the Tao Emperor here before the Tao Saint arrives, while you and Bayushi take advantage of the chaos to gather information. Don't worry about it, Lou, Lin LV smiled faintly. I've got it covered, and my father and mother have prepared quite a few good things to keep me alive. I'll go then. If you encounter an irresistible danger, yell out my name and I'll appear in front of you in half a second. Got it. Rodin waved his hand to decapitate the shaped alien stragglers that were subdued by Zhang Xiaoqing, and then disappeared as a shadow, leaving a pair of azure blues alone in the entire darkness. Lin Green once again turned her gaze to the woman behind the glass. Zhang Xiaoqing, Spider Tor, King of the Shape Fae, somewhat interesting. Chapter 58, Playing Only High-End Games? Lousy has that ability. 27th floor. Ms. Bai, please also wait here for a moment while I explore the situation. The spider father got up and prepared to leave. Bayushi wanted to call out to him, but on second thought, after all, there was Lu Duan following Lin Green, so he thought there must not be any accidents. Okay. Arachnid pulled open the door to his office, and a blood-soaked silhouette fell into his arms. Koyo, what happened to you? Zhang Xiaoqing raised her eyes and her gaze crossed over spider towers to see Bayushi on the sofa. Spadiruo, quickly take control of Bayushi, the Rhodes Inn Sovereign and Lin Green have destroyed our restaurant. The spider god froze. How can that be? They have no reason to. Zhang Xingyao's mouth opened slightly and uttered a name, and Spadiruo froze in place. Zhang Xingyao, you actually dare to touch the red line. The anger in the spider god's eyes almost leapt out of his sockets, but in spite of this, he gently hugged Zhang Xingyao without letting go of his hands. I'm sorry, if I don't go and touch the red line, how will the tavern survive this maelstrom? And, there's that one's intention. The spider Tua lowered his eyes, seemingly thinking, and after struggling for a long time, his eyes gradually became firm, and patted Zhang Xingyao's back. Go rest, I'll do it. Good. The spider god let go of Zhang Xingyao and turned to look at Bayushi. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by cold and piercing killing intent. Ms. Bai, I was kind enough to receive you, but your companions are destroying our territory, no explanation? Bayushi sighed in the bottom of her heart. Unsurprisingly, the spider god still chose to stand on Zhang Xingyao's side. The bitter cold wind ran through the office. Bayushi sat there, the temperament from a great clan spread out. Her clear and cold face did not have a trace of expression. At her side, a black-clothed crone was guarding there at some point. Her wrinkled face had no sadness and no joy. She was just quietly looking at the man and the woman standing at the doorway. Does it mean that I don't have a Taoist protector anymore? Bayushi picked up the teacup on the table and placed it on her lips to take a sip, her gaze cast to the corridor behind Zhang Xingyao and drew up an escape route in her mind. She didn't think that her Taoist protector would be able to protect her. That can't be said. The spider Tua displayed his aura, his peak Tao King cultivation visible. The crone was amused. Peak Tao King only, what qualifications do you have to snatch someone under my hand? After the words were spoken, the powerful cultivation of a Tao King first rank was revealed. The spider god merely shook his head. Cultivation isn't everything, not to mention that our target isn't you at all. Black smoke exploded as the spider Tor appeared on the crone's side, dodging the Tao Emperor's spiritual power before embracing her body and carrying her through the window to crash downstairs. Junior, you'll pay for this. The old crone was shocked and angry. Whatever you say. Inside the office, a whistling strong wind wrapped the moist air through the broken window. Zhang Xingyao ignored the blood on his body and smiled as he walked into the room in style. Little girl, it's just the two of us now. It's true. The teacup in Bayushi's hand was crushed, and the two ice dragons roared to kill Zhang Xingyao, who waved his hand unhurriedly, smashing the huge dragon body as if swatting a fly. Don't worry about it, we're just using you for a bit, maybe this beautiful skin of yours can even join the great evolution. Bayushi was filled with disgust, her pretty face not hiding her contempt for Zhang Xingyao at all. The so-called great evolution is to combine with those disgusting foreigners? You actually know that. Zhang Xingyao was a bit surprised. That's even more reason to keep you. Bayushi summoned the divine progenitor and stood at the ready, her eyes glancing at the doorframe if anything. Just 4 months after awakening, you've cultivated to the Daodan triple sky level. Even if you're placed in the divine rank, you're one of the top geniuses, but well, in my eyes it's not enough. Zhang Xingqing stretched out a hand towards Bayushi. Bayushi quickly threw out the Tang sword in her hand, while Zhang Xingqing slightly sidestepped this surprise attack. You're in a hurry. The palm of her hand exerted force, and Bayushi was lifted upwards with her neck firmly choked through the void. Goodbye. With unrelenting inertia, the Tommy knife crossed the long corridor and then nailed itself to the wall at the end of the corridor. Bayushi's figure disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared it was with the Tang dagger. Spatial ability? Zhang Xiaoqing was slightly surprised, but quickly figured it out. It's the effect of your divine progenitor, right? Bai Yushi didn't talk nonsense with Zhang Xiaoqing and swept towards the safety stairs on the soles of her feet, but how could Zhang Xiaoqing let her go so easily? Purple energy through the white porcelain corridor, the surrounding glass inch burst, in the light of daylight into crystal snow scattered to the ground. Bai Yushi waved Huaxia Legend to block this attack, but the strength gap is too big. Huaxia Legend in contact with the energy at the same time was annihilated. Receiving the double blow of God Pro's backlash and energy impact, Bai Yushi flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground.
This isn't spiritual energy.
Worthy of being the White family's eldest miss, she actually has such insight. Zhang Xiaoqing came over with a flourish and bent down to look at the young girl who had fallen to the ground with a smile and interest. Don't worry, although I could kill you in one move, I didn't do it because it would be very interesting to transform the high and mighty Miss Bai into that disgusting appearance, right? The cyan-colored ball of energy whistled as it attracted the surrounding materials to fill itself, impacting at a speed that surpassed that of the Daodan towards Zhang Xiaoqing, who in turn intercepted the San with a single outstretched finger.
If I didn't go looking for you, you came to the door yourself.
You're a bit more brainy than I thought, not running elsewhere in the first place, but coming to find Bai Yushi to counteract me. Not bad for being a traitor to a certain big shot.
Zhang Xiaoqing wasn't annoyed. The Sword Sovereign shouldn't be here. I think he's gone to intercept my 3 subordinates. So what kind of backbone do you have to come and confront me? Lin Lu glanced at Bai Yushi. The implication was self-evident. It's still really sentimental, but it's not much use. This isn't writing a novel. Teenage bloodlust doesn't have half the effect here. Try it then. Lin Green's fingertips gathered spiritual energy to outline complex runes in the void. Recognize this?
The dance of extinction. Zhang Xiaoqing exclaimed, Emperor Yan's famous technique. With your cultivation it's impossible to support that huge consumption of spiritual energy. Soon after, Zhang Xiaoqing regained her composure, but it doesn't matter. No matter how powerful the Dao Dan's extermination dance is, it can't possibly threaten a Dao Emperor. If this strike is struck, your spiritual energy will be completely depleted, not to mention that the one who dies will definitely be her.
Zhang Xiaoqing glanced at Bai Yushi.
Lin Green's face darkened. Big sister, you're the villain, okay, you don't need to be so brainy. Originally, he had thought of casting a few more perdition dances to threaten Zhang Xiaoqing, but he didn't realize that by casting just one, Lin Green's brain had already reached its limit, and if he were to forcefully outline another one, he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. See, in the absence of the Dao Protector and the absence of the Sword Sovereign, you god levels are nothing. Zhang Xiaoqing snorted. Talent can only ever be talent before it transforms into strength. Every strong person is a genius. Not all geniuses can become strong. At this moment, Jail Green was already sweating profusely. Are you a leaky pot? A cold and hollow voice rang in his ears. Lin Green came back to his senses. Everything around him fell into stasis. In front of him, there was a white-haired, blue-pupiled silhouette standing there, a face-palmed face with no expression, letting go of the abusive game and not going to go. You must play the high-end game. Do you have that strength? It is true that this is a world that requires brains, the void continued to speak, but all plots and schemes will be crushed by overwhelming strength. Put away your brain and give me control of your body and I will show you how it works. The void shadow stepped forward and became one with Lin Green. Lin Green, you're too conceited. Zhang Xiaoqing laughed maniacally, not even noticing that the man in front of him had swept up the anti-friar. And the shift in Lin Green's aura caught Bai Yushi's attention. The young girl's pupils contracted as she looked incredulously at the teenager standing in place. How is it possible? How could there be that shadow of him? You're very noisy. Lin Green raised his head impatiently, an aura that looked out of the corner of his eye going forward, straight away suppressing the Dao Emperor's pressure. Zhang Xiaoqing finally realized that something was wrong. It was as if the teenager in front of her was like a different person. His youthfulness was gone. In this instant, it was as if she saw an emperor sitting on his throne with a big horse, sizing her up with a careless gaze. Heaven and earth, I am the only one. Lin Green raised a finger, and along with the infinite hair-splitting, red bizarre spheres coalesced at his fingertips, illuminating his pale face in scarlet. Jutsu Reversal He. Ask for Hype's power generation, big guys. Chapter 59 Void Style Common Bromwell. A little red aura flashed, and a small ball the size of a fingernail cap flew towards Zhang Xiaoqing. Although Zhang Xiaoqing disdained it, he was shocked to realize that he actually felt a deadly threat from it. Without any hesitation, the purple energy quickly gathered and coalesced in front of his body to form a huge shield. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to his eyes. Boom! The glass of the corridor had already shattered into slag back when Zhang Xiaoqing was chasing Bai Yushi and escaped, the endless repulsive force acting on that shield under the pressure of the imaginary mass. Compression. Then burst. The entire corridor exploded with choking smoke and dust, the white tiles were crushed by the massive repulsive force, and the cement was peeled away in layers to reveal the steel bars hidden inside. A second wave of impact followed, flattening the thick rebar. In an instant, the solidly built Wind and Moon restaurant was transformed into a dangerous building that was about to face demolition. Ahem! The smoke dispersed. Zhang Xiaoqing's wretched appearance broke through the smoke and came out, already wounded. Her situation had taken a drastic turn for the worse at the moment. Originally she was only injured in her internal organs and was bathed in blood, but now one of her arms was gone, her left leg was twisted halfway around in a bizarre position, and half of her ear was missing, open and torn.
Damn it, if it wasn't for Rodan injuring me, how could this brat be so easy to cough?
She turned her head and looked out of the building through the gap in the corridor. Lin Green, who was only at the 7th Dowdown realm, was suspended in the air, holding Bayushi in his arms. His face was cold, and there was clearly no fluctuation at all on his body, but his presence there brought an indescribable sense of oppression.
Lin Lu.
Bayushi lifted her head with difficulty and looked at the teenager who was holding herself in her arms. This aura was both strange and familiar at the same time.
Nurture your wounds.
Lin Green spat out 2 words as the reversal technique was unleashed, white energy covering Bayushi's entire body, rapidly healing her injuries that were originally horrifying. Is this your bottom card, Lin Green? But it looks like you won't be able to support it for long.
Zhang Xiaoqing looked at Lin Lu viciously and drew up a plan in her mind. If Lin Lu wanted to kill her, then she would run and stall until this state of Lin Lu disappeared, and at that time would be the time for her to take revenge. The white-haired teenager took a step forward in the air. Zhang Xiaoqing immediately fled like a dog that had its tail stepped on. That speed simply didn't look like she was seriously injured. Hee, the foreign races are really still so soft-boned. Faye? Bayushi's state was mostly better, and she looked at Lin Green in puzzlement. She's not the real Zhang Xiaoqing. The real Zhang Xiaoqing has been transformed and bonded with the king of the shape Faye. This Zhang Xiaoqing should be a traitor to Li Changyan. Interesting.
You know Li Changyan? Bayushi was startled. The cold-faced teenager glanced at Bayushi. When you were reborn, a wisp of my residual soul attached itself to you. Bayushi's face swished red and her entire head burned. So this Lin Green is the future Lin Green, then the ones that he teased Lin Green before. This wisp of residual soul can't support many times, at most enough for me to strike 4 times. After 4 times I will be completely fused with this me. Don't think too much, keep teasing him.
Bayushi's face turned even redder. Want to run is it? Then it's better to be rough.
Lin Green let go of Bayushi, and the young girl didn't crash to the ground, but instead hovered strangely in the air. The teenager pinched the starting stance of San with one hand and the starting stance of He with the other.
Void stance common Cromwell.
At the instant the common Cromwell took shape, the entire world seemed to be elongated in Bayushi's field of vision, and all sound lost its meaning, as if it was being yanked into a black hole of light, being elongated.
Pulled flat. Elongated. Flattened. Cyclically.
Purple infinity poured out, gravitational and repulsive infinity collided together, endless hypothetical mass rushed out with the help of such opposite abilities, and under the flickering of the blue pupils, the imaginary-style common grommet, that was comparable to a nuclear explosion destroyed the Wind and Moon Tavern in a matter of moments, saving the demolition team's work. Lin Green turned his head to look at Bayushi, a little tenderness in his cold eyes. Bayushi. The young girl landed smoothly under, pale, S-control and stepped in the middle of a ruin. The white-haired teenager in the sky revealed a contemplative expression and glanced in a certain direction.
Time is running out.
A complicated rune was sketched out by white and slender fingers, the colorless spirit power rune becoming blood-red as it took shape.
Perdition dance.
A shocking might slapped out in the direction Lin Green was looking at. A powerful martial art in Lin Xian's hands that was enough to destroy the entirety of Washington in an instant was casually slapped out by Lin Green. After doing this, Lin Green's body seemed to have lost its support, and his body fell towards the ground with a softness. AI. Bayushi stretched out her arms to try to catch Lin Green.
Boom! Only 1 finger's distance away Lin Green could have been caught by Bayushi, but unfortunately, it wasn't.
The teenager's body fell onto the debris that covered the ground and lost consciousness, but fortunately the infinity technique hadn't shut down yet, and the infinity that surrounded his body lined up enough debris to do him harm. Bayushi breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to hug Lin Green. Lin Green, wake up.
Bayushi patted Lin Green's face and got no response.
It's also true that there's still a small price to pay for having your body taken over by an existence like that. The young girl's pupils contracted as she looked towards the ruins of the Wind and Moon Tavern, where a naked woman stood on the steps made of rubble, her eyes empty. She looked towards Bayushi, her gaze resting on Lin LV in the young girl's arms.
Heterodox. Erasure.
In the distance, the black-clothed Li Changyan's nose was about to become crooked with anger as he sped towards the Wind Moon restaurant at a speed that broke the sound barrier. The hallowed Dao Saint was actually cheated by a Dao Dan and Dao Jun. Cannot bear it, absolutely cannot bear it. Wait for the old man to catch you, must be first. Ha! Li Changyan revealed a puzzled look as he looked at the red runes flying towards him.
So familiar. What is it?
Take a closer look.
Oh, the extinction dance. Perdition dance?
What the hell? Li Changsmoke stopped himself stiffly, turned around, and swung his 2 legs into wind and fire wheels, fluttering in place for several seconds before escaping in the direction he came from. Glancing back at the perishable dance that was flying faster than him, Li Changsmoke gulped and swallowed his saliva.
You. No.
Be. Over.
Come.
AH. On the other side, Rodan's black clothes danced wildly with the raging autumn wind. He was holding his sword in one hand and grasping a head in the other, dots of blood sliding down the invisible sword and dripping down the sharp blade. This is it? Only one of the original 3 eunuchs remained, or the one without both arms. With a casual throw of his hand, the head, whose blood hadn't yet run out, was swept up by the gale and torn to shreds along with its original body under the care of a storm of sword chi. The sunlight penetrated through the 3-foot sword blade, and under the horrifying murderous aura, wisps of spiritual energy wrapped around the hilt and body of the sword, as if it were a roaring dragon, mingling with the sound of the wind to manifest its divine might. Lord Sword Monarch, you will be punished for wantonly slaughtering your countrymen like this.
The remaining eunuch could only explain and reason.
You're talking about this? Rodan pulled out his earwax and casually flicked his hand. The young lord has cancelled your status as a Chinese citizen. Technically you're now a dangerous stowaway with a cultivation level of Dao Emperor.
Armless eunuch? What a joke. Surprised?
This is the prerogative of the god class. With proof, the whole country will make way for us, and as for your ridiculous words and techniques, I'll tell you what you said for nothing.
Ah.
The armless eunuch couldn't take it anymore. Instead of being abused, he would find a way to bite off a piece of meat from Rodan. Rodan raised his eyebrows and swung out his matchless sword diameters before the eunuch burst into flames, twisting his body to pieces.
Wrap it up. Boom.
An invisible wave of air erupted from the direction of the Wind and Moon restaurant, forcing Rodan back half a step.
This is the aura of the
young lord. How can it be so strong? Rodan's face showed a strange color. In his perception, that strong aura only erupted for a second and then disappeared. When he was puzzled, another airwave erupted and opened up, while this time, it only blew Rodan's clothes. The aura of a Fey Dao King. Rodan narrowed his eyes. It's a shaped Fey King.
He tore open a spatial crack and stepped into it. Hang in there, young lord, I'm coming. Chapter 60 Dark Domain Ringless Life Domain.
A spatial rift was torn open in the midst of a ruin, and the black-robed figure at the end of the path took a single step out, the extreme oppression from a Dao Lord descending upon the battlefield. An area was cleared out in the center of the ruins, and the naked woman stood flanking it, expressionless as she looked towards Rodan, who had suddenly intruded into the battlefield. A nervous expression appeared on the woman's face as the oppressive feeling of the Dao Lord approached.
This person is very powerful, can't be beaten.
Her eyes went back to Bayushi, who was tightly protecting Lin LV in the center of the battlefield, and her gaze saw the unconscious Lin LV through the gap.
But heresy must be eradicated.
Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and put her hands together to cast her natural skill. In an instant, the entire world began to shake, and the space around her gradually distorted. Sensing something, Rodan stretched out his hand to look at his palm.
Cultivation has been suppressed.
A long black robe was draped over Zhang Xiaoqing, adding a bit of mysterious color to her, making her more charming.
Dark Domain Ringless Life Domain.
Feeling his strength of only a peak Dao King, Lu Yuan about clarified the effects of this domain.
Suppressing the enemy strength to the same realm as your own?
Rodan shook his head, not panicking, and raised his hand to call out Cheng's shadow. Let's give it a try then. Let me see how much weight you really have. The trenchcoat that never left his body was lifted up by a pair of big hands, and was swept by the wind towards Bayushi in the field. Lu Dudu's entire body seemed like a sharp sword out of its sheath, an uncountable sword she slashed through the void and cut in the twisted space, hacking this twitching world into pieces.
Bearing Shadow's second effect, Dustless Sword Domain.
The 2 domains covered this fragile space, and the entire area creaked and crunched as it was overwhelmed.
Zhang Xiaoqing took the lead, and gravity appeared in her eyes.
Purple energy projectiles spiraled and bounced towards Rodan. Rodan backhanded his sword in front of himself and slashed that energy ball. But that wasn't all. The energy ball split into countless smaller balls after the explosion and flew towards Rodan. And Lu Di didn't panic, he just kept swinging his sword shadows like moonlight pouring down, sprinkling on the pale earth, dissolving all the attacks. Zhang Xiaoqing's figure followed closely behind, curling his palm into a fist and smashing it towards Lu Dan. Lu Ji unhurriedly crossed his sword and blocked it, then the blade twisted and cut through Zhang Xingzhuang's hand, seizing the opportunity to bully his way forward and chopped Zhang Xingzhuang's abdomen with his sword.
Dang!
The expected opening and peeling of the belly did not appear, and the crisp sound of metal meeting metal resounded throughout the field.
Oh?
Rodan was slightly surprised, looking at the black robe on Zhang Xingyao's body and thought.
Being able to withstand attacks? No wonder. Boom!
Zhang Xingyao took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and the furious energy lifted Rodan off the ground. After landing on the ground, he half-kneeled and subconsciously raised his sword in front of him. A fist slammed into the body of the shadow-bearing sword, and Zhang Xingyao's face was revealed on one side with a displeased look on his face.
The human god pro is so annoying, let it disappear.
As the words fell, Rodan only felt an emptiness in his hand, and the fist went on to hit him in the chest.
The Dustless Sword Domain also suddenly disappeared at this moment. It was actually possible to disable the divine progenitor. Rodan was shocked, and before he could make a counterattack, Zhang Xingyao stepped forward once again, and a sword dipper chopped at Rodan's body.
My sword! Lu Ju flew backwards, raising his left arm to block Zhang Xiaoqing's next attack as he landed, his right fist building up to blast her in the abdomen. It still felt like hitting metal, but this punch was not comparable to the previous tentative sword. Earth-grade high-level martial arts, cracking the ground.
Humans are really annoying. Zhang Xiaoqing swung a punch at Rodan through the air, cracking the ground.
Rodan flew out backwards and rolled on the ground twice before coming to a stop.
How can this be fought? No matter what you cast, the opponent can easily imitate it, and you can't break through her defense. Tough. Rodan sighed, it's time to get real or it'll be dragged out. Zhang Xiaoqing appeared beside Lu Di like a ghost, and another fist cracked the ground. This time, the powerful cracking ground did not hurt Lu Di, his body became illusory, and the punch went straight through his body. What? Zhang Xiaoqing was a bit puzzled, and before she could figure out what was going on, a thin line of blood appeared in her throat. Zhang Xiaoqing covered his neck, but the line of blood continued to expand. Gurgling blood flowed out through his fingers and could not be stopped no matter what. Lu Yuan patted the dust on his clothes and kicked Zhang Xiaoqing over.
The surrounding space began to distort back and gradually returned to normal.
Are you okay? Lu Ju walked towards Bayushi and picked up the windbreaker draped over her and put it on. It's fine, thanks to Elder Lu. I'm just doing my duty.
The smoke cleared, and the battlefield had been surrounded by countless people from the police and the military, who were on tense alert as they saw the field dissipate.
This is Mr. Lu.
Someone recognized Rodan.
An officer-looking man jogged forward and gave Lu Ju a military salute. Mr. Lu. Lu Ju stood upright and returned the salute. May I ask what happened here?
Rodan rubbed his neck and informed him of the crime at the Wind and Moon restaurant. That's probably all. In addition, there might be a foreign race Dao Saint hiding in the sub-city.
The officer tensed up, then this.
Don't worry, I'm sure the higher-ups will send a Dao Saint level figure to continue the investigation.
Yes.
Wait a minute, Lu Ju called out to the officer and pointed at Bayushi and Lin LV, send them back, I have things to do.
Okay, Mr. Lu. Aren't you coming with us, Mr. Lu?
Bayushi looked at Rodan in disbelief.
Lu Ju shook his head, with the official people protecting us, people in the Dao King realm won't pose a threat to you at least. Right now the only person in the only sub-city who can deal with that Dao Saint is me, and if we don't figure out where he is sooner or later something will go wrong.
Then be careful, Elder Lu.
Aha! Rodan nodded indifferently and his figure dissipated into a shadow.
The black-clothed crone descended from the sky, carrying a half-dead man in her hands. She just gave Bayushi a quiet glance and disappeared after dropping the man. Miss Bai, please take young Master Lin with you and come with us.
Alright, please, go to the Fuji Grand Hotel. Okay.
Bayushi carried Lin Green on her back, her remaining light glancing over the teenager's long eyelashes.
Idiot, it's me carrying you again.
In a patch of rubble, no one cared to notice a tattered palm breaking through the ground. On the other side, a certain pretty boy who had been chased by Perdition Dance for half an hour stopped panting and looked menacingly at the blood-red rune.
Old me is the treadmill saint.
I'm the one who has mastered the power of the gods and terrorized the existence.
I am the one who stands at the top of the food chain. I'm afraid of you. Let's fight.
Li Changyan opened his arms, uncountable souls were stripped from his body, milky white souls were kneaded together to form a high-speed spinning vortex.
Old man, go FK yourself. Come on.
The vortex and the extinction dance collided together, erupting in brilliant fire, and in Li Chang's smoke-shocked gaze, his own vortex easily annihilated the extinction dance just like that.
No, so weak? Then I'm afraid of the fair. Then I'll run the fair. Then I'll run the marketplace. Born ah.
In the next moment, a dark shadow blocked the sunlight above Li Chang-smoke's head.
Found you.
Endless sword shadows poured out, filling the sky with chopping strikes, killing the dumbfounded Li Changyan.
Where did you come out from again?
As he watched Li Changyan being drowned by the sword dipper, Lu Ju tilted his head in confusion.
Why is this Dao Saint so weak?
Originally still able to resist the road exhaustion of the great moves of Li Changyan, heard this sentence as simply 5 thunderbolts. A lapse of concentration did not block the first sword light, then the second. Third.
Cut on him. Lu once again frowned. Are Dao Saints that weak on earth?
Li Changyan spat out a mouthful of old blood.
Nima. Requesting power generation hyping yay, bosses. Chapter 61 Distress. Fuji Hotel, top floor VIP suite.
The officer placed Lin Green on the bed and unconsciously surveyed the entire room.
Ms. Bai, do you all live here? Ah yes. Bayushi nodded. The officer looked at Lin Green with a solemn expression. Can easily take down the White family's eldest lady, ruthless, just like your father. So do I need to change your rooms or anything for you? That's not necessary.
Bayushi regretted it when she finished speaking. A room with just one queen-sized bed, a lone man and woman, and refusing to separate. Feeling the officer's playful eyes, if anything, a slight blush appeared on Bayushi's cool pretty face. I can take care of him for a bit. The young girl's voice was like a fine mosquito. That won't be arranged, the officer was very witty. I just received an order from my superiors. You and young Master Lin's mission ends here. The rest of the matter will be taken over by the military, and the merits and rewards for your uncovering the Wind and Moon Tavern will be distributed when you return to Yin University. Thank you. Bayushi owed a slight bow, her face returning to normal. We'd better stay here for a few more days. Okay. The officer left the room, leaving only Bayushi standing next to the bed and Lin LV, who was lying on the bed, whooping and sleeping, in the large suite. The door was closed by the officer, and Bayushi turned her head toward Lin Green, one hand on top of her shoulder pinned to her face, crouching down to reach out and poke the white-haired teenager in the face. Aya, you yourself are letting me continue. Bayushi poked more and more vigorously, only to feel a bouncing sensation in her hand. It seems that you are also a tough-talking person, but I actually forgot to ask you. As she said that, Bayushi's fingers gradually grew stronger, her face wore a look of resentment that she was alone in the room. If you really like me, you didn't come to me after so many years of marriage. As she said that, Bayushi pinched Lin LV's face and gently twisted it. Forget it, you're forgiven. Bayushi stood up from the floor, sat on the edge of the bed and began to reflect on herself. It seemed like she had been doing things too presumptuously since she came back from her rebirth. Obviously know that the next thing will have a different degree of change, understand that everything will not go along with their own memories, but still stubbornly bring Lin Lu to the Wind and Moon restaurant to dabble in danger. To the end of the day will be themselves and Lin Lu are in danger, if not in the last life of their own husband. Timely action. I'm afraid that things will not be so easy to solve. Hey! Husband! Bayushi turned back to Lin Green. This silly one, the cool one in the future. One husband, two faces. Happy X2. Nope, where's the self-examination? Don't think of anything else. Review. But he's so handsome. The corners of Bayushi's mouth curled up, her mind filled with Lin Green's appearance as he unleashed void-style common Gromwell. This is also her first time to observe this powerful technique from a close distance. In her last life she didn't meet with her several times, and she didn't even think about observing the void-style common Gromwell. The only few times she watched the video and saw it, and she didn't feel anything at that time, but today she experienced it once from a close distance and realized how powerful the martial arts that had been known as the most effective in terms of output in her last life was. An arm suddenly wrapped around Bayushi's waist, and a head came over here. Bayushi? She looked back and saw the sweetly sleeping Lin LV currently holding her slender waist tightly with both arms, her entire face buried into the soft flesh of her waist, her slurred words traveling to her ears along with the vibrations of her waist. Mom! White whispering creak. Again! Bayushi was so angry that she wanted to reach out and twist Lin Green's ear, but in the end that hand just gave Lin Green's face a gentle squeeze. The next day, Lin Green turned awake with a yawn. This sleep was so comfortable that it felt like there was not even any waking breath. With her eyes closed, Lin Green rubbed herself in a ball of softness, her two legs clamped to the quilt wanting to continue sleeping. The quilt smells so good. Why does this feel so familiar? The white-haired teenager's eyes snapped open to a scene that made his sky fall. The young girl, with her white hair draped over her body, was curled up on her side, her steady breathing ringing in her ears, accompanied by a subtle snoring. It wasn't even the quilt that her own two legs were clamped to, but the large, slender, rounded white legs. The young girl's delicate face frowned, her small nose sniffed, and then moved a little in Lin Green's direction, burying Lin Green's head in her own arms. Lin Green. Is this the kind of content that would pass muster? Despite the aroma, at this moment, Lin Green was not blessed to enjoy it and activated, pale, to instantly move herself to the sofa. Who? Lin Green began to pant heavily, as if he had just gone through a great battle. Didn't I have my body taken over by someone who looked exactly like me? How come I woke up in this light again? That birth shouldn't have taken Bayushi down, right? Lin Green opened her mouth wide, incredulously recalling the sensation she had just experienced, until she noticed a bit of warm liquid running down her mouth. Nosebleed. Ah! At that exact moment, Bayushi woke up as well, sitting up from the bed in a daze, looking like she hadn't woken up and needed a reprieve. Seeing Lin Green, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, she reached out and waved her hand. Good morning. Morning. Lin Lu subconsciously responded. No, should I ask her what happened last night? Bayushi lifted the covers and sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes a little disoriented, then got out of bed and stepped on the floor with her bare feet, walked over to the coffee table and picked up a bottle of mineral water and dunked it in a big gulp. Phew, come alive. After drinking the water, Bayushi's spirit was obviously much better, striding her two long legs to walk over to Lin Green's side and sit down, leaning against the backrest and closing her eyes. Lin Lu made up her mind to ask for clarification, and just as she turned her head, she saw those two blood-curdling big white legs. Due to the hot weather in Asia City, Bayushi's upper body was a short-sleeved t-shirt, and her lower body was hip-hugging ultra-short hot pants that emphasized her leg length. So the nosebleed flowed out again in such an indisputable manner. Bayushi noticed the difference in the person beside her and looked suspiciously at Lin LV, who was stuffing paper into her nose. What's wrong with you? Upholding the principle of manhood for one and one for all, Lin Green summoned up his courage.
I didn't do anything to you yesterday, right?
Bayushi cocked her head, a dumbfounded expression appearing on that cool and imperial face, which was suddenly a bit cute.
Noah, you passed out after the fight, what can you do? That bed.
You mean this? Bayushi waved her hand unconcernedly. Yesterday's events were taken over by the military, our mission was over, our rewards waited until we got back to school to be handed out, and then I threw you in bed.
Then why are you in bed?
Bayushi looked at the little cutie with a gaze at Lin Green. The bed is so big, it's more than enough for 2 people to sleep, okay?
No, that. Linlu left half of her sentence unsaid. Then what was the deal with being so intimate this morning?
Bayushi thought of something and came up to Lin Green's face with a bad smile on her face.
You shouldn't be thinking that you put me to sleep yesterday, right? Lin Green.
Nosebleed soaked through the paper. Linlu's face was red, the temperature of the whole person suddenly rose several degrees, and there was a hidden heat coming out of his head, like a kettle of boiling water. Bayushi licked her lips. Alright, don't think too much, I was also too sleepy, I fell asleep after sitting on the bed for a while. Did you make a move on me?
No.
Lin Green shook her head like a rattledrum and couldn't count how many no's she said. When he came back to his senses, Bayushi had already left the sofa and was washing up in the bathroom. Lin Green scratched his hair and took a deep breath.
Demonis.
Inside the bathroom, Bayushi stifled a laugh while brushing her teeth, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising when she thought about Lin LV's embarrassed appearance.
You said yourself that you wanted me to keep teasing you. Don't blame me. Chapter 62, The Autumn of Cicadas.
In the city of Asia in the fall, the heat was slightly cool, the warm air neutralized the originally sluggish autumn wind, and the mildness that did not belong to the summer and autumn seasons came to the surface. The wet and salty sea breeze blows on the coconut trees, swaying the wind chimes hanging on the branches. Lin Green and Bayushi walked side by side on the beach, spaced a little distance apart, each of them holding a chai stick in their mouths, the warm breath mixing into their nostrils, intertwined with the sweet flavor of candy.
So why don't we both go back now? Lin Green looked to Bayushi.
Bayushi shivered the candy, prying the plastic candy stick up and down. Traveling at public expense, it's a bargain not to be taken advantage of.
But don't forget there's still a Taoist saint watching.
You're so timid, Bayushi pouted and grunted. What are you afraid of with Elder Lu around, not to mention that the official Tao saint might have already arrived in Asia City.
You're not afraid that he'll suddenly pop out and take you captive?
Lin Green smiled with a playfulness.
I still have you.
Lin Green froze for a moment, then blushed slightly. I don't count for. Bayushi snickered.
Hee, there are ice candy gourds in such a hot day in Asia City.
Bayushi suddenly spotted the vendor on the beach and quickly ran over. Auntie, your sugar gourds actually don't melt on such a hot day, so awesome. The old woman looked kindly at the white-haired girl in front of the stall, gently shaking her fan in her hand.
Granny me, I'm a food-type god pro, these are my god pros.
Lin Green, who was walking over, happened to hear this and her eyes lit up. If one were to charter a transcendent whose god pro is a sunny stick, wouldn't that be? He looked at Bayushi. How nice it would be if your god pro was a sunny stick.
Bayushi? Do you want me to raise you?
Bayushi grabbed Lin Green's ear.
Ouch. Want a bunch of sugar gourds, little girl?
The old woman smiled as she looked at Bayushi and Lin Green who were fighting.
Come 2 bunches.
Good. The old woman wrapped up 2 bunches of large, full-sized sugar gourds and handed them over, and Bayushi let go of Lin Green's ear to catch them.
How much is it, Granny?
No money. The old woman withdrew her wrinkled hands. It doesn't cost much anyway. Wifey, I see you 2 little kids are easy on the eyes, so I'll give it to you. Lin Lu took the sugar gourd handed over by Bayushi and gave the old woman a deep look.
What do you usually live on, Granny?
Wife, I have a good grandson, although I do not live with him before, but he is still very filial. The family conditions are not good. Also insisted on coming to stay with me a few times a year. In fact, I would like to go to look for him, but the children are not easy, so I run a little farther away, so that it is not easy for them to come to look for me. Lin Green ate the sugar gourd, recalling the sweetness that is different from the sunny bar.
So Granny, has your grandson awakened?
Hearing these words, the granny's back straightened. Of course, I just awakened this year, and I'm still a 1 in a million god level. Lin Green and Bayushi's teeth that were biting into the sugar gourd paused for a moment and looked at each other in horror.
Granny, is your grandson's name Chin Mai?
The old granny smiled and nodded. Yes, it seems you guys have heard of it as well. Lin Green thought about it. It seemed like Chin Mai's family situation was really bad before he awakened. He was pitted by Lin Yu, and other people's children were really poor. Thinking of this, Sun was silently activated, and a few of the banknotes he had brought with him were pressed underneath the plate containing the sugar gourds. It wasn't much, but it was a peace of mind. Bayushi noticed Lin Green's small movements and glanced up at him.
Little fool, quite kind. Let's go then, Granny. Go on, come back to Granny if you want to eat sugar plums.
With the yell of the sugar gourd seller, the 2 white-haired figures drifted away under the waving of the afternoon sun, pulling down long shadows.
Where is this again?
Lin Green looked at the lush palm fronds and chewed on a sunny stick while eating a sugar gourd.
A new park, so many kids come here to play.
Bayushi trotted to a giraffe model and struck a pose. Take a picture. What's there to take pictures of? It's not like you haven't seen it before. I really haven't seen it before, my free time is confined to the White House. Lin Green slapped herself. How could I be so cheap? The white-haired teen scratched his head and pulled out his cell phone and pointed it at the white-haired girl. The afternoon sunlight was like honey, pouring over the lush trail. The branches and leaves intertwined freely, shedding dappled light and shadows on the hot earth. When the breeze brushes lightly, the light and shadows are like agile elves, jumping around on the sugar plums. The young girl and the giraffe were placed at the right angle in the viewfinder, and Lin Green pressed the shutter. Click. Lin Green glanced at the photo album and the corners of his mouth twitched. It seemed that he and the photography business were not meant to be. Bayushi came over to take a look at the photo and her expression changed from sunny to cloudy. Let me explain. Do you have to wait for that black shadow to land on my human center before you're willing to press the shutter? Bayushi gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Green. Lin Lu glanced at the photo again, and the white-haired beauty next to the giraffe statue had suddenly turned into a Japanese girl. I didn't do it on purpose. Forget it, you boys are all like that. Lin LV revealed a resigned expression and put away her cell phone to follow Bayushi. Why are you still aggrieved? Bayushi felt puzzled. It's not like I'm being mean to you. I don't know. Alright, don't blame you. Bayushi reached out to rub Lin Green's head of messy hair, and gave a light pat on that head. There's a punching bag over there, hey, go. Saying that, Bayushi pulled Lin Lu's hand, and in the latter's shocked gaze, she brought him to a sign that read, I miss you in Asia. Take a picture together? Bayushi looked toward Lin Green. Lin Green's gaze still lingered on Bayushi's hands that were held together with Bayushi's. Anything. At this moment, a tourist with a professional camera happened to pass by, and Bayushi playfully came in front of them. Hello, can you take a picture for us? Yes, no problem. The man nodded and smiled as he pushed up the glasses that hung on the bridge of his nose. As a photography enthusiast, there is always a heart that wants to take good photos. A good photo, in addition to the support of the shooting technique, the subject is also particularly important. He was happy to let his camera record this handsome couple. Lin LV stood stupidly next to the sign, holding a sugar gourd in her hand, looking at a loss for words, while Bayushi was much more lively, standing on the other side of the room with a grin on her face, her hands behind her back and her legs folded. Ka-ching! The shutter clicked. A green leaf frames the first official photo of the two of them together as the sunlight intertwines with the shadows of the trees. The young man in the photo had a face like a crown of jade, a head of white hair moving with the wind, his blue eyes sparkling with showmanship and a little nervousness, when like a stranger young man. The young girl is standing up, white long hair tied into a high ponytail behind her head, two hands behind her back, hanging on her cool face with a smile that can't be stopped. A leaf hanging in the I miss you in Asia sign above, with the forest green in Bayushi's youth is framed together. With the swaying breeze and dappled shadows, such an inconspicuous place records one of the few moments of tranquility in youth. There is tension, there is love, there is restlessness, there is elation. In October, autumn, a photo named Summer was quietly born. What's the difference between a dull fall day and a full-blown summer day if there's angst and love all around? Though the golden fall leaves fall, the youth has cicadas chirping. Why does it feel like this chapter is written in such a sour odor? The big brothers think the book is good if you can give a book review to the chicken chung a 5-star. I'd like to ask for a review and a 5-star review. Thank you Rotting Winter for powering up for love. Thank you Hakotatsu for generating power for love. Thank you Grandma's Dream Girl for generating power for love. Thank you Swimming Under the Sky TCs for generating love. Thanks to the owners of Chapter 63 Absorbing Cold Star Chalcedony. So, have you had enough fun, Missy? Lin Green plopped down on the couch, feeling like she was falling apart. In the past few days after the mission ended, Yin University didn't specify a time for the two to return to school, so Bayushi simply dragged Lin Lu around and played around. All kinds of parks, all kinds of beaches, all kinds of amusement parks and beach baths were played one by one. Bayushi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a black hair rope in her mouth, her hands gathering her long hair behind her head. One last day of fun, back tomorrow. Yin University, Principal's office. The principal's heart was dripping blood as he looked at the funding card that kept dropping in value, and he took a deep breath to request access to the transaction records. Beach bath. Amusement park. Zoo. Real CS. Lin Green. You're bringing Bayushi down. Asia's city. Achoo. Lin Green sneezed and rubbed her nose. Who missed me? At this time, Bayushi had already finished collecting herself and walked over to Lin Lu and spun around in front of her. Does it look good? Ugly. Good looking. Given the fact that there was a tanged sword held up in front of him, Lin Green's classmates were forced to tell the truth by the lewdness. The young girl grunted and turned the hilt of her blade to pull a knife twist. By the way, I've given some thought to what you told me earlier. Lin Green sat upright. What is it? Fall in love with your sister? Bayushi joyfully put her whole face over, her big eyes blinking with buring, looking dumb and silly. The corner of Lin Green's mouth twitched. No, about the cold star chalcedony. Oh, Bayushi put away her delighted expression and once again cleared her head. But there are enemy Dao Saints here. If they absorb it here, Senior Lu won't necessarily be able to conceal his aura. The official Dao Saint arrived 2 days ago to take over from Lu to track down that Dao Saint, so Lu now has free time to help you. Bayushi thought about it. Now was indeed a good opportunity. Even though the Dao protectors arranged by the Bai family were keeping an eye on them, they were forced to do so by the powerful force of Lu Duan, who definitely didn't dare to rob them openly. If she dared, the last Dao protector was exemplary. The one that robbed the martial arts crystal. It's better to do this kind of thing sooner rather than later, so do you want to absorb it now? Lin Green cracked open a sunny stick and stuffed it in his mouth. Good, Bayushi nodded, then came over to Lin Green. Do you want me to share one with you? Lin Lu was a bit moved. With a tribute less spiritual power like him, no matter what martial arts he performed, the power would be a little bit weaker because of the attribute mismatch. If he could absorb a cold star chalcedony, his attribute less spiritual power would most likely be transformed into ice attribute spiritual power, or a very powerful kind. Forget it, I don't need this kind of thing. Lin Green shook her head. For him, the 6 eyes and the no downside jutsu were the foundation of his establishment, and being greedy was not good enough, and if his attribute became the ice attribute, it might backfire. Really don't want it? No. The corners of Bayushi's mouth rose. Then when my sister becomes super powerful after absorbing it and beats you up, you don't want to cry. Lin Lu raised an eyebrow. It seems like a certain Chen family young master said something similar before he fought me. Shen's ancestral secret realm, a certain pretty boy who was undergoing training and transformation sneezed, and the hand's green dragon crescent blade collected force and was toppled and flew out. I really? Back on the sub-city side. Alright, quickly absorb it. Lin Green lifted her head to summon Road's End. The black-clothed Road End appeared in the room without a sound and closed the notes in his hand along with the novel. I can mask part of my aura, but there's no guarantee that Dao Saint won't notice. That's enough, trouble Elder Lu. Small matter. Road End's figure disappeared, and immediately afterward, an invisible fluctuation covered the entire room. Brother Lu has struck, let's begin. Good. Bayushi didn't flirt with Lin Green anymore, and took out 3 fingernail-sized ice blue crystals from her spatial ring, and in just a few moments, the temperature in the entire room suddenly lowered, and ice crystals vaguely appeared within the water cups on the table. What a terrifying treasure. Lin Green pushed the small round sunglasses on the bridge of her nose and looked at Bayushi sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding the 3 crystals in her hands and starting to absorb them. When she absorbs the cold star chalcedony, there will be high-quality spiritual energy leaking out. You can try absorbing it, it's good for cultivation. Rodan's voice sounded in his head, and Lin LV nodded. Good. The white-haired teenager's gaze once again fell on the young girl's body, and was surprised to find that she had actually entered a state of deep cultivation, her slender hair draped over the back of her head, with dots of frost rendered at the tips of her hair and eyebrows, adding a few moments of coldness to the young girl once again. Ever since I passed out that day, I seem to have a slight clue about the reversal technique. Lin Green, after making sure that the young girl's cultivation state was fine, didn't listen to Lu Duan's start of cultivation, but instead began to ponder. It's as if originally, the reversal technique was a wall, and I couldn't do anything about it, but after that wall broke through a small hole. If one drills that small hole, one can poke through that wall and completely master the reversal technique. Although it sounded simple, it was still difficult to implement. Forget about thinking about this, it's better to cultivate first. Cultivation is the principle. Lin Green sat cross-legged on the sofa and closed his eyes to pull in the high-intensity spiritual energy that escaped into the air to strengthen his body. What kind of spiritual energy is this? Lin Green was shocked in his heart. This kind of spiritual power can top nearly 100 copies of spiritual power within an ordinary spirit stone on Earth. This is a mild type of spiritual power. The voice of Rodan resounded in his head at the right time. The quality of the spiritual power in the abyss is twice as weak as this, but this can cause people below the Tao Emperor to explode and die. The spiritual power within the cold star chalcedony is so mild and incomparable that it can be absorbed by even the Tao Fate. Its main function is to change the talent and transform the body. Raising cultivation is secondary. Lin Green's heart was clear. It is indeed good stuff, but why can Laozi only pull it into his body without being able to absorb it? After telling Rodan about the confusion, Rodan was also puzzled and said he wasn't sure, but he packed his bags and said that it wouldn't cause any harm to his body, so just feel free to haul it in. After receiving Lu Jian's assurance, Lin Ro felt relieved to boldly continue pulling. After about half an hour, Lin Green snapped his eyes open, his radiant 6 eyes looking towards the location of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu? There was no response. Boom! The huge floor-to-ceiling window shattered into slag, shards of glass erupting towards the interior. Lin Green activated Song to block in front of Bayushi, every single glass shard that was deadly enough to be infinitely blocked in front of him, and he pulled down his sunglasses to reveal his 6 eyes. Who? Not a bad response. A familiar man levitated outdoors, his expression cold, but not much use. His gaze crossed over Lin Green to Bayushi behind the teenager, and a look of excitement appeared on his cold face. It's actually really the Cold Star Chalcedony, and it looks like it's the three that were taken away by Lin Xian and Chen Yao. Lin LV didn't move to protect Bayushi. The treasure has an owner. Your Excellency should please return. The expression was calm and unparalleled, but inwardly, he was restless. He frantically called the end of the road, but all these messages were all stone sunk without knowing where to go. Oh, you're calling out to your Tao Lord Protector? The man revealed a playful smile. He's being held back by your people. Oh, now you're truly isolated. In the distant sky, Lu Duan's face was so gloomy that it could drip water as he looked incredulously at the old man in front of him.
Lord Rongshang, why? It's just a deal, it's insignificant.
One insignificant deal and you sold Huaxia. Rodin gripped the hilt of the shadow-bearing sword, no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart. My lifespan is about to expire. I won't live for 2 years even if I don't do this. I might as well take a gamble. There are good things over there in the Fey race that can prolong my life for me.
Rodin gritted his teeth.
Rongshang's pale face didn't have a trace of expression on it. It's better to worry about yourself. Don't think about those two little kids. You're already taking care of yourself. Inside the VIP suite, the man elegantly took a step into the warm room, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction, sighing in his heart at the power of the Cold Star Chalcedony. First time meeting, allow me to introduce myself. He smiled faintly at Lin Green, but that smile sent chills all over Lin Green's body. My name is Li Changyan, Daosing 3rd stage, and I'm your enemy.
Chapter 64, Lin Lu vs Li Changsmoke.
Lin Green had never expected that the official Dao Saints sent out to pursue Li Chang Smoke would be taken in by Li Chang Smoke and in turn become a sharp knife against them. Although you're on my must-kill list, I'll let you go first today. Li Changyan gently waved his hand. Lin Green only felt like he was knocked over by a speeding truck. The whole person flew up and fell heavily on the wall. After all, you can kill any time, but the Cold Star Chalcedony is not the same. If you miss this time there will be no chance. Li Changyan took a step to Bayushi's side, staring greedily at the 3 crystals in her palm. The Dao Saint's mighty pressure flourished and hardened, pulling Bayushi, who was in a deep state of cultivation, out. The young girl obviously hadn't reacted to what was going on when a large hand took her under control, sealing off her entire body's spiritual energy. There was no time to panic as a circle of light beams bound the young girl and threw her into the crack in space that had just torn open. A time fluctuation enveloped the entire room, and Lin Green appeared in front of the spatial rift, holding Bayushi's hand. Click, click. Cracks like glass shattering on Li Changyan's body and expanding until with a crisp sound, a large calloused hand rested on Lin Green's arm.
Time-based ability, interesting, you actually didn't log into the God Advent Hall.
A message exploded in Lin Green's brain, and before he could savor it, Li Changyan's hand suddenly lashed out, removing one of Lin Green's arms.
Ah! If I don't kill you today, don't seek death yourself.
A broken arm waving blood-leaping glass slag from outside the broken glass window crashed downstairs, eliminating the possibility of reattaching it back. Li Changyan nodded with satisfaction and pressed on Lin Green's chest, knocking him out of the room. Lin Green's body crashed through the VIP suite's highest security level room door, smashing through the corridor's tiles set into the wall. Looks like you care about this girl. If you really want to save her, catch up with me first. Lin Green's consciousness faded, resignation and pain echoed within his blood-accumulated chest, and a sense of powerlessness spread throughout his body as he looked at the young girl who had been shoved into the spatial rift. So what if she possessed a powerful divine progenitor and martial arts? In the face of a hard gap of absolute strength, everything was zero. Suddenly, Lin Green felt a huge force coming from his shoulder. A pair of blue eyes with anger pierced through his torso and pulled him towards the darkness, and in the last second before his consciousness sank, the owner of the blue eyes looked back at him. Rest, I'll do it. In a piece of rubble, the teenager opened his eyes that had just closed, a blue essence burst out from his eyes, and the high-quality spiritual energy that had originally escaped the room was sucked into Lin Green's body at a terrifying speed, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that intersected with the spiritual energy that had previously been pulled into his body. Boom! Lin Green's body exploded out from the rubble, and along with this gust of wind, he hovered in the air outside the building. The blue 6 eyes probed around, finally locking onto a target. As he'd pale, was suddenly activated, the space of the entire sub-city began to boil, and a no-holds-barred technique with an atomic level of finesse was transformed into an invisible field that took over the entire space of the sub-city. At this moment, both Rongshang and Lu Ju, who were fighting, and Li Changyan, who had been forcibly expelled by the spatial rift, all revealed horrified expressions. Although they could also do this, but to be able to transgress their ability to directly manipulate the space of an entire sub-city, the opponent's strength was feared to be far beyond them. It seems that the officials have come with someone more reliable than you. Rodin swung his sword and chopped out a sword chi, brushing aside half of Rongshang's white hair. It's useless, Li Changyan's ability is stronger than you think.
Rongshang didn't care.
Having lost control of space, Li Changyan did not panic, understanding that the other party was only trying to hinder his long-distance shifting, but was not sure of his exact location, so he was still quite safe now. Don't even think about it, no one will be able to find me unless the Tao Emperor himself comes. Li Changyan glanced at Bayushi faintly. At this moment, Bayushi had been completely controlled, she couldn't even move her fingers, she had even lost the right to commit suicide.
Li Changyan swept off into the distance with Bayushi, and the next moment, a white-haired figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Changyan, and the majestic infinite helped stop Li Changyan, who couldn't break in time, face to face in the air. You! Li Changyan was shocked in his heart, unleashing his cultivation to pull away from Lin Green, staring at him warily. What's going on, you guy? Lin Green's right arm hadn't been repaired yet, dripping sticky blood downwards into the air. Looking at Bayushi was filled with heartache. That idiot must be in a lot of pain. Li Chang Smoke didn't wait for Lin Green to speak as the purple energy transformed into a huge ball of energy and threw it at Lin Green. The teenager raised his right hand without panic. Oh, forgot the right hand was gone. Well, let's fix it. A mass of flesh and blood wriggled in the severed opening, the entire right arm rapidly regenerating at a brutal and unreasonable speed, wrapped around the infinite arm, stabbing through the ball of energy that was enough to make any Dowlord under the road's end scornful, bringing with it the aftermath of an explosion that only whipped Lin Green's shattered hair and the hem of his coat. Hand over the person if you don't want to die. Lin Green looked at Li Changyan icily. Li Changyan let go of his hand and Bayushi hovered in the air as he revealed a wry smile. Come on. The two stood opposite each other, then struck out at the same time, their bodies crashing together. No, not together. Lin Green can touch Li Changyan, but Li Changyan cannot touch Lin Green. The two exchanged dozens of rounds. Li Changyan was surprised to find that in addition to no lower limit, in terms of physical skills, he is not a match for the other party. How is this possible? Before he had time to exclaim, Lin Green reached out and grabbed Li Changyan's upper collar, pulling him closer to his face. The wind of his fist whistled and smashed into Li Changyan's face, mixed with the traction of San, exploded in the moment of contact. Li Changyan only felt that he was being launched out as a missile. If it wasn't for his physical qualities and cultivation being strong enough, I'm afraid that the whole person would have to fly out. Although he didn't understand why Lin Green had exploded, Li Changyan understood that facing the current Lin Green, he couldn't take advantage of anything by himself. But coincidentally, he, Li Chang Smoke, never fought 1v1. A powerful spirit beast was summoned, roaring through the air with the aura of a peak Dowlord, those crimson eyes locking onto Lin Green's position and opening its bloody mouth at the teenager. Don't get in the way. Lin Green didn't bother to look at the terrifyingly powerful spirit beast and casually stretched out his palm at it, a small red ball glittering with eerie red light coalescing in the center of his palm. Boom! Smashed into the spirit beast's huge body, the powerful repulsive force directly blasted the spirit's body into broken and twisted, and the wild wind exploded, twisting the spirit beast's tattered body into crumbs. Gulp! Li Changyan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If the same Dowlord situation, against that spirit beast he would never win easily, and Lin Green just used a small ball like that to kill it in seconds. Would it hurt to death to have this thing smashed on his body? He won't know the answer to that. Because the next thing Li Changyan had to face was the unlimited, void-style common Gromwell. Jutsu-style Shun turned Song. Jutsu reversal Hyuk. Void common Gromwell. Purple energy projectiles wrapped in a tyrannical and destructive aura erupted from the collision of gravity and repulsion. The imaginary mass that kept pouring out ran towards Li Changyan with a heavy pressure. In a shaking of the ground, Li Changyan's body appeared in the center of the explosion with black smoke. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Green in horror. I didn't expect this kid to have such an ability. But he, Li Changyan, wasn't a vegetarian either. A vortex appeared in front of his body, and uncountable souls gushed out from it. Lin Green frowned. Although such a number of spirits could be fought, he would definitely run out of strength after resolving them. There was still Li Changyan on the side watching intently, and he guessed that Li Changyan wanted to give up these bodies to take away Bayushi. In Li Changyan's maniacal laughter, he grabbed Bayushi's body and flew in the opposite direction, while in a gloomy autumn wind, the teenager formed the Emperor's hand seal, with the aura of the King's Landing that made the void tremble. Domain unfolding infinite empty place. Thanks to all the bosses for hyping and powering up. Love you guys. Thank you Praying Lingxi for generating power with love. Thank you Rotting Winter for using love to generate electricity. Thanks to Grandma's Dream Girl for generating electricity with love. Thank you Idle Fish Fried Rice with Eggs for generating electricity with love. Thanks to Saratobi Day who loves Caesar salad for generating electricity with love. Give Chicken Satoshi a little positive feedback. Chapter 65 Extreme Dao Jade. The azure sky, a darkness occupied the entire field of vision, just a thousandth of an instant. The black shell of the entity field infinite empty space occupied the entire sky, on the ground looking upwards with the sun as dazzling as the sun. Ka-ching! In just 0.2 seconds, the entire field broke apart. The black shell was like a poisonous black rose floating down in all directions, and then slowly dissipated into fine powder in mid-air, and in a flash, all the things in the field other than Lin Green all stood still. Souls hovering in the sky with their teeth and claws, Li Changyan falling down in a stagnant manner, and Bayushi, who was also down. The three things formed a still picture scroll, dotted in a line of azure blue. Lin Green's body went limp, losing his strength and falling downward. Even the remnants of a soul that was a Dao Day Emperor couldn't manage to fight against the absolute rule, entering a brief jutsu meltdown after the domain. He did not panic as wisps of blood flowed from his eyes, stopping his form from hovering in the air.
Although it was the residual soul of the Daoday Emperor that was controlling this body, a Daodan was a Daodan and possessed a limited amount of power, but Lin Green could control a much larger number of infinities through the unlimited technique based on the experience of his previous life, and achieve an outburst at the level of a Daoday saint. In other words, all of Lin Green's current power came from the unlimited artifice, and once he entered the artifice meltdown, then he was no different from an ordinary Daodan. Before unfolding the field, Lin Green had made assumptions, making sure that the 0.2 seconds of infinite emptiness wouldn't destroy Bayushi's brain, that way he could heal himself by reversing the jutsu. Similarly, after entering the jutsu fusion, one could violently destroy the part of the brain engraved with the infinite emptiness jutsu through spiritual energy and then heal through the reversal jutsu. Although it was also a Daodan, the maneuverability was greatly increased after mastering the reversal jutsu. In just 2 seconds, Lin Green had done the 2 major jutsu once performed by Gojo Go in Shibuya and Shinjuku. After recovering his no lower limit jutsu, Lin Green activated Sang to grab Bayushi and move away from the battlefield after instantly moving again. In fact, he had the opportunity to kill Li Chang Smoke during this time, but did not do so out of caution. Lin Green understood in his heart that this appearance was purely by virtue of the high-quality spiritual power of Bayushi that had escaped into the room, and now that there was very little of that power left, not to mention whether or not it would be possible to kill Li Changxian in seconds. If Li Changxian didn't kill him and he was the first to be unable to support him, then he would be committing a great sin. Trouble, let you go first. However, Lin Green didn't do nothing and left a shot of Hyuk. After reaching a safe distance, the crimson light annihilated Li Chang Smoke's right arm. Milky white energy covered Bayushi's entire body, healing her while dispelling all the means left behind by Li Chang Smoke. The young girl recovered from her state of downtime.
Lin Green? I am.
Lin Green continuously activated Pale, instantaneous transmission, taking Bayushi out of the boundaries of the sub-city and over a barren sea, utilizing the infinity to create an island. This island has no risk after my enchantment. Li Changyan can't find you, just feel free to cultivate here.
Lin Green.
Bayushi looked at the teenager with a cold face.
What's wrong? Do you like me?
A sentence that nearly choked the strongest contemporary to death.
What? Words? Bayushi came forward and crossed her arms, isn't it?
Yes.
Lin LV nodded and admitted it with a big smile. Then why haven't you been coming to me since you got married, and why are you so afraid of me now?
Lin Green scratched his head. How should I put it? At that time, almost every tribe within the abyss wanted to get me killed, so in order to protect you I specifically distanced myself from you.
Hearing this, Bayushi's eyes narrowed into slits happily. What about the second question?
This, well.
You attack too much, give him a sense of inauthenticity. Why did you use he? Aren't you guys alone?
Lin Green thought for a moment. There is still a slight difference. After all, the heart is different. Seemingly wanting to end this topic quickly, Lin Lu pressed down on Bayushi, who had crossed her arms. Alright, quickly cultivate. I'll take this time to go and give Li Changsmoke a whole lot of trouble.
You have enough spiritual energy stored in your body? Bayushi was a Dao Lord at her peak after all, and hit the nail on the head.
I forgot about the effect of the 6 eyes. Lin Green realized with hindsight that those spiritual powers could go through the 6 eyes effect.
Bayushi. By the way, don't forget that thing, don't let it go if you can get it.
Lin Green shook his head. Hang on, this time Li Changyan is not a Dao Lord but a Dao Lord saint. I guess it's related to that thing. I'll try my best.
Alright, cultivate. Lin Green raised his eyebrows and pretended to be fierce.
I know. Bayushi reached out and cupped Lin Green's face, pulling it to the left and tugging it to the right.
Was it fun? How Maru?
There will be plenty of opportunities for you to play later. Lin Green stroked Bayushi's head as if she were coaxing a child. If you don't listen again, I'll break your little short legs. Bayushi looked down at her 2 long, round, big white legs. Obviously, they're long legs. When she looked up again, Lin LV had already disappeared. She curled her mouth. What the heck, you're afraid of me too, strongest lord. On the other hand, Li Changsmoke, who was free from the influence of the infinite empty place, came back to his senses and realized that he had fallen on the ground, smashing a huge crater in the ground, and that he had also lost an arm. What kind of ability is this? It can actually forcefully control me. Li Changyan rubbed his head and let go of his senses to search for Lin Green and Bayushi's scent, finding nothing. Forget it, let's take care of Lu Duan with that old man first. This guy's threat isn't much worse than Lin Xian's. Stifling it in the cradle is the best.
Then you don't have that chance.
Li Changyan turned back to find Lin Green leaning against a boulder, yawning in boredom. What the hell is wrong with you? He felt a sense of fear for the first time since he came to Earth.
Where is the extreme Dao Jade?
Lin Green didn't answer Li Changsmoke, but asked back.
Li Changyan froze. How do you know about the extreme Dao Jade?
Then he reacted, no matter how you know, it doesn't matter, I've already absorbed it. In that case, a hint of regret appeared on Lin Green's handsome face, then it passed in an instant. But it doesn't matter, I'll see for myself if I've absorbed it or not.
You don't have that chance.
The same words and techniques were returned to Lin Green by Li Changsmoke, who waved his only remaining left hand to render the space around him black.
Oh?
Lin Green moved slightly. I knew you wouldn't be able to absorb it all. The ability to modify reality only exists with the Johto Jade. It's useless for you to know, because you'll die in this space. All cultivation is meaningless here. The only thing that exists is the content of a special drama called Masked Rider from 400 years ago. Li Changyin took out a memorizer and plugged it into a port on the back of his hand. Over. It's time to end it. Lin Green never expected Li Changyan to decide to deal with him in his best area, so he rewarded Li Changyan for not materializing out of the Feng Demon Drive. Arc Driver. Lin Green laughs indulgently, sending chills down the spine of Li Chang Smoke, who has turned into a doped body.
This isn't right. Arc 1. Singularize. Conclusion 1. The black and white holstered Lin Green moved his neck and could clearly perceive his opponent's unstoppable laughter even through his mask.
I'm full of malice towards you. Chapter 66 The Extreme Dao Jade Arrives, by Yushi's Tenderness. The black canopy suddenly broke open a large hole, and the long-lost sunlight waved freely on the desperate Li Changyan. In just half an hour, he was busted 3 times. The child struggled to reach toward the ragged hole, trying to catch the glimmer of light, and behind the desperate man, the black and white holster approached slowly on raging malice, each step carrying a twisted trailing of words beneath its feet.
Don't you come any closer. Give me the polar jade and spare your life.
Lin Green didn't choose to kill Li Chang Smoke, but instead asked him for the extreme Dao Jade. In his opinion, Li Chang Smoke could be killed sooner or later, but it was just a matter of bouncing around for a while longer, while something like the extreme Dao Jade could be encountered but not sought after, simply because it was a product of the death of an alien Dao pole. Life and fortune. Yukichi crouched beside Li Chang Smoke, his one eye bursting with an oozing red light. Choose one for yourself. A jade was thrown out by Li Chang Smoke. Lin Green reached out and caught it, losing the support of the jade of the extreme Dao. The reality that had been modified by Li Chang Smoke instantly collapsed, and the two of them resumed their original appearance and appeared in the original deep pit. Get lost, before I change my mind. Li Changyan gritted his teeth unwillingly and covered his broken arm as he woefully tore through the spatial rift in an attempt to leave. Snap! The spatial crack suddenly closed. You don't keep your word. Li Changyan looked angrily at Lin Green. No, what I said was, get lost. Lin Green said without looking back as he played with the crystal clear jade in his hand. You're dreaming. Then die. Before the Hyuk formed, Li Chang Smoke tore through the spatial rift and rolled in. When the spatial rift closed, Lin Green's body went limp and flopped onto the ground with a snap. Due to the Yakuza Jade modifying the reality, Six Eyes ceased to exist in that reality, and was able to rely on that little bit of aura to support the tyrannical abuse of Li Chang Smoke for half an hour. In addition to the strength of Yukichi, there was also his absolute resentment towards this pussy. Regardless of whether it was in the original timeline or the current timeline, Li Chang Smoke, the mid-term boss, had caused him quite a bit of trouble, and the other party had taken the initiative to give the opportunity to seek abuse, so it was not good for him to refuse. No, unconscious in this pure looking for death, in case Li Chang Smoke suspected and then come back to play a big game. With the last bit of strength, Lin Green used no limit to tear open a space crack to let himself transferred to the side of Bayushi. Looking at the young girl who once again entered the depth of cultivation, the teenager fell into a deep sleep. Bayushi, who was cultivating, opened her eyes at some point and looked at Lin Green, who had fallen to the ground, revealing a touch of tenderness. Little fool, exhausted, you know to come to sister? Understanding what Lin Green was worried about, Bayushi spread out her palm, and a white, slightly transparent crystal lay in her hand. Fool, how could sister not leave it for you? Originally, Lin Green was worried that the ice attribute spiritual energy would contaminate his spiritual energy, but how could Bayushi not understand him? The previous absorption didn't cultivate, but rather purified the attributes of the spiritual energy stored within the cold star Chalcedony, leaving the ice attribute within himself, leaving the pure spiritual energy within the cold star Chalcedony. She gently broke open Lin Green's mouth and stuffed the crystal into Lin Green's mouth. A reward for you, I haven't touched any of the spiritual energy inside. Patting Lin Green's face, the young girl settled down to begin real cultivation. In the sky above the sub-city, Rongsheng's pale body shot out explosively as he stabilized himself, his chest heaving up and down as a hideous fissure climbed from his left shoulder to his right. On the contrary, the opposite side of the road end is much more relaxed, hand changing patter dripping blood. How could you possibly have such battle power? Lu Duida pulled out his ears. You seem to have gotten something wrong. I'm a person who has a seal at the Dao Monarch realm, while you're an old dog who has lived for over 200 years and is already stuck at the low level of Dao Saint. Do you really think that your battle power is much better than mine? But it's okay, Rongsheng laughed as he coughed up blood. I'm just responsible for slowing you down. Li Changyan's side will take care of everything. A flash of gravity appeared on Rodan's face, but he quickly released it. Aren't you worried? Rongsheng looked at Rodan suspiciously. Still quite worried, but I believe in young lord. A Daodan and a Dao Saint, you choose to believe in the Daodan? Rongsheng couldn't believe his ears. Do I have another choice? Rodan shrugged, looking offhandedly in a certain direction. Ever since that fluctuation that governed the void appeared, the mark he left on Li Changyan had disappeared, which meant that the mark had been erased by a strong external force. Naturally, it couldn't have been discovered by Li Changyan himself. It was probably because the officials had noticed the abnormality of the sub-city and then sent out other Dao Saints to rush here. Now you should think about where you're going to run. The road exhausts the bearing shadow in the air without seeing the sword body, that sharp aura but a forward, although even the weakest Dao Saint can't possibly suffer on the strongest Dao Jun, but there is an exception to everything. Well, otherwise how did I get my seal? Rongsheng took a deep breath and immediately burned his divine power to flee in one direction. Lu Yuan pretended to chase after him and swung his sword with all his might to cut out a sword chi. The seven-colored sword chi tore through the void to catch up with Rongsheng's figure, nearly slicing him in half. Ah! Boom! Rongsheng clenched his teeth, and an unimaginable energy erupted within his pale body as his speed steeply accelerated. Finally running away. Rodan touched the sweat on his head, his face turned from red to pale very quickly, his throat was sweet and he wanted to spit out blood, but he swallowed it back. Luckily it was stupid enough. If I was a little more cautious I wouldn't have been able to pretend. Rodan closed his eyes and drummed up his spiritual energy to cover the entire sub-city. The entire sub-city continued to clear up in his mind, and every strand of his spiritual energy searched for Lin Green and Bayushi's scent with all his might, but he found nothing. Lu Jian raised an eyebrow. Not in sub-city? Li Chang Smoke's residual scent is weak, it shouldn't be his doing. Thinking about it again and again, Lu Du did not act rashly and decided to wait and see what happens. If it's that kid, it should be over there. Rodan looked in the direction of the sea, and instead of going that way, he first went to the Fuji Hotel. Mr. Lu. The military guarding the ruins of the suite saw Lu Ju and ran over to salute. Where are the people? The military man showed an embarrassed look. No. Don't know. Sure enough, it's not over here. Rodan scratched his chin. What's wrong with you guys? A Dao Saints formation actually failed to be detected, and also, the people sent by the officials mutinied. The military was shocked. You mean old Mr. Rong, he betrayed us? Correction, it's old dog Rong. Rodan sighed. Well, don't stand guard here, there's nothing to it. Go do something worthwhile and wrap this place up. Yes. After dismissing the people from the military, Rodan waved his hand and ripped open the spatial rift, taking a step out into the sky above the distant sea. Well. Let me see. Well. Found it. At a location of about 10 kilometers, a dormitory-sized isolated island hung over the sea, with the white-haired girl sitting quietly on her knees, entering a state of deep cultivation, while the white-haired teenager lay unconscious on the ground. Fainted again. After making sure the two of them were fine, Rodan returned to the VIP suite of the Fuji Hotel and sat on his but on the overturned sofa. Tired me out. How about some encouragement from you bosses, like fragrant hypes, favorable reviews and power generation? Regarding the comments and book reviews inside the book mention those unreasonable plot and settings in the book, I will respond after I finish writing this emotional line. There are some that I did deliberately, will be explained later, as for those because of cerebral palsy and designed to be unreasonable. Should be scolded. Curse hard. Never mind, lighten up on the spraying, newbie author. Extra today, there's another one for later, gifts until the extra chapter thanks. Chapter 67 Arachnid's Prison Break. Sub-City, Transcendental's Prison. Prison Cell 091. Wearing a blue and white striped prison uniform, Spider Tor sat on his bed staring at the ceiling above his head with his eyes lifelessly. He had kept this action for a whole day. Just yesterday, the officials had told him the truth. His beloved Chang Xingyun had long been replaced by an alien mimic, while the real Chang Xingyun had been captured for human experimentation and bonded with the king of the shaped aliens. All this happened on the 8th floor beneath his feet, but he knew nothing about it. Prisoner 091, it's time to eat. A guard placed the meals that the prison had equipped for the inmates on the window and realized that last night's prison meal was still in its original position. The guard shook his head and placed the new meal on the window and removed the overnight one. Is inmate 091 still refusing to eat? Another guard asked in passing as he saw his companion bring in a spoiled meal. Yeah. This kind of person deserves to starve to death. Being a human but colluding with the foreigners, he deserves to be executed on the spot. The Spider Tor kept that movement, his eyes were lifeless. Spider Tor. A soft voice rang in his ears, the familiar and warm tones causing him to lose focus for a moment, then his pupils contracted. Arachnid turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and Zhang Xiaoqing, dressed in casual clothes, stood there playfully. Should I call you Zhang Xiaoqing, or Fei? Spider Tua, don't hold so much malice towards me. Zhang Xiaoqing walked over to Spider Tua with a catwalk, reaching out his fingers to pull up his prison uniform. I'm Zhang Xiaoqing. Scram! Spider Tua bellowed, his eyes red as he looked at the woman in front of him and pushed her away. Spider Tua, it shouldn't be a skin that you like. Zhang Xiaoqing wasn't annoyed by Spider Tua's behavior. but instead found a comfortable position to hug Spider Tua. I'm from the 10,000 Forms clan of the Abyss, and our clan has only one chance in a lifetime to mimic another clan, and this kind of mimicry is in a way fatal to this mimicry is fatal to us in a way, because it will make us completely become another person. Not only the appearance changes, even the soul is leaning towards that person. What belongs to us after successful mimicry is nothing more than the memories of the pre-mimicry. Period. The Spider Tor's divine progenitor and cultivation were sealed, his lips wriggled as he was held, his body unable to use any strength at all. Even if he wanted to break free from Zhang Xiaoqing's embrace, he was unable to do so. I know you are in pain, I understand you, but as I said, I am Zhang Xiaoqing. The only difference from her is that I have an extra memory. While she has long since ceased to be her, she is bonded with the king of the Shape Fae race to become an inhuman, non-different monster, or the king of the Shape Fae race who was cloaked in Zhang Xiaoqing's skin. That's not thanks to you. The spider god tried his best to break free, but how could he, who had lost all of his cultivation, fight against Zhang Xiaoqing, who was in the Tao Emperor realm? But I am her now. Zhang Xiaoqing looked up into Spider Tuo's eyes. The tenderness hidden in the depths of his eyes caused Spider Tuo's heart to tremble. If you can't accept it, do me one more favor, and after it's done, I'll excise all the memories that belong to the Fae, leaving only Zhang Xiaoqing's portion of memories, so that no matter which way I go, I'll still be a part of the Fae. That way I'll be her no matter which way you look at it. You know what, Arachnid, once Zhang Xiaoqing didn't like you, to her you were just a subordinate, but I'm different. Not only am I her, I love you from the bottom of my heart. Arachnid, can you accept me like this? Spider Tua stopped resisting and just stared blankly at Zhang Xiaoqing, complex emotions flowing out from her eyes. Knowing that the time was almost up, Zhang Xiaoqing raised his waist and kissed the spider's lips. Outside the prison cell, two guards noticed the strange movement inside the prison and looked back. What's this spider doing in there? Who knows, his divine presence and cultivation are sealed, he can't make any waves. I'll go take a look, you keep watch. A guard walked outside of prison 091 and looked suspiciously at Spider Tor sitting on the bed. He was just thinking about life when he came to deliver the food. Why is he starting to stare at himself now? Forget it, he's a crazy person, don't worry about him. The guard turned to find a woman standing right behind him and was about to press the alarm when a sharp pain came from his throat. Well. He covered his neck in agony, but couldn't stop the spray of hot blood, and collapsed to the ground and struggled for a moment without a sound. The other prison guard, seeing his partner's delayed return, glanced back suspiciously and took out his walkie-talkie. Command room, 3857 has not returned from his 10-minute prison tour, requesting to leave his post to check on him. Occurrence sounded over the intercom, go. Upon receiving permission, the guards held the intercom in their hands and headed behind them toward prison 091. This is... He stared stonily at the dead bodies in dark red blood on the ground. Aside, the 091 prison was already empty. Command room. Prisoner 091, Spider Towers, has escaped and 3857 has been killed. Repeat, prisoner 091, Spider Towers, has escaped and 3857 has been killed. Roger that. Reinforcements are on the way. The ruins of the Fuji Hotel. Rodan sat on the overturned sofa, bearing a cigarette at the already sparse floor-to-ceiling windows. He was sad now. Lin Green was like having some kind of magic. Even if he didn't go to mess with the high-end warriors, those high-end warriors would come to Lin Green on their own. But leaving aside the process, the end result was that Lin Green didn't have a single thing to do, and often due to the misfortune, Lu Duan was instead beaten up by the Taoist saint every time. Is this right? Can this be right? He is the one who gets hurt every time. Luckily, this is reality, not a novel. If the author of the novel really writes like this, will not pounce on death? The more I think about it, the more depressed I am. This was what Lin Yu said at the very beginning when he snubbed him to become a Taoist protector. Little exhaustion. Your talent is no less than Ziyan. The reason why you're stuck at the peak of Dao Monarch and unable to advance to Dao Saint needs to be luck. It's timing. I'll give you a chance to go to Earth and work as a Dao protector for my grandson. Earth might have what you want. Something you want? Does getting your ass kicked count? Thinking back on these nearly half a year, either he fried fish or he was fried, there wasn't a single sound fight at all, which made Road's End incredibly nostalgic for life in the abyss. Forget about thinking about that much. Ludi exhaled a mouthful of smoke, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands in his pockets. The strong wind poured into the VIP suite through this huge gap, blowing the hem of Lu Jian's trench coat and lifting his bangs that hung in front of his forehead. But at least it's still quite relaxing. It's really quite fun to be with this kid. Lu Duan took out the book titled Notes on Lin Green's Seduction by Bayushi and squeezed out a bad smile on his handsome face. I'll send this to the publisher when you're famous. GGG. Hundreds of miles away on an island, a certain pretty boy who was frozen and curled up in a ball rolled over in his sleep and scratched his butt. 3 more to go. Thanks to you, Polaris owner, for the inspiration capsule with Power with Love. Boss Atmosphere. Thanks to Shiroko Tatsu Boss for the Power with Love. Thank you Praying Linksy Boss for sending Power with Love. Thank you to the owner of Rotting Winter for sending Power with Love. Thank you to the Caesar Salad loving owner of Saratobi Day for sending Power with Love.
I really can't stand it.
Darn tomatoes, my phone got stuck deleting it. Chapter 1 worked so hard to code this morning. Chapter 68 Lin Green and Lin Green. The wet and salty sea breeze drifted over the isolated island in the sea, lapping at the cold air and pouncing on it, and the bright sunlight sprinkled over this leafy isolated island, as warm as the winter sun. Achoo! A certain pretty boy freezes and shrinks into a ball. A sneeze wakes himself up.
He turned awake in a languid manner.
Looking around at the pall that surrounded him, someone's brain briefly went down.
Didn't I get knocked off my feet?
Six Eye's full range of vision allowed him to notice Bayushi, who was cultivating on her knees on the side.
I probably didn't wake up. It's not right. Why is it so real?
Lin Green scratched his face with his right hand.
Ha? Right hand?
I thought I lost my right hand. At this moment, a certain Lin guy felt that the world was wrong. I shouldn't be dead, right? I should be dead into a soul. The soul is sound. Lin Green looked at Bayushi, his heart was mixed. Alas, I didn't expect to get her killed as well. But sis is so hardworking, she's practicing even after she dies. Deep in the depths of his consciousness, the future Lin Green couldn't stand his past self's prancing, and pulled Lin Green's consciousness into the space of consciousness with a wave of his big hand. Lin Green boy was dumbfounded, looking at the pair of blue eyes hanging in the space of consciousness, unconsciously scratching his face.
Where did you meet? Is this still domestic? Lin Green, don't blind pole damn nonsense, you didn't die.
The tall and cold figure crossed the darkness and appeared in front of Lin Lu, the iconic azure blue and white hair shockingly indicating the identity of this person.
The old man is you.
A large and small two forest green began to stare wide-eyed, staring for a while before the small forest green reacted.
So I'm so handsome. De Lin Green?
Although you're right, it's weirdly embarrassing to be so boastful, huh?
Not.
Which with which, off topic. De Lin Green coughed lightly. Long story short, I am the future you, for some reason left a wisp of residual soul across time attached to you. Sharing a body, the two of them understood each other, and Kobayashi Midori cocked her head. So then, you were the one who took care of both the Wind and Moon restaurant earlier and the Li Chang smoke raid just now. That's right, I can still take over my body almost 3 times, Oyashiro nodded. You should feel certain changes in your body, right? The understanding of the reversal jutsu has deepened invisibly. Still not stupid, this place was created by me, it's absolutely safe, you can absorb the spiritual energy escaping from Bayushi to cultivate, but before that you can feel your physical condition, there's a surprise. Also, you can summon Lu after Bayushi finishes cultivating. Lu should have guessed where we are by now, but he's not coming over because he's afraid of luring Li Changyan and that traitor over. Also, I left you an extreme Dao Jade. This thing is the product of the death of the alien Dao extreme, precious and abnormal. Find a chance to absorb it. Don't absorb it now. This thing can't be digested without a month or so, roughly, that's all. Down. Big Lin Green thundered, told him everything Lin Green should know now after the light speed offline, leaving the small Lin Green consciousness to return to the body, standing on a lonely island blowing the sea breeze with a dumbfounded face. Big Lin Green did not tell little Lin Green about Bayushi's rebirth, because he felt that there were some things that were better for Bayushi to say on her own. The amount of information was a bit too much, so Lin Green thought for a moment and sighed.
Roughly as understood, look at your own physical condition. Look at it.
Lin Green sensed his body, and was surprised to find that every place on his entire body had been strengthened, and his ability to withstand it was roughly more than 3 times what it had been before, especially his brain, so that he would be able to increase the power of his undiminished jutsu. The meridians had been expanded, and the heavenly treasures that Lin Yu had previously fed into his body through the millet porridge had been further digested, and in conjunction with the high concentration of spiritual energy had directly raised Lin Green's cultivation level to the Dao Si. The divine progenitor ability had once again awakened, and the 3 awakenings of the divine progenitor that originally had to be completed at the Dao Emperor realm were completed at the Dao Si realm.
I'm tramping. Open?
Lin Green's jaw dropped. Not really, Bayushi wasn't cultivating on her own from the very beginning, instead she purified the spiritual power of a cold star chalcedony for you, making it attribute less, and automatically digested that cold star chalcedony on her own during the time you were unconscious. Lin Green's voice resounded in his mind for a final explanation, and then disappeared, completely going offline. Lin Green looked at Bayushi with a complicated expression, her mouth opening and closing, but she didn't know what to say.
Do you like it?
I do like it. But he did not understand why Bayushi would suddenly like him, as if with some kind of purpose, although the other party was very good to him, but
forget about it and don't think about it.
Sometimes Lin LV thought that it was good that she was not living in a novel. If such a plot of a woman chasing after a man could be written, I guess the author also had a pit in his brain. I think the author has a brain pit, and he deserves to die.
Thanks, arrogant stinky kid.
Lin Green didn't choose to continue absorbing spiritual energy, and after being pushed up to the sea of Dao by a wave, he was temporarily out of the mind to continue advancing. Having crossed 3 great realms in less than 6 months of awakening, the consequence of advancing at a godly pace was a weak foundation, yet the high concentration of mild spiritual energy from the cold star chalcedony had cleared such an obstacle for him. Nonetheless, Lin Green chose to be more cautious. The Daodan realm that would take an unusual genius half a year to cross took him a month to pass, so he didn't have much of an epiphany about this realm. There was more than just the body and foundation that needed to be precipitated, there were also thoughts and feelings. Lin Green looked at Bayushi's delicate face and quietly moved forward, reaching out to gently scrape at the young girl's agitated nose. Then, pinching the face, started all kinds of teasing and playing. For the young girl who had fallen into a deep state of cultivation, this level of disturbance was minimal. The surroundings were getting colder and colder, and Lin Green warmed his body with a slight drumming of his spiritual energy, and he was surprised to find that his resistance to freezing had been significantly improved. Is this thing so useful? While the crystal in the young girl's palm gradually shrunk, the teenager was having so much fun that he forgot about time for a moment. Originally, the two had stayed at sea for 3 days and 3 nights, and at this moment, the young girl's cultivation had entered the closing stage. The last bit of crystals dissolved into crystalline powder and dissipated, and the white-haired girl opened her pupils that were flickering with essence. Lin Green, who was pinching her face, "Oh Chuan." Bayushi lowered her eyes to look at the two salty pig hands twisting her face. Duong. With one punch, Lin Green was numb from head to toe, like a hedgehog exploding and springing left and right. "What are you doing?" The young girl's cool face came up to Lin Green's eyes, the seriousness in her beautiful eyes overflowing. "There are mosquitoes. I shoot mosquitoes." Received a powerful punch, spared the strengthened Lin Green at the moment also dizzy, kicking the orthodox step swaying from side to side, without thinking to babble out a sentence. "Cheat. Duong." Another punch. Dazed and kicking square, someone with their right leg on the ground spun around for a week and a half and fell to the ground with a pout. Bayushi let out a light laugh and squatted down to poke Lin Green in the face. "What kind of person pinches a girl's face like this?" Ka chow. On the raging sea, Rodan stepped on the flying waves to freeze the scene with his camera. "Give me some encouragement bosses, such as fragrant favorable reviews, hyped up with power generation. About you bosses in the previous chapters put forward unreasonable plot, deliberate and so on. I finished writing this part of the emotional line will be in the subsequent chapters to explain one by one, as for because of cerebral palsy and write out the unreasonable. Scolded me at or. Later there is a chapter, today to the bosses to add more. Give me some encouragement. Chapter 69 18-year-old Dokai. Sunset, London. Buckingham Palace. The graceful woman was dressed in gold silk and jade, plain white but not too flashy. Long dress emphasized her noble temperament, a long hair coiled behind her head was bound by a golden crown. Her Majesty the Queen. The butler wearing a monocle owed the woman a bow. "Howard, you should sense it." The Queen ventured without reason. Howard shook his head. "I don't understand what your Majesty is talking about." The dissension of the abyss. A glint flashed in Howard's eyes. Perhaps there is some exotic treasure that has affected the balance that is about to come out. "Howard, there's only the two of us here, there's no need to speak those words that Chinese people deceive themselves and others." The Queen was slightly displeased. "Your Majesty, I think someone's awakening has affected the balance." "I think so too." The Queen nodded slightly, the sunlight piercing through the medieval-style glass window outlining the Queen's perfect jawline. "Within these god classes that awakened this year, who do you think it will be?" "Lin Xian's son, Lin Green." "Why do you think so?" The Queen looked at the old butler with interest. It has been nearly half a year since the day of awakening, and the effects of this little one's divine progenitus have yet to be fully publicized. "Didn't the God's Advent Hall notify us of the news?" "Your Majesty, do you believe it?" Howard shook his head. In just a few battles that Kimchi Kingdom's Lin Green was involved in, he had a high performance that hadn't been reported at the God's Advent Hall, such as the power of time. "How's it going over there in Abuto?" The Queen cocked her head. "Your Majesty, you are trying to. Abdo is the only genius who has awakened to the divine level in the last 3 years in our sunset, and there is a gap between geniuses. I want to see how Abdo, who has awakened 2 years earlier, compares to Lin Green." "There is no comparison between the two of them, at least not right now." The old butler denied the Queen's idea. With a 2-year gap, Abdo was now at the 9th stage of the Dao Si, while this Lin Lu was only at the 4th stage of the Dao Dan when he was in the pickle country. "I admit that he's a genius and has a fast cultivation speed, but didn't you read today's morning newspaper?" The Queen interrupted the old butler. "This Lin Green is already at the 1st stage of the Dao Si." "What?" The old butler couldn't care less about etiquette. He was shocked as he straightened his body. "How is this possible? Even if the talent is as strong as Lin Yu and Zhou Life at his age, they are still only Dao Dan. That's why I'm looking forward to the collision between geniuses and geniuses." "Exactly how?" The Queen covered her mouth and laughed softly, enjoying the old housekeeper's expression. "No special reason, because this morning she was also shocked to hand. Huaxia is about to celebrate the new year, right? Arrange for a time after the new year, so that the 4 divine geniuses of Huaxia this year will come to us. As 4 god-level geniuses to come and have some fun with us." "Not too good, Your Majesty." The old butler hesitated a bit. "Having just gone through what happened in Kimchi country, Chinaxia is constrained by the treaty and can't vent it out. If their 4 babies get hurt on our territory, I'm afraid that the blow that Chinaxia dealt to the Sunbelt 200 years ago will be reproduced again." "Shut up." "Okay. The Queen of England's face instantly darkened at the mention of the retaliatory war in China 200 years ago.
Joe life he dares?
If he dares to come, I'll let him bury these old bones here. It's settled. Isn't Abdo investigating that what's his name's serial murder case lately? If it's not solved after the year is up, then use that as a reason to seek help from the 4 god levels of Huaxia.
Does that require me to write a letter of recommendation?
You write it, the queen nodded, but then shook her head. Never mind, I'll write it.
Yanjing University. Principal's office.
So why is almost $50,000 missing from the card I gave you in less than half a month? The principal's veins rippled and he slapped the card hard on his desk, looking at the 2 gray hairs in front of him, his eyes dripping. Lin Green's eyes glanced around, whistling casually. Bayushi did not say a word, although expressionless, but his face is full of, none of my business, don't look at me. The principal gave Bayushi a look that said, I know you didn't do it, and grabbed the backrest of his chair and threw it at Lin Green's head.
Lin Green, you're bringing Bayushi down. Not.
Confused, someone swished his head toward Bayushi. He slandered me. You quickly tell him the truth. One person does everything for one person. The young girl inclined her head to look at Lin Green with an almost petulant look, and the corner of the pretty boy's mouth twitched. Good. All for one and one for all, I did it. The principal looked painfully at the 2 white hairs. Yes, Bayushi, it's to be like this, not to bow down to the black forces. Lin Green, do you have any more sophistry?
Lin Green, how did you become the president of Yen University with such low intelligence?
Forget it, I won't pursue you, just pay attention next time.
I have to thank you.
This time, I called you here to distribute the rewards for the mission. The principal resumed the posture that elders should have. Originally, I just wanted you to investigate the matter of the warehouse, but I didn't expect that it would involve the 2 big fishes of the Wind and Moon restaurant in Lichang Smoke, and the level of these 2 matters far exceeded the limits of what you could bear, and even put you in a dangerous situation. It even put you guys in a dangerous situation at one point. This is something that the school didn't understand beforehand by investigating, so the school intends to give you guys some more compensation.
What kind of compensation?
Lin Green rubbed her paws and claws excitedly.
Do you lack martial arts?
The principal looked at Bayushi.
No shortage.
Bayushi shook her head. Those martial arts she had learned in her previous life were enough, and many of them were powerful martial arts that she had learned in the Shangyuan Divine Palace as the Lin family's daughter-in-law. Then are you guys short of resources?
The 2 nodded.
The principal surveyed the duo with a scrutinizing gaze and moved slightly. It seems that your divine class luck and talent are both terrifyingly strong. Some days ago a new secret realm was discovered in the magic capital. Shinmai entered and explored it to obtain a heavenly ranked advanced martial art. He also received a spiritual infusion, and his cultivation has now reached the Daodan 6th heavenly level. While you were on your mission, the ancestor of the Chun families will awaken, and Shen Daomo entered the secret realm as an heir to the legacy, and he came out of the gate yesterday, and his cultivation has reached the 5th sky of Daodan. As for you 2, the principal's eyes narrowed. 1 Daodan 8th heaven, his physical condition and degree of spiritual power are not weaker than an ordinary Dao Hai, and 1 Dao Hai 1st heaven, with the divine progenitor awakening 3 times, are both monsters. The principal smacked his lips slightly. The other 3 were still Daodans no matter how heaven-defying they were, but Lin LV had actually leapt to become a Dao Hai.
18-year-old Dao Hai.
Say, what resources are needed? The school will try to fulfill you. Bayushi shook her head. As you said, I don't have any shortcomings as far as I'm concerned, so I'll listen to the school's arrangements for resources and whatnot.
Headmaster, is there that kind of heavenly material that enhances the strength of the brain?
The principal thought for a moment. These kinds of things are very rare. The ones that directly enhance the brain are even rarer than the treasures that wash the soul. Lin Lu understood that this kind of treasure could not be found, so he didn't force himself. Well, the core of my no-low-limit technique is the brain. If the brain is strong enough, I can exert a higher power.
The school will keep an eye out for you, nothing else. Let's go.
Yes. The office door was closed with a bang, leaving the principal alone in the room, leaning on the back of his chair, somewhat lost in thought. Achieving Dao Hai at the age of 18, I can't say you're really the one who broke the balance.
A lot of people say I'm short. Add more. Adding another chapter this afternoon. Give rave reviews for hyping up with power generation. Give thanks or wait for the extra chapter in the afternoon. Chapter 70, Physical Art Cultivation, Taijiquan. Who?
Lin Luduan sat on the futon and let out a long breath as he opened his eyes, a ray of essence flashing from the bottom of his eyes. It's true, the cultivation speed has slowed down more than a little after reaching the Dao Si. The teenager got up and walked to the living room, grabbed the water on the coffee table to moisten his throat, and sat his butt down on the sofa.
Lu.
An airy wind blew by, and Rodin silently appeared beside Lin Green.
Brother Lu, your strength has improved again?
Lin Lu looked at Lu Mei in shock. The 6 eyes that were able to detect the existence of a Dao Saint had actually failed to sense Lu Mei's aura in a certain moment just now.
Well, it's just a hair's breadth away from being a Dao Saint.
Then if you're Dao Saint, Brother Lu, what are your chances of winning against Li Changyan? Killing him is a smooth matter.
Is the gap between a Dao Lord and a Dao Lord Saint that big? Lin Green asked in surprise.
Lu Du thought for a moment. You won't truly understand without feeling that barrier specifically. To give you a blunt example, do you know that 400 years ago there was a gunfighting game called Valorant?
Lin Green froze. 400 years ago. Why is it always 400 years ago?
Many familiar things are products of 400 years ago in the mouths of the people of this world.
I know.
The difference between a Tao Lord and a Tao Lord Saint is like a myth and an empowerment, a hair's breadth apart, a rift in the sky.
Understood.
Lin Green nodded, not having played much in his previous life but having watched the livestream, he roughly understood the gap.
By the way, brother Lu, why can't I cultivate anymore after I've promoted to the Dao Si? Lu Jian carefully observed Lin Lu. It's expected, it's normal, the speed of cultivation will drop after the Dao Si realm, and have you forgotten how you were promoted to the Dao Si?
Cold Star Chalcedony. That's right, just like a drug, high concentrations of spiritual energy are like an overproduction of dopamine by the brain. Your body has already fallen in love with this feeling the first time, so all of humanity does not advocate relying on high amounts of resources to accelerate the advancement of cultivation. In other words, resources are chronic drugs.
That is to say, I'm in an addictive state and need to spend some time to settle down, right?
That's right, Roadzen looked at Lin Green slyly, so you now have time to delve into other ways of becoming stronger. Sometimes realms don't mean everything.
Lin Lu understood that Lu Duan had a plan, and moved over like a puppy. I'd like to hear about it.
I plan to hone your physical skills. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Lin Green's smile froze on her face, remembering certain bad memories. Certain memories of being jerked in place as a gyroscope for 2.5 revolutions. Rhodes End was obviously reminded of this as well, and coughed lightly. Last time was an accident, it was my first time being a teacher, and this time it definitely won't be.
Then how do you plan to teach, brother Lu? One step at a time. How about I teach you Tai Chi?
Tai Chi I can, 8 methods in 5 steps. Lin Green immediately jumped down from the sofa and played half a set of 8 methods in 5 steps in a decent manner. Lu Ju sighed, these are all simplified versions, what I'm going to teach you is the authentic Shen's Taijiquan. After the awakening of the aura, the strength of the transcendentalist's body is unknown how many times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even if you haven't practiced it from a young age you can still build up a good foundation and integrate it.
Is it safe? Road End. Egyptian bar learning or not? 3 weeks later.
In the divine dormitory area, Bayushi was lying on the window of her house with her white hair draped over her head looking out the window.
Ding ding ding.
Bayushi walked to the living room and turned off the alarm clock of her cell phone on the couch.
It's time to deliver that idiot's food on time again.
The young girl lifted the 2 large bags on the table and yawned her way out the door without even changing her shoes.
Yushi, delivering food to Lin Lu again. A slightly perky young girl bounced over to Bayushi, staring at the 2 large bags with glowing eyes. What kind of delicious food did you make today? It smells so good.
Don't tease me, sister phone. Bayushi lifted the bags with a little pride on her face. I made some Sichuan dishes.
Oh, Feng Ji Ran look like I understand. Then you go ahead, I'm going to the cafeteria. By the way, senior sister, what has my brother been busy with lately?
Who knows, I heard that the last mission you and Lin Lu carried out was chagrined because his lack of investigation put you in deep danger many times.
Bayushi was stunned and guffawed. Thanks, senior sister. Cook for me next time, oh, I'm craving it.
Saying goodbye to Feng Jiran, Bayushi's mind floated to Bayushing's appearance. I don't blame you, old brother. Unconsciously walking to Lin Green's mansion, Bayushi injected her spiritual energy into the gate's recognizer before the gate automatically opened. A watermelon cut in half your half my half. Reflected in his eyes, White Hair stood in his own small courtyard wearing a loose practice outfit, playing Tai Chi leisurely, while Lu Ju was lying on his side on the roof of the house in boredom, yawning. Noticing Bayushi's arrival, Lu Ju waved his hand to greet her, and Bayushi smiled and waved her hand in greeting.
Dinner's ready, Lin puppy.
Bayushi shuffled her slippers and opened the door to Lin Green's room, breezing over to the dining table to open the plastic bag. Lin Lu collected her momentum and stood, rubbing her paws and trotting into the house after letting out a long breath.
What are you feeding today, Chef White?
Spicy chicken, kung pao chicken, hairy blood wonton, returning pork, mapo tofu, and the young girl took one by one a dish of food out of a plastic bag and laid it out on the table, and finally raised her head slightly, looking at Lin Green with interest through a few strands of broken hair that hung in front of her eyes. Husband and wife long slices. Lin Lu pretended not to see, and pounced on the table full of dishes with all her heart.
3 weeks ago, Roadzen's Tai Chi special training began.
Originally, Lin Lu thought that the slow and easy Tai Chi had little intensity, and with his physical quality, he definitely wouldn't have too many problems, but as a result, Lu Di gave him intensity, and controlled the intensity at the edge of being able to tire him out, but not being able to kill him. In this way, a certain pretty boy will not have the strength to cook.
So the burden of cooking fell on Road End.
Instructor Lu passionate, in terms of culinary skills in addition to knife skills nothing, a wave of the hand will be vinegared lotus root slices transformed into honeycomb coal slices, and then conscience suffered or do their own specialty dishes.
Millet congee. Millet thin rice. Groundnut thin rice.
As we all know, these three things are not much different from poison in Lin Green's eyes. So, a certain time when Bayushi pulled Lin Green to eat in the cafeteria, someone did not hold back to complain. Bayushi immediately decided that Lin Green's lunch and dinner are her responsibility. As for breakfast, she could not get up or drink millet porridge to go. Understand Bayushi's sinister intention of Lin Lu began to be refused, until Bayushi changed the pattern to give him 2 days of cooking. Someone hugged the girl's legs begging her to come in the morning to cook.
Elder Lu, come and eat some too, I'm making too much.
Lu Yuan originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing this table of tantalizingly colored food, he couldn't help but gulp.
How about just eating a little bit? Half an hour later.
Burp, said Rodan, patting his belly and picking his teeth with his sword energy.
Fragrant, too fragrant. Not bad, right, Elder Lu? Just call me Lu, it's too much to call me senior.
Got it, Brother Lu. Bayushi winked playfully as she realized that she had already taken down Lu Duan.
Lin Green's inner Q-type villain burst into tears. Damn demon girl, actually put my heart and soul. Not.
Heart and soul love to organize, I remember. The angry someone angrily picked up a chopstick of husband and wife lung slices, and then angrily mixed the last bite of rice and stuffed it into his mouth.
One more bowl.
3 shifts delivered, so don't tell me I'm short.
Thank you God-added boss for generating power with love. Thank you to the Caesar salad-loving Saratobi Day boss for generating electricity with love.
Thank you Rotting Winter boss for sending us power with love.
Thank you to the owner of Angry 5 Cats for sending it with love. Chapter 71, Just Because of You.
Time passes quietly, like a white horse passing by. Unconsciously, the brilliant October golden autumn is replaced by a plain white waxing moon cold winter. A wonderful year is about to come to an end.
It's cold.
A certain white-haired hissed and exhaled, rubbing his hands together constantly trying to create a little warmth.
You can rest after today's set of punches.
Rodan didn't give Lin Green a vacation. As a result, a certain white-haired person wearing thin practice clothes could only walk to the small courtyard with his head hanging down resentfully, set up his horse stance and start punching. As Lu Du looked at the upright young man with a face like a crown of jade, his heart felt a slight emotion. So soon we have been together for half a year. After 2 months of Rodan's harsh special training, although Lin Green's cultivation level was still at the first stage of the Dao Si, his strength had long since become incomparable. A certain young master of the Chen family who popped out of the secret realm with a burst of self-confidence had wanted to find his self-confidence, but when he came out, he learned about Lin Green's Dao Si, and his self-confidence was shattered all over the place. Thus, the young master of the Chen family planned to use the physical arts that he had honed for a long time in the secret realm to spar with Lin Green. As a result, his self-confidence shattered into pieces. Lin Green, who possessed 6 eyes, could easily see through every movement of Chen Daozhu, and in his eyes, there wasn't much difference between Chen Daozhu and being naked. The strongest of the young generation was well deserved. In this regard, Chen Daomu has only one comment.
666, salt is not even salt anymore.
Back in the small courtyard, Lin Green stood in a closed stance after a set of punches and closed his eyes.
Artistic shun turned song.
Invisible infinity wrapped Lin Green, the concept of space gradually stretched. Blurred. Inside the depressed courtyard, a touch of blue quietly blossomed, and the pale figure slowly detached from the ground and flew upward into the air.
Woohoo!
After flying 2.5 laps around her little house, Lin Green crashed down with intent.
Bah, landing. Ha 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 ha, what can I say? Dog, I've made it. Isn't it just being able to fly? See how excited you are.
Rodan splashed a pot of cold water at the right time.
But I'll be able to fly if I Dao Hai Hey.
Lin Green joyfully wanted to fly 2 more laps. After the achievement of the Sea of Dao, the control of their own spiritual power has increased by more than 1 degree, but due to the lack of Lin Lu's sense of the realm of advancement, their own power is always unable to grasp, and after 2 months of Lu Duan's Taijiquan training, Lin Lu's understanding of their own realm is gradually deepened, and the slow and easy Taijiquan also soothes his impetuous and eager character, and the perception of the reversed art form has been refined again.
Where do you want to go on New Year's Eve? Rodan asked without reason.
Lin Green froze for a moment before remembering that it was going to be New Year's Eve.
Crossing the new year.
As if these 18 years have not experienced it, when I was small, I went to the community at the end of the year to pick up some garbage to sell money to buy son of a stick to eat, because the end of the year, each family cleaning can always be sorted out some of the garbage, and older, he went to the theater to do part-time work, each time listening to the theater a sentence of the whole point of the Happy New Year silently wiped the 3D lens.
Why do you work until 12 o'clock? Because the next day is a vacation and you can stay up late and work the late shift to earn more. I haven't thought about it. If nothing else, I'll just stay in the dormitory and sleep.
Lin Green scrunched her neck and rubbed her hands together as she headed inside. You have friends, you can try to spend more time with them, and it's not a bad idea to spend New Year's Eve together. Lin Green shook her head. Forget it, each has their own busy schedules, I'd rather be honest and stay alone, I'm used to it.
At the very least, you have me with you. Lu Ju snapped out. Lin Lu looked back at Lu Duan oddly. Lu, it's ambiguous. Lu Ju laughed and scolded, "Screw you."
Looking at Lin Lu's lonely back, Lu Mei silently shook his head. He knew that this child is actually quite withdrawn personality. When there are outsiders present, always pretend to be big and bold, but inside is always on their own. This is the personality that was developed in childhood, not to say that the change can be changed.
"What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Rodan once again blurted out. "Give me a break." Ka-ching.
The gate to the courtyard was opened and the tightly wrapped young girl poofed in.
"Huh, it's so early for training today. It's almost New Year's Eve, give him a vacation."
Rodan smiled slightly. How did I forget about her? This little girl will definitely come to Lin Green this year. No, this wooden head of Lin Green can't say what she'll do. It's better to guide her more.
"You didn't bring any food today?"
Lin Green looked at Bayushi's two empty hands.
"No, people's girls came to see you specifically, and this is the first thing you say?"
At this moment, Lu Di had quite the feeling of hating the iron and wanting to grab Lin Lu and beat her up. No, came to your house to do it today.
"Do you need my help? A favor?" Whispering Brook blinked earnestly.
What words? Lin Green instantly turned into an explosive kitten. My cooking skills are better than yours. Fine, strong. Bayushi coaxed a child and dismissed Lin Green to the side. No need to come and help Lin puppy, I'll do it myself. She breezed over to Lin Lu's kitchen and opened the refrigerator to pick out ingredients. Lin Green scratched her head and walked to her room without saying a word to change her clothes.
Good chance.
Rodan's eyes lit up as he instantly moved to Lin Green's room. At this moment, a certain Lin Green, who had stripped down to just a pair of boxers, was scared out of her wits.
"Lu, what are you doing? I'm of proper sexual orientation. Talking to you."
Rodan ignored Lin Green's nonsense. Oh, Lin Green pulled open the closet and took out a sweatshirt and put it on. Talk.
"You really don't have any feelings for other little girls?"
The Rodan opened the door, a pair of eyes staring straight at Lin Lu, seemingly wanting to see through him. Lin LV seemed to anticipate what Lu Di was going to say, shaking the dust from the pants in the closet, sat on the bed and put the pants on. Lu, this is already the 8th time you've asked this month. It's said that there's a veil between women chasing after men, and this veil of yours is quite thick. Alas, Lu, Lin Lu scratched the back of her head, there has to be a reason for liking me, I really don't know what she likes about me.
Didn't she say that before? Do you believe it, Lu?
Lu Duyun was silent. Indeed, the explanation given by Bayushi before was too much of a joke, but he couldn't force anything. Lin LV holding this idea was a result of her character, and she couldn't be persuaded by just a few words. Then have you ever thought about what exactly she's doing all this for you for? Lu Di sighed. You're too obsessed with why Bayushi likes you, but you've never thought about how much she really likes you. Lin Lu froze for a moment, the bits and pieces of the time they spent together in Asia City coming back to her mind.
Think about it again.
Lin Green stood up and bounced around twice to make sure the dress was the right size.
Lin puppy, come help. I can't handle this fish alone.
Bayushi's exclamation came from outside the door, and Lin Green sighed quietly, pulling open the door to the room and stepping out.
Bayushi, why did you release this fish in front of my bedroom door? My new clothes.
Inside the bedroom, Ludo smiled slightly, a touch of tenderness flashing in his eyes as he watched the teenage girl who was catching fish with her bare hands.
As a transcendent, how could she not be able to deal with a fish? It's only because of you. Chapter 72 Domain Spreading.
Please.
Bayushi deadpanned in front of the gate of one of the godly dormitories and licked his face to the camera at the entrance. White Whisperer, you've had enough.
The door was opened with a bang, and with another bang, Bayushi flew out 2.5 meters. A handsome girl's eyes were on fire as she retracted her right leg that had kicked Bayushi out.
Shinii-chan, just this once, help me this time, I'll find a way to make it up to you. Shinii-chan gasped and laughed. She gritted her teeth and looked at Bayushi. Bayushi, what's wrong with you asking me to help you? You're asking me to pretend that I like Lin LV to fight with Bayushi on the New Year's Eve. It's not good enough for you to think of such a silly plot. Please. Off. Wait. Seeing that Shinii-chan turned around and was about to turn him away again, Bayushi hurriedly got up from the ground. What the hell do you want? Shinii-chan was going to be rendered speechless by Bayushi. She couldn't figure out how there could be such a sister controller in the world. Bayushi walked forward with a serious face, took a step to Shinii-chan's near front, and looked at her with a gloomy face. Shinii-chan narrowed her eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from her body. If Bayushi dared to make a move, then she would. Mom! Bayushi fell to his knees with a plop, hugged Shinii-chan's long legs, and let out a loud cry. Only Mom is good in the world. Shinii-chan's brain went down for half a second, then she glared like a fried kitten, a flash of red spreading from her neck to her cheeks. Bayushi, you seek death. Boom! Whoosh! Ah! Shinii-chan angrily retracted his right fist and squinted at Bayushi, whose head was stuck in the ground not far away. Do you want to face Bayushi? Lines and lines of mysterious characters drearily drilled out of the earth, exasperating Shinii-chan with laughter. I know, promise you'll be good? Shinii-chan sighed quietly, a pair of beautiful eyes full of helplessness. It just so happens that I'm also a bit interested in this Lin Green kid. Really duh. Bayushi pulled his head out of the dirt.
Shinichen got angry when she saw Bayushing's shameless face and reached out to press his head into a new pit again. I have conditions, but I haven't thought of them yet, wait until I do. With that, she turned away without looking back. Lin Green, a bit interesting, I'd like to see what's so great about a boy who can charm a girl as outstanding as Bayushi. On the other hand, on the martial arts field of Yen University, the white-haired boy and the white-haired girl stood opposite each other.
Are you sure you want to fight me? Lin LV pointed at himself, wondering why Bayushi must seek abuse. Want to see the difference with you, you suppressed your cultivation to the same level as me.
Good, Lin Green took a deep breath and his breath began to slip until it stabilized at the 8th heaven of Dao Dan. Let's begin. The duel between the two talented youngsters naturally attracted the interest of most of the students. As New Year's Day approached, the heavy coursework was coming to an end, and accordingly, the revision week was approaching. For college students, this was the busiest time. To be able to observe a duel between top geniuses in the midst of tedious studies, why not? At this moment, a certain young master surnamed Chen gazed at the man and woman on the stage with a dogtail grass in his mouth.
Uncle Yuan, the more they look at each other, the more they match what's going on? Chen Xingyuan slumped down next to the railing and pinned his face with his arm.
This is my sister's hand-picked daughter-in-law. If the Bai family dares to stand in the way, it might be like the Chen family back then. Uncle, you are a member of the Chen family. Chen Dao Moist was filled with black lines.
Chen Xingyuan justifiably cocked his head, so what? A tang sword suddenly came out of its sheath, and an unrelenting icy cold blade she chopped at Lin Green with an aura like a rainbow.
Watching the knife chi approaching, Lin Luan hurriedly stretched out two fingers and joined them together. Boom! Invisible waves of chi surged, and that incomparably sharp blade chi just stood still in front of Lin Green. Not good. Bayushi naturally didn't expect an attack of this magnitude to injure Lin Green. The blade energy transformed into ice crystals and exploded, the drifting ice mist blocking Lin Green's field of vision for a split second. Oh! A tang sword stopped 5 centimeters from the back of Lin Green's head, and the teenager pulled down the small round sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, turned his head to look at the knife-wielding girl, and bared his large teeth in a heated smile. Laugh code. The young girl expressionlessly withdrew her sword and swept backward, pulling away from Lin Green.
Lin Green. Why are you still attacking people?
Come on, you can't even break through my defense, you're not even my opponent. The corner of Bayushi's mouth lifted into a nice-looking arc. That may not be the case. She turned the hilt of her blade, and the next moment, a red line appeared on Lin Green's abdomen in the young girl's eyes. 6 frost dragons roared and opened their bloody mouths at Lin Green, their sharp fangs biting down hard at the red line in Bayushi's eyes.
It's useless. Lin Green suddenly realized something wasn't right. The power of this reverse dragon ice repulsion was a bit off, wasn't it?
One of the Legends of China effects, forcing the creation of one of the opponent's weaknesses, and the power of attacks targeted in this way will be tripled. Lin Green stood in the middle of the 6 ice dragons with his hands in his pockets, standing in the mouth of the dragons like a dragon pearl. It's a bit interesting, but it's still missing something. Pale was suddenly unleashed, the greenish color tore through the mighty 6 dragons, and the majestic gravitational force blew the young girl's clothes hunting. Lin Green waved her hand to dispel the infinity in her palm and cocked her head at Bayushi. If that's all you've got, don't presume to challenge the strongest. Bayushi's figure disappeared in place, circling around behind Lin Green at an extremely fast speed, and the tang sword in his palm slashed down fiercely. An invisible fluctuation radiated out in all directions with the young girl as the center, encompassing the huge martial arts stage. Heaven rank low-level martial arts, Eternal Snow Vertical Domain.
From Upper Elemental Divine Palace. Domain-type martial arts? Unfortunately, that can't be broken either. Lin Green didn't care. Is that so?
A glint of essence flashed under Bayushi's eyes as the winged snow vertical domain lifted in an instant, while the legend of Huaxia, which was originally blocked infinitely behind Lin Green, suddenly broke through Lin Green's defenses and slashed at the back of Lin Green's head. Sensing something wrong in advance, Lin Green strengthened his hands with spiritual energy and turned around to grab the coldly glowing blade by death. Just now, the infinity wrapped behind him disappeared. Bayushi let go of his tang blade and bent down to gather his spiritual energy to punch Lin Green in the abdomen, sending him flying out. Puppy Lin, of course you couldn't think of it, this is a secret technique that the Fae in the previous life developed specifically to target your bottomless arts.
Domain spreading.
Being a secret technique specifically for the undiminished jutsu, when it was created it also added traits specifically for other humans. Domain spread, forcibly disabling the target character's martial arts at the expense of their own domain. The effect was powerful, but it didn't cause too much trouble for Lin Green at the time.
What is this?
Lin Lu covered her stomach and got up from the ground, looking at Bayushi in disbelief. Bayushi put away her tang blade and left Lin Green with a dashing back.
I'll admit defeat and give you a hand, and?
The young girl looked back and smiled like a flower. If you dish it out, you'll practice more. If you think the chicken songwriting is not bad then please bosses give a 5-star book review.
Thanks to the owner of the rest bar for sending with love. Thanks to you, Polaris owner, for sending a love letter. 030. Thanks to the Caesar salad loving Saruga Dayboss for sending the power with love. Thank you to owner Josong of Tuanzhou for sending power with love. Thanks to the owner of Grandma's Dream Girl for sending power with love. Thank you to Vicky owner for sending power with love. Chapter 73 Be My Boyfriend for a Day. December 31st, 452nd year of the new calendar. New Year's Eve. How the white-haired teenager shivered with his yawn in the cold winter wind and took a hard hit to his ass after swinging his next punch in earnest. Yahoo! Lin Green popped up from the ground in pain. Luju sat on the roof of the house and withdrew the finger that had just flicked out the spiritual energy. Practice boxing seriously, finish today's task and you'll be on vacation. Can you let me wear more before practicing on such a cold day? Lin Lu wanted to cry, but forced by Lu Duan's lewd authority, he still chose to seriously stand on the stakes and start all over again. The white-haired teenager is thinly dressed, standing in the cold winter posture but still upright, simple cloud hand dialing out, although it is not like the military boxing and other boxing tiger, but such a move in the style but show the style. Finished. Lin Green collected his posture and stood still, and in the next second flew as if drilling into the warm living room. Buzzing. Lying on the sofa, the cell phone kept ringing. Lin Green changed her clothes and jumped onto the sofa, opened the phone and saw the words arrogant and stinky brat and then skimmed her lips. Hello? Hello my ass, came the cold and angry voice on the other end of the line. See for yourself how long you're late? Lin Green disdainfully glanced at the status bar. It's not only 7 o'clock. Wait a while. How come it's 9 o'clock? The appointment was to come to my dormitory to find me at 8 o'clock, pigeonholing for an hour. Lin Dishao. Don't answer. Do not answer. Don't answer. The corners of Lin Green's mouth twitched as she pleaded with Bayushi in an almost fawning tone. Sister, I died for an hour this morning, you won't be bothered with me, right? Bayushi on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect Lin Lu to say this. The young girl was angry and laughing. 3 minutes, get your ass over here. Roger that. Lin Green panicked, stuffing her cell phone into her pocket, pulling open the door and running wildly outside. Whoosh! A gust of wind whipped by in front of the white-haired girl, and the white-haired guy snapped to attention in front of her. Bayushi gave Lin Green a grudging look and pushed her head to the side. Lin Lu smiled twice and took out 2 sunny bars as if by magic. Don't be angry, please eat candy. That's more like it. Bayushi took the candy bars, tore open the package and put them in her mouth. The two walked side by side on the wide main road of the Divine Dormitory area, looking around aimlessly. Aren't you cold? Lin Green noticed Bayushi's bare thighs. Bayushi followed Lin Green's gaze and reached up to tug on her legs. It's silk, thickened, not cold. Oh. Forest green. Hey. You're 3 short of the 4 conditions you owe me, haven't you forgotten? No. Now I'm going to use up the second one. The young girl looked sullenly at Lin Green, straight into those 6 blue eyes, and be my boyfriend for a day. The teenager's brain went down for a second, half spitting out a word. Ha? Bayushi crossed her arms and came closer to Lin Ro. Is my meaning not clear enough? I said to be my boyfriend for a day. This request isn't excessive or against the moral bottom line, right? Well, Lin Lu was a bit torn. Her 6 eyes overheard the churlish look the young girl put on, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Okay. Bayushi's pretty face revealed a smile that belonged to the victor, and she stretched out a hand. Here, hold it. Lin Green was a bit nervous, and hesitated to hold the young girl's palm with his outstretched hand. Goon. Bayushi took hold of the hand that Lin Green had extended and led Lin Green forward with big strides. Lord boyfriend, where are we going? Bayushi blinked her eyes. Lin Green looked away, her face slightly flushed. Whatever. Accompany me to go shopping. I know there's a very good jewelry store on Wanfu Street. Saying go, the young girl pulled the teenager and began to run wildly. Because of some reason the reaction of the teenager has become slow, so the teenager was dragged and ran for 2 miles. The two of them walked to the subway station in front of the school, paid the money and prepared to take the subway. Lin Green. What's wrong? The teenage girl stood in the crowded carriage, holding each other's hands. What would you do if one day the White family objected to us being together? Lin LV just wanted to say it's none of my business, but unintentionally met Bayushi's sincere gaze, and her hardened mouth unconsciously softened. I'll blow up the Bai family. Ha. The young girl giggled twice. Stop ahead, Wanfu Street. An emotionless mechanical female voice resounded in the carriage, and as the carriage door opened, the teenage girl walked out of the station with the crowd. Lin Green walked in the forefront to open the way for Bayushi, his sweaty hand gripping the young girl's hand, just like a flower protector. Foolish egg. Bayushi murmured softly. Along with the crowded Wangfu Street, Lin Green stood beside Bayushi and made a pleased gesture. Please also point a direction, miss. Bayushi suddenly thought of something and the corner of her mouth curled up. Crouch down. Out of consideration for her boyfriend status, Lin Green obediently squatted down. Ha! Bayushi took a step behind Lin Green and rode on his neck. Heave. How old are you to be playing this? My dad didn't take me when I was a kid, can't I make it up on my boyfriend? Lin LV still couldn't hold back the cheap mouth inherited from the Chun family bloodline and came up with a sentence without thinking. Then you call out to hear your father. Kill.
Bayushi grabbed both of Lin Green's ears and yanked backward with a slight force.
Egu. I was wrong, sister. I was wrong.
I'll let you talk nonsense, the young girl grunted, pointing to the fork to the left of the forest green. Go there. On Wangfu Street, which was bustling with activity due to the eve of New Year's Day, a rampaging wild horse popped out of the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd. The young girl did not tie a high ponytail, but draped a head of white hair, with the upper half of the white light-down jacket, showing all the vitality. The teenager's nose hangs a small round sunglasses similar to the god's stick, a head of white hair fluffy pasted on the head, the brown trenchcoat draped over the upper body, with beige sweater lining as well as loose white casual sweatpants. The youthfulness of the atmosphere added a few points of cerebral palsy.
I want to eat that baked gluten.
Bayushi waved her small hand, pointing to the stall in front of Lin Green.
Eat.
The female knight and her horse snapped to the stall and bought a skewer of baked gluten under the stall owner's shocked gaze.
Don't you eat?
The young girl said vaguely.
Not hungry.
Here you go. Only half a skewer of baked gluten was handed to Lin Green's mouth by the young girl. I'll feed you. The corner of Lin Lu's mouth rubbed the cumin and chili on the gluten, and she inclined her head to look at Bayushi.
Aren't you eating? You can buy me another one.
Besides, the girl said, can't a boyfriend and girlfriend eat the same thing? The teenager thought for a moment and took a bite of the gluten that was handed to him.
Wrap the line. Chapter 74 Shopping.
Near the new year, wherever there are added a few points of lively atmosphere, originally prosperous Wangfu Street at the moment more popular, the expectations of the future and prayers for the good turned into a pair of paws crushed through the fireworks of the world. Lin Green, this. Bayushi drooled as she pointed at a stall called Xinjiang Authentic Lamb Kebabs. Lin Green turned on his heel and carried Bayushi over to the stall. Boss, how do you sell the lamb skewers? The boss looked at the man and woman grouped together in front of the stall in shock and quoted the price in shock.
$15 a string. Our meat is authentic Xinjiang mutton, skewers of large meat flavor, small handsome little beauty to 2 strings not?
Bayushi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and brought Lin Green's body together to sway from side to side.
A bumpy Lin Lu sighed and pulled out her cell phone to scan the code. Fragrant. Don't you drip oil on my head.
Lin Green responded absent-mindedly as she ate the kebab in her hand.
Why are you moping? No, just thinking about something.
Lin Green shook her head. 2 months had passed, but there was no news at all about Li Changyan, and there was always some bad feeling in her heart. Forget it, let's just take care of ourselves, it's useless to think about this.
Here it is, this is it.
Bayushi pointed to the jewelry store on the right, interrupting Lin Lu's out of breath.
Shinran Jewelry Store, a plain and unassuming name.
Bayushi got down from Lin Green's back and looked at this jewelry store with mixed feelings in her heart. It was a small store that her mother used to run secretly, no one knew about it, and she only found out about it later when she inadvertently flipped through her mother's diary.
What happened to you?
Lin Green detected sadness if anything and inclined her head to look at Bayushi.
It's fine, let's go inside. The Shinran Jewelry Store, as common as Lin Green's name, was as internal as Lin Green.
If you only look at the store, Lin Lu would never have thought that such a small jewelry store can actually have such a hot business. What do you want to buy? Lin Green walked over to a counter and picked up a black eye mask and put it over his face, the white eye mask tying his white hair upwards. Handsome? Bayushi sized him up for a while and gave a pertinent comment.
A bit silly.
Lin Green removed the blindfold from her head and held it in front of her eyes.
I think it's still quite handsome.
The look after the 5 jailer became the strongest. Ah, what's silly, women do not understand, less talk. Bayushi turned to look at the counter full of hats and took out a pink baseball cap from it. The young girl put the cap on her head, with a big B embroidered on the brim. She looked to the side at Lin Green. The teenager had a black cap on his head, with a big S embroidered on the brim in white thread.
Handsome?
Bayushi.
Does it fit?
Lin Green replied cheerfully, I feel fine.
It's good that you like it.
Bayushi pulled Lin Green to choose many more things, and finally the two stopped in front of a counter with a glass counter full of sunglasses.
Are you sure you don't want to change these ultra-tangy glasses of yours?
Lin Green took the sunglasses off the bridge of his nose and looked at them seriously.
Don, it's called romance for men. A man's romance is to be a godly man, right? How about this?
Bayushi stood on her tiptoes and took down a pair of sunglasses of the same model as Lin Green's from the top compartment, the only difference being that this one had bigger lenses.
This is no better looking than the one you have.
Lin LV took the sunglasses in Bayushi's hand, compared them to putting them on her face, and shone them through the reflection of the glass.
Well, this seems to be more restored to the teenage jailer. Take this. I told you.
Walking over to the cashier to pay, Lin Green helped Bayushi put on the trinket she had just bought.
Small hair cards? Bows? Hats? Strings? Aren't you going to wear it?
Bayushi looked at Lin Green.
Where?
Lin Green put her own super tangy glasses away and put on her cellist high reduction sunglasses, then put the hat with a big S on it on her head. An S and a B were taller and shorter, and the B looked at the S with an expressionless face, while the S nodded.
Not bad. Hungry for dinner. Lin Green? Didn't you just eat a bunch of stuff? Growing your body, it digests fast. Bayushi left Lin Green with a backstory and walked quickly into the noodle shop next to the jewelry store. Ding! Lin Green's cell phone rang and he pulled it out to look at it. Shinichi-chan, is schoolmate free at night? I'm planning to gather some godly classmates to celebrate the new year together. Lin Green scratched his head and his fingers flew to type. Lin Green, who are you? On the other side, Shinichi-chan, who was lying on the sofa, received a message and opened his cell phone to see Lin Green's message. Who are you? Ah! An unsteady hand, the phone smashed into his face. Why is this kid so angry? Shinichi-chan sat up from the sofa with a loud bang, rubbing her smashed red brow as she replied to the message angrily. I'm a schoolmate who's 2 years older than you, and I was the only divine rank in Huaxia that year. Lin Green stepped into the noodle shop and received Shinichi-chan's message, typing an expressionless reply. Awesome-o. Shinichi-chan, who had received Lin Green's message, was about to go mad. What kind of people are these? She suddenly understood why Bayushi supported this kid to be with her sister, because kindred spirits would appreciate each other, and only one douchebag would appreciate another douchebag. Resisting the urge to curse, Shinichi-chan calmly typed. Do you want to come schoolmate? Everyone is eager to meet you. After all, it's only been 6 months since your awakening and you've reached the strength of the Dao Si. Such talent is unprecedented. Who are you messaging? Bayushi looked at the typing Lin Green. Oh, a schoolmate, inviting me to celebrate New Year's Eve together tonight, saying that she's inviting all the gods. Lin Green lightly said, a bowl of braised beef noodles, no cilantro. Bayushi suspiciously opened her cell phone and saw the message that Shinichi-chan had sent her. Shinichi-chan ah. Oh. The corner of Bayushi's mouth curled up. In her last life, this schoolmate had liked Bayushi for a long time, but she had never brought it up. It was a good person to have some fun with. After replying with an okay, Bayushi looked at Lin Lu. I promised her, let's go dabble in dinner tonight. Okay. Lin Green was just about to reply to Shinichi-chan when he saw the message the latter had sent him. How to reply to her politely. You guys don't have to get down on yourselves. I know I'm stronger, but you guys aren't bad either. Don't get ahead of yourselves. I'm going tonight too. I'm going to kill this brat. Shinichi-chan was so angry that she jumped up and down, gripping her cell phone with a death grip. Her face twisted as she looked at the message that Lin Green had replied to. What does it mean to have a low self-esteem? What does it mean to have a low self-esteem? You're still panting after I gave you a compliment. Let's see if I can fix you tonight. Ah, chew. Lin Green sneezed at the beef noodles that had just been served. There's always a sense of foreboding, a feeling of being watched by a pair of evil eyes. He looked up at Bayushi, who was about to add cilantro to his food, and reached out to grab that evil paw and stop her. Bayushi sighed. Dark Shark failed. Lin Green nodded in satisfaction. The crisis was lifted. I'm looking for a 5-star review. Chapter 75 As a brother, how can you not care about your sister? Beyond the stars. Li Chang Smoke, what about what you promised me? In a dimly lit corner, an old man with a hideous sword wound on his back stumbled towards a one-armed figure. Li Changyan glanced back at Rongshang. I remember you promised me that you would help me get rid of Road End, but what happened? A veteran Dao Saint faced a junior Dao Sovereign, and was actually almost killed in return. A faint blush appeared on Rongshang's aged face, but it didn't stop him from going tit for tat. What about you? You couldn't even get rid of a Dao Dan, and you even had an arm chopped off by him. Li Changyan didn't say anything. Indeed, he was a bit more humiliated if we were talking about battle results. This wound has basically pronounced my death sentence. If I spend my energy to repair the wound, then I won't even be able to survive for 2 years. If I leave him alone, sooner or later I will be dragged to my death. Li Chang Smoke, if you don't give me what you promised me, the old man will drag you along to explode. Li Changyan sighed helplessly, a hint of gloom flashed under his eyes. My ability can help you, come over here. Rongsheng didn't suspect, or rather didn't bother to suspect, if Li Chang Smoke made any small moves, he would be the first to blow himself up and pull him down. Waiting for Rongsheng to come close, Li Changyan stretched out a hand and pressed it on his chest, and as the ability was activated, Rongsheng only felt that strong life force was poured into his body, and his entire body seemed to be ushered into a new life. Lord Rongsheng, how is this sincerity? Li Changyan withdrew his palm. Rongsheng was not satisfied, not enough. My abilities are limited, I can only do this much under normal circumstances. Everything is equal. If you're willing to pay a small price, then it might be able to help you return to your heyday. Rongsheng, who had tasted the sweetness, did not have the slightest doubt, his eyes glowing. Really? Hurry up. So what if it's a price? As long as one could return to peak condition, then any price could be paid. Li Changyan smiled faintly and re-stretched out his palm to press on Rongsheng's skinny and bony torso, still with the familiar infusion of life force. But then, Li Changyan steeply exerted his strength, his palm piercing through Rongsheng's torso and grabbing his fragile soul. You. Rongsheng realized that it was not good, wanting to die with Li Changyan, but found that the divine power in his body was not controlled at all. Li Changyan hemmed and hawed and yanked the old man's soul out of his body with a forceful tug.
He unleashed the divine progenitor and a huge black vortex sucked the old man's dull soul into it, transforming it into a crystal clear bead that landed on his palm. The shadow of the one-armed man was illuminated by the light on the rock wall, and the pitch-black shadows opened their bloody mouths and swallowed the bead. Wisps of white smoke vaporized from his body. Li Chang'an's arm that was broken off by he slowly grew. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes, moved his newborn arm, and casually summoned the spirit of Rongshang. The old man's soul spirit faithfully guarded beside Li Chang's smoke with a respectful expression. His majestic soul power marked his identity as a Tao saint, and his inexplicable pressure caused the void to tremble. Of course it's true. Earth, Yanjing, China. The days are always short in winter, and the newly risen sun can't wait to go back to sleep after stretching its lazy waist in the sky. In the cold air, colorful lights begin to flicker alternately, and the dim light from the street lamps at night lights up the fluttering dust. I'm so tired of playing, I'm going to get ready to dabble in a little while. Bayushi stood under the streetlight and stretched her body, rubbing her waist before looking back at Lin Green. Hurry up. Now Lin Lu was about to become a puddle of exhaustion. In his last life, he always felt that those what accompanying a woman to shop will be exhausted is an exaggeration. Now it seems to feel that this kind of argument is still somewhat converged. Let me rest for a while, my legs are going to explode. Shay, false. Fart. Lin LV held his head high like a chicken blood, fighter-like, looking at Bayushi, his firm gaze defending the dignity of a man. If you're not weak, quickly follow. Lin Green instantly deflated. Spare me, Missy. Bayushi walked over and held Lin Lu's hand. The two walked slowly side by side. If you only look at the back, you really feel that the two are a sweet long-time couple. If you look at the front, a certain pretty boy with a twisted face. Bayushi, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. White Whisperer has been really nice to you, why don't you want to give him a good look? Bayushi smiled. Because I don't want him to care about me. He can't care about me either. Focusing on me all the time will make him lose a lot of important things. He's my brother, naturally I'm his sister. I want to dissuade him in this way. He should care more about himself than me. You haven't had a good talk with him? Of course I have. Bayushi let go of Lin LV's hand and took a step forward, but he wouldn't listen, a stubborn donkey, saying that when a brother has to see his sister happy with his own eyes in order to feel at ease, do you think he's stupid? Lin Lu did not speak, just put one hand into the pocket of the windbreaker, looked up at the moon, after a long time slowly speak. It's a good brother then. Yeah, he's always blaming himself for the lack of fatherly and motherly love I had in my childhood, but then, it has nothing to do with him at all. Bayushi was a bit despondent, kicking over the stones on the side of the road. I didn't want it to be like this, but he's the only family I have left. He doesn't care about himself but I can't. Maybe it's because I'm not very good at expressing my feelings. Lin Lu did not respond. He did not know what to say and did not want to say anything. Bayushi did not say anything either. Such a quiet moonlight, the two white-haired teenagers quietly leaning against each other, step by step walking back to Yanda. Go to the banquet. Lin Lu looked at his watch. 7 o'clock sharp, it's almost time. Aha! According to the address left by Shen Chen, the two of them finally arrived at their destination after making 7 turns in the divine dormitory area, and at that exact moment, the sky drifted with hazy light snow. It's snowing. Hey, it hasn't snowed in Yanjing for a long time. Bayushi happily cupped the snowflake that fell on her palm, and under the effect of the ice attribute's spiritual power, the thin snowflake didn't get melted the moment it touched her palm. Snow ah! Lin Green stretched out a hand. The snowflakes couldn't touch his palm under the effect of infinity, slowly stacking up to form a faint white film. New Year's snow, make another wish? Lin Green's mouth with, if anything, a smile. Wait until after the whole time. Bayushi waved the snowflakes upwards, and under the light, flakes sprinkled on the young girl's body, adding a bit of cool beauty, if it's still raining at that time. Lin Green rang the doorbell. Ding dong. After a small amount of time, a young girl in thin clothing opened the gate to the courtyard, slightly lost in thought at the sight of a man and a woman at the door. It was a good match. Happy New Year, school sister. Bayushi smiled sweetly. Shen Chen touched Bayushi's head. Happy New Year. She then looked at Lin Green with murderous intent. Boom! A certain person flew up before he could unleash his bottomless jutsu and landed headfirst into the pit that White Whisperer had smashed out. Shen Yisheng revealed a soothing expression and waved his fist in satisfaction. Great revenge, cool. Chapter 76 The Drums and 10,000 Golden Hammers. It took Lin Green a great deal of effort to pull his head out of the ground, and he lay panting. Senior sister, what did he do to mess with you? Bayushi smiled and came over to Shen Chen's side. Shen Chen looked at Lin Green expressionlessly, took out her cell phone and tuned it to the chat interface and handed it to Bayushi. Bayushi took a curious look, then nodded. The punch is light. Lin Green? What did I do? Let's go, everyone's waiting for you. Following Shen Chen across the familiar small courtyard, the three of them arrived at the living room. Yo, here? Chen Daomu was paralyzed on the sofa in a 2x5, and reached out to greet him after noticing the movement at the door. Alright, I'll go cook for everyone. How about we eat at the dining table later? No problem. A man wearing glasses shrugged, looking up and noticing Lin Green's sunglasses. Why are you wearing sunglasses on a big night? Yushi, can you come and help me with my hands?
Shin Yi-chen blinked. Reading Shin Yi-chen's metaphor, Bayushi nodded, aha. The two women entered the kitchen together. Introduce yourself, the man with the glasses walked over to Lin Lu and held out a hand, I'm Chuiwe, take care. Lin Lu reached out to shake Chuiwe's hand, good day senior. Chuyu walked a little farther away, a little lowly came over playfully and tugged Chuyu away, my name is Lu Mengshi, I'm a senior sister 1 year older than you. The lowly's eyes gleamed, I heard you're strong, fight me. Lin Green? Is this right sis? What kind of person introduces themselves and then asks for a fight? Shin Mai, yes, not the first time we met when you asked me to cut you. Lin Green scratched his head, sister you also strange polite Lu, the last find me fighting god level even self-introduction or not. Chen Dishao who was paralyzed on the sofa sprayed the chips in his mouth. You guys chatting is chatting, why are you mentioning me? Lu Mengshi narrowed her eyes, her battle spirit soaring, going out to practice? Not good. It's fine, just think of it as a cut, and the meal won't be ready for quite a while anyway. Since senior sister wants to fight, then I'll accompany you. Lin Green agreed, and Shen Daomu jumped up in excitement, great, finally I can properly watch this pervert abuse the god level. Lu Mengshi provocatively glanced at Chuyu, look at others, how refreshing it is to look for him to fight, and then look at you, you haven't fought much after knowing you for a year. Chuyu smiled gently, I don't like to fight head on, it's not my style either. Lin LV and Lu Mengshi turned around and left the dormitory area, arriving at the empty martial arts arena, with Chen Daoyu and Chuyu following close behind. Oh? Lu Mengshi actually fought with Lin Green. Shin Yi-chen, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, was slightly surprised, but quickly relieved, that's right, with her martial arts-obsessed personality she will definitely not be able to resist when she encounters a strong opponent. Lu Mengshi. Bayushi remembered that the lowly she had seen when she first entered was indeed a martial arts nerd. Yushi, I called you here because I want to give you a confession. What? Your brother asked me to go after Lin Green tonight, and then you're going to behave and show Lin Green how much he means to you. Bayushi froze for a moment, Bayushi, he's douchey, right? Your brother, you know. Shin Yi-chen helplessly paralyzed her palm. Well, Bayushi didn't know what to say. It's okay, I don't care about myself, I'm just giving you a heads up, don't really think of me as a love interest. Senior sister, Bayushi slashed at the cucumber, the smooth break glinting with cold light, you don't have to care, Lin LV I'll take it down myself. The martial arts arena. Small snowflakes fell on the large martial arts arena, soaking the dust on the ground and stepping on the dirt. Senior, my cultivation is also at the first stage of the Dao Si, don't say that I'm bullying the small with the big. It's just a sparring match, it's fine. Lu Mengshi raised her hand and summoned the divine progenitor, a huge hammer that didn't match her petite body descended from the sky and smashed on the ground with a dull sound, wisps of lightning hovered over the giant hammer, ionizing the dust on the ground that hadn't yet been soaked by the snowflakes. I Lua Hout Yen hammer ah. Lin Green had thought that such a bulky weapon would affect the user's speed, but when Lu Mengshi made his move he knew that he had thought too much. The petite and delicate body and the hammer body turned into a running thunderbolt, and in an instant it arrived in front of Lin Lu. A hammer smashed down, stirring up the soil to fly. Lin Green stepped backward and slid on the ground for several meters, shaking off his aching and numb arms, lamenting in his heart what kind of monster this was. Bulky weapons, unrivaled speed, explosive strength. While thinking, the next hammer was already close to his face. Lin LV plucked out his cloud hand and softly unloaded his strength to receive the blow. Ha! The moment he caught the body of the hammer, Six Eyes keenly realized that something was wrong, a voltage that could be described as terrifying erupted in the body of the hammer, and lightning as thick as a small arm suddenly erupted. Who? Lin Green appeared in a corner of the martial arts arena, the corner of his mouth twitching as he looked at his hair, which had been tied up by the ionized ground. It's excessive. Lu Mengshi didn't let go of this opportunity, the hammer body flipped wrapped in thunder and lightning smashed down on Lin Green, the majestic huge power exploded at one point. Earth rank advanced martial arts, cracking the ground. Lin Green didn't avoid it, stepping out to maneuver infinite to protect his surroundings. The powerful hammer didn't touch Lin Green, but rather stood almost still in front of her. Yu, who was watching the cut in the audience, pushed up his glasses, even Lu Mengshi's ability can't break through Lin Green's defense? She still wants to break through? In your next life, Chen Daomoist bristled in disdain, this guy is perverted to the core. I'm going to use my full strength, schoolmate. The giant hammer in Lu Mengshi's hand steeply erupted with eye-catching electric light, and the effect belonging to a god-level divine progenitor unfolded. Drumming 10,000 golden hammers, unique effect, stacks the values of all attributes on one attribute for a certain period of time. At this moment, both the speed and the destructive power of the lightning disappeared, leaving only the explosion of the hammer. With the addition of the strange power that could reach the peak explosive power of a Dao King in an instant, the infinity protecting Lin Green's side was instantly broken in half. Pale was instantly activated, Lin Green disappeared in place, and when he reappeared he was already behind Lu Mengshi, and an ice dragon roared as it tore towards the lowly. Boom! Ice shards flew in the sky, countless ice crystals sprinkled on the ground, and this hammer went unabated and smashed on Lin Green. Jutsu Shun turned song.
Endless suction force accompanied by a cyan-colored ball of energy blocked between the two of them, using Ryumanchi's inertia to pull her into it, and Lin Green flew backwards, rolling around twice on the ground before climbing up. Boom! The entire martial arts stage began to shake as Lu Mengshi got rid of the Song-'s attraction with his extreme explosive power, bringing the hammer to smash into the white hair below. Lin Green grinned a smile as he watched the shadow of the hammer that obscured the moonlight. Fooled. The teenager's figure disappeared in place and appeared above Lu Mengshi with his feet in the void. Jutsu Shun turned Song. A pale shot that had been stored up sucked and tugged at Ryumanchi's petite body. If it was possible to disengage from the last pale shot because there was a borrowing point on the ground, then what about this one? Lin Green had been deliberately showing weakness just to consume Lu Mengshi's strength until he forced out this hammer. Balls of lime green energy erupted between the two. The winner was already divided. Bosses who find the plot quite satisfying give Kitsune a 5-star book review. The data has dropped so much, is it time to start raising the book? Don't. Give it some 5 stars. Lambda. Chapter 77 The Six Gods Gathering, White Whisperer adds seats. Deliberate displays of weakness were only meant to seduce the opponent into going to the head. Lin Green slowly landed and snapped his fingers to disarm, pale. Senior sister, I am obliged. Lu Mengshi huffed and puffed as she stood up from the ground. It's not fun, you're just as slippery as Chuyu, you don't even fight me head on. The corners of Lin Lu's mouth twitched, head to head? Sister, just your sledgehammer, I full open no downside or almost give me a tear, if this thing can be hard to fight I directly eat. After roughly figuring out Lu Mengshi's ability, Lin Green originally wanted to lower the output of the no lower limit technique to give the opponent an illusion of being able to break through his defenses, so that the opponent could use a big move in one go. The result? That sledgehammer swung to the face when a certain pretty boy noticed that it was not right, his own that unlimited like paper mache, if not in time to run away with, pale, now lying on the ground maybe a white hair. Okay Lu Mengshi, it's just a sparring session and not a real fight, you also hit him. Chuyu rounded off the scene. Cut, go back and eat. Lu Mengshi put away God Pro leaving behind a petite back. Is this the legendary no lower limit jutsu? Chuyu looked over at Lin Green and smiled slightly. It's really powerful, I hope I won't face a pervert like you in the future. Chen Dao Moist nodded his head in satisfaction. The god level that took a beating was not just him now. Little Moist, come over and rub big brother's shoulders. The originally spirited Chen Daoyu instantly put on a pain mask. Returning to Shen Yichen's small villa, at this time, several plates of delicacies had already been set up on the table, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Lin LV walked to the kitchen just in time to receive the plate handed over by Shen Yichen. Why did you come in? Showing off my cooking skills and apologizing to my schoolmate. Shen Yichen shoved a basket of vegetables into Lin Lu's arms. Wash it. Roger that. Bai Yushi happened to finish frying a plate of green pepper and lamb's blood, and unintentionally glanced at Lin Green in the kitchen. Winning? Inevitably. Shen Yichen picked up the plate of sheep's blood and put it on the dining table, slapping Chen Daomoist's small hand that was stupidly interested in the dish. Eat it when it's done. Chen Daozhu, TT. All bully me. How are you so sure Lin Green will win? Shen Yichen returned to the kitchen, wiping the water from her hands and looking at Bai Yushi, who was quietly waiting for Lin Green to wash the dishes. Because his ability is too perverse, invincible at the same level. Really? False, Lin Green added, invincible even when crossing the ranks. Shen Yichen silently opened the kitchen window. A certain pretty boy washed the vegetables and handed them to Bai Yushi, and just as the vegetables left his hand, his person flew out. Shen Yichen clapped her hands and closed the window. You really haven't seen a triad before, have you? Outside the door, drifting snowflakes from sparse to dense, white reflections of the light snow scene, a touch of alien white tops the cat's eye, shivering. I was wrong, let me in. Chen Daomu wanted to open the door, but was stopped by Shen Yichen's grim look. It's not that buddies don't help you, maybe when this door opens it's not you going in, but me going out. Bai Yushi and Shen Yichen specially slowed down the cooking speed for the sake of Lin Green, listening to the wail of the frozen shivering outside the door turning the fiery frying spoon. Finally, as the last colorful and flavorful delicacies were brought to the table, the strongest of the future young generation who was frozen to a dog outside the door was let in. This is what happens when you have a cheap mouth. Is everyone drinking? Shen Yichen asked as she untied her apron. Chen Daomu raised his hand to indicate that there was no problem. Lu Mengshi also signaled that it was okay. Chuyu shrugged his shoulders and said it didn't matter, and Bai Yushi was naturally okay. As for Lin Green, his objections were ignored by Shen Yichen, who filled a glass of white for my green brother in a pile of beer. The first cup is all dry, whoever doesn't do it is a coward. Lu Mengshi was the first to raise his glass. No one is allowed to use spiritual energy to force alcohol. Lin Green looked at the amount of his full tall glass and fell into deep thought. It's going to kill. Alright, I won't tease you. Bai Yushi, who was sitting next to him, replaced Lin Green's glass of white wine and poured him a glass of beer. Come on. 6 beer cups clinked together, the tawny liquor slightly splashed, the rest all went into the stomach, with a few rounds of drinks. The original, because of unfamiliarity and slightly restrained, a few people also let go of the box, chatting about cultivation, talking about the old days. The warm orange light reflected the shadows of the 6 talented teenagers on the curtains, accompanied by laughter soaring out the window. Flakes of snowflakes fell on his black hair as Bai Yuxing stood outside the small courtyard, peacefully watching the cozy light inside the house. Looks like you've made quite a few good friends after all.
Aren't you going in to play together? Lu Ju appeared beside Bai Yuxing and looked at the youngest member of the Bai family beside him.
No la, let them play, I still have things to do. Bai Yuxing shook his head and turned to leave, his lonely back imprinting a series of forlorn footprints in the snow. Bai Yuxing, come all the way here, let's play together. His sister's voice sounded behind him, and Bai Yuxing froze for a split second, turning back to look at the entrance of the small courtyard. The white-haired girl was only wearing a sweater on her upper body. I don't know whether it was due to the effect of alcohol or the cold weather. Her cool face was flushed with red, and her eyes were gleaming as she looked at the topsy-turvy figure on the snowy ground not far away.
Bai Yuxing, what are you dawdling about?
A figure that was slightly spunky in comparison appeared at the entrance to the courtyard, furrowing her brows as she looked at Bai Yuxing unhappily. Roll in, they're all waiting for you.
Bai Yuxing laughed. Aya, it seems like it still won't work without me. Come on. Elder Lu was coming along too. Shinichen looked at Lu Do.
Lu Ju waved his hand. I'll be excused, you guys can play together, I have my own things to do.
Come along, Lu.
No, I don't like to make a scene, you guys play. After softly rebuffing, Lu Duan disappeared into the original spot, leaving behind the 3 people under the snowy landscape.
What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to invite you in? Shinichen raised her eyebrows.
Bai Yuxing rubbed his hands together and bounced into the small courtyard. As the gate closed, Lu Duan reappeared in the same place, holding a notebook in his hand.
Diary of Lin Green seduced by Bai Yuxing. I'm still suited to be a chronicler.
He waved his hand and rolled up flakes of snow, letting them dot the black trench coat on his body. It's been a while since I've seen snow. Compared to the abyss, it's still earth that's good. Inside the house, sitting at the dining table, Lin Green picked up his own wineglass and took a sip, as if he was strategizing. The moment Bai Yuxing appeared, Ludo told Lin Lu the news, and thinking of this brother who did his best for his sister, Lin Lu simply told Bai Yuxing the news, and instructed Ludo to try to stall for a while. The door to the living room was opened, and 3 figures braved the snow to burrow into the warm house. Lin Green hefted her wineglass and raised an eyebrow.
I can be so powerful. Chapter 78, Embracing in the Winter Snow. Happy New Year.
Inside the cozy cottage, 7 wineglasses were mingling. The snow outside the window was getting heavier and heavier, dressing up the scenery in silver, and inside the window under the heat, everything was warm as spring. With the addition of the new couple, a New Year's Eve banquet added a few points of lively. Originally said that the cleanliness of Bai Yuxing also could not help but drink a few more cups.
Bai Yuxing, do you think you're a douchebag?
Shinichen was a little on top, a pair of beautiful eyes narrowed.
What did I do me?
Bai Yuxing was a little giddy. What you promised me hasn't been done yet.
Don't need me.
On one side, Bai Yuxing looked as normal, a pair of chopsticks moving back and forth between the dishes and Lin Green's plate.
Can't eat anymore, Missy. Lin Lu looked at the piles of food, her hands holding the chopsticks trembling a bit. Eat, why don't you eat? Ugh, I'm going to take a look at the chicken soup.
Lin Green pulled out her chair and ran away, glancing at the plate of delicacies that Bai Yuxing had chucked over one by one at the end, feeling anorexic for the first time.
What's with the millet kanji instant gratification? Shuyu, finish this cup and accompany me to fight.
Lu Mengshi looked at Shuyu seriously, the battle intent in his eyes burning under the urging of alcohol. Shuyu pushed his glasses with a bitter smile. Spare me, I'm just a stinky calculator, how would I know anything about fighting?
No, must fight. A fart fight, drink and I'll fight you. You said, no forcing alcohol with spiritual energy. A promise is a promise. The civilized man and the petite and brash lowly began to soar, a glass of beer down, and the eyes of the two gradually lost. Didn't we agree that we don't need to use spiritual power to force the alcohol? Did I say that? Whatever, you lose, fight me tomorrow. You.
Shuyu helplessly smiled, secretly determining an escape route in his heart.
Here comes the chicken soup.
Master Lin, who had been watching the pot for half a day, ran over to the table with a casserole of chicken soup and placed the piping hot chicken soup on the empty space arranged on the table. At this time the dizzy crowd saw a pot of warm chicken soup and couldn't help but want to have a bowl. As the only sober person in the room, Lin Lu thoughtfully served everyone a bowl of chicken soup and brought it to them. Xin Daoyu, who had been anesthetized by alcohol to the end, picked up the chicken soup and drank it, just ignoring the scalding temperature.
Wow, cough cough. The boiling hot soup rolled into his throat, scalding the teenager's face, twisting into a pain mask.
Lu Mengshi, who had gotten high, threw beer bottle caps around and smashed them on Shenichen's head, while Shenichen was still sparring with Bai Yuxing. Confused Bai Yuxing always feel not quite right, shouldn't it be you and my sister because of Lin Green sparring, and then pretend not to win to leave the victory to my sister, how to drink up with me?
Bai Yuxing, this won't work?
Shini Chen's face was flushed and she let out a teasing laugh. Dish.
Nonsense. Drink. Why don't you drink?
Bai Yuxing completely abandoned his brain, picked up a bottle of wine that was started well and gestured at Shini-chen. Women only drink from cups, blowing.
On the bottle is a man's romance.
Bai Yuxing was more than just drinking high, he simply took off.
That's right.
The teenager who had just been scalded to the point of almost losing his ability to speak clapped his hands together and raised the beer bottle-sized oxbridge in front of him. Blowing into a bottle is a man's romance, I'll drink to that. Lin Green ran over and grabbed the bottle of oxbridge.
De silly spring, what are you doing?
Lin Green's 6 eyes inadvertently saw the 53 high spirits labeled on the side of the bottle of Nulanchen, and could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. 53 degrees, spirits, if you do not stop you, this bottle of belly you are estimated to crack the child.
What time is it? I don't know who asked.
A sober voice came, and Chuyu sat peacefully in the middle of a bunch of drunks, using his chopsticks to hold the food to his mouth. It's 11:30. Lin LV subconsciously looked at the watch, a long and a short needle pointing at 6 and 11 respectively. Lin Green, accompany me for a walk. Bai Yuxi, who had been lying on the table, sat upright with her head hanging down and raised her eyes to look at Lin Green. Good. Bai Yuxi stumbled and pulled back her chair, falling into Lin Green's arms without standing still. Lin Green hugged the young girl, her slender white hair brushing against her nose, the scent of alcohol mixed with the unique fragrance of the young girl's body drilling into the tip of the teenager's nose. Bai Yuxi stood upright and walked over to the couch to find the down jacket that belonged to him and put it over his body, then picked up Lin Green's trench coat and handed it to him.
Aren't you cold wearing this? I'm more resistant to freezing.
Lin Green took the trench coat and put it on, Bai Yuxi quietly smoothing out the folds for him behind him.
Let's go.
Aha! As she left, Lin Green glanced back at Chuyu.
Chuyu smiled and nodded. Go, I'll watch here.
Pulling open the courtyard door, the white-haired teenager and the white-haired girl walked side by side on the snow-covered path holding hands. Drifting snowflakes fell on the young girl's hair. She impatiently shook her head frantically in an attempt to shake off the snowflakes, but there was still a batch after a batch of them. Bai Yuxi pouted bitterly. Suddenly, the feeling of snowflakes falling on her head disappeared. Bai Yuxi looked at the teenager beside her, and in the snow-covered night, Lin Green's lonely blue pupils were abnormally sparkling. There's a smell of alcohol in my mouth. Bai Yuxi skimmed her mouth. A sunny stick was shoved into the young girl's mouth, and the flavor of the poor quality candy rattled around in her mouth.
That'll do it. The two walked aimlessly on the snowy road, slowly walking to a small dirt slope in Yen University, where they could overlook the entire Yen University.
A street lamp emitted a warm yellow glow, brushing against the teenage girl and illuminating the crystal snowflakes flying in the sky.
Are you okay? Lin Green touched Bai Yuxi. Me? Bai Yuxi pointed at herself, scarlet hanging on her cheeks. What can I be doing? You don't think I'm drunk, do you?
Don't worry, I can't even get drunk if you get drunk. You don't know how much my sister can drink. Listening to Bai Yuxi babbling, Lin LV smiled helplessly.
You don't believe me?
Bai Yuxi pouted and poked Lin Lu in the nose with that candy stick. Lin Lu shook her head. Believe.
Nonsense, I can still dance.
Bai Yuxi let go of Lin Green, who was holding her up, and limped to the highest point and ran under the streetlight. Watch this. The white-haired maiden danced in the drifting snow, the street lamps on the dirt slopes seeming to become a spotlight belonging to herself alone, letting the drifting snow dot the graceful dance. In a certain moment, in the eyes of the teenager, the world was eclipsed, and the only thing left in the big world was the dancing figure of the young girl, accompanied by drifting snow falling. Beautiful.
Was it good?
At the end of the dance, Bai Yuxi arrogantly raised her head and stared into Lin Green's eyes.
Good looking.
The young man stood in the wind and snow, his blue pupils shining.
Ouch.
Bai Yuxi's feet slipped and fell downwards. Lin Green instantly moved to her side to hold her up. The young girl's limp body was held in her arms, quietly lying on the teenager's shoulder.
Ding dong. The bell for the whole hour rang.
In Shini Chen's yard, 5 figures stood together, and Chen Daomu was holding an oversized version of a firework. Here come the fireworks. The fuse was lit, and the colorful light and the fireworks from within Yanjing City met in the sky, illuminating the road ahead for the new year and dispelling the fog. Under the confluence of colors, the teenage girl embraced and stood at the highest point of Yen University, the young girl quietly listening to the explosion of the fireworks ascending into the sky, her beautiful eyes rippling with different colors, reflecting the colors of the sky. Bai Yuxi.
Make a wish.
The young girl silently closed her eyes and planted the seed of her wish in her heart under the splendor of the fireworks. What did you wish for? Happy New Year. Minor culmination sent. One more later, bosses dotting their hypes with power generation.
Begging for a catch-up.
The data dropped so hard. Tonic medicine to raise the book Big Brothers. Today across the new year, 3 more. Tomorrow the new year, direct 4 more.
Chapter 79 Damn Ginger Water.
The night was quiet, the fireworks dispersed, and only the winter snow was still waving freely. Street lamps under the teenage girl quietly embracing each other. The warm color of the light illuminates the flying snow draped over the body. Bright moon sleeping peacefully.
Hello?
Lin Green called softly, but there was no response, and vaguely, the sound of steady snoring drilled into his ears.
Fell asleep? Lin Lu cried and laughed. What kind of person, falling asleep while hugging? Ding dong.
The cell phone rang, and Lin Green pulled it out and looked at the message.
Shen Dao Moist, boss, we're going back first, we'll get together next time.
Lin LV just wanted to type to ask Bayushing to pick up Bayushi back, but thinking of that bearish look of his drunkenness, he silently deleted the typed words cleanly.
Forget it, take you to my house. Home?
Lin LV suddenly remembered the small house in Lingyang City, the small building that had sheltered him for 18 years even though it was ragged, and he could not help but smile.
Brother Lu, is it there?
Yes.
Walk with me.
Good. The road end materialized from the void, and Lin Green carried the young girl on his back, where she lay peacefully on his back, breathing steadily.
Where's your hometown, Lu?
A large and a small group of two intergenerational geniuses walked side by side on the snow-covered path, with Rodan sticking his hands in the pockets of his trench coat.
Yamadam Province.
I've heard the high schools there are pretty strict.
Yeah, Rodan lamented, they don't let you do this or that,
And at the end of the day it's still a matter of luck awakening to show your grades.
Lu, have you been back home all these years?
Lin Green asked casually. Lu Ju was silent for a moment, then smiled. I don't have a home, if I have to say, the upper elemental divine palace is my home. Hey! I'm an orphan, living in an orphanage since I was a child. The director's name is Lu, and he named me Lu End, which means that my bitter path will end.
Lu Yu paused and continued to speak. Originally, I was not well received in school,
because no one would like a person with a withdrawn personality. Until the day of awakening, I awakened under the spotlight of the divine prodigy, and everyone's gaze towards me changed from disdain to awe, and there were a lot of senior members of the big families who wanted to take me as their adopted son, promising me a warmth, and I knew what they were looking for and rejected them all. Were scheming for something and rejected them all until that person came to my side.
That man?
Yeah, Rodan smiled slightly, looking at Lin Green beside him as if he had seen himself once upon a time. That old man knocked a popcorn out of me the first time we met, and asked me if I wanted to follow him in the future.
It couldn't be my grandfather, right?
It's Lord Lin Emperor. His Excellency recommended me to Lord Destiny Emperor, and the country cultivated me vigorously until I entered the abyss to make great achievements. Then it seems that I didn't call this brother wrongly. Lu Jian smiled evilly and spoke, not necessarily. Oh, maybe in Lord Lin Di's place I'm the same generation as Lord Yen Di, you might have to call me uncle.
What the hell?
Rodan laughed out loud, his black trench coat dancing wildly in the fluttering wind and snow. In the middle of the conversation and laughter, the two walked to a remote path, beyond which was Lin Green's small villa.
Go rest.
Road's end disappeared in place. Good. Lin Green pulled open the courtyard door and walked gingerly to her hut, putting the drunken Bayushi on her bed.
Well, I am a decent person.
Although the gentleman, Lin Green still helped the young girl to take off the down jacket outside. The house is warm, wearing this to sleep will be hot. Tucking Bayushi in, Lin Green gently turned off the light and exited the room.
Who?
The white-haired teen quietly walked into the kitchen and lit a fire to boil water. As the steaming water boiled in a pot, Lin Green took out a ginger from the vegetable cupboard, peeled it clean and cut it in half with a knife in her hand. The thumping sound of chopping vegetables rang out into the quiet night, and if this were a residential building, it would easily remind people of a weird novel. As the hot water boiled, a handful of yellow ginger slid down the chopper into the boiling water. The transparent liquid began to take on a yellow color, at which point the teenager reduced the fire. The high fire turned to a low fire to cook slowly.
Not much time, a bowl of steaming ginger water cooked.
The steaming ginger water was placed on Bayushi's bedside table by Lin Green, and as the streak of azure in the darkness left, the dull sound of the door closing rang out. The whole time had passed, and the crescendo of the fireworks slowly descended, leaving only the sound of sporadic fireworks outside. Lin Green turned off the lights in the living room and sat alone on the sofa in the living room, leaning her back against the back of the chair in deep thought. Rodan's words rang in her ears.
Have you ever wondered what she's really doing all this for you?
You're too wrapped up in why Bayushi likes you, but you've never thought about how much she really likes you. In the dreary darkness, a flash of pale face leaned expressionlessly against the couch, a silent confusion in his blue eyes.
Was I really being too serious?
Recalling the bits and pieces of today's time with Bayushi, he did his best to play the role of a boyfriend, but in the end he realized that there was no need for him to perform at all, and that everything was genuine. Thinking about it, the young girls dancing under the drifting snow once again came into his mind. Perhaps that was the real her, like an ignorant child.
What's that smell?
The kitchen forgot to turn off the fire. A certain melancholy male god flew up from the couch and ran quickly to the kitchen to turn off the fire, as fit as a fiddle.
It's over, turn up the heat and burn through the pan. It's a sin.
It's all your fault, damn ginger water. With a fierce look on his face, a certain person tiptoed and pulled open the bedroom door, staring resentfully at the steaming bowl of ginger water, reaching out and assuming the pale, starting stance. Sighing, Lin Green subconsciously sat down on the edge of her bed, pestling her face with her hands in a dazed manner.
Lin Green, Lin Green, what on earth are you thinking? Be firm. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Be firm.
Lin Green was just about to get up when a pair of turquoise root arms encircled his waistline.
Lin Lu.
He jerked his head back to Bayushi. The young girl rubbed her entire face against Lin Lu's body, her arms wrapped around Lin Lu's waist in a death grip. If not for her still steady breathing, Lin Lu would have thought that she had woken up.
Bushgate, could this be right?
Lin Green tried to use pale to instantly move away, but the young girl's hand got tighter and tighter, as if she knew he was going to leave.
Mom! Don't go. I'm a girl now? A double heroine?
Lin Green ended his prancing and reached out to poke Bayushi in the face without leaving. You can hug if you want to, it's just as well that I'm keeping watch to heat the ginger water in time to prevent it from getting cold. Coaxing herself to this point, Lin Green's eyes glanced grimly at the ginger water at the bedside and reached out a hand to lift it up.
Just your name is Ginger Water, right? Ginger Water.
Outside the window, the bright moonlight sprinkled on Lu Duan's black clothes. The man held a notebook in his hand, and with a big stroke of the pen he left a thick and colorful stroke on the notes. New calendar 453 years, by Bayushi and Lin Green. Bipolar reversal. I've adapted to squeezing myself to code 10,000 words a day, and I could code more if I didn't have damn practical training finals. It's almost time to confess and write a 5-star book review for Kikon. Ask for hypes, power generation, catch-ups, rave reviews, yay.
Chapter 80. Chendao Moist battles Lin Green again. Half a month after New Year's Day.
Although it is winter, but the wind is still very gentle, not the blazing heat of summer, nor the bitter cold of the previous harsh winters, just a silky blowing, shaking the dead branches, brushing the hem of the clothes. On the huge martial arts arena, the cracks in the ground originally caused by the fierce battle had long been repaired as before.
Ready? Lin Green raised an eyebrow.
Come on, Chendao Moist maneuvered his green dragon crescent blade with might. I'll show you my progress. In the next moment, the blade wind whistled, the sharp blade broke through the dead leaves that scraped onto the blade, and the blazing cold light flashed close to the front. Lin Green utilized his cloud hand to take the knife, grabbed the handle of the knife and used the force to come in front of Chendaoju. Chendaoyu immediately let go of the green dragon crescent blade and slapped out a mountainous palm, while Lin Lu blocked it with a cross elbow and slapped it with a striking hand force, knocking Chendaoyu back. The green dragon crescent moon blade turned into a bit of light and disappeared, and appeared in Chendao Moist's hand as he beckoned again. Blade wind vertical shadow. A close range slash cut diagonally from top to bottom, the wide blade surface reflected Lin Green's pair of blue pupils. The wind of the blade scraped up the broken hair on Lin Green's forehead, while the teenager just took a step forward and crouched down, perfectly avoiding the slash. Boom! The gravitational force of Zhang started to work when Lin Green's fist touched Chendaoyu's abdomen. Chendaoyu's entire body suddenly bowed into a shrimp shape in pain, but he didn't retreat. Instead, against the pain, his right arm powered up and slammed the end of his green dragon crescent blade against Lin Green. Alas! Lin Lu sighed and could only give up his attack and rolled to the side to dodge. In just an instant, the broad blade cut through the void and bloomed with a cold light in front of Lin Green. The no lower limit technique was activated, the blade was fixed in place. Chendao Moist, who had anticipated this, let go of the green dragon crescent blade, bullied his way up, and blasted out with a fist as a wild wind exploded. Lin Green lifted no lower limit, both arms blocked in front of his body. Thud! Invisible air currents radiated out to the surroundings. Lin Green's figure similarly flew out backwards. After landing and stabilizing his figure, Chendao Moist dodged out with a speed that surprised Lin Green and added a punch. This punch, the force is more vigorous. This guy, after only 3 minutes of starting the fight, he had such an increase, worthy of being a god-level god pro. None of them were simple. Lin Green unleashed Zhang's instantaneous transmission, pulling away from Chendao Moist. Not much progress. Of course, after more than half a month of special training by Mighty Mang, I can go to hell if I don't make progress. Although young Master Chen was arrogant and bossy and had a foul mouth, but his talent was really nothing to write home about. Ever since he had seen that sparring match between Lin Lu and Lu Mengxi on the day of the New Year's Eve on New Year's Day, the arrogance that belonged to himself along with the experience of being suppressed by Lin Lu for half a year surged out. Therefore, Chendaoyu returned to the Chen family under the care of the family's strongest, in the secret territory of the special training for half a month, and now no matter whether it is the reaction or judgment, or the force and angle of the shot are not the same. As for why you ask why the progress is so big? In the words of Chen Dishao, that half-month of special training is purgatory. Every day he was made to die, and then the power of the secret realm was infused back to ensure that he would be alive and well the next day. Continue. Chendao Moist leapt up and swung down with an extremely large amount of spiritual energy in one punch. This punch did not utilize any martial arts, but the mere addition of spiritual power was enough to cause fear in the same realm. Chendao Moist is afraid that he is not a cutie. Right, isn't he afraid of exhausting his strength by squandering his spiritual energy like this? Lu Mengxi boredly ate potato chips and sat on the audience seat, swinging her dangling feet. Shuyu pushed his glasses, the lenses flashed a cold aura. I'm afraid that the role of the green dragon crescent blade is more than just a little bit in your imagination, and with that increase can be the total amount of spiritual energy and the quality of spiritual energy. Ah. You mean to say? Theoretically, if there's enough time, even if Chen Dao Moist is just a Dao life, he can still strike a strike of Dao Emperor strength. Lu Mengshi sucked in a breath of cool air, then her eyes glowed. Next time, I'll spar with him. Shu Yu sighed. Maru's spice. The punch didn't slam into Lin Green as expected, but was instead dislodged by him with a soft jab, followed by a forward elbow delivery. Chen Dao Moist grabbed Lin Green's elbow with one hand, pressed on his shoulder with the other, pressed down hard and then lifted his knee to send out power, hitting Lin Green as expected, followed by another punch to Lin Green's chest. The force sank a few more points, and could not be delayed any longer. The reason why he didn't use no lower limit much was because he wanted to see how far he could go without the no lower limit jutsu himself, and secondly, he wanted to have a proper fight with the other god levels, and now it seems that the fights between the god levels are just his 9 eyes open comparison parameters, and whoever has the most powerful parameters can win. The fist blew, the strong wind whistled, that iron fist stopped a few inches away from Lin Green. Although he suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Chen Daozhu, but the same realm invincible no lower limit technique is not covered, when Lu Mengshi added all of his attributes to strength to be able to break through the no lower limits defense, and now these increases in Chen Daozhu are far from enough. The void exploded. Chen Daoyu only felt that he was being stared at by a cold aura as he swept towards the back. Lin Green set up the starting stance of San. The lime green vortex enlarged continuously at his fingertips, gradually becoming larger as the gesture changed. The majestic suction force thus erupted, representing the infinite convergence of attraction.
Want a wave to decide the winner?
Understanding that he could not avoid this strike, Chen Daomu could not help but tighten his grip on the hilt of the green dragon crescent blade, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Come on then, let's see if I will be as defenseless as before when faced with this move again. A shocking blade power rose up to the sky, battle intent filled the air, the Guanyu silhouette representing the will of the martial saint surfaced behind Chen Dao Moist, armored in his armor and riding a red rabbit.
Artistic shun turned song. Destroy the sun.
A blade was swung out, the martial saint's silhouette's eyes widened in anger, the warhorse hissed and the battle blade roared, a blade no weaker than an ordinary Dao Si tore through the light, covering the sky and the sun. Above the sky, the sun lost its color in an instant, and endless blackness poured into this world, just like the name of this move, extinguish the sun.
Cyan and black met, a touch of silent gray bloomed at the junction, and the world seemed to lose its color in this instant.
The space around the martial arts stage began to distort and collapse under the effect of infinity, while the black blade uncut through the distortion and collapse. Finally, the smoke dispersed. Lin Green stood unharmed, only his clothes slightly dirty. Chen Dao Moist was a different story. The original high-grade decent clothes were broken and hanging in rags, one hand holding the green dragon crescent blade, one hand propped up on the ground. One with slightly dirty clothes, one covered in injuries, Tian Dao and Gagami both. That's pretty good, being able to resist a pale from me without letting go. Chen Daomu shook his head with a bitter smile. Not enough, my goal is to defeat you. Then that goal is ambitious enough. A smile curled up between the white-haired teenager's lips, his lone blue pupil filled with confidence. I'm the strongest.
Chapter 81, Father-Daughter Divide.
You just blow it, buddy. Chen Dao Moist skimmed his mouth and looked like he didn't believe it.
Forget how Shen Chen threw you out of the kitchen like a koan half a month ago? Chen Daomu, come fight me.
Lu Mengshi excitedly jumped down from the audience when she saw the two men finish their fight. Chen Dao Moist looked at his broken shirt already blackened by the sun blast on his bare skin. A question mark slowly popped up on the top of his head. Senior sister, you want to kill people straight up. Stop it, Ryu Manhwa. If you want to spar you have to wait until Dao Moisture recovers. Shuyu slowly walked down from the audience and pushed his glasses. Yao, Ryu Manhwa turned her gaze back to someone with slightly dirty clothes, both eyes glowing. This one's fine, hey. Lin Green stiffened for a moment, then squatted down and covered her stomach and wailed.
Chen Dao Moist, you hit so hard, it hurts my stomach.
Chen Dao Moist once again looked at himself, who was dressed in rags like a beggar. A second question mark popped up on his head.
Then you must be very happy.
After New Year's Day, immediately followed by the final week, Chua bitterly fought for a week. College students ushered in their own winter vacation. Most of them chose to go home, only a very small part of the people stayed in the school, which is why the battle between the god level scratched out. The second time Chen Dao Moist was beaten up, no one watched.
Wasn't Yushi with you these 2 days?
Lu Mengshi glanced at Lin Green. Sister Chen won't be going home for the new year this year. Why don't a few of us get together again? She seems to have followed Bai Yuxing back to the Bai family. All the world families have a lot going on. Then again, why don't you go back to the Chen family? Lin Lu looked at Chen Daoyu and spoke without thinking, popping out a sentence. A third question mark popped up on Chen Daoyu's brain.
Are you sick in the head?
I just got out of the Chen family today to find you, asshole. Counting the time, it's almost time for the Bai family ancestor sacrifice. Chen Dao Moist pulled out 2 pieces of intact clothes from his spatial ring and put them on his body. It's reasonable for the 2 of them to go back as a direct lineage of the Bai family to stay for 2 days. Big brother, you don't have to worry about Bai Yushi. There's Bai Yuxing, who was at the most subjected to a little bit of difficulty. Who's worried about her? He said this on his lips, but Lin Green still couldn't help but think of what Bai Yushi had said to him that day when she was leaving.
Don't miss me, oh, Lin puppy. Who misses you? Yan Jing, Bai family. Knock knock. A dull knock sounded on the door, and Bai Zhengfeng waved his hand without lifting his head. Enter. The solid wood door inlaid with gold trim was pushed open from the outside, and two figures, a man and a woman, walked in. Father. Bai Yuxing looked respectful. Family master. Bai Yuxi was expressionless. Yuxing, has the school arranged for you to investigate with the geniuses from Magic University and other schools yet? This task is one that we did as a graduation project, and the cycle is rather long.
Not finished is not finished, don't need so many reasons, if you're good enough maybe it won't take a year at all. Bai Zhengfeng put down the pen in his hand and looked at Bai Yuxing with his 2 hands and 10 fingers crossed. You're a strong contender to be the future head of the Bai family, and you can't even take out this point of achievement. I'm very disappointed. Bai Yuxing lowered his head. Sorry, father. Bai Zhengfeng turned his head to look at Bai Yuxi, his cold gaze as if he was looking at a cold commodity rather than a living human being. Yuxi, I heard that you've gotten very close to that Lin LV during this time. Bai Yuxi raised her head slightly and didn't respond. You should know whose child Lin LV is, right? The Bai family and the Chun family are lineage families. Chen Yao and Lin Zian once brushed off the face of the Chun family. As an ally we, the Bai family, even if we don't do anything for the Chun family we can't go and get close to the enemy's child, right? Do you mean to say that the Upper Yuan Divine Palace that made great achievements in the Abyss and hindered the invasion of the foreign races for Earth is an enemy of the Bai family? Of course not, after all, his Upper Yuan Divine Palace doesn't have the surname Lin. Bai Zhengfeng moved his neck. You're still young, you don't know much, from now on don't socialize with that Lin Green anymore, it's not impossible to fight with him if necessary. Bai Zhengfeng's tone was casual, as if he was ordering his subordinate to do a trivial matter. Impossible. Bai Yuxi remained expressionless as she raised her head to look at Bai Zhengfeng, her icy gaze as if she wasn't looking at her father, but at a stranger who had nothing to do with her. Yuxi. Bai Yuxing looked at Bai Yuxi in shock. Usually even if she didn't want to, Bai Yuxi would agree in front of Bai Zhengfeng and be masculine, but this time, why did it seem like she had eaten gunpowder? Bai Zhengfeng obviously did not expect Bai Yuxi to respond in this way. He froze for a split second, and then clapped his hands. Invisible airwaves radiated out with him at the center, the peak level of Tao Emperor's pressure acting on Bai Yuxi alone. Bai Yuxi, is the tutelage that has nurtured you since you were a child to allow you to talk to your father like this? Bai Yuxi hummed lightly, relying on her will to carry the wave of pressure. Father? Do you deserve to be my father? You haven't treated me as a person since I was a child, you didn't even go to pay your respects to mom once after she left. Are you worthy, Bai Zhengfeng? The pressure further increased, the young girl's knees went weak and wanted to kneel down, but she held herself together and slowly straightened her back. Are you worthy? Bai Yuxi, stop it. Bai Yuxing tried to hold his sister up, but was stopped by Bai Zhengfeng's spiritual power. If you dare to help her, the family law will deal with it. Bai Zhengfeng looked at Bai Yuxi coldly, not bothering to look at Bai Yuxing next to him. Bai Yuxi still stood tall and stubbornly looked at Bai Zhengfeng. If it was in the past, even if she was reborn she wouldn't touch Bai Zhengfeng's mold like this, but now it was different. There was him, and then there was that him. The day after tomorrow, Fujiwara Shingo, the young head of the Fujiwara family of the 3 Japanese imperial families, will come to the Bai family to discuss the matter of marriage. He is a god-level god pro like you. Combining with him will not only strengthen the influence of the Bai family overseas, but also be able to consolidate the summer friendship. Prepare yourself well. Father, the respectful look on Bai Yuxing's face disappeared. He no longer lowered his head but raised it high. I disagree. You don't have the qualifications to disagree. It's settled, Bai Yuxi. Until Fujiwara Shingo arrives you'll stay at home. Bai Yuxi coldly looked at Bai Zhengfeng. The corner of her mouth hung a cold smile, and she was about to retort. Bai Yuxing pulled Bai Yuxi and shook his head to signal her not to speak. You guys go. The two left Bai Zhengfeng's office, and Bai Yuxing looked at his sister with anger. Bai Yuxi, you're too presumptuous. Obviously it's fine to promise to escape in secret first. Why must you go against father openly? Bai Yuxi opened her mouth and gave her brother a reassuring smile. Don't worry old brother, it's fine. Counting the time, my mother-in-law will be here soon. At the same time, the abyssal plane flickered with a white aura, and a star dragging a trailing tail instantly crossed the void toward Earth. In the space of consciousness, Great Forest Green slowly opened his azure eyes. At this time, Fujiwara Shingo is about to come to China, right? So, ready to be abused by me? If the white family doesn't know how to behave, then let's beat them up together. 2 shifts across the year, and 2 more during the day when I wake up from my nap. Please chase more urges and power generation. If the new year can be a little New Year's gift that's even better, whisper BB. Happy New Year to all the bosses. In the new year, Kikon strives to come up with a better state to update you all on the daily life of Brother Greenie, and we all strive to be better people. Chapter 82, Past Fate, Present Life, Love from the Heart. Yen University, outside the martial arts arena. The cell phone inside Chen Daomoist's pants vibrated. He pulled it out and looked at the content on the screen with a subtle expression. What kind of lewd expression do you have on your face? Lu Mengshi revealed a disgusted look. With a gloating expression, Chen Daoxiao came over to Lin Lu's side. Big brother, the Bai family siblings have been imprisoned. Ah? What do you mean?
The current head of the Bai family has imprisoned the two siblings, and the day after tomorrow the young head of the Fujiwara family of the Japanese Gosen family will be coming to China, and the Fujiwara family is naming a marriage with Bai Yushi. Fujiwara family young family head, is it strong?
Lin Green unconsciously frowned, a grim murderous aura spilling out of his body. It's a god-level genius who was one term ahead of us. God Pro is a 3 sun and moon clan close, able to borrow the power of the sun and moon, able to infinitely recover spiritual power under the sun's illumination, and when bathing in the moonlight, it completely hides his figure in breath. Lin Green raised an eyebrow. The first effect sounded like a low-profile version of 6 Eyes, the second effect was interesting.
Complete concealment. I don't know if your concealment is able to escape the 6 Eyes probing. So what to do, boss? Looking at Chen Daomoist's sincere gaze, Lin Green calmed down and suppressed the fire that was stirring in the bottom of his heart. Where's your uncle? Call him over. Okay. What's wrong? Your face looks so bad. Chiyu looked at Lin Green, puzzled to ask out. Yushi has been imprisoned by the Bai family, saying that they want to marry the Fujiwara family from Japan the day after tomorrow. I'll go. The Bai family knows that you and Bai Yushi have this ambiguous relationship but still insist on it. Looking for death this is not. Lu Mengshire exclaimed out in shock as she ate her potato chips. Lin Green stared wide-eyed. Not a sister, words cannot be nonsense. What do you mean by ambiguous relationship? I'm sorry schoolmate, we can't do much to help with this kind of thing. Chuyu smiled guiltily. It's fine, I'll do it myself. Unconsciously, a pair of fists were clenched. Half an hour later, Chen Xingyuan hurriedly arrived, and the first thing he did when he saw Lin Green was to grab his arm and shake it frantically. Great nephew. The Bai family is properly targeting you, you have to find a way to deal with it. Lin LV, who had been shaken to the point of dizziness, broke free from Chen Xingyuan's restraints and only felt his eyes popping. No, the learning of the inversion technique should be put on the agenda, change it to fully automatic and you won't have to suffer this. So you as an uncle help me? Chen Xingyuan sighed, help, definitely help, but it's just a bit of trouble. He looked to the side of whistling Chen Daoyu. Chen Dao master whistled leisurely and rolled himself to the other side. As long as you're willing, I can explode with the strength of a Dao Lord to help you snatch Bai Yushi. That's not so bad, after all, Brother Lu is there. Chen Xingyuan shook his head, stupid, if they really took you into consideration, could they not think of a way to guard against Jianjun? In that case, my intervention would be an unknown, and they wouldn't be able to react. But in that case, you won't be able to stay in the Chen family. So what, I wouldn't have been able to stay in the Chen family anyway. Chen Xingyuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently, a touch of sadness flowing out from the bottom of his eyes, but it was well concealed cleanly by him. After discussing the battle plan, the two old uncle and nephew decided to part ways. Is there no problem at Chen Daomu's place? I guess it's okay if he doesn't want to get his ass kicked by you afterward. Watching Chen Xingyuan's figure go away, Lin LV sighed quietly, leaving a pale figure standing alone on the large martial arts stage. Are you sure it's alright? This matter might just be the White family and Chen family joining forces to try and discuss the upper elemental divine palace. You'll completely lose your foothold in the Chen family this way. As Chen Xingyuan walked down the streets of Yanjing, Lu Jing silently appeared at his side. Hee, I have long since lost my foothold in the Chen family. Chen Xingyuan looked up towards the sky. After Su Shaohan died, I was disappointed in the Chen family. Lu Ju did not say anything, he just quietly walked with Chen Xingyuan. Let's not talk about this, since I can no longer obtain happiness, then I'll help my nephew. It's not like I haven't looked for him in these 18 years of Lin LV, it's just a pity that he's been too well protected by Elder Lin. I don't have a chance on my own, hahaha. Being an uncle surely has to be a bit of a use, right? Perhaps when you walk out, the Star Lord will only reappear. Who knows, this world is not short of Star Kings, much less a person named Chen Xingyuan. I just need to do the best I can and I'll have a clear conscience. Chen Xingyuan was still looking up at the sky. The posture of walking with his head tilted up was really funny, but Lu Jing couldn't laugh. He was similarly looking up at the sky. At the end of his vision, endless raindrops flowed upwards against the current. Ka-ching. The door to the living room was slammed shut, and Lin Green walked over to the couch with her head hanging down and threw herself onto the fluffy cushions with all her strength. Lin Green, what the hell is wrong with you? What Bai Yushi does has nothing to do with you. You're just ordinary friends. It's their own business if they want to get married. What's the rush for you, an irrelevant person? The white-haired teenager looked at the spotless ceiling in a mute manner, his mouth slightly open, a hint of confusion showing in his blue eyes. Ding dong. The cell phone rang. Lin Green subconsciously picked up the phone to see the message, and found that it was not Bai Yushi but an advertisement. Brown. Lin LV pinched his cell phone and still didn't throw things around in a rage like those big young men in TV dramas. He took a breath and stuffed 2 sunny bars into his mouth to try to calm down, but Chen Daomoist's words lingered in his mind, and slowly, Bai Yushi's cool voice rang in his ears. Don't miss me, oh Lin puppy. Lin Green startled, looking around with those 6 eyes that could see everything around them without any dead ends even when they were closed, like a startled puppy. What the hell is going on in your head, Lin Green? Lin Green fumed and banged her hand on her head a few times, slowly exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air as she noticed the content of that advertisement on her cell phone. Leave a word and the poor Taoist will help you.
Lin Green ghostly clicked on it and frowned.
Help me out? Then can a situation like this help me out?
Lin Green clicked on the advertisement and sent the word white in the chat box that popped up.
The opposite side was almost a second reply. What is the Rim Master looking at? Lin Green hesitated and continued typing. Can you calculate my inner confusion? Can I leave the Fate Master's birthdate in 8 characters? December 7, 433rd year of the new calendar, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The opposite side had not responded after a 10-minute interval. Lin Green let out a bitter smile. Also, how could he be stupid enough to believe in such a godly thing? Just about to close the phone, the other side popped up a message.
Karmic Master, great karma. Lin Green, who had just wanted to quit, instantly became interested again. How is it a great karma? Lin.
The other party simply replied with a single word. Lin Green froze. The other party seemed to have some skill.
Can you calculate my confusion, or do you have a way to solve my confusion? What is there to be confused about? Liar.
Lin Green tossed her cell phone aside, not intending to bother with this charlatan anymore. After a few seconds, the other party sent another message, which was captured by 6 eyes. Lin Green moved slightly. Love from the heart, the edge of the master has never been confused, just do not want to believe it. The edge of the master is 2 serious reasons and never care about her heart, that is, want to do. From the heart is the right solution, only because of the former destiny of this world.
Chapter 83, 1 round to make you cry.
2 days passed by in a flash. On this day, the young head of the Fujiwara family of the 3 Japanese imperial families led people to come to the Bai family in China to discuss the marriage. Outside the White family's living room, the guards guarding the doorway whispered and pressed.
Hey, do you think that Lin Green will come today?
I think he'll come. He stepped on someone's head and on it. If he doesn't come again, he's a shrunken head turtle, and with young Master Lin's character he won't not come. I do hope that Lin Green will come and make a scene, or even slap the face of the family head and the others. When did a group of Japanese get to be arrogant and domineering in our territory?
Inside the waiting parlor. Ms. Bai is truly astonishing at first glance today.
The handsome young man couldn't take his eyes off Bayushi since he saw her for the first time, and couldn't wait for his whole pair of eyes to grow on the young girl, and that kind of indifferent and cool temperament drove him a little crazy. Bayushi just coldly glanced at Fujiwara Shingo without making any response. He was just a clown who had been beaten by Lin Ro in his previous life and had his Dao heart shattered.
Yushi, why didn't you respond to young Master Fujiwara when he spoke to you?
Bai Zhangfeng furrowed his brows in displeasure.
It's probably because Yushi isn't feeling too well today.
Bayushi rounded off the conversation in time, reaching out and pulling Bayushi to signal her to listen. Bai family master, a gray-haired old man in the matchmaking group, tapped the ground with his walking stick. Let's dispense with the formalities, we're all open-minded people, and there aren't any problems on the Bai family's side regarding the marriage, right?
Bai Zhangfeng sized up Fujiwara Shingo with satisfaction. Fujiwara Sr., we have no problem with it. Then what about Ms. Bai?
Bayushi slightly looked up at Fujiwara Shingo without speaking.
I guess Yushi doesn't have any opinions either. Bai Zhangfeng laughed. I have an opinion.
A discordant voice resounded in the White family's waiting room as Bayushin grabbed Bayushi's hand and arrogantly looked at the Fujiwara family's group. My sister's own happiness should be decided by herself, not arranged icily.
Bayushin, what nonsense are you talking about?
The veins on Bai Zhangfeng's forehead flared up, and a look of displeasure appeared on the faces of the other Bai family executives.
I'm not talking nonsense, am I not right? If a person's future can be arranged, then is there any meaning to his life?
Bayushin spoke every word.
Yushing, you're tired.
Bai Zhangfeng wanted to step in and suppress his disobedient son.
Eldest brother-in-law, Fujiwara Shingo, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. A displeasingly contemptuous look appeared in his eyes. Before coming to Huaxia, I inquired about it. Miss Bai is on good terms with a kid called Lin Lu, right? I know of him. He's the son of Emperor Yan and Emperor Yao, but so what? I know that he is the son of Emperor Yan and Emperor Yao, but so what? The two of them have not yet settled down, and it seems that Lin Green does not have any feelings for Ms. Bai. It is just wishful thinking on the part of Ms. Bai. Is this what is called happiness? He paused. I know that Lin Green is also a god level. I don't know what luck he got to reach the Sea of Dao, but it doesn't matter. If he dares to come, I'll beat him until he's convinced, and if we cut, I believe that the upper elemental divine palace won't be unreasonable, right? Reason you with the dance of extinction? Bayushi shook her head and laughed. Fight to the point of submission?
Young Master Fujiwara, with all due respect, you're not as good as Lin Green a bit. If it's a life and death fight, you won't even last 10 rounds under his hand.
Bayushi, shut up.
A Bai clan powerhouse couldn't stand the junior's gibberish and shot up in anger.
Fujiwara Shingo wasn't annoyed either. He spread his hands with a disinterested face. Then why don't you call him in? If he can't take me down in 10 rounds, how about you marry me? But if I take him down in 10 rounds, what will you do, Ms. White?
No, because you don't have that chance. A more arrogant voice than Fujiwara Shingo's rang out from the doorway of the waiting room, where the white-haired boy leaned quietly against the wall, tossing a coin back and forth from hand to hand, a stick in his mouth.
When did this kid get here?
The pupils of the old man on crutches within the Fujiwara family contracted. If it wasn't for Lin Green taking the initiative to attract attention, there was no way that he, as a pickle lord, could have found him. Coins glittering with silver light were grabbed by a hand under the sunlight, and the owner of the hand turned to look at the group of rotten people in the waiting room. Those azure-colored eyes coldly swept through the crowd, lingering on Bayushi with a touch of tenderness. "What brings you here?" Bayushi deliberately pretended to be puzzled. Lin LV smiled faintly and put the coins back into her pocket. "Missed you, came to pick you up and take you home. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, haven't had the dumplings you made." "You are Lin Green, right? Bayushi is our young family head's marriage partner. I hope you can. Let's get in the way." Lin Green's gaze turned, those azure-colored pupils slanting towards a certain teenager in the Fujiwara family who was speaking, his cold aura pressing down on him so much that he couldn't speak, as if he'd cross the floor if he dared to finish his sentence. Lin Green walked step by step with his hands in his pockets to Bayushi's side, still in the same trench coat with sweater from the New Year's Eve on New Year's Day, only without the glasses. Every step he took, the inexplicable pressure stepped on the hearts of everyone in the waiting parlor except for Bayushi and Bayushing, making it impossible to catch one's breath. Bayushi took a serious look at Lin Green and spun around in front of him. "Does it look good, specially prepared for you today?" "You look good in anything." "Young Master Lin, this isn't quite in order, is it?" The old man tapped his cane. "Ms. Bai is the object of a marriage between the Bai family of China and the Fujiwara family of Japan. Do you want to destroy Sino-Japanese friendship by making a big fuss?" "Oh, that's so." Lin Lu held Bayuxi's hand and turned to look at the old man, smiling gently. "Is the Fujiwara family very strong?" "The Gosen family, who are the main power holders in Japan." "And how many seconds will it take for me, Kamigoto Jingu, to destroy this glorious family?" Lin Green's eyes were filled with contempt, and at some point, Lu Duyun stood behind him, holding his sword in his right hand, the sword wind whistling. "Also, if China and Japan really have friendship, it's also friendship between the people. The Gosen family doesn't count for anything." The old man laughed in exasperation, angrily releasing his own pickle lord pressure, the cane in his hand trembling uncontrollably. "Junior, there's a price to pay for speaking recklessly. Your power isn't on Earth. What makes you think you can talk nonsense here?" An even stronger pressure was like a giant whistle that flooded the land. The aura emperor like from the Daelord's extreme hardened the old man's pressure. The young man's blue pupils blossomed with eye-catching radiance as he stood peacefully in the center of the storm, with his favorite girl standing beside him. "On what grounds?" "It's kind of hard to answer. Based on the fact that my father, my mother, my grandfather, and my god-grandfather are all Dao emperors, based on the fact that my Dao protector is the strongest genius before me after my father, based on the fact that my family is the most powerful force in the abyss, based on the fact that I'm the strongest, is that enough?" Then, he turned his head to look at Fujiwara Shingo, the contempt in his eyes increased. "When Whispering Brook said that he could take you down within 10 rounds, it wasn't really that exaggerated." The teenager tilted his head slightly, his pair of blue pupils looking down at Fujiwara Shingo, the corners of his mouth raised in an indulgent smile. "1 round, beat you to tears. For more to go and Happy New Year. Ask for catch-ups, hyped small gifts. And 5-star book reviews. Chapter 84 Wife Stealing? Seconds." Inside the gilded waiting room, a group of white family powerhouses and Fujiwara family powerhouses had their jaws dropped. Madness. That's crazy. To make a strong man 1 term older than himself cry in 1 round, no one believed the truth of this statement, but just by looking at the teenager's forward-looking aura, it had to be believed. "Are you joking?" Fujiwara Shingo was visibly stunned for a moment, then his face twisted up. It wasn't good to be looked down upon by someone a year younger than him. "Want to try a fight?" Lin Green gripped Bayushi's hand tightly, and the contempt on his face grew even more. "If you want to get your ass kicked, then come on." A nameless rage rose from the bottom of his heart as he looked at the hand that Lin Green was holding Bayushi's hand in. "I Fujiwara Shingo destined wife, how to allow others to defile. So what if I like it or not? Since it was arranged, then it's fine to carry it out." "Lin Lu." Bayushi pulled Lin Lu's hand. "Do you want to see how he gets abused by me?" Lin Green cocked her head. "Be handsome." "Yeah." As he spoke, a slash pierced through the void towards Lin Green. The slash wrapped in a huge amount of spiritual energy was like a breaking blade that obscured the light. Rustling sound of the broken air came to an abrupt end. 3 sun and moon clan close to the blade stopped in the side of the forest green half a point, only need to advance an inch. The raging light of the blade can be the body of the forest green head separation. Fujiwara young master of the family is only able to play such a small trick as a sneak attack? Lin Green turned back and looked at the sword-wielding Fujiwara Shingo with a smile. Fujiwara Shingo looked at his Shinrin incredulously, not understanding why his blade had stopped here. "Know the Achilles paradox?" Lin Green said without reason. Fujiwara Shingo wanted to retract his sword and back away, but realized that Mikitsuki Sankyo was approaching towards Lin Green without his control, so he could only disarm his divine progenitor and swept backward. Achilles was a fast runner whose speed far exceeded that of a turtle. One day, Achilles had a race with a tortoise, and since he was a fast runner, the tortoise asked Achilles to give him some lead, meaning that Achilles only started to chase after the tortoise had run some distance. By the time Achilles starts to run after him, the tortoise has already traveled some distance, and the point where the tortoise lands is called the starting point. When Achilles reaches the starting point, the tortoise has traveled some distance and reached the second landing point. When Achilles reaches this second landing point, the tortoise runs a little further and reaches the third landing point. In this process, each time Achilles chased the turtle to the last landing point, the turtle's current position would always be in front of this landing point. In such a situation, although the distance between Achilles and the turtle is decreasing, but he can never catch up with the turtle. Lin Green explained in a ghostly manner as if nothing had happened, revealing the principles of his jutsu to everyone in the room, and finally he coughed lightly. I know most of you can't understand, and I don't expect you to. After all, there's not much use in understanding, you just need to figure out one thing: I'm the strongest.
The teenager gave a healthy smile. Lin Green.
Bai Zhangfeng, who hadn't said anything all this time, finally couldn't stand to see Lin Green's arrogance and dominance. This is the Bai family, it's not a place for you to be wild. I'm Bai Yushi's father, I'm the one who has the power to decide where Bai Yushi belongs. Ha 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 ha. Lin Green covered her stomach and burst out laughing for a while before wiping the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes.
So the question is, Bai Zhangfeng, do you deserve to be her father?
In an instant, the extreme pressure of a Dao Lord acted on Bai Zhangfeng, and at the same time, Lin Green moved. Under the effect of Song, his speed reached the extreme of the Dao Si, and in the eyes of all those present under the Dao King, he appeared in front of Bai Zhangfeng like an instant, handing out a fist to send a shot of black lightning.
Black lightning! It was reasonable to say that a Dao Ocean would not be able to cause damage to a peak Dao Emperor no matter what.
But Lin Green was different. He was the protagonist, he was 5 strips of enlightenment, and he couldn't be calculated by common sense. The road-ending pressure stripped away all of Bai Zhangfeng's means of defense, and the boost from the black flash caused Lin Green to explode with a strong brute force of 2.5 times the norm, and in an instant, black sparks blossomed in the golden light, and the current head of the Bai family flew out, falling heavily to the ground and smashing countless pieces of expensive furniture. Gulp! A certain young Fujiwara family head gulped. Even if it was his words, he would not be able to inflict any effective damage on a peak Dao Emperor like Bai Zhangfeng in his state of disarming his defenses, and this arrogant and domineering teenager had done it. From today onwards, Bai Yushi will no longer have any relationship with the Bai family. Lin Green shrugged off his hand, no longer bothering to look at the wretched figure that had fallen to the ground. If you don't want to obey the ground, write a letter and throw it into the opinion box of the Divine Palace of the Upper Yuan. The Rodan looked odd. Even the internal members of the Upper Elemental Divine Palace didn't dare to stuff a letter into the suggestion box. The white-haired teenager pressed his index finger with his right thumb. Where's the pop-up dog? Come out and get your ass kicked.
Fujiwara Shingo gulped again. Don't mess with.
The scene changes. Sang's extreme control over space manifests itself. The space around him blurs. The concept of distance and space is stretched, until under a wave of dizziness, the white-haired teenager and the black-haired teenager stand opposite each other on the martial arts stage of Yin University. I do not know when. The original bright sky cloudy, wisps of fine rain on the face of the people hit the pane. This almost impossible winter rain gradually become bigger. Bean-sized raindrops began to replace the original hazy rain, sprinkled on the ground splash wet flying dust.
Like the life and death duel in Lingshan City half a year ago.
A spatial rift was torn open, and a pale palm stretched out of the rift.
Lin Green, what do you want, even though this is here in Huaxia? Ah! With his palm forcibly yanked back, Lu Duan poked out half of his head and reached out to push Bai Yushi into the best position in the audience. Just fight, I'll take the bottom. The familiar martial arts stage was at his feet. Lin Green stomped his feet, and Bai Yushi's same expressionless face looked at Fujiwara Shingo, looking at this third godly level on this martial arts stage that was about to be punched by him. Let me show you a handsome one.
Lin Green turned to face Bai Yushi and threw his back.
Don't look down on people.
Fujiwara Shingo was the first to strike. A blade of the earth rank advanced blade technique started, and the world seemed to have lost its color under the effect of Sanriki Soundcue. Clue up. The fourth effect of 6 eyes was unleashed. The concept of time faded into nothingness as the raindrops around Lin Green slowly stopped, followed by raindrops throughout the space, and the oozing blade light stopped half an inch behind the teenager, unable to advance an inch. The only one unaffected was Bai Yushi. Lin Green turned around and flew up with a kick. Brilliant black lightning blossomed under the roundhouse kick. The light of the blade shattered. The color of the rain was confused. The kick that launched the pale was amplified by the black flash, and the flash of light that obscured the sky erupted between it and the fury. In the next moment, the time stop was lifted. Fujiwara Shingo flew out of the martial arts arena, his proud body falling heavily onto the dirt-covered ground, the intense pain causing him to groan out, raindrops dotting the corners of his eyes, mixing the tears that flowed out of them due to the pain. The white-haired boy slowly walked over to Fujiwara Shingo with a victor's smile on his face, whistling lightly with his hands in his pockets. He stepped through the rain without getting wet by a single drop. A pair of small round sunglasses had been hung on the bridge of his nose at some point, and the smile that belonged to a victor gradually became as he bent down.
Are you crying? Chapter 85 Chenya shines. Yan Jing, Chen family. Chen Xingyuan, are you still considered a member of the Chen family?
A Chen family patriarch was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. The Chen and Bai families are family friends, and now that Lin LV is making a mess in the Bai family, you're actually stopping us from going to the Bai family. A Lin Green can't make any waves. Chen Xingyuan sat on the eunuch chair at the entrance of the Chen family, gently returning the words of the lineage evaluating Lin Green. Besides, what are you guys going for? Are you going to beat Jianjun or are you going to help the Japanese capture Lin Green alive? Chen Xingyuan, get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, you're not polite. Chen Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous aura filling the air. Then I won't bully you guys anymore. If you want to get out of this door today, beat me. Looking at Chen Xingyuan's arrogant and domineering appearance in the surveillance, Chen Zhangtong, who was the current head of the Chen family, just sat peacefully in his office chair. Dad! Chen Daomu stood beside Chen Zhangtong with shivering. What are you shaking for? Is this the temperament of the future pillar of the Chen family? Chen Zhangtong gave his son a displeased look and sternly scolded, stand straight. Snap! Chen Daomoist boy stood upright as he calmed his apprehension. Dad, I don't think the Chen family should go through this mess. Why? Standing on the family side of things, the Chen family can't afford to mess with Lin Green, and the Bai family is rat-faced thinking that the upper elemental divine palace doesn't have any power on earth before they dare to be like this, but not really. Standing on the personal side of things. Chen Daomoist closed his mouth at the right time. Continue. Standing on the personal side, I'm more optimistic about Lin Green's potential. The Chen family has already damaged their vitality due to their grudge against Lin Zian. If they can strike a good relationship with Lin Green, they might be able to reunite with the Lin family in the future. Alas, Chen Zhongtong sighed. Hating Chen Daomoist glanced at Chen Daomoist. I'm asking you to speak from your point of view, not the Chen family's point of view, understand? Chen Daomoist hesitated. I'm barely friends with Lin LV and Bai Yushi. I prefer the two of them to be together. Chen Daoyu, you should know that you are a member of the Chen family, right? Chen Zhongtong's gaze turned grim. Chen Daoyu summoned up the courage to look straight into his father's eyes. Dad, it's precisely because I'm a member of the Chen family that I'm saying these words. It's time for the rot of the worldly families to change. Before I met Lin Lu, I was just like those patriarchs. I felt that the worldly family's interests were greater than everything else, but after spending a lot of time with them I can see and understand that rot and conceit are the precursors to the downfall of a power. If you can't reflect on yourself in time and make the right changes, it will only step into a bottomless abyss. After the words, Chen Daomoist took a step backward, making it easy for Pops to run away when he suddenly stormed out and punched him. Chen Zhongtong's thick fingers tapped rhythmically on the solid wood desk. He was lost in the da-da-da-da-da-da sound of the tapping. Looking at the security camera, for a long time, he smiled happily, got up and hugged Chen Daoju. Chen Daomoist was down for a second, reacting to the fact that he couldn't seem to run away at all if his old man wanted to beat him up. Dad? You said it well, Daomoist. Zhongtong Chen looked at his son with relief, both hands pressing on his shoulders. Keep it up. Then the Bai family side. I don't care, in case of a big mess get my cousin back from the abyss or honest. Your cousin? Chen Daomu didn't think of who his old man's cousin was for a moment. Yao Emperor Chen Yao. Yen University, Dueling Arena. Lin Green straightened up, stuffed a sunny stick into his mouth, and stopped paying attention to Fujiwara Shingo as he slowly walked over to Bai Yushi. Handsome? Average. The young girl held out a hand signaling for Lin Green to hold it. Lin Lu understood and took hold of the small, warm hand. Is it really good for you to openly confront the Bai family like this? Lin Lu listened to the whole thing in the waiting room and squeezed Bai Yuxi's small hand. There's not much of a big impact in the future, right? At most, they'll just remove my Taoist protector. Bai Yushi was full of concern. I have you, I'm not afraid. Me? I'm nothing. You count as my husband. Bai Yushi made a face. A certain pretty boy who had just finished playing handsome blushed and stiffly looked away. I didn't say I wanted to talk to you. Oh, then I'll go marry Fujiwara Shingo. How dare you? Linro instantly exploded, looking angrily at Fujiwara Shingo, who hadn't gotten up from the ground yet. I'll dare castrate him if you dare to marry him. Fujiwara Shingo only felt a coldness somewhere, subconsciously, and tightened his legs. Alright, I won't tease you. Bai Yushi reached out a hand and pinched Lin Green's face. Of course I'm going to marry you, Lin puppy. Bai Yushi. Lin Lu took a deep breath and suddenly got serious. What's wrong? Looking at Lin Green's suddenly serious appearance, Bai Yushi looked at him with some confusion. Not feeling well? Be my girlfriend. Lin Green's face didn't blush and his heart didn't jump. Bai Yushi froze for a moment, not expecting Lin Green to suddenly bring it up, and for a moment her pretty face turned red. Although he had molested Lin Green countless times, this white-furred puppy suddenly confessing to himself was still a bit. Yeah. Bai Yushi took the initiative to give Lin Green a kiss on the cheek. This scene saw Fujiwara Shingo's eyes widen in anger. He clenched his fists and looked at the teenage girl full of love in the distance unwillingly, the twisted psychology of jealousy thumping in the air. Lin Green, you crossed the line. A Chinese language mixed with rusticity resounded in the void, repelling the road end in Fujiwara clan Daojun in the spatial rift, and at an unknown time, a man with a majestic face stood beside Fujiwara Shingo with a somber expression. Fujiwara Daisuke, Rodan recognized the visitor and looked at him with some surprise. I can't believe that the current Earth Patriarch of the Fujiwara clan among the three Gashins actually came in person. No, it's just a Taoist void. Fujiwara Daisuke glanced at Rodan, and the Tao Saint's pressure steeply acted on Rodan, sending him flying out. Lin Green, Bayushi is the designated wife of the young patriarch of my Fujiwara family, and also my Fujiwara Daisuke's recognized daughter-in-law. I hope you. Beating up the young to come to the old, Lin Green interrupted Fujiwara Daisuke's words. Really shameless. Are you sick in the head? A Japanese, threatening a Chinese on Chinese soil. Fujiwara Daisuke didn't expect Lin Green to not give any face at all. He looked at Lin Green with a gloomy face. It's you who are unreasonable in the first place. Even if I hurt you, Huaxia can't say anything. I'll discipline you for your parents first. As the words fell, Fujiwara Daisuke flew out like a kite with broken strings. Ha! Why is Fujiwara Daisuke flying? Fujiwara Daisuke, even your father wouldn't dare to say that he'd teach his son a lesson for his mother, so who the hell are you? 3,000 white silks draped over her shoulders, the white-haired woman stomped on Fujiwara Daisuke. The Taote Emperor's mighty pressure exploded with a roar, nearly bursting this Fujiwara family head silhouette without even making a move. Do you really think that Huaxia allowed you to come so that you could come and act like a pussy? Huaxia is here to show you what it means to be a powerful country, what it means to be a strong person, and what a teenager is called a genius. Chen Yao kicked Fujiwara Daisuke in the face. Phew, the Japanese are so troublesome. Chen Yao clapped her hands and crossed her arms to look at Lin Green and Bayushi. Mom's here, Miss Mom? Thank you to the owner of Winter Anan for popping more sprinkles. Boss atmosphere. I'll add more, there will be another one later. Chapter 86, The Foreigner's Proposal, A Great Conspiracy. A light rain pattered down, the richly dressed man lay on the ground without a sound. The white-haired woman stepped on top of the man and opened her arms to Lin Green. Come, mommy hug. A certain clueless youngster was confused again, looking at his mom who suddenly appeared, and then at the Fujiwara family head who was put to sleep by his mom. Mom? Hey! Shunya was very flattered, and fell to Lin Green's side, unfolding her embrace to hold Lin Green and Bayushi together in her arms. Mom! Bayushi rubbed against Chen Yao's arms. Hey! Chen Yao rubbed Bayushi's head and scratched Lin Green's messy hair, looking at the little couple with satisfaction. Mom, weren't you in the abyss? Why did you suddenly return to Earth? Your grandfather is out of the gate, and the war on the front line can be held, so I was allowed to come back for a few days. Rodan, who had not escaped the fate of being blown up as a fish, stumbled back, looking oddly at the three white hairs hugging each other. Three white hairs, any way you look at it, all have faces. Then Mom, you can't be with us on New Year's Eve this year. Lin Lu suddenly realized this matter. Today is the 29th day of the new year, tomorrow is the 30th day of the new year. I'm sorry Green, I can't, Mom will be returning to the abyss tomorrow. Chen Yao apologetically touched her son's head with regret in her eyes. This time I returned to Earth and said it was a vacation, but I actually had a mission. Mission? What mission? Chen Yao stroked her son's head. Let's talk about it later. At the State Affairs Agency, Zhou Ming sat in his seat, frowning as he skimmed through the information in front of him one more time. Old Zhou, it's a bit unbelievable, right? Zhuge Hongtu stood at Zhou Life's side, the two gray-haired old men frowning together. Hee, it seems that the foreign races have also recognized the problem. Zhou Man rubbed his brow and continued, wanting to call a truce is thinking a little too well. These days, the quality of spiritual energy in the abyss has once again risen, and if things continue like this, soon, strong people at the Tao Emperor realm won't be able to stay in the abyss, and these foreign races must have thought that the balance of the world has been broken once again, and want to use such underhanded means to find out what is affecting the balance of the world. No, Zhou Life leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Perhaps they already know what the factors affecting the balance of the world are, and by doing so, they are a young conspiracy, proposing a solution that we cannot refuse. Zhuge Hongtu was exasperated, the beard around his lips trembled, saying something like the 400-year-long war has left both races exhausted, for the sake of the future of both races, proposing to gather the most talented young generation of each race to find a secret realm outside the stars to duel in 2 years' time. If the Fey side is victorious, then the humans must see the first two major releases of the abyssal realm, and if the humans are victorious, then the foreign race promises that they will not send another army to the human race within 3 years. Yes, 3 years of peace is enough for the human race to do a lot of things, and even if they lose, the human race's abyssal realm has 10 major lines of defense, and sooner or later, ceding 2 of them will allow them to fight their way back in again. It's a proposal that can't be rejected by the human race's side. Old Zhou, do you mean to say that the alien side already knows about Lin Green's existence? Zhuge Hongtu had an afterthought. Prepare for the worst. Zhou Life opened his eyes wearily. The countries have also sent back a strong man each in the abyss, and have decided to discuss their response at the United Nations tomorrow. It seems like this year is not going to be a good one. By the way, Zhou Fate remembered something, took out a letter from the table's compartment and handed it to Zhuge Hongtu. Elizabeth V wrote me a letter the other day, saying that she invited the 4 little ones who awakened to the god level this year to go to the sunset to help out, so take a look for yourself. Thinking about the content of the letter, Zhou Life had a headache.
Zhuge Hongtu opened the letter suspiciously, inviting 4 little guys to help. What can 4 little guys who have just awakened do? He paused. On the paper that smelled of fine perfume, Dear Zhou Ming's next sentence was the unmistakable standard Old Immortal written in Chinese. Zhuge Hongtu spent 5 minutes reading the not-so-long letter, and determined that it was written by Elizabeth V herself to Zhou Ming, and the entire letter greeted Zhou Ming in incredibly rude terms, interspersing a bunch of expletives with the purpose of writing the letter. To ask for help. Invite 4 god-ranked yearlings to travel to Sunset to help with the case. What do you think? Zhuge Hongtu silently folded the letter and placed it in front of Zhou Ming. Go, do some work to earn some resources, why not? Zhou Life spread out his palms, and with this proposal from the Fae coming out, it becomes inevitable to let a few kids go. There's nothing wrong with getting acquainted in advance with that kid from Sunset. Getting to know each other can also create a tacit understanding. So what do you mean? Even though Elizabeth, as a person, is not very pleasant to me, she is not yet the same as those old things in rice, and she can still distinguish between right and wrong. Yen University, Lin Green Dormitory. Then in that case, there's no need for the human side to refuse at all. Whether they lose or win, they're not at a disadvantage. That's right, Chen Yao sat on the sofa holding a cup of water and slowly drinking. That's the problem. Don't worry about it, there are still 2 years left. With my talent maybe I'll be a Dao Wang Dao Jun by then. Killing some young foreigners is still a piece of cake? Lin Green waved his hand with a disinterested face, crossing his legs and shivering his son's stick. What's wrong with you, Yushi? Lin Lu looked towards Bai Yushi, who was sitting on the other side of Chen Yao. The young girl had a worried look on her face after hearing the news of the proposed foreign race. Her face was terribly gloomy. Nothing, Bai Yushi shook her head, just a little worried. Don't worry, I'm the strongest. Bai Yushi ignored Lin Green's rotten words. There was no such thing in her previous life, which meant that from this moment onwards, the general direction of the world's development had completely changed, and certain things that happened in her previous life with her experience probably didn't work anymore. For some reason, Bai Yushi was pretty sure that this whatever young generation duel was an outright conspiracy, a conspiracy against Lin Lu. There were no clues, just intuition, and at the same time, a name floated to Bai Yushi's mind. Li Changyan. Beyond the starry sky, Li Changyan looked respectfully at the humanoid monster in front of him. The monster wore a golden armor with a fierce face, exuding and oozing might and aura between every move, and the beckoning golden armor reflected a brilliant light under the sun's illumination. Lord Neelam. Li Changyan respectfully bent down. Li Changyan, you have done well. The news delivered back this time is vital. It's all what I should have done. I came here this time to help you improve your strength. Neelam looked at Li Chang's smoke with satisfaction. You should have felt it during this period of time. A large number of human powerhouses have returned to Earth from the abyss. That's right, could it be related to the clan's resolution? Well, Neelam nodded, informing Li Changyan about the proposal of the foreigners one by one. Your task is clear, that heretic Lin Green should not bother about him for the time being. In 2 years there will be someone to clean him up. What you have to do now is to hunt down as many human god level as possible when the humans are preparing for that duel in a tight manner. Geniuses, can you understand? Yes, my lord. Li Changyan bent down and bowed to Neelam. Take this. Neelam waved his hand and took out a crystal from the void and handed it to Li Changyan. Li Changyan looked at the crystal that shimmered with crystalline streams of light and froze slightly, then his gaze became fiery. Lord Neelam, this thing shouldn't be. Star Hunter Crystal, this is one of the 2 left in the clan. Your current cultivation of Dao Saint 3rd stage. After absorbing this Star Hunter Crystal it is estimated that you can stabilize at the level of peak Dao Saint, and then. Neelam narrowed his eyes, and with a wave of his hand he tore open a spatial rift. Through the spatial crack, Li Changyan looked horrified at the thousands of terrifying souls inside. In his perception, none of these souls were below the Dao Saint 7th stage cultivation. There were even dozens of Dao Emperors. Neelam's emotionless voice rang in Li Changyan's ears. Absorb this and helicopter Dao Emperors. 3 shifts to go, asking for a favorable review to rush the shift with a small gift. Chapter 87 Pluto's Plan. New calendar year 454, the 30th day of the Chinese lunar calendar. The United Nations Supreme Council Chamber. I'm sure everyone sitting here right now understands what we're all gathered here for today, said UN Secretary General Complex as he sat in his seat and flicked the switch on the panoramic projection, and all of a sudden the entire chamber changed into a sprawling starry night sky. So I'll cut to the chase and go long. Compulus pointed to a blue star in the projection. Here, where we humans have lived for generations, Earth. 400 years ago, the unknown abyss invaded the Earth plane. The 2 planes overlapped. The abyss invasion brought our common enemy foreigners. In the early stages of the war, we faced the low-order foreigners in the hands of technological guns. Kinetic weapons can still cause effective damage, so the stalemate for nearly 30 years, the foreigners sent a high-level foreigners to participate in the war. The alien side sent a high-level alien to participate in the war. In the other side of the powerful strength of the human side of the retreat, once proud of the weapons in the eyes of the high-level alien completely reduced to a joke. At that time, the only thing we can rely on is nuclear weapons.
But I believe we all understand a truth, no matter in 400 years ago at that time or in the present, nuclear weapons are taboo general existence, not only its huge power, and it exploded after the strong radiation. Once a scientist pointed out that when accompanied by nuclear weapons of the Third World War, that is, the end of the Earth. Indeed, even in the face of the alien race, nuclear weapons are not easy to use the final card, because we understand that when a nuclear bomb explodes, the extermination is not only the invasion of the alien race, but also persecuted by the alien race of the human people, as well as belonging to our homeland. The more Complex spoke, the more excited he became. He slammed his fist on the table. Just like that, the human side almost retreated without a fight, and the alien race's victory was near. In that desperate dark era, the first god pro-possessor awakened, and the balance of the world was broken, and the human race possessed the power to fight against the foreigners that belonged to them. At that time, countless pioneering heavenly pride sacrificed their own potentials and their life force, and in an extremely short period of time to set foot in the realm of Tao monarchs and Tao saints, there were even people who burned their entire being just for that moment in the realm of Tao emperors, and with infinite sacrifices, the human side was victorious, and the abyssal plane was expelled from the earth, overlapping with the stars. I believe that everyone understands that there is only one fundamental reason for humanity's victory, and that is that the balance of the world was broken, and half a year ago the balance of the world was broken once again, and unfortunately this time the ones who benefited from it were the foreign races, but in other words, the one who broke the balance was humanity. Complex closed his mouth at the right time, and at the same time, all the people involved in the meeting all looked in the direction of the Chinese delegation in unison. Zhou Life happily clasped his hands on his chest. It was discovered, in fact, the old man I ushered in the second spring. Zhou Life, the position of the Mi delegation. The current Mi president Constantine looked at Zhou Life with a deep gaze. All to this time, you Chinese still want to cover up? Senior Zhou, it's time to reveal the truth to our world. President Alicia from the Australian seat picked up on Constantine's words. With this, Huaxia became a target. Zhou Life's smile faded. Gave you guys face, huh? Zhou Life, this is a worldwide live broadcast, please show some respect. Constantine angrily slapped the table. Regarding the factors affecting the balance of the world, I think we all know it by heart. Zhou Fate sat upright, an imperial temperament that looked down upon the world transformed into a rolling wave that flooded the entire deliberation hall. Last time, it was the awakening of the foreign race's Tao pole that truly disrupted the balance of the world, and at that time, the foreign race's approach was very simple and brutal. In order to prevent the human side's power from continuing to increase, they let Dioji fall into a deep sleep once again. So does it mean that as long as the human side kills the person who affects the balance of the world, then the alien race's enhancement will come to a screeching halt, President Constantine? I didn't say that. There's an old Chinese saying, Sima Zhaoshan is known to all. Constantine, what kind of a bird you are we all understand. Constantine coldly grunted without responding. The faces of the representatives of the other countries weren't very nice either, originally wanting to get vital information from China, but as a result, Zhou Life directly responded forcefully. Secretary General Complus, I think it's time to get to the point. Zhou Ming coldly glanced at Complus. Complus secretly wiped his cold sweat. Then let's get to the real topic, about the young generation of the foreign race's battle proposal. In this regard, the representatives of various countries had put forward their opinions, and there were even many countries whose representatives were fighting to the death because of disagreements. I have a proposal I don't know how to make, may I be heard? On the seat of the Sunset delegation, Elizabeth V raised her turquoise root arm, and the aura of the Tao Day Emperor suppressed all the bickering. All eyes turned to her. Doesn't everyone now think that the geniuses of our younger generation are living too comfortably? Elizabeth V's face was expressionless. Under the protection of the Tao protectors, they hardly encounter any real crises, except for certain specific situations, of course. She glanced at the Rice delegation. This leads to the fact that before they reached the Tao Emperor and entered the Abyss, their knowledge and fighting ability to fight against the alien races was too weak, inferior to all of us when we were young, which in turn led to heavy casualties due to their lack of experience for a period of time after they entered the Abyss. So, what does Queen Elizabeth mean? Complus picked up on Elizabeth V's words. Create a secret realm and arrange for the young generation of heaven-level and above god progenitors from various countries who have awakened in the last 4 years to fight, improving themselves and sharpening their cooperation in battle. Since it's a sharpening fight, there will definitely be casualties that will outweigh the losses. Arya shook her head. It doesn't matter, I believe that all the Tao Emperors combined together can always create a prop for a substitute death. After all, the children's ranks are not high, it's more than enough to control the degree. How about it? For a while everyone didn't say anything. After about 5 minutes, Complus was the first to break the silence. How about a vote? Zhou Life nodded his head in agreement, and the Russian Federation and Rice side also said that they had no problem with it. All of a sudden, the entire council hall was deprived of light. No one rioted, everyone just waited in silence until Complex's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Now in front of each country's representative are 2 buttons, red for yes and green for no. Now, please choose your opinion and press the button. Almost simultaneously, the light returned once more, and the results of the vote were displayed on the holographic projection that covered the entire council hall. The vote was unanimous. The representatives of the 5 permanent members looked at each other, then together they looked at Complex, their eyes meeting. Complex pressed in the void, and the message from Elizabeth V was displayed in front of him. Then I declare that this resolution will be named the Pluto Plan, and matters concerning the Pluto Plan will be discussed again in 3 days. This meeting is adjourned. Good day to you all.
Chapter 88. Hungry? Sister treats you to some mouthfuls.
A string of firecrackers hung on both sides of the small courtyard door, and Bayushi was wearing a white down jacket, spinning a string of storage rings in her hand.
All packed up?
Lin Green naturally took the large string of rings containing all her belongings from Bayushi's hand.
There's not much in total, just some furniture, clothes and stuff.
Clothes? What clothes? Lin Lu curiously injected spiritual power to check, and what came to his eyes was a bunch of normal clothes, so he couldn't help but be a little disappointed.
What kind of expression is that? Bayushi narrowed her eyes. You don't want to see me wearing a little dress, do you?
Lin Green nodded honestly.
Pervert, Bayushi replied expressionlessly. How's it going on Mom's side? The meeting is over. It says that all of humanity is going to unite to implement a Pluto program of some sort. Pluto plan?
Bayushi searched her brain and determined that there was no such thing in her previous life. That's right, the general idea is to gather together the celestial and divine geniuses that have awakened since June of this year, and have us fight each other until the final leader is decided, as a way to fight against the alien celestials in that battle 2 years from now. It's also true that right now, those of us who are too poor in battle awareness and haven't experienced many life and death battles, like my brother and senior sister Shinichen, they have all nearly lost their lives many times during missions. It's the instincts that have been sharpened through blood and fire that will determine the direction of the future battle. Lin Lu pulled open the courtyard door and followed Bayushi into the hut belonging to the two of them. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little excited. If I can overwhelm the crowd in that Pluto program, will it be a hard slap in the face of the Bai family? What you're thinking about such things. That's for sure, my father back then was the one who crushed the heavenly pride of his contemporaries to lift their heads up alright. Bayushi looked at Lin Green so seriously that his gaze lingered on his azure eyes for a while. You will too. Not only did you press down on the pride of your contemporaries and not be able to raise your head, but you're a future ruthless person who can fight against alien Daopoles at the first stage of the Dao Emperor. Hearing his girlfriend's praise, Brother Greenie couldn't help but feel a little shy. He puffed out his chest and the mini-Q version of the villain in his heart's tail went up to the sky. That's for sure, you are the strongest woman. Then I'm looking forward to it, the strongest lord. Bayushi, who had hung up her clothes, searched for a long time in the shoe cabinet by the door, then expressionlessly looked up at Lin Green.
No slippers for me? Lin Green froze for a moment. Don't you have them in your dormitory? That one, took it and fed it to the dogs. Lin Green was painfully aware of why the dog was being rewarded. Bayushi reached out and touched Lin Lu's head. Alright, it's underfloor heating anyway, it's not cold. She took off her own shoes and wore only a pair of white socks, her small palm-sized feet stepping on the wooden floor. The young girl untied the hair rope tying her hair around her wrist and walked towards the bedroom. As for someone, the whole soul was sucked away by the slender calves without a trace of fat, and then look. Down to the jade feet. What are you looking at? Bayushi turned violently to look at Lin Green. Lin Green lifted his head as if nothing had happened and whistled, pretending that nothing had happened. Laughing to death, I have 6 eyes, I can see even with my eyes closed. Lin Green, it feels like we need to change the bed. Bayushi stood beside Lin Green's single bed, looking earnestly at the school-configured crib. Lin Lu shuffled in with her slippers and stood beside Bayushi, looking at the crib with the same seriousness. Indeed, it's a bit small for 2 people to sleep on. It doesn't say that 2 people have to sleep together. The corner of Bayushi's mouth hooked into a smile. Yeah, the young girl justifiably crossed her arms. I want to sleep alone in the big bed, can't I? No, why did you run to my bed when we weren't talking about it and then kick me in the ass when we were talking about it? Well, teasing you. Bayushi covered her mouth and laughed softly, then pointed to the crib. But this kind really can't sleep 2 people off. I can squeeze. Lin Lu used the same expression of Bayuxi's face. Bayushi, who was half a head shorter than Lin Green, glanced her eyes upward at Lin Green, who was pretending to be serious, and let out an "Oh. I can do it too. Why don't we not change it and just keep squeezing from now on? Can." Lin Green nodded seriously. Bayushi looked at Lin Lu, who had tensed his face up, with a wry smile, and reached out to tickle the corners of his mouth. Why so serious? Come and smile. Put. Don't you touch me. Lin Green broke in a second and ran out of the bedroom to shy away alone. Bayushi looked at someone's fleeing back and hummed lightly. Can you fight with your sister? Sister at least was married in her previous life, okay. The young girl hummed as she took her clothes out of the ring and stuffed them all over Lin Green's closet, and as far as the eye could see, the place that belonged to Brother Greenie was just that big fart. Perfect. Yushi, come accompany me to make dumplings. Lin Lu's voice came from the kitchen, and Bayushi walked to the kitchen and saw the oddly shaped pile of flour on the counter. Tell me, what is this? A noodle. Lin Green answered truthfully. You don't know how to make noodles? No. Once again, the forest green boy answered honestly. Say what's good about you.
Bayushi looked at the wet half-dry half of the pile of noodles on the board and couldn't help but hold his forehead. How much do you plan to wrap with so many noodles? Also, you added too little water. Get up, I'll do it. Bayushi looked at the pile of noodles on the board and reached out to activate her spiritual power. Under the manipulation of her ice ability, a large amount of water was extracted from the pile of noodles, leaving behind the scattered flour. Lin Green was very observant and collected all that flour. Looking at what was left, Bayushi lifted her spiritual power. See, this is called living and learning. Wife is great. Bayushi's pretty face blushed. Who's your wife? Bayushi, who else? Then can Lord Husband go and mix the stuffing? No, I can't. What would you do? Eat dumplings. I'll let you eat. Bayushi jumped up and hung onto Lin Green, gently biting down on his ear. Don't you? In the instant the tip of the young girl's tongue touched the teenager's earlobe, Lin Green only felt a tingling current circulating throughout his body, and couldn't help but feel his body go limp, but fortunately reached out in time to hold onto the stove. What else would you do besides eating dumplings? Bayushi's vicious voice sounded indistinctly in his ears. I can also make dumplings. The tip of his tongue touched his earlobe again. And I can make dumplings. Roll out dough. The teenager surrendered. Bayushi let go of that earlobe and leaned back to look at Lin Green, then scooted upward as Lin Green reached out to drag the teenager down for fear of her falling. Actually, you only need to be able to eat. Bayushi smiled slightly. After the sweet little couple's relentless battle, the two of them only spent half an afternoon wrapping the dumplings they were going to eat tonight. Go! Lin Green's stomach protested. Bayushi looked at her watch. Bear with me a little longer, it's almost mealtime. Lin LV covered her stomach and sat down on the sofa, her whole body sinking into the fluffy backrest. Don't we have any little snacks at home? Sunny bars don't top food. I don't think so, but I can buy you something else. Bayushi walked back and sat on Lin Green's lap, putting her face in front of Lin Green's face. The two of them could even feel each other's blazing nostrils. Eat something? Have a mouthful. The next moment, warm and fragrant, the young girl came forward to plant a kiss on the teenager's lips. Cell phone fixed, motherboard broken, keeps shutting itself off. There are 13 more lords to give a book review to have a rating, so good behavior. Some people say Ki-chung, people other readers New Year's Day 10 shifts, you should not also show it? If the rating is 9 before the 30th of the year, I will directly make 12 more chapters on New Year's Eve. If I can't do that, on New Year's Eve, I'll chop it up live. Ask for hyped up catch-up small gifts. Chapter 89, Shopping for New Year's Goods. Lin LV's eyes widened. No matter how much he thought about it, he would never have imagined Bayushi would kiss him like this. For a long time, the lips parted. Had enough? Bayushi flicked her broken hair behind her ear. Lin Green's face flushed red, as if she were a block of wood that had lost her self-consciousness. No. Didn't eat enough. Haven't had enough and won't give you any more. The white-haired girl grunted, and Shi Shui came down from Lin Green's lap. Are you sure you don't want to go shopping for some New Year's goods? Today is the 30th day of the new year. If you don't go shopping again it will be too late. Lin Green returned to her senses and carefully surveyed her dormitory. It was plain, with no New Year's Eve flavor at all. Then can Ms. White accompany me? Grudgingly, I promise you. A newly minted young couple dressed up and sweetly went out together to shop for New Year's goods. Firecrackers. Spring couplets. Sugar oranges. Candies. Lin Green held Bayushi's hand, and with her other hand, she stretched out her fingers and gestured a few times. It seems like that's all there is, right? Bayushi fiddled with her small hands and counted. It seems like it. Don't worry about the Spring Festival couplets. If you can't buy them, get some paper and brushes, I can write them. I can write it too. A certain person held his head high and waited for Kwa. You? Bayushi recalled Lin Green's heartbreaking font, welcoming the new year with a Spring Festival couplet written by you. That new year won't be something to look forward to. How many meanings? The subway hasn't stopped running at the end of the year, and the crowds at this time of year can be described as door-to-door compared to normal. That's right, on New Year's Eve, people basically stay with their families, eat some candy and do some work, and there are very few people out running around. Lin Green and Bayushi sat together, feeling the slight bumps of the train. Let's go buy some granulated oranges and candies first, Lin Green. Bayushi suggested. Sure, whatever you say. Stop ahead, King Street. The familiar electronic female voice sounded in the carriage, and Lin Green was a little emotional. Last time, she was still playing the role of a boyfriend, and this time she became a real boyfriend. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but squeeze Bayushi's hand. Bayushi turned her head to look at Lin Green, understanding what he was thinking, and a smile hung on her cool face. Missing the day of New Year's Day? A little. Why do you miss it? Bayushi similarly squeezed Lin Green's hand, palms pressed together. That was in the past, it's different now, we can be this sweet every day. Ding! The subway stops and the doors open. Makes sense, let's go. This time the teenager still held the young girl's hand tightly, and despite the absence of the raging crowds, the teenager still walked ahead of the young girl without any hesitation. Foolish bastard. Bayushi murmured softly. Leaving the subway range, the two came to Wangfu Street. Compared to the coldness of other streets, this Wangfu Street, which is a combination of a snack street and an accessory street, is still considered to be lively, and even though it's the 30th day of the new year, there are still many stores open, with stereos in front of the door shouting outwards good luck.
Do you know where the candy store is? Lin Green poked Bayushi. I don't know, take a walk.
It is Bayushi. No, she will not say, although already in a sweet relationship, but how can you easily let go of the opportunity to be able to hang out outside more with your little boyfriend? The two walked all the way around, passing by what novelty small things Bayushi have to pounce over to take a look, and then picked up Lin in the face to ask Lin Lu whether it looks good. Then Lin Dishao would wave his hand at this point. Buy. Buy, spend, I'll buy whatever my wife wants, make money for my wife to spend. After shopping for a long time, Lin Green looked at the things in the ring and did not hold back a smile. I said I'd buy granulated oranges and candies first, but now they're all together except for these two. Bayushi Yang puffed up her cheeks and raised her chin, revealing her slender snow-white neck. So what, go, buy candy. Bags of candy were loaded into the ring. Lin Lu looked back to Bayushi in the opposite store. The young girl had already loaded up granulated oranges and was quietly waiting for him.
Buying so fast?
Lin Green smacked his lips. There are a total of 5 boxes left. I simply asked for all of them. It's better to have more of this kind of thing than less. The two walked on their way back, and like last time, did not choose to take the subway. The street was cold and quiet, most of the stores were closed, and there were only a few cars driving by on the asphalt.
Do you know how to drive?
Bayushi gave Lin Green a curious look. Lin Green froze, thinking back, in the full 36 years she had lived, it seemed like she really hadn't touched a car much. Split car, bumper cars I drive very smoothly, bicycle electric car I also know a little.
Put.
Bayushi covered her mouth and laughed, then stretched out a finger and nodded on Lin Green's head, just can't drive. Lin Lu stretched her neck and straightened up. Why not? An electric car is not a car.
Gollum.
A strange sound came from Lin Green's stomach, and the teenager coughed a few times in embarrassment. I told you I didn't have enough to eat.
Then do you want to feed you 2 mouths here, Lu?
It's a bit exciting, haven't experienced it, can try it. Without waiting for Lin Green to nod, Bayushi gave him a slap on the side of his head.
Look at your lewd expression, no more feeding. No. Talking and laughing, the distant path was crushed by 2 pairs of feet. You go pack up the New Year's goods and I'll make you some dumplings. Bayushi handed Lin Green her ring containing the New Year's goods, while Lin Green dodged in front of Bayushi. What for? Bayushi was expressionless. Lin Green hemmed and hawed. I'm not in a hurry to eat the dumplings, I want to have some mouthfuls. Rise and shine. Don't.
Bayushi sighed and crossed her arms to look at Lin Green. Tell me about you. Before I chased you so much you were indifferent, after talking about it you exposed your nature? Someone pretended not to hear and whistled leisurely. Keep your head down, close your eyes, and then close your 6 eyes. Lin Green obediently did as she was told, waiting for the softness that pressed against her lips. Looking at Lin Green's obedient appearance, Miss White directly walked away. Kissed? Why don't you feel anything at all? Lin Green wanted to open his eyes, but reason stopped him. Maybe this was a test Bayushi was giving him. To resist the temptation. Should I open my 6 eyes and take a peek? Forget it. He still knows the mirror theorem. When you see another person in a mirror, he sees you. Don't make it. So, someone pouted with their eyes closed and held their ass up halfway. Until they heard the kitchen firing. Lin Green's eyes snapped open and he cried out in shame when he saw that he was empty in front of him. Bayushi. Ahahahahaha. In the kitchen, a certain Miss White didn't hold back her laughter. She'd stayed in the kitchen the whole time, quietly admiring the world-famous painting of someone pouting but pouting through the glass, until she was about to be unable to hold back before she opened fire and alerted Lin Green. Outside the dormitory, Lu Yuan sat peacefully on the roof, putting away the copy of Lin Green's diary of being lured into her hands by Bayushi, and turning around to take out a new copy of his notes. The sweet diary of Lin Green and Bayushi. January 20th, 454th year of the new calendar. Bayushi has once again succeeded in molesting Lin Green, who is a good dish. Chapter 90 Confessing Rebirth. The boiling water in the pot was bubbling hot, and a full dumpling flipped its belly and floated out of the water, emitting a tantalizing aroma and glistening with white luster. It smells good. Lin Green, who was in charge of placing the dumplings, glistened with both eyes, and accompanied by the sound of her stomach gurgling, fished out the dumplings full of fillings with a colander. Finished? Bayushi sniffed. How about you taste the filling I made? Lin Green poured the dumplings from the funnel onto a plate and used her chopsticks to pick up a dumpling to dip into the vinegar. The young girl opened her mouth and bit into the plump dumpling, juice bursting all over her mouth. Phew, it's hot. Bayushi fanned herself into her mouth and gave Lin Green a thumbs up. It tastes great. That is. Lin Green fished out the remaining dumplings in the pot and put them on a plate while Bayushi took care of serving them out. If only Mom hadn't gone to the UN for that conference. Looking at the table filled with dumplings, Lin Green sighed quietly. There's no way. The conditions put forward by the foreign races make it impossible for the human side to refuse, and can only be discussed together in a short period of time. The sky was darkening, and the afterglow of the setting sun was spreading a reddish color embellished by gold on the western sky. Whispering Brook, which side do you think will win in that showdown proposed by the Fae?
The humans.
Why are you so sure? Lin Green was a bit surprised. Since the Fae dared to propose this way, it means they are sure of victory.
So what?
Bayushi sat down at the table, picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth, saying vaguely, the human side has you, Lin Green.
You seem very relieved to have me.
It's not that I'm very relieved of you, it's that your own strength is enough to be relieved. Bayushi shook her head. Are you starting to get confused about your own strength now?
A little bit. Think about all the people you've fought lately, how many of them are of the same rank?
Fighting Dao emperors in the Kimchi kingdom, fighting Dao saints and Dao kings in the Asian city, but in reality, think about when you were facing Fujiwara Shingo, the same divine rank, the same Dao C first rank, but you were able to take him out in seconds, and you were even able to inflict damage on peak Dao emperors who had given up their defenses. Lin Ro, you're very strong, so strong that you don't need to go for any ploys when facing your peers, as you can easily crush the other party with your personal strength alone. So, don't think too much. I understand what you're saying. Lin Green scratched his head and picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. As you said, my enemies are those who are many years older than me, so? Then what's there to be afraid of? You're the strongest, awakened for half a year and reached a height that most people can't reach in their entire life.
Makes sense.
Lin Green nodded. Looking at the teenager in front of her, Bayushi understood that he was in a funk that most had been in, but she believed that Lin Green would soon be able to break through the funk on his own. He was the strongest.
Are you going to pay your respects to the Bai family tomorrow?
Lin Green smiled cheaply. Bayushi froze for a moment, then picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into Lin Green's mouth.
Put away the bad ideas in your head.
By the way, where is your brother going to be this year? He should be punished for openly supporting you, right?
It won't be, although he's a contender for the heir of the family head. As long as he doesn't make any major mistakes, the next family head will be him. Do you think anyone would mess with the next family head? Bai family.
Bayushi was lying on the bed in his bedroom bored, twisting the Rubik's Cube with both hands.
At this time of the day, the young couple should be quite sweet, right? Yan da.
Bayushi rested her chin on one hand, her eyes looking at Lin Green with some meaning.
What kind of eyes are you looking at? The look that wants to eat you up. Stop it. I have something I want to tell you.
Bayushi suddenly became serious, a far cry from the flirtatious look she just had. Hey! Looking at Bayushi's incomparably serious face, Lin LV also became serious, and the sweet atmosphere of the young couple instantly transformed into the atmosphere of a tense family meeting.
I've been reborn. Bayushi opened the door.
Lin Green broke in a second. New Year's jokes are indeed a bit funny, haha. I didn't lie to you, I was indeed reborn. Bayushi raised his hand and called out the legend of Huaxia. Emitting an icy atmosphere of the Tang knife was slapped on the table, the blade of the knife in the light of the reflection of the sharp and cold aura. The third effect of the legend of Huaxia, the holder has the opportunity to be reborn 3 times, and the third time there is a chance to go back to a certain point in life.
I went back to the node as the first time you and I met our family in Kimchi country.
To a certain point in life, the note I went back to was when you and I met our mom for the first time in Kimchi country. Wait a minute, Lin Green reacted. Bayushi did indeed warm up to him only after returning to Huaxia from Kimchi country. Don't say anything for a moment, there's something very important I need to tell you. Bayushi stopped Lin Lu from interrupting. The significance of this rebirth is that I've seen the future.
What does the future look like?
We'll talk about that afterward. I can tell you definitively that neither the Pluto project nor the Fae's proposal for a duel about the younger generation existed in the original history, which means that the future is now a blank sheet of paper, and my only hang-up is gone.
Your rebirth so far doesn't seem to have affected the main development of the world very much, does it?
No, Bayushi shook her head, a look of bewilderment appearing in her eyes. If I were to be hard to say that the half year of being reborn I've used to tease you.
Lin Green. How is it that such words are said by you in a proper manner?
So I don't understand where the timeline went wrong. I didn't change anything, but a lot of things changed on their own. Remember the Wind and Moon Tavern?
Aha!
In the original timeline there was only one Zhang Xiaoqing who colluded with Li Changxian and fell in love with Spider Tao, and all of this was stripped away by a Zhang Xiaoqing who was anthropomorphized by a maniform race, and the real Zhang Xiaoqing was transformed by experiments to become the product of a combination of an alien race and a human race. And then there's Li Changyang, who in the original timeline was only a Daojun at this point in time, and was nearly beaten to death by Lu in the sub-city. Let me ask you a question first. Lin Green's azure eyes stared straight at Bayushi. In your last life, how did you die? Your grandfather Lin you accomplished the Dao extremity, causing the awakening of the other 3 Dao extremities of the foreign race, and the all-out war opened completely. You also accomplished the Dao Emperor at that time, and slaughtered the foreign race as the leader of the upper elemental divine palace, and you were able to fight against the foreign race's most skillful Dao Emperor with your cultivation at Dao Emperor first stage, and you were able to fight against the foreign races
most skillful Dao Emperor, who was capable of killing and destroying them, until the end.
Bayushi paused for a moment.
What last?
You died trying to save me, and I was killed by the arriving Fei Dioji. The air suddenly fell silent, neither Lin Green nor Bayushi spoke, the white-haired young man nodded in contemplation, and the white-haired young girl didn't say a word.
In my last life, who was I to you? Husband. Reasonable. This is not the time to talk about this.
I know what the problem is. Lin Green looked up with a strange gleam in her eyes.
Ha? You said that the third effect of the Legend of China is resurrection plus backfiling, right?
Yes. Then think about it, if a person also possesses the Chinese legend, and his every move after being reborn can affect the world situation, then who is he?
Rice Country, Manhattan District of New York City.
The white-haired old man quietly leaned back in his recliner, cozily playing with the coins flipping between his fingers.
Ryoga.
Zhou Ming flicked his fingers and the coin flipped in the air, landing on the back of his wrinkled hand under the light of the room. Once more, how far can you go, Lin Green?
Chapter 91A Two-Way Confession, the third condition. Actually, there's something I want to confess to you as well.
Lin Green sat upright again. Bayushi raised her eyebrows. If Lin Lu didn't confess to her about the remnants of his past life, she would ruthlessly snap the plate of dumplings in front of him on his head.
Actually, I've been reborn as well.
Lin Green told her truthfully.
What's wrong with the plot?
The teenager looked at the young girl seriously. I'm not from this world, I'm from another world. Lin Green told the whole story of how he died in his last life.
That's why you won't take the elevator, ha 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 ha.
Bayushi didn't manage to hold back her laughter, which filled Lin Green's head with black lines.
But you don't have to worry about that at all with your current cultivation level, do you?
Of course not, Lin Lu was serious. This is the bottom line problem. The elevator is impossible to sit on, this life is impossible. Lin Lu is climbing the stairs to die of exhaustion, my feet slip and fall from the stairs to die, but also impossible to sit for a moment on that elevator.
What's the matter with this strange flag?
Bayushi is not forced, like to brush a certain letter steps, just brush, the child likes to climb a little building.
Don't you have anything else to explain to me?
Bayushi blinked her eyes. There is, the future me seems to have been reborn with you, and he was the one who took over my body for a few fights when I was in Asia before. This I know, I was there the whole time, all to save me. Oh. Bayushi pulled out her hand that was patting the plate and put it on her face to make a face.
By the way, how did I get on with you in your last life?
Didn't talk about it, got married straight away, the Bai family and the Shang Yuan Divine Palace joined forces, and I failed to resist.
Bayushi innocently opened her eyes wide. Lin Green looked Bayushi up and down a few times. Any children?
There is a fart. Mention this. Bayushi is not good, married for 5 years, have seen a total of 10 times, of which 6 or 7 times are in the full-scale battlefield. Met, the day of the wedding you did not come, but also the child, hammer you want it? Looking at Bayushi, who was full of grievances, Lin LV touched his chin, and then his consciousness dived into the space of consciousness to find the sleeping remnant of Lin LV's soul.
What's wrong?
Noticing little Lin Green's consciousness, big Lin Green opened his eyes with a bewildered expression.
Are you sick, buddy? Darling Green?
In the new year, people meet the first sentence as Happy New Year, you come directly to the horse as a you are sick, right?
What's wrong with you? Why leave my daughter-in-law alone?
Oyashi Midori looked at Kobayashi Midori with the eyes of a cerebral palsy. At that time I was already a public enemy of the Fae, even the Fae went to great lengths to send strong men from the abyss to earth to hunt those related to me. No one would care about a wife with a bad relationship.
But Bayushi ended up dying. No, dude, you're a douche.
Oiran Midori slapped Kobayashi Midori out of the space of consciousness with an expressionless slap. Love brain gets out while he can. In reality, Lin Green's body shook and she exhaled a cloudy breath.
What's wrong with you?
Bayushi gave Lin Green a puzzled look.
Helping you out.
The young girl let out an oh-so-subtle cry, then once again gazed at Lin Green with that look of someone who wanted to eat them up.
Then you won't still leave me alone this time, will you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Lu righteously said, letting go of his fragrant and soft wife is not pure cerebral palsy?
Big Lin Green pinched his fists indignantly in the space of consciousness, cursing yourself as quite diligent, forgetting what kind of bird you were before you confessed? At this time, Lin Green made up his mind, the next time the top number, pro offline to give himself a set of hard. After eating the dumplings, Bayushi picked up the plate and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, with Lin Green following close behind.
What are you doing here? You're going to help me wash. That's fine.
Thus, the burden of washing the dishes was given to Lin Green. Clear tap water accompanied by the sound of rushing water cleaned the dirt from the plates, and a circle of sponges brushed the surface of the plates, and smooth detergent was smeared on the plates. A pair of turquoise root-like arms encircled Lin Green's chest, and a warm and soft feeling stuck to her back.
You smell so bad. Let go if you stink.
I like it even if it stinks, it belongs to me, no one else is allowed to smell it. After washing the dishes and putting them on the counter, Lin Green turned around leisurely.
Wife. What's wrong? Didn't get enough to eat.
Didn't eat enough. There are still granulated oranges and small cookies. Bayushi suddenly realized what Lin Green meant, her pretty face slightly red, pouted, pervert. Lin Green heatedly smiled, eat a mouthful. The white-haired girl let go of her hands and ran barefoot to the bedroom to snuggle under the covers. Sleepy, go to bed, make yourself something to eat if you're hungry.
Someone zombie-like chased into the bedroom, staring straight at Bayushi. What do you want? Sleep together.
What time is it? Bayushi pointed to the watch on the wall. 9 o'clock. Are you sleepy so early?
I'm tired from fighting yesterday. Lin LV opened her mouth.
The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. A certain person suddenly rose up and pounced on Bayushi on the bed, while a certain girl unintentionally kicked the white-haired pretty boy to the ground with a rabbit stomp hawk as she struggled.
Hey! Bayushi jumped off the bed in panic and came to Lin Lu's side. Didn't it hurt?
Suddenly, the young girl had a bad premonition. The teenager who had originally lowered his head so he couldn't see his face suddenly came forward and kissed her on the lips. Merely frozen for a moment, Bayushi didn't struggle and let Lin Green kiss her.
Have you kissed enough? Not enough. Get up.
Bayushi flung herself back under the covers with a blushing face, followed closely by Lin Green. The two people huddled on a small bed, leaning close to each other.
Swish snap. It's the explosion of fireworks. Hey, why are the fireworks going off before the whole time this year?
The teenager was lost in thought as he looked out the window at the brilliant light.
Yow, it's pretty fast-paced this year.
Bayushi leaned against Lin Green's embrace, her beautiful eyes mapping out the light of the sky.
Going to set off fireworks?
Lin Green suddenly offered.
Wait for the whole thing. Good.
The bedroom had no curtains drawn, and two pairs of eyes gazed silently out the window at the brilliant fireworks, letting the colorful light drape over their faces. I don't know how long it took for the fireworks to dissipate, leaving the gray sky empty. In my world, random fireworks are not allowed. Lin Green said leisurely.
Is it because it pollutes the environment?
Yes, that peaceful world without the foreigners still cares about sustainable development, but the world now, although the rich people are greedy for enjoyment, the commoners are trying to fight for the future, but everyone knows that the tranquility is only temporary. Perhaps one day you can still have a wife and children, and then tomorrow you open your eyes to see the foreigners leading an army invading the earth. The light was turned off in the room, a pair of blue pupils glittered in the darkness. Our world, it seems to be very safe, but in fact it is full of holes. Inside the room with the lights off, a pair of blue pupils glowed in the darkness. Our world, it seems to be very safe, but in reality, it is full of holes. When appearances are ripped away, the bloody reality comes calling. Poor or rich, human nature is the flickering point of humanity and the twisted point of humanity. At least all people are trying hard to live, trying hard to create the appearance of peace for the next generation, so that they can grow up healthily. Bayushi leaned against Lin Green's body and turned her head to look at the blue pupils of those eyes.
Makes sense.
That's what you told me in my last life. Bayushi's lips quirked. You said that the cruelty shouldn't be to the earth where the children are, that all the hurt should be left in the abyss.
Seems like I'm kinda great.
Oily. The hazy moonlight swept across the glass under the white hair of the two men, casting a bit of a peaceful gray over that white hair color. No matter what, we have to guard our world. We shouldn't leave sadness on earth. Only beauty can stir the desire to survive. Lin Green looked into Bayushi's eyes. Give age to civilization, not age to civilization.
In a trance.
Bayushi seemed to see the incomparable strongest in her previous life, her cool and bright face evoking a smile.
Lin Green, do you remember owing me 4 conditions? Remember, there are 2 more.
Now I'm going to use up the third, the young girl spoke slowly, and if I'm in danger that even you aren't sure I'll survive, no rescuing me. I refuse. The teenager's eyes took on a bit of loneliness. This condition touches my bottom line. At that exact moment, the fireworks of the splendid sky rose outside the window.
Stupid. Chapter 92 Youthful Intentions, Enthusiastic Heart. Yi Haixing, you have to call the ants out for a walk in the middle of winter. Do you have a conscience?
Yen University, the vice principal who had returned to the school after his annual vacation to touch the fish sat on the steps and angrily denounced the principal's evil behavior. Ants need to move their bodies too. I'm old and can't move my body alive. They're different, they're still young. The principal said with a disinterested face. Screw you. That said, the meeting about the Pluto program has been held for such a long time and it wasn't discussed? The vice principal pestled his face full of anguish. His wife was in the delegation and hadn't been able to go home on New Year's Eve until the 10th day of the year.
Manhwa, haven't you had enough of getting together with your wife all day?
100-year-old bachelor like you wouldn't understand. Manhwa scoffed at Yi Haixing's words.
Why are you still personally attacking you? Speaking of which, the White family hasn't made a single move towards those 2 kids? What action can there be? Yi Haixing bristled. Lord Yao Di is here. How dare the Bai family make waves?
You didn't see that the Chen family didn't even dare to fart that day. If you ask me, Chen Zhongtang is a person who can understand the situation, unlike other people who are so pedantic. That's true, but then again those 2 kids are really quite compatible. The young couple hangs out on campus all day.
Don't step on my cute little ants while you're hanging out.
As soon as the words fell, a laugh came from not far away, and a douchebag with half of his face wrapped in white bandages walked slowly towards them with his hands in his pockets.
Snap. A black sneaker flattened a few small ants on the ground, and the owner of the shoe laughed cheaply and walked away.
Yi Haixing first froze, then burst into a rage. Lin LV, you little pussy.
Oheo, principal. Oheo, you sister. You stepped on my little ant. Sorry, ahahaha, didn't see that. You can't see it with your 6 eyes?
You just did it on purpose. Mr. Headmaster, after stepping on it, there's nothing I can do to revive you, isn't there?
Yi Haixing looked at Lin Lu without any good humor.
Where is your object? Why did you come out by yourself? She hasn't woken up yet. I went to buy some ingredients for cooking at noon. Meng Haojie slyly came over. Don't fall behind in your cultivation while being sweet. How long has it been and you're still stuck at the first stage of the Dao Si?
Right, kid, there is something for you to say.
What? Yi Haixing touched out 2 rings. This is the resources that you two want, including the resources that you want. Remember, both of your talents are very good. It's only a matter of time before you advance to a higher realm. Don't get obsessed with resources. It's like drinking hemlock to quench your thirst. Lin Lu received the 2 rings and unwrapped the bandage, excitedly looking at one of the rings. In this there were precious pills that could enhance the strength of the brain.
By the way, principal, I would like to ask you a question.
Go ahead, feel free to mention it in terms of cultivation. Even though I'm only a Dao Saint, I still don't have much of a problem solving your problems. There is another martial art attached to the 6 eyes. It's a skill called reversal technique style. The principle is very simple. Assuming that the spiritual power and divine power we use are negative attribute energies, then the 2 energies stacked together are positive energies, and such positive energies can be used to heal one's own injuries, and to break through attacks that consist of pure spiritual power, divine power.
Yi Haixing nodded.
But I can't do it. The 2 spiritual powers are too unstable when stacked together. Every time I try to stack them together they clash.
Yi Haixing thought for a moment. Indeed, the spiritual power and divine power used by humans is too crude. It grows and recovers by directly drawing on the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth, whereas the foreign races are different. The system of power they use is called soul power, and it is gained by breaking down the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. For example, just like digesting maltose, humans directly absorb the maltose into their bodies while the Fae break it down into glucose before digesting it. They are much more delicate, which is why the lower ranked Fae are able to survive in the abyss where the concentration of spiritual energy is high. Then if I try to break down my own spiritual energy and then combine it?
Absolutely not. Yi Haixing shook his head. It's not like no one has ever tried this before, and without exception, they couldn't withstand the raging factor within their spiritual energy and collapsed.
Alright, principal, I understand.
Not getting the information he wanted, Lin Green simply stopped bothering the 2 old men and prepared to leave. By the way, there's something else I need to talk to you about. Yi Haixing called out to Lin Lu. Queen Elizabeth of Sunset wrote a letter to the chief, inviting you children who awakened to the god level last year to go to Sunset after the year to assist in investigating a matter.
Matter? What matter?
Lin Green paused in her steps. It's very interesting. This mission was originally arranged by the Sunset side for their god-ranked god pro who awakened 2 years ago, wanting to exercise his abilities, but I didn't expect that after half a year had passed, there was no progress at all. The god-level god pro who awakened 2 years ago.
Sunset.
Lin Green thought of something. It couldn't be the one with the title of Blood Fiend, could it? That's right, he's 2 years older than you guys, and his God Pro is the same Insta-God Pro as yours. His God Pro is much more interesting than yours. It's blood.
Red blood manipulation?
Such a term popped into Lin Green's head. His divine progenitor has 2 effects. The first is the ability to manipulate his own blood as well as slightly mobilize other people's blood, and the second is the ability to transform his spiritual energy into blood.
Oni-chan was reborn too?
Lin Green couldn't help but think of the gentle big brother in Ives' writing who was willing to give everything for his brother. That kid I heard is not a bad person except for his somewhat brutal fighting style, so I can go and take a look, not to mention that no matter if it's the Pluto plan or the 2 clans genius duel in 2 years we'll need to work together, there's no harm in going to Sunset to rub it in and make some new friends. I understand, Lin Green nodded seriously. I'll put on a big show at Sunset.
Yi Haixing? Meng Haojie? You're a douchebag, aren't you?
Considering that Lin Green's brain was not working well, the second old man did not pursue the matter any further and waved his hand to signal Lin Green to leave.
Old Meng, do you think this kid can really do it?
Yi Haixing looked at Meng Haojie beside him. Maybe, his talent is stronger than his father's, and Bai Yushi has shown far more talent and potential than Shen Yao, so this young couple might really be able to take over from Emperor Yen and Emperor Yao, and lead the humans in the fight against the foreign races.
Old Meng, don't beat a dead horse, you know what I'm talking about.
Meng Haojie was silent for a few seconds and smiled frankly. If he really is the one who breaks the balance, then so what if he sacrifices his life to pave the way for him? Old G, we're all old. We've been old for I don't know how many years. The world is theirs. We're all old. You and I are clear that we're both Dao Saints. Why is it that our peers can stay in the abyss and fight to kill while we can only return to the earth to teach and educate? We are all losers. If I can create opportunities for people with unlimited potential to succeed, I am obliged to do so. Lin Green's back in the field of vision gradually faded away, gradually turning into a small black dot that disappeared at the end of the field of vision.
Flowers do not rebloom, and people are no longer teenagers.
Lin Green body that cocky and unruly teenage breath and their young how similar, but time will be this breath flattened, leaving the prudent and cautious old. Teenage arrogance lies in the confidence of their own ability, no matter what they do will be someone for them to cover the bottom. After experiencing setbacks and the teenagers gradually lost this confidence and unrestrained, replaced by maturity. This is the growth that teenagers long for, but also the old hate the shuttle time. For a long time, Yi Haixing withdrew his gaze.
How did that saying go?
That's right, a passionate heart cannot be extinguished.
If it can ensure a teenager's licentiousness, does it resonate with his younger self?
All old bones, nothing in not caring about life anymore, just think of it as another fight for youth. So? Meng Haojie seemed to smile. The two old men looked at each other with 4 eyes, and saw in each other's eyes a passion like a torch, something that had disappeared for decades. So, it might be time to restart the once failed Starry Blessing program. The Wind from Afar. End of Volume 1, The 6 Eyes of the First Appearance in the World.
Next volume, Elegy Under the Stars. Thanks to Moose Milk Cat Boss for the character summon. Boss Atmosphere. I owe an extra chapter, I'll make it up on vacation. End of Volume 1. Summarizing this volume, haha.
If you don't like to read it, you can skip it, but if you don't like to read it today, you'll just have to click a little bit to rush it, ha 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 ha. But I still want the bosses to read the chapter because there are some questions answered in it, and anything else that wasn't answered can be brought up in the comments.
First of all, thank you bosses for supporting Kitsune.
The first volume of 6 Eyes that first appeared in the world is over, so let's post my thoughts, answer some of the more frequent questions asked by the previous reader bosses. In fact, I did not expect the first volume can end so quickly. Compared to other books, the content of the first volume seems to be a little less I had planned to be in the 130 chapters of this piece of the end, about 30 words, but I did not expect to write it popped on the end. You see, 92 chapters, 20 words, wrote so many things. What Lin Green awakening Kimchi country a few days tour white green emotional line Asian city wild pit Li Chang smoke etc. So many things, only 20 words, refined, not water at all. Then there is the character About our protagonist Lin Green, I am doing my best to put him to the heart of the 5 Wu Jiao Wu close. Cannot say that he is the most like 5, but I myself review once again on the depiction of the Green Z brother is still considered satisfactory.
As for the protagonist's name, the whole small live, cheap name good feed well ha ha ha. Leaving aside the facts, do you not realize my good intentions?
Other people's protagonist name are 3 words, I directly to the highest frequency of the protagonist's name changed to 2 words, a volume down this less how many words, from the side to reflect the fact that I do not hydrology.
The explanation is reasonable. Next. The female lead, by Yushi.
Personally, I'm not very good at describing female characters, so if I want to portray her in a distinctive way I can only do so by having a poor character in the early stages and then changing it for the better, and the main female character grew up living inside that kind of family, being treated as a commodity to be cultivated, and only her brother and uncle Xiang loved her since she was a child.
Chen Daoyu and Chen Xingyuan, well,
2 disabled crossed-out Chen family members. First, our arrogant and foul-mouthed Chen Daoxiao, as the first divine genius to be favored by the protagonist, he also abandoned his darkness in a timely manner, but just more good at bullying. They all like to bully him. Chen Xingyuan, Lin Green's own uncle, the Star Lord. In my outline, the importance of this person is still quite high. In the beginning of the second volume I will write with him as the protagonist to tell his story. Don't worry, it won't be very long. As for the form, it's similar to the Huayu chapter. The existence of a relatively low level of God, Jiangxi Old Table Qin Mai. The old Qin is also a character, just the first volume of the drama is too little, mainly because he and the protagonist is not a school, together with the mission on the Kimchi country that time, but the back won't be, the next old table will straighten up the rate of appearance. A qualified Oni-chan, White Whisperer. An outright sister controller, an embodiment of machismo, born in a pedantic and hierarchical family like the Bai family. His father is the impersonal Bai family lord, and his mother died of illness when he was young. As Bai Yushi's only family member, he wants to make up for Bai Yushi's lack of fatherly and motherly love in the form of an older brother. Alas,
let's just hope that he's not going to be the same as flatulent Sang.
Shurjia, some people say that in this world where martial arts is honored, the Shurjia are so strong that they casually trade at the god level. In fact, there are people who can see that I buried a lot of ambushes in this volume, and certain aspects of the worldview is also clear. Now Lin Green has half a foot out of the novice village, and the next place he will go is the first level, the Sunset Empire. In the second volume, some of the settings and mists of the world will also be slowly revealed, as well as the truth about his travels and what not, what to have what. Some lords say that the battle power is a little bit of a small collapse, when the third turn of the Tao life Ashada, sign, can only cause the destructive power of the high level of the Tao life. How to the sea of the Tao can injure the peak of the Emperor of the Tao. It's good to understand, no lower limit of the upper limit is very high. This technique is particularly brain-burning, cultivation up at the same time the body strength also up, no lower limit can reach the upper limit is even higher, and at that time, Bai Zhengfeng was suppressed by the end of the road, the equivalent of an ordinary adult stripped naked to let a teenage child to take a stick to whip,
the bag cannot withstand it.
There is also the old master said that the reversal technique should come out. The protagonist has been beaten up. Don't worry, after the reversal technique is out, will the others have anything to play with? No. The strength of the current stage is just right, the same level of invincibility, the more too much not invincible, it will always come, so the masters do not rush. This book I intend to write a little longer, but will not be dragged. In addition, I will not go like a certain old thief to write youth literature, because I will not, if in some places can resonate a bit of words will still be added, but this will not be the mainstream. I would like to write as the thinking of human nature, which will be really reflected in the second volume. If it is a purely cool words that this book is not interesting, of course, if you can't write it. Ha 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 ha. There is also that everyone has been said that the beginning of the same with the magician under the sea of flowers is indeed a parody, but has received the permission of the Lord Yushin, because I will not write the beginning, but to the back are original. To copy is also copied the 2 books of the dragons, ha 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 ha, rest assured to consume. To get the permission of the Lord Yushin, the proof of I put in the words of the Lord. One more, data. How to say, most of the authors cannot put aside this point, I am the same, because we all hope that their works can be recognized. The beginning of the data is not very good, the validation period is also general. Some of my author friends advised me to cut, I still insisted on it, because I want to give myself an explanation, but really did not expect to suddenly open his eyes one day. Hey, the data it came up, the debut ha ha ha, but did not save a few days, probably because people want to erase the book. It is really Niso down how the data is now I do not know. Because this is the deposit, right? The deposit is currently still falling, but Hansen with purification, no matter what I will get this book finished, as far as possible to ensure the quality, put 100 hearts. Oh yeah, there's one more very important thing, the title of the book. Everyone thinks that the book title is bad, indeed it is bad, I also think that it is bad. The data drop there is a big reason maybe because of the title, but I am naming waste. My friends ask me the book I only dare to tell him to say tomato search Tori Kitsun. So, bosses, help Kitsune come up with a book title. I've got an idea. A posy asked me why I didn't name God's Prospect as Cthulhu's pupil during the God's Prospect Hall because it's an alias for 6 eyes. I have a good idea, if we change the title of the book, how about calling it Song Tion's Pupils? But I always feel that it's not quite right, it's a bit. Well, I can't tell you how strange it is, but it's better than the current book title is true. But more book name seems to have something to do with the book test. I have not figured out how it is a thing. Wait for me to ask the big brothers. About the book inside the plot there are some unreasonable places. For example, the last life of Lin Luga is because trapped in the elevator trapped to death, and then there is a treasure to me to correct a little. I'm not very common sense in this regard, so write a little irrational, and then later to fill in the pit to make up for it. There is also the problem of rating. I see the book review bosses give a very high evaluation, but I do not know why only 6.7 points. Check it seems to be in the flow of the book and the rate of completion of the read rate of the chase rate of what is related to. So it's a bit of a pipe dream to go up to 9, but the pie painted won't change change it, go up to 7.2, go up to 7.2 New Year's Eve 12 chapters. So bosses help attract flow Next volume, Elegy Under the Stars, yada yada yada. At the end of the day, I'd like to ask for a small gift and a favorable review, and it would be nice if you could help Keat Song publicize the book. For example, if you can help Keat Song publicize his book, Slow Feet, Notes, Small Sweet Potatoes, etc. Thank you very much. Chapter 93 3 Saints, 10,000 Motherflower, Fallen Believer. Just a few chapters of Chen Xingyuan at the beginning of the second volume, no change of protagonist. The night is deepening, a few clouds hanging in the sky, because of the dimming of the light and hidden form, from a distance, dark as a dark cloud. On the rooftop, the youth stood on the edge of the landing, holding a cigarette in his mouth that was about to burn out. Oh, it's going to change. Love isn't something you can buy if you want to. Chen Xingyuan covered his pockets in a panic, fumblingly pulling out his cell phone and pressing the volume button to clear the ringer. I really went and forgot to change the ringtone again. He dissatisfiedly held a cigarette in his mouth and sat on his butt with both legs drooping down. Hello, who is it? Chen Xingyuan, I told you to come back from the abyss, where have you been? On the other end of the phone was a dull male voice. Just listening to the voice gave people a feeling that this guy was not to be messed with. You say this, cousin? Chen Xingyuan simply lay down, stretching his lazy back and letting out a strange scream that was about to mutate. I'm in Yanjing, I didn't run around. The official number I used to call you, call the family head. Got it. Chen Zhongtong continued without any good humor. This time, it wasn't the Chen family that called you back, but the officials. There's a mission that needs you to step in and intervene. What mission can there be on Earth for me to intervene in? Chen Xingyuan pulled out his ears. Do you know about the 3 Saints Hail Mary flower? I know, that stuff is rare even in the abyss. What, it was found on Earth? That's right, a total of 5 plants were found in Changbai Mountain, and now they've all been transported to Yanjing through special treatment, and I want you to help protect them. As precious as that thing is, it's not so much that it needs a Daylord's hand, right? But that's exactly what happened. Zhang Xiaoqing sighed helplessly. A notorious international mercenary organization has set its sights on the three sacred Wanmu flower. This organization you should have heard of a little bit. It's called the Fallen Faithful, and they have a total of 3 Dao Lords sitting on the scene, with the tallest Dao Lord at the 7th rank, followed by a Dao Lord at the 5th rank, and the closer is Dao Lord 1st rank. So, Chen Xingyuan didn't notice that the cigarette in his mouth had burned out, and inhaled a large mouthful hard before filling his mouth full of stale air. Cough 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 cough.
Ah. What happened to you? Attacked?
No, the cigarette burned my mouth.
Chen Zhongtan resisted the urge to curse Chen Xingyuan's old mother, and continued to kindly narrate the content of the mission with him.
This organization has set its eyes on the 3 sacred 10,000 motherflowers because their organization's boss wants to break through again with the strong power within the heavenly treasures. You know, almost all of humanity's official high-end combatants are in the abyss, and the Dao Lord saints who are staying on Earth are too old, weak, and sickly to be able to make a move at will, so it's up to you. Chen Xingyuan stepped on the cigarette with one foot and pondered for a long time. It's not good to mess up, it's not good to mess up. I'm a Dao monarch of the 3rd rank, the oldest 3 I can deal with, this oldest 2 obviously I don't have the ability to do so.
What are you trying to say?
The cool evening breeze rolled up the hem of Chen Xingyuan's coat, his knife-like face clear as day at this moment, and he looked up at a full moon for a moment of contemplation.
Gotta add money.
The neon lights flashed on, bright below, and the youth was left in the darkness, letting this summer evening breeze bring some coolness. Chen Zhongtang seemed to have dropped out in this moment, waiting for a few moments with no response. Just when Chen Xingyuan felt that his lobby brother had no signal, the roar from the family had penetrated his eardrums.
Chen Xingyuan, old man you. Under the peaceful evening breeze, Chen Xingyuan silently took the not-so-peaceful cell phone aside. T-on-G.
The roar of the train cut through the night, the blinding headlights shredding the darkness ahead, the wheels thumping against the rails like a drum. The entire train was heavily guarded, with 4 Dao Emperor powerhouses guarding the carriages, and the rest of the manpower not lower than Dao high, and in the center carriage, 5 white flower bones glistened within the special transparent counter, as rhythmic as breathing. Little cold, can we make it with just a few of us, in case the fallen faithful's Dao Lord strikes? I'm afraid a few of us won't be able to withstand it at all. Meng Hanqing had been tensing his nerves from the very beginning. Even if there was no problem at all so far, he didn't dare to relax. Looking at the dark sky outside the window, his mood couldn't help but get a few more points heavier. Don't worry, we are about to arrive in Yanjing. Su Shaohan shook his head. As long as we arrive in Yanjing, that group of meteoric believers, no matter how arrogant they are, will not be able to make any more moves, so we must now be in the spirit of 12, just hold on through this moment. Although the words said so, but Su Shaohan's heart is not relaxed a few points than Meng Hanqing. She borrowed the light reflected from the train window to see her face. That exquisite little face is full of tension. In addition to Dao monarchs and Dao saints, Dao emperor level powerhouses have also almost all gone to the abyss, and apart from the lineages and large organizations, there are only a handful of other forces that can use high-level Dao emperors at will. On this train, there are 4 powerful Dao emperors guarding the train, but in reality, they have just been promoted to Dao emperors not long ago, not to mention against Dao monarchs. The middle-ranked Dao emperors will be enough for them to drink a pot of water. Little cold, your talent is really good, only 26 and you're a Dao emperor. Unlike the rest of us, we're almost 30 before we get our first glimpse of the doorway. Which is not true. Compared to those perverts, I can't be considered a genius. Su Shaohan recalled a figure and a cold sword-wielding figure. Senior Lu should be about to be a Dao saint at this time. At the age of 22 he accomplished the Dao Emperor to travel to the abyss, and hasn't returned to Earth for the past 5 years. Your family's Chen Xingyuan is also very powerful. At the age of 24 he is a Dao monarch. He has the name of Little Road End. It's just a pity that the divine progenitor is only at the heavenly level.
Meng Hanqing sighed.
Hearing Meng Hanqing praising Chen Xingyuan, Su Shaohan forgot her nervousness for a moment and revealed a sweet smile. Of course Xingyuan is great, it doesn't matter if I'm heaven level, it's enough that I'm God level. Truly compatible couples never complement each other. On the railroad, the 3 figures were in the darkness, looking flatly at the point of light coming towards them at high speed. 2 of the figures were emanating an appalling Dao Emperor aura, and the leader of the group was not hiding his Dao Monarch first stage cultivation, his face full of arrogance.
Lord Poison Scorpion, will it really not cause the Chinese officials to be alerted?
So what if they are alerted? Are they going to send those Dao Lords who are too old to walk to chase us? Joke. Looking at the light point zooming in and out of view, Poison Scorpion licked his lips. Those 5-3 sacred universal mother flowers must be obtained. This is a good thing. It's rare even in the abyss. It can enhance the brain and wash the soul. If Big Brother takes these 5 plants, he will definitely be able to break through the realm.
Oh. The whistle hummed as the black train tore through the darkness and crushed towards the trio. Someone. Get out of the way. The highly nervous driver saw the trio of Poison Scorpion through the light and waved his hand in panic, but Poison Scorpion just revealed a bloodthirsty smile as the Dao Lord's mighty pressure blasted down on the train. In an instant, the front end of the steel cast train was squeezed into a twist by the powerful pressure. The driver was killed on the spot, and with it, the front half of the train's carriages tipped over on their sides. With a violent lurch, the train came to a slow halt, puffs of smoke stopping at the tip of Poison Scorpion's nose as he took a step forward and licked his lips as he looked at the long steel serpent with its crushed head. The hunt, begin. Chapter 94. It's going to change. Cough. Meng Hanqing waved his hand to disperse the smoke and dust stirred up in the carriage. Xiaohan, are you alright?
Su Xiaohan lifted the debris pressing down on her body and emerged.
It's fine, this level can't hurt Dao Emperor. 3 Saints Wanmu Flower.
Su Xiaohan and Meng Hanqing glanced at each other. The 3 Saints Halloween flower is fine. The intermittent sound of electricity rang out on the intercom on the 2 men's chests. Fengran and I are in the 3 Saints Halloween flowers compartment.
Su Fenghao. Su Fenghao.
Su Xiaohan pinched the walkie-talkie and loudly called out to the Dao Emperor who had just spoken, but there was no response. Inside the 3 Saints and 10,000 Mothers flower carriage, a man with glasses was pinched by the neck and lifted high in the air, slivers of cracks crawling all over the slightly svelte glasses as he gritted his teeth and looked at the man with a scar in front of him.
Poison Scorpion. Not bad, actually recognizing me. Do you know what the consequences of intercepting goods are?
It's useless to threaten me. Poison Scorpion was filled with disinterest. When the 3 sacred 10,000 mother flowers arrive, Big Brother will be able to break through to the 8th stage of Dao Monarchs, and at that time, no one will be able to find us unless those Dao Saints and Dao Emperors are willing to make a move. 2 Dao Emperors revealed themselves from the darkness, one carrying a special container containing the 3 sacred 10,000 mother flowers, while the other was dragging the bloodied Fengran.
This container should have some sort of mechanism, right? Poison Scorpion spoke. I don't know.
A large hole broke open in Su Fenghao's stomach, revealing the broken internal organs inside.
Don't play tricks. I know that you were responsible for developing this container.
If you have the ability to kill me, if you kill me no one will know the way to break the container. At that time it will be impossible even if your boss wants to break it open by brute force because it will explode and be destroyed along with the 3 Saints 10,000 Mothers flower. Because of his injuries, Su Fenghao's adrenaline was secreting like crazy at the moment, and the pain of opening the container continued to diminish. He was even able to laugh out loud. You are a hard bone, but I'm not going to warp your bones. How do you say that Chinese saying, the stone of other mountains can attack jade, although it's not quite standard to use it here, right? Poison Scorpion nodded to the people behind him. The person pushing Fengran's hand rose to chop off one of Fengran's hands.
Fengran let out a miserable scream. Stop.
Su Fenghao's eyes widened in anger.
Poison Scorpion cocked his head, and his men understood, swinging their swords again to cut off Fengran's other hand. If you don't tell me, the next cut will be the leg.
Su Fenghao was in a rage, but he couldn't do anything. On one side was his comrades who had been together for years, and on the other side was the mission that the top demanded to die for. It seems that it is not going to be honest. The poisonous scorpion pulled out his ears. Boom! The door of the carriage was shattered as 2 Dao Emperors broke into the carriage and lunged towards Fengran and the 3 sacred 10,000 mother flowers. I didn't go looking for you guys, but you guys sent yourselves to the door. Poison Scorpion grunted in disbelief as the Dao Emperor's pressure suppressed Su Xiaohan and Meng Hanqing.
Su Fenghao took advantage of Poison Scorpion's inattention to unleash his martial arts in an attempt to surprise attack.
Just for a moment, Su Fenghao realized that his spiritual energy had gone out of control and stormed out, and the hideous scars of the poisonous scorpion kept enlarging within his vision.
You're looking for death too.
Su Fenghao let out a wail of pain as the poison scorpion's raging spiritual energy directly destroyed his entire body's meridians.
Bing!
A drop of water falls silently on the roof of the wagon, followed by 2, 3 drops.
What?
The heavy rain that fell like a waterfall suddenly descended, tearing apart the iron skin of the carriage roof and turning into a sharp knife that stabbed at the poisonous scorpion.
It was the woman.
Poison Scorpion looked towards Su Xiaohan, who at that moment silently appeared behind one of the Dao Emperor's men, rainwater collecting in his palm to form a flowing longsword. That Dao Emperor scoffed at Su Xiaohan's resistance, closing his eyes as he used his spiritually strengthened longsword to resist.
Idiot! She's a god level.
The poison scorpion's eyes widened in fear and could only watch as Su Xiaohan's rainwater longsword sliced through the longsword like tofu, and then chopped off the Dao Emperor's neck with a devastating force.
Damn!
The poison scorpion let go of Su Fenghao and crushed towards Su Xiaohan. Su Xiaohan's face remained unchanged as he grabbed Fengran and flung him towards Meng Hanqing, while condensing raindrops to form armor on his body. Thud! The woman flew out without any surprise. Even at the god level, facing an entire large realm gap in the higher realms seemed so powerless. Poison Scorpion looked at his men on the ground with their heads separated, and couldn't help but feel some pain. They were not considered to be a strong force. The only redeeming features were the 3 Dao Lords and 5 Dao Lord Emperors, and as for the middle level of combat power, there was nothing. In other words, wherever the 8 of them were, the meteorite trustees were there, and now, it had become wherever the 7 of them were, the meteorite trustees were there. Kill you! Su Xiaohan's figure broke through the carriage and was in the pouring rain, while Poison Scorpion strolled through the pouring rain, unaffected. Is this the Dao Lord? Su Xiaohan gritted his teeth, seeing clearly for the first time the gap between himself and a Dao Lord. This rain should be your god progenitor, right? Although Poison Scorpion was walking idly, his grim expression couldn't hide his anger. I know you, divine level. Divine Prospect is the Heavenly Soldier's rain curtain, capable of creating a rainy realm in which you can mobilize all the rainwater for battle, even violating established laws by virtue of the raindrops.
Fight if you want to, so much nonsense.
Good. Poison Scorpion said 3 good things in a row, not caring about the 3 sacred 10,000 mother flowers. His speed increased steeply, his body ripped through the rain screen and instantly moved in front of Su Xiaohan.
This is what you said.
A large hand covered Su Xiaohan's chest, a loud boom exploded in the night, the poisonous scorpion in Su Xiaohan disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, Su Xiaohan was helplessly lying on the ground, while the poisonous scorpion's body was covered with an unknown number of wounds that were deep and shallow. Worthy of being a god level, missing such a large realm and still able to do this, but that's about it. A drop of rainwater flickered in front of Su Xiaohan. Su Xiaohan grabbed the drop and disappeared.
What? Poison Scorpion looked around in bewilderment and realized that Su Xiaohan's aura had disappeared. No, Su Xiaohan's aura was everywhere.
She was hiding in this heavy rain, in the raindrops. I thought I had overestimated you enough, but now it seems that you god ranks are always up for a surprise. Poison Scorpion let go of his senses to try to find Su Xiaohan, but realized that he was surrounded by Su Xiaohan densely all around him. There were only 2 ways to break the situation. The first is to chop up all the raindrops in a very short period of time, which Poison Scorpion can't do for the time being, but should be possible if it's big brother. That leaves only the second, letting Su Xiaohan come out on his own. Poison Scorpion looked at the carriage and realized that Meng Hanqing was escaping into the distance with Fengran and Su Fenghao, with the 3 sacred wannabe flowers in their hands.
Almost let you have your way.
Poison Scorpion appeared beside Meng Hanqing in the blink of an eye, reaching into his chest and grabbing the heavy heart. Get out by yourself, or I'll crush his heart. In the next moment, Su Xiaohan appeared in the rain curtain, panting heavily.
Release him. Yeah. Poison Scorpion gave a gentle tug, yanking out Meng Hanqing's entire heart.
You! I only promised you not to crush his heart. I didn't say I wouldn't kill him, and I really didn't crush it. Poison Scorpion laughed wildly in the rain, letting the rain hit his body as he let go of Meng Hanqing's heart and slammed it to the ground before stomping on it.
You're next.
Su Xiaohan's divine prodigy hit Meng Hanqing's breathless body drop by drop, splattering the flesh and mud crushed by the poisonous scorpion in all directions, and in the midst of a maniacal laugh, a scar suddenly enlarged in his eyes, and his large, broad hand probed towards Su Xiaohan's chest.
Rumble!
Blue thunderbolts exploded in the sky, dispersing the darkness of the rain, and Poison Scorpion also stopped at this time, only half a centimeter short of his hand being able to probe into Su Xiaohan's heart. In the rain curtain, a man walked slowly. The rain was getting bigger and bigger, and the thunder was getting more and more violent. More rain fell from the sky, crackling and slapping on the ground, mixing with Su Xiaohan's divine presence.
Rumble! Another thunderbolt exploded and a white glare illuminated the man's face. Who are you?
The man stopped and looked thoughtfully at the hand of the poisonous scorpion, then his eyes grew sinister.
Star Source? Su Xiaohan couldn't believe her eyes.
Chen Xingyuan's gaze lingered on Su Xiaohan for a moment, confirming her injuries, then he looked expressionlessly at the poison scorpion, his sharp gaze piercing through the rain curtain and piercing into the poison scorpion's heart. I told you, Chen Xingyuan raised a hand, the domain of God's progeny suddenly unfolding. It's going to be a change in the sky.
I made a mistake. This is for tomorrow. Omega. Chapter 95 Poisonous Scorpion Ambushed, Anaconda's Fury.
A great sense of crisis instantly enveloped Poisonous Scorpion's heart. He stiffly looked at Chen Xingyuan. Although he didn't know who he was, he could clearly perceive that this man was very strong. At least a Dao Lord. Are you kidding me? This kid looks to be in his 20s. What would a Dao Lord with this kind of talent do if he didn't stay in the abyss and go back to Earth? Poison Scorpion's brain was spinning frantically, trying to retrieve information to figure out who this man was, and in the end, he zeroed in on 2 names. The strongest genius after Lin Xian, wrote End. The genius who possessed a heaven-level divine progenitor but was no weaker than a god-level divine progenitor in terms of talent or battle prowess, Chen Xingyuan. You are Lu. Halfway through Poison Scorpion's words, Chen Xingyuan suddenly appeared in front of him, and an extreme sense of crisis completely exploded in the rainy night as he subconsciously raised his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. Sting Law. The 2 severed arms flew upwards with bloody remnants, and the blood mixed with rainwater hit the ground, bursting into splashes. Chen Xingyuan did not give Poisonous Scorpion a chance to speak. After breaking his arms, he once again bullied his way up, grabbing Poisonous Scorpion's collar and pulling it with force, sending a punch along with it. Ka-ching! The rain was pounding, but the sound of bones cracking in the crashing downpour was still crisp. Poison Scorpion was no longer able to let out a wail. The bones in half of his face shattered, leaving him with his mouth wide open as if dislocated, letting drool flow from the corners of his mouth. He looked at the man in front of him in fear, not understanding why someone so strong would appear on Earth. He wanted to run but realized that the entire range of space had been taken over by Chen Xingyuan. The only way to go now was to die. Are you afraid? Chen Xingyuan popped out a sentence for no reason. He bent down and looked at the poisonous scorpion lying on the ground condescendingly as if he was looking at a doll. Aren't all of you mercenaries ruthless people who lick blood from the tip of the sword? You're afraid at this level? Poison Scorpion whimpered and opened his mouth, but realized that the fracture of half of his face prevented him from making normal sounds, but Chen Xingyuan still understood what he was saying. I'm sorry, I was wrong, spare me. The man's eyes were so calm that it was impossible to see his expression through the blurred rain, and the scorpion lay on the ground with his mouth wide open while the man just looked at him calmly.
After a long time, Chen Xingyuan smiled.
The reckless laughter traveled through the pouring rain, and the ethereal sound of the raindrops falling in the puddles amplified the laughter, like the low roar of a demon echoing between the hells.
Chen Xingyuan nuzzled at Meng Hanqing's corpse, letting you go. Then what about him? Then what about those other people you killed in this car? Do you want to rely on a sentence of sorry to settle things? My friend, you're not a goon or a don, you're cerebral palsy.
Understanding that Chen Xingyuan could not possibly spare him, Poison Scorpion's eyes turned sinister. He let out a strange cry and wanted to pounce on Chen Xingyuan, but was dodged by Chen Xingyuan, who had anticipated it. The black trench coat was soaked by the rain. The hem of the coat was like an open fan under the rotation, dancing in the dark night. An L-shaped item was held in Chen Xingyuan's hand. The scorpion failed to succeed. He pounced. Even the hem of Chen Xingyuan's coat could not be touched. When he turned around, a special pistol was pressed against his forehead, injected with spiritual energy. Then, ping! Splendid flashes of fire ran through the rainy night. The special bullet, strengthened by psychic power, drilled into Poison Scorpion's skull, and the powerful kinetic energy lifted his body off the ground, churning up his brain. Put! A limp corpse fell to the ground, gradually robbed of its remaining warmth by the bleak night rain. Chen Xingyuan raised his head, letting the heavy rain rinse the blood from his body until the blood of the poisonous scorpion mixed with the stagnant water soaked under his feet. Wrap it up. Xingyuan? Su Xiaohan couldn't believe her eyes. Her voice trembled a little as she looked at that familiar and affectionate face. It's me, Xiaohan. Chen Xingyuan walked over and held Su Xiaohan in his arms, while once again launching his spiritual energy to probe her injuries. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Absorb the rainwater and I'll be able to recover my injuries. The small injury is not a problem, it's just that old Meng and the others. Chen Xingyuan took a deep breath. I came late. He carried Su Xiaohan to Su Fenghao's side. Big brother Su, how are you? Su Fenghao looked at the gaping hole in his stomach and grimaced in pain. Not too good. Don't worry about me first, Fengran, he's hurt the most. At the same time the train was attacked, Su Xiaohan sent a distress signal to the outside world, and it was not until 10 minutes later that the rescue forces arrived. An officer in a special operations camouflage uniform jogged all the way to the side of the several people and gave a military salute to Chen Xingyuan. Lord Chen. Say nothing else, save the people. Yes. The medical team rushed to take Su Fenghao, and Feng ran away and packed up Meng Hanqing's body. The officer looked at the 5-3 saints and 10,000 mothers' flowers at a loss for words. You go too, leave this to me. Yes. Xingyuan. After determining that no one was around, Su Xiaohan flung herself into Chen Xingyuan's arms and choked silently, I killed old Meng. Chen Xingyuan wrapped his arms around Su Xiaohan in his arms and gently patted on her back. I don't blame you, it's me who came late, but if I had arrived a minute earlier Lao Meng wouldn't have died. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Chen Xingyuan looked at Su Xiaohan in his arms. For a moment he did not know what to say. Xiaohan, haven't seen you for a while and you've actually become a Dao Emperor. Not bad, not bad, there's the demeanor I had back then. Chen Xingyuan changed the topic and said with a big grin. What kind of words are you saying? I'm your senior sister. Su Xiaohan feigned anger. Fine, school sister. Why did you suddenly come back from the abyss? The official people told me to come back. Chen Xingyuan shrugged his shoulders and asked me to take over from you to escort the 3 sacred 100 mothers' flowers. It's just a pity that I came too late. Su Xiaohan nodded. Then you go ahead and deliver the 3 saints' Wanmu flower to Yanjing. I'll follow the military. Good. Looking at Su Xiaohan's departing back, Chen Xingyuan scratched his head before lifting up the container containing the 3 sacred Wanmu flower with one hand and carefully examined this heavenly treasure that was rare even in the abyss. Being able to enhance the strength of the brain and wash the soul along the way, it's indeed good stuff, but it's not much use for cultivation, and I don't know which cerebral palsy came up with the idea of using this to break the realm. After scrutinizing it for a while, Chen Xingyuan's figure shot up into the sky, heading in the direction of Yanjing. I don't care so much, the abyss side didn't ask for a time to go back, so I'll stay on Earth for a while, and get bored with my wife. Indian country, a luxury villa steadily located in the suburbs, as the suburbs of the poor concentration camps. Such a gilded house looks so out of place. Nonetheless, no one chose to go in and steal something. Is it because of the quality? Obviously not. People who live in this area know what kind of ruthless people live inside. Going in and stealing is no different from looking for death. Inside the villa, a man opened his eyes. He stood up from the futon with a swish. The terrifying pressure of a Dao Lord 6th stage enveloped the entire villa, crushing the hired underlings into mincemeat. Big brother. A man with a plain face barged in, and he couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the furious man.
Where's Lao San?
The man froze and stammered, Lao San.
Lao San went to Huaxia? The man frowned, went to China? Oh, old 3 is dead. How is this possible?
The man exclaimed, unable to believe the man's words. Hidden antelope, what did Lao San go to China for? There are so many powerful people there, even I wouldn't dare to step into their borders so easily. Hidden antelope answered truthfully, China found 5 plants of the 3 saints Wanmu flower. The oldest 3 thought to go and snatch it to help the big brother to break the realm.
Stupid.
The man was furious. The 3 sacred mother of God flowers don't have any substantial help to cultivation, and I, Python, don't need this. He actually went to provoke Huaxia because of a tiny 3 sacred mother of God flower.
Then we.
The man's face grimaced, but after all, he is our brother who is like a brother. Even if he dies, it's not the turn of Huaxia to kill him. Take my brothers and follow me on a trip to Huaxia. I'm going to find out who killed Lao San, and then take revenge.
Chapter 96 Stubborn Su Xiaohan.
The wind in summer was always gentle. Chen Xingyuan enjoyed standing on the rooftop by himself and blowing the wind, feeling the temperature of the sunlight dotting his body and enjoying the light hum from the wind. Of course, it would be even better if Su Xiaohan was around. A little bit of firelight lit up on the rooftop. Chen Xingyuan put away the lighter and put his hands in his pockets to let the exhaled smoke float in all directions. Really slow. Coming. Su Xiaohan stood at the junction of the rooftop and downstairs with her waist crossed. Can you put out your damn cigarette? It's not good for your lungs.
Then I'm not good for the lungs. Chen Xingyuan cheerfully said.
Su Xiaohan narrowed her eyes, 1.7 in front of Chen Xingyuan as if she was 1.9. She took out the authority of a school sister, staring dead at the cigarette in Chen Xingyuan's hand, then took out a pair of scissors.
Which one do you keep?
Chen Xingyuan only felt a chill. His fingers' loose cigarettes fell to the ground, then a foot stomped out.
I was wrong.
Su Xiaohan revealed a victor's smile and extended her hand for Chen Xingyuan to hold. Let's go, downstairs for shopping.
Gotcha. Chen Xingyuan held his girlfriend's soft little hand.
Yesterday, although the cuddle, but at that time just thought of beating that Scarface, did not pay much attention to the feedback feeling of the cuddle. The tall building that the two were in was the Yanjing headquarters of the official mobilization of Transcendence, with 60 floors, and it was on the rooftop that Chen Xingyuan was waiting for Su Xiaohan to report to his superiors.
The elevator door opened, and Chen Xingyuan made a very gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Beauty has priority. Oily mouth. Su Xiaohan was nonchalant, taking a step out into the elevator, followed closely by Chen Xingyuan. The elevator that the two of them took was a panoramic elevator, and while lifting and lowering, they could also enjoy the scenery outside the building. Chen Xingyuan looked at the forest of steel under his feet and felt the decrease in altitude, and could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. You say, this world shouldn't exist. The kind of douchebag who doesn't like to sit in the elevator, this high building climbing stairs shall not tire him out? Su Xiaohan did not answer Chen Xingyuan's words. She looked at the rising azure sky outside the elevator. Xingyuan, when are you going back to the abyss? Why are you suddenly asking this?
Although puzzled, Chen Xingyuan still answered honestly, almost the day after tomorrow. I'll stay on Earth for as long as I can. After all, I won't know when I'll see you again this time apart.
I've thought it over. I'm going back to the abyss with you. Chen Xingyuan first froze, then waved his hand repeatedly. No, not yet.
Su Xiaohan was a bit unhappy. I'm a Dao Emperor and you still won't let me go to the abyss. I've been cultivating hard all these years just so I can reach Dao Emperor early and reunite with you in the abyss, and now you won't let me go. No, I don't mean that. Xiaohan. Chen Xingyuan was a little flustered. He scratched his head and then his butt. Your current Dao Emperor first rank is too extreme. It's best to go to the abyss at the 3rd or 4th rank. But that will take a long time. The elevator's descending speed began to slow down, indicating that it was about to reach the 1st floor. Su Xiaohan's complexion was slightly gloomy. Even if I'm at the god level, the difficulty of the late realm is here, and the Earth's heaven and Earth's spiritual energy is so scarce, it'll take a lot more monkeys to want to cultivate to that level. I don't want to be separated from you.
The abyss isn't as good as you think. Chen Xingyuan's hand held on the elevator's grip, thinking compared to that it's still Earth that's suitable for survival. The abyss is a meat grinder.
Meat grinder, I also want to be with you. Su Xiaohan's eyes flashed a flash of determination. Last night's things let me see the understanding. Without strength everything is empty talk. I want to force myself a hand. The Earth can no longer pose much of a threat to me. Only the abyss this kind of can always cause pressure to me. Only an environment like the abyss that can always put pressure on me can allow me to progress. Chen Xingyuan sighed, knowing that he could not persuade Su Xiaohan. As you wish, I can only do my best to protect you.
Su Xiaohan's gloomy expression was swept away, happily made a face. Xingyuan is the best. Ding dong. The elevator reaches the 1st floor. Chen Xingyuan was angry and laughing, but in the end, he just helplessly stroked Su Xiaohan's head and pulled her across the elevator. By the way, you killed Poison Scorpion. The meteoric believers won't come to retaliate, right? So will they hold me hostage to threaten you?
Su Xiaohan playfully teased a sentence. Don't worry about it, this is China. Chen Xingyuan walked in front, the bright sunlight through the hall's glass spilling out and draping over him, taking a step back. Even if it does come, I will protect you. Can't do it, I'll quit smoking.
Looks like I'll have to break 2 hairs when it comes to that. Hair doesn't count.
The electric sensor door opened automatically, and the spirited Chen Xingyuan walked out of the building with his beloved girl, unable to resist stretching.
Ah. Comfortable. Are you going to mutate? Su Xiaohan blanked him. Love isn't something you can buy if you want it.
Chen Xingyuan, who was originally standing and posing in the sunlight, was instantly broken by the ringing of his cell phone, and he jumped to his feet and touched his hand into his pants pocket. I go, convinced, these pants tight, the phone card inside cannot take out.
Well. Chen Dazhou put the handset in his ear. Hey, whatcha? Chen Xingyuan lousy this trough you.
Chen Zhongtong's insults and tirades drilled into his ears. Chen Xingyuan carried his cell phone aside with a disgusted look on his face and waited for Chen Zhongtong to scold him enough before bringing it back.
Isn't the mission over? Why are you calling me? Why can't I call you if there is no mission?
Chen Zhongtong said in a bad mood, to give you a reminder, I'm going to go abroad. You may not be able to count on the Chen family if you use it in China. After all, you know what your sister has done. Skill is not as good as a person can only use this kind of despicable means to get back at her brother. Alas, the reason why God is God.
Alright, you shut up. Chen Zhongtong couldn't stand Chen Xingyuan's ultra-angsty speech and hung up the phone.
He sat in his office, holding a list he had been reading for a long time, and sighed quietly. The Chen family hasn't seen a god level in years, and even heaven levels rarely appear anymore. It was the middle of the June awakening season, and the awakening ceremony in full swing had ended a few days ago, and the lists of god level heaven levels had been listed one by one. Don't worry, Dad, a cocky and domineering teenager's voice rang in Chen Zhongtong's ears, a young master-like man dangling on his own old man's desk. I'll be awakened to the god level next year. You just blow it. Chen Zhongtong, who was assured by Chen Daomoist, was even more distressed. His son was able to say anything, but the family patriarch spoiled him too much and stained him with the problem of being a playboy. I'm not sure if you'll be able to diagnose my nerves next year, but I'd like to be able to do it.
Hurry up and get someone to treat him.
On the other side, Chen Xingyuan skimmed his mouth and took his cell phone back into his pocket.
What a person. Please urge to catch up with the positive reviews and small gifts. Chapter 97 Iron Ox Beef Noodle.
Chen Xingyuan stuffed his phone back into his pants pocket and turned his head to look at Su Xiaohan.
Xiaohan, where do you want to go? I want to go to England to play. Nice read, messed up return.
Chen Xingyuan lightly slapped on the back of Su Xiaohan's head. Come with me, take you to eat good food. A couple of Lang talent walked side by side on the sidewalk, with traffic on the asphalt road on one side. The June sun is particularly hot, stinging in the body of the people-baked pain, atop of the umbrella erected, with the increase in the number of people, colorful umbrellas as a rolling wave.
Why does it feel like there are more kids in Yanjing?
The awakening ceremony just ended 2 days ago, and the kids are on vacation. Looking at a youthful face, Chen Xingyuan was slightly emotional. Alas, getting old. I remember I was also like this after I first awakened. Without my academic coursework, how can I not play enough?
You are not playing every day now?
Which is not, Chen Xingyuan shrugged. The abyss has no day and night, there is never but one blood-red weather, and the environment is very poor. Every day is either abusing the lower-ranked foreign races or being abused by the higher-ranked foreign races. It's meaningless to the point of being meaningless. It's not as much fun as Earth. Looking up at the clear sky, Chen Xingyuan suddenly thought of something. Then again, my nephew should be awakened next year by the time I do the math. He vaguely remembered that his sister returned to Earth to give birth to a son and then followed her brother-in-law back to the abyss, leaving the child in the care of Lin Emperor Lin Linyu. It is always the uncle who loves his nephew the most. Chen Xingyuan is also the same. So many years he is not looking for his little nephew, but simply cannot be found. Think about it, if you can find it, the Chen family probably can find it, and again, there is a peak Dao Empire protection, can find it would be strange. When you say it like that, yes, hey, Su Xiaohan broke his fingers. Dad and Mom are both Dao Emperor powerhouses. Dad is even known as the brightest genius in human history, so what level of talent does he have to have? It feels like it won't be outrageous. Genetic Lin Xian's talent will be tainted by my sister maybe. Why does it feel like my ass is chilly? Chen Xingyuan scrunched his neck and looked around, wiping the sweat. Scare himself. Forget about not caring about that kid. How can he still have a bad life with a Dao Day protecting him? I just don't believe that he can be so downtrodden that he's living on thin rice with poor quality candies. Speaking of food, Su Xiaohan's eyes became dangerous. She reached out and pinched Chen Xingyuan's ear and twisted it with force. Didn't you say you were going to take me to eat something delicious? You haven't arrived yet after traveling for so long. Pain, 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 pain. Chen Xingyuan was in pain with tears at the corners of his eyes, gently grasping Su Xiaohan's hand trying to save his ears. Almost there, almost there. Su Xiaohan gently let go. How much longer? Let's go another 20 kilometers or so. Ah. Su Xiaohan grabbed Chen Xingyuan's ear and rotated it 90 degrees, and with a mournful scream, the owner of the ear knelt down on one knee. 3 minutes later. Iron Ox Beef Noodle House. Chen Xingyuan stood expressionlessly in front of the counter and took out his cell phone to scan the code to pay. 2 big bowls of beef noodles, no cilantro. The young man has not been here for a while. The boss is very enthusiastic. The store is small, so only his old couple operates. The boss is responsible for counting and entertaining the guests. The boss's wife is responsible for cooking the noodles. More than a year it. Encountered some things, moved, today took my girlfriend back to Yanjing to play. By the way, come back to taste the delicious. The boss looked up at Su Xiaohan beside Chen Xingyuan. The girl is a bit skinny. He turned his head and shouted to his old companion in the kitchen, "Wifey, 2 big bowls of beef noodles, one of them with more meat." Good Lu. Hey, young man, why are your ears white and red? Hot. The steaming beef noodles were brought to the table, and Su Xiaohan hugged her bowl, her eyes glowing. It smells so good. That's for sure, this is the store I used to come to before. True delicacies are never hidden amongst the humble. Chen Xingyuan covered his ears. Su Xiaohan skimmed her mouth and picked up a few slices of beef and put them into Chen Xingyuan's bowl. Serves you right, who let you be cheap? I don't want to walk with you for a while longer. A while means more than 20 kilometers, right? Su Xiaohan withdrew a few slices of beef. Chen Xingyuan, put it in my bowl and take it away. Su Xiaohan raised her eyes to look at Chen Xingyuan, and her chopsticks probed out to deprive the beef belonging to Chen Xingyuan as well. This was great, the iron ox beef noodles turned into iron ox noodles. You don't eat beef. Chen Xingyuan. Although the store is small, but the facilities are still there, is in the heat of the day. For those who love to drink noodles and soup as a kind of torment, every time you drink the noodles, sweating feeling in the hot summer always make people feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the air conditioner in the noodle shop is quite good, running at high power almost disperses the heat of the shop. In the words of the owner, this air conditioner is the newest item in the whole shop. Fragrant. Su Xiaohan put down the bowl and burped happily. The store I picked must be good. Chen Xingyuan also settled the bowl of noodles belonging to himself at this moment, not even leaving any soup, patting his belly in satisfaction. In the abyss, he had been craving for this for a long time, and every day in the divine palace of the Upper Yuan, his mouth was going to fade out from that millet porridge. Are you full? The boss came over with a smile. If you're not full, you can add noodles. Enough is enough, adding more would be a waste. That's fine. The owner cleared the table of the 2 men and put the bowls away. Recently the foreign countries can be really uneasy. Israel and Judah massacred the Beitan people. To engage in what genocide, alas, are all human beings? Unanimous confrontation of foreign races. What's wrong with it? Fight in the end to the harm or their own interests, alas. Chen Xingyuan froze for a moment, turning his head to look at Su Xiaohan. I remember that the war had only just started when I left. Rice supports Eretz Yisrael, otherwise where would they get such a big nerve? Su Xiaohan propped up his chin with his hand. The United Nations has repeatedly sent representatives to Israel to make peace, but it is not useful at all. The battlefield can be seen everywhere as the figure of the Mi army. Chen Xingyuan did not say anything, just staring at his fingertips in frustration. Freedom and democracy was a theme that a certain country had always advocated, but their own public opinion satisfaction was pitifully low, and freedom was even only deserved by people of certain skin colors. When the foreigners came, the ones who rushed to the forefront were always China and the Russian Federation, while they, who prided themselves on being the world's #1 country, ordered their troops to cower in the corners. There is never a lack of strife between people, some are selfish and some are defiant. Humanity is the most brilliant flash of mankind, and at the same time, it is also the most evil distortion of mankind. The act of good and evil is all in a single thought. Sunset is not peaceful either. The boss let out another long sigh. Recently there was some kind of serial murder case. I heard that people were killed and then strangely resurrected the next day, and the people from the police couldn't analyze it. Really, it's still safe at home. A key piece of news was captured by Chen Xingyuan. He looked at Su Xiaohan. Back from the dead? The initial assumption on Sunset's side is that it's the maniform race. They have the ability to mimic into other races, but it's not like that. The maniform race is extremely rare in number and can only be mimicked once in their lifetime. It's a bit of a waste to use them like that. It shouldn't be. Chen Xingyuan frowned. Even if it's bizarre, it's impossible for the official Sun Never Falling's ability to not have half a clue. I heard that this matter is not the official responsibility. They entrusted this case to a god-level little brother who awakened last year, and is the only person who awakened god-level in Sun Neverland in recent years, called What's It All Abudo What's It All? Chapter 98 Fireworks. Himalayas, Xia India border. The man with long hair silently appeared in a hidden place. He raised his hand and unfolded a domain to isolate the surrounding probes, then that hand gently pulled in the space, a space crack appeared. Big brother, is it according to the location I specified? The voice of the Tibetan antelope came out in the crack. Yes, it's okay to come out. 4 people walked out of the one-man-high crack one after the other, and they were clearly the one remaining Dao monarch and 3 Dao emperors of the fallen faithful. Big brother, are you sure it's just a few of us? Although it looks like the battle power is still quite high-end, but in reality, just this alone won't be able to make much of a splash in Huaxia. Hidden Antelope looked towards Python, who was guarding the side of the crack, and couldn't help but feel a little worried, fearing that his big brother's intentions would harm the entire Meteor trustees. Eldest, let me ask you, Python closed the spatial rift, how long do you think it will be before you can touch the threshold of the Dao Saint?
The Tibetan antelope answered truthfully even though he didn't understand what Python meant.
Dao Saint I don't even dare to think about it. Ascending to the current rank is already the limit. That nebulous saint realm really doesn't dare to think about it. If it's just resources that are limited, we can still travel to the abyss, but I can clearly perceive that what limits me is talent.
Then are you willing?
Python looked at his palm and smiled bitterly. I also sense the limit. I will never be able to touch the Dao Saint realm in my lifetime, so I thought of a way.
What solution? Python's eyes went grim. Fey.
The Tibetan antelope looked at the python incredulously. Big brother, you actually
can't collude with the foreigners. This is the bottom line of human beings. This go to avenge the oldest three, no matter successful or not. Do you think we have a chance to survive?
The pupils of the Tibetan antelope shook. He suddenly figured out that Python was not being willful. He had thought of everything long ago. To clearly see the end of myself as something more painful than death. If the rest of my life is to be lived under such a shadow, it would be better for me to die. Python clenched his fists. In that case it would be better to fight. I have already contacted a lord of the foreign race. This revenge is a pitch. If we can satisfy that lord, he will step in to preserve us. Fight, how about it, brother? The Tibetan antelope bit his lip. Desire and bottom line were fighting. His heart was beating wildly. He lowered his head and did not say a word. The python didn't rush him, just looked quietly at this second brother of his. After a long time, the Tibetan antelope looked up, his eyes filled with scarlet blood. Big brother, dry up. The python put away the spiritual energy that was ready to exterminate the Tibetan antelope and happily wrapped his arms around his brother's shoulders. Good brother, I knew you would make the right choice. Boss, a Dao emperor waiting quietly on the side suddenly spoke up. He was carrying a tablet on his end. On it was densely packed with information about Qin Xingyuan and Su Xiaohan. We found out who killed third brother. Oh? Python took the tablet, his finger sliding on the screen. Finally his gaze fixed on the photo of Qin Xingyuan and Su Xiaohan. I have a plan. Killing third brother doesn't need to pay the price of his life. I want him to live in pain and guilt for the rest of his life. The corners of his mouth rose. Big brother, is it convenient to ask about the lord you contacted? Hidden Antelope didn't hold back her curiosity and asked. You're talking about this? Python handed the tablet back to receive and replied with full concern. You should know about the Tartarus that has recently risen to international fame. I know, are they an alien power? No, their main body is human, and the one in power is a foreigner, or rather a human whose body is occupied by a foreigner. Here, the bottom of the python's eyes rose in reverence for the powerful. That lord's name is Li Changyan. China, Yanjing. Chen Xingyuan, who had just come out of the Tainyo beef noodle restaurant, looked at the sky with his hands in his pockets. TSK. What's wrong? Su Xiaohan followed close behind. It feels like it's going to rain. Su Xiaohan suspiciously glanced at Chen Xingyuan and followed his gaze to the big sun hanging in the sky. Hungry and stupid for not eating beef? The corners of Chen Xingyuan's mouth twitched as he pulled out the candy from his pocket that had just been a friendly gift from his boss and stuffed it into his girlfriend's mouth. Eat the candy. The Iron Cow Beef and Noodle House was located in a more remote part of the city, with old residential buildings that were more charming than the towering iron woods in the center of town. I heard this was this kind of building 400 years ago, said the young couple as they strolled down the narrow concrete pavement, feeling the breeze that weaved through the alleyways. Su Xiaohan looked at the old residential building, a pair of eyes full of nostalgia. When I was a child, I lived in this kind of house, although the outside looked ragged, but it always felt very cozy and comfortable. Chen Xingyuan hummed as he carefully surveyed the surrounding buildings. For him, this kind of house was unfamiliar. Living in the Chen family since he was a child, he had never experienced this kind of ordinary feeling, even if he was treated in certain bad ways because of his sister's rebellion against the Chen family implicating himself. Overall his life could be considered extravagant. Xingyuan, what is the abyss like? It's boring as hell there. There's no day or night, there's always a red sun hanging in the sky, and the environment is bad as hell. The earth is blood red, and every day is just about killing foreigners and then being chased by high-ranked foreigners. It's not fun as hell. In that case, Su Xiaohan's eyes narrowed into two crescent moons. Then you won't be bored after I go. Chen Xingyuan froze slightly, then raised the corners of his mouth. Good, in order not to be bored, it looks like I have to protect you as well. The two of them held hands and strolled along the alley relaxing. Suddenly Su Xiaohan stopped and looked at a fireworks store that had long closed its doors. The store was very old. A door that only allowed one person to pass through was barred by a fence-like iron gate, spots of rust spots crawling all over the door locks and steel welds. The sign is also very tattered. Above the iron door is a tattered yellow plastic sheet, an unknown star in the plastic sheet thumbs up. Below him, written happy fireworks, for words. What's going on? I want to set off fireworks. Chen Xingyuan looked up at the broken sign, but he's closed. Forget it, Su Xiaohan shook her head. What kind of fireworks are set off in the middle of summer, and it's still fireworks martial law? Chen Xingyuan took out his cell phone and entered a string of numbers. After a series of beeps, the call was connected. Xining Fireworks Company, hello. Deluxe fireworks package come 5, wanted at 6 o'clock this afternoon. I'm sorry sir, it's during fireworks martial law. I'll pay 10 times the price. Okay, the collection site is located in the suburbs, so I hope you understand. Chen Xingyuan hung up the phone and looked towards Su Xiaohan, who was kicking stones with her head down, and the latter also looked up at him.
In an instant, the four eyes met. Chen Xingyuan smiled, done.
After thinking about it, I had the equivalent of 2 extra chapters before, so even if I'm still making up for the one I had to add before, well, you guys still owe me a chapter, but I'm being generous, so I won't count it. These 2 chapters are timed to post because it's exam time when I'm going to post the chapters. It's going to drive me crazy with the CCA, and the fact that the numbers have plummeted lately, and the completion rates, in reads, bookshelves, and catch-ups are all horribly low.
I want to.
A little encouragement from the big boys, don't leave me alone to push this book in the book deserted square.
Gifts are appreciated when I finish my exams and post something to say.
I'm really convinced, and mistakenly divided into papers, the Chinese finance study stupid, I said how are all urging chapter 97.
Chapter 99, Raindrops Against the Current One.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after the hottest time of the day, the sun had not yet set, but a coolness that was not present at midday could be felt. In a rotten building in the suburbs, a black-robed man wearing a hood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking out through the window frame at the weeds outside, he was pinching irregularly shaped jade stone in his hand, slowly spinning the smooth jade stone under the force of his fingers.
Beside the man, a bizarre alarm clock lay at the bottom of his feet, the hands ticking away. Ding!
It seemed to be the set time. The alarm clock began to sound a sharp chime. The man just glanced at the alarm clock lightly, then the alarm clock exploded. A space crack appeared where it was originally, and Anaconda and his group walked out from the crack.
My lord!
Python clasped his fists and saluted at the same time he saw the black-robed man, and the other fallen believers also followed their boss's example and clasped their fists in a decent manner.
Have you thought about it? If you cooperate with me, the nature will be different. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests.
The man smiled. Very well, let me see your pitch then. I have done everything you asked for, found a fireworks store to lure Chen Xingyuan away, I'm sure I don't need to arrange the rest. Python respectfully bowed slightly. Don't worry my lord, I will let you see what we are capable of. After saying that, he straightened up and continued, my lord, you should understand the reason why we defected to you, right? The man laughed as he looked sideways at Python, that classic oriental face full of smiles.
As well, since it's a trade, I should always pay some kind of deposit.
A crystal flew into the Tibetan antelope's hand, and the man nodded and signaled for the antelope to eat it. The Tibetan antelope hesitated for a moment, tilted her head and ate the crystal. A wave of pure energy exploded in her body, accompanied by an itching and burning sensation from the inside out.
Ah!
The Tibetan antelope slumped to the ground in agony, its nails gouging the ground with force, and under the powerful physical qualities of the Tao Lord, the concrete floor was gouged out like tofu by the nails to make a deep pit. Seeing this appearance of his brother, the python did not have any reaction, but the surprise in the bottom of his eyes exposed his inner world. He could clearly feel that a certain indefinable barrier in the Tibetan antelope's body was being slowly melted down. After about 2 minutes, the Tibetan antelope stopped struggling, and large drops of sweat dripped down his neck onto the ground as he slowly rose from the ground, panting heavily.
How does it feel?
The man cocked his head.
The Tibetan antelope looked at his fist, a look of shock in his eyes.
I feel that the restrictions on the road ahead have become smaller. The man narrowed his eyes, surveying the hidden antelope with satisfaction. Not bad, now with enough time and resources, you may not be without a chance to make a dash for the Tao Saint realm.
He then looked at the python. Is that enough?
Python nodded. He had seen all the changes in the Tibetan antelope, and at the same time, his heart added a few points of fear towards this man. Knowing that he was the leader of the fallen faithful, he used the gift of the Tibetan antelope to tempt him and collect people in the process. Worthy of being the leader of Tartarus, not simple. In that case, I'm relieved. The man took off his hood, revealing a face that was about to be eaten up in the sub-city a year later. Happy cooperation.
Yanjing, downtown.
Su Xiaohan hung up the phone and pouted unhappily. Really, it's clear that I've been approved to take a leave of absence, and then I'm asked to go back and work overtime for a few hours. Go. Chen Xingyuan pinched Su Xiaohan's upturned mouth. Going to the abyss will allow you to get tired of each other every day. Look at you, your pouting mouth can hang a bottle of perfumed oil.
Su Xiaohan glared viciously at Chen Xingyuan, letting him continue to pinch. Chen Xingyuan only pinched twice before letting go. Go on, I'm also going to get ready to fetch the fireworks.
I thought you said it was raining tonight. How are you going to set off fireworks? The almighty Star King will take care of everything. Che, Su Xiaohan put her finger on the tip of Chen Xingyuan's nose. I'm leaving first, remember to pick me up.
Do you need me to send you there? No need. Su Xiaohan suddenly turned back and looked at the bewildered Chen Xingyuan. If it rains tonight, then I'll perform a magic trick for you.
Looking at his girlfriend's back, Chen Xingyuan scratched his head and watched her walk away before turning around and lighting a cigarette.
Cool.
Just then, a hand poked behind him.
Chen Xingyuan, what are you doing?
Chen Xingyuan's tiger's body shook, unleashing his cultivation to suck violently to finish a whole cigarette instantly, bulging his mouth full of smoke.
Su Xiaohan looked at Chen Xingyuan with a smile and walked around to his front. What's inside the mouth?
Chen Xingyuan shook his head and pointed to his mouth to indicate that it was inconvenient to speak.
Su Xiaohan furrowed her eyebrows. Speak.
Chen Xingyuan didn't hold back and spat his mouth full of smoke into Su Xiaohan's face at close range.
Chen Xingyuan.
As the smoke cleared, Su Xiaohan still maintained that smiling look, only the smile carried a slight murderous aura.
Chen Xingyuan, Su Xiaohan gritted his teeth. Are you tired of living? Ah! A mournful scream pierced the sky, startling the flying birds that lay perched on the branches.
The streets were crowded with traffic, and Chen Xingyuan, who had a red mark on his face, watched expressionlessly as his girlfriend left on the bus, and he stood beside the bus stop with a stinky face, as if he was born without a smile.
Counting the time, I should be there soon.
He looked at his cell phone, just as the fireworks company sent him a message about the trading location.
Coming.
Chen Xingyuan raised his hand and tore open space, stepping into the void with one foot. Next to a certain rotten building in the suburbs, a space crack was torn open without warning. Chen Xingyuan rubbed his cheeks and walked out from it, a van parked not far away.
Coming quite early. Chen Xingyuan quickly walked over to the van and knocked on the driver's side glass.
The window fell down and a masked man with a hood appeared in front of Chen Xingyuan.
It wasn't just trading a firework during martial law, was it necessary to make it as discreet as a drug deal? You're Mr. Chen who ordered the fireworks, right? It's me.
The masked man got out of the car and took out a form and handed it to Chen Xingyuan. Mr. Chen, since this is the period of fireworks martial law, this agreement is for you to read. This I understand. Chen Xingyuan took that agreement and skimmed through it. The content inside is probably that fireworks will not expose the fireworks company when caught burning fireworks, how much the violator needs to pay and so on.
Is there a pen?
Yes, the man pulled a black signing pen out of his pocket and handed it to Chen Xingyuan. I'll go unload it for you.
Chen Xingyuan's eyelids jumped, subconsciously looking up at the sky.
Ooh, it's starting to get cloudy. The weather is unpredictable, and the weather forecast this morning said it would be sunny for the next few days, but I see it's going to rain tonight. Chen Xingyuan, who had just signed his name, had a stroke of his pen as he jerked his head up to look at the driver, then took a step forward to hand him a punch. The driver did not even look at Chen Xingyuan, casually raising his hand to catch the punch.
How did you find out?
Only a downlord has that visual power to see through the clouds of the Earth's atmosphere. I'm afraid I can't tell that it's going to rain at night just based on the current level of overcast skies, right? Transporting a batch of fireworks doesn't seem to use a downlord. It's really 100 times too late, the man sighed, letting go of Chen Xingyuan's hand to instantly move into the distance.
But it doesn't matter, it's good that you signed it. Sign?
Chen Xingyuan looked at the white paper that he threw on the ground. The black font suddenly twisted up. The original large confidentiality agreement for words suddenly turned into imprisonment order. You. The space around Chen Xingyuan began to distort. No matter how much he tore through the space, it was useless. It was like being deep in the mud. The more he struggled, the deeper he got stuck. It's you who signed the imprisonment order. It's not my fault. Be honest and stay in the other dimension for a few hours. Chen Xingyuan's area below his neck had been completely twisted, leaving only a head, and he yelled like he was mad. What exactly is your purpose? Just want to play a game with you. The man took off his mask, revealing the face of the hidden antelope. 10 o'clock in the evening, on the roof of the center building. If you can arrive before the specified time, then you will be counted as a winner. Of course, you can't use your cultivation after breaking through the other dimension. Oh. As for the stakes, hidden antelope spread out her palms. Just use Su Xiaohan's life. After all, this is more motivated. Well, a friendly reminder, if you are found to be cheating, the game will automatically end. Oh.
Don't let me catch you. Chen Xingyuan roared and was completely swallowed by the distorted space.
The Tibetan antelope sighed and wiped at his face to reveal Li Changyan's original face. It's really troublesome, but it's the best choice to be able to destroy the Star Lord in this way, even though we can kill him with our hands. Who can guarantee that Chen Yao hasn't left some means on him?
As for you few idiots, take the blame. Finally Li Changyan looked up at the sky. Tisk, TSK, TSK, it's going to rain soon. Oh. Chapter 100, Raindrops Against the Current 2.
Arriving at the center building station ahead, please ask passengers who are ready to get off to wait at the back door in advance to get off. The mechanical female voice sounded. Su Xiaohan left her seat to wait by the back door. She looked out through the window. The original bustling crowd was reduced with the naked eye, and the sky was drifting with some clouds, covering the blazing sun from time to time. Center building station, here, please disembark in an orderly manner at the rear entrance. The bus slowly decelerates and stops by the stop sign. The back door opens. Su Xiaohan scans the code and strides to the platform. What rain well, light cheating. Su Xiaohan walked into the center building and took out the identity card and pinned it on his clothes. A manager-like person in the lobby paced back and forth anxiously, looking up at Su Xiaohan after hearing the sound of the electronic sensor door, noticing the identity plate on her chest. Hello, you are the person sent from above, right? The manager hurriedly walked forward. Hello, you are. The manager calmed his anxiousness and patted his chest. I'm the duty manager of the center building, the chairman of our company. He's been hijacked. The center building is one of Yanjing's landmark buildings, known as the benchmark building of Yanjing's business. Many large companies do not rent separate buildings as their headquarters, but instead spend more money to rent a certain number of floors of the center building as the location of their head office, and take pride in it. Then you should be Mr. Zhou Minghai, right?
That's right, I'm Zhang Minghai.
Even though the manager had tried very hard to restrain himself, but after all, he was just a businessman who had never seen images of bloody violence. Just an hour ago, a group of people who called themselves Meteor Trustees suddenly appeared in the company's chairman's office, removed one of the chairman's arms and told him to request for official support, naming Su Xiaohan and requesting for him to come. Su Xiaohan frowned, trying to understand the whole thing. Was it because Star Source had killed the oldest three of the fallen believers that he came to take revenge? Then the officials should have sent more than just herself. As she looked around, she spotted a hidden Dao Emperor's aura in the waiting area, and the other party was sending her goodwill. Su Xiaohan just glanced towards that place and withdrew her gaze. Ms. Su, look at. Take me up. Okay. Zhang Minghai brought Su Xiaohan to the elevator and waited for the elevator to descend to the first floor. Su Xiaohan looked back at the door of the center building, and her heart could not help but feel a little worried. Here there are official people to cover for themselves, then what about Chen Xingyuan's side? I hope nothing will happen to him. Thinking of this, Su Xiaohan smiled to himself. Really, he is a Taoist monarch. To worry about it also cannot worry about him. Ding dong. The elevator arrived, and Su Xiaohan and Zhang Minghai stepped in it. On the seat in the waiting area, a man silently removed the newspaper blocking his face. He glanced at the direction of the elevator, then touched the Bluetooth headset on his ear with his finger. Boss, Su Xiaohan took the bait. The elevator slowly stopped on the 42nd floor, and with a ding-dong sound, the elevator door opened. Mr. Zhang, you stay here, I'll just go by myself. Good. Zhang Minghai nodded his head tremblingly. Su Xiaohan walked out of the elevator, leaving Zhang Minghai with a back shadow. The elevator doors began to close, and when only a slit was left behind, the corner of Zhang Minghai's mouth hooked into a smile as he raised his head grimly. In the elevator, Zhang Minghai had already told Su Xiaohan exactly which office the meteoric messenger was in. Su Xiaohan bent her way around, her flat shoes making a dull ringing sound in the corridor, finally stopping in front of the door at the end. Feeling the undisguised heavy breath behind the door, Su Xiaohan reached out and held the door handle, took a deep breath and pushed the door in. Otherworldly space. Chen Xingyuan blasted the invisible barriers in space over and over again, doing his best with each attack. Once, twice. Chen Xingyuan's fist heavily imprinted on one of the weak points of the barrier, and only a crunching sound of glass breaking was heard as the distorted space around him returned to normal in an instant. Chen Xingyuan staggered and stopped his body. He trembled and raised his hand to look at his fists. A pair of iron fists had already been bloodied, but he couldn't care about that, and fumed like a madman tearing at his side. Jab la. A spatial crack was torn open by him. At the same time, a curtain of light popped out of the spatial rift. Mr. Chen, don't forget the rules of our game. Using cultivation is not allowed. It's now 8:42 p.m., only 1 hour left from our agreed time. Good luck. Old man you. Chen Xingyuan slapped the damn light screen to pieces and looked shakily at the spatial rift that he had torn open. He took a deep breath and nodded his head as he stepped backward. Okay, game is it, I'll play. Chen Xingyuan ran wildly on one side and took out his cell phone, typing in a long string of numbers, and with a beeping sound, an icy system beep sounded. Hello, the user you dialed is not in the service area. He hung up and dialed again. Hello, the user you have dialed is not in the service area. Grass. Chen Zhongtong, you screwed up thing that drops the chain at critical moments. Chen Xingyuan had no choice but to call the Chen family patriarch. Chen Xingyuan? A lazy, pale voice rang out in the receiver. Good old man, Su Xiaohan is in trouble, she's going to die. I need someone to go to the center building immediately now. Elder Sean on the other end of the phone frowned. Chen Xingyuan, is this the way you speak to your elders? What do you care about attitude or not when it's already time? A good old man. Good old man leisurely said, your sister is the Chen family's enemy. As a younger brother you are peacefully enjoying the Chen family's resources. This is already the biggest forgiveness for you. You don't have that power to mobilize the Chen family's people. Chen general goodness, old me grass you yard. Chen Xingyuan hung up the phone and staggered to his knees. The sky did not know when it was raining. Dark clouds were still accumulating. The cloudy rain did not bring much coolness, more humid and stuffy. The raindrops were getting bigger and bigger. Slapping on the ground erupted the dirt on Chen Xingyuan's black trench coat. Chen Xingyuan's throat rolled, his body trembled, slowly standing up as if he had lost all his strength. Buzz. A locomotive with flashing headlights stopped beside Chen Xingyuan, the eye-catching light column piercing through the darkness to illuminate the road ahead. Young man, what's wrong with you? Chen Xingyuan froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at the locomotive. The owner was wearing a helmet, and through the reflection of the helmet glass he could clearly see his disoriented appearance. Brother, how much do you charge for this bike? The car owner didn't understand and thought Chen Xingyuan had caught a cold from the rain. Young man, do you have a fever? Chen Xingyuan gulped. $400,000, I'll transfer you $400,000 to buy you this car, is that enough? Crazy, right? The car owner was a bit scared and wanted to twist the gas and run. Wait. Chen Xingyuan hugged the car owner. Please, my most important person's life is in danger right now. I have to save her, please. I beg you. The car owner was silent for a moment. 70,000 is enough.
Chapter 101, Raindrops Against the Current 3.
A heavy rain without warning suddenly swept across the entire Yinjing. The rain curtain is getting denser and denser, beads into a line smashed in the standing water. Anyone would not have imagined that obviously at noon is still the blazing sun overhanging the sky, dusk on the sudden heavy rain majestic. On the viaduct, densely packed cars blocked in the narrow road, wipers constantly shaking, but not to wash away the windshield of the continuous rain. The light of the headlights pierced the darkness, so that the raindrops in the night has a shape. Drip, 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 drip. A sharp honk echoed across the viaduct, and a car owner slapped on his steering wheel in exasperation. Damn weather forecast, it hasn't been accurate in predicting rainy days in the past, but this time it's not even accurate for sunny days. Buzz buzz. The roar of the engine tore through the rain, especially piercing in the sky of honking horns. A red motorcycle kept weaving in and out of the vehicles, not hurting any of them one bit despite the narrow space.
Hey! What's wrong with you? What's the hurry? Some of the drivers cursed angrily.
The motorcycle ignored him and dragged away with a long tailpipe. Chen Xingyuan wore his helmet and twisted the throttle full to weave between the vehicles on the viaduct, and even though the heavy rain blurred his vision, it was nothing to the Daojuan's body strength eyesight. Buzz! The red motorcycle roared out of the congested roadway, a handsome sideslip over the tollbooth's barricade bar, while a business card was flung into the traffic police officer's hand. Abyss, Shangyuan Divine Palace, Qin Xingyuan. At some point, Chen Xingyuan's jacket zipper collapsed, the cell phone on the inside of the pocket flew out, he grabbed the cell phone, the motorcycle continued to drive forward without decreasing speed. Perhaps the raindrops are too dense, a few drops of rain coincidentally opened the phone's music software.
Not a single day goes by. Show me what is through my mind. I know it's over but I can't deny. I'm still missing you. The way I still love you.
A song that was very hot 400 years ago and one of Chen Xingyuan's favorite songs, but he had no time to appreciate it now.
Grass. Chen Xingyuan ripped off his helmet as he let the wind and rain slap him in the face.
The speed of the locomotive was getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye it crossed hundreds of meters. Such speed in the rainy night was undoubtedly looking for death, but Chen Xingyuan couldn't care less. He was a Dao monarch, he wouldn't die even if he fell 100 times. Thought about this being a prank, thought about calling Su Xiaohan to confirm, but Chen Xingyuan didn't dare, afraid that these few seconds would make him late and kill Su Xiaohan. I try to stay occupied. I try to put it all aside. I try and try and try and try. Still it's no use. Don't know what's going on with me. But all I know it's haunting me. I need your love to set me free. Listen to me. The song mixed with the roar of the engine echoed in the rainy night. The red silhouette sped on the road. Chen Xingyuan did not believe in ghosts and gods, but at this moment in the bottom of his heart prayed countless times to the ethereal ghosts and gods. Rumble. The blue thunderbolt exploded into white light, and the deep blackness of the night lit up like day for a certain moment as the body tore through the roadway splashing water that surged to either side. The center of the building is close to the eye, accompanied by the cycle of I do not know how many times the way I still love you. Chen Xingyuan stopped the car, he stepped off the motorcycle, breathing heavily. Chen Xingyuan looked up at the towering center building, this miraculous mecca of commerce, destined to be stained with sin tonight.
Glancing at the time. 21:57.
Chen Xingyuan's black top was plastered to his body as he wiped the rainwater from his face and walked towards the entrance of the center building. It was obviously time for a power outage after work, but the electronic sensor door opened automatically. Looking into the deep darkness of the hall, the pair of shining eyes did not have the slightest fear. At this moment, Chen Xingyuan is like a lonely eagle, going to the banquet with a single knife. Thud! The soaked soles of his shoes slapped against the golden tiles of the floor with a crisp thud that echoed in the darkness.
I know who you are, fallen believers. Chen Xingyuan let out a loud shout, his voice dull and powerful. Don't you want revenge?
I'm here, and I've won the game. Release Su Xiaohan. A line of bloody characters crawled hideously on the wall.
Come to the top floor rooftop, you won't be disappointed.
Chen Xingyuan stepped towards the elevator. In the moment he turned around, the bloody words changed. A line of wilder and more hideous blood-colored writing covered the original text. But it will make you despair. In the darkness, on the electronic screen next to the elevator door, a red one is particularly eye-catching. The elevator always stopped at the first floor. Chen Xingyuan pressed the ascending arrow and the elevator door slowly opened. He stepped in and selected the button for the top floor, then looked at the surveillance. Top floor, rooftop. Su Xiaohan's two hands were tied together, the whole person was hanging in mid-air, the dense raindrops hit her thin clothes, looking so weak and helpless. An electronic screen was pushed in front of her, the light from the screen hit the python's gloomy face. Look at that, the little boyfriend has come to save you. Su Xiaohan looked at Python with a disdainful look. He's here, and you're still not running? Run? The python shook his head. If I run, who will stimulate him? A Dao Lord like you is no match for Xingyuan. Is that so? Same heaven level? I would like to see the gap between myself and a genius. It's you instead. The python sized up Su Xiaohan with satisfaction. Your cultivation has already been wasted, and you are left with just a physical strength. How many times can the spiritual energy stored in your body support you to use God prosperity?
After saving you, would a genius like him still care about a waste like you? Think about how to live afterward. Su Xiaohan was nonchalant. Ha 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 ha.
The python looked like it had heard some joke, and its wild laughter echoed on the rooftop, blown into the distance by the wind. Don't worry about it, in the plan you are the one least likely to survive. I want Chen Xingyuan to watch his most beloved woman die in front of his eyes and in his arms without being able to do anything about it. Killing a genius is nothing, but completely destroying a genius is the highest honor, and the highest consolation for the deceased spirit of the third brother. After saying this, Python turned around and stood alone in the storm, and Hidden Antelope came forward. Big brother, Tartarus test is too simple.
Simple?
It's alright, Python rubbed his neck. Lordly arranged everything with the purpose of making us follow his plan. It's more of an obedience test than a test. It doesn't matter if we have brains or not for pricks like us, what matters is loyalty and obedience. He once again looked at the electronic screen. At this time Chen Xingyuan had already gotten off the elevator and raised his steps towards the rooftop.
Chen Xingyuan, for this big show, are you ready to dedicate your life's energy? Boom!
The door to the rooftop was pushed open, and the youth with an austere face ascended to the stage with absolute might.
Chapter 102 Raindrops Against the Current 4.
The sky was dark, the cold rain wavered, and swarms of dark clouds saved together to obscure the last of the moonlight. Chen Xingyuan kicked open the door to the rooftop, leaving the shelter of the corridor and the lights, and stepped into the rain.
The protagonist of the story, has he finally arrived? The python smirked. Chen Xingyuan glanced at Su Xiaohan, who was hanging in the air, and there was a hidden anger spewing out of his eyes. Release her.
Beg me, the python clasped his hands to his chest. Not a single drop of rain could get close to him despite the rain. If you beg me, maybe I'll let her go.
Please. Chen Xingyuan's throat rolled. Ha 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 ha.
The python laughed indulgently, craning his neck and turning red, and when he had laughed enough, he lowered his head and wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. Kneel down.
Chen Xingyuan.
Su Xiaohan looked at the rain-soaked figure. If you dare, I will never ignore you again.
Chen Xingyuan ignored Su Xiaohan, his knees bent straight down.
Chen Xingyuan, star monarch. Python stepped through the stagnant water and walked to Chen Xingyuan, squatting down to look at the drooping head. Did you think about today when you murdered my brother? Python mercilessly punched Chen Xingyuan in the face, knocking him out. The black figure rolled in the rain and struggled to get up. By all rights, a god level shouldn't be that stupid. We just faked a phone call and she actually believed it. What is this? Does love make people stupid?
Python was unrelentingly sarcastic as he strolled through the rain, each step tugging at Chen Xingyuan's nerves. You're also stupid enough. Do you really think you can save this stupid woman by coming to single-handedly fight?
We nullified her cultivation before you came. As long as that rope is slightly loosened, she will fall into a mess. Chen Xingyuan looked towards Su Xiaohan. His gaze stopped on that thick hemp rope for a split second, then met Su Xiaohan's gaze. At the moment when their eyes met, the two read each other's thoughts. The more the python spoke, the more agitated he became, and began to approach Chen Xingyuan. Waiting until the black leather shoe came in front of Chen Xingyuan's eyes, he suddenly stormed up and grabbed the python to imprint a punch on his chest. At the same time, the domain of the returning ruins opened up. The rainy night alternated with starlight, and the violet mangled star that tore through the sky flashed with a cross of light as it descended from the sky. It was also at this time that Python realized why Chen Xingyuan had a seal at a mere Dao Lord 3rd stage. His own cultivation at the 7th rank of Dao Monarch was like paper mache in front of Chen Xingyuan, without any ability to resist. Of course, this had to do with Chen Xingyuan's sneak attack, but one could not deny his strength on this.
Chen Xingyuan, what do you want?
The Tibetan antelope waved out a bit of light to land on the thick hemp rope binding Su Xiaohan. Release big brother or let your girlfriend turn into a puddle of mush. Let's give it a try then. Purple mansion star transformed into a sharp blade against the python's neck, oozing out a bit of blood red. Let's see if I can save Su Xiaohan after I kill your boss. The atmosphere suddenly became delicate. Both sides were at a stalemate. No one dared to make a move. But in terms of the pressure emanating from Chen Xingyuan's body, the hidden antelope, even though he had just been upgraded in talent and his realm bottleneck had loosened, he did not dare to act rashly, and in Chen Xingyuan's body, he saw a powerful sense of oppression that the face python couldn't even compare to. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the raindrops were getting denser and denser, strangely connecting into a line.
Not true.
The hidden antelope suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at Su Xiaohan. The latter saw that he was discovered and simply stopped pretending, manipulating the raindrops to cut the rope and fling himself onto the rooftop, and swung out another palm to control the raindrops to kill the hidden antelope.
Looking for death.
The Tibetan antelope waved her hand to block the raindrops, and the water droplets burst apart the moment they touched her hand, forming a drifting mist that obscured the Tibetan antelope's vision. Chen Xingyuan reacted quickly, wiping the neck of the python and then ran over to hold Su Xiaohan. All of this happened in the blink of an eye.
It's a pity that. Boom!
The space between Su Xiaohan and Chen Xingyuan exploded, separating the two once again.
Can't you even do this little thing when you're asked to do it?
A spatial rift strangely appeared. The masked man wearing a hood took a step out, and it was at this moment that the starlight field of the returning ruins suddenly shattered.
Chen Xingyuan's pupils contracted, not only recognizing the visitor, but also seeing his cultivation. Dao Saint. I also underestimated you, and really almost did.
Li Changyan looked at Chen Xingyuan, his face hidden by the mask was devoid of sadness or joy, only his eyes revealed a wave of appreciation.
But that's where it ends.
He looked to the python covering his neck at his feet, and the python looked to him.
Lord Li, save me.
Chen Xingyuan's knife did not cut the right position, although the injury to the artery but not immediately fatal. Bubbling blood from the finger cracks sprayed out, mixed in the rain stained the feet of the water.
I arranged everything for you, but I didn't expect you to be such a waste.
Li Changyan looked at the python with interest. I'll give you one last chance, to be able to live and still fulfill your purpose, take it or leave it?
2. Lord, I want it. Very well.
Li Changyan raised his head and whistled a brisk whistle as he stomped the python's head, and the burly body instantly stopped struggling.
Everyone present froze for a moment. Big brother. Cass looked at the scene incredulously.
Don't be in a hurry. Li Changyan pulled out his ears and hooked his finger into the headless corpse. A milky white soul levitated out from the corpse.
This is? Chen Xingyuan was shocked. The right answer.
The huge pitch-black vortex turned vaguely in the darkness. Li Changyan waved his hand casually, and the python's soul was just sucked and pulled in by the vortex, and after 2 or 3 seconds, a transparent bead rolled out of the vortex into Li Changyan's palm. Chen Xingyuan's eyes widened as he watched this incredible scene. He suddenly remembered a certain powerful race from the abyss that was able to take over other people's physical bodies, and was also able to manipulate souls.
You are the soul spirit race among the foreign races. Discovered, but it doesn't matter much.
Li Changyan shrugged and lifted half of his mask to swallow the bead into his mouth.
Go!
As the bulge in Li Chang's smoke's throat settled down, he opened his eyes.
The flavor is pretty average.
Li Changyan staggered his body, and the python with a more solidified soul appeared behind him.
The python looked at his hands incredulously and touched his face again.
Just with your injuries, although it won't be immediately fatal, it's almost the same. Instead of wasting resources on this body that has the limit of its existence, it's better to turn into a soul to get away and have fun. Feel your cultivation carefully. The python closed its eyes and felt it. Dao Lord 8th stage.
Next, as long as my cultivation grows, you'll also receive benefits in return.
Li Changyan smiled sorrowfully. Python, I think highly of you, so don't let me down a second time.
I understand, Lord Li. One more chapter later. Chapter 103 Raindrops against the current 5.
The python's figure became more and more solid until it was no different from a real person.
Now, how about that?
Li Changyan retreated back to the side and looked at Chen Xingyuan thoughtfully. Chen Xingyuan looked towards Su Xiaohan, who at this moment was painfully half kneeling at the edge of the rooftop, covering her chest with her hand.
Leave me alone and go do what you need to do.
Chen Xingyuan looked at Su Xiaohan's hand that was covering her chest, and there was a hidden red color flowing. Su Xiaohan shook her head with a pleading gaze towards Chen Xingyuan and once again uttered those words, leave me alone and go do what you need to do. With a foreign race Dao Saint eyeing here, Chen Xingyuan was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape tonight. Su Xiaohan understood her own injuries, she did not want to implicate Chen Xingyuan any further. Seals were usually reserved for Dao Saints. If one had a seal at the Dao Sovereign Realm, it meant that in some way he was good enough to compare to a Dao Saint. If Chen Xingyuan was determined to run, then Li Changyan might not be able to leave him behind. Chen Xingyuan read Su Xiaohan's meaning, his lips mumbled and he could not say a word.
Obviously during the day, it was still fine. How did Chen Xingyuan?
Su Xiaohan once again took out the majesty belonging to a school sister. She staggered to her feet, her thin figure standing between the wind and rain, shaking. What the are you hesitating for?
The python let out a soft laugh and moved his fingers.
In an instant, it was as if Su Xiaohan had been shot, and his entire expression was frozen. In the next moment, she was like a powerless kite, falling downward from the roof of the building. Chill. Chen Xingyuan ran to the edge of the rooftop and leapt. He urged his cultivation to accelerate towards Su Xiaohan, but Su Xiaohan was like she was enchanted. How could he not touch her?
Finally, under Chen Xingyuan's efforts, he finally touched her fingertips. Chen Xingyuan revealed an expression of surprise. Boom! A huge force erupted away from the side, blasting Chen Xingyuan to the side. Li Changyan hung in the air and hooked his fingers. Oops, hand slipped. Ping! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was conveyed to Chen Xingyuan's ears by the sound of rain. No. Like a child who had been robbed of his beloved toy, he used the fastest speed of his life to come to Su Xiaohan's side, holding the floppy body in his arms. Shurun hot liquid flowed onto Chen Xingyuan's body, staining the body's valuable nameplate. Xingyuan. Su Xiaohan could barely see. The Dao Emperor's powerful physical qualities prevented her from dying immediately, but such severe injuries had already pronounced a countdown to life. Stop it, I'll take you to the hospital, it's not too late, I can open a spatial rift. Xingyuan, Su Xiaohan looked at Chen Xingyuan with affection. Chen Xingyuan did not have the courage to look at Su Xiaohan's eyes, his body was trembling, letting the pouring rain sprinkle on his body. I will give you a magic show. Don't cry. Stop it, save your strength, okay? Star Source. I told you to stop talking, don't you understand, Su Xiaohan?
Chen Xingyuan shouted hoarsely, his despair was so powerless in the all-night downpour, like a dog whose spine had been drained.
What about a Dao Lord?
A strong cultivation level did nothing but make him feel the weakness of his girlfriend's life breath more clearly. Chen Xingyuan buried his head down, tears indisputably coming out of his eyes. He couldn't fool anyone, including himself. I will never smoke again, don't go, I beg you, I will never smoke.
Again. Xingyuan.
Su Xiaohan tried her best to touch Chen Xingyuan's face with her hand, wanting to gently wipe away the mud for him, but in the end, she only wiped his face with blood. Look at the sky. Chen Xingyuan grabbed that hand and looked up to the sky.
At some point, billions of raindrops hung in the air, overcoming gravity to swim against the current. Watch. Magic.
In a trance, Chen Xingyuan heard Su Xiaohan's vibrant voice, and he looked at his girlfriend in his arms in surprise, only to find that she was already out of breath, only looking at him peacefully and smiling.
Ah.
Seeing as you bought fireworks from me, a friendly reminder, this matter also has the involvement of your Chen family's Molo, just like certain patriarchs. Li Changyan duly appeared in a pool of blood-colored rain. Chen Xingyuan suddenly quieted down, the pouring raindrops hitting his body, the cold wind in the rainy night, drifting the silent roar of the unwilling.
It's noisy. Chen Xingyuan said. What? Li Changyan didn't hear. Chen Xingyuan put Su Xiaohan down and unzipped his jacket to cover her. Sleep for a while, I'll be right back. You don't want to compete with me, do you?
Li Changyan laughed indulgently, you're just a Dao Jun, while I'm a Dao Saint. He suddenly couldn't say a word, a pair of people-selecting eyes stared straight at him, making his heart grow fuzzy.
You. Chen Xingyuan didn't say anything and walked forward step by step. Dao Lord 4th rank, Dao Lord 5th rank, Dao Lord 6th rank, Dao Lord Saint 3rd rank. Chen Xingyuan and Li Changyan stood face to face, with only half a meter separating the two of them.
One was soaked to the skin, while the other was dripping with rain. Are you crazy? The secret method of the upper elemental divine palace, forcibly raising a great realm, will destroy the foundation.
Chen Xingyuan did not say anything and opened his divine progenitor. Celestial level divine progenitor, ruins and broken walls. No. Divine level God's presence, all martial arts returned to the ruins. Li Changyan's pupils contracted. A duel exploded in the rainy night, unfolding in Yanjing's busiest business district, leveling it to the ground. The Chen family.
Chen Zhongtang rushed back to Yanjing in a panic. He had just heard about Chen Xingyuan, and as soon as he pulled open the door of the council hall, he saw an extremely bloody scene. Countless severed limbs lay everywhere, not the least of which were several pale heads with open, terrified eyes, scarlet everywhere, as well as some body tissues that had been raised into rotten flesh. The black-clothed youth heard the noise and turned his head to look at Zhongtang Chen, who was drenched in blood and holding his favorite girl in his arms.
Zhongtang, you're back.
Chen Xingyuan spoke softly, his expression devoid of sadness or joy.
Chen Zhongtang was stunned. According to seniority, Chen Xingyuan was his cousin, and indeed had this qualification to call him by his nickname, but not once since childhood. Obviously this was the most affectionate name, but now it was suffocating. Su Xiaohan Shi. Chen Zhongtang looked at the body in Chen Xingyuan's arms. Xiaohan is dead. Chen Xingyuan paused. You came back a bit late. What's going on?
Doesn't matter. By the way, the Chen family had a few patriarchs who were undercover agents and had been passing confidential information to the alien side. I killed them all and kept the ones that were fine. Chen Xingyuan looked to the corner. Chen Zhongtang followed his gaze. The old men who usually had infinite poise were now cowering and hugging each other, looking at everything around them in horror.
Chen Xingyuan walked forward and crossed over to Zhongtang Chen's body. I'm leaving to help little Cold find a burial site.
I am sorry, cousin. Chen Zhongtang clenched his fists. I came back late. Who did it? Tell me. I will help you. Chen family. Don't need the Chen family. Chen Xingyuan turned back and smiled. I don't need the Chen family's help. The Chen family raised me for 24 years. I helped the Chen family clean up the assholes. Now, too clear. He stepped into the storm without looking back, leaving only a black coat flapping in the wind.
Uncle, Uncle. Uncle Chen, wake up, we're at sunset.
Chen Xingyuan's eyes opened a slit, and bright sunlight shone on his face through the porthole.
Awake.
He got up from his chair and turned his back to the crowd to look out the window. The cabin door opened. Xinmai and Chen Daozhu were the first to go down, and Bai Yushi pulled Lin Green to signal him to get off the plane.
Lin Lu looked at Chen Xingyuan. What's wrong with you?
Chen Xingyuan smiled, raised his head to rub Lin Lu's head, and crossed over to the two of them to head out of the cabin.
It's nothing.
3 shifts delivered, begging for hypes, small gifts, catch-ups, rave reviews.
Then, the rest returns to the normal timeline to talk about Lin Green. I can't say that there will be a very interesting bridge coming up. Chapter 104, The Sulan Puzzle. AUV, you see, the Empire is different, wearing short sleeves in the middle of winter. No, why is it so hot? Chen Daomoist spat halfway through his spit and hurriedly took off his own baseball uniform. Said sunset is hot, you don't believe me.
Lin Green glanced at him. Didn't look for it to get hot enough to go up to this level either.
Chen Xingyuan walked in the forefront and cheerfully said, according to geographic location at this time the sunset climate will definitely not be very suitable, but sunset this place is 4 seasons like spring, do you know why?
I know, Bayushi was eating a chai stick, wearing a head of white hair on her shoulder, because once the abyss invaded the earth, the most seriously affected places were the 2 places of sunset in Japan, and the space of the 2 countries almost collapsed, and then the human beings banished the abyss to the starry sky, and these 2 places could not be affected because the extent of the damage was too severe to be able to survive. Places but because the extent of the damage was too severe to be completely divorced from the abyss, so at that time Queen Elizabeth used her own domain to envelop the entire sunset, isolating the abyssal plane from the earth plane. Not bad, Chen Xingyuan rubbed his neck. Strictly speaking, the land under our feet isn't the earth, nor is it the abyss, but rather the realm of Elizabeth V.
If this is Queen Elizabeth's domain, then doesn't she know exactly what's happening in the entire country?
Lin Green was keenly aware of this problem. It's like this, every moment a country level of information floods into the brain, even the Daode can't handle it, so the queen she spends a lot of her time sleeping, and only recently has she become active.
Chen Xingyuan glanced at Lin Green, his meaning was self-evident.
For your sake, boy.
What about Japan?
Older cousin Qin Muoi interjected. Everyone looked at Chen Xingyuan, who whistled and hugged the back of his head as he greeted the bright sunlight.
Japan doesn't have such a superpower, although there is a Daode, but that's it, but they are more fortunate, know the Japanese myth? The Takatenkara god system?
That's right, the revival of the aura revived the Japanese mythological power by some unspoken coincidence. The Fae realized in time that something was wrong and spent a great deal of money to prevent this from happening, and the revival of the myth only left behind an empty divine kingdom, Takatenkara. Japan then hosted Takatenkara, but energy is conserved, and as the divine kingdom took the place of reality to withstand the erosion from the abyss, and its own power continued to be weakened, the Japanese came up with a solution. Chen Xingyuan broke his fingers and began to count. Japan is now in power by 3 parties, one is the Japanese government, the second is the Emperor of Japan, the third is to the Sugawara family as the head of the imperial family, the first 2 as bull, can be ignored, the real power of the transcendentalists in the hands of the imperial family, which is said later, and then lo.
In order to stabilize the divine kingdom, each prime minister emperor and the imperial family head will be in
the old and weak. In order to stabilize the divine kingdom, each prime minister emperor and the head of the Gosen family would sacrifice themselves to Takatenkara when they were old and weak. Relying on this energy, the divine kingdom survived the 400 years without any danger. Incidentally, Chen Xingyuan's mouth curled up into a smile as he watched Lin Ro stop in his tracks with interest. The other 2 of the imperial 3 families are the Akatsuki family and the Fujiwara family, and the White family initially wanted to take Bayushi to marry with the Akatsuki family, but because of what circumstances that I don't know about, it suddenly became the Fujiwara.
Lin Green bristled, a pair of blue eyes full of disdain.
Whatever family he is, it's no good whoever comes. There's only one way to die when you steal your wife from this great master.
Why don't you eat Sunny bars lately?
Oh, you can have some Zai bar flavored mouthfuls when you want.
The corners of Chen Xingyuan's mouth twitched and he secretly slapped himself. I would have been redundant to ask.
The pleasant sunlight warmed the 5, making a few of them a little sleepy after hours of flying.
Lin Green yawned. Uncle, I haven't asked yet, why are you here? Let me come to watch over you guys and keep you safe.
The old watch weakly asked. This combination is more or less familiar. Yes, it was the same 5 of them the last time they were whisked away like a rat in pickle country.
It's okay, there's still Lu.
Lin Green consoled herself.
Hiding in the void, Lu Ju's heart thumped when he heard this. Last time in pickle country I wasn't beaten up, so what? It's bad, it's coming for me.
But then again, this British NSO is just like that. A few of us are here and there's not even anyone to greet us. The NSO people are busy as hell. Bayushi heard Lin Green's complaint and leaned towards him. Although it's the official organization of the Sunset, their numbers are very small, and they don't enter the official ones just like in Huaxia where you can enter the official ones if you have the grades of a university graduation. Their test is very strict, and only the celestial and divine levels can directly enter without test qualifications. The 5 of them walked out of the airport. The combination of high-color oriental faces made people couldn't help but look at them a few more times, especially Lin Lu and Bayushi. Tick-tock. It's the sound of a horn honking.
Lin Green looked in the direction of the honking horn and a normal Skoda Kodiak was flashing its headlights on the side of the road. Looks like it's the NSO guys coming. Are all the people from Sunset that rude? Chen Daomoist walked over with some dissatisfaction and knocked on the SUV's window. NSO?
The car window slowly lowered, and a classical-looking Western boy appeared in the driver's seat, wearing a duck-tongue cap and a casual outfit, and he greeted Chen Daomu by joining up his 2 fingers and placing them on his temples.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
We came all the way to Sunset to help your geniuses deal with their troubles, and this is how you treat your guests. The boy shrugged, pulled open the door and stepped out of the car. Introduce yourself, my name is Abdofold, I'm a god class 2 years older than you, and I'm the one who asked for your help.
Then, Abdo saw Chen Xingyuan, and in an instant, the handsome Englishman's eyes lit up. Hello, you must be Star-Lord Chen Xingyuan, I'm your biggest fan. Chen Xingyuan looked at the exuberant Abdo expressionlessly. I'm Chen Xingyuan, but not Star Monarch. Abdo froze in place, not trying to understand what Chen Xingyuan meant.
Lin Green, who had been left out to dry, frowned slightly as the small pair of sunglasses that Bayushi had picked out for him hung from the bridge of his nose.
Are all the people of Sunset so rude?
Abdo scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I specifically looked it up.
Isn't this how you Chinese get along if you're on good terms?
The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Qin Mai slapped his head.
Brother, is there a possibility that we are meeting for the first time in our lives? Well, it's even more awkward.
Abdo scratched his head again, knowing it was a bit of a bad ending, and pulled the door open to signal a few people to get in. It's my fault, everyone get in the car first, it's been a long journey, I'll treat you all to dinner. No need, we had lunch on the airplane. Senior, you'd better talk to us about the case you've been in charge of for over a year. Lin Green pulled Abdo back and raised an eyebrow at him.
Abdo sighed and reached out, signaling for a few people to get in the car and talk more.
Abdo sat in the main driver's seat, checked his fingerprints and started the car, the humming engine kicking up a rolling heat wave.
Have you all had any knowledge of the cases I've been working on?
I know some. Chen Xingyuan, who was sitting at the very back, yawned, a flash of obscurity flashing under his eyes. Strange disappearances, coming back from the dead? Something like that. Abdo slammed his foot on the gas pedal, the red Skoda roaring into the street traffic. Since last year, bizarre incidents have been found in a small town in Plymouth called Sulan. People have been calling the police to report that their family members have suddenly appeared after disappearing for a day, and their behavior has become strange, but were able to determine that they were still them, and later, people in the town reported seeing long-dead relatives and
friends. Sounds a little creepy to me.
Lin Green sat on the passenger side and leaned against the doorframe with the window open, letting the wind ruffle his head of white hair.
That's just the cause.
The traffic light ahead turned red and the red Skoda slowed to a stop as a cloud floated right above the car to block out the light. Abdo leaned on the back of the seat. At first the local police didn't care, they just thought it was a strange prank and symbolically investigated, until they happened to run into a census later on, but the police suddenly realized that the entire town of Sulan had twice as many people as the last census. Incidentally, after the invasion of the foreigners, the whole Sunset unification changed to a census every 5 years. Subsequently, when they were searching for them, they found that many of the residents were behaving strangely, so in order not to spook them, they decided to report it to the higher-level government, who promised them that they would send reinforcements the next day, and they also left a police officer outside the town one night in advance to meet them. The red color of the signal lights began to count down, and the puffy clouds overhead drifted aside as the wind took its toll, and the light that had been briefly obscured once again swept over the Skoda. The window next to Lin Green was still open, his arm was pressed against the car door, revealing half of his elbow, and that left hand was pinned to his face, a small round sunglass hanging from the bridge of his nose, obscuring those blue eyes, making him inscrutable. The signal light changed from red to green. Abdo slammed his foot on the gas and the red body hummed as the tires rolled forward and sped away, holding the wheel with one hand and glancing at Lin Green with his afterglow. The next day, the police squad sent by the higher government arrived as promised, and traveled to the small town of Sulan under the leadership of that police officer. Abdo suddenly smiled, a slight smile hanging inexplicably oozing on that poised and elegant face. He looked over at Lin Lu, who also looked at him with a slight sideways glance. Upon arriving at the town, they were surprised to find that the entire town was empty, and had evaporated overnight.
Chapter 105: The False Man. The red 7-seater SUV drove on the not-so-wide highway. The sky was blue, the sun was mild, and the car drove away from the city of London towards the countryside, passing through a classical English building, as if it was in a world in a fairy tale. The passenger window of the SUV was open, and the warm spring breeze poured into the car, and Lin Green bathed in the warm breeze, pondering. What do you mean it's empty?
It means literally, perhaps because the sun was too strong. Abdo fished a pair of sunglasses out of nowhere and put them on. The entire town of Saran has all but disappeared, including the police officers who stayed there, and even the table furnishings still retain their original appearance, as if everyone had instantly evaporated.
Kind of interesting.
Lin Green stuck her hand out the window. Better not, I'm going to have to pay a fine if the rangers come across me.
Abdo shrugged. Say, Shendao Moist, who had been bored in the back row, listened to Abdo's narration and didn't hold back from interjecting. We're going to that Sulan here? Definitely not. Lin Green leaned his head on the headrest. Sulan is in Plymouth. That place is almost southwest of London. It's very far.
That's right, we're not going to Sourland. That place has no value anymore.
Abdo explained. No value means? Chen Xingyuan asked.
Abdo paused for a moment, obviously not too keen on the topic, and Lin Green's 6 eyes keenly noticed drops of sweat seeping from Abdo's hands as they gripped the steering wheel. Because that place is no longer accessible, Abdo flicked the wheel as the red body turned into the left fork in the road. The whole of Plymouth has completely fallen.
Has it all fallen into no man's land?
Lin Green looked at Abdo through the rearview mirror.
No, it's been overrun by inhuman monsters.
Abdo's voice smoothed out. Actually, that's true, there isn't a living soul left in Plymouth. No one spoke in the carriage, the atmosphere once again sullen. Lin Green looked out the car window at the golden wheat fields, watching the golden ears of wheat swaying in the wind. Such news was actually concealed by Sunset until now, a bit interesting. Before the situation escalated to this level, I suggested to Her Majesty that my abilities were insufficient and that this case was not something I could handle, but I was rejected by Her Majesty, who understands everything that has happened in Plymouth, but refused to tell me the truth. Abdo looked at Lin Green. Lin Green, you are known as the strongest genius after the word emperor, so being the strongest, will you be able to solve the mystery? Lin Green glanced at Bayushi through the rearview mirror, and the young girl shook her head, indicating that there was no such thing in her previous life. The white-haired teen met Abdo's gaze, his small round sunglasses sliding down to reveal half of his eyes. Brother, drive and watch the road, I'm scared. Abdo laughed a little and turned his head to eye the road ahead. The little red cart came to a stop in front of a plain, white, huge windmill that stood amongst the fields, turning slowly with the flow of the wind. Here we are. Abdo pulled open the car door. Lin Green raised the glass up and got out right behind him. Shinmai took a closer look and didn't see anything out of place. This is the NSO's secret base? No, this is my secret base. Abdo pulled open the side door of the windmill and gave a pleased gesture to the crowd. You guys go ahead. Chen Xingyuan rubbed his nose. I'll go to the government side. Hey, I'll see you off. Abdo rubbed his fists. No, I can go by myself. Chen Xingyuan rejected Abdo's good intentions and tore through the spatial rift to step into it. This is a Downlord powerhouse op. Abdo's eyes exuded a look of yearning, and a hidden gloominess flowed from the bottom of his eyes. Why don't you take us to NSO's territory? Lin Green looked at Abdo. Abdo put away the envy in his eyes and saw that no one had entered his secret base, so he took the lead. Because I don't trust them, Abdo looked back at the 4 god levels. I'm sure there are other people in the NSO. Them? Bayushi frowned slightly. Yes, they're the monsters that took over Plymouth. You don't trust them, then why do you trust us? Shen Daomois leaned against the wall and yawned, his eyes full of teasing. The reason is simple. Although I don't know why Her Majesty doesn't go after Plymouth, I believe that Her Majesty won't let that group of monsters leave Sunset. This realm is their umbrella and likewise their limiter. Abdo dragged out a long coffin-like box. I'll show you this, and perhaps you'll understand what a monster is. Lin Green looked at the long box and reached out to run his hand over the lid, his fingers keenly aware of a crossmark. Are you religious? Not a believer. Abdo's finger then flicked where Lin Green had touched it, but in my mind, this is the real devil. May I open it and see? Abdo's fingers exerted force and pushed the wooden board open a crack, and it was at this moment that Lin Green's eyes became dangerous, and his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Abdo's chest through the small round glasses. No shame, you found out right. Who are you? Lin Green's original languid temperament was swept away. The whole person was like a sheathed sword, dangerous and difficult to consider. Abdo full. Green, what the hell is in there? Bayushi took 2 steps closer to Lin Green. Lin Green's hand that was pressing on the wooden board steeply exerted force, and the wooden lid was lifted off with one hand, revealing the true appearance of the inside of the wooden box. Abdo folds lay quietly inside, a deep wound at his neck. His temple was penetrated by a long silver needle, and the whole person did not have the slightest breath to speak of. Bayushi covered her mouth in shock, so did the others. Shinmai walked up to look at Abdo in the coffin, and then looked at Abdo standing next to the coffin. The shock in his eyes said it all. Bayushi looked at Lin Green, who pointed to her eyes and shook her head. Even he who possessed the 6 eyes couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake, and in the information that the 6 eyes had channeled to him, there was no difference between the 2 Abdos. Each one was true. Or, rather, every single one of them is false. It's safe to say there's no one inside Plymouth, or it's safe to say that Plymouth is full of people. Abdo's tone was stuttered. Looking at Lin Green, it is said that you have a pair of eyes that can see through the illusion, so in your eyes. He made it a point to bring his face to the face of that Abdo corpse. 2 identical faces were placed together, one vibrant, the other without the slightest breath. Which of us is real? Does it make sense? Lin Green asked rhetorically, so what if it's true or not? He slapped the dead body and red blood gushed out, and the red color was only short-lived as fishy and sticky black liquid exploded at the wound, like oil. How can I put it? Lin Green's eyes were as flat as water, the shock he had just felt swept away. There's a common name for this kind of thing. Pseudo-human. Chapter 106, The Truth and Falsehood of Abdo. Whenever it's late at night, at the end of a tiring day, you're ready to sit in front of your computer and play a tense and exciting game of Valorant. After practicing the gun, you call your friends 3 rows of 5 rows, ready to attack, but in the case of clearly with the opposite side of an even match, your team is always because of the teammates of the descending wisdom of the operation and frequently lose points. At this time you will be angry fist pounded on the table, loudly question him. No dude, are you a hypocrite? Now, if you're playing the sunset suit. Guess what? Sitting in front of a computer could really be a pseudo-human. There's no spraying. Abdo looked at Lin Green and then at the Abdo that had been deflated by a punch. Pseudo-human? A strange creature that disguises itself as a human. In some cases they like to brutally kill someone and then disguise themselves as him and continue to maim others. Perhaps all of Plymouth is pseudo-human. Then how are you sure I'm the real Abdo? Abdo stared, full of doubt. I didn't say you weren't a fake, Lin Green winked. Since he's lying here, that means you two won the duel, and history is written by the victor, so whether you're real or not, right now you're real. Abdo revealed a disappointed expression. He had thought that someone like Lin Green would be able to tell them apart, but now it seemed that he was no different from himself. How are you all feeling? If you're hungry, I can make you all a lunch. Have a fully cooked steak, black pepper. Lin Green raised her hand to answer the question.
Okay, Mr. Lin Green.
Abuto turned around and walked into the kitchen, leaving the four of them alone in what resembled a living room.
You're supposed to be lying to him, right?
Bayushi pulled Lin Green's hand.
Why would you think that?
You'll fail to articulate the whole question, but you won't be left with such an ambiguous answer. Chen Daozhu and Xin Mai also curiously came over. Don't you guys notice a problem? Even he himself is starting to doubt whether he is real or not. That's not right. Xin Mai looked toward the corpse of Abdo's pseudo-man in the coffin. Since we can prove that this one is fake, doesn't it naturally argue that that one is real?
What if there wasn't just one fake person disguised as an Abdo?
Lin Green tilted her head, a strange gleam in her eyes. That's the problem. If a group of Abdo get together, and each one of them balks at the idea that they're the real thing, does it even matter if they're real or fake?
Didn't get it. Chen Dao's moist head shook like a rattle. Lin Lu gave Chen Daoyu a look with the eyes of a retard, then rolled her eyes. Know about the 10,000 forms clan in the abyss?
No, they can mimic into any other kind of creature and have all of that creature. The 10,000 forms possess all of the characteristics of the person being mimicked, including divine proximity and all of their memories, and if they wish, they can even excise their memories of being a foreigner, and completely integrate into society as a human, unable to find a single blemish.
Lin Green rubbed Bayushi's head. Thinking of anyone? Zhang Xiaoqing.
That's right, this kind of pseudo-human should be the youthful version of the Maniform clan that was just mentioned, possessing the ability of mimicry but unable to disguise themselves better. They tend to behave in a certain irrational manner, which is the reason why the resurrected people and those who have returned from disappearance are said to be acting strangely in the small town of Sulan. Then how is this related to what you just said about a group of Abdo getting together or something?
Chen Dao Moist was completely confused.
Then if the pseudo-human also possesses the ability to share memories, and coincidentally, Abdo also knows about this ability of theirs, so...
Lin Green folded his hands together and opened them again. Under some kind of special guidance, does he still feel that he's the rightful one?
Maybe he's real, or maybe he's a fake, but everything doesn't matter anymore. The other party's purpose was clear, to leave only one Abdo and to make him doubt the authenticity of his identity, and now it seems that the other party succeeded. Lin Green glanced at the kitchen and continued, it may seem that it is Abdo who was asking for help, but in reality it is Queen Elizabeth who was asking for help. In her eyes Abdo was no longer trustworthy. At the same time, the reason why she left Plymouth alone is exactly the same. There are more than just fakes in there, there are definitely real people as well. Even she can't do the job of separating them out anymore. So what should we do? Listen to this Abdo. It doesn't matter if he's real or not, since he doubts his authenticity, he's sure to align himself towards the real Abdo, and Abdo is going to solve the Plymouth incident, so we're all on the same page, he won't be able to turn on us. The windmill was whirring as the kitchen door was opened and Abdo set before Lin Green with a sizzling steak.
Please use it. Thanks.
Lin Green speared the piece of steak with her fork and pretended to glance at it without thinking.
Interesting. A pseudo-human event? That sounds a little creepy.
This matter was not unrelated to Zhang Xiaoqing, and the Spider Tower's prison break was probably also her doing, but the point Lin Green didn't understand was that his future self had stepped in to brutally beat up Zhang Xiaoqing, and still allowed that to live? Lin Green-san, where do you think we should start this case?
Abuto looked Lin Green straight in the eye.
Lin Green swallowed the last bite of steak into her stomach. Where have you checked? The pseudo-men are not a recent emergence, their activities can even be traced back 100 years. Abdo took out a thick pile of information from his ring and laid it out on the table. What I have investigated is the William family from 130 years ago, which was still just a small aristocratic family in the sunset at that time, yet it has grown in 100-year time to grow bigger and stronger until it developed its current achievements. Lin Green casually picked up a piece of information and flipped through it, as did the others.
I'm afraid 100 years isn't very unreasonable for a small family to pout, is it? Guess what the William family chain was back then?
Lin Green's fingers stopped flipping as he saw a clear black and white photo on the profile. On the photo were 3 children who were laughing, very normal, but it gave off an elusive and bizarre feeling. What really made Lin Green care was not the bizarre content of the photo, but the form of the photo.
Black and white photos.
The world moved forward 400 years, about the same time he died in his last life, when technology was already very advanced and high-quality cameras were plentiful, and 100 years forward in this era would be the same as moving back about 300 years from the era in which he died.
Why would there be black and white photos? Blurry, spooky. What is it?
Abdo put both hands on the table. Human smuggling.
Chapter 107. Young Master Lin LV and made by Yushi.
Lin LV looked up slightly and frowned as he watched Abdo.
Human smuggling?
I remember in that general environment 100 years ago, the global population dropped to 1/10 of what it was before the alien invasion, right, and smuggling is still possible under those circumstances?
There's nothing you can't do if you want to, and look at this. Abdo flipped the eerie photo over, and on the next page of the profile, it began with 5 big words, the Good Boy Program. Sounds a bit evil, Chindamoist commented while nodding his head. Anyone who can come up with a name like that is more than likely not psychologically normal. This program was geared towards the general public of the society at the time, aiming at various families to send their disobedient children at home to the institution opened by the William family to receive education in it, and the effect was also very remarkable, as the children became obedient and well-behaved when they returned home after staying in it for a week. You don't mean to say that those children have turned into pseudo-humans, right? Chindamoist was once again disdainful as he pulled out his ears to flick the earwax away. Then what does this have to do with human smuggling? He suddenly realized something and covered his mouth, then turned his head blankly to look at the remaining 4. The one who returned to the family is the pseudo-human, then the original child is the one who was smuggled. Bayushi held Lin Green's hand and looked at the white-haired teenager sitting beside him, who didn't move at all, just lowered his head in contemplation, and the information in his hand flipped back to that black and white photo at some point. Why do I feel so cold? Chinmai shivered. This kind of thing was still too cruel for them, teenagers who had just reached adulthood. Of course, this is all a series of assumptions, and the matter about human smuggling is also material gathered by chance, Abdo shrugged, but no matter what, this William family is very suspicious, and I'd like to start with it. That's fine, do you have a plan? Lin Green closed the pile of information and pushed it back into the center of the table. Yes, but I need your help. Abdo raised an eyebrow. Day 2. London, Hammock Street. Bayushi angrily tugged at her skirt and gritted her teeth as she looked at Lin Green. The young girl was wearing a familiar high ponytail, with a cloud hair band on her head, a black and white color scheme made outfit over her body, a pair of long legs wrapped in white silk, and the bright sunlight sprinkled on Bayushi, making that originally cool face slightly cute at this moment. This is the brilliant detail of you cooperating with Abdo's plan? Lin Green was dressed in a decent suit, his 6 blue eyes covered by golden pupils, and that fluffy white hair looked like it had been treated at the moment, lying softly on his head. He looked at Bayushi, who was dressed as a maid, and couldn't suppress the lewd smile on his face. I'm the young master from China, and you're the maid who fulfills my quirks. What's wrong with that? You're still on the young master? Bayushi clenched her small fists. If we're comparing nobility, shouldn't I be the young lady and you be my manservant? That won't do. Linlu stretched out a finger and wiggled it. Then what if a sexy manservant like me is taken by another young lady? You won't be able to protect me. Oh, Bayushi's eyes became dangerous. Someone only felt like they were being stared at by a terrifying beast, so I can't keep young Master Lin. Linlu gulped and knew she was talking baldly. I don't mean that. Then what is the meaning, Lu? The white-haired girl with a ponytail smiled and narrowed her eyes. Lin Green's cold hairs exploded, only feeling that he was not far from death. Grandma, I think I see you. Oops, it means Bayushi is the best in the world. Lin Green strides forward. Xiaoxi, keep up with young master's pace, we'll be there soon. Looking at Linlu's hasty back, Bayuxi's mouth hooked into an imperceptible smile. Lin puppy, don't you just want to see me wearing this kind of clothes? Tell your sister, it's not like she won't let you wear them. At this moment, the Q version of the little man in Bayushi's heart stood tall, looked at himself carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. It's worthy of being you, Bayushi. You can mesmerize Lin Green with whatever you wear. The two of them stopped in front of an ordinary commercial building, and Linlu looked at her cell phone to compare, and realized that this was indeed the place. This is where the Williams family is? No, this is Williams. Lin Green cleared her throat and walked arrogantly toward the door, followed respectfully by Bayushi, pinching her skirt in some shame. What kind of strange play is this? Entering the lobby, Lin Green walked up to the front desk and knocked on the table. Contact Mr. Smith William for me, and tell him that Lin Wu from Huaxia has come for an appointment. The receptionist blinked. Okay sir, please show me your appointment. Lin LV froze for a moment, then turned her head to Bayushi. Translate. Bayushi respectfully folded her 2 hands and slightly owed. Young master, this young lady asks you to show your appointment with Mr. William. She specially cooed over the word young master, causing Lin Green's heart to waver. It's bad, it's coming for me. Lin Green coughed lightly and made eye contact with Bayushi. Abdo didn't give me any indication that I needed to make an appointment either. Bayushi helplessly glanced at Lin Green. With this you still want to be a young master? Oh. Is that you, my Mr. Lin Wu, who has come all the way across the ocean to do business with me, without sparing any effort? A middle-aged man with a stocky build came from the corridor and looked at Lin Green and greeted him warmly. Oh. Yes, it's me my friend, Smith William. Lin Green greeted him with the same warmth, opening his arms to the man. How have you been wanting the fakir? Smith William was confused by Lin Green's sudden greeting. This British Western way of greeting, how come you look more like a sunbather than me? Oh. I'm fine, and you? I'm fine too, thank you my friend. The two of them hugged each other passionately, and if they didn't know that these two goods were meeting each other for the first time in their lives, Bayushi would have to think that there was something between these two. Too hypocritical.
By the way, Mr. Lin, let me introduce you to my son. Smith William pointed to the teenager standing beside him, his face full of pride. John William, just awakened to Earth-level divine prosperity this year. The future is promising. Lin Green looked at the teenager. John William looked a lot like his father. It could be said to be a scaled-down version of Smith William, good-looking and graceful. Hearing his father's words, John hastily withdrew his gaze that was glued to Bayushi and courteously bowed to Lin Green.
Hello, Mr. Lin, this beautiful lady is? Smith glared and sternly reprimanded. John, what did I usually teach you about etiquette?
There's no harm in it. Lin Green noticed John William early on, and also noticed his eyes that were scheming against Bayushi. The corner of her mouth spread into a cold smile. She's my maid.
Then can you make an offer to sell her to me?
Bayushi stood there playfully. She had felt John's disgusting gaze hovering over her body early on, but didn't snap out of it due to her status. She looked over at Lin Green, a little curious as to how Lin Green would solve this game. Lin Green smiled slightly, opening those eyes that had narrowed with laughter in front of Smith.
Kid, do you want to die? Chapter 108 Weird Office.
Lin Green's words echoed in the corridor, her voice soft but loud. The smile hanging on Smith's face gradually solidified as he looked at the white-haired teenager, his eyes gradually turning grim.
Mr. Lin Go should be joking, right?
Lin Green glanced at Smith, the corners of his mouth lifting to once again put on that trademark smile. In our Chinese eyes, people who have been living together can be seen as half a family, and family is not to be insulted by such words. Lin Green's smile faded. If little friend John says such words again, I might kill him. Oh.
Ha 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 ha. Smith William let out a hearty laugh and swung his arm to point towards the elevator. Why don't we go upstairs for a while? What floor are we going to, my friend? Someone like Mr. Lin should be in a luxurious room on the topmost floor to discuss great things with us.
Lin Green recalled the scene when he had just looked up at the building and roughly estimated that it was about 20 floors up.
Oi! It's a bit hot, obrat. We have a family tradition of not taking the elevator in tall buildings. Smith frowned in confusion. What kind of tradition is that?
Lin Green let out a sarcastic laugh. My family's ancestor once rode the elevator at the mall and ended up stranded in the elevator because of a fire. Mr. Lin, that's not being honest. Smith shook his head. Our family is involved in elevator manufacturing and maintenance. I can tell you very clearly, places like shopping malls and theaters, the company will send professional personnel to live in them on a rotating basis, and from time to time, they will inspect and maintain the elevators. Fires don't get bigger in an instant, and at the first sign of a fire, they will head to the elevator to check for anyone trapped inside. Lin Green glanced blankly at Bayushi as the young girl lightly tugged on her coat. This kind of rule existed even 400 years ago, so Mr. Lin isn't being very honest. Lin Green scratched his head, trying to round up his lie. It was indeed 400 years ago. That shopping mall was in the city of Jibei, Shantung province, and there's no place to go to test it. Ha 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 ha. Smith's expression got weird. So Mr. Lin is the descendant of those victims. 400 years ago the first stop of the alien invasion was Jibei City, Shantung province in China. What did you say? Lin Green looked at Smith. His entire body instantly exploded. He bit his lip and anxiously grabbed Smith's shoulder. What did you say?
Lin. Master.
Bayushi walked up and pulled the hem of Lin Green's coat, gently shaking it. Realizing that she had lost her temper, Lin Lu let out a breath, let go of Smith, and pretended to be relaxed as she straightened his collar. I'm sorry, my friend, after all, it's related to my ancestors. You know, we Chinese are very sensitive about things related to our forefathers. Smith laughed out loud. It's my fault, but it's my fault for not thinking things through. A large and a small two people each had their own mind, holding each other's hands as if they were old friends scattered for many years. In that case, it just so happens that I have a free office on the first floor. How about we talk in detail there? That would be too good. Lin Green and Bayushi followed Smith to the office at the end of the corridor. This office, which was as big as 2 rooms, only had a sofa and desk. Even the walls were not decorated, the white siding of the walls reflecting this lonely light, making the entire room look empty. Please have a seat. Smith froze for a moment when he saw the furnishings in the room, and somewhat awkwardly pointed to the sofa and invited Lin Green to sit down. He gave John an unhappy look. What's going on? Wasn't this office previously given to you to arrange and take care of? Now that your guest is here, it's a joke for Mr. Lin. It's okay, I'm a person who likes to keep things simple. Lin Green waved his hand generously, sat down on the sofa and waved at Bayushi. Bayushi turned her back to William's father and son, narrowed her eyes at Lin Green, and went around behind him to give him a shoulder squeeze. Feeling a pair of delicate jade hands roaming around his back, Lin Lu comfortably relaxed as he leaned back against the backrest and crossed his legs. Mr. William, we can talk now. Mr. Lin, about the source. Smith sat down on the other side of the couch. Don't worry about it, there is absolutely no problem with the source. All of them are entrusted to friends in Baton to spend a low price to buy and rob the children, can rest assured. Following the script that Abdo had written for him, Lin Green chatted with Smith one by one, answering questions and asking some from time to seem like he wasn't such a novice. His main focus was on this room, his visionless 6 eyes scanning round and round. It was clearly 2 rooms large, and the amount of furniture and furnishings, not to mention the unusual placement of these things, revealed eeriness at every turn, as if this were a normal-sized room.
Lin Green's golden eyes glanced at John and couldn't help but frown. On the other side. Old cousin, how is it on your side? Chen Daomoist pressed the headset.
Everything is normal, nothing suspicious around here.
Barfing sounds came through the headset, and Chen Daomoist's stomach growled indisputably. What are you eating?
Cheeseburger. Chen Daomoist gulped. He hadn't eaten since the morning, and now that it was already past the noon mealtime, even he was a little hungry. He touched his pocket and realized that he didn't have a single penny on him.
Where did you get the money, old cousin? Abu's extra funding ah.
A slurred voice sounded in the headset. Just by listening to the voice, Chen Daomoist knew how much Chi Mai ate.
Why don't I have it?
You slipped off to the side when people were handing out money in the morning, and then Lin Green kept it for you.
Lin Green, me chow.
His stomach growled indisputably again. Chen Daomoist sighed and ended the communication with Chi Mai as he looked at the high-grade watch on his wrist. I said, why do you look like a thief this morning, Lin Green, and rolled away the old man's money. Chen Daomu rubbed his stomach and wandered around in this street, cursing Lin Lu fiercely in the bottom of his heart. Last night's assigned tasks, Lin Green and Bayushi went to William's company to explore the realities. He and Chin Mai staked out the outside, and Abu Duo continued to go collect information. As a result, these two screwed up things that couldn't use money took his money. Thinking about the difference between Bayushi before and after she fell in love, Chen Daomu's eyes were filled with sadness. If it was the once cool goddess, she would definitely be righteous and stop Lin Green's atrocities.
Damn Lin Green!
Young Master Chen, who had never been hungry in half his life, wandered around for a long time and finally found a Chinese restaurant that was ready to take a break.
Chen Daomoist pushed the door open. Hello?
A young girl stood at the front desk wiping down the counter and rushed to greet Chen Daomoist as she watched him come in.
Chinese? Chen Daomoist looked at the young girl suspiciously. I am British Chinese, sir. That?
Chen Daomu was a little embarrassed. I'm a little hungry, and then I don't have any money on me, and I still can't go back home. Can I take something valuable on me to mortgage it? The young girl laughed softly, took out the menu and handed it to Chen Daoyu, pulling out a chair and signaling him to sit down. Yes, sir. Chen Daomoist looked at the menu and for the first time in his life, he was torn about what to eat. It's not that he's afraid of not being able to afford it, but these are the home-cooked dishes he used to disdain.
Tomato scrambled eggs ah. Kidney beans potatoes ah.
After thinking for a long time, Chen Daomoist chose a dish.
I think this boiled beef loin is not bad. Chapter 109 Review. What's this dish? The young girl looked quizzically at the menu and noticed a few crooked Chinese characters underneath a printed font.
Boiled beef loin in clear water. I'm sorry, sir, this is a child's prank. We don't serve this dish in our restaurant.
All right.
Chen Daomoist was a little frustrated. It was so hard to have a dish with a name that looked relatively new.
Are you not sure what to eat? The young girl could see Chen Daoyu's concern. It's like this. Then let me recommend a couple of your dishes.
The young girl's finger tapped twice on the menu. If you're eating by yourself, half an order of scrambled eggs with tomatoes plus a portion of braised pork would be good, meat and veggies, nutritionally balanced, and if you don't think it's enough, you can order another portion of mushrooms. In one breath, the young girl recommended several options for Chen Daoyu, and the price of each option was very cheap when counted in sunset.
Is this little girl a fool, having this opportunity not to recommend the expensive ones?
Chen Daomoist could not help but look high at the young girl for a few eyes. Although I want to make money, but I always need to earn the right amount in order to have peace of mind.
The young girl smiled slightly.
Then half a portion of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork. Chen Daomoist thought for a moment. Take it away, and have steamed buns for the main meal.
Good.
A moment later, the young girl came out of the kitchen with 3 lunchboxes in her hands.
Sir, your lunch. Chen Daomoist took the lunchbox and took off the watch on his wrist.
By chance, he noticed the red marks on the young girl's wrist. It wasn't from the strangulation of the jewelry, but more like it had been smacked. The watch is solid gold, so consider it the cost of the meal and keep the change. The young girl shook her head without picking it up. No need, we are all Chinese compatriots, we have to help each other in a foreign country. If Mr. meets this kind of situation again, he can still come to our restaurant.
Chen Daomu's hand that was handing the table froze in the air. If you feel bad in your heart, come to our restaurant for a meal when you have the money. William's Company Building. Achoo!
Lin Green sneezed coldly as he rubbed his nose with his hand, momentarily wondering what little pussy would be cursing him at this time.
Mr. William, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. Please speak, Mr. Lin.
The William family made their fortune by human smuggling, while our family made their fortune by providing a source of goods. There's a difference. After doing a few orders for the family, I gradually became a bit curious as to what would be the next fate of these children.
Oh? Mr. Lin moved to kindness?
Lin Green shook his head. There's no such thing as kindness in our line of work. I have no conscience anyway, ha 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 ha. Smith also let out a bright laugh. It doesn't hurt to say, what about these kids who are lucky? They might get a facelift and be stuffed back as some rich man's long-lost child. And what about the ones who are less fortunate? They might show up all over the world. Bayushi's hand that was squeezing Lin Lu's shoulders gently flared, indicating that she didn't understand, but then her force heaved a few more points, indicating that she thought clearly about Smith's meaning.
What appeared all over the world was not a group of children, but one. Organ trade. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Green slapped his thighs and gave Smith a thumbs up, worthy of being known within the industry as Mr. William. Speaking is all about depth. Looks like I still have a lot to learn. I'm just where I'm at. Smith was very flattered by Lin Lu's pursuit. Today is not so good. I still have some things to do in a while, or else I'm sure I'll take Mr. Lin to take a look at our concentration camp. Lin Green lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. In that case, I won't disturb Mr. William. I happen to have some other things to do. I have to visit a friend, so we'll leave first. The goods will be delivered at the time discussed.
Lin Green and Smith hooked up to the building's entrance and walked out of the induction gate.
Then, elder brother William, I'll leave first. This cooperation is very pleasant. Next time there is a quality source of goods to prioritize, elder brother William.
That's too good to be true.
Smith and Lin Green hugged each other warmly, then patted each other on the shoulder as Lin Green took by Yushi and sailed away.
Watching Lin Green's back fade away, Smith put away that false smile. John, which side do you think the two of them are on? John shook his head. I think it's the NSOs. No, they're Abdo Fold's people. Isn't Abdo Fold with the NSO? John looked at his father in disbelief. I investigated this Lingo and found that he only arrived in Sunset yesterday and crossed paths with Abdo Forder. I wouldn't have been able to find out this kind of information if it was someone from the NSO. And have you forgotten what Forder is investigating? Fake people. That's right, I don't think Ford trusts the NSO anymore, so he didn't let this Ringo disarm them. Dad, I still don't understand. If this Lingo is one of Ford's people, then why are you making this kind of deal with him? Aren't you afraid that it's a fake? Smith was silent for a moment. Our William family made its fortune by cooperating with those people. It's been 100 years. It's time to clear the air with those people, even if it's at some cost, those monsters. He stopped abruptly and did not continue. So, this Ringo is a line for us to contact Abdo, and there's no reason for them to refuse to work with us, because after working with those monsters for 100 years, we've already mastered the way to tell them from humans. A glint flashed in John's eyes. After leaving Williams Company's building, the two were finally able to remove their disguises, and Lin Green wiped at his eyes, and 2 pieces of thin, cicada-like golden film fell out of his eyes, revealing the original pair of radiant blue eyes. Bayushi wanted to take off the hairband, but after thinking about it, she felt that it wouldn't look good with this outfit after taking it off, so she just didn't move. Why are you moping? Lin Green was still thinking about Smith's words at the moment. The note of the alien invasion converted to the place where he had died in his previous life, and he associated it with certain details from before, as if many of the things he was familiar with that belonged to his previous life had been defined by the people of this world as 400 years ago. Hearing Bayushi's concern, Lin Green shook his head. Nothing, thinking about something. What things? Yushi, Lin Green looked into Bayushi's eyes. I don't. Do you want to talk about it now? I will tell you after I figure it out, is that okay? Bayushi met Lin Green's gaze, a pair of black and blue pupils looking at each other, and she skimmed her mouth with an O. Then don't forget. Review what happened today at Williams Company. Lin Green took Bayushi's hand and leaned toward her side once more. There's something very wrong with this John William. Bayushi leaned her head on Lin Green's shoulder, and the two of them walked side by side on the English-style street like this, the lazy wind blowing through, setting off this different kind of hot love. I feel the same way. He's weird when he's looking at me. It's like he's deliberately showing that disgusting gaze to make us feel like he's got something on his mind about me, and that office he set up, it's very bizarre. You're actually not stupid. Lin Green was a little stunned. Bayushi showed her teeth at Lin Green. Problems are problems, but the suffering that should be suffered should not be reduced at all. Lin Green sighed leisurely. What do you want? Lu, are you there? Lin Green looked up into the sky. In. Rozen's voice rang out in both of their minds. Abdo investigated a bit more and got a clear picture of the William family's address. I want to sneak inside tonight. Can Lu help me out? What do you want to do? Bayushi pulled Lin Green. Lin Green's blue eyes flashed dangerously, and her white hair moved in the wind. No matter what kind of thing he is, dare to covet my wife. Slaughter him. Chapter 110 John the False. Late at night, William's old castle. As the Sunset now ranked number of families, Smith William purchased an old castle as the residence of the William family. Medieval style of the old castle stands in the darkness of the forest, adding a few points of spooky color. A large tree, Lin Green crouched in the trunk, mouth holding a stick. White hair was a black wig cover. The pair of iconic blue pupils were also replaced by black pupils. Black trenchcoat drumming with the wind. In the dark night issued a hunting echo. It would be dangerous to do so if you were on your own. Rozen levitated in the air. There are a few hidden auras within this old castle. It's more troublesome if you move. Can't fight? Can't beat it. Rozen glanced lightly at Lin Green and downplayed. I just can't take seconds. Ilu a bean, this pussy let you pretend. Then start. Rozen casually waved his hand. A fallen leaf drifted across to block the view of the distance, and as the dead leaf fell to the ground, the two were gone. Inside the old castle. John William paces back and forth in his room, looking from time to time at the wall clock, which after ringing twice, the curtains close automatically and a figure in red sits on John's bed. Do you have ADHD?
John grunted. Smith wants to get rid of us now. He wants to join forces with Abdo Fold against us. The figure in red thought for a moment, isn't that normal? Anthony William doesn't have that kind of courage. Smith has the courage that his father didn't have, but he can't imagine that his son is being switched. John sat on the chair. The William family holds the method to recognize us. If Smith is determined to go against us, I'm afraid it won't be too easy.
That's hard to say. You've been ambushing that little guy for so long. He hasn't found you yet, has he? Hurry up and tell us what to do next.
The figure in red laughed, obviously not taking John's words to heart. Just keep lurking. The god-making program is already coming to a close. When our god appears, Elizabeth V's domain will be torn apart, and the whole of Sunset will be our paradise then. Isn't Plymouth the best example of that? Oh, John obviously didn't buy it. The god-making program was near its end a long time ago, and what was the result? How many times did it fail? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? This time the figure in red had no words to refute John. He was silent for a moment, and hemmed and hawed. Although it has failed many times, as long as there is one success, heaven will be extended, and then how will Elizabeth V, who has supported the field for 400 years, be able to fight against a full-blown divine kingdom? The wall clock rang again, and in the blink of an eye the red dress was gone. Looks like I was right. A flirty voice sounded behind him. John looked back. A dark-haired, dark-pupiled figure stood behind him, the crystal ball in his hand tossed up and down. John William, you're actually a pseudo-human.
Who are you and what do you want?
John took a step back. Even as strong as that red coat could only rely on the ability of the wall clock to appear briefly in the old castle, so as to ensure that it would not be discovered by those old things, and the teenager in front of him, who was about the same age as himself.
What do I want?
Lin Green caught the crystal ball thrown overhead and wobbled towards John. Guess right and I'll tell you. John summoned the Divine Pro, a dagger flashed coldly in the dim light, and his Daodan third stage cultivation was on display. He didn't need to beat this man, just create a little commotion to attract attention from outside.
Do you think I can't think of it? Lin LV raised an eyebrow.
He raised his right hand and placed his index and middle fingers together at the tip of his nose. Born from the darkness gives rise to evil, the defilement and residual filth is purged in every way. As the words fell, a pitch-black tent fell down, covering the entire room and ensuring that the breath would not leak out.
John Smith gulped. What the hell do you want? I'm just a human passing through.
Ha 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 ha. Lin Green gave a cruel smile, messing with the little grabber.
The next day, Abdo was up early in the morning, frying bread with eggs and boiling milk for the table.
Lin Lu and Bayushi came out of the room with yawns. Lin Lu even closed her eyes in a daze and plopped down on the dining table, picking up a slice of bread and stuffing it into her mouth.
Abdo ended up bringing his share of breakfast to the table and realized that everyone was listless. Listened to the news for a while.
He unscrewed the radio on the dining room table. With a burst of electricity, the host's words cleared. Last night, John William, the young master of the William family, was attacked at home, and his killer brutally stuck 3 chopsticks into his back door.
Put. Abdo sprayed the milk he had just drank into his mouth. You did that?
He looked at Lin Green.
Just kidding, I'm capable of that?
Lin Green slowly sat up from the table and stretched to pick up his glass of milk. Not believing a single word of Lin Green's bull, Abdul tapped on the table.
Did you have any luck in William's old castle yesterday?
I wasn't even there, so there's a load to gain.
I think we can be honest with each other. John William is a hypocrite. You might as well not say anything. The corners of Abdo's mouth twitched. See, you don't believe me when I say it.
Lin Green shrugged and used her fork to fill her mouth with the last bit of fried egg.
Guys, I want to go to Plymouth once. Abdo spoke up coldly.
Lin Green looked up at him. Plymouth, what's the point of going there? I don't know, Abdo shook his head. Gut feeling tells me to go there. I have a feeling something is waiting for me there.
You can save your...
The door to the windmill's secret base was blasted open from the outside, and a team of well-equipped men stood at attention as they watched the 5 share breakfast.
What's going on?
Lin Green nearly choked on his eggs, his face grim.
The 4 of you are the god levels from China, right?
The leader of the group stepped forward, raising his hand to summon his god pro, a pair of ordinary gloves covering both hands.
It's us, why?
Chen Daomoist said in a nonchalant manner. Very well then, the corner of the man's mouth turned up. You are arrested for theft of state secrets. With that said, the well-equipped men behind him spread out to surround the 5 at the table.
James, Abdo stood, they are friends invited by Her Majesty.
James looked arrogantly at Abdo and held out his hand to him, and in the next moment a cold light flashed and a fresh heart appeared in the palm of his hand. Abdo Fold, as a divine genius of Sunset, you colluded with spies from other countries in an attempt to pose a threat to Sunset, now.
James' eyes looked around the crowd, the aura of the Tao King unmistakable. You are under arrest. Chapter 111, Fleeing.
Abdo looked blankly at the blood-soaked heart in James' hand, and a sudden sharp pain and chest tightness swept through his body as he fell to the ground with a plop, losing his breath.
What do you mean by that?
Shinmai looked at James in disbelief, his gaze resting on the pair of gloves.
God level, god of thieves. Your accomplice Jin Xingyuan has fled. It seems he didn't tell you about the situation. Lin Green sighed quietly. We were invited by Her Highness Queen Elizabeth, understand? Is that so? James looked arrogantly at Lin Green. I understand that you are defined as spies by the NSO and need to be purged. Chen Daozhu wanted to retort something, but was pulled back by Bayushi, who shook her head at Chen Daozhu. Lin Green looked at the heart in James' hand with interest. Does Abdo still have a chance to live? He can live if you give up your resistance. Oh, kill him then, we don't know him well.
I know what you're relying on. James placed the heart in his hand into a small box and handed it to his subordinate. It's that Dao Lord Protector, isn't it? Unfortunately, we have a plan to deal with him. Lin Green just calmly sipped his milk. Although Rodan was only a Dao Lord, in terms of battle prowess, even a low-ranked Dao Lord Saint might not be able to get the better of him if he came, so there was no need to worry about his side.
Oh, and then what? And then you'll just have to tie your hands. That's awesome.
Lin Green drank the last bit of milk and slammed the cup in her hand on the table with a bang. I know you, Big Abu, more than one session of the God level, count over it, it should be Big Me 3 sessions. God Pro is the God level of the God of Theft, the only effect is to be able to steal everything you suppose, now it is the King of the Road. I also know you, known as the strongest genius after your father Lin Xian, but then, people like you are only set off by false names. Lin Green nodded and flashed a bright smile at James. In the next moment, a gust of wind arose, and the lime green, pale, instantly exploded in front of James' face, and a small box snapped and landed in front of Lin Lu, while the originator of all this just maintained that languid posture with a wide smile on his face. Only that smile gradually shifted from curiosity to disdain. 3 years older than me, and his cultivation is another large realm greater than mine, but it doesn't look good. April into spring, after nearly half a year of precipitation, Lin Green's body sensitivity also returned to normal, his cultivation progress resumed its original speed, and at this moment, he was already at the third stage of the Dao Si, and after the transformation of the 3 Saints' 10,000 Mother's Flowers, the brain strength had already been raised by a couple of degrees, and the output of the San had already tended to be close to 100%. Coupled with the fact that the essential difference between a Dao King and a Dao Si is the 3 awakenings of the divine progenitor, technically speaking, Lin Green, who has no lower limit in his hand, already doesn't have much of a gap with the Dao King. Speak, child. The blasted James got up from the ground and was kicked down again by Lin Green through the air. I told you to speak, I didn't tell you to get up, child. James scowled and hooked a finger at Lin Green's chest, but suddenly his mouth dropped open in shock. Ouch, 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 looks like it won't be able to touch me. Knowing the way James seconds Abdo, Lin Green naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he could carry that much, and the no lower limit technique had been on at full power, aiming to watch out for James' sudden attack. How is this possible? Another, pale, blasted out. James' eyes widened as a figure stepped in front of him as he was about to be hit by the impact.
Finally couldn't resist?
Lin Green's eyes sharpened.
Randomly invading our country and beating up on our country's geniuses, is this the quality of someone from a country of etiquette?
A middle-aged man with a dignified face blocked in front of James, slowly retracting the hand that was blocking, pale.
Genius means that punk who is 3 years older than me and has a cultivation level 1 major rank greater than mine then gets brushed by me like a dog? Lin Green pointed disdainfully at James.
In response, the man didn't have much of a reaction, just a faint sentence, there are also gaps between god levels.
Feeling the undisguised aura of a Dao Emperor on the man's body, Lin LV's complexion was a bit gloomy.
A low-ranking Dao King like James could handle himself, but there was no way for this Dao Emperor to come.
Who are you to him?
His father. There's no way out, there's no crappy words to slow the pace down. Lin Green frowned and sighed languidly. It can't be helped, bye. Only a loud bang was heard, and the entire windmill was covered by a light blue light, and a complicated spell emerged from the bare ground surrounding it. With another loud bang, the 4 people sitting at the dining table disappeared.
Father. James dragged his wounded body to the man and bowed. I told you that Lin Green is a very powerful enemy. The man glanced at James.
I think he's just a dokai, so… why do you think, if your arrogance really works, that your cultivation is about to be overtaken by Abdo, who is a year younger than you, and why would you be beaten up by a Dalai teenager that you don't give a damn about?
James bowed his head respectfully and did not speak. Give the heart back to Abdoan and go.
Yes. The man turned around and left. Halfway there he stopped and looked back at James, in a serious tone. Remember, there is also a gap between god levels. In my time, Lin Xian was the brightest genius. In this time, his son Lin LV is the same. I was crushed by Lin Xian to the point where my Dao is broken. I'm afraid it's hard for me to survive in this life, and you're not the same. I don't want you to go down the same path as I did. People like us, people like this are god level because our god Pro is god level. The reason they are god level is because the highest is only god level. In a distant suburb of London, 4 figures fell from the sky and landed on the ground.
Doesn't Abdo bring it?
Bayushi looked to Lin Green.
With his heart ripped out, take away, and watch him die? And I don't trust him at all, leaning on the worst side of the coin, he has issues with the NSO.
Lin Green sighed, thinking about such a question as he returned last night. The 4 of them were invited by Queen Elizabeth, so the NSO must have known about this matter, but they had come to Sunset for 3 days, and the NSO, as an official organization, hadn't even farted a word, so they had set up a teleportation spell around the windmill in advance, just in case. Now it seemed that it was right to be cautious. So we belonged to a familiar situation now. The old watch brought despair when he spoke.
There was a silence from the remaining three. The familiar five, the familiar foreign country, the familiar wanted. So where did Chen Xingyuan run off to?
Lin Green ventured out coldly.
Everyone was at a loss. I knew he couldn't be relied on.
Lin Green held her forehead.
By the way, why didn't your Dao protector make a move?
Lin LV looked at Chen Daoyu and Qin Mai. It was normal for Bai Yushi to break with the Bai family and not have a Dao protector, and Lu Duajuan was perfectly capable of protecting the two of them, so what was wrong with these two goods? I don't know, it seems like they disappeared without realizing it a long time ago. Qin Mai shook his head. It seems like after that United Nations meeting was held.
Shen Daomu also nodded. It was an official decision. This is troublesome. Lin Green's mouth twitched as she looked around blankly.
The same situation, the same few people, the only difference was that the difficulty of the copy had increased. Doden's time to fight against the government of the Kimchi country, Sumundo Kai, the next debut is as the United Nations Penta-Principle of the Sunset.
Is that a bad matching mechanism?
It's very reasonable, okay.
Chapter 112 coming forward.
A bustling crowd gathered on Hammock Street as people talked and laughed their way toward the theater. It was tour day at the Hammock Theater. At Williams, Smith Williams sits in his office, placing his cell phone gently on his desk, his chair turned to face the huge one-way glass behind him, and looks downstairs with an expressionless face.
Interesting.
Smith narrowed his eyes and gently rubbed the ring on his index finger. Just this morning, Smith William had received a confidential letter about his son John William being replaced by a fake person, signed by Lin Green. Smith, who had received the wanted notice, naturally associated Lin Go with the man who had attacked his son last night.
Lin Ju, let's see just how you're going to break this one.
In the midst of the gathering crowd, a hand pressed down on the wanted notice newly affixed to the wall by the roadside, and his slender fingers lifted a corner of it and gently tore it.
What an ugly picture for me.
Under the hood, a face was revealed, the trademark blue pupils covered by black contacts and the white hair covered by a black wig, a living passerby dressed as a human. Who stepped on the horse to do this wanted? What bird picture was chosen? By what right to make my wife so good looking? To me as Lin Green held his forehead and turned his head to look at the William Company building in the distance.
The electric sensor door opened automatically, and Lin Lu swaggered into the William building and walked to the front desk in the lobby.
Where is that?
Your chairman's office?
The receptionist looked at Lin Green suspiciously, noticing his face trying to come forward to get a better look.
Is it still so recognizable to take such an ugly picture of me?
Lin Green pulled his hood once and headed over to the safety stairs.
I remember when I came here yesterday he said it was the top floor.
Lin Green took a deep breath and began to swipe a certain number of steps. Bai Yushi glanced at the couple's face on her cell phone and realized that someone's step count was rising miserably.
He's here. What about our side? Qin Mai glanced toward Bai Yushi's cell phone.
Wait here, wait and see what happens. It's not good to separate at this time.
It's okay to release Chen Dao Moist to receive Lin Green, right?
Qin Mai was still a little worried, thinking about how these two people usually hang around. He felt that this combination wouldn't work anyhow.
Bai Yushi was silent for a moment. Do you know why Lin Lu asked Chen Daoyu to pick him up instead of letting me go?
Why? Because in case something goes wrong, Lin Green can leave Chen Dao Moist to escape on her own without any burden.
Qin Mai. Choo.
Chen Dao Moist, who was crouching in a dark corner somewhere outside Williams' company, sneezed. He rubbed his nose with his hand. Who's cursing me? He looked around in dissatisfaction and found a familiar face as he looked back.
Crouch.
Sir, it's you, what a coincidence. Looking at the familiar face of the young girl in front of him, Chen Dao Moist slowly lowered his guard.
Yes, what a coincidence, why are you here? There are some homeless vagabonds in this neighborhood, I came to bring them some food.
The young girl lifted the basket in her hand, which emitted a tantalizing aroma.
Chen Dao Moist could not help but swallow his saliva. Are you hungry, sir?
Chen Daomu glanced at the basket. No, I just ate my fill.
Here.
The young girl took one out of the basket and handed it to Chen Daoyu.
I'm not hungry. You're always hungry at night, aren't you?
The young girl's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Chen Daomoist looked at the frank young girl and sucked in a breath to accept the lunchbox and receive it into the ring.
Thanks. Everyone's in a bind. How do you know I'm in trouble?
Because I saw the wanted posters out there. Chen Daomoist froze in place, only feeling the blood in his entire body suddenly turn cold, subconsciously wanting to summon the divine progenitor. Don't be nervous, sir, I have no ill intentions, I believe you are a good person. The young girl shook her head.
Why?
Because you are a good man who thinks of paying for his meals even when he has no money to eat.
Chen Daomoist silently lowered his guard. Thank you, can you pretend you've never seen me before? Aha, I'm going to bring food over there.
Looking at the back of the young girl, Chen Daomu thought about the safest way to kill her here, but he couldn't lay his hands on her. The brain can think rationally, but one can't be without a conscience. He sighed quietly, thinking that this place could not stay, ready to leave. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you guys had another one.
Ah.
The young girl's exclamation attracted Chen Daomu's attention. He turned back to look into the depths of the alley, where there was an iron door. Presumably inside was where the group of vagabonds gathered. Chen Daomoist took out the box of rice from inside his ring, took a deep look at it, and turned around to walk towards the iron gate. The young girl dropped to the ground as she pleaded with the angry homeless man in front of her.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had another one.
Then won't you prepare a few more? You can't even prepare all of this awful Chinese food. The bearded vagabond raised his palm and slapped it at the young girl. Slap! The young girl looked up in horror to find a figure blocking her, thin but strong hands firmly imprisoning the broad palm.
Chinese food is hard to eat?
Chen Daomoist's fingers exerted force, only to hear a crunching sound. The homeless man wailed as his body softened and knelt downwards. If it's hard to eat, then don't eat it at all.
Kid, are you looking for trouble?
The rest of the hobos saw their companions in trouble and stepped forward.
Sir, you quickly.
Chen Daomoist looked slightly stagnant, his fingers fired to crush the homeless man's wrist, and a kick on that fat body brought down one person.
Are you guys looking for death?
The Daodan Nine Heavens aura rose up to the sky, finally controlled by Chen Daomoist in this inconspicuous alley. The monstrous pressure struck heavily on the chests of the group of vagabonds, knocking them back several meters away.
People are kind enough to bring you food, but you actually have to pick and choose. Since you don't like Chinese food, then don't eat it.
The teenager gently waved his hand, and the several vagabonds only felt their hearts being pinched.
Trial.
He spoke softly. As if a heavy hammer hit the tip of his heart, several homeless people immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground, as if they had no voice.
Yikes. The young girl covered her mouth. Sir, they won't be killed, right?
Such people are not worthy of death.
But. No buts, Chen Daomu shook his head. You're too kind. It's not the first time this group of people have done this to you, right? No, it's the first time they've been like this.
Chen Daomoist walked to the young girl's side and grabbed her arm without a second thought, the cuff slipping down to reveal a section of turquoise root arm, the white arm carrying a few shocking red marks. The teenager raised an eyebrow at the young girl.
Cheat. Chapter 113 Hypocrites have no souls.
The young girl was a bit constrained. She wanted to break away from Chen Daomoist's hand but realized that he was frighteningly strong.
Mr. Chen.
Realizing that he had somewhat crossed the line, Chen Daomu hurriedly let go of the young girl's arm and coughed gently.
These assholes have done this to you, and you still insist on bringing them food?
The young girl lowered her head and gently tugged at the corner of her coat. They were all originally good people who became like this because they couldn't feel the warmth of society for a long time.
Are you stupid?
The young girl didn't reply, like a child being reprimanded, biting her lip hard. Chen Daomu let out an alas. Hurry back, you don't need to bring food here in the future.
No. The young girl ran quickly toward the iron gate, suddenly turning back when she came to it. Thank you, Mr. Chen.
My name is Meng Yuxian. Next time you can still come to our house for dinner. I won't tell anyone about meeting you today.
After saying that, Meng Yuxian ran away in a huff. Chen Daoyu watched the young girl's figure go away and couldn't help but sigh. How can there be such a stupid person?
He glanced up at the tall shadows overhead and shook his head as he left the alley. Chen Daomu didn't notice that after he left, the fingers of some of the homeless people lying on the ground lightly throbbed.
William Company.
You still dare to come to me in such a storm, Lin Green. I kind of admire your courage. Smith William sat lazily in his office chair, resting a crystalline goblet in his hand. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Mr. William, I'm sure you understand that.
Smith laughed softly and handed the goblet back to the table. You're not afraid I'll report you?
Lin Green waddled over to the couch and plopped down on it. Not afraid, because technically you and I are partners.
Oh? Without the NSO's intervention, you should be able to clearly investigate Ringo's relationship with Abdofold, right?
That's right. In such a situation you still chose to take advantage of the situation and disguise yourself as admitting to your family's gray industry, so that would indicate that you want to use Abdo's hand to pull the family out of this vortex, is that correct? Smith was silent for a moment and nodded. Continue. And now Abdo was arrested. We are wanted. It looks like it has nothing to do with you, but in reality it is a fatal blow to you. The choice to cooperate with Abdo is because he is not in the group of the pseudo people, and now that he has been arrested, your favored partner has just disappeared, and the opportunity to get out of this vortex is no longer there. You do see through it. Smith narrowed his eyes and whirled around, pulling out a piece of paper and plopping down on his desk to write something. And how would you say my partnership with you is explained?
You should have received my letter, right?
Lin Green unscrewed a bottle of water on the desk and gulped a large mouthful. What do you think about this matter of your son being a pseudo-human?
Fake. Snap.
A recorder was slapped on the table, and with a gentle push from Lin Green, the recorder just slid to the corner of the table near Smith.
This is the evidence.
Smith gently beckoned to the recorder. That recorder slowly flew to his palm. Smith glanced at Lin Green, opened the recorder and began to listen to the contents. In the rustling sound, familiar voices alternated with unfamiliar ones, and Smith's expression changed from indifference to shock and anger. The conversation ends abruptly and the recording ends.
Boom!
Smith slams his fist into his desk, denting the solid wood.
When did these guys drop John? Now you still think you have everything under control?
Lin Green played with the cap of the bottle. Everything you think is just what you think.
Smith took a deep breath and scratched his hair in agony, losing the look of calmness he had started with. What do you want to know? Everything. Smith shook his head. Not yet. Is it because I haven't shown as much value as Abdo?
Smith nodded. They shouldn't kill John. It's the last bargaining chip to limit me. If you let things fall apart, I'm afraid that John and I will be ruined as well. I don't have anything to do with it. It's John that matters.
What can you tell me?
Smith was silent for a moment. A large portion of that information Abdo collected was secretly given to him by me, and it will contain what you want. Lin LV sneered in his heart. This old fox, things have come to this point and still refuses to let go.
Regarding the NSO's sudden arrest of you, Smith suddenly spoke up. I think it's something to do with the person who talked to John.
Lin Green frowned, remembering the red-clad figure whose face was never visible. John told him that I wanted to break with them, but I held the means to restrict them in my hands, and a fish out of water was something they didn't want to see, so they had no choice but to sabotage my plans, and I wanted to work with Abdo, so I mobilized the forces hidden in the NSO to capture you.
I have another question. Inside that pile of information, there is a black and white photo of 3 children laughing. What is the significance of that photo and where did you get it?
Smith thought for a moment, seemingly pondering which one Lin Green was talking about, and he opened his mouth.
Thud. Lin Green looked keenly toward the door as Smith rose to his feet. Who? Mr. William, I think there's something we need to talk about. Can you open the door?
Lin Green looked to Smith, who opened his mouth slightly at him.
NSO. I can go to hell with you, just when I can solve the puzzle you pop up.
Lin Lu gritted her teeth, itching to open the door to slap the person outside the door twice.
Why don't you just change the name of your organization? Don't call it the National Security Organization NSO, just call it BYD. Mr. Lin Green, I'm afraid our conversation has to end here. The next contact shouldn't be so easy.
Lin Green lowered his eyes, ending his own skywalking, and gently rubbed his right thumb over the knuckle of his index finger.
Last question, how do you recognize a pseudo-human?
Sir, please also wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Smith answered and stood up from his position, heading towards the door, a light piece of paper with a tape recorder falling onto the teenager's fingertips as he passed by Lin Green.
I'm opening the door, sir.
Smith shouted, glancing back at Lin Green. Lin Green sighed mentally and activated, pale, to disappear in place, taking the bottle of water in the process.
Kada. The door opened. A uniformed NSO officer stood in the office doorway.
Mr. Smith William, I'm sorry to bother you without an appointment, there's something we need to ask you. Outside the Williams Company building, Lin Green's figure appeared in the shadows as he lifted up the piece of paper Smith had handed him, wildly atmospheric handwriting laying on the white paper. A gust of wind blew by, and the sunlight seemed to move with it, shining on Lin Green and dispersing the shadows that had enveloped him.
Pseudo-humans have no soul. Pseudo-humans have no soul. Chapter 114 Operational Plans. Pseudo-humans have no soul.
Lin Green frowned at the paper. What the hell is this English saying? Can't read it. It was only at this moment that the force-less pretty boy realized the importance of intelligence.
Do I really need to learn English?
Thinking about the English class during the school days in his previous life, Lin Green started to get a headache. Originally thought to read directly after the information in the brain, tear off this piece of paper to a handsome.
How about memorizing and trying?
Lin Green took a look at the paper, like a student who had been sampled in English class for memorizing words and peeking at the word list.
Ovu, pseudo people. All you English.
Obviously Lin Green, who possessed 6 eyes, could achieve unforgettable, but when it came to English he seemed to have lost all his strength and means, and could only let this abominable language ravage him. At this moment, Lin Green felt that English should sit at a table with millet porridge.
Forget it, take it back and translate it for Bayushi.
Lin LV folded the paper and put it away in the inner pocket of her clothes.
By the way, Chen Daomu.
He looked around and suddenly turned around to see a sneaky figure.
What are you doing?
Chen Daomoist scratched the back of his head. I wanted to scare you.
Lin Green.
Let's go back first, I'll talk about the specifics together.
Good.
Lin Green began sketching incantations with spiritual energy underneath the soles of the 2 men's feet, the colorless incantations emitting an ethereal blue glow as the last one took shape. Dimly lit alley, mysterious spell formation, masked 2 people, pull out and say it is occult or believed.
Stand still, get ready to go.
Lin Green and Chen Daomu stood in the center of the spell formation. Lin Green crossed the fingers of her 2 hands together and pressed her palms hard against each other.
Boom!
In the distance, inside the hammock theater, the elegant playwright extends his arm, holding his sword and pointing it across the room at the actor playing the monster.
Whenever I strike, the ground will shake around me.
The monster let out a snort. Try it then, guts. The actor swung his sword gracefully and mouthed the words.
Open. Boom.
The ground shook and the entire theater began to shake violently.
The audience and the actors looked at each other in disbelief. Monster, no dude, are you for real? After a half-minute of silence, the stage thundered with applause. True to form, the hammock theater plays it for real. It's true, the Bolshoi theater is the Bolshoi theater. Offstage, the spies from the other theaters looked grimly at the actors on stage, shock and anger running through their eyes. What an insidious business battle. Outer London suburb. There was a loud bang in the sky and two pretty boys shone. How is it, are you alright? Bayushi was the first to run to Lin Green's side to shush him, and both Chen Daoju and Qin Mai's mouths twitched. Chen Daoyu looked at Qin Mai and raised his eyebrows. Old cousin, we can't lose like that. Old Watch narrowed his eyes. You. Although Qin Mai didn't say anything, Chen Daomu felt that he was cursing dirty. Lin LV shook her head. There's nothing on my side, but there's just a problem that I need your help with. What? Lin Green pulled out the piece of paper with the bird's words recorded on it from her bosom and handed it to Bayushi. This was given to me by Smith William, and on it is the method of distinguishing between pseudo-humans. Upon hearing this, both Chen Daoyu and Qin Mai came over to look at the piece of paper. Bayushi read it out softly. Fake people don't have souls. She looked at Lin Green suspiciously. You didn't read it? Chen Daoyu and Qin Mai specific rimmates looked at Lin Green like they were synchronized. Lin Green, who was removing her wig, suddenly felt three gazes with malicious intent. Read it and test you. Bayushi let out a light laugh and nudged Lin Lu on the head. Do you want sister to teach you English? I'm proficient, no need. Knowing that Lin Green was being tough talking, Bayushi just covered her mouth and laughed. So what does that mean? Chen Daoju looked at the piece of paper suspiciously. Didn't Bayushi say it just now? No, I mean what the hell does the phrase fake people have no souls mean? Guess it's literal. Lin Green rubbed his chin. That serves an egg purpose. Can the naked eye still see through the soul? Chen Daomois looked at Lin Green in the middle of his sentence. Can you? Can't. Lin Green shook his head, at least not now. It's hard to say if it will work in the future. That doesn't help, we just need this ability at this stage. Bayushi glanced at the piece of paper again, her eyes slightly condensed. Brother Green, can you give us a rundown of what happened? Lin Green ignored the fact that he had climbed the stairs for half an hour and told the rest to the three of them one by one. That is to say, Chen Daomois began to summarize. Originally Smith William, the pussy, was ready to tell us valuable information, but was disturbed by another pussy. That's so. Then it was a wasted trip, and it certainly won't be as easy the next time we go. Lin Green held his forehead. Not really, at least I got some useful information. Brother Green, is what's on this piece of paper the last thing Smith William wrote to you? Bayushi stared at the handwriting on the paper and frowned. It doesn't look like it was written in a great hurry. No, he wrote it while the two of us were talking. Even if I didn't ask, I'm afraid he would have told me this information. Then what did he figure? Qin Mai spoke. Since Smith William intended to pass on this information to Lin Green from the start, it means that he has the intention to cooperate, and since he knows that pseudo-humans don't have souls as a solution, it means that he has the ability to see through the nature of souls, which lays the foundation for cooperation between us. That's right, Smith William showed us his value, then wanting to cooperate, it's our turn to show him our value. Like, Bayushi looked towards Lin Green. Lin Green raised her head, her black pupils had been removed, leaving behind a pair of azure eyes. Just like if we can rely on our ability to detect some truth or reach some kind of achievement, that's value. Any ideas? Bayushi looked at Lin Green. Yes, first of all, the manpower issue. I think we should find a way to find Qinxing Yuan first. From James' mouth, we know that he has escaped but did not pass on the information to us. That means that he himself has encountered certain troubles that will cause us inconvenience. Let's find a way to find him first. Then there's the Abdo information, which Smith told me a tremendous portion of it was sent to Abdo by him in a secret way, and which is vital to us, and the odds are that it's in the hands of the NSO now. So, Bayushi cocked his head. It looks like we're going to have to find a way to make a trip to the NSO. Lin Green looked to the sky, to retrieve the information, or even Abdofold. Chapter 115 Outer Galaxy Fighting. Although the main thing is to find Qinxing Yuan, but the people turn to think, even the NSO can't find Qinxing Yuan's trace, rely on a few of them is a waste of time, maybe make some noise can fish out Qinxing Yuan. So the first order of business was to prove their ability and value to Smith William, so that the other party would reveal more information to them. Actually, there is another way. Lin Green tore the piece of paper to shreds, a little flame escaping from his fingertips to burn it out, and that's to directly rescue Abdofolds, so that not only can we prove our ability, but we can also get a partner who can work with Smith. Have none of you considered the authenticity of this thing? Chen Daomoist moved his brain in a rare manner, nudging his mouth towards the ashes that were floating in the wind. Lin Green waved his hand to annihilate that bit of fire. Thought about it, but there's no need to. If we deny the authenticity of this, then Smith William as a person doesn't have the slightest bit of credibility, so we'll just have to trust him. According to Smith's analysis, there is a fake person inside NSO, and by the looks of it, he's also in a high position. Qin Mai patted his brow, his face full of distress. That's not good. We have no choice left. The various ports and planes leaving Sunspot have been under martial law since yesterday afternoon, and anyone who tries to leave Sunspot will be subjected to strict inspection. That's not right. With the NSO screwing up so much, why didn't Queen Elizabeth, the one who invited us here, step in? There's only one reason. Lin Green gently tapped his temple. Queen Elizabeth is in a deep sleep. The four fell silent once again. This was definitely not good news for them.
So we have no way back, Lin Green continued. Either we finish off the pseudo-man or we get finished off by the pseudo-man. Those are the only two choices left. I'm still curious as to how strong Elizabeth V is. Her domain can actually cover the entire country. The yearning for a strong person appeared in Qin Mai's eyes. Sunset is only as big as a province in China, but despite that, even a Dao Day emperor can't manage to have his domain cover such an area, but it can take over the space of such an area. Lin Green couldn't stop tapping his head with his hand, filled with distress. Forget it, whatever, it has nothing to do with us, we can only follow our own pace. Make a choice, guys, is it to save Abdo or find information? The three looked at Lin Green as if they were looking at their backbone. Be greedy then, Lin Green raised his head, one pair of eyes the color of the sky mirroring the other. Find the information, if you can, find a Buto or even rescue him while keeping yourself safe with the information.
Then this action we are not to set a dangling name and code name ah?
Chen Daomoist rubbed his fists and his eyes were glowing. Why are you so middle-aged?
Bai Yushi spat out. A lewd laughter erupted from the crowd. As Lin Green followed Chen Daomoist's movements, the whole person was lewd. Good offer. White whispering creak, good offer. Chen Daozhu? We double standard did not such double standard it, Lin Green to you into what kind of ah sister? I think our action needs to be full of confusion. A pair of small round sunglasses appeared on the bridge of Lin Green's nose at some point, then this action will be named Otter Galaxy Fighting It ha 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 ha. Chen Daozhu. Qin Mai. Bai Yushi. Good offer. Not a buddy. Night, NSO London HQ. The night wind blew through 4 black trench coats, huge spotlights shone in front of the headquarters, and heavily armed guards stood at attention in the police room and at the entrance. On the rooftop of the high rise, Lin Green had a sunny stick in his mouth, the candy stick tilted upwards, a head of white hair moved with the wind lifted the hem of his trench coat, bringing the teenager's thoughts to the faraway places. In the pure blackness of the night, 2 points of azure blue danced vaguely. Say, where did you get the money to buy the trench coat? Chen Daomoist stood at Lin Green's side, wearing the same trench coat and holding the same type of boy stick in his mouth. Oh, before Abumor sent you funds, at that time you were not there, I confiscated. Ah no, for you to keep? So much.
Chen Daomoist bit into the chai stick, and the candy bar clashed with his teeth in his mouth, making a gurgling sound.
Keep it? You didn't give it to me either. You didn't ask me for it either.
Before the third word could be uttered, Chen Daomoist felt that he was being stared at by a pair of evil eyes.
Chen Xingyuan.
Lin Green nodded in satisfaction.
Counting the time, I guess it's almost time. Shima glanced at his watch, the hour and minute hands pointing at 8 and 59 respectively. Coming. Bai Yushi looked in a certain direction. The pointer was pointing at 12. 9 o'clock. In a flash of fire, an unoccupied, decaying building in the center of the city explodes, and the intense flames are like a blazing sun, pulling the surrounding area from darkness into brief daylight. Quick! Someone's attacking the city center. Rally! Rally! The NSO exploded as a single figure flew out of the building in streams of light. Boom! Boom boom boom. A few more explosions, deafening in the noisy downtown area. Several helicopters whizzed toward the city, nearly half of the NSO's core force out. Looks like this formation can only draw so much firepower. Lin Green chewed the candy bar and spat it out in one bite. Time to get moving. Try to get back before those guys realize what's going on, and remember, don't ask for the mission to be completed, safety first. The crowd nodded and put on their masks in the howling wind. Depart! For trenchcoats danced wildly in the wind, avoiding the spotlight from the sky. What a guy! Bang! Ah! Someone fell to the ground at the sound of a good head. Move! Invasion! There's an invasion! Enemy attack! Ah! Lin Green punched the man down and kicked him aside. Your grandma, just punching him didn't clean you up, did it? The 3 raids of trenchcoats separated behind Lin Green, advancing in different directions, the divine progenitor unfolding at the same moment, driving the martial arts to break out in a flash. Who are the intruders? Who are the intruders? The intercom rang, and Lin Green crouched down to pick up the buzzing black box. It's the mysterious 4 O's. What the hell? It's the first light in the universe, Noah Ultraman. The will of the great universe, Regito Ultraman. And the special effects warrior of the Trinity, Sega Ultraman. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense, sir, I'm telling the truth. No, sir. What happened? Help! It's the King of Otter. He's got our walkie-talkies and he's coming at me. The voice ended abruptly. What happened? Answer immediately. Damn, King of Otter, he's still chasing me. Chapter 116 Invasion. A tang sword pierced through the void, accompanied by a rustling sound, and stabbed into the NSO building. Bing! The glass shattered and the long knife embedded in the wall. A figure gripped the hilt of the knife and gently pulled it out. Looks like we need to find someone to ask. Bai Yushi carried the tang blade behind her back, collected her breath, and carefully wandered through the corridor. Over here! Hurry, 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 the king about has gone crazy.
A team of heavily armed officers ran towards the outside of the building. Bayushi looked out through the window. Under the bright firelight, the king about was brutally trampling on the flowers and grass.
Sha sha.
A sound came from the headphones in his ears.
Guys, can you hear me? The Jiangxi accent puffed out.
Can. Bayushi pressed on the headphones.
Can.
Chen Daomoist's voice came out from the headset.
Is it really okay to put Lin Green there by herself? Xin Mai was a little worried.
Don't worry about him. If he wants to run, he can't catch up with him without coming to a Dao Emperor. Now we should take advantage of Lin Green's efforts to attract fire to do what we need to do.
Chen Daomoist was rarely serious for once.
I just knocked out a guard, Xin Mai continued. I learned from him that the seized information is on the second floor of the data room, and a Budo is being held in the deepest part of the detention area. Distribute it.
I'll go check on the people. Chen Daomoist's mouth barred as if he was eating. Then I'll go to the data room.
Bayushi replied. Good, then I'll try to draw some fire for you guys. I think we need to switch up the division of labor. Chen Daomoist's voice didn't sound too good. In the dimly lit corridor, the black trenchcoat Noah Ultraman had one hand pressed on his headset, and one hand was carrying the green dragon crescent blade, and across from him, there was a familiar fellow.
Cousin, why don't you go over to Abdo's side? I've got a nasty guy here.
James stood at the other end of the corridor, expressionless as he looked at Chen Daoyu. He gently waved his hand at the mask, which instantly appeared in his hand.
I knew it was you guys.
Chen Daomoist also stopped pretending and spread out one hand. So what can I do? Eat me. James crushed the mask in his hand and took a step towards Chen Daoyu. I'd like to see what qualifications you have to confront me with only a Daodan cultivation.
Need help?
A rustling sound came from the headphones. Chen Daomu silently pressed the headset. No, I'll abuse the pop-up dog. He walked towards James. The black trench coat and the black combat suit gradually approached. The combat suit was getting faster and faster, so was the trench coat. The two of them went from walking to running. The two black shadows swept through the moonlight and sped past in front of the shattered glass, crossing the distance of half a corridor in the blink of an eye. Ha! Chen Daomoist leapt up with his sword, raising his green dragon crescent blade high towards James' head and slashing it fiercely. James did not dodge or avoid, raising his hands to block his face to receive this blade from Chen Daoyu.
Is that all? He taunted. Ha!
Bayushi arched her body like a kitten and tiptoed toward the data room, holding onto the wall, the whole time smooth and scary, without encountering half a bit of obstruction.
It was a little too smooth. Bayushi thought like this. There were no obstacles along the way, not to mention that she didn't even see a single person.
The data room is easy to find. The corridor has a variety of places signage. What bathroom so and so office data room
and so on.
Bayushi suddenly figured out something. If the data room was on the second floor, then there must only be a signboard on the second floor to record the information of the data room, and now there were signboards marking the direction of the data room on every floor,
inviting the king to enter. Phew!
Bayushi sighed and plugged the legend of Huaxia into the wall, heading towards the resource room as she gripped the pendant hanging around her neck, which contained 2 handfuls of white hairs. Whether it was a mule or a horse, one always had to pull it out and walk it to know. Hunting gusts of wind blasted in front of the NSO building, searchlights focused on a black trench coat, and in front of him were NSO cadres of varying cultivation levels.
King of Otter, you can't run away. Someone shouted boldly.
Lin Green scratched his ears with his hands, his face frowning under the mask.
What kind of bird language is that gibberish? Watching oil spectrum remove putty?
The crowd across the street froze for a moment and asked in Chinese with a British accent.
Waxers? Yeah. No. Wo Desiwa Japanese drop mud horse die. I'm Gojo Go. Gojo Go is Japanese. I said I'm Japanese. Reasonable. Japanese? Oh yeah.
The cadres looked at each other suspiciously. Why is he, a Japanese, asking us to speak Chinese?
Does anyone speak Japanese? Swindle him. One of the junior cadres stretched his neck and yanked out a "Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you provoking us?" NSO in Japanese. Forest Green. If I tell you to speak Chinese, you speak Chinese, and then you drag me into Japanese. If you don't like to speak, then don't.
The King of Otter swept towards the dryads at breakneck speeds, crickets 100 meters in no time at the extreme speed of pale.
All redundant.
One of the cadre members summoned the God Pro, and the hardtech-styled baguette began to stretch and expand on its own. With just a few clicks, a sniper rifle was assembled. Day. Lin Green landed on his heels and let his weight drop backward, plowing a dozen meters of deep furrows in the ground before barely stopping himself.
My big, you bear with me.
Looking at the barrel of the gun that was on top of his head, bigger than half of his face, Lin Green's head got big. 666, salt is not even salt. There are hanging how to play it.
Look, it's urgent again. Boom. Ow.
Originally prostrate in the shadowy corner of the Chin Mai was scared of a jolt. A strong light accompanied by screams suddenly came to him. What, you open penetration? The old table grasped the window and quietly looked out. Only to see that the King of Otter was scattering and running wildly, followed by a kinetic sniper rifle.
Bang bang bang. 3 shots. Ow ow ow. 3 screams.
Sheen my scalp numb, thanks to this goods to attract vitality, replaced by others would have been blasted into the dregs. However, according to the current situation, it is only a matter of time before the King of Otter returns to the M78 Nebula.
Suffer you, brother?
He shook his head and slumped back down, slowly moving in the direction of the detention area.
What he had to do now was to save his strength. No matter how chaotic it was outside, there would definitely be someone guarding the detention area, and the rank wouldn't be low, but with the attributes of the heavenly crowning cloud sword, it wouldn't be too much of a problem if the gap wasn't too big. Slowly, Lin Green's screams fade away, a flash of light drills out from the front. It is the direction of the detention area. The old table that has been crawling for an unknown period of time is completely nervous. Who could be waiting for himself inside?
Outside the NSO building, on the rooftop where Lin Green and the others had previously ambushed, a bright red color slowly appeared as he stepped on the edge of the rooftop, bending down to pick up the sugar stick on the ground.
TSK, it won't be enough if we only have these. Forget it, let's wait. He got up and looked down on everything below, his face expressionless. After a long moment, the corners of his mouth hooked up.
It's all within expectations then, looks like the plan worked.
Chapter 117 Inside Job.
At the end of the dimly lit corridor, a rusty iron door was set into the wall, yellow patches of rust creeping unevenly across the surface, and looking at it, it was as if one could hear the creaking and squeaking of the door as it opened. The white-haired Sega Ultraman strides toward the iron door, above which is written a line in English.
Data room.
The small white hand pressed on the iron door. Bayushi hesitated for a moment, and her wrist fired to blast the iron door away. The heavy iron door that had been working for an unknown amount of time was declared retired.
Rustling.
Bayushi subconsciously sidestepped her head as a flying knife cut through her ear and flew backwards.
Still coming.
The lights in the data room stepped up from the outside to the inside, and a middle-aged man sat at the far end, the darkness around him illuminated by the lights.
It's you.
Bayushi's pupils contracted. The man was no other than James' father, who had been involved in their capture some days ago.
The existence of a god-level Tao Emperor.
You guys should be looking for this. The man picked up a thick stack of information and nudged it at Bayushi. Come get it if you want it. Bayushi touched the blood on her ear, her eyes staring slightly, then she turned around and ran towards the back. What are you kidding? Tao Emperor, that's, if a Tao King can still steam a bit, a Tao Emperor guarding here, whether he can run or not is another matter. Don't be nervous. The man's figure suddenly appeared in front of Bayushi, gently waving his hand at the young girl. A strong wind whistled up, stopping Bayushi. Make a deal.
What?
Bayushi knew that she couldn't run away at the moment, even though there was the legend of Huaxia, that information.
The man handed out the information in his hand. I can be your mole in the NSO.
The young girl didn't bother to take it, but looked at the man cautiously. Why, are you betraying your country?
What if the people in charge of the country are a bunch of monsters who can't speak?
The man's words caused Bayushi to freeze for a moment as he continued. Even though the road ahead is cut off, I'm at least a god level, so it's not like I can't see it in some ways.
How did you find out?
The man dropped the information at Bayushi's feet and turned his head to look at the sky. It's very simple. The things in Plymouth were too weird, so I secretly investigated it and found out a lot of extraordinary things. It can even be said that this country is already very sick, or it can also be said that this country is practically a paradise for pseudo-humans. But the good thing is that the pseudo-humans haven't gained any momentum yet. Bayushi was silent for a moment, believing the man's words, bending down to pick up the information on the ground.
What do I need to pay?
The man sized up Bayushi, finally settling his gaze on her chest. That handful of hair. Bayushi looked towards the pendant on her chest, which she had made together with Lin Green, using hot melt glue to seal a few strands of each other's hair as a talisman, and accordingly, Lin Green had her hair on her side. This is an order given to me from above. For what purpose I don't know, to take you down and then bring the strands of hair to them. Bayushi grabbed the pendant, yanked it off and tossed it to the man. Thanks. Thanks for what? I'm doing it for this country and so are you guys, and technically I should be thanking you.
Need you to hurt me for a scene?
No, there's no need for that. Bayushi gave the man a deep look and activated the Legend of Huaxia's trait to teleport to Tang Dagger's side. Inside the dimly lit corridor, under the bright moonlight, the man carried the pendant in front of his eyes, the white fur gradually becoming clearer under the focus of his eyes. It's a pity, there's no way to fake it. Want to create a fake person of Lin Green, huh? If you create it, will you be able to control it? Bang! The battle on the first floor was not yet over, as the two black figures collided together once again before quickly separating. Is that all the Tao King is capable of? Chen Daomoist held the green dragon crescent moonblade, and the blade's cold light was awe-inspiring. If you have the ability to remove that turtle shell of yours.
Family, too, is part of strength.
In terms of the original, the Tao King realm of James to fight Tao Dan realm of Chen Daomoist is no suspense, can be said to be closed eyes to kill, but on the contrary, Chen Daomoist's life-preserving magic weapon with the same as no money, abolished to there is another. Leaving this point aside, the magic weapon and then more will also be useful to finish the time, but this Yakuza more and more courageous, the stronger the fight. Obviously only the realm of Tao Dan, he is now even a middle ranked Tao C of the strength.
Can you do it, old brother? Chen Daomois let out a snort. If you can't, go home and find your mom.
James bit his lip and unleashed burglary on Shen Daoju's heart, but it was as if a force in the underworld stopped him.
Yeah. Shen Daomu removed an earring. Little thing, playing dirty again, come on then.
James' mouth twitched as he looked at the 4 remaining studs on Shen Daoju's ears. It took almost an hour of fighting to scrap 2 of them, and it probably wouldn't take all of them for Chen Daoyu to be better than him.
What kind of rogues are the god levels in China? Why don't they just steal his earrings?
Thinking of this, James raised his hands at Chen Daomu. Burglary was launched. The target was not the heart and brain, nor the earrings, but the ears.
There is a price to pay for arrogance, boy. Me so.
The sound of breaking air rang out behind him. A white hair with a tang sword killed out from the back, and an icy cold aura struck the spinal cord directly.
Theft, attack. Bayushi's stealing attack fell short.
She did not panic as the Chinese legend's ability to create weaknesses was unleashed, and in the young girl's eyes, a red line appeared on James' arm. The blade that flashed with a cold light chopped towards James' chest, who raised his arm to block his chest. The corner of Bayushi's mouth hooked into a smile. Her arm suddenly powered up in reverse direction, slashing at the red line.
Triple damage erupted. Pust.
Half of his arm flew upwards, trailing a line of blood, and to James' horrified eyes, his own arms poured fountained with a massive gush of blood.
Ah! Go!
Bayushi pulled Chen Daoju to take him away, but James lifted his remaining arm and the god of thievery aimed at Bayushi.
Stealing. Had.
At the moment when the god of thievery ability was about to be unleashed, James suddenly felt a blackness before his eyes, and when he came back to his senses again he realized that the scene around him had changed. Blue and pale became the dominant colors of the space, a smattering of cracks constantly stretching through the 2 colors, and a pair of blue eyes quietly opened as if they could see into his heart. James snapped his head back. To his eyes was a vast expanse of skeletons and corpses, human and alien, all kinds of weapons stuck in the void of the earth. With a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rumbled a high throne. The white-haired teenager sat on it, squinting with a pair of blue eyes.
You. Jab. As if the sound of paper being torn.
James's head separated from his body, the head with its staring, terrified eyes drifting to the palm of the teenager's hand as he waved his hand to guide him. The sky like blue blossomed into a sliver of essence in that slit.
Who gave you permission to look up at me?
James stared at the teenager open-mouthed and dumbfounded as a sea of information poured into his mind, causing him to lose the ability to think. Well, seeing as you were able to repent and see the light afterward, this will not happen again. The head gyroscopically spun away and flew from the teenager's palm onto the headless body at the other end. The teenager yawned and slumped sideways on his throne, glancing absently toward a flash of pallor in space. Almost there, almost there.
Chapter 118 Abdo gets out of trouble, supernova.
The moment James swung his hand, Bayushi could only feel a chill coming over him, being completely locked in and unable to avoid it. Suddenly, the feeling of being locked in disappeared, and she didn't dare to hesitate, pulling Chen Daoyu to swipe away into the distance.
Got it?
Chen Daomois disliked Bayushi for being too slow, and without a second thought, he grabbed her clothes and lifted her up, leading her to escape at a faster speed. Well, go back and talk together about the specifics.
Good.
Bayushi pressed down on her headphones and linked up Qin Mai and Lin Green's channel.
Information in hand, retreat.
I'm afraid it's not good for me to leave. Qin Mai's tired voice came out from his headset. He held onto his Tian Tsongyun sword and looked breathlessly towards the pseudo-human army inside the tunnel. I'm surrounded by pseudo-humans, and even though none of them are of a high rank, it's a pain in the ass. Bayushi and Chen Daoju exchanged glances. You guys go back first. Lin LV's smooth voice came out over the headphones. Leave this place to me. In the empty square, one black uniformed dryad lay askew on the ground, the white-haired teenager clasping his left hand on the barrel of his gun and pressing the headset with his right. The King of Otter's mask was crumbled, revealing the face that was so handsome it made people jealous. Click. With a crunch, under the attraction of pale, Lin Green's fingers fired to twist the barrel into a twist. How is this possible? The possessor of God's prospect let out a shocked cry. Lin Green looked at him carelessly, let go of his gun, and came to him with a ghostly figure. Good night. A hand pressed down on the dryad's face and pressed down hard. There was darkness in the field of vision. The wind moved slowly, and the teenager had his back to a field of dryads he had lulled to sleep, a sunny stick in his mouth, the hem of his trench coat dancing in the light, as if he were a lone dancer stretching out his final swansong in the sullen spotlight. He looked up at the moon, his 6 eyes keenly catching a flash of red. Lin's student is really fit. The red dress instantly crossed 1,000 meters, appearing cardboard-like not far from Lin Green, his voice magnetic, unable to hear a man or a woman. I don't have time to fool around with you right now, let's play next time. I'm afraid it's not up to you, classmate. 2 figures swept through the middle of Lin Green and the red-clothed figure. Bayushi glanced at Lin Green's eyes lowered, and the 2 of them met their gazes. In the next moment, Chen Daoyu and Bayushi appeared in the distance. Don't leave if you're here. Red clothes stretched out her palm towards the 2. Boom! An aura of light fizzled out, and Lin Green instantly appeared in front of the red-clothed figure, handing out a punch with pale attached to it. The red-clothed figure turned from offense to defense, flexing his palm to catch Lin Green's fist. The force is not small. Shin Daoyu and Bayushi also escaped from the two of them at this time. The red-clothed figure couldn't see his face, leaving only a smooth chin as the corners of his mouth rose. Boom! Detention area. Inside the cell, Abdofold smashes a chair against the back of his neck over and over again, the strong pseudo-human scent wafting sickeningly through the air from the violent explosion that has just occurred outside. Ah! Boom! The chair was smashed, a steel needle pierced through his throat, and blood gushed out. Abdofold's fingers trembled as he grasped the steel needle that was half exposed, and held back the excruciating pain to pull it out hard. The familiar feeling of power filled his body once again, and Abdo rushed to manipulate his own blood, stitching up the wound and controlling the blood to transform into body tissue to fill the wound. It didn't take long for Abdo to come back to life with full blood. He wobbled up from the ground and maneuvered his blood into a sharp arrow to the lock of the door, and with a snap, the cell door opened. Alarms whimpered through the corridor, and Abdo jogged in the direction. Ha! Shinmai raised his longsword and cut a pseudo-human with 3 eyes in half. Killing one and then another bunch, Shinmai tensed his nerves as his sword chi whistled. Earth-grade intermediate-level martial arts, slamming sun slash. The effect was remarkable. The pseudo-crowd was cleared out of an empty area, but not more than a few seconds later, the remaining pseudo-people laughed and made up for it. Shinmai looked at the endless army of pseudo-people behind him and couldn't help but have his scalp numb and his Saiyan value fall wildly. Don't engage. He fought and retreated until he was blocked by the pseudo-men behind him as well, and there was no way back. Yard. There's one word left that the old table can't say, not because I'm tired, but because it won't pass muster. Just as he was proofing and playing with cutting the pseudo-people, he suddenly realized that something seemed to have happened to the army of pseudo-people at the back of the group, and they began to turn around and pounce deeper into the detention area. Shouldn't it be? Buzz. As if a pillar of light swept past his ears, a thin line of blood ran through the entire pseudo-crowd from the rear, and Shinmai bent down in panic. Whoosh! The line of blood slashed from left to right in that one stroke. Half of the pseudo-men were cut into upper and lower halves, losing their lives. Densely packed pseudo-men fell, and in the direction where the line of blood came from, an elegant-looking English classical handsome man came out from the shadows, and was a bit stunned at the sight of Shinmai. You. Shinmai was also a bit stunned. You. What's your name? Did you guys make the commotion outside? Abdo swung out a blood blade, which whirled around to clear a portion of the pseudo-men behind Shinmai. You could say that. Shinmai slashed his sword behind him. It shouldn't be to save me, right? Abdo shook his head. We don't know each other that well, and I'm already grateful that you guys thought to stop by my place. It's better to clear out the pseudo-people here first. Sword by sword, blood by blood was harvested separately, and the army of pseudo-men was put down like chopping vegetables. These are the lowest level pseudo-humans, only human in shape, with IQ and behavior etc. not even as good as a 3-year-old child. See, Shinmai waved his hand and chopped down a pseudo-human. It's not quite right, just now you solved most of the pseudo-humans, but why do I feel that the number of pseudo-humans is increasing instead of decreasing? Abdo also noticed this problem. I don't know, I've never encountered this situation before. Physical training can't be trained like this. Shinmai howled, slashing with all his strength within a free area. He happened to glance at a place where broken pseudo-humans grew out of the break like earthworms. Just kidding. The densely packed pseudo-men attacked once again, laughing and forcing Shinmai and Abdo to the brink of extinction. Abdo took a deep breath and slit his wrist with his blood blade, and in a flash, huge amounts of blood spurted out. What are you doing? If I can break out, odds are I'll pass out. Abdo was pale from the loss of blood. His entire body's spiritual energy was constantly converted into blood, and a sea of blood flowed on the floor, spreading all over the corridor. Remember to take me with you. Abdo waved his hand. The blood on the floor began to boil. Each drop of blood was like dynamite that was about to explode. They levitated. It looked weird and mysterious. Supernova. Chapter 119. The mansion is tumbling. Dust billowed and debris crumbled. The street lamps that had been affected by the aftermath of the battle flickered and went out, and the crumbling rocks turned into bullets that crashed into the lampshade, obliterating the only light in the neighborhood. The black figure flew outward in the collision, stopping to gesture, pale. Jutsu Shun turned pale. The lime green ball of energy attracted dust and debris, expanding in the air, tearing through the void and building up momentum. The figure in red opened his arms, without flickering or avoiding, 10 fingers stretching and then to the Yitsan, palms together with a shot, with the annihilation of the energy ball into the sky. Flying saucers scattered, skimming over the red, elegant to the extreme. My turn. His left index finger flicked in the air, and the roaming colorful butterflies that had originally fluttered behind him came backward, turning into a torrent of butterflies that swept towards Lin Green, beautiful and elegant, yet dangerous and deadly. Lin Lu stood in place, both thumbs inserted in his pants pockets, expressionless, watching the gorgeous colored butterflies swept through his body. Under the effect of the no-limit technique, any butterflies could not get close to him. It seems that neither of us can do anything about it. The red-clothed figure spread out his palms buried under the gloom with a face full of helplessness. Lin Green nodded. Red Clothes was right. He didn't care if he was using a no lower limit technique or a martial technique, any attack in the form of energy would be turned into butterflies and strewn about by him, and he couldn't break a no lower limit technique that was running at full power. It looked a bit subtle. But well, as long as I can slow you down, the face under the haze licked its dry, cracked lips, the stronger you get the more excited I get. The M attribute has exploded, hasn't it? We can't continue to spend any more time with him. Shin Mai's side should be very troublesome. Want to run? It's better to stay. The red-clothed figure saw through Lin Green's intentions, and the colorful butterflies that covered the sky erupted from his body, like brilliant fireworks, romantic yet dangerous. I actually appreciate you. Lin Lu pulled her hand out of her pocket. You're the first foreigner to speak Chinese to me tonight. Do well, and keep it up. You can't run away. You say it doesn't count. A flash of purple erupted from the dome of the sky, tearing apart the colorful butterflies in the sky, and above the sky, the stars flashed brightly. What? The red-clothed figure looked up in shock. Since the beginning he hadn't sensed any other aura hovering nearby. You guys are really daring. Even the NSO dares to break in hard. Why don't you guys go to Queen Elizabeth's chambers? Chen Xingyuan stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at Lin Green with interest. Lin Lu glanced at him. Where the hell did you die? You didn't even let out a single fart. Show some respect, I'm your uncle. I've never seen a good uncle leave his nephew alone. Chen Xingyuan. I was supposed to go to the government side to deal with political affairs for you guys. That side was enthusiastic about receiving me, and arranged all sorts of places for me to stay and stuff. As soon as I thought that Abdo was wary of the government, I didn't call you guys, and the day before yesterday morning, I just got up and took a shower, and the door snapped open, and the NSO people barged in and said that I'm a spy for the state, and that they were going to arrest me, and I had time to wear a pair of pants and run away. I only had time to put on a pair of pants and ran away. These clothes were stolen on the way to get rid of them. I didn't come to you guys because the NSO has a way to lock my location. The explanation was reasonable enough to keep without killing. This guy is probably a pseudo-human. Can I leave it to you? Lin Green glanced at Chen Xingyuan. Go ahead, leave it to me. No way. The red-clad figure suddenly stormed off, teeth and claws flailing, his hood falling off in his madness, allowing the two to see his face and suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. The Mazelf doesn't look like a silver class. Under the hood, there was nothing but a mouth. The entire head was like a primitive meatball. No eyes, no ears, no nose. His mouth was wide open and twisted, and he hissed beast-like at Chen Xingyuan and Lin Green. Stay. Lin Green and Chen Xingyuan exchanged a glance. The latter tore a spatial crack behind Lin Green. The former snapped his fingers with one hand in his pocket and leaned back. Snap. The crisp sound of ringing fingers echoed through the starlight. Garner. Stay. Pust. Chen Xingyuan strolled idly, the purple mangosteen in his hand transforming into a lightsaber piercing through the red-robed man's wide-open mouth, his lazy eyes glancing at the stuttering red-robed monster. So noisy, it's not good to disturb the people. The red blood exploded in the air like a bursting star, blossoming red fire in the gloom, and the tremendous power cleared out all the pseudo-men, while the corridor passage began to collapse. Shin Mai didn't hesitate. He carried Abdo on his back and bended his knees to catapult out. Roar! The collapsed rubble was toppled, and the pseudo-humans that had been raised to a pulp stood up once more, growing in number and splitting like starfish as they raised their hideous heads, some without eyes, some with multiple mouths, some without arms, and some with oddly long limbs. An army of monsters assembled in sickening roars and laughter. They cried and laughed as they crushed towards Shin Mai. Grass. I don't want to deal with pseudo-humans again in this life. Shin Mai cursed angrily. His feet didn't dare to slow down, gritting his teeth and overdrawing himself in exchange for speed. It was a pity that they had long been surrounded. Bro, dude tried his best. Shin Mai shook his head at the unconscious Abdo, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Horse, even if you die, you have to pull a few cushions. Shin Mai raised his Tian Songyun sword, the biting cold light mirroring the scarlet in the eyes of the pseudo-man. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and squeezed out his spiritual energy to clear a blank area. A bit of a mess, old cousin. A voice resounded in the air, and Shin Mai looked up as a white-haired teenager stood in the void, revealing a wince-inducing smile at him. What brings you here? I came over after I finished with my side. Lin Green pouted at the army of pseudo-humans filling in the gaps. What's up? It's a long story. These guys are very difficult to deal with. They can't be killed. Kill one and split two. Cut into as many pieces and split as many pieces, just like earthworms. Lin Green's eyes glanced at the hissing army of pseudo-humans. That's disgusting. He waved his hand at Shin Mai and Abdo, and the two of them were held up by an invisible force and flew into midair. Seeing that their targets were about to fly away, the pseudo-people hissed even louder and piled up like zombies into small mountains to climb up high, trying to catch Shin Mai and Abdo. It's really getting more and more oozy the more I see it. A bit of firelight suddenly lit up in the darkness of the night, falling sporadically into the hissing pile of pseudo-men. Boom! Lin Green hooked his finger upward. The fire of stars exploded in the middle of the pseudo-people, just like the stars in the night sky, suddenly transforming into a blazing sun that lit up the starry sky. The fire surged up, falling on the pseudo-people and blossoming into a blaze of fire. They hissed, they roared, they agonized, they howled. In response, the white-haired boy simply watched the burning feast with interest, inhaling the pungent smell of roasting meat into his nostrils. Well, it doesn't smell good, like the smell of burning plastic. The fire spread slowly and soon covered the entire ground floor of the NSO building with pseudo-human material, extending yellow and red tongues of fire upward.
Jutsu Shunzo turned pale.
The lime-green ball of energy kept enlarging at the teenager's fingertips, and the terrifying traction attracted everything around him: flowers, plants, trees, ugly pseudo-humans, broken walls. Everything was churned up by the powerful suction before it kept growing bigger and bigger. Lin Green's hand held on the yi pail, through the air, pulling it to turn 360 degrees. The base of the building was finished being pulled by the yi pail. The base is both destroyed, the building will fall, representing the majesty and security of the NSO building collapsed, making a rumbling sound, playing the real music in the distorted black night. Everything was finished being attracted by Pale, and the NSO's London headquarters, which had stood for hundreds of years, was transformed into an empty, deep pit, with all matter vanishing into thin air. Lin Green's complexion was austere, the way of Taiji jumped between his palms, propelling the astonishingly powerful Sun towards the red-clothed figure in the square in the distance and crushing it. The green-colored light intersected with the starlight, crushing the red-clothed monster that had lost its mind. Lin Green took one last look at the NSO ruins, his azure-colored pupils filled with mockery and snickers.
What's the difference between the NSO, which has rotted to the bone, and the way it's collapsing now? Chapter 120, Hope and Courage. London Express, at 9 o'clock yesterday evening, NSO London headquarters suffered an attack. The attackers dealt a devastating blow to the NSO building, but fortunately there were no deaths. According to the investigation, the attackers came from China, and they were the 4 god levels who awakened last year. On the crowded square, the electronic screen was urgently broadcasting yesterday's battle, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. These years NSO is more and more unable. Even the little cubs that have been awakened for less than a year can make them handicapped. Haven't you heard? The Plymouth side is already a monster's paradise, and NSO doesn't even come forward to report it. Maybe NSO has been overrun by those monsters too. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. In the crowd, James held up his arm, which had been planted back, and furiously tried to pull out the person he had just denigrated to teach him a lesson, but was pulled back by his father. Father, why? They were right. The man gave his son a faint look. But, James, you're too quick for your own good. James didn't say anything and bowed his head in shame. How did it feel to fight with Chen Dao Moist and Bai Yushi last night? James didn't say anything and lowered his head grimly. No matter what, a loss was a loss. God level will always be the strongest genius on the human side, but there is also a gap between them. You, a Dao King, lost to 2 Dao Dans. Is it because their talent is stronger than yours? The man didn't bother to look at James, he just stared quietly at the electronic screen that was playing the morning newspaper. Not really, they aren't geniuses like Lin Lu, in the same talent situation. You are 2 ranks higher than them yet you lost, it's just because you're too stupid. Conceit and arrogance are the best words to describe you. Lin Green didn't wake you up, you feel that you just aren't as good as Lin Green. Then what about Chen Daoyu and Bai Yushi? Only by holding a smooth mind can you embrace your truest self. The man untied and touched his neck, there was a pendant there, he pulled hard and the metal pendant was just clutched in his hand. This was left to me by your grandfather, he told me that it was a symbol of courage, but I didn't do it. The reason why I'm stuck at the peak of the Dao Emperor and can't survive is because I have a sense of fear of Lin Xian. That's why I wanted to do everything I could to train you, so that you wouldn't become like me. Disappointment flashed across his face. Now it seems that I have failed as an educator as well. Perhaps my life is such a failure. Father, please don't say that. Son, James flinched. He hadn't heard a man address himself that way for as long as he could remember. Now, this pendant I pass on to you. James froze and accepted the pendant. The metal pendant shimmered golden in the sunlight, like the living sun. James Hope, our last name is a portmanteau of hope. The sun is great because it illuminates even the dust and gives hope to everything in the world. Remember, when the body reaches its limit, the will lead you to kill. James finally responded. He looked into the man's eyes. They were a pair of blue eyes that didn't have the vastness of the sky, but had the tolerance of the sea. From now on, I'm going to do what I have to do, and you have your own things to do, don't you? You're going to fight those monsters? The man smiled, rubbing James' head like a loving father. My name is Kareth Hopper, with courage as my first name and hope as my last name, and since the way forward is cut off, I will open another way forward for this country. It is my choice after years of silence. For a long moment, James gripped the pendant in his hand as he looked into Carather's eyes. I understand, father. Good boy. Carather's turned to leave, not bothering to say another word to James, and as he watched his father's back, James' throat rolled, but he eventually firmed up and turned to walk in the opposite direction from his father. It was only last night that he had gotten a good look at the sickening gray torrent that poured down from that building, and the sardonic laughter of the monsters had not only resonated through the night sky, it had crushed his heart in equal measure. The pride he had always enshrined, the NSO agent status he had always been proud of was silently shattered in the silent darkness. His beliefs, his dreams suddenly collapsed at that moment. If this is what makes NSO real, James took a deep breath and patted the cadre uniform in his bag, then I can make up NSO all by myself.
A molded hot melt sealed a few strands of white hair, and Karras took it out of his pocket, examining it for a few seconds before putting it back in his pocket. You are that man's son, and I believe in you as much as I ever did.
Williams Company.
Smith Williams stood in front of the office's massive one-way glass overlooking Hammock Street at his feet, his hands behind his back and the morning paper playing on his cell phone. Oh? His brow slowly stretched. That's more than I expected.
Knock knock.
There was a knock on the door of the room. Smith was still overlooking the view below. Enter. The door to the office was opened and John William walked cautiously into the room, covering his ass.
Father, you wanted to see me? There's a question I want to ask you. Smith turned back to John, the latter instantly tensed. Lin Green was aware of his identity. Would he pass the message to Smith? Today's morning paper, you read it, right? Is it about Lin Green and the four of them invading NSO's London headquarters? That's right. Do you think we should cooperate with them? John froze, not understanding what Smith meant. Father, they've proven their ability and worth. Why not work with them to get rid of the false man side? They also arranged for someone to be in the NSO. After this incident, the news of the pseudo people is afraid that it can't be hidden. It's easy to follow the vine to check on our heads. Smith's eyes were grim. If we want to completely draw the line with the pseudo people, a party to completely draw a line, I'm afraid that the price to pay than imagined is even greater, and even our 100 years of foundation destroyed is not impossible. We cooperate with the pseudo people is not just for the glory and wealth. Since the glory and wealth is no longer there, then why do we want to lift the cooperation? You are thinking of going down one road? Well, in that case, I'll be a little more greedy. Do you have any ideas?
John shook his head. No, I support Father's idea.
Good, then go ahead.
John left suspiciously, his eyes filled with intense doubt.
Since when did Smith William consult with him about such things?
After John left, Smith stood in place with his head bowed for a long time until the office door snapped open.
Chairman, here's what you asked for.
A few strands of hair lying inside a transparent test tube were handed to Smith by the visitor.
Smith took the test tube and waved the man out. Snap.
The door was closed. Smith stood in place for a long time, making sure the man had gone, then pulled open a desk drawer and pulled out a palm-sized instrument.
With trembling fingers he opened the test tube and inside was John Williams' hair.
The strands of black hair fell lightly into the small box-like instrument and Smith apprehensively pressed the switch.
Don't be positive, don't be positive, don't be positive.
Even though he already knew the results, Smith was willing to believe that there was an almost zero chance that as long as it wasn't positive, it meant that John William wasn't a hypocrite. The indicator light came on and Smith nervously opened his eyes aslit.
Negative. Chapter 121 The Eve. Ooh, is this the golden house you've been hiding in for days?
Looking at the large pit that could be said to have been plowed out of the ground, Lin Green pointed at the thing and looked at Chen Xingyuan. I shoot one shot and change places. They have the ability to track my location. I don't know why.
Chen Xingyuan shrugged.
Lin Green looked at the deep pit and began to ponder, scratching his face with his hand from time to time.
What are you thinking about? A Buto poked Lin Green in the ribs. Ugh, hey. Don't you tickle me.
Bayushi, who was standing quietly on the sidelines, suddenly glowed with both eyes. It turned out that Lin Puppy was afraid of tickling. Abdo retracted his hand with a bemused look on his face, while Lin Green took a half step to the side to get away from Abdo. I was thinking, last night made such a big mess up, not to mention the Sunset government, but as far as the domain of omniscient Queen Elizabeth can surely know it, right? And as a result, until now she did not say anything. Is it tacitly recognized, or cannot do anything about it? You guys don't have much of a concept of the cultivation system right now. Chen Xingyuan crossed his arms and exhaled. Do you know the cultivation system in the world nowadays?
Isn't it God Progenitor Awakening?
Lin Green looked at Chen Xingyuan curiously. No, God Prodigy is the mainstream, but there are many other cultivation paths as well. Bayushi shook her head. As a reborn person, she had still been exposed to many things. Such as? Lin Green raised her eyebrows. The wizard system is prevalent right at the sunset coordinates in a secret realm called Guaz. This system has no cultivation realm. The more magical spells they master, the stronger they are. Accordingly, most of their physical bodies are so weak that ordinary gun bullets are enough to kill them.
I lolu Harry Potter.
Queen Elizabeth's cultivation system is different from ours. She is not walking in the God Pro system. Chen Xingyuan rubbed his sore neck, always feeling his neck rising in the past 2 days.
Not the divine prosperity system or the divine system?
Lin Green made a cheap remark in passing.
Believe in themselves to gain power, alias the belief system.
You know quite a lot. Chen Xingyuan was a bit surprised. This information is basically something that can only be accessed in the abyss. The root of the belief system is the field of belief. As long as there are objects within the field that believe in themselves, the more the number of people, the stronger the systemizer is, because the limitations are too great, so it is discarded. No wonder, Lin Green nodded, a domain that can cover an entire country. The divine prosperity system has one major drawback, and that is that the further back you go, the more difficult it becomes, and the realm of the Daopole, Chen Xingyuan paused, is practically a pie in the sky. Then in that case, this what's-his-name belief system doesn't have such a drawback. Then why don't they all take this path?
It's unstable. Bayushi shot her boyfriend a glance with a retarded look. What if everyone who believes in you dies?
Indeed, wouldn't you blow up then, child? The human race has rules restricting all those who have impacted the Tao pole, no matter what system, all have failed, as if there is a pair of big hands in the underworld cutting off the road ahead. Lin Green frowned slightly, then so, grandfather impact Tao pole is afraid not. And the old man was out of the gate at that time of the new year, it is estimated to have failed. So these 2 days we live here? Chen Daomois looked at the pit of earth spine cold. From childhood pampered he has never been so lousy. How to drop, by the time the NSO side to come to the people to give them all slaughtered exempted from digging the pit, right?
That's not true.
Receiving Lin Green's assurance, young Master Chen revealed a bright smile. The NSO search is tight, we have to change places often. Today we'll make do in this pit for now, tomorrow we'll change places and dig a new pit.
Nima, are you a gopher, so fond of holes? Guys, I still want to go to Plymouth.
Then you'll just have to go by yourself. Lin Green shrugged. I'm sorry for getting you all involved in such a fiasco. Abdo bowed deeply to the five. I'm really sorry. Lin Green, on the other hand, was unconcerned and walked forward to help Abdo up. Come on, it's all in this state, so let's not worry about what's right or wrong. Then I'll take my first step. By the way, Abdo hesitated. James Hopper, he's not a bad person, he just trusts NSO too much. Alright, don't worry about the others, I'll let Lou give you a ride. The end of the road appeared in the void, his finger pointing at the space tearing open a crack.
Thanks. Abdo stepped among them.
The spatial rift closed. Lin Green only felt prickly and scratchy, as if something bad was going to happen. The six eyes were transmitting inexplicable anger-like emotions since yesterday, as if an emperor sitting on the throne saw a yellow robe that counterfeited his own. There was a sense of predestined menace.
Was another six eyes about to be born?
Lin Green thought so. Dimly lit corridors, a red dress stepped noiselessly through the tidal wave of darkness, one step at a time, towards the deepest depths of the specter.
Snap!
The light bulb overhead popped. Ugh, it's annoying to have to change the bulb again. The red-clothed figure took off his hood, revealing his complete features, 2 eyes, 1 black and 1 gold, evil and abnormal. This waste of a man, Li Changyan, he can't even do this well even after explaining this to him. I hope that he can be of some use after he is promoted to Dao Day Emperor. Red Clothes walked to a huge deep pit and bent down to look at the fishy-smelling cement that was slowly flowing like oil. But you are indeed a genius to think of experimenting on the maniforms and end up creating something as interesting as this. Originally provided a bit of body tissue to create one for me to play with myself, but it turned out to be a useless stump. Red reached out her palm, a gray claw that was the polar opposite of that warm face hanging above the concrete pool. Click! The claw clenched hard and there was a crunching sound from within, followed by uncountable colorful butterflies flying out from the palm, skimming upwards over the concrete pool before disappearing. In the deep darkness, a few solid white hairs floated down into the concrete pool. The cement pool began to boil, with cement constantly bursting out towards the outside, and the red-clothed figure squatted down, holding his face in his paws as he looked towards the pool, his eyes filled with intense interest. After an unknown amount of time, the boiling of the cement pool slowed down, and then slowly smoothed out. Wow! A hand burrowed through the thick concrete and snapped on the edge of the pool. It was also at this time that the red-clothed figure narrowed his eyes, sensing a great threat, and his body transformed into a fluttering colorful butterfly, appearing at the end of the corridor in a psychedelic state.
Can a mere fake bring me such a sense of crisis?
At the end of the view, a naked figure climbed out of a concrete pool, and he stood at the edge of the pool, blinking his azure eyes in disbelief.
Oh! The red-clad figure was interested again.
Put! The man fell backward into the pool as if he'd been hit by something hard, and came back up about a minute later. Soft white hair stood out in the darkness, and he covered his left eye in pain as the hand moved away, the original blue eye losing its luster and turning a lifeless gray.
In the darkness, only a little bit of blue shone. I am blind in one eye.
He spoke. The red-clad figure strides forward to the man's face, peering curiously into his eyes. Who are you?
I.
A deep confusion flashed in the man's only eye, then a sea of information flashed through his mind and he fell to his knees in agony, covering his head. Even with only one of the 6 eyes left, the ability to process information was enough to put anything else to shame. After half a second, he stood up, a faint blue light flickering in his blinded gray eye.
I'm Lin Green.
Chapter 122, a repeat of a strange tactic. Hammock Street, a Chinese restaurant with a lukewarm business was closed, and through the glass door a young girl could clearly be seen lying on the table and wiping it attentively. Thud! The door was pushed open. Welcome! The young girl looked up at the door, but suddenly froze. Ms. Meng, a black uniformed cadre stepped forward. Someone has reported that you are connected to the thugs who attacked the NSO headquarters the other day. Please also come with us.
Meng Yu first ruffled the broken hair in front of her forehead. Have you guys gotten something wrong?
Ms. Meng, the officer was a bit displeased. We're just giving you notice. Whether or not you're mistaken, follow us and the top will decide.
What's with all the nonsense? A man walked out from the back, lazily looking at Meng Yu Xian. If Qin Xingyuan was here, he would definitely rush forward to fight with him. Python. My lord. The dryad bowed respectfully to Python. Take her away.
Python waved his hand, and the rest of the cadres rose up in a flurry of activity, restraining Manhwa Xian without explanation, pushing and shoving her toward the outside of the restaurant.
Xian.
An old crone hobbled out from the back kitchen side. You guys let go of Xian.
There must be some misunderstanding.
Manhwa Xian stopped resisting when she saw the old woman. Grandma, it's fine, you go back first, I'm just going to the NSO side to be questioned, I'll be back in a while. Really? Python curled his mouth and ordered 2 or 3 of his cadres, smash this place up for me.
My lord, that's not very nice, is it? What are you doing?
Python impatiently pulled out his ears. Just do what you're told to do, can't you hear me? Report to the public and say that Meng Yu first sustained resistance and was forced to do what he had to do.
Yes.
The 3 cadres broke away from the team, ignoring Manhwa Xian and the old lady's obstruction, smashed the store to pieces, and finally led Manhwa Xian away, leaving the old lady paralyzed on the ground, crying and screaming. Python stood in the ruins of the store, his finger pointing at his temple.
Chen Daomoist, let's see the difference between you and Chen Xingyuan, shall we? This is the restaurant, the Chinese food, this is called authentic.
Chen Daomoist walked backward while giving a thumbs up to Lin Green and the others.
Now that we're wanted nationwide, you lead us to waltz in for dinner, are you a human being? The little girl in this store can rest assured, Chinese. Old Chen, this store is almost demolished, what to eat? Shimai looked at the little cutie with a gaze at Chen Daomoist.
Chen Daomoist's brain popped up a few question marks. He turned back violently, found that the original cozy bright Chinese restaurant was in a mess, full of glass residue. The original rickety wooden table fell down. The girl on the wall carefully decorated trinkets were also smashed to pieces. The girl's carefully decorated trinkets on the wall were also smashed to pieces. Who the did this? Chen Daomoist flashed into a piece of rubble and heard some sobbing behind the hill of stacked tables and corners. He peeled back the hill and found an old woman sitting paralyzed on the ground, constantly wiping her tears with her sleeve.
Why? We've never done anything to hurt the world, why are you doing this to us? Chen Daomu froze for a moment, he slowly came over to the old lady's side. Grandma, what happened here?
The old lady was startled. When she turned her face to see a fully covered person squatting beside her, she subconsciously felt that it was someone from the NSO. She grabbed the wooden stick beside her and hit it towards Chen Daozhu.
It's you guys again, it's not enough to capture you as Xian, you have to come over to me. Chen Daomu was beaten up, but he still captured the key information. Wait a minute grandma, I'm a Chinese. He yanked his mask and hat off. A typical oriental face looked at the old lady and asked anxiously, Menu was taken first?
The old lady saw that it was a Chinese man in front of her and breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly realized that this man was one of the 5 wanted men.
It's all you. It's because of you that Yu Xian was captured. It's all you.
The old lady lost her strength and bawled. Yu Xian's life is hard. He lost his parents when he was young, dropped out of school to open a Chinese restaurant to support me as a useless grandmother, and also provided free meals to the homeless and those who couldn't afford to eat. Why didn't such a kind-hearted person have good karma? Chen Daoyu anxiously held the old lady, not caring about manners. Grandma, you tell me, what happened to Manhwa Xian? I can go and save her. The old lady mumbled for a moment and told them the story one by one. There was a man with a scar on his neck. The old woman pointed to where the artery in her neck was, right here, a very long, deep scar.
What did you say? Chen Xingyuan flashed to the old woman's side, his eyes glowing with a red light that would choose a man. He grabbed the old woman, his breathing getting heavier and heavier. Did that man have the face of an Indo-Chinese man? The old lady was shocked and stammered, unable to speak. Speak! Uncle Yuan. Chen Daomu pulled Chen Xingyuan. Don't be in a hurry, what's going on?
Chen Xingyuan did not say anything, letting Chen Daoyu pull him, his eyes staring straight at the old lady.
Yes. Yes.
The old lady trembled and nodded her head.
Chen Xingyuan didn't move. Chen Daomu shook him. What's wrong, Uncle Yuan? Chen Xingyuan's throat rolled, then he laughed out loud.
After laughing for a while, he suddenly calmed down, his eyes deep and profound. I've been searching for him for a year, but I didn't expect to run into him here. Since that's the case, let's stay here completely. Lin Green silently walked over. What's wrong, uncle?
Chen Xingyuan's eyes glittered. That person is one of the murderers of your aunt.
The surroundings suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Chen Xingyuan, who slowly raised his head to look at Chen Daozhu.
What is the relationship between the person who was taken and you?
I hoard out 2 meals here for nothing and took care of some trouble for her. Go save her, I can't let the tragedy happen again.
Sasha.
A familiar light screen appeared in front of Chen Daomoist, and a line of small characters floated on the light screen.
Mr. Chen Daoyu, we want to play a game with you.
Tonight at 8 o'clock, come to the clock tower alone, remember, alone.
If you win, Meng Yu will pay you back first. If you lose or don't show up or someone else shows up, hey, Meng Yu will die first. Do you want to play? What a joke.
Chen Daomu punched the light screen, but his fist went straight through it, and the blue screen only rippled slightly. Looking at this familiar trick, a nameless rage burned up from Chen Xingyuan's chest as he walked over to the light screen.
Roll out. No one responded.
Lin Green took a step forward, and Six Eyes was keenly aware of the movement behind him as he jerked his head back and stretched out a hand into the void behind him. A strong line green light suddenly erupted, tearing the infinite traction around Lin Green. Bayushi took a step forward, the legend of Huaxia appeared between his palms with a chilling light, the field unfolded and collapsed, transforming into a field Zhangyan to break the sudden sun. She looked to Lin Green, who shook her head. In the sky of dust, a bit of blue light flickered faintly, then slowly stepped out through the smoke. Fake, right? Bayushi looked at the bit of blue light and then at Lin Green. Fake Lin Green stepped out of the dust, he was wearing an NSO uniform and his white hair was fluttering in the wind. Imposter, he looked over at Lin Green, go to hell. He stretched out his hand to form the Emperor's hand seal, and two eyes, one gray and one blue, erupted with light. Domain unfolding infinite empty place. Chapter 123 The First Encounter. The pitch-black domain suddenly unfolded, azure blue and pale white became the dominant colors of the entire space. Chen Daomoist and the others did not react, only Qinxing Yuan catapulted out towards pseudo-forest green the moment the domain opened, summoning the purple mansion star to slam his fist into the void. Lin Green the second to react, he subconsciously will be beside Bayushi in his arms. The young girl was shocked, looked up at the pair of blue eyes. White-haired teenager did not go to look at Bayushi, two hands sealing in the circumference of the formation of a stream of air. Nuing stream simple domain. Pseudo Lin Green faced Chen Xingyuan's punch without dodging or avoiding it. Under the effect of the no lower limit technique, even Chen Xingyuan, who was at the peak of the Dao King, couldn't easily break Pseudo Lin Green's defense. Pseudo Lin Green stared blankly at the white-haired girl in Lin Green's arms. In the next moment, the just-formed, infinite empty place disintegrated and shattered itself. It can't. Heard whispering Brook. He muttered, then looked at Bayushi. Yushi, come back. That guy, it's a fake. Bayushi looked at Lin Green, who frowned. How does this pseudo-person look naive? But this guy himself disarmed the field, so that means he fell into the spell meltdown. This opportunity, if not to beat him, when to beat? Lin Green bounced out and delivered a punch aimed at Pseudo Lin Green's chest. Pseudo Lin Green caught it head-on. Taiji Cloud Hands unloaded most of its force, and an avalanche force was poured out against Lin Green. Unfortunately, it couldn't touch. Pseudo Lin Green's eyes stared, raging light erupted from between his palms, a green-colored ball of light was cupped in his hands, and he slapped it at Lin Green despite the distance. Heaven rank low-level martial arts, green light explosion. The violet explosion shattered everything around them. The aftermath of the explosion sent the closest Chen Xingyuan and Bayushi flying. Chen Daoyu, who was a little farther away, protected the old lady, and Qin Muyi blocked in front of them, summoning the Tian Songyun sword to use the conceptual property of nothing can be cut to cut the semicircular wave of cyan light out of a safe zone. The power of this strike is, in a way, more powerful than Sang. Buzzing. A dozen helicopters whistled and hung in the air, a rope hung down, heavily armed NSO cadres jumped down with the help of the rope. They guarded beside the pseudo-forest green, who was half kneeling on the ground, like a deadly guardian. Lin Green climbed up from the ground, both arms have been bloody, just ignored the surrounding damage of the green light explosion will be his infinite stirred to pieces. In the core of the area of him and the pseudo Lin Green are subject to varying degrees of damage. This trick he also know, just too much power uncontrollable never used, did not expect to see the first time is to blow himself up. False Forest Green stepped forward, hypocrisy, it must be eradicated. He unzipped his combat suit, his black helmet fading into flames, one hand and fingers as a gun pointing from his temple at Lin Green. The NSO cadre behind him raised their firearms with Shinrin on guard and leaned over him towards Lin Green. Snapping. The NSO cadre stepped closer as Bayushi stood up from the rubble. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and raised the Chinese legend. Lin Green raised her bloody palm and waved her hand at Bayushi, signaling her not to come over. Bayushi looked at the palm with heartache in her eyes. Lin LV. You guys go join the game to save people at night, leave this place to me. But Chen Xingyuan grabbed Bayushi's arm. This isn't the time to care for each other. Since you take him as your backbone, then unconditionally carry out all his orders and trust him. Bayushi gave Lin Green a deep look and turned to leave with Chen Daoyu and the others under Chen Xingyuan's leadership. Stop them. Someone among the cadres shouted as the sniper on the rooftop aimed at Bayushi's head. Boom. The sniper's head instantly exploded. False Forest Green compared her finger to her lips. Do not hurt her. In the midst of a clamor, Smith William blended into the crowd and couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the two Forest Greens. They had actually created pseudo-humans of Lin Green. His pupils contracted when he saw that the NSOs were actually taking orders from a pseudo-human. Originally, he thought that they, William Corporation, were the dominant ones, but now it seemed that they were just a bigger grasshopper. Even the NSO took orders from a pseudo-person, so if he broke off the cooperation rashly, they would most likely send out their cadres to erase the William family in order to keep the secret. You have no way back. The pseudo looked at Lin Green. Is there? Lin Green smiled, I don't think so. A large ball of cyan energy accompanied by suction instantly attacked the NSO, while pseudo Lin Green assumed the pale, starting stance. Jutsu Shun turned pale. The two, pale, suddenly exploded the moment they touched each other. More than twice as strong suction drew everything around them in, setting off an endless gale. Space gradually distorted at the point of contact between the two, pale. Everything around them gradually began to collapse, and the emptiness also showed signs of instability. Under the scope of influence, the two forest green feet did not falter. They quietly looked at each other, letting the gale suck and tear their clothes. 2 points of blue wands and 1 point of blue wands relative to each other.
Did this guy recover that fast from his jutsu fusion?
Lin Green's face clouded over. His injuries were definitely not as easy as they appeared to be, and with such severe injuries, could he still guarantee that Sun would have such output?
Pseudo Lin Green was also bloomy. Not ashamed of me.
The gusts of wind dispersed, and many of the NSO cadres who had gone ahead were sucked and ripped in and squeezed into patties of meat, while Pseudo Lin Green glanced at the pate with an expressionless face and continued to stare at Lin Green. A red dress stood at the edge of the sky, its heterochromatic pupils staring in astonishment at Hammock Street, which was reduced to rubble.
To actually be able to have such destructive power? You're the imposter, aren't you?
Lin Green pointed at her own eyes. See, this is the genuine is 6 eyes.
That one of yours is a fake.
Fake Forest Green lifted his only eye, expressionless. After you die, my 6 eyes will naturally return.
Then I'm afraid I've disappointed you.
The two figures erupted at the same moment, crashing towards each other. Neither of the two who possessed the infinity could touch each other. The air squeezed together, the density increasing infinitely, and then, the two, pale, erupted at the same time, pulling each other's infinity out of the way, exposing the protected person to the space. The two green-colored energy bullets condensed once again. The green light exploded. The two smoking figures were catapulted to opposite positions, and the moment Lin Green landed on the ground a sea of fire was set off, and a dozen ice dragons soared in the sea of fire, both annihilating. Not playing with you anymore, imposter. Lin Green gave Pseudo Lin Green the middle finger, Ghana. After saying that, he activated, pale, and started to run away.
False Forest Green. No, why are you so shameless? Didn't you just have a passionate fight? Why did you just run away? Where's your dignity and reputation, buddy?
Why are you so selfish?
Yuck. In the crowd, James lowers the brim of his hat and turns away.
It didn't look like he needed his help.
Fake human Forest Green? Kind of interesting.
Above the sky, the red-clad figure glanced at James, the corners of his mouth hooked up.
This guy. Forget it, leave it to those human headaches, I'll just have fun on my own.
Chapter 124, James joins the league. Joking, who the hell in you fight, a bunch of backup behind you not to mention, just a feel I must also run. The end of the instantaneous transfer of Lin Green staggered against the wall of the alley. The sky is cloudy. The original suitable weather also inexplicably began to become cold. Lin Green at this moment incomparable curiosity, although before some mental preparation, think the other party may create his pseudo-human, but the other party has a field he really did not expect, even he does not have, at most it is a tent and simple field.
What the hell, the pseudo-human can still evolve by himself, right?
Ever since he had asked the principal for advice on reversal techniques, Lin Green had temporarily given up on the relevant drilling, and when he had asked Oyashiro in the world of consciousness, the other party had said, just swoosh like this, then swoosh like that, let the spirit power whoosh to that point, then take advantage of the backswing to control the spirit power to barf like this.
I'm gonna you up.
Summing up all the above reasons, Lin Green temporarily gave up on the research of the reversal jutsu and attacked the boundary jutsu instead.
The result? Hey, he can't figure this one out.
What kind of miscellaneous net world this world that world, the only one who silently crumbled was Lin Green. In the end, he only studied through the account and the new current related things. He could only say that he had a long way to go to become stronger. I had thought that creating his own pseudo-man to come was just as resourceful as he could be to do it for him. Who would have thought that when that bastard met him he would be an infinite empty place, and if it wasn't for the fact that Bayushi was still there, his simple domain wouldn't have lasted more than a few moments before it would have shattered.
The reason why he started a fight was to cover Bayushi and the others to leave, and secondly, he wanted to feel the bottom of that pseudo-person again, although that guy's 6 eyes were only half, but he even pounded out the domain, in case he sneaked up on him and gave him a imaginary-style common Gromwell, wouldn't he have blown up? As of now, it seems that the other party is stuck in the same, pale, stage as himself. Phew, now that it's been created, we'll just have to find a way to finish him off. The famous manga artist I've said that the best way to deal with a closed field was to use an open field. So, to deal with pseudo Lin Green, the open field was vital. At this moment, Lin Green wanted to curse his mother, not to mention the open field. He didn't know how to close the field either. How could he paint without a canvas? Lin Green didn't know how to paint. Seconds out, next.
Lin Green leaned against the wall, gritted his teeth and peeled off the broken clothes. His chest had long been bloody, the clothes and blood fused together and stuck to one piece. If he insisted on taking off the clothes, I'm afraid that he would have to lose a piece of meat. Forget it, real men have no fear of injury.
Stabbing.
Drilling sharp pain straight into the bone marrow, Lin Lu sucked in a mouthful of cool air, pain in the head to rely on the wall grimacing. Lin Lu took a deep breath by adjusting the breathing to reduce the pain, and then clenched his teeth, only to hear a few sounds of stabbing. Another piece of clothing sticking with a large area of flesh and blood was torn off. Finally, Lin Lu upper body naked, body has no piece of good meat. He trembled from the ring to take out a drop of Mo Shangpool water point in the center of the eyebrow. The horror of the injury to the naked eye, visible speed, rapidly regeneration, muscle tissue growth brought itch and pain is not at all than just tear off the pain of blood and flesh. Small, Lin Lu Zila inhalation, hard to hold back, did not scream out.
Unexpectedly, you are still a man.
In the shadows, a silhouette slowly walked out.
Lin Green didn't turn around to look as he moved his newly grown arm. A defeated man?
James Hopper's eyebrows raised, and although his heart was annoyed at Lin Green's name-calling, he managed to control his emotions.
I witnessed the entire battle just now. What do you think? Do you think I'm much better than you? James' forehead jumped up in veins. Why was this kid talking so angry?
You are indeed strong. James calmed himself and slowly stated the facts. Far above me, but I will try to surpass you.
Is that what you came here to say? Nima. I want to join you. Oh? Lin Green became interested. You want to betray your country?
James looked over to another section of the alley, where he could look out over the rolling smoke billowing skyward from Hammock Street.
Is a sunset like this really a real sunset? Isn't this the country you fought so hard to protect?
Lin Green tilted his head to the sky in mockery. I see, now that both the country and the NSO are rotten to the bone, I'm going to save this country, and in my way. The god of thievery shimmered as it appeared in James' hand and was lifted slightly by him. With this power, I'm going to use this power to realize the ideal of the sunset that I have in mind.
As morbid and villainous as that sounds,
Lin Green's foot heaved on the ground, then approached James to take his hand. I like it.
Welcome to the real world.
Drizzly rain swept down and dense clouds blotted out the sun, but for the moment, courage descended on earth and hope shone brightly.
Huaxia, Yanjing. The State Council. The situation is getting more and more serious. I'm afraid that the situation in Sunset now is not something that those kids can meddle with. Are you still not acting?
Zhuge Hongtu paced back and forth anxiously. He looked over to Zhou Ming, who was sitting in his seat leisurely sipping tea. He quickly walked over and slapped his cup over.
Zhou Fate?
What's the rush? Zhou Life gave Zhuge Hongtu a salty look, heartily picking up his own cup, walking to the door and picking up a broom to start cleaning. Trust them, those kids can handle it. Besides, Qin Xing Yuan and Lu Duodu are following them. The Dao Day isn't coming out. He can't afford to make much of a fuss.
What if a Dao Day comes out? Prepare to collect their corpses. What else can we do? Zhou Life, I'm on my way.
Where did you get such a big fire? Zhou Life helplessly kicked Zhuge Hongtu through the air. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Elizabeth is there after all.
Zhuge Hongtu covered his butt and stood up. But isn't she asleep? You're also underestimating her too much. Don't forget that she's from the same period as me and Lin Linyu. We've all led over the top Dao emperors of the foreign races together. Can there be a small means to cure her?
And La, everything is under her control, there's no problem.
What if it's not? Then it won't blow up. So I'm not blowing up?
Learning that Huaxia hadn't acted yet, Lin Green felt bad about his entire being.
God grandfather, aren't you afraid that you'll be happily sipping tea in your office, and suddenly the corpse of your own god grandson will be shipped over to you?
Thinking of this, Lin Green had a headache. In case Queen Elizabeth really can't make it, then I guess he can't make it either. It's not the time to talk about this yet, let's settle the matter at hand first. James stood on the rooftop with Lin Green, letting the drizzling rain sprinkle on his body and drench his shoulders. He looked at the huge clock tower in the distance, listening to the long bells scattered in the raindrops. Are you sure you don't want to go to find them for the rendezvous? The other party asked Chen Dalmoist to go by himself, so why would I go?
Then why don't you go over there?
Not so much. Lin Green nodded slightly, his eyes flickering with a different color, uncertain. Since I'm not allowed to go, then no one else should damn well go. Under the Dao Emperor, whoever comes I'll give their head a spin down. Chapter 125, The God of Thievery's Lin Green usage. So? What are you dragging me over for? Why are you dragging me over when you can take care of those people yourself? James looked at Lin Green in disbelief. He felt that if he was allowed to hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity, the probability of getting the people saved could be greatly increased. Indeed, James, who possessed the god of thievery, was in a way not suitable for frontal combat at all. Hiding in the shadows and stealing a waist and half of someone's head as he went along was much more of a free-for-all. You assassin have to be just with the warrior. Lin Green pestled her face with her hand and looked at James. Because you have more important things to do. Like what? If I make a move, that pseudo of mine is sure to come looking for me, and when I break him infinitely, you hide away and I'll give you the sign and you'll steal his loins.
James? Are you that tough?
Why did I have to steal the waist when I could have just stolen his heart, head, etc.? Stealing his bull is fine, a small head is still a head.
Little man.
Up to this point in the contact, those two words were the best words James could use to describe Lin Green. How nice to kill a person with one blow, and then steal a person's waist to steal a person's cow. Buddy, you're perverted off? James, let me ask you, a man can't be without a backbone, so what's the most important thing for a man?
Backbone? Be firm. Bone up.
Louder.
Bone up.
Lin Green gave James a look of disappointment. No, it's the bulla boy. You're a set look man without the bulla.
What grass, are all you Chinese people like this? Before, I've always felt that Lin Green's bottomless artistry is so in that I can't even touch it, so how can I fight this? Now it seemed that if one's ability came into Lin Green's hands, that would be the most in. Fighting and running while stealing your body parts, how the do you fight? Know why you can't kill Chendamoist? Because you are running to take his life, but this guy has a lot of life-preserving good things on his body, blocking your attacks time and time again, but you are just ignorantly grinding his times, giving him the opportunity to keep getting stronger. If you choose to steal his life preserver, steal his liver, spleen, lungs, waist, bladder, and cow, then he is not finished? Hi! James stammered half a dozen times before finally popping out the word. So kid, Lin Green put one hand on James, cozying up and pressing his whole body strength on it. Why do you have to finish people off? Take out the money from the big snipers to start Mangler. Not only can you give out guns to your teammates, but you can also hit someone 104 times to gross him out, so what's not to like? You left him 10 drops of blood far more difficult than you killed him. Is this a matter of 10 drops of blood left? You steal people's waist and steal people's bull, you are right. Fogging. James suddenly felt a blur in front of him. He reached out to touch the thin fog, but was stopped by Lin Green. Don't you think it's strange that it's fogging up on a rainy day? The fog was getting thicker and thicker, gradually obscuring the two's vision, with visibility of even less than 5 meters. This isn't right, is it? It's not right. Lin Green's eyes were unusually bright in the thick fog. We don't go looking for them, but they send themselves to the door. How about looking for death? James narrowed his eyes and let go of his senses to feel the movements around him, but the fog seemed to have the ability to shield his senses, making it impossible for him to detect the movements around him. Lin Green was not panicked, still keeping his eyes forward as they were, with a sunny stick in his mouth. If James couldn't even handle this kind of cargo, then he wouldn't need to hang around in the circle of god levels. Why bother? James sighed and casually reached out. The god of thieves shimmered a little in the fog, followed by a hot, wet sensation that traveled through his arm to his brain. It was a bloody heart. The candy stick in Lin Green's mouth moved up and down as he casually tilted his head to the side. The fog that had been so thick instantly receded, and a man in an NSO cadre uniform covered his chest and opened his mouth wide as he looked at James, his eyes full of disbelief and shock. Those eyes just met the gaze of Lin Green's eyes, the two of them just a shoulder away from each other. "Hello," said Lin Green with a devilish smile. The cadre couldn't speak, he could only open his mouth wide and let out a silent horror, then he fell to the ground with a plop and lost his voice. "Won't you put him back in his place? He's a living, breathing human being, a colleague of yours. Now everyone understands what the NSO is all about." James fired his palm to crush that heart before letting go and letting the blood mingle with the rain at his feet, letting the drizzle wash away the blood from his palm. Not disengaging is aiding and abetting the enemy, and no matter what the reason is for it, if it's not good for this country, that is my enemy. Good spunk, I like it. This failed sneak attack didn't set off any waves, just like a drop of water that blended into the sea, leaving no one to care. The still warm body lay there quietly, with its unwilling eyes wide open, buried by the bone-chilling rain. Lin Green glanced at her watch, less than 10 minutes before the appointed 8 o'clock. It's time for that stupid kid Chendamoist to make a choice. I'm really afraid that he'll be too straight and misbehave. If it were you, and someone related to you was taken as a hostage and asked you to participate in a game like this, what would you do? This depends on the person. My father, my mother, my grandfather, my god-grandfather them. Pay attention to the safety should be the robbers. She my Chendamoist they press not to care, if it's by Yushi words. Lin Green narrowed his eyes. I will make a move to give that person who created the game the whole family killed, earthworms or vertical split, and then give her a princess hug, in the world's spotlight dashing away. Dude, you're a douche, right? The love brain can actually talk without talking. I could be like that too if it was you, baby. I'll steal your bowl if you keep that up. Great. After flirting for a while, it was time to get down to business, and Lin Green took out a couple of papers from the ring and handed them to James, one of which was a black and white photo that concerned him immensely. This photo, could you investigate it for me? Lin Green now has no half-trust in Smith William, said that after showing enough value and ability to cooperate, the result, he did not know the information given to him. NSO they also blew up. The old thing does not even put a fart, just fought with the pseudo-men also vaguely in the crowd of spectators to notice the old clapper's silhouette. Want to be a wallflower? Sooner or later you'll have to suffer. How can I investigate? I don't know, it's up to you. Black and white photos, can't say they're rare anymore, it's something I've only heard about in history books. You use color printing for posthumous photos here? You're actually quite handsome when you're not talking. Just kidding, never mind. James scrutinized the picture, suddenly noticing the wall behind the 3 children. There's something wrong with the wall. What problem? James squinted his eyes, as if trying to see through the blurry pixels to get a better look at the photo. Once when Abdo was investigating the events in Saran Town, I had a couple of glances at those profiles, photos, and whatnot of him, and this wall was located in Saran Town, like that center square or something, I forget exactly. I just had a quick look at it at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. So thud. The clock tower began to chime the full hour, and the clear sound of the death knell rang out over all London, as 8 o'clock in the evening descended with demonic suddenness.
The night became deeper, and the rain intensified, crackling painfully on the face.
Rumble.
The sound of thunder rose at first, the light of thunder appeared at first, a bit of ghostly light wandered in the dark clouds, like a thunderbolt descending into the world, and the miserable white light illuminated this world full of falsehoods for a moment with all its might.
It has begun. Chapter 126, The First Pass.
The sky-shrugging bell tower.
This is where Sunset's Big Ben bell sat 400 years ago.
The invasion of foreigners not only threatened the survival of human beings, but also many historical sites were trampled by the war and turned into saddening ruins. The tower, as the landmark of sunset after Big Ben, celebrates humanity's banishment of the abyss from the stars, and is designed to remind future generations of that dark, but vaguely glimmering, period of history. And now, the mellifluous bells celebrating heroic history hammer home the alien mockery of mankind. In this hallowed bell tower, countless steps swirl up, the bells toll, and a trenchcoat slowly rises in the darkness at the bottom. The top of the bell tower is perfectly designed to divert the pouring rain to the outside of the bell tower, the rain from the top pouring down the dome onto the towering walls, creating a natural curtain of protective water. Below the bell tower, Bayushi and Shinmai each held a black umbrella and stood amidst the rush of people.
Is it really okay to let old Chin go up alone? Shinmai was a little worried.
We can only trust him. The other party demanded that as long as he goes alone, there's nothing else we can do. After all, the hostage is in the other party's hands.
Where's Lin Green? He hasn't come back yet. Bayushi thought for a moment. I don't know, with his ability he shouldn't be caught, he should have his own things to do.
Shinmai sighed and looked up at the towering clock tower. I hope things will go well on Lao Chen's side.
We have our own mission to do as well?
What? Bayushi looked deeply at Shinmai, the black umbrella in her hand rotating half a circle to fling the raindrops away. Since the other party demanded one person from Chen Daomu, the other party can only have one person as well. Very reasonable, right? From now on, no matter if it's the NSO or whatever, whoever comes close to this place. She spoke lightly, uttering the same words as Lin Green, whoever dies. Above the bell tower, Chen Daomoy step by step down the rotating staircase to the bottom of the dome. The towering bell tower has no elevator. In the rotating staircase against the wall on the side of the record of the history of the war paintings and words, in order to be in the history of history, in order to remember the history.
I'm here, where's the game?
A curtain of light lit up in front of Chen Daoju, and the familiar yet annoying line of text jumped out at him. Mr. Chen Daoyu, congratulations for coming to the clock tower alone at the appointed time. Next, our game will officially begin.
Are you ready? Crap, really?
20 kilometers away, there is a pseudo-human roaming the fields. It is a constant threat to the safety of the citizens. As an agent of justice, please exterminate it and bring back its head within 10 minutes.
10 minutes? How is that possible?
You have no right to refuse. Shin Daoyu took a deep breath. The other party was right. The initiative was not in his hands. Manhwa Xian was behind bars because of himself, no matter what he had to get her back. Green Dragon Crescent Blade appeared in his hand. Chen Daoyu's figure disappeared in place.
How are we going to torture him properly this time, boss?
Lord Li's promotion to Dao Day Emperor should be a success. I've already touched the edge of the Dao Saint. This time, not only Chen Dao Moist, but everyone related to everything related to Chen Xing Yuan. I'm going to take some serious revenge. It doesn't matter even if the road is exhausted this time. The big deal is that I'm going to pull everyone along with me. As long as our vital signs disappear,
the nuclear bombs hidden underneath London will enter the countdown.
A hideous scar spread from his collarbone to his chin. The originally clearly visible artery in his neck was covered by that scar. Python's face twisted up as he patted the Tibetan antelope's shoulder. This time, let's see who can have the last laugh. Chen Daomoist entered the battle state, instantly spanning thousands of meters. His speed was getting faster and faster, and it only took him 5 minutes to arrive at the target location. In the green wheat field, a hoe-carrying figure was laboring diligently. He used his almost 2-meter-long arm to cut open the dirt of the wheat field, burying a head with the same face as his into it, and then filling in the dirt. Good my, grow up quickly, all the nutrients will be given to you. At his side, there were a few bloody limbs, and the farmer's clothes hung from the scarecrow, the empty eyes staring into the deep darkness ahead, cocking his head after a gust of wind. The biting blade light flashed past. The farmer swung his hoe to block behind him. His head rotated 180 degrees to look at Chen Daomu, the corners of his mouth grinning to his temples revealing a bizarre smile.
Little friend, you can't just play with knives.
Chen Daomu ignored him and turned the hilt of the knife and pressed down hard. The wooden hoe stick pulled tofu like melted into 2 halves. He swung the green dragon crescent moon blade and bullied his way up. The surging spiritual energy attached to the blade surged out.
Zila!
A blazing fire blossomed in the pouring rain. A burst of intense light erupted from the blade, and rolling flames tore through the darkness, bursting into dazzling flames. The pseudo-human farmer raised his 2-meter-long arms, and before he could take any further action, the green dragon crescent blade chopped his head off, and the next severed mouth was ablaze with flames, which suddenly raged and burned the body to the ground. Chen Daomu grabbed the head, looked toward the way. I do not know when. The wind-swaying wheat drilled out a laughing farmer. Some of them have long arms, some missing half a head. Wanton laughter echoed in the rainy night.
I knew it wasn't that simple.
Chen Daomoist gripped the hilt of the green dragon crescent moonblade and prepared to break out. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of red in the darkness. The hood of the red-clothed figure covered his face, revealing half of his chin as he stretched out a hand to the grinning pseudo-human. Boom! With a flash of lightning, the red-clothed figure disappeared, and the disgusting army of pseudo-humans transformed into a roiling colorful butterfly that fell into the darkness. The game is bugged, I'll fix it. You still have 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Shindamu couldn't wait to think about the purpose of the red-clothed figure. He scurried out as a stringed arrow, carrying the pseudo-human's head in his hand, the spiritual energy representing flames blazing, tearing open a yellow-red flame curtain in the rainy night. That red-clothed figure, he had seen it in that battle at the NSO headquarters, when he and Bayushi had listened to Lin Green's words and left with the information, and happened to witness the other party confronting Lin Green. This person was strong. Shindamoist took a deep breath and didn't go back to his wild thoughts. He just desperately milked himself dry and ran towards the bell tower. There were 20 seconds left on the clock. Snap! A head dripping with black viscous liquid fell onto the top of the tower of the tower of the tower of the shining sky, and Shindamoist panted as he held onto the wall. I'm done, then what? The light curtain didn't appear first, and Python grimaced. Damn it, how did that guy come out to stir up trouble, originally letting the army of pseudo-humans consume Chen Daoyu's power in time, so that he would watch Mengyu die first because he couldn't complete this task, but now the plan has fallen through. It doesn't matter, big brother. Hidden Antelope tore open a spatial crack and stepped into it. I've already designed the second level. A light curtain appeared in front of Chen Daomoist. Congratulations on completing the first level, so now, we have found one of the originators of the pseudo-human incident. A spatial crack tore open beside Chen Daoyu, and the man wearing glasses yawned and walked out from it, giving Chen Daoyu a victory gesture. Now, please kill him. Chapter 127, a multi-party melee. Lo and behold, another rush. First hurdle, slaughtering a pseudo-human who doesn't have to care about rank. The second level, slaughtering a Dowlord who could lift his hand and tear open a spatial rift. This is like what? It's like you learned that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Okay, now go do the Shandong paper high school math and score 150 points. Ha 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 ha. Where's the fun in that? Chen Daomoist's entire body froze in place, and his hand holding the green dragon crescent blade trembled twice. This way, Dao Sovereign is here. Why don't you get a Dao Emperor Dao pole for me to fight? Chen Daomoist was silent, just trembling. Smile and play. On the dome of the bell tower, Python watched everything below with an expressionless face, his gaze glancing at the young girl with broken clothes hanging in the center of the bell tower's pointer, bruises all over her body, gasping for air helplessly. What a bunch of idiots, they couldn't even find such a conspicuous place, god level. Oh, just lucky. A light screen opened in front of Manhwa Xian. The young girl tiredly opened her eyes, and within the light screen played the image of Chen Daomoist speeding. Are you still counting on him to save you? But he can't even protect himself nowadays. Mengyu licked her dry lips first. The rainwater poured on her wounds, bringing about some pain. She turned her head away and did not answer the python's taunt. Hee, that tramp who reported you said you were very talkative. How come you're not talkative at this time? It seems like you want me to help you pry your mouth open. Python stepped out and hovered in the air. He floated beside Manhwa Xian and reached out to pinch her face. It looks like that's right. Bah! Mengyu spat on the python's face first. An ugly bastard like you deserves such a scar. Not only are you ugly, your heart is dirty too. What an ugly scolding. The python stretched out a finger, black spiritual energy forming a sharp spike at the tip of the finger, which slowly approached the fair face. Wouldn't it be just as ugly as me if you grinned a little wider? I'm so sick of you. Stop it, man. I can't listen to this man. The beautiful Chinese language popped out of the void. Lin Green hung in the air, his mouth full of wonderful words. He had spotted the python in Manhwa Xian from the very beginning, but he didn't act rashly. After all, this guy was a Dowlord, he couldn't fight himself. But this bastard's bull is just too much. You say you pervert, just pervert. Have to be this big pile, really can't listen to it. James' disguise shattered as well, and he stiffened and looked back at Lin Green. Not brother, you so brave it. People are Taoist monarch. I stole our existence, shelved here to listen to so long, would have wanted to pull you to run, you popped out yourself? Are you looking for death, kid? Python's face gloomy down. Hey, right, Lin Green fished out a Xinhua dictionary from somewhere and flipped through it with a clatter. I can't really find this word yet, found a word you might like. Lin Lu faced the page towards the python, silly wave 1. The python struck without warning, its dark spiritual energy covering the sky, its furious strike intent on destroying Lin Lu here. James' face was deformed in fear. Not you come for real, Boom! A familiar figure stopped in front of the two, his majestic body contained explosive power, he stretched out a hand, and in a flash, the dark energy returned to nothingness. Father! James looked at the visitor in surprise. Save the day and run. Without saying anything more, Carruthers rushed straight for the python. How dare a Dao Emperor come to die? Fulfill you. Lin Green took a step forward, but suddenly shook his head helplessly. You go save it. I knew that coming out BB2 sentences was going to cause trouble. He looked at his feet, his other self appeared there at some point, tilting his head and looking at him quietly. Come. Two identical figures collided together. James reached for Manhwa, but jerked his hand away. A gorgeous colorful butterfly fluttered in the rain on the road that must be taken. The red-clad figure sat pestle-faced on the dome of the bell tower, revealing a mouth with upturned corners. We can't be disturbed by you now that things have gotten this far, it's bound to get more interesting next. Below, Shinmai and Bayushi noticed the commotion above them. I'll go help. Shinmai summoned the Tian Sonyan sword. Forget it, the part we're responsible for is coming. Bayushi pulled Shinmai, and in the roiling rain, a black uniformed cadre of figures broke through the rain curtain to surround them. The top of the bell tower. Chen Daomoist was still taking a beating, despite the fact that the characteristics of the divine progenitor's increasing bravery was still in effect. He was after all only a Daodan, and he couldn't have improved much in the past this little bit of time, and he could still only be passively beaten in the face of the Dao Lord. Hidden Antelope does not seem to be in a hurry to kill him, just interested in Chen Daoyu's life preserver piece by piece waste, like appreciate other people's despair of the murderer, want to watch their own trust rely on the victim to be torn apart. Damn, put up a fight. Extinguishing sun reappeared, the shocking slash had little effect, the burning fire spiritual power was fanned out by the Tibetan antelope with a wave of her hand. Weak, too weak, is this a god level? It's nothing more than that. What are you calling Nima? If you were of the same rank, I wouldn't be able to use the third move to kill you, and I probably wouldn't even be able to use the second move. Chen Daomoist, who couldn't harden his bones, could only choose to talk tough. If you can't beat them, can't you scold them? Know the gold in letting the mat post easy after you win the matchup? Can't win at the moment, but it's the right thing to send. The Tibetan antelope slashed down with a palm, but it didn't land on Chen Daomoist. You still can't help it? Hidden Antelope looked towards the stairs. Chen Xingyuan appeared there at an unknown time. He glanced at Chen Daozhu, then cast his gaze on Hidden Antelope. I won't let the tragedy of a year ago repeat itself again. Really, you don't seem to have that strength. Chen Daomoist's spiritual energy impacted with the Tibetan antelopes, and the Tibetan antelope's eyes widened before realizing that this man had already recovered his cultivation to the Dao Lord third stage. Your cultivation, it shouldn't have been too long, right? It's enough to kill you. Chen Xingyuan gave Chen Daozhu one last look. What are you waiting for? Go save the people. Chen Daozhu reacted. Currently he already possessed a strength comparable to the high level of the Dao Si, and was also able to participate in the higher-end battles among the younger generation. He tumbled over the dome under Chen Xingyuan's guidance and found Manhwa, who was hanging on the pointer. Ms. Meng, I'm coming to save you. Chen Daomoist leaped down and landed precisely on the pointer. Ms. Meng, you. Chen Daoyu noticed the wounds on Manhwa's body and couldn't help but clench his fists. It's okay, Mr. Chen, the young girl revealed a smile, her hair lying wet on her face. Thank you for coming to save me. What a foolish thing to say, I'm obviously the one who put you in this situation. Rainwater wetting his entire body, Chen Daomu reached out to pull the thick rope that bound the young girl, and the moment his fingertips touched the rope, the entire rope transformed into fluttering colorful butterflies. Meng Yu first lost her support and fell downward, and Chen Daozhu jumped straight down after a moment's hesitation. I'll save you, Ms. Meng, trust me. Kikon got a small penguin group, 102-763-9958. You can come to the group to urge more. You can also come to me to play. Oh, we can play together to play Tila Chata what? The first thing you need to do is to ask for a small gift. Mamacita.